Introduction asterisk. In this modern tale, a female agricultural expert, bearing an ancestral dragon egg, traverses time to become Daenerys Targaryen, a princess of House Targaryen, eventually becoming the ward of Viserys. She embarks on a tranquil life of farming, nurturing dragons, and caring for pets in another realm. However, the darkness of night looms ominously, compelling her to command a legion of dragons to vanquish her foes. Chapter 1. The Dragon Rider Daenerys. In the year 101 of the Conquest, during the early spring of March, Daenerys Targaryen closed a tome titled The Genealogies and Histories of the Major Noble Houses of the Seven Kingdoms. Gazing through the vibrant flora on her windowsill, she beheld the vast, tranquil waters of the narrow sea. Inhaling the refreshing scents of spring, her spirits lifted. The narrow sea, a slender expanse of water between the eastern continent of Essos and Westeros, had finally settled into calm after months of tumultuous storms. Every October, the sea would succumb to the frigid winds from the north, unleashing chaos that devoured countless ships and valiant souls daring to conquer its depths. Fortunately, Dragonstone, with its dual volcanoes, provided a temperate climate despite the strong winds. Particularly within Dragonstone Castle, the winters remained mild, allowing for the cultivation of tropical fruit trees, a rarity at this latitude. As Daenerys tended to her flourishing plants, an overwhelming sense of accomplishment washed over her. The vibrancy of her blooms was attributed to the meticulously crafted fertilizer she had devised. In a moment of inspiration, she had decided to utilize the colossal excrement of the dragons, combined with volcanic ash, to create compost. The results exceeded all expectations. The grass on the hills, the crops in the fields, and the fruit trees in her garden thrived remarkably, yielding abundant harvests. It seemed that anything associated with dragons was indeed extraordinary. Having dwelled in this world for 18 years, Daenerys had confirmed her existence within the realm of Game of Thrones. As she matured, fragments of her previous life grew clearer, revealing the complexities of this world. In her past life, she was a freshly graduated agricultural researcher who perished in a cataclysmic sandstorm while surveying a reforestation project in the desert. Upon regaining consciousness, she found herself in the early tumult of a song of ice and fire, born on a day when the skies cleared after a storm, adorned with rainbows and auspicious clouds, marking her as a harbinger of fortune for the kingdom. Moreover, a delicate violet flame motif on her brow further distinguished her lineage, leading to an abundance of gifts on her name day each year. By the age of 4, she had cleverly orchestrated the discreet sale of trivial trinkets through her maidservants, amassing a treasure trove of 2 large chests filled with gold dragons, over 50,000 coins in total. Despite her efforts to remain inconspicuous, whispers of her avarice spread throughout the 7 kingdoms. Consequently, nobles sought to curry favor with her, presenting her with copious amounts of gold dragons during their encounters. Although they endeavored to mask their expressions before a child, Daenerys could discern their barely contained delight, revealing their lack of acting prowess. Understanding the value of her burgeoning reputation, Daenerys embraced the opportunities it afforded her. She recognized that this realm adhered to the ruthless laws of a dark jungle, where wealth was nearly omnipotent, especially for a Targaryen with dragons at her command. With sufficient resources and formidable dragons, she harbored ambitions of becoming an empress. Yet, she was acutely aware of the precariousness of her position within House Targaryen, where internal rivalries could transform kin into adversaries at any moment. Although she had only skimmed the original texts, she had watched the series multiple times, rendering her relatively familiar with the narrative. Nevertheless, some elements diverged from her expectations. For instance, on the day of her birth, a catastrophic storm triggered significant geological upheaval on Dragonstone, resulting in the emergence of a vast new island, substantially larger than Dragonstone itself. Years later, the new island flourished with life, featuring a colossal active volcano. To secure greater influence, Daenerys forged a bond with her grandmother's former blue dragon, Dreamfire, at the tender age of 7. Dreamfire, the offspring of the Red Queen Melisandre and the bloodworm Krasnies, was the 4th largest dragon, surpassed only by Vhagar, Vermithrax, and the wild dragon, Viserion. When Daenerys contracted Dreamfire, she measured over 50 meters in length. However, due to prolonged confinement in her lair, her growth had stagnated. With Daenerys' dedicated care and training, Dreamfire regained her rapid growth, now nearing 70 meters in length, with a wingspan exceeding 140 to 50 meters. Her scales shimmered in deep blue, previously a lighter hue, with silver-tipped wings and formidable spines adorning her back and tail. In accordance with Targaryen tradition, each child received a dragon egg placed in their cradle upon birth. Daenerys's egg, a pale pink, had yet to hatch, remaining nestled in her room's hearth, warmed daily. She had attempted to invoke the hatching process through blood and tears, even contemplating the drastic measure of igniting the egg with fire, but refrained, as painful as it would be. However, the flame mark on her brow seemed to facilitate a connection with dragons in her dreams, allowing her to bond with Dreamfire effortlessly. Her auspicious reputation and striking beauty led her niece, Rhaenyra, to avoid her from an early age. Daenerys, indifferent to the whims of a child, acknowledged Rhaenyra's exceptional nature but recognized her pride. With the passing of her grandmother and mother, Daenerys found herself alone on Dragonstone, preferring its solitude to the stench of King's Landing, where Rhaenyra often lingered. After successfully bonding with Dreamfire, her uncle, King Jaehaerys, granted her the new island of Dragonstone, even hosting a grand celebration in King's Landing in her honor. Yet, after collecting the nobles' gifts, she swiftly returned to Dragonstone, her coffers swelling to 255,508 gold dragons, 5,800 silver moons, 12,000 silver stags, and 8,052 copper stars, along with various coins. Since her arrival on Dragonstone, Daenerys established a disciplined routine, rising at 7 with the assistance of her maid. Breakfast was served from 7:30 to 8, followed by mornings dedicated to studying Valyrian court etiquette and various texts until 11 o'clock. Lunch is served, followed by a 2-hour rest. At 1 in the afternoon, studies in geography and history commence. Dinner is at 5, leading into free time. After dinner, Daenerys typically tends to her dragons, engages in light conversation with her handmaidens, and indulges in embroidery or other feminine crafts. She also takes care of her plants and feeds her dogs. Daenerys has 4 imposing mastiffs at Dragonstone, each one robust and formidable. Having observed the remarkable effects of dragon fertilizer on her plants, Daenerys decided to concoct a few seasonings to test their impact on animals and humans alike. Thus, she began to add these ingredients to her dog's diet. Fortunately, the results of her experiment were quite promising. Her 4 mastiffs indeed grew significantly faster and larger than their littermates, exhibiting exceptional strength. Once fully grown, they reach sizes exceeding that of ordinary mastiffs, nearly as large as calves. They take great pleasure in following Daenerys, instilling fear in knights who encounter them. Moreover, they have grown accustomed to the presence of dragons, often accompanying Daenerys to feed them, no longer intimidated by the majestic creatures. The products of dragons truly possess extraordinary efficacy. Chapter 2. The Dark Tidings. Daenerys finds immense joy in feeding dragons at Dragonstone, where loyal dragon keepers of House Targaryen are entrusted with their care and training. Most of these dragon keepers are descendants of the Targaryen family's bastards. It may be for this reason that dragons seldom harm them, yet their impure blood makes it difficult for them to bond with the creatures. These keepers are illiterate and speak only Valyrian, having been selected from a young age for their training. Many have been taken to King's Landing to continue serving the dragons there, leaving only a handful on Dragonstone. Every day, the dragon keepers drive sheep into the dragon's lair for the creatures to feast upon at their leisure. To be candid, this practice seems rather wasteful. While sheepskins and wool may not be costly, they still hold value, equivalent to 16 copper pieces, enough to buy 10 loaves of bread, sufficient sustenance for an adult for 5 days. Thus, Daenerys instructed the dragon keepers to slaughter the sheep, cure the meat, and then roast it on a large iron grill near the dragon's lair. Naturally, the keepers dared not remain close, but Daenerys did, for dragons seldom harm those of Targaryen blood, do they not? Over the years, Daenerys has accumulated a small fortune from selling sheepskins, amounting to several thousand golden dragons, even after sharing a portion with the servants who skin and purchase the sheep. To facilitate this, Daenerys sought out 12 teenage boys from the orphans in King's Landing, specifically to handle the skinning of sheep. These boys were chosen from hundreds of orphans, possessing both good looks and intellect. Daenerys envisioned training them as her personal guards. To this end, she hired a skilled mercenary knight, Boron, from King's Landing to teach them swordsmanship. Boron's skills rival those of the most esteemed knights, resulting in the boys making significant progress in their training, becoming adept at skinning sheep efficiently. Daenerys' niece, Rhaenyra, affectionately nicknamed them the Sheepskin Knights, and their reputation soon spread throughout the 7 kingdoms. However, Daenerys remained indifferent to their fame, for in this world, few things could be monetized, and she counted herself among them. Since Daenerys developed a fondness for feeding dragons, she visited each one, the bronze fury Vormesor, the gentle queen Silverwing, the hideous sheep stealer, and the old hag Vhagar, making sure to pay her respects to each. The fierce dragon, the glutton, was one Daenerys dared not approach, for that ancient beast is both cunning and perilous. Vormesor and Silverwing had been left on Dragonstone by King Jaehaerys for quite some time, likely due to his advanced age rendering him unfit to ride dragons any longer. Each time, Vormesor would seize the entire roasted sheep Daenerys prepared and depart without a second thought. He, along with Silverwing, rarely ventured from Dragonmount. Fortunately, Silverwing occasionally bestowed Daenerys with a knowing glance and did not reject her attempts at closeness. The sheep stealer, true to her name, only emerged to snatch the roasted lamb after Daenerys had left. She was quite unsightly, with muddy-hued scales that were neither black nor gray, but rather a sickly yellowish-brown. Her head was devoid of horns or barbs, reminiscent of Vhagar. Vhagar currently serves as Prince Aegon's mount, often choosing to return to Dragonstone, disliking the dragon lair. Yet she shows some respect towards Daenerys, roaring a few times and flapping her wings after being fed. Occasionally, she offers Daenerys a glance, as if to say, "You are quite commendable." Vhagar enjoys resting on rocky outcrops along the shore, appearing lethargic when consuming sheep, but she willingly allows Daenerys to pet her and listens attentively as Daenerys whispers beneath her chin. From time to time, she emits a puff of smoke from her nostrils, perhaps in response to Daenerys. On this day, Daenerys soared on Dreamfire, circling the vicinity of Dragonstone, witnessing the island's gradual transformation into a place of prosperity after years of recovery. Upon concluding her flight and returning to the castle, Daenerys sensed an unusual atmosphere. Scholar Gladys solemnly informed everyone. The Black Crow brings dark tidings. Prince Aegon has passed away. Daenerys, like the others, was engulfed in profound shock. At that moment, the prudent Scholar Gladys quietly reminded Daenerys, "Your Highness, according to tradition, when a member of House Targaryen passes, a funeral pyre must be prepared on Dragonstone. We should begin our preparations." Upon hearing this, Daenerys steeled herself and began instructing her attendants to arrange the necessary preparations. "Sir Alfred, please ensure everyone remains vigilant. Have the fishing village increase patrols, particularly to scrutinize outsiders. Enforce a curfew during the funeral proceedings. Scholar Tigress, please prepare the necessary supplies. I trust you and Sir Alfred to manage this." The composed and gentle old scholar and the capricious captain of the guard, Alfred, replied respectfully, "Yes, Your Highness. Annie, we can expect many female guests to visit. I would appreciate your assistance in preparing for their arrival." Annie, serving as Daenerys' lady-in-waiting, is also a noble woman from the Starkworth family of the Crownlands. "Yes, Your Highness. Leave it to me." "Very well. Everyone, off you go to prepare." After delegating the various tasks, Daenerys settled into the Dragonstone chair, gazing at the enormous model of Westeros laid before her, once more lost in contemplation. Dragonstone is an island formed by the eruption of the active volcano on Dragonmount, situated at the mouth of Blackwater Bay. Beneath the mountain lies a rich vein of Dragonstone. For centuries, apart from Dragonstone Castle, the island has housed a modest fishing village of about 10,000 inhabitants. Numerous ships traversing the narrow sea dock here to replenish their supplies in fresh water or seek refuge from storms. Thus, though small, the fishing village has provided House Targaryen with some tax revenue. Before claiming the Seven Kingdoms, House Targaryen's primary income stemmed from its own overseas trade. Now, with the support of the Seven Kingdoms, the family fleet has long been reorganized into a royal navy, remaining in King's Landing as a mere display. Not far to the southwest of Dragonstone lies Driftmark, home to House Velaryon, a family hailing from Valyria. To the north is Crab Island, home to House Velaryon, a vassal house brought from ancient Valyria by House Targaryen. Despite the ancient and formidable nature of Dragonstone, the vassals belonging to the island are few, as the sparse population on its shores makes it challenging for the lord to muster an army. However, as the newly emerged island in the northeastern corner expanded its area several-fold, King Jaehaerys summoned tens of thousands of displaced individuals from King's Landing to settle at the juncture of the new and old islands. This place has since blossomed into a small town known as White Sheep Town, thriving on sheep herding and the cultivation of barley, oats, and soybeans. Following her successful dragon riding, Daenerys boldly approached her great-grandfather, King Jaehaerys, requesting the allocation of Goat Town and the new island of Dragonstone as her domain. Being the youngest dragon rider in Targaryen history, Daenerys was granted her wish as if appeasing a child, for they regarded that land as inconsequential wasteland. Thus, Daenerys found herself as a princess of a royal house with her own fief, an unprecedented occurrence within the Targaryen lineage. Traditionally, only the heir to the throne was deemed worthy of the title of Prince of Dragonstone, possessing governance over the island. The Targaryen family currently enjoys substantial wealth reserves and has yet to face a situation in which they needed to borrow from the Iron Bank throughout history. With a limited number of royal family members, they live in comfort, never perceiving gold dragons as particularly valuable. Consequently, Daenerys' actions were dismissed as mere child's play, a trivial game, and were not taken seriously. If that is their perception, then splendid. The new island of Dragonstone rightfully belongs to Daenerys Targaryen. According to the laws of the Seven Kingdoms, no one shall interfere, lest they face the wrath of her dragon. She is well aware that historically, Rhaenyra had triumphed, yet was undone by a lack of funds and oppressive taxation, ultimately leading her to be ousted by the most formidable force in King's Landing. In the end, she found herself without the means even to pay for her passage back to Dragonstone. Chapter 173. The wonders of the North. Varda gazed in astonishment as Daenerys ferociously subdued 5 little lizard lions, nearly forgetting to breathe or swallow throughout the spectacle. Was the princess truly so formidable? Could she really tame wild beasts? It was no wonder she could control multi-headed dragons. It was only when Daenerys instructed her to fetch the lizard lions' hearts that she regained her senses. Unlike dragons, lizard lions consumed raw flesh. So Daenerys deftly sliced the hearts into 5 substantial pieces, tossing them into the mouths of the little creatures. The heart of an adult lizard lion was a great boon for them, and they devoured it eagerly. However, their appetites were evidently insatiable. One heart was hardly sufficient to satiate their hunger. Daenerys proceeded to share the remaining 2 hearts with them. Finally, after cutting down several pounds of lizard lion meat, she managed to fill their bellies. Once satisfied, the little lizard lions dug a small pit not far from the dragons and quickly succumbed to slumber. Observing the docile creatures resembling playful puppies, Varda was truly enlightened. She could not fathom how the ferocious lizard lions could be so tamed by the princess's fists and feet. Little did she know that since successfully cultivating the fishbeam tree on Holy Flame Island, Daenerys had gradually awakened the innate abilities of the old goddess faithful. Furthermore, the blood flame mark on her brow seemed to naturally endear her to magic-infused beings. During her lesson with the little lizard lions, Daenerys had summoned all her magical and bloodline powers, enabling her to perceive elements that Varda could not. After a hearty meal and some emotional release, Daenerys felt a wave of drowsiness wash over her. She wrapped herself in a blanket and leaned against Dreamfire, soon falling into slumber. Varda, clutching her sword, stood guard until late into the night, eventually succumbing to sleep herself, wrapped in her blanket. Not long after Daenerys fell asleep, she entered a dragon dream state. Within her dream realm, not only were Dreamfire and the other dragons present, but also several towering fishbeam trees and 2 unicorns, along with the 5 little lizard lions added to the mix that night. Thanks to the convenience of the dragon dreamscape, Daenerys effortlessly established control over the 5 little creatures. Successfully connecting with Daenerys' Dragon Dream Realm would undoubtedly facilitate significant transformations for the lizard lions in the future, much like Dreamfire and Molasses, who had experienced accelerated growth due to the extraordinary abilities of the Dragon Dream Realm and the carefully prepared nourishment Daenerys provided. The next morning, Daenerys was the first to awaken. The dragons and Varda remained in deep slumber, particularly Molasses, who had entwined himself entirely around the fishbeam tree. To avoid disturbing Varda, Daenerys rose quietly and stretched her limbs before approaching the 5 little lizard lions. Sensing her presence, the 5 little lizard lions instinctively stood up. As they encountered Daenerys, although still quite wary, they noticeably relaxed. Daenerys retrieved several fish leaf bundles containing the brains of lizard lions from the tree and deftly sliced them open with her dagger, casting them before the hungry little creatures. After a night of digestion, the small beasts, feeling quite peckish, immediately began to scuffle over the offerings. Daenerys had dispersed the 5 brains at different locations, ensuring that each lizard lion secured one. The one that had been most severely beaten by Daenerys consumed its portion the fastest, and after finishing, it eagerly dashed towards its nearest companions, snatching away the remnants of their meals. The other little lizard lion, aware of its disadvantage, could only emit a few frustrated whines in response. The commotion of the small giants roused Varda from her slumber, prompting her and the others to hastily tidy their belongings after a brief wash. Daenerys also awakened Dreamfire and the others, though Mira and her companions appeared still quite fatigued. However, Daenerys was unwilling to prolong their wilderness existence, forcefully rousing them all. She instructed Dreamfire to carry the 5 young lizards in his mouth, while he bore the baggage and Varda. Daenerys took the reins of the little Balerion, with Grey Shadow and the others trailing swiftly behind as they soared towards Winterfell. Daenerys directed the dragons to ascend the King's Road heading north, a route that would expedite their arrival at the Stark family's domain. Upon exiting the Neck, a sudden chill enveloped them, even in the midst of summer. Flying high over the north, Daenerys felt a distinct coolness, particularly as they flew over the barrow of the first king. An eerie, frigid energy surged from the ground, causing her to shiver involuntarily. Peering down, she beheld a vast mound, covered with dense, wild grasses. This must be the legendary barrow of the first king. The barrow of the first king lay within the vast expanse of the north, blanketed by sprawling wild grass. Surrounding it were flat plains, where fierce winds howled, stirring the verdant undergrowth and adding a melancholic aura to the scene. The Hall of the Dustins was constructed atop this hill. The lush grasses nearby made it ideal for grazing, allowing the Dustin family to raise the most livestock and warhorses in the north. Moreover, the warriors of this lineage were renowned for their prowess in battle, consistently forming a significant part of the Northern Army's strength. According to local legends, the ancestors' founding king was interred here. A scholar named Kenneth referenced in his work, The Compendium of Funerary Rites, that the Great Barrow was protected by a terrifying curse, dissuading anyone from comparing themselves to the founding king. It was said that this curse would weaken individuals, rendering them as lifeless as corpses. Allegedly, the kings of the Barrow chose the title of the founding king and subsequently became akin to the dead. However, other scholars cast doubt on this tale, as this region has historically been one of the most densely populated in the north, with no records of anyone ever transforming into a corpse. For millennia, the kings of the desolate mounds have reigned over this land, claiming their lineage to the earliest monarchs of their ancestral forebears. Legend has it that one such ancestor lies buried in the mounds themselves. Historically, some of these mound kings allied with the swamp kings to combat southern invaders attempting to traverse the Neck, thus serving as formidable guardians of the north. Bards sing of the clashes between the Mound Kings and the Stark family of Winterfell during the long night of the millennium. However, historical records reveal that their conflicts spanned merely 2 centuries. When the last Mound King submitted to the Stark family, his daughter was wed to them. The Dustin family asserts descent from both the ancestral king and the Mound Kings, having occupied this territory for over a millennium. Yet they have always remained loyal vassals to House Stark. A significant portion of the warhorses in the north is supplied by the Dustin family and several nearby houses. Daenerys, too, found herself astonished. Though the north is said to be remote, many locales are imbued with a profound magical resonance, as evident in the Neck and the ancestral mounds. Chapter 174. The enigmatic Winterfell in this wondrous land. It seems that, aside from malaise, the other dragons possess a distinct aversion to the north. The sporadic bursts of energy here often leave them unsettled. Daenerys could keenly sense their disdain for this region. Fearing that Drogon might lose control and cast Viserion aside due to the unfamiliar environment, she opted to mount him directly and take the reins herself. Indeed, the north is vast and sparsely populated. They often had to fly for quite some time before encountering a village of any considerable size. Yet, to the south of Winterfell, the expansive terrain, while not particularly lush, retains nature's purest, most primal, and most mysterious beauty. The slopes are adorned with gently undulating wild grasses and moss, where the low, sparse vegetation grows in a desolate yet resilient manner. From a lofty vantage point, one can observe that Winterfell is encircled by a sweeping expanse of dense forest stretching hundreds of kilometers, known as the Wolfwood. Gazing upon the seemingly fertile land before her, Daenerys felt an undeniable stir of her agrarian instincts awakening within. It seemed that, with proper cultivation, this soil could yield abundant crops of barley, oats, beets, and soybeans. Regrettably, she had yet to discover high-yield crops such as potatoes or sweet potatoes in this world. As noon approached, Winterfell finally came into view. This ancestral fortress of House Stark serves as the epicenter of their power and is regarded as the capital of the north. Centrally located in the northern region of the Seven Kingdoms, with the King's Road connecting it to King's Landing and the Wall. Observing the majestic silhouette of Winterfell in the distance, Viserion could not help but remark to Daenerys, "Your Highness, they say the north is impoverished. Yet Winterfell stands as one of the most magnificent castles in the Seven Kingdoms." "Indeed," Daenerys replied. "Winterfell is said to have been constructed over 8,000 years ago by Brandon the Builder with the aid of giants. According to certain literary records, the towering spire of Old Town, the fortress of Wind and Storm, and the Wall of Despair were all constructed by the esteemed Brandon. It is said that magic was woven into the very fabric of these edifices during their creation, bestowing upon them an enduring strength that has withstood the ravages of time, thus earning them the reputation of being impregnable bastions. Varda, with a hint of disdain, scoffed, remarking that these long-established families often indulge in self-aggrandizement. As far as I know, the Bolton family of the Red Kingdom twice laid siege to Winterfell, reducing it to ashes. Huh. Varda's words elicited laughter from Daenerys, who concurred, stating that the more ancient and powerful the lineage, the more they seemed to relish such embellishments. As they spoke, the dragons soared above Winterfell. The castle sprawled across several acres, characterized by 2 imposing walls and a market known as the Winter Market situated at its entrance. This market, largely abandoned during the summer months, served as a gathering place for the common folk of the north during the harsh winter. Located beyond the castle walls, the marketplace featured numerous wooden stalls catering to merchants, while the muddy streets were lined with homes constructed from raw timber and unhewn stone. Fewer than 15 of these residences were occupied in summer, yet they brimmed with life come winter. King's Road ran alongside the town, extending eastward towards Winterfell, where a modest inn could be found. Young members of the mountain clans often frequented this place in summer to trade furs and game for essential supplies. Winterfell itself was built around an ancient grove of sacred trees and a hot spring. The warm waters were channeled through pipes within the walls to heat the various chambers, rendering Winterfell more comfortable than other fortresses during the brutal winters of the north. In the colder months, the Stark family even diverted the spring water to the winter market, providing a touch of warmth amidst the chill. Thus, among the great noble houses, the Starks were known for their care towards their subjects. Much of their accumulated wealth was expended in aiding the common folk through each long winter, earning Daenerys' respect for the Stark family. The outer perimeter of Winterfell was fortified by 2 massive granite walls, accompanied by a protective moat. The outer wall stood approximately 80 feet high, while the inner wall reached about 100 feet. Numerous guard towers adorned the outer wall, and the inner wall boasted over 30 watch holes. The outer wall was reportedly constructed during the final 20 years of King Edric's reign, who, despite ruling Winterfell for nearly a century, faced numerous assaults that challenged his tenuous grip on power. The inner wall, on the other hand, boasted a much older history, having been erected at least 2 millennia ago. The Stark lineage appeared to possess remarkable craftsmanship, as evidenced by their greenhouse built above the hot spring, a remarkable structure that allowed the Starks to enjoy fresh vegetables and fruits even in the biting cold of winter. Within the castle walls, the Stark stronghold comprised a multitude of courtyards and small open spaces, creating a vibrant yet sheltered environment. In these training grounds, individuals engage in martial arts practice. From an aerial perspective, one can observe at least 2 to 3 dozen participants fervently wielding their swords in duels. Some smaller figures can be seen nearby, diligently honing their archery skills. "Brother, look quickly. It's a dragon." "A dragon," exclaimed the 10-year-old Bernard, his eyes alight with excitement as he addressed his 14-year-old sibling, Rhaenyra. The sentinels atop the castle walls had also spotted the dragon and hastened to report to Duke Ellerad Stark, who was attending to matters of his domain alongside his brother within the Great Hall. My lord, 5 dragons are approaching Winterfell." "Understood. That will be all for today. We must prepare to welcome the dragon princess," Ellerad replied, despite his relatively youthful age of just over 30. He bore an air of weariness. This fatigue stemmed from a grievous injury sustained in his youth while aiding the Night's Watch against the wildlings, which had subsequently prevented him from marrying and starting a family. Is it merely a few pieces of broken Valyrian steel armor that necessitates summoning all the noble houses of the 7 kingdoms? It was evident that the Stark family held little fondness for the Targaryens. Daenerys, riding on the back of Drogon, descended directly onto the expansive training ground, while Malaise guided young Balerion and others toward the towering weirwood tree in the Godswood. This ancient weirwood was said to be over 10,000 years old, the largest of its kind south of the Wall. As devout adherents of the old gods, the Stark family regarded this tree as sacred, although she was some distance away. Daenerys could sense the vibrant magical energies emanating from the weirwood, explaining why Malaise had been drawn to it so readily. With a resounding thud, Drogon landed firmly on the training grounds, his massive form occupying nearly half of the space. Daenerys retrieved a flask of Dragonfire wine and a set of fine porcelain from her belongings, gifts for the Stark family. During her previous visit to White Harbor, she had presented the very same offerings. "Your Grace, should we take the lizard lion's meat and entrails inside? If we do not attend to them swiftly, they may not keep for long. Let us marinate the lizard lion's entrails with these spices, and the meat shall be sent to the Stark family. With the northern nobility arriving shortly, it will serve as a feast for them." Daenerys opened a specially designed compartment within the dragon's saddle, revealing an assortment of spices and salt sufficient for the task at hand. These prepared entrails of the lizard lions were quite valuable, in high demand particularly among sorcerers. Although the priests of the faith on Dragonstone were relatively inexperienced, they possessed knowledge of certain arcane secrets, and these entrails might prove beneficial to them. Daenerys was aware that the Stark family still harbored some reservations toward the crown due to the recent granting of lands. Thus, the reason why the great-grandfather dispatched Daenerys to escort the northern nobles was to provide her with an opportunity to mend the frayed bonds between them. As the saying goes, too much courtesy is never excessive. The Dragonfire wine and porcelain Daenerys prepared were already of considerable value, and the addition of such precious lizard lion meat constituted a truly significant gift. Presenting our respects to Her Highness the Princess, the frail Duke Allard stood at the forefront, flanked by his brother, Benjen Stark, and sister-in-law, Lady Lysa Locke, along with Benjen's sons, Rickon and Bran, and a group of young maidens. Greetings, Duke Stark. After exchanging pleasantries with the members of House Stark, Daenerys instructed Varda to present the gifts. Upon seeing the offerings brought by Daenerys, Duke Allard's expression brightened considerably. What meat is this? He inquired curiously, watching as Varda dismounted Dreamfire, carrying a pile of fresh meat. Varda proudly explained, "My lord, this is the lizard lion meat that Her Highness hunted in the neck." Lizard lion? The crowd gasped in astonishment at Varda's words, for the lizard lion, as the dominant predator of the neck, was notoriously difficult to hunt. Few could successfully capture one. A moment's carelessness could lead to becoming their prey. However, seeing the imposing Dreamfire before them lent some understanding to the situation. At that moment, Dreamfire lowered its head and opened its mouth, revealing 5 small lizard lions it had been carrying. Having been confined within the dragon's maw, the little creatures were quite distressed. Yet they dared not move in the face of Dreamfire's formidable presence. Once freed, they eagerly began to stretch their limbs, shaking their heads and wagging their tails in an endearing display that left the Stark family momentarily speechless. "Indeed, they are lizard lions," exclaimed young Benjen, who was immediately captivated by the 5 tiny creatures. "Goodness, is this really a lizard lion? They look rather unappealing." Though he voiced his disdain, his body betrayed him as he slowly inched closer to the little lizard lions. Lady Lysa quickly seized her naive son, gently reprimanding him. "Benjen, show respect in the presence of Her Highness the Princess." The guards of Winterfell swiftly positioned themselves in front of the gathering. Although the small lizard lions measured only half a meter in size, they could still pose a danger if provoked. At that moment, Daenerys approached the little lizard lions and gently tapped their heads with her sword, Dawn. Instantly, the tiny creatures huddled together, and at Daenerys' urging, they retreated beneath Dreamfire, obediently lying down. It was truly impressive that Her Highness could not only command dragons, but also tame the lizard lions of the neck. Benjen Stark, as the future Lord of House Stark, exhibited a warm demeanor towards Daenerys. Lady Lysa affectionately approached Rhaenyra, gently taking her hand and saying, "Your Highness, please come inside. Ever since we received the message from His Majesty the King, we have eagerly awaited your arrival. Although the north is frigid, the scenery near Winterfell is rather charming. In the coming days, allow Rickon and his brothers to accompany you on a tour." "Thank you, Lady Lysa." Despite Rhaenyra's short hair and the armor she wore, her exquisite beauty radiated a feminine grace. The Grand Hall of Winterfell served as a venue for hosting guests and family dinners, boasting considerable space. Its outer walls, constructed from gray stone, were adorned with the Stark family's white direwolf banners. A grand oak and steel door faced the castle courtyard, accompanied by a side door leading to a dim corridor. Inside, the hall could accommodate 8 long tables, separated by a central aisle, with 4 on each side, allowing for a dining capacity of 500 guests simultaneously. The elevated platform was reserved for noble guests. Duke Eladrin personally guided Rhaenyra to the long table on the platform, where golden and silver tableware, along with several grand fruit platters, awaited. Crystal decanters already brimmed with red wine. In comparison to the southern aristocracy, it appeared that the Stark family led a somewhat modest existence. This was my first visit to the north. I had only heard tales of its harsh climate and barren lands. However, as I journeyed through, I discovered that the north, while vast, has numerous areas capable of yielding abundant crops if developed judiciously. Rhaenyra, known for her directness, believed that fostering beneficial relationships was best achieved through shared interests. Thus, she promptly steered the conversation toward the most significant obstacle hindering the North's development. Duke Eladrin was well aware of Rhaenyra and Dragonstone, though he harbored doubts about her ability to resolve the North's food shortages. Nevertheless, he engaged with the topic. I have indeed heard about your highness and Dragonstone. In recent years, Dragonstone has cultivated many high-yield crops and livestock, but I must point out that the climatic conditions there are far more favorable than those in the north. What is feasible on Dragonstone may not necessarily be applicable here. However, should your highness be willing to provide us with those superior seeds, the people of the north would be immensely grateful. Rhaenyra merely smiled in response, choosing to shift the conversation toward the matter of newly allocated lands. While many outcomes depend on fate, it is often human effort that determines success. For instance, if the new lands designated for the Night's Watch were entrusted to them for cultivation, they might gradually fall into disuse. With the entire Hightower family now exiled to Crown's Landing under His Majesty's decree, their management would surely transform the new lands into fertile ground. This would not only aid the Night's Watch, but also be beneficial for the overall situation in the north, would it not? Initially, Duke Eladrin harbored dissatisfaction regarding King Jaehaerys' decision to send the Hightower family to Crown's Landing. The Targaryen royal family's two prior decisions to use their northern lands for favors were made without consulting the Guardians of the North. However, upon hearing Daenerys' words, the dissatisfaction within began to dissipate significantly. After all, their initial reluctance to allocate the newly gifted lands to the Night's Watch stemmed from a fear that these territories would be neglected. Although the north boasts vast expanses, arable land is indeed scarce, which naturally bred dissent. As Lord and Lady Stark observed how easily Princess Daenerys alleviated the Stark family's grievances towards the crown with just a few words, they exchanged glances. Realizing that the rumors were indeed true, this princess was quite remarkable. While the Stark family deliberated over Daenerys, she too was scrutinizing them closely. Observing the Starks before her, Daenerys internally mused that aside from the straightforward Eddard Stark and his son portrayed in the series, the Stark family of this era was far from mere simplicities. Although they had yielded to the Targaryens, their lives remained largely unchanged, rarely entangled in the disputes of the great families to the south. Even their marital alliances were exclusively with prominent northern houses. It was only with the arrival of winter that they would approach the crown for requests of supplies. Moreover, the north had long been perceived by the southern families as barren and backward, except during times of war when the crown summoned their armies. The north rarely contributed any taxes to the royal coffers. Were the northern families truly as uncomplicated as they appeared? If they were indeed so impoverished, how were their formidable warriors trained? Daenerys found herself pondering these questions. She had initially framed the assignment of the Hightower family to Crown's Landing as a royal strategy for better developing the newly gifted lands, thereby assuaging the Stark family's concerns about the Night's Watch potentially neglecting these territories, while simultaneously addressing their grievances regarding the Crown's interference in northern affairs. Although the Starks' resentment would not vanish entirely, it was likely they would no longer use it as a pretext to confront the crown. Consequently, the atmosphere among them became considerably more amicable. Your Highness, thank you for the Dragonfire wine and the exquisite dragon porcelain set, remarked Lady Lysa Arryn, adorned in the quintessential garb of a northern noblewoman, radiating simplicity yet always wearing a warm smile. I have heard from my family's kin that the dragon porcelain is crafted from ordinary clay found near Wolf's Den and the White Knife River. How marvelous! Daenerys quickly scanned the expressions of the Stark family, noting their keen interest in the crafting of the dragon porcelain. Thus, she responded, half-truthfully, I stumbled upon the ancient method of its production in the relics of Valyria. After numerous attempts, I finally managed to create some pieces. However, the clay is merely a small fraction of the materials required. It must undergo intricate processes and incorporate various secret ingredients. Moreover, without the presence of dragons, it is exceedingly difficult to achieve the desired firing results. Listening to Daenerys, it was evident that skepticism lingered among them, particularly with Duke Allard, who bluntly questioned whether the Golden Empire of the Eastern Essos could also produce exquisite high-end porcelain, given their lack of dragons. Daenerys continued to elucidate that the crux of the matter lies in temperature. Perhaps the Golden Empire has discovered methods to elevate the kiln's heat. However, the Dragonfire porcelain from Dragonstone is entirely forged through the intense flames of dragons, thus surpassing the quality of that produced by the Golden Empire. Her assertion garnered a modicum of belief from her audience. Yet, Lady Lysa casually inquired whether the clay for crafting dragon porcelain must exclusively originate from the vicinity of Wolf's Den and the White Knife River. Daenerys promptly refuted this notion, explaining that the trade relations between the Mandel family of Dragonstone and White Harbor facilitated her procurement of clay. Moreover, she candidly admitted that a significant portion of her motivation stemmed from a desire to support the families of the North, given their meager resources and limited trading opportunities with Dragonstone. In fact, Clay from the regions near the Bay of Seals and the Stormlands could also suffice. And they are even closer to Dragonstone. Upon hearing this, several Starks exchanged glances, for in recent months, the Stark and Locke families had profited considerably through clay exports. The Locke family, residing near Wolf's Den, naturally ensured that a portion of the clay gathered by the Mandel family was passed on to them. Additionally, the income generated from the unclaimed riverbanks of the White Knife was partially bestowed upon the Stark family by the Mandel family. Duke Allard felt somewhat offended by Daenerys' seemingly charitable remarks, expressing his gratitude for her consideration of the North while suggesting that it would be prudent for her to purchase clay locally in the future. His words caused the Banyans to shift uncomfortably, with Lady Lyssa internally lamenting, "You, with your frail health, might meet the old gods any day now, allowing you to maintain your high-mindedness. The Locke family and Winterfell have only recently improved their living conditions through this income, and you wish to sever their lifeline? Thus," she interjected, "brother, such a statement is rather impolite. Your Highness, at such a tender age, harbors a concern for the realm. Though we may not know how to offer substantial support, we cannot reject the goodwill of your Highness." In truth, Duke Allard was merely indulging in a moment of pride. During this time of additional income, he had relished fine wines, delectable cuisines, and the company of beautiful women. Thus, he chose to relent and refrain from further comment. Daenerys, however, paid no heed to his words. In this world, bustling with activity, all seek profit, while all engage in commotion for gain. Although Daenerys approaches matters with the utmost goodwill, her actions are, at the very least, beneficial to herself. Indeed, the land of Dragonstone is limited. Whether it be the crafting of dragon glass or the cultivation of high-yield crops, it faces significant constraints. Furthermore, despite its favorable climate, the endeavor to cultivate crops suitable for barren and frigid regions is similarly hampered. After expressing her sentiments, Daenerys swiftly shifted her discourse, stating, "While hunting griffins north of the Neck, I discovered that the castle of Carron Bay has long been abandoned. A vast expanse of nearby land remains uncultivated, which is quite regrettable." Hearing this, Bran Stark's mind began to race. "Your Highness may be unaware, but although Carron Bay guards the Neck's strategic passage, its significance has waned since the War of Conquest and the unification of the Seven Kingdoms. The area is rife with serpents, vermin, and occasionally, griffins that can pose a danger. The Ironborn from the Iron Islands often raid the nearby villages along the Greenway, leading to its gradual desolation." "Ah, how unfortunate," Bran replied. "For it is indeed one of the rare regions in the north suitable for agriculture and with convenient transportation. Constructing a small town for dragon glass production nearby could invigorate the northern economy." At this point, Daenerys feigned regret, exclaiming, "Oh, I apologize for my indiscretion. I cannot help but lament the neglect of that land." Chapter 177. Mutual testing. The Stark family discerned Daenerys' hints of collaboration. However, they were unable to fathom her precise intentions, as they would not naively believe that this dragon princess would readily share the secrets of dragon glass production simply out of compassion for the North's plight. Every offering demands a return, and the greater the sacrifice, the more substantial the expectation. The Starks could not conceive what benefits they possessed that might entice Princess Daenerys. Consequently, a moment of silence ensued among them. "Your Highness has traveled a long way. Allow me to escort you to your quarters for some rest and refreshment," suggested the ever-considerate Lady Lyanna, who was the first to break the tension. "Then I am grateful to you, Lady Lyanna." With the bait cast, Daenerys found herself with numerous matters at hand and was not in a rush to establish her foothold in the north. However, she had made her stance clear and subtly showcased her capabilities. How the Stark family would respond remained to be seen. Accompanied by Lady Lyanna and several maidservants, Daenerys and Varys were led to the guest chambers of Winterfell's castle for a brief respite. As the central structure of the Stark family fortress, the main keep was constructed entirely of granite, with copper piping embedded within the walls. The subterranean hot spring waters of the castle can traverse through the intricate network of pipes, warming every chamber of the main fortress, ensuring a cozy refuge even amidst the harshest of winters. Truly, the Stark family, renowned for their exceptional architectural brilliance, has devised a unique underfloor heating system that stands unparalleled in this realm. After Daenerys departed, Duke Elred, his brow furrowed in contemplation, could not restrain himself from inquiring of his brother, Baelon, whether the princess's earlier remarks were a subtle plea for us to support her father, Prince Viserys, in his quest for the throne. Baelon Stark, unable to decipher Daenerys' true intentions, concurred that his elder brother's conjecture bore considerable weight. It seemed that the only assistance the Stark family could render her at this juncture was indeed this. Although we typically refrain from meddling in southern affairs, Since Prince Baelon's demise, the Valyrian family and Prince Daemon have been quite active. Yet, if her motives were solely for this purpose, Daenerys would not have mentioned both abundant crops and dragonglass in the same breath. Despite her youth, her cunning is strikingly formidable. Even the deeply entrenched Hightower family has been uprooted by her machinations. Duke Elred, somewhat skeptical, interjected. Do you truly believe that the downfall of the Hightower family was solely the design of Princess Daenerys? How naive. It is King Jaehaerys, like myself, nearing the end of his days, who is the most insidious and formidable figure. Years ago, he first gained the trust of Queen Alysanne, only to later, under the guise of lofty ideals, hand over the newly granted lands to the Night's Watch. Anyone who thinks that a king who has maintained peace across the Seven Kingdoms for decades is a benevolent and tranquil old man is indeed a fool. This time, sending Princess Daenerys to the north follows the very same stratagem as before. However, one must concede that his fortune is remarkable. Not only does he possess a virtuous wife, but he is also blessed with a promising great-granddaughter in his twilight. Alas, despite his sons begetting numerous heirs, he, in the end, finds himself alone, much like me. No matter how astute a man's schemes may be, they ultimately pale in comparison to fate. Although Baelon had long grown accustomed to his brother's recent demeanor, he could not suppress a pang of bitterness within him. Why must his elder brother utter such disheartening words? Each individual carries their own distinct mission, under your leadership. As the patriarch of the Stark family, the North has enjoyed relative peace and prosperity these past years. Despite Lady Shaft's presentation of all the culinary delights Winterfell could offer, the luncheon still appeared rather meager, even falling short of the standards set by House Frye. This disparity vividly illustrates the vast gulf between the nobility of the North and that of the South. Nevertheless, Daenerys is not one to be swayed by culinary indulgences. While the banquet table was not devoid of subtle tests of one another, the overall atmosphere remained quite pleasant. Thank you for your hospitality. I found this meal most satisfying. The absence of elaborate embellishments allows one to appreciate the true essence of the food, much like the people of the North, simple and unpretentious, devoid of any burdens. Complimenting Princess Daenerys was indeed a skillful endeavor, as her candid and sincere words endeared her further to the Stark family. Lady Lysa personally prepared fruit and presented it to Daenerys, noting that the princess was distinctly unlike the typical young ladies of the South, most of whom were unaccustomed to the northern cuisine and climate. It was a rare pleasure that the princess took a liking to their customs, and thus, she must certainly extend her stay in Winterfell, allowing Ser Rickon to guide her on various explorations. And me. I know the most about the delights Winterfell has to offer, exclaimed 10-year-old Bernard, eager to volunteer. Your Highness, the mountain clans will soon arrive at the winter market to sell their specialties, and there will be plenty of entertaining attractions. Though Bernard was of a similar age to Daenerys, he stood a head shorter, rendering him in her eyes a mere little brother. Thank you, young Master Bernard. Daenerys replied graciously, to which he insisted, no need for gratitude. You are an esteemed guest, and I must take good care of you. Indeed. Can you teach me how to tame a lizard lion? Daenerys inquired. Brother, you reveal your cards too quickly. Bernard chuckled. I can certainly teach you. But taming a wild beast requires both courage and perseverance. If you can endure, you shall succeed. Daenerys, intrigued to experience the Stark family's innate talent for the extraordinary, readily agreed. As the luncheon concluded, Bernard eagerly pulled Daenerys towards the training grounds. Lady Lysa, casting a helpless glance at her eldest son Rickon, murmured, Princess Daenerys is both beautiful and wise, possessing skills that few in the Seven Kingdoms can rival. Aren't you the least bit moved? The brooding Rickon felt a flush rise to his cheeks at his mother's words. Mother, I prefer the simplicity of our northern girls. His declaration caused the northern noblewomen trailing behind Lady Lysa to bloom with delight, for they had been brought to Winterfell to seek advantageous matches. And as the heir of House Stark, Rickon was indeed the most eligible prospect. Several young lizard lions had already submitted to Daenerys's commanding presence, and she and Bernard easily ushered them into the kennel adjacent to the training grounds. Meanwhile, the servants of Winterfell fulfilled Daenerys's request by bringing forth a dozen plump geese. The insatiable appetites of the juvenile lizard lions, akin to bottomless pits, left them eager for any opportunity to feast. Upon sighting the succulent geese, they became animated. Silence, Daenerys commanded, attempting to communicate with them through her consciousness while issuing directives. Although she could not yet engage in mental discourse like a dragon, the clever little lizard lions were perceptive enough to discern her intent through her tone and emotional fluctuations. Chapter 178. The Enchanted Woods of Winterfell under the command of Daenerys. The 5 small lizard lions remained perfectly still, much to her satisfaction. Bernard, observing the scene with keen interest, remarked, "Leo, step forward." Leo, the name bestowed upon the most valiant of the lizard lions, instinctively turned his gaze towards Daenerys. Upon confirming her command, he leaped excitedly towards the flock of geese, swiftly capturing one in his jaws. With remarkable ease, he clamped down on the plump goose's neck, his not-so-sharp teeth rapidly tearing the bird into morsels that he devoured. "Lena, attack!" The 5 small lizard lions quickly grasped Daenerys' directive, soon dispatching a dozen or so plump geese, their bellies now round and distended. After feasting, the little creatures became somewhat drowsy. To prevent them from being away from water for too long, which might lead to adverse effects, Daenerys instructed her attendants to place a large trough for drinking in the kennel. However, it was evident that Daenerys was overly concerned. As amphibious beasts, the lizard lions were hardly affected by prolonged absence from their aquatic habitat. "Daenerys, training lizard lions seems rather akin to training dogs, doesn't it?" Bernard, who had been closely monitoring Daenerys' methods, could not help but comment. "Indeed, you have a point," she laughed, "but you must first conquer the lizard lions to achieve that. Unfortunately, I fear you may find that opportunity elusive. Perhaps you should start by training a hunting dog instead. After all, your Stark family emblem is the direwolf. Is it not? I believe it would be more fitting for you to raise a direwolf pup." At this, Bernard felt a wave of dejection. How could one acquire a direwolf so easily? I have heard that they are only seen north of the wall or deep within the wolfwoods. In my lifetime, I have only glimpsed a direwolf pelt. I have never encountered a living one. Do not lose heart. One must always hold steadfastly to hope. For it is through such conviction that the gods may grant your desires, Daenerys offered, though her comfort was somewhat lacking. She hastily dismissed the conversation and led Bernard towards the enchanted woods east of Winterfell. "I have a few dragons that have landed in the woods. Come, let us go and see them." On the open corridors south of the main castle, Duke Alad and the Stark family watched the interaction between Daenerys and Bernard with great interest. It seems that peers of the same age find it easier to bond. Lady Lyssa, with a beaming smile, appeared quite pleased with the scene before her. A rare smile flickered across Duke Alad's usually stern face. "Indeed, their camaraderie takes me back to my youth. Such fond memories. Bernard, being of the blood of the running wolf, is indeed more likable than we cold-hearted folk." Banyan Stark sighed in resignation, noting that Princess Daenerys was surrounded by numerous noble youths, most of whom had become her guards and servants. Even the clever scion of House Manderly had reportedly taken up the role of the steward in White Harbor. One should not underestimate this princess as merely an ordinary child. In terms of managing her domain and commanding her subordinates, few in the 7 kingdoms could surpass her. "Isn't that splendid?" remarked Duke Ellerad, casting a meaningful glance at the retreating figures of Daenerys and her companions. The second son of House Stark naturally benefits from aligning himself with the most powerful individuals. Upon exiting through the eastern gate of Winterfell, they immediately entered the verdant expanse of the Godwood. The Godswood of Winterfell is a shadowy, primordial realm, where ancient trees have stood unchanged for millennia across vast tracts of land. The predominant species include the sentinel trees, oaks, and ironwoods, interspersed with hawthorn, cypress, and soldier pines. At the heart of the Godswood stood an ancient weirwood, shrouded by a pool of dark, cold water. At this moment, Mira Reed and her companions rested beneath the towering weirwood. Its bark, pale as bone, contrasted sharply with the deep red of its leaves, and a sorrowful, elongated visage was carved into its trunk, with sunken eyes filled with desiccated red sap. Centuries of accumulated humus blanketed the ground. The magical aura emanating from this weirwood was the most potent Daenerys had ever encountered among magical beings, a force akin to a churning abyss, seemingly poised to engulf anyone nearby. Merely gazing at it flooded Daenerys' mind with countless vivid images, inducing a wave of dizziness. "Your Highness, are you unwell?" Bernard, sensing Daenerys' peculiar state, swiftly supported her swaying form. "I'm fine. Just help me sit for a moment," she replied. With Bernard's assistance, Daenerys approached Mira, who was resting beneath the weirwood. Already feeling somewhat dazed, Daenerys leaned against Mira's body and soon drifted into slumber. Observing Daenerys' sudden change, Bernard found himself at a loss, unsure how to proceed, and hesitated to leave her side to summon help. Thus, he remained awkwardly beside her, uncertain of what to do. Under the force of the weirwood's magic, Daenerys was thrust into a dragon dream, traversing layers of time and space. Witnessing the history of this land unfold before her like a divine perspective in reverse, she beheld the fierce contests among the northern kingdoms. The wars of the First Men and the Undulls, battles between the First Men, the children of the forest and giants, and even further back, to the age of gods and demons. As she watched countless kingdoms, families, races, and species fade into the annals of history, a profound sorrow welled up within Daenerys. She longed to protect them. Yet, the relentless tide of history surged forward, and the events of the past, like dried ink, were indelibly imprinted upon the vast pages of time. Though I may be powerless to salvage the annals of history, I can strive to safeguard the beauty of the future. Daenerys murmured softly, almost unconsciously. When she awakened from the dragon's dream, it was already nightfall. The Stark family, along with Veda, who was preparing sustenance for the dragons, anxiously awaited within the sacred woods. With the presence of young Valyrians safeguarding them, none dared approach to check on Daenerys. Upon regaining consciousness, Daenerys noticed that her entire body seemed drenched in sweat, exuding a rather unpleasant odor. Yet, she felt a newfound lightness and refreshing sensation coursing through her. "Your Highness, you have finally awakened." Had we not restrained Veda, she would have surely ignited in Dragonfire by now. Upon witnessing Daenerys awaken, radiant and vibrant, Lady Lyanna and the others felt a weight lift from their hearts. "I apologize for causing you all concern. I merely experienced a sudden dizziness that led me into a deep slumber. It is nothing of great consequence. However, I have perspired profusely. Could you, Lady Lyanna, assist me in preparing for a bath? Of course, I shall take you to a splendid place." With that, she guided Daenerys and Veda deeper into the sacred woods. To the west of the sacred woods, just outside the guest quarters of Winterfell, lay 3 natural pools filled with geothermal springs, shrouded in ethereal mist, resembling a realm of fantasy. Indeed, it was a splendid location. Chapter 179. The theft of the ice corpse. Daenerys had bathed in the hot springs when they were first constructed on Flame Island. Yet it had been quite some time since she last relished such an experience. Although the temperature of the springs in the sacred woods was considerably lower than those at Flame Island, the infusion of ancient wood's essence offered a profound sense of relaxation. To ensure Daenerys' safety, aside from Lady Stark, all 4 of her devoted handmaidens accompanied her into the spring. Under the attentive care of these enchanting women, Daenerys slowly made her way to the center of the pool. While the unique allure of the sacred wood springs was undeniable, accustomed as she was to higher temperatures, Daenerys felt that something was amiss. However, for the other ladies, the warmth was ample. In contrast to their mature and voluptuous figures, Daenerys, though not short, appeared somewhat more slender. As she gazed at her modest bosom, a pang of self-consciousness swept over her. It seemed imperative that she devote more energy to nurturing and caring for her body. A woman's greatest asset must be well maintained. By now, night had fully descended, enveloping the surroundings in darkness, save for a few oil lamps suspended from the ancient trees beside the spring. As the saying goes, beauty is best seen beneath the light. In the hazy mist, the maiden's fair skin, nourished by the springs, became increasingly rosy and delicate. Naturally, as they shared candid moments and grew familiar with one another, playful antics and light-hearted frolic ensued. As the night descended in a hazy mist, pairs of delicate, pinkish-white jade rabbits danced with increasing vivacity. Even young Danila found herself captivated by the enchanting scene. "Your Highness, you are still quite young. There is no need to envy them," someone remarked. Typically, children only fully develop around the age of 13 or 14. With an air of candidness, Veda, possessing a physique sculpted from years of martial training, sat beside Danila. Her muscles were considerably firmer than those of the average woman, particularly her prominent assets, which nearly rivaled the size of half a grapefruit. Noticing that her teasing had not embarrassed Danila in the slightest, Veda shifted to a more serious topic. "Your Highness, what could have caused you to suddenly fall into slumber? Is there something peculiar about the fishleaf tree in the Divine Wood Forest?" Danila, taken aback by Veda's observation, inquired curiously, "Why do you ask?" Veda continued, "My mother hails from the Braywood family, devout worshippers of the ancient gods. There are many legends surrounding the fishleaf tree. It is said that families steeped in spiritual faith could control crows and various beasts through it. The more powerful ones could even command shadow mountain cats, giant bears, mountain eagles, and Arctic wolves." A hint of melancholy flickered across Veda's face as she reminisced. "In my maternal lineage, there were once individuals capable of controlling small birds like crows or even small cats and dogs. However, perhaps due to the extensive deforestation of the fishleaf trees in the riverlands, such people have become increasingly rare. I once visited my grandfather's home to consult ancient texts and spent a considerable time beneath his fishleaf tree, but alas, I found nothing of significance." Danila placed her hand gently upon Veda's firm chest, softly chanting incantations to attune herself to the magical energy within her. Under Danila's guidance, The magical aura emanating from the nearby fishleaf tree gradually entered Veda's body, awakening the dormant magic within her bloodline. Daniela slowly closed her eyes, and in her consciousness, a towering fishleaf tree emerged alongside a flurry of fleeting crows. Suddenly, Veda's blush-inducing moan jolted Daniela back to reality, causing her to retract her hands as if shocked. Your Highness, does Miss Veda find this quite pleasurable? A group of noble young ladies, who had been observing for an unknown duration, could no longer contain their curiosity. Misunderstood. Daniela swiftly smacked the still enraptured Veda, exclaiming, "Enough for now. Attend to my change of attire, and allow me to rest. Your Highness, won't you play a little longer? We wish to experience that sensation too," they urged. "I am merely assisting her in a physical examination. Perhaps I can help you in the future. However, I am quite fatigued today." "Until tomorrow," Daniela replied hastily, donning a simple yet elegant gown gifted by Lady Lyssa, before retreating to her chambers in the main castle with an air of urgency. After a brief slumber of over 2 hours, Daenerys donned her leather armor and roused Veda, stealthily circumventing the Stark family sentinels to reach the Stark family crypt at the rear of Winterfell. Myricys had been patiently awaiting their arrival, for her bonded dragon possessed a unique ability to communicate through telepathy within a certain range. "Your Highness, what compels you to infiltrate the Stark family crypt at such an hour?" Veda inquired, perplexed. Daenerys, pressed for time, could only offer a succinct explanation, as you surmised. "It is related to that fish tree. My sudden descent into slumber today was also due to that very tree, which led me here to resolve some complications." Complications? Though still somewhat bewildered, Veda refrained from further questioning and took the lead, cautiously exploring the crypt. Despite the absence of guardians, the crypt was illuminated by oil lamps, allowing Daenerys and her companion to slip inside with ease. Myricys followed closely behind Daenerys, unperturbed by the chilling magical aura that enveloped the space, a sensation foreign to those unacquainted with the fish tree's peculiar bond. "How cold? In the midst of summer, why is it so frigid here? And why do I sense a terrifying force?" With Daenerys' assistance, Veda had successfully awakened her magical bloodline and could now perceive the strange energy surrounding them. However, through Daenerys' heightened senses, it felt as though countless icy eyes were fixated upon her. Guided by her intuition, Daenerys approached a sarcophagus that emanated the strongest energy fluctuations. "Myricys, assist me in opening this sarcophagus." With ease, Myricys used her forelimbs to shift the heavy lid aside, unleashing an even more potent wave of chilling magical energy throughout the crypt. Myricys retrieved the bones within. Myricys extended her head into the vast sarcophagus and emerged with the skeletal remains. The bones, upon striking the ground, resonated with a sound akin to metal clashing. Daenerys and Veda turned their gaze towards the source of the noise, discovering that the remains, undisturbed by the passage of time, resembled a visage sculpted from ice, as if merely slumbering. Chapter 180, The Legend of the Night King. My heavens! Your Highness, the remains of this Stark ancestor bear an uncanny resemblance to the legendary White Walkers. Under the dim glow of the lantern, the corpse shimmered with a dark, crystalline luster, causing even the typically audacious Veda to feel a shiver of trepidation. She hastily drew her sword, vigilant as she scrutinized the icy remains. However, Myricys appeared utterly fascinated by the frozen corpse, gently sniffing at it as if it were a delectable treat. Daniela, having long been mentally prepared, was not particularly surprised. She crouched down, placing her hand near the ice corpse to carefully sense the magical energy within. The ice corpse was imbued with an exceedingly dense, chilling magic, resembling a human refrigerator. No wonder the temperature in the Stark family crypt was so low. Daniela and Myricys, having established a connection with the Yulian tree, felt no aversion to this energy. It is said that the White Walkers were created by the children of the forest using the bodies of the ancestors of the Stark family. Furthermore, is it not true that there are legends of the Night King at the wall? Thus, it is not difficult to comprehend how their ancestors could transform into such ice corpses. Veda was striving to calm her emotions, her mind flooded with terrifying childhood tales of the White Walkers. "Are you referring to the Night King of Long Night Castle? Until today, I too regarded that as merely a dull story used by nursemaids to frighten children. The Night King is a legendary commander of the Night's Watch, said to have lived during the Age of Heroes, with his name lost to time. There are many theories regarding his origins, including claims of lineage from the Bolton family, the Magner clan, the Umbers, the Flint of the Mountain tribes, the Norei, the Woodfort family, and others. However, the predominant belief is that the Night King hailed from the Stark family and may have been named Brandon. He was the 13th commander of the Night's Watch, a fearless warrior who fell in love with a woman whose skin was as pale as the moon, whose eyes sparkled like blue stars, and whose skin was as cold as ice. After bringing her back to Long Night Castle, the Night King crowned her his queen, initiating their brutal reign that lasted 13 years. During this time, countless members of the Night's Watch were sacrificed through blood rituals. Ultimately, the Night King was defeated by his own brothers, the King in the North and the King beyond the Wall, Joramun. Following his demise, it was revealed that he had offered sacrifices to the White Walkers to gain power, leading to the destruction of all records pertaining to him, rendering his name taboo, never to be spoken again. In Dr. Hammond's The Watchers on the Wall, while the origins of the Night King are not mentioned, it does chronicle the account of his ultimate defeat by Brandon, the liberator of Winterfell, in alliance with Joramun, the King beyond the Wall. However, other scholars in the Citadel remain skeptical of these tales, though some concede that there may have been a commander in the early days of the Night's Watch who sought independence within the realm. Some speculate that the so-called corpse-like queen was a woman, the daughter of the King of the Barrow, who mastered dark magic. They employed this dark sorcery for blood rituals to gain terrifying power, capable of controlling thoughts and actions, and bestowing upon themselves an eternal life akin to that of the White Walkers. Those Night's Watch members who were sacrificed became cold puppets under their control. Yet, as time passed, no one in the Seven Kingdoms believed these to be true events anymore. In fact, in the Southern Realms, no one truly believes that such terrifying beings as the White Walkers ever existed. Malasis, ignite the dragon flame. This is the profound depth of the crypt, where, apart from the occasional servant who comes to replenish the oil for the lamps, even members of House Stark would seldom venture. The dim light renders it nearly impossible to discern even the scorch marks left by Dragonfire. Miracis possesses a relatively precise control over the Dragonfire. The searing crimson and violet flames were concentrated entirely on the icy corpse, sparing the surrounding ground from significant damage. After several minutes of intense heat, the icy form ignited, the flames emerging as a chilling blue. However, before the fire could extinguish, Miracis consumed the entire corpse in one swift motion. Witnessing the dragon devour the body for the first time, Veda could hardly bear to look, instinctively turning her head away. Once the body was entirely ingested, Miracis cast her fiery gaze deeper into the stone sarcophagi. Seeing this, Veda hesitantly inquired of Daenerys, "Your Highness, you do not intend to drag out the ancestors of House Stark to feed the dragon, do you?" Daenerys responded with a teasing expression. "Did you expect anything less? Would you rather see them transformed into whites?" Veda was momentarily speechless, but childhood visions of the past flooded her mind, prompting her to think that perhaps it was better to bring them all out. Thus, Daenerys began to search each sarcophagus, utilizing Miracis to open those that emanated magical energy. Without exception, every corpse was well preserved and had transformed into an icy form. Consequently, Daenerys commanded Miracis to extract them all mercilessly, igniting and consuming them in the process. As the spectacle unfolded, Veda gradually acclimated to the sight and even engaged in light-hearted conversation with Daenerys about the appearance of the Stark ancestors. "Your Highness, have you noticed? These ancestors of House Stark, capable of becoming ice corpses, all bear a striking resemblance, tall, with long faces and dark hair. Is this the power of bloodlines?" Daenerys nodded in agreement. "Indeed, it is a strong trait. This is precisely why ancient families, or those wielding certain mystical powers, often engage in intermarriage. Only by ensuring the purity of their lineage can they best preserve and harness the extraordinary capabilities of their blood." Fortunately, with Miracis present, the arduous task of lifting and restoring the heavy sarcophagus lids became manageable. After consuming over 20 icy corpses, Miracis finally reached her limit. Daenerys instructed her to transport these remains to a location beneath the crumbling tower, not far from the crypt. As dawn approached, Miracis successfully completed the transport of more than 100 icy corpses. Daenerys quickly utilized her mental connection to summon Dreamfire and the young Balerion, despite the tenuous link they had established with the fish tree on Dragonstone. However, they seemed indifferent in the face of the icy corpses. At last, Rhaenyra recited an incantation, compelling them to expel dragon flames. The dragon flames of Dreamfire were evidently far more potent, igniting over 100 ice corpses in an instant. Witnessing the icy blue flames consuming the corpses, Dreamfire and the others finally felt a ravenous desire to devour them. To prevent the fiery glow from alerting the guards of Winterfell, Rhaenyra urged them to swiftly allow Dreamfire to consume these bodies entirely. With Dreamfire present, it could easily devour several ignited ice corpses in one gulp. Thus, in no time, the swarm of dragons had completely devoured the remains. Rhaenyra had successfully conveyed the message from the fish-shaped tree in the sacred grove of Winterfell. Chapter 181, The Last Hearth. The magical energy contained within these ice corpses was remarkably dense. Even after devouring dozens of them, Dreamfire felt an overwhelming sense of fullness. The chilling magical energy, when combined with the searing fire magic within Dreamfire, significantly amplified her power, and her body began to undergo a gradual transformation. As for little Baelon and Miracis, they were in no position to complain. After consuming the ice corpses, they collapsed near the remnants of the tower, utterly unwilling to move. The surging magical energy compelled them to fall into a deep slumber for absorption and digestion. Observing this, Rhaenyra decided to leave them behind and stealthily return to her chambers in the main castle of Winterfell with Varda, barely having changed into her nightwear. The young ladies who had bathed with them the previous day knocked on their door. "Your Highness, Miss Varda, we have come to deliver your toiletries." After a brief wash, Rhaenyra donned her leather armor once more and enjoyed a simple yet sumptuous breakfast with the Stark family. Lord Alad, after breakfast, "I shall set off to the last hearth to fetch Count Amber and the others. Do you have any messages you wish for me to convey?" Rhaenyra inquired, wiping her hands with a handkerchief after finishing her meal. "Thank you, Your Highness. Would you not consider exploring Winterfell a bit first? After all, the other families will not arrive for a few days, so there is ample time," Duke Alad responded, holding a favorable impression of Rhaenyra. His nephew had enjoyed a pleasant time with the princess the previous day, and he hoped to provide them with more opportunities to deepen their bond. Bernard quickly interjected, "I have already selected several places to show you today. Rest assured, I will not allow you to fall into slumber again." The Stark entourage couldn't help but smile at Bernard's eagerness. "Let us first bring the esteemed guests here. Did you not mention that the mountain clans would also come to the winter market for trade in a few days? We have already made arrangements to explore together then. Have we not?" Rhaenyra reminded him, for she had not come to Winterfell merely for leisure. The vast and sparsely populated north held abundant potential for development. Moreover, the noble families of the north were all seasoned warriors, and she intended to seize this opportunity to garner support for her endeavors. At last, the last hearth is situated closer to the wall than Winterfell. Its lord, the Amber family, governs the coastline of Seal Bay, extending south of the newly gifted lands and westward across the vast territory along the King's Road. Their domain encompasses the northern banks of the Last River, as well as the Lonely Mountain. The King's Road stretches for over 200 kilometers along the western border of the Amber family's lands. Although much of their territory lies to the east of the King's Road, the members of the Amber family often graze their livestock on the highland meadows of the uninhabited northern mountains to the west during the summer months. The Amber family controls extensive tracts of premium hardwood forest, characterized by towering pines and ancient oaks. Through the timber trade, the Amber family has become one of the few affluent families in the north, second only to the Manderleys and the Boltons. Moreover, the last hearth is adjacent to the exiled lands of the Hightower family in Crown's Landing. Daenerys intends to see if she can win the Amber family to her side before the Hightower family arrives at Crown's Landing. After all, the daughters of House Hightower possess a formidable allure for the rough men of the north. Through strategic marriage alliances, they could easily establish a foothold in the north, a prospect that neither Daenerys nor King Jaehaerys wishes to see come to fruition. However, in order to spare young Bernard's tender feelings, Daenerys extends an invitation. "Would you not also wish to experience the thrill of riding a dragon? Perhaps you could accompany me to bring those adults here." "Oh yes, yes." Bernard's enthusiasm was immediately ignited by Daenerys' proposal. The thrill of dragon riding is a dream cherished by nearly all boys in the Seven Kingdoms, and the Stark family naturally supports the endeavor. Thus, after breakfast, Daenerys, riding Drogon, swiftly took off towards the last hearth with Veda and Bernard. Meanwhile, Malaise and young Baelor remained deep in slumber at Winterfell, so Daenerys chose to leave them behind. Following the King's Road northward, they soared over the dense wolf woods and the elongated Long Lake. On the eastern shore of Long Lake, a series of reddish-brown mountains emerged, and Daenerys sensed a potent surge of fire magic emanating from that range. "What mountains are those?" Bernard asked, peering in the direction Daenerys indicated. He soon recognized them as the Lonely Mountain, rumored to harbor flame-wielding creatures and often shrouded in searing toxic vapors, rendering it a place seldom approached by mortals. The waters that flow from the Lonely Mountain are scalding and frequently carry the remains of animals. Even the avaricious Bolton family has refrained from claiming land there, leaving it desolate and uninhabited. "Oh, so that is the case. What a foreboding place." Though she uttered those words, Daenerys couldn't help but internally scoff. Such a waste. Clearly, the Lonely Mountain is an active volcano, as evidenced by the colors of its range. Its mineral wealth must be extraordinary. Oh, how splendid it would be to possess such a mountain. After consuming the ice corpse, The speed of Dreamfire surged remarkably overnight, allowing them to reach the last hearth before noon. This castle, though not towering in stature, was constructed with formidable thickness to withstand the biting cold. Even in the harshest of winters, the stout walls could repel much of the frigid air. The Amber family, the ancient lineage of Last Hearth, possessed the blood of giants, resulting in their imposing stature. Millennia ago, they reigned as kings among their ancestors. Their family crest depicted a roaring giant with brown hair, clad in animal hides, wielding a silver chain against a fiery red background. After numerous struggles, the Amber family ultimately became vassals to House Stark, the rulers of Winterfell. Among the myriad speculations regarding the Night King, one theory suggests he hails from the Amber lineage. Legend has it that 3,000 years prior, the Ambers joined forces with the Starks to vanquish the kings beyond the Wall, brothers Jander and Gorn. In the year 58 AC of the Conqueror's reign, Queen Alysanne, the great-grandmother of Daenerys, rode her silver-winged dragon to Last Hearth, visiting the Amber family. When Daenerys descended on Dreamfire outside the main castle of Last Hearth, Count André had already gathered his family at the castle entrance. Observing the towering men of the Amber family, each standing around 2 meters tall with thick hair, Daenerys was certain they possessed the blood of giants. Welcome, Princess Daenerys. After 50 years, Last Hearth has once again been graced by the presence of a dragon. Beautiful princess, you radiate like the blazing sun, rendering the hearths of Last Hearth a touch cold in comparison. To her surprise, the imposing Count André spoke with the eloquence of a bard. Greetings, Count André. Your words are as refreshing as a gentle summer breeze, bringing immense comfort. In response to the Amber family's warm welcome, Daenerys was naturally inclined to reciprocate with joy. This is Miss Vardafree, my sworn protector. Oh my. Only a lady so beautiful and formidable deserves to stand by the side of her highness. It appeared that the men of the Amber family held a particular admiration for tall women, as none of the female members present stood below 1.7 meters. You flatter me, my lord. It is an honor to accompany her highness, and a privilege for the Frey family. Hearing Varda's words, Count André discreetly glanced between her and Daenerys before promptly agreeing. Indeed, although Last Hearth lies at the northernmost edge of the Seven Kingdoms, we are well aware that Princess Daenerys is the youngest dragon rider in Targaryen history and the only royal princess with a domain. She commands dragons and recently thwarted the nefarious schemes of the cunning House Hightower. If only my ineffectual sons could accompany the princess, they would surely awaken from dreams with smiles. Greetings, Bernard. Years ago, when I encountered you in Winterfell, you were merely a timid child, seeking refuge in your nurse's embrace and weeping softly. However, after several years of absence, it appears that your stature has not increased significantly. The speaker is Count André's fourth son, André, whose age barely spans 14 or 15 years, yet he stands nearly 6 feet tall. Fine wisps of facial hair have begun to emerge, adorning a substantial portion of his youthful visage. In truth, Bernard is already considered tall among his peers. Yet when juxtaposed with the towering offspring of the Amber lineage, the disparity is undeniably pronounced. Humph, you, foolish giant, still possess a foul mouth. It is a pity that despite your prodigious appetite, none of it seems to augment your intellect. Bernard felt a surge of indignation at André's words, which had rendered him somewhat embarrassed in front of Daniela, prompting him to respond rather brusquely. However, the simple-minded André took no offense and was eager to continue his teasing. Should you dare to thud, Count André delivered a swift kick, sending his indiscreet son sprawling several meters away, exclaiming in exasperation, "You uncouth wretch! How dare you display such a lack of decorum in the presence of esteemed guests? I shall remember this incident, and should you err even slightly again, I will not hesitate to flay you alive." The force of Count André's kick was no trifling matter. The tall André found himself tumbling several meters away, lying on the ground, momentarily incapacitated by the pain. Count André's eldest daughter, Anna, who shares a close bond with her brother, rushed to assist him, effortlessly lifting the hefty André due to her own towering height of nearly 6 feet. As they observed their mischievous and irreverent younger brother's misfortune, Count André's other sons could not suppress their laughter. The 20-year-old André, 18-year-old Ambry, and 16-year-old Andler all possessed robust physiques, and Daniela estimated that they had all surpassed 6.5 feet in height. Remarkably, even Count André's 10-year-old daughter, Rhaenyra, who had matured early, towered over Daniela. Please forgive me, Your Highness. My fourth brother's head has often been struck by a brown bear, which explains his propensity for outrageous remarks. I hope you do not take offense, Daniela replied, maintaining a courteous smile. He seems quite spirited. I am certain he will grow to be an exceptional warrior of the Amber family. Following this amusing interlude, Count Andrei's wife, Lady Karshnikov, promptly ushered Danila and her companions into the great hall of the castle. The castle, aptly named after the hearth, boasted an expansive hall of several hundred square meters, equipped with no fewer than 8 grand fireplaces. Even in the summer, one of the fireplaces was ablaze, a testament to the frigid winters that beset Hearthstone Castle. During lunch, Lady Karshnikov had prepared a lavish spread of roasted meats, an array of fruit pies, and vegetable pasties. Indeed, a feast of high-calorie delights. To Daniela's surprise, despite the towering stature of the Amber family, they exhibited a preference for vegetables and fruits over meat. This inclination resembled that of the giants, who, as a predominantly herbivorous race, seldom indulged in flesh unless driven by extreme hunger. However, the robust ladies of the Amber clan found great pleasure in meat, much akin to Varda, who relished her carnivorous delights. 18-year-old Ambliu, still unwed, was captivated by Varda at first sight. Throughout the meal, his gaze rarely strayed from her, almost as if it were magnetically drawn. Each time he savored the fruit tart, he would extend his tongue longingly, savoring it as if it were not merely delectable food, but rather Varda's slightly calloused yet exquisite hands. His ardent stare was unmistakably evident to all present. Being a skilled warrior, Varda was acutely aware of the discomforting scrutiny from Ambliu. Struggling against her rising nausea, she painstakingly finished her meal. With a fierce glare directed at the source of that fervent gaze, she was taken aback when Ambliu brazenly shot her a flirtatious wink and kiss. This display of audacity pushed Varda to her limits, prompting her to rise abruptly and exclaim, "You foolish giant, rein in your repulsive gaze, or I shall not hesitate to pluck out your eyes and crush them beneath my feet." Yet, Ambliu found her anger even more endearing, declaring, "Your fury makes you even more akin to the women of the Amber family. I have resolved to pursue Miss Varda Flory from this day forth." His shameless demeanor incited a mix of irritation and amusement in Varda, who, in a fit of indignation, drew her long sword and issued a challenge. "Is that so? I commend your courage. If you wish to court me, then wield your weapon and prove your strength against me first." As the members of the Amber family erupted in raucous laughter, Daniela suddenly realized that the Amber clan indeed upheld the tradition of the Lord's first night. "Varda, wield my dawn." Daniela held great confidence in Varda's prowess, yet recognized that the towering members of the Amber family were born warriors, endowed with immense strength. With the dawn sword in her grasp, Varda's chances of victory would significantly increase. Amidst the raucous cheers, the two squared off in the grand hall of the main fortress. Chapter 183, The Little Giant and the Brawny Adversary. Once Varda, holding her Valyrian sword, found her stance, she elegantly twirled the blade, acclimating to the dawn sword. As the sword spun, its radiant silver blade shimmered like the stars, captivating all who beheld it. "A Valyrian steel sword. What a magnificent weapon!" exclaimed Count Andrei, nearly leaping from his seat. His eyes ignited with fervor as he recognized the extraordinary nature of the dawn sword. Reflecting inwardly, it appears that the Targaryen family has indeed mastered the art of forging Valyrian steel. The king's summons to King's Landing is likely not a mere formality. "Bring forth the sword." Observing the strikingly valiant Veda, Andariel's gaze intensified with fervor. Shortly thereafter, a towering figure, a veritable giant standing approximately 2.5 meters tall, entered while wielding a heavy sword nearly 2 meters in length. Andariel received the sword from the giant's grasp, effortlessly demonstrating a few flourishes. The Amber family, owing to their imposing stature, favored the use of heavy swords. Coupled with their physical advantages, they resembled humanoid tanks upon the battlefield, exuding an air of ferocity. Andariel, brandishing the 2-meter sword, displayed no clumsiness. Rather, he emanated a commanding presence. Moreover, the simplicity of his earlier maneuvers indicated that he had dedicated considerable effort to mastering swordsmanship. Confronted by Andariel's formidable aura, Veda felt no trepidation. Instead, a surge of adrenaline coursed through her veins. With a spirited cry, she brandished her dawnblade and launched the first assault. Her movements were agile and lithe, propelling her swiftly toward Andariel. He, however, wore a smile and casually swung his heavy sword to parry her attack. The clash of the dawnblade against Andariel's sword produced a shower of sparks, leaving a deep gouge upon the blade. Yet, Veda felt a jolt reverberate through her hand. Surprised inwardly, she thought to herself, "This hulking oaf possesses some strength." Nevertheless, she quickly recalibrated, shifting her footing to launch another thrust toward Andariel's flank. Andariel retreated slightly, tilting his body, and swept his heavy sword once more, accurately blocking Veda's advance. Yet another fierce collision ensued. Veda utilized the rebound to execute a graceful spin, launching an attack toward Rhaenyra's opposite side. Her movements flowed seamlessly, akin to water coursing through a stream, captivating all who bore witness. Perhaps out of a sense of chivalry, or perhaps Rhaenyra had indeed fallen for Veda at first sight. He remained in a position of passive defense, refraining from any aggressive maneuvers. This, however, underscored Rhaenyra's undeniable prowess in swordsmanship. After a series of vigorous exchanges, Veda began to feel her stamina waning significantly. In contrast, Rhaenyra appeared effortlessly composed. Consequently, she decided to alter her strategy, no longer relying solely on brute force. She began to blend light and heavy strikes, her movements becoming increasingly fluid, reminiscent of a dragon gliding through the air. Veda sought to close the distance, aiming to engage Rhaenyra in close quarters, thereby neutralizing the advantage of his heavy sword. Though Rhaenyra found it momentarily challenging to decipher her swordplay, he, despite his seemingly cumbersome and rugged demeanor, possessed a nuanced understanding akin to that of his father. He swung his heavy sword to shield vital areas, denying Veda the opportunity to approach. Veda, however, intentionally created an opening, nearly losing her balance during yet another clash of their swords. The attention was entirely focused on Veda, and as Rhaenyra grew tense, his movements revealed a flaw. Seizing the opportune moment, Veda thrust the dawn sword fiercely towards Rhaenyra's left arm. Caught off guard, Rhaenyra was unable to evade, resulting in a gash on his arm that elicited gasps from the onlookers. Yet, Rhaenyra burst into laughter, exclaiming, "Truly, the woman I have chosen is both clever and ruthless." With that, he swung his heavy sword, transitioning from defense to offense, and his assault intensified. The sword slicing through the air with a whistling sound aimed at Veda. Gritting her teeth, Veda braced herself, but each clash exacerbated the fatigue in her arms. Quickly, she distanced herself from Rhaenyra, skillfully evading his strikes while searching for his vulnerabilities. Thus, the two engaged in combat for nearly half an hour, both depleting their stamina significantly. Despite Rhaenyra's bravery, he was but 14 years old, and wielding a heavy sword was indeed taxing. Consequently, his movements began to slow. While the battle was captivating, Daniela's attention was drawn to the small giant standing nearby. "Who is that little giant beside Count Rhaenyra?" she inquired. "Ah, that is Big Pierre, a child I found while hunting in the wolf forest. Look at him. He is quite the sight, and only just over 16. He has an enormous appetite, capable of consuming a large bowl of vegetable pies and fruit tarts in one sitting. When particularly hungry, he can devour half a roasted lamb by himself. Though somewhat simple-minded, he possesses immense strength and has taken on nearly all the laborious tasks within the castle. If the princess is interested in him, I would be honored to offer him to you," Rhaenyra remarked. Daniela shook her head in polite refusal. "He has grown up here. I presume he has formed a deep bond with you all. I could not bear to take away someone else's cherished companion." Count Rhaenyra, eager to establish rapport with Princess Daniela, seized the moment when he noticed her interest in Big Pierre. "Oh, it is but a servant. If the princess desires, I would gladly part with even my lackluster sons for you. This would also serve as an opportunity for our Amber family to express our loyalty to the royal family. Would it not?" As he spoke, Rhaenyra gestured towards his youngest daughter, Anaterra. "Among my children, she is the most astute. If she could serve as a lady-in-waiting to the princess, she might learn the refined manners of the southern nobility, saving us from the ridicule of being considered uncouth by the northern folk." "Haha, Count, you are quite generous. Are you not afraid that I might take your children away with me?" Daniela, who had intended to forge a friendship with the Amber family, was naturally inclined to accept Count Rhaenyra's generous offer. Furthermore, his children certainly appeared to be well suited for roles as bodyguards and attendants, as strength often trumps mere skill. Does it not? Just as Daniela and Rhaenyra engaged in their mutual probing, Veda seized her moment, lifting the dawn sword to unleash her full power, cleaving Rhaenyra's heavy sword in twain. Without his weapons, Andrei found himself in a position of vulnerability. Veda showed no mercy. She charged at him fiercely, wielding a sword in one hand while engaging him in hand-to-hand combat with the other. Faced with Veda's sharp blade, Andrei had no choice but to evade her attacks. The presence of the Dawnlight sword instilled a sense of trepidation in him, causing him to fight cautiously. Consequently, Veda's fists rained down upon him like a torrential downpour, each strike imbued with strength and landing with palpable force. At first, Andrei managed to jest, seemingly enjoying the onslaught of blows. However, as the encounter progressed, he began to struggle under the relentless assault. Veda's strength was formidable, and the pain was undeniable. After several minutes, the battered Andrei attempted to retaliate, but confronted with the glinting Dawnlight sword, he truly felt overwhelmed. Veda's assault intensified, and soon, with his face bruised and battered. Andrei found himself unable to withstand her might any longer. Ultimately, he was compelled to surrender, raising his hand in defeat. Chapter 184. All packed up. Veda's victory elicited a chorus of cheers from the Amber family, and even the bruised and limping Andrei wore a look of pride, his fiery red hair seeming to stand on end with excitement. Who could have anticipated that among the weasels of the Folii family, there existed such a remarkable woman? Was she truly of their blood? Count Andrei appeared unfazed by the sight of his son being soundly beaten, instead displaying a deep admiration for Veda. The atmosphere at the event became increasingly lively, with the women of the Amber family gathering around Veda, engaging her in warm conversation. This made Veda somewhat bashful, leading her to regret that she might have been a bit too forceful in her approach. Count Andrei, on my way here, I discovered an abundance of quality timber surrounding Last Hearth. What is the approximate annual yield of your logging operations? As the lord of the northernmost realm of the Seven Kingdoms, the Amber family primarily produced hardwoods such as pine and oak from their encampments. These were exquisite materials for constructing ocean-going vessels. In response to Daniela's inquiry, Count Andrei spoke candidly, revealing, the northern lands are barren. The only significant resources Last Hearth can offer are these timbers and some furs from wild beasts. We typically manage to fell about a dozen ships worth each year. To minimize transportation costs, we send the timber directly down the last river to the estuary, where it is sold to timber merchants in Braavos. The shipyards there have a perennial demand for high-quality wood, and thus, we are often unable to meet the supply. Braavos, geographically speaking, it is indeed the most suitable choice for timber procurement from the north. White Harbor is the closest city of the Seven Kingdoms to Braavos. Moreover, the north boasts vast expanses, adorned with extensive high-quality forests that continuously supply premium hardwood to the shipyards of Braavos. Beyond timber, a plethora of foundational minerals, agricultural products, and pelts also flow from the north to Braavos. However, Daenerys does not wish for the fundamental resources of the Seven Kingdoms to be squandered on the free trade city-state. My lord, why not consider a trade? My citadel of the Holy Flame is on the verge of construction, necessitating a substantial amount of wood. Additionally, Holy Flame Island is also establishing its own shipyard, which will significantly increase the demand for quality timber. Perhaps the timber from Last Hearth could be directly sold to Holy Flame Island? We could set the price at a market premium of 5%, and in return, Holy Flame Island would provide an equivalent value of Dragonfire wine and dragon porcelain quotas to House Amber. Of course, should any families allied with House Amber possess quality timber, livestock, or pelts, they would also be treated equally. Count Andrei had long coveted the Dragonfire wine and dragon porcelain offered by the Mandrell family of White Harbor. And now that the opportunity has presented itself, he would not let it slip away. No problem, leave it to me, Your Highness, he declared. As for other families, I believe a 5% premium would suffice. The quotas for Dragonfire wine and dragon porcelain should be reserved solely for House Amber, thus allowing Last Hearth to embark on a new venture. Upon hearing this, Daenerys stifled a smile and replied, Since you have spoken, my lord, it is certainly agreeable. Due to time constraints, Daenerys did not linger in Last Hearth. After a brief respite following lunch, she used Dreamfire to transport Count Andrei, his 4 sons, his young daughter, about 10 warriors, and the giant Pier to Winterfell. This was Dreamfire's first time carrying such a sizable group, predominantly composed of large individuals, and she initially struggled with the weight. Both takeoff and the initial flight proved somewhat laborious. Fortunately, having undergone several transformations this year, Dreamfire soon adapted by vigorously flapping her wings. Those on her back clung tightly to the spines along her back, too fearful to move lest they tumble off. Only the bold Andrei, seated beside Warda, savored the closeness to his beloved, completely oblivious to his precarious situation. As Dreamfire gradually acclimated to the added weight, she sensed a harmonious fusion of the energy within her, a result of consuming the ice corpse and her own fiery magic. This sensation brought her immense comfort, prompting a resounding roar to escape her throat. An hour later, Dreamfire returned to Winterfell with her passengers. After disembarking, Daenerys did not linger. She ascended once more, directing her flight towards Castle Black, this time without Bernard. Castle Black, the ancestral stronghold of House Stark, stands as a formidable fortress in the northeastern expanse of Winterfell. Nestled within a grove by the banks of the last river, lies the distant settlement of Jaehaerys, close to the trembling sea, with a towering cliff to the east. A millennium ago, Lord Caron Stark quelled a rebellion, earning him a grant of land. He named his fortress Caron-esque Castle, which eventually evolved into Jaehaerys over time. Centuries later, the Stark lineage of Jaehaerys transitioned into the Karstark family. The Karstark clan stands as one of the principal vassals of House Stark, adorned with a sigil of a white sunburst on a black field, and their motto is the Son of Winter. Members of the Karstark family are typically tall and formidable, with long hair and beards, characterized by brown hair and gray-blue eyes. Much like their Stark counterparts, they possess elongated faces. The Karstark kin favor garments fashioned from seal, bear, and wolf pelts, or black wool, emblazoned with the family's white sunburst insignia. Their soldiers don black iron half-helmets, clad in chainmail or stitched shirts, while the Lord of Karstark is attired in black iron armor. Their battle cry resonates with a deep and mournful tone. While en route to Jaehaerys, Daenerys deliberately diverted her flight to the Lonely Mountain. Following the rich waves of fiery magical energy emanating from the mountain range, she effortlessly located a small active volcano nestled within its depths. The volcanic crater billowed thick clouds of smoke, swiftly engulfing the area in the strong winds. This noxious smoke, laden with toxic gases, understandably deterred any weary souls from venturing into the Lonely Mountain. With a powerful flap of her massive dragon wings, Dreamfire dispersed the nearby fumes with ease. However, for prudence's sake, she dampened a scarf with water to cover the mouths and noses of herself and Veda. Daenerys circled the volcano several times atop Dreamfire, discovering numerous copper, iron, and aluminum deposits emerging near the fiery river, alongside several gold nuggets the size of dog heads. Promptly, she commanded Dreamfire to retrieve the gold, filled with contentment as she soared towards Jaehaerys. Chapter 185. The Bustling Winterfell Princess. It seems you were already aware of the gold mines within the Lonely Mountain. Veda inquired incredulously, gazing at the several gold nuggets weighing approximately 30 to 40 pounds in total. Such an abundance of gold could forge 4,000 or 5,000 golden dragons, and she was astonished at their mere discovery. Areas surrounding volcanoes are often rich in various mineral resources, yet the toxic gases emanating from the crater typically dissuade approach. The existence of an open gold mine was a delightful surprise. Daenerys patiently elucidated to Veda that while vegetation near volcanoes may not be particularly lush, the mineral resources are frequently abundant. Moreover, the geographical conditions surrounding the Lonely Mountain are favorable, as the cold air from the north converges with the moisture from the trembling sea, resulting in ample precipitation. Many rivers of the north originate from this very place. It is indeed a treasure trove. However, the volcanic toxins render it perilous for anyone to venture close, complicating any attempts at development. Amidst the sweltering heat and rising steam, Dreamfire ascended once again to a height of 1,000 meters. Instantly, droplets of water condensed over its entire form, revealing the immense humidity enveloping the lonely mountain range. After a span of 1 hour, Daenerys and her companions reached the city of Karho, declining the invitation to the banquet hosted by Count Karstark. Daenerys promptly led a retinue of approximately 20 members from House Karstark back to Winterfell. The vicinity of Karho offered no distinctive resources, and given the close bond between House Karstark and House Stark at this juncture, Daenerys was keen to conserve her energies rather than expend them on their hospitality. She ensured their timely return to Winterfell, well before the evening's festivities commenced. Apart from the Amber and Karstark families, other prominent houses, including House Glover from Deepwood Motte, House Seaworth from Seaworth City, House Hornwood from Hornwood Hill, House Locke from Old Town, and House Tully from Tully's Keep, had also arrived, infusing Winterfell with a vibrant atmosphere. Duke Eddard introduced these loyal vassals to Daenerys, who was already well acquainted with her esteemed reputation, and thus they all exhibited a demeanor of utmost respect. Meanwhile, Count Andre had eagerly initiated discussions with several timber-producing lords regarding the provision of supplies for Daenerys. Prior to the banquet, Daenerys, accompanied by Bernard and Anathra, visited the kennel to check on the 5 young lizard lions. Following closely behind was Andre, oblivious to the fact that Varda's teeth were audibly clicking in excitement. The 5 little creatures had been thriving in their short lives, receiving ample supplies of plump geese morning and evening, likely indulging in a level of nourishment they had never experienced before. That evening, Daenerys arranged for a robust ram to be brought forth. Lena, attack, she commanded as the ram was ushered into the kennel. Although the ram was considerably larger than the lizard lions, Leo and his companions displayed no trepidation. As the eldest among the 5, Leo exerted all his effort to elevate his limbs, striving to appear nearly as imposing as the ram. Upon seeing the snarling lizard lions before it, the ram immediately became alert, directing its horns towards them. In response, Leo and Lena stealthily approached from 2 different angles, while the other 3 lizard lions dispersed, quickly encircling the ram. Lena intentionally emitted a growl, capturing the ram's attention. The already taut creature charged towards her, only to be deftly evaded. Seizing the opportunity, Leo lunged forward, sinking his teeth into the ram's neck, and with a powerful maneuver, he brought the ram crashing to the ground. Seeing this, Lena and the others swiftly closed in, each seizing hold of the ram's limbs and belly. Under the relentless tugging of the 5 lizard lions, the rams soon succumbed, and the young creatures feasted upon their prize. However, due to their diminutive size, they were unable to consume the ram's head and large bones. Thus, Daenerys instructed Andrei to gather the remnants and present them to Dreamfire for consumption. Observing the meager fare that barely sufficed to fill the gaps between her teeth, Dreamfire appeared distinctly dissatisfied. Bernard hastily ordered the servants to bring forth several roasted old horses and aged cattle, which barely provided a semblance of sustenance for Dreamfire. Given that Winterfell was not affluent and had to accommodate numerous guests in the coming days, Daenerys had no choice but to compromise, ensuring that Dreamfire and the others were only half-sated. During the banquet, Duke Ellard conferred with Daenerys, saying, "Your Highness, the noble families of the north are rather dispersed. Gathering them all would be a considerable waste of time. I propose that we summon the families from the southern regions to establish a presence at Carlin Bay, while I lead the remaining families directly there to meet them. We can then proceed together to the Riverlands. What do you think?" This certainly seemed an efficient solution, and Daenerys readily acquiesced. Henceforth, it was merely a matter of the princess inviting the Mormont family from Bear Island and the Bolton family from the Dreadfort to Winterfell. Duke Ellard continued, "Bear Island is currently in the midst of hunting season, and their numbers may be limited. I hope the princess can understand their plight, as they rely heavily on the bounty of this season for their livelihood." Daenerys was well aware of the circumstances surrounding Bear Island, and she harbored a favorable impression of the Mormont family. Thus, she would not impose difficulties upon them. "I have indeed heard of their situation. Life on Bear Island can be quite challenging. Perhaps I could lead a contingent to assist them in their hunt. Dreamfire excels at pursuing large oceanic beasts." Duke Ellard was greatly pleased by her words, exclaiming, "Your Highness is most gracious." Meanwhile, Count Andrei had, over the course of dinner, successfully negotiated timber supplies from several families. "Your Highness, the families from Deepwood Motte, Seaguard, and others are willing to sell their timber to Dragonstone." After finalizing the arrangements, Count Andrei approached Daenerys to take credit, saying, "How do you find my efficiency, Your Highness? Once we reach Carlin Bay, I shall surely rally even more families to our cause." "Well done, my lord," Daenerys praised. "Your efforts will be greatly rewarded when we arrive in King's Landing." Given the number of families that had arrived and the Northmen's penchant for revelry, Daenerys found herself engaging with them well into the night, until they gradually dispersed. Though not intoxicated, Daenerys felt weary from a full day of dragon riding and socializing. Thus, under the attentive care of Veda, Anathara, and several ladies with whom she had previously bathed, she soon succumbed to slumber. Chapter 186. Continued feasting on the affluent. Early the next morning, Daenerys was roused by the persistent mental summons of Malaise, who had evidently awakened from her slumber. Hungry. It seemed that Malaise and her kin had also emerged from their repose. Yet, after merely a day without sustenance, one finds themselves overwhelmed by hunger? As a dutiful dragon slave, Daenerys promptly rose and instructed Veda, who had hurried over upon hearing the commotion, to direct the servants to prepare several roasted sheep for Miranda and the others. Otherwise, they might be compelled to hunt for themselves, and it would not be long before the flocks of Winterfell were nearly depleted. Veda, having long been acquainted with the voracious appetites of dragons, understood that Daenerys was not jesting and hastily set about her tasks. After a brief cleansing, Daenerys donned her leather armor and hood with the assistance of her bathing companions. Upon her arrival at the kennel, she found Bernard already ushering a plump pig into the enclosure of Leo and his companions. "Good morning, Daenerys." Bernard, whose cheeks were flushed from the morning chill, appeared rather endearing. "You arrived just in time. I've prepared a change of fare for Leo and the others." At that moment, the black pig sensed impending peril, glancing at the grinning little lizard lion across from it. Although the pig trembled with fear, it boldly initiated the attack. The young lizard lions, encountering such a formidable morsel for the first time, instinctively recoiled in fright. Only the fierce Leo remained vigilant, sidestepping and, as the black pig charged, leapt forth to seize the creature by its neck. "Well done, Leo. Go on, finish him." Bernard, still embodying the exuberance of childhood, cheered as Leo struck true. However, the black pig, larger and stronger, managed to throw Leo off in a pained flail. Fortunately, Leo's agility spared him from injury, yet this only fueled his ferocity. With an enraged roar, Leo quickly ascended back onto the pig's neck, this time biting down with greater ferocity, his claws sinking deeply into the pig's flesh. Bravo, Leo! Despite the pig's frantic thrashing, Leo cleverly maintained his balance with his tail, steadfastly clinging to the pig's neck and drawing blood from the wound with his tongue. At this moment, Lena and the other lizard lions finally sprang into action, and together they swiftly brought the black pig down. Alas, the poor creature met its demise at the hands of the 5 siblings, leaving behind naught but a bare skull, grimly solitary. Aware that the livestock in Winterfell was dwindling, Daenerys instructed the servants to roast 10 sheep to satisfy the appetites of Drogon and his kin. After sharing breakfast with her companions, she took to the skies, guiding her dragons towards the ominous fortress. The Bolton family, one of the oldest, most powerful, and infamously notorious noble houses in the north, awaited her. Daenerys intended to dine with them today. The Boltons had once reigned over the north, bearing the title of the Red King. Since the Long Night, the Red Kings of the Bolton family have stood as the most formidable adversaries and rivals of House Stark, the rulers of the north. For millennia, they have fiercely resisted the northern kings, even managing to defeat the Starks on several occasions, flaying some Stark lords and displaying their skins in their ominous fortress, the Dreadfort. According to rumors, certain Bolton lords have donned the skins of their enemies, including those of House Stark, as cloaks. This gruesome tradition has imbued the Bolton name with a sinister reputation, leading some to believe that the legendary Night King was of Bolton lineage. Nevertheless, the Boltons have maintained a remarkably stringent and effective governance over their vassals. Despite enduring multiple defeats, they have consistently managed to rally their vassals for renewed warfare after periods of recovery. The history of the Bolton family is marked by cunning and treachery, yet they have ensured that the majority of their subjects are well-fed, resulting in a population density that rivals that of the South. Thousands of years ago, the Dreadfort allied with the Grey Stark family of the Wolf's Den to launch an assault on House Stark, but this endeavor ended in failure, leading to the annihilation of the Grey Starks, as fratricide is deemed the gravest sin in the Seven Kingdoms, one that cannot be forgiven. Several centuries ago, the Boltons faced Stark forces once more, as King Harren Stark's army besieged the Dreadfort for 2 full years, ultimately compelling the famished Boltons to surrender and lower their banner. Among the northern nobles who ultimately yielded to House Stark was the last Red King, Roose Bolton, known as Roose the Hunter, who truly submitted to the Stark family during the early incursions of the Undulls into Westeros, vowing to abandon their gruesome tradition of flaying enemies. Concurrently, Cairin Stark constructed Castle Carhold on the northeastern lands of the Bolton territory to supervise and constrain them. For the past few centuries, the Bolton family has remained loyal to the Starks, despite whispers suggesting that they secretly flay prisoners and display these skins in a hidden chamber within the Dreadfort. Overall, they have been relatively well-behaved. However, after a prolonged period of recuperation, the Bolton family has regained considerable strength, and Daenerys estimates that they could muster 3,000 to 5,000 warriors when fully mobilized. Therefore, for the sake of peace in the north, Daenerys resolves to wield her dragons to diminish the strength of House Bolton. Departing from Winterfell, crossing the White Knife River leads directly into Bolton territory. Daenerys observes that as she approaches the Dreadfort, the villages become increasingly dense and clustered. As the dragons soar overhead, livestock scatter in panic below, yet the herders, captivated by the sight of the great dragons, show little inclination to control their flocks. Your Highness, I had always imagined the Dreadfort to be a place of darkness and dread. I never anticipated that the population within the family's domain would be so substantial, nearly comparable to that of the Riverlands, Varda remarked, gazing at the lively scene below. The terrifying fortress stands as a formidable stronghold, characterized by its towering walls and jagged battlements. Nestled near a volcanic crater on a solitary mountain ridge, it houses an underground river of hot water, thus employing a heating method akin to that of Winterfell. However, the flag of flayed men, swaying ominously in the wind, adds an unsettling aura to the fortress. The scale of the terrifying fortress is significantly smaller than that of Winterfell, lacking any space for dragons to land. Daenerys found herself circling in search of a suitable perch when she chanced upon a group of swineherds herding 100 plump pigs among the trees. Without hesitation, she urged her dragon to soar directly towards them. The swineherds, startled by the approaching dragons, fell to the ground in sheer terror, their mouths agape in a soundless gasp. In a frenzied panic, the hefty black pigs bolted into the woods, only to be swiftly pursued by the agile Merageus. A stream of pinkish-purple dragon fire erupted, instantly roasting several of the pigs that had charged ahead. Just as the remaining pigs prepared to scatter, Balerion and his companions had already encircled them from 3 directions. 3 distinct streams of orange dragonfire surged into the herd, and amidst the pigs' anguished squeals, they were quickly cooked to perfection. Meanwhile, Dreamfire descended gracefully, enveloping the few black pigs that had narrowly escaped in a consuming blaze of dark blue flames. Daenerys produced 3 gold coins and handed them to Varda, instructing her to reward the swineherds, as it would sufficiently compensate for their losses. Under the scorching dragonfire, the plump black pigs became delectably charred on the outside while remaining tender within, releasing an irresistible aroma that wafted through the treeline. Meraeus and the others eagerly began to feast, evidently favoring the flavor of the pigs over that of goats. Even the smallest among them, Meraeus, could devour an entire pig in just a few bites. Balerion and his companions had also grown considerably over the past months, easily finishing off a whole pig in 2 or 3 mouthfuls, while Dreamfire managed to consume one in a single bite, albeit with a certain delicacy. By the time Marquis Royce Bolton arrived with his family and vassals at the edge of the woods, Dreamfire and the others had already devoured every last pig, though they were still only moderately sated. After their recent feast of the ice corpses, it seemed their appetites had expanded, particularly Meraeus, who appeared to be growing at a visibly rapid pace. Marquis Bolton, impeccably groomed with smooth skin and an unremarkable appearance, neither handsome nor ugly, bore no scars from his years of military service. Despite being in his 40s, his face showed few wrinkles, displaying little evidence of the passage of time. His lips were extremely thin, pinched together to form almost a straight line. In summary, Royce Bolton possesses a countenance that is impervious to the ravages of time, exuding a serene composure whether in anger or delight. His expressions remain consistently measured. Most striking are his peculiarly pale eyes, deeper than milk yet lighter than stone, reminiscent of ice. Daniela is curious whether Royce Bolton has ever shed tears in his life. If he has, does he weep with water or with ice? Your Highness, knowing that Her Highness would soon grace us with her presence, the terrifying fortress has prepared an abundance of exquisite fare and fine wines. Skinned cattle, horses, sheep, and pigs have all been readied, ample enough to satisfy the appetites of the great dragons. When the Marquis Royce Bolton speaks, his voice is a soft whisper, barely audible, compelling Daniela to pay rapt attention to his words. Thus, we are indebted to you, Lord Marquis Royce. Surrounded by a throng, Daniela walks with them to the terrifying fortress. Rather than a castle, it resembles an immense and formidable stronghold. The thick, towering walls are adorned with no fewer than 100 crossbows, while beneath them lie heaps of oil barrels and arrows, showcasing the Bolton family's vast reserves of strategic supplies. Notably, the fortress's entrance boasts 2 layers, both encased in steel, making it exceedingly difficult to breach given the current state of weaponry in this world. The servants within the fortress abound, yet scarcely a sound can be heard. Their movements are meticulous and cautious, with no room for carelessness. Ahem. Royce Bolton's only legitimate son, Roga, though 14 or 15 years of age, bears a pallid complexion, his eye sockets tinged with a hint of blue, clearly indicating frail health. However, compared to other members of the Bolton family, his appearance is markedly more handsome. Varda, please pour a glass of dragonfire wine for young Master Roga. It will greatly alleviate his discomfort, Daniela instructed with concern. Yes, as a matter of etiquette. Daniela always brings gifts when visiting each castle, and dragonfire wine is an essential offering. After consuming the dragonfire wine, Roga's complexion visibly brightened, eliciting a rare glimmer of excitement on Royce Bolton's typically icy visage. The dragonfire wine from St. Flame Island has gained renown across the 7 kingdoms, and the terrifying fortress procured some from White Harbor. Yet, it had not seemed to possess such remarkable effects. Daniela elucidated. This batch of dragonfire wine is truly known as Targaryen dragonfire, reserved exclusively for the royal family and not available in the market. Ah, I see, Targaryen dragonfire. No wonder it possesses such efficacy. Royce Bolton resumed his usual impassive demeanor, stating, Roga has been frail since childhood. Despite the scholar's numerous attempts, little progress has been made. Who would have thought that this dragonfire wine could prove more effective than the scholar's potions? Her Highness may not be aware, Royce Bolton remarked, feeling quite troubled by the implications. He understood that the royal family's exclusive wines are typically only available during royal events or as gifts from the king. The Bolton family and the royal family have had no dealings, making it naturally difficult to acquire such resources. Daenerys discerned the Marquis's implied meaning and explained that the brewing conditions for the Targaryen's dragonfire were exceedingly stringent. In addition to requiring the assistance of dragons, it also necessitated the geothermal waters from volcanic hot springs and various precious materials that could only be cultivated near volcanoes. After all, the size of Dragonstone was quite limited, resulting in a yearly yield that was indeed scarce. I could personally offer a bottle to young Lord Royce, but anything beyond that would pose a challenge, as both His Majesty the King and several royal members have become reliant on it. Alas, if only the volcanoes of Dragonstone were larger, we could produce more. Volcano? Hot springs. Royce Bolton immediately recalled the solitary mountain range to the north of his family's territory, though only half of it lay within Bolton lands. It was rich in geothermal springs, which provided the warmth for the Bolton household. He proposed to Daenerys, "Your Highness, to the north of the Bolton territory lies a solitary mountain range, abundant in hot spring resources. Although only a portion is within the Bolton estate, its area is significantly larger than Dragonstone. Might Your Highness be interested in a collaboration?" Daenerys took a delicate sip from her golden wine and replied, "Lord Marquis, your suggestion is indeed enticing. However, hot springs alone are insufficient. We must also consider the feasibility of cultivating the necessary materials and the specialized barley that thrives on Dragonstone's volcanic soil. This endeavor would require substantial effort and considerable initial investment. When I traveled to Last Hearth, I passed through the solitary mountain range, and its conditions appeared quite suitable. If we could integrate the entire solitary mountain with the lands along the eastern shore of Long Lake, it could indeed be promising." Chapter 188. Conspiring for the solitary mountain and Carlin Bay. From the tender age of 5, Daenerys had garnered a reputation for her love of wealth throughout the Seven Kingdoms. In the years following her successful dragon riding, her prowess in managing her territory began to receive widespread acclaim. A mere speck of land like Dragonstone, under Daenerys' stewardship, had surpassed the output of many large earldoms in just over 3 years. Consequently, the heads of many prominent families in the Seven Kingdoms devoted themselves to supporting their offspring, sparing no effort to win her favor. Especially this year, with the news of Daenerys commanding a host of dragons, the gaze of the highest nobility became entirely fixed upon her. Following her decisive destruction of the city of Sunspear and the Hightower family, the noble lords of the Seven Kingdoms witnessed the royal princess's fervent dedication to her domain. Particularly in this time of uncertainty regarding the royal succession, they were carefully weighing their allegiances. The astute Royce Bolton was naturally among them. Thus, Royce Bolton immediately grasped Daenerys' intent, transforming his expression into one of icy resolve as his mind raced with a flurry of thoughts, schemes taking shape within his consciousness. The land encompassing the Lonely Mountain and the eastern shore of Long Lake was substantial, rivaling that of a large earldom. Although few dared to tread upon the treacherous slopes of the Lonely Mountain, the eastern shore of Long Lake, despite its modest fertility, benefited from the warm springs cascading from the mountain, resulting in lush vegetation and abundant wildlife. While no one settled there, during the summer months, the Stark, Bolton, and Tully families, along with their vassals, would drive their livestock to graze and hunt in the area. In recent years, Dragonstone had been diligently researching high-yield crops, achieving remarkable results. The barley yield in Whitehill had reached around 200 kilograms per acre. Moving forward, it was imperative to continue experiments in lands like Long Lake and Cape Carlin, where the soil was barren but the hydrological conditions remained favorable. Daenerys understood that the North's greatest challenge was its food scarcity and the harsh winters, which severely limited population growth. Thus, she pressed on, knowing that if successful, these high-yield crops could be introduced and cultivated in the North. In time, the expansive North would no longer be a desolate wasteland. 200 kilograms per acre? Royce Bolton's eyes widened in disbelief. His expressions today had likely fluctuated more than in the past several years combined. What? Has Lord Royce not heard? The yields of various high-yield crop varieties from Dragonstone have doubled since last year. This year's harvest is expected to be even more bountiful, with barley potentially reaching 300 to 400 kilograms per acre. Daenerys was acutely aware of the allure that high-yield crops held for the nobility of this world. Therefore, while benefiting the populace, she also sought to maximize her own interests. Despite her current ability to command legions and her unparalleled combat prowess, if she aspired to establish her own kingdom and empire, a solid foundation and robust livelihood for her subjects were paramount. In the years to come, her focus would remain on fostering economic growth and population in Westeros, which naturally required the acquisition of more territories. After all, conquering a realm was far easier than maintaining it. Without a solid foundation and a substantial economic base, even if one could command legions and conquer the entire world, governance would remain a formidable challenge. Valyria had once boasted 40 dragon lord families and thousands of dragons, yet even then, the issues plaguing their realm were numerous. The Lonely Mountain and Cape Carlin. Royce Bolton understood Daenerys' implications. It seemed the Dragon Princess had set her sights on these two locations. While acquiring territories in other kingdoms was no simple feat, unclaimed lands such as the Lonely Mountain and Cape Carlin could prove manageable if approached with the right strategy. Compared to other great kingdoms, the Stark family of the North was known for its generosity in granting lands. After all, they simply lacked the energy to manage it themselves. Rather than letting it languish, it would be wiser to entrust it to others, from whom they could still derive a portion of tax revenue. Royce understood the princess's intentions. The Bolton family would undoubtedly assist her in achieving her desires, typically meticulous and prudent in his dealings. Royce Bolton unusually expressed his stance with remarkable candor today. This is the hallmark of an astute individual. When circumstances are unclear, the ability to protect oneself is of paramount importance. However, when opportunities arise, the capacity to seize them decisively and execute plans with unwavering determination requires even greater skill. Not to mention, Daenerys now commands a host of followers. And her own intelligence, coupled with her relationship with King Jaehaerys, has already drawn many to seek alliances with her. Thus, the astute Royce Bolton would certainly not overlook this rare opportunity. The Bolton family has endured too long under the Stark family's dominance. Establishing a connection with Princess Daenerys could undoubtedly propel the Boltons forward. Communication among the wise necessitates little superfluous dialogue. Subsequently, the atmosphere remained congenial, as everyone leisurely savored fine wines and exquisite cuisine. After a hearty repast, Daenerys sent the principal members of the Bolton family and their vassals to Winterfell in several groups. Meanwhile, Drogon and his kin consumed a staggering 200 to 300 livestock outside the terrifying fortress, their appetite remarkably insatiable. However, having feasted today, they could forego sustenance for the next few days without consequence. Upon arriving in Winterfell, Royce Bolton engaged in private discussions with Duke Ellard, but as night fell, it seemed no conclusions had been reached. After all, the stakes were high. The Stark family's generous lands, equivalent to sizable earldoms, would not be easily relinquished. Moreover, the strategic significance of Carhold, which guards the neck, cannot be lightly entrusted to others. Drogon and his companions had certainly feasted well today at the terrifying fortress, and upon their return to Winterfell, they all settled beneath the broken tower to slumber. After partaking of the Dragonfire wine, Roose Bolton experienced significant improvement in his condition. Thus, upon arriving in Winterfell, he joined Daenerys and Bernard at the kennels to feed the young direwolves. Although André had not seen Varda for a day, he did not let that deter him. He had somehow procured a young sable cub, intending to present it to Varda. Behold, this is a little treasure I found at the winter market today. Though it may appear adorably naive, its potential for ferocity upon maturation is not to be underestimated. What do you think? Do you like it? If so, I shall gift it to you. Varda, however, did not spare him a glance, replying coldly, "If you possess the capability to procure a shadow cat for me, then perhaps I might be intrigued." Nevertheless, Daenerys sensed a faint ripple of magic emanating from the little sable. Leaning in gently, she whispered to Varda, "This little sable possesses some extraordinary qualities. You might utilize it to hone your abilities as a shapeshifter." Chapter 189. The journey to Bear Island as a descendant of the ancestral bloodline. Veda has awakened the talent of the Wayfarer with the assistance of Daenerys, albeit in a rather feeble manner. Perhaps the little Violet Martin, imbued with a trace of magical energy, would prove beneficial to her, which is why Daenerys offered her such counsel. However, Daenerys was taken aback to discover that even a relatively common Violet Martin from the north harbored a hint of magical resonance. One could only surmise that the north, with its devotion to the old gods, has indeed been graced by their favor. Upon hearing Daenerys' words, Veda promptly changed her mind. She swiftly seized the little Martin and, without hesitation, tossed 2 golden dragon coins to Rhaenyra, declaring that they were now settled. "These 2 coins are ample enough for you to procure a whole nest of martens." Rhaenyra, delighted, received the coins, exclaiming, "Aside from my mother, no one has ever given me pocket money. You truly care for me, Veda." His remark left the surrounding crowd momentarily speechless. Was such an interpretation truly possible? Nevertheless, Daenerys suspected that Rhaenyra was being intentionally playful, as he subtly cast a glance her way, suggesting, "Thank you, Your Highness, for your kind words." Daenerys was left speechless. It seemed that to excel as a sycophant, one must possess a robust spirit and a thick skin. The diminutive Martin, no larger than a palm, was only just able to eat. During dinner, Veda attentively fed it morsels of chicken and bread until it was sated. Subsequently, the little creature nestled comfortably in her embrace, drifting off to sleep. The atmosphere during the banquet was notably lively, as it was a rare occasion for so many families to gather. Naturally, The Stark family's provisions were far superior to those of the other families, ensuring that everyone dined with joy. However, Duke Alad and Marquis Royce Bolton appeared somewhat distracted, likely still grappling with unsatisfactory negotiations. Daniela, unperturbed, recognized that she had her own responsibilities in Old Town and Sunhouse City to manage. Moreover, the naval forces of the three daughters of the Stone Steps Islands had begun to gain a substantial advantage. It would not be long before it was Daniela's turn to take action. As for the affairs of the North, should they succeed, it would be splendid. If not, it mattered little. The world outside is vast, and there is no shortage of promising territories. The following morning, after breakfast and bidding farewell to the others, Daniela, along with Veda, took to the skies aboard a flock of dragons, heading toward Bear Island. After a night of companionship, Veda had grown increasingly fond of her little Martin. As they soared over the dense wolf forest, Malasis suddenly sensed something and dove swiftly into the woods, moving with astonishing speed. Your Highness, has Malasis discovered something? During her days with Daniela, Veda had forged a solid friendship with her and had certainly absorbed a wealth of knowledge and wisdom. Due to the considerable distance, Rhaenyra felt no sense of abnormality and could only speculate that perhaps a formidable beast had been detected. The instincts of a dragon are far superior to those of humans, and Miracis is a paragon among dragons. The vast wolf forest, teeming with wild creatures, made it unsurprising that she could sense something. Suddenly, a boisterous roar echoed from several kilometers ahead. Miracis had discovered a herd of wild deer, with the lead stag towering over 3 meters high. At that moment, the entire herd, comprising over a dozen deer, was cornered on a hillside by Miracis. As she gazed hungrily at the delectable prey, Miracis prepared to unleash her fiery breath. But Rhaenyra swiftly intervened through their mental connection. This group of deer possessed commendable bloodlines, each infused with a hint of magical energy. No wonder Miracis could perceive their presence. Such a rare herd was too valuable to simply offer as a meal for a dragon. After surveying the scene meticulously, Rhaenyra decisively commanded Dreamfire and the others to capture live specimens. Miracis, renowned for her agility, promptly obeyed Rhaenyra's order and leaped above the lead stag, seizing it with a single claw. Following Rhaenyra's instructions, Dreamfire captured 2 adult female deer, while Little Baelor and his companions each secured 1, resulting in a total of 1 male and 2 females. Upon acquiring the wild deer, Rhaenyra wasted no time and swiftly directed her course towards the castle of House Mormont on Bear Island. The Mormont family is an ancient, proud lineage endowed with a profound sense of honor, their land situated on a secluded island northwest of Winterfell. Rhaenyra has always held the members of this family in high regard, particularly during the tumultuous era of the Game of Thrones, where Lady Mormont emerged as one of her favorite characters. Historically, Bear Island has been a contested territory between the North and the Iron Islands, having been occupied multiple times by the Ironborn, only to be reclaimed by successive kings of the North. A millennium ago, Roderick Stark, having triumphed in a wrestling match, won Bear Island from the Ironborn and subsequently bestowed it upon House Mormont. Despite their noble status, the Mormonts are impoverished due to the island's lack of valuable resources. Their gates are fashioned from wood, surrounded by a makeshift earthen fence, and even their castle is a modest 2-story structure built of stone and timber. The reason Sir Jorah Mormont faced a bounty for slave trading was largely due to the dire poverty of Bear Island. He was compelled to take desperate measures for the sake of the woman he cherished. However, because Bear Island was granted to House Mormont by the Starks, the family understands the value of gratitude and has steadfastly supported House Stark throughout the ages. This quality has enabled House Mormont to shine with admirable virtues even amid the ravages of war. Bear Island, though small, is shaped like a horseshoe. The longest distance from north to south is merely over 20 kilometers, while the expanse from east to west measures only a little more than 10 kilometers. The narrowest stretch between the port docks and the Moramo Castle spans just a few kilometers. The waters to the east of Bear Island experience temperatures noticeably lower than those in the northern lands. Conversely, the southwestern seas, influenced by the warm currents from the Sea of Sunset, bring warm, humid air to Bear Island during summer, along with a plethora of marine resources such as fish, seals, and whales. Fishing and hunting wild bears along the icy shores are the primary sources of income for the Moramo family. However, the dangers associated with hunting bears and large fish are considerable, and each year, numerous family warriors perish in the pursuit. Flying over Bear Island, one can see that only a few patches of forest remain. Much of the land is rather barren, covered in moss and low grasses. Only near the docks and the island's center are there scattered cultivable fields. The Moramo family sustains nearly 1,000 subjects on this land. Yet over the course of nearly a millennium, their family has seen little growth. At the entrance of Moramo Castle stands a giant stone carving of a woman draped in bear skin. A child suckles at one of her arms, while her other hand wields a battle axe. This is emblematic of the fact that while the men of the Moramo family venture out to hunt, the women must tend to the children and defend against incursions from the Iron Folk. Thus, the women of Bear Island are renowned for their fierceness in battle, exhibiting strength and character equal to that of their male counterparts. In Chapter 190 of Dreamfire, the journey from Wolf Forest to Bear Island took less than an hour. The wild deer, ensnared in the claws of the dragons, were left trembling and nearly lifeless. Upon arriving at Moramo Castle, Rhaenyra instructed the dragons to release them near a patch of woodland. Once freed from the dragon's grasp, the deer quickly regained their vitality and dashed into the forest. Although small and sparsely vegetated, this woodland provided sufficient refuge for the deer. The harsh living conditions of Bear Island have led the Moramo family to deplete the wildlife available for hunting, leaving these deer with few natural predators. Presenting her greetings, Rhaenyra was welcomed by Countess Moramo and her 4 daughters, as the men of the Moramo family were out at sea hunting. They were clad in dark leather robes adorned with fur collars, their hair simply gathered atop their heads, lacking any excessive adornments, a quintessential appearance for women of the North. However, it was evident that the women of Bear Island were even more unadorned, with the Countess and her daughters resembling ordinary subjects of the northern lands. Each wore an axe or short blade at their waist, exuding a resolute and indomitable spirit. After exchanging pleasantries, Rhaenyra followed them into the great hall of Moramo Castle. Compared to other noble castles, the hall of the Moramo family is strikingly austere. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Rhaenyra informed Lady Moralmore of her decision to release 5 wild deer into the nearby woods. She requested that Lady Moralmore arrange for their care for a time, assuring her that a vessel would be dispatched to retrieve them shortly. Following this, Rhaenyra instructed Veda to present a pre-prepared pouch filled with gold coins to Lady Moralmore. However, Lady Moralmore declined the generous offer, despite the pouch containing 200 golden dragons, a considerable sum that could comfortably sustain her family through the winter. Your Highness, it is our honor to assist you in caring for the deer, but we truly cannot accept these golden dragons, she insisted. Rhaenyra continued to persuade her, saying, there is no need for you to refuse. These deer are quite elusive, and looking after them is no simple task. Moreover, the journey from Old Town to Bear Island is lengthy and time-consuming. The pelts and furs produced on Bear Island are of excellent quality, and if there are any surplus coins, you might consider using them to procure some high-quality furs for me. I also plan to establish a shipping route from Old Town to Bear Island, and there will be many future matters where I will require the assistance of the Moralmore family. These golden dragons are truly negligible. Upon hearing Rhaenyra's words, Lady Moralmore finally accepted the pouch of coins. The primary income for Bear Island relied on the sale of venison and furs. Yet the merchants who frequented the island often exploited them. She sincerely hoped that Rhaenyra would succeed in establishing the shipping route. Although Rhaenyra's caravans from Old Town to Bear Island might not yield significant profits, they would at least invigorate the trade routes along the western coast of Westeros. The entire western coastline had been severely affected by the marauding pirates of the Iron Islands, resulting in a division into 2 isolated trading circuits. The southern region of the western coast, relying on the powerful Lannister family of the Westerlands and the Tyrell family of the Reach, managed to maintain the safety of trade activities along the southern coastline. Meanwhile, the nobles of the Riverlands, represented by the town of Riverrun, and those from the north collaborated to protect the trade vessels along the northwestern coast. However, they frequently faced plundering by the Ironborn. Rhaenyra was curious to see if the pirates would dare to attack her caravans. She wished for them to be audacious, as it would provide her with the excuse to eradicate this blight from the 7 kingdoms entirely. I am aware that during this season, the adult men of Bear Island are preoccupied with hunting, which is vital for the island's survival in the coming year. I shall remain here for a few days to assist the Moralmore family with their hunting endeavors. This way, Count Moralmore can free up time to attend the Valyrian art exhibition in King's Landing, she stated after savoring a sip of fine wine. My dragons are skilled hunters. Let us witness their prowess. Count Moralmore's eldest daughter, Melissa, aged 22, was already a mother of 2. The customs of Bear Island differed significantly from those of the 7 kingdoms, perhaps due to the harsh living conditions here. The men who spend years hunting and waging wars often find themselves sacrificing their lives. Consequently, the Moralmore family frequently faces the unfortunate circumstance of male heirs being lost. To ensure the continuity of the Moralmore lineage, the women of the family resort to inviting men to join their households. Gradually, a tradition emerged where many formidable Moralmore daughters chose to remain within the family, while those who married outside became rather scarce. The 20-year-old second daughter, Prince Baelon, has also opted to invite a suitor to remain with the family and is now 7 months pregnant. The 16-year-old Mei has grown tall and statuesque, reaching a height of nearly 178 meters, surpassing that of Veda by half a head. Her striking appearance clearly indicates her formidable prowess. The youngest, Maya, is just 12 years old and stands out as the only petite sister, being half a head shorter than her 10-year-old sister, Daniela. Thus, Daniela took it upon herself to lead Veda, Mei and Maya as they soared over the frozen coast of Bear Island's northwest aboard their dragon. Although it is currently summer, the air above the frigid waters of Coldwater Bay to the west of Bear Island is quite chilly. The damp, cold air enveloped Dreamfire and the others, quickly condensing into a white mist. Mei and Maya, experiencing dragon riding for the first time, were filled with exhilaration. The extroverted Mei couldn't contain her excitement and let out an expletive, exclaiming that this sensation was even more delightful than riding on the back of Rhaenyra Stark. What? Maya could only respond with an expression of exasperation at her sister's simple-minded and indiscreet nature. Your Highness, to the west along the icy coast, one can find numerous seals and walruses. Now that the breeding season has passed, these callous males of the open sea not only prove detrimental to their populations, but also frequently harm young seals and females. Thus, it is an opportune time to harvest them. Indeed, the women of the Moromo family are undeniably valiant. It wasn't long before a large group of robust walruses appeared on the floating ice of the frozen coast. Perhaps due to the low magic environment, the animals in this world seem to possess greater strength in both size and reproductive capability. For instance, an adult male walrus typically grows to a length of 5-6 meters and can weigh up to 6-8 tons. It is said that during certain periods, these walruses can reach sizes comparable to small whales. Chapter 191. A bountiful harvest at the frozen coast. Of course, the people in this world also exhibit significantly more robust constitutions. Aside from the rare bloodline talents, their physical abilities are superior, allowing them to endure the cold and possess a more vigorous life force. Nevertheless, even so, when confronted with the various beasts of this world, even well-trained warriors are prone to casualties. It appears that in equivalent environments, wild flora and fauna possess a certain adaptability that often exceeds that of humankind. The warriors of Bear Island are among the most formidable in the Northern Territories. Yet, even they refrain from recklessly hunting seals and walruses in numbers exceeding 20 or 30, as such endeavors are often accompanied by severe losses. In an era marked by extreme scarcity of resources, they frequently ventured into the perilous realm of hunting, each time paying a grievous toll. Invariably, it was the older warriors, those who had long surpassed their prime reproductive years, who bore the brunt of these sacrifices. Within the North, there exists a tradition that, while grand, is also starkly brutal. When faced with a dire season, the elderly, their heads silvered with age, strive to reserve the chance of survival for the youth, subsequently banding together to hunt in the forests for sustenance. As winter wanes, few return to their families. Moreover, during every declaration of war, the ranks of the Northern Army are predominantly filled with these venerable warriors. Their martial prowess may not be exceptional, yet they approach each battle as a journey from which there is no return, often unleashing formidable fighting spirit. Recently, Daniela and her companions discovered a herd of walruses, numbering over 100. In the icy coastal expanse, they stood as formidable beings, virtually unmatched unless confronted by whales or colossal sharks. Thus, after their feast, they basked contentedly upon the drifting ice. Mirices, imbued with an extraordinary zeal for hunting, seized the moment upon spotting the walrus herd. Propelling herself to the utmost limits of her speed, akin to an arrow loosed from a bow, heading directly towards the throng. The clumsy walruses, upon sighting the great dragon, scrambled desperately towards the sea. Yet, their once proud, robust forms soon became their greatest encumbrance. The male walruses, driven by their physical might, trampled over their fellow seals, quickly positioning themselves at the forefront. Unfortunately, some hapless female walruses and calves, before encountering the dragon, were already grievously injured by their own kin. However, Mirices and her companions had received prior instructions from Daniela, focusing their efforts on the mightiest of the male walruses. With unparalleled speed, Mirices dove towards a colossal walrus, nearing 8 meters in length. Her sharp claws effortlessly pierced through the creature's resilient skin and thick layer of blubber, embedding deeply into its neck. Yet, the walrus's sheer size and terrifying strength posed a challenge. In its agony, it thrashed violently, nearly flinging Mirices off its back multiple times. Had it not been for her agility and the firm grip of her claws, she might well have found herself helpless against the massive male walrus. Once Mereces regained her balance, she intensified her grip and unleashed a torrent of searing, lavender-hued dragon fire upon the walrus's head. With Mereces having undergone numerous transformations, her draconic lineage had significantly elevated her powers. Her flames burned hotter than those of an average adult dragon. Consequently, the walrus could only emit a wretched cry before succumbing completely, its body going limp. At that moment, Dreamfire, wielding her vast dragon wings that obscured the sun, arrived before the walruses that had fled to the edge of the floating ice. To avoid damaging the precious walrus hides, Daenerys refrained from commanding Dreamfire to unleash her fiery breath. Merely by her presence, Dreamfire was already a nightmare for these walruses. In a swift swoop over the herd, she crushed the skulls of 4 or 5 walruses with her colossal claws. Upon landing, she mercilessly trampled 3 adult male walruses, achieving a remarkable victory. Faced with the colossal Dreamfire, the walruses could only emit a final, reluctant wail as they approached their demise, marking the end of their lives. In the past few months, with Daenerys' various training methods, young Balerion and his companions had become robust. Their impressive length of over 10 meters allowed them to easily pin down the cumbersome walruses, and with a single bite, they could effortlessly sever their necks. However, the thick layers of fat on these giant walruses prevented them from killing outright with a single bite. Lacking the agility of Malays, they were often thrown onto the floating ice by the desperate struggles of the walruses. In one unfortunate instance, Grey Shadow was injured when a frenzied walrus pierced his thigh with its sharp tusks, causing a considerable loss of blood. Despite their enhancements from numerous life-and-death encounters alongside Daenerys, this was their first true bloodshed against these larger-than-life walruses. Through this brutal melee, they would undoubtedly learn a wealth of combat techniques. Under the rampage of the dragons, the pristine white ice was soon stained a deep crimson with blood, as Daenerys had instructed them to only target the male walruses. The dragons had managed to slay 20 adult males, allowing the remaining walruses to escape into the sea. However, in the distance, a few young walruses met a tragic fate beneath the trampling of their own kin. This hunt held great significance for Malays and young Balerion, as the restriction on using Dragonfire revealed the limitations of their physical prowess. By the gods, Bear Island has never witnessed such a bountiful hunt of walruses. This could sustain the entire island for years, exclaimed Malays, exhilarated as he bounced on Dreamfire's back, causing her to turn around and glare at him with irritation. Her enormous slit pupils sent a chill down his spine and raised the hairs on the back of his neck. Weak in the knees, he plopped down, muttering, "Great Bear God, you nearly frightened me to death. Thank goodness for my strong control, otherwise I would have been utterly terrified." Though aware that the women of Bear Island were quite bold, Daenerys did not anticipate their audacity to this degree. She wondered if integrating them into her ranks would adversely affect her own group of beautiful warriors. Dreamfire. Daniela swiftly calmed Dreamfire and instructed her and young Balerion to capture the walruses in preparation for their return journey. The abundance of walruses from this hunt was overwhelming, making it impossible to transport them all. Therefore, Daniela decided to leave Mereces behind to keep watch. The sheer size of the walruses was formidable. Young Balerion and his companions could only manage to capture one at a time, while Dreamfire could carry 4 or 5 in a single flight. However, Daniela was reluctant to squander time on ferrying walruses. After delivering the first batch, she, guided by Magi, sought out Count Moralmore, who was hunting sea fish outside. She requested him to send his longship fleet to assist with the transportation. Chapter 192, Sea Dragons? Daniela's bounty was sufficient to sustain Bear Island for an extended period. Upon receiving the news, Count Moralmore excitedly directed his longship crew toward the location of the walruses. To enhance their speed, they tossed the captured sea fish overboard, which delighted the fish-loving Grey Shadow, who cleverly swooped in to consume them all. Ultimately, to save effort, Grey Shadow extended her head into the longship and feasted. This left the valiant warriors of Bear Island in hushed compliance, not daring to make a sound or movement. The haul of sea fish collected by the dozen longships amounted to several thousand pounds, all of which were devoured by Grey Shadow. Although the longships of Bear Island were swift, reaching the destination would still take over an hour. Thus, Daniela continued to guide Dreamfire and young Balerion as they searched the northern waters of Ice Bay. The long summer brought warm currents from the south, teeming with nutrients, resulting in a rare vibrancy within Ice Bay. Small fish and shrimp populations rapidly proliferated, providing ample sustenance for larger sea fish and sea beasts. Consequently, playful dolphins leaped joyfully from the water, while seals and walruses hunted in packs, alongside the unique giant sharks and whales of the northern Sunset Sea. As winter approached and Ice Bay began to freeze extensively, the mobility of these colossal sea creatures would be significantly hindered. The people of Bear Island would commence their hunts, though the success rate was often low and accompanied by considerable casualties. However, for dragons, these massive beasts were merely sustenance. Daniela initially targeted a sizable group of giant sharks. Observing the bulging bellies of the female sharks and realizing the males had diminished in usefulness, she commanded Dreamfire and young Balorian to focus on the male sharks. Curiously, it was Grey Shadow, the most adept at fishing, who initiated the attack. Selecting her target, she contracted her wings and, like a precision fighter jet, surged toward a male shark measuring over 10 meters in length. The cold, damp air condensed around her, trailing a long white mist. Grey Shadow intelligently struck the side of the shark, causing it to roll over in shock. With a graceful, spiraling dive, she swooped down once more, delivering a lethal blow that eviscerated the formidable shark. This once dominant giant of the sea, which had roamed these waters with impunity, succumbed without even a struggle. Dreamfire, having ruled the narrow sea for several years, had amassed a wealth of hunting experience, employing a straightforward yet brutal technique. Leveraging her considerable size, she executed a swift plunge, seizing the massive shark from the depths and delivering a crushing bite to shatter its skull. With a deft toss into the air, she incinerated it with Dragonfire, expertly catching and swallowing it whole in one fluid motion, an execution truly seamless and elegant. Before the shark could sink to the ocean floor, Dreamfire had already completed her third kill. With one claw grasping a shark and her jaws clenching another, she ascended into the sky. Young Balerion and his companions, having relied on their skills to survive in the narrow sea since childhood, had also garnered commendable experience in hunting marine creatures. Though their movements lacked the efficiency of Grey Shadow, they still managed to dispatch the sharks swiftly with the force of their aerial dives. Once the sharks ceased their struggles, the trio exerted their strength to haul the substantial prizes from the sea, for these sharks were considerably larger than they were. Upon returning to the site of the sea lion carcass with their newfound spoils, Daenerys found that Count Morleth and his entourage had just arrived in the vicinity. Given the unpalatable nature of the giant shark meat, after removing the fins, skin, and fat, Dreamfire and her companions divided the 6 colossal sharks amongst themselves. The Morleth family's longship was quite modest in size, incapable of accommodating even a single sea lion carcass, necessitating the need to process the remains beneath the waves. With an overwhelming number of sea lions to handle, Varda and Meiji remained behind to assist. Meanwhile, Daenerys commandeered her dragon and continued her exploration northward. Above the Ice Bay, the distant wall was clearly visible. Even at a distance of several hundred kilometers, Daenerys could distinctly sense the surging waves of magical energy emanating from the wall. Truly, it was the most magnificent structure in all of Westeros. As she drew closer to the wall, Daenerys felt her own magical essence become increasingly vibrant. Perhaps it was due to the connection her dragons had established with the fishwood, for they quickly adapted to the northern chill. Unlike other dragons who often exhibited aversion and resistance to such environments. In particular, Mirian had thrived in the north since her arrival, finding herself at home. Over the next 2 hours, Daenerys hunted numerous giant sharks, sea lions, and seals, delivering them all back to the original site of her sea lion hunt. For lunch, they feasted on sashimi and grilled fish, accompanied by Dragonfire wine. As Daenerys continued her flight northward, she soared over a peninsula extending from the Frostfangs into the Ice Bay. With the long summer and the warm currents of the Milk River flowing through the canyon between the Frostfangs and the wall, the waters here were infused into the Ice Bay. The peninsula is now adorned with a lush carpet of grass and wildflowers, teeming with an abundance of sea birds nesting upon the nearby cliffs. The beaches are home to countless seals, walruses, and various avian species unique to the north. Additionally, one can find wild hares and guinea pigs among the small rodents. Seizing the opportunity presented by the long summer, these creatures revel in the beauty of life, striving diligently for the continuation and flourishing of their species. The waters are also rich with pods of whales and schools of sharks, predominantly females accompanied by their young, indicating this locale serves as a sanctuary for their propagation. Daniela refrains from disturbing them, recognizing the vital role these mothers and their offspring play in maintaining ecological balance. However, an inexplicable urge stirs within her as she nears the Frostbite Mountains, compelling her to soar towards the far northern realm of eternal winter. Upon crossing the peninsula and arriving at a more profound bay within the Frostbite Mountains, she notices a significant decrease in marine life, with larger creatures virtually absent. As she approaches a dramatic 1,000-meter waterfall cascading from the heights of the Frostbite Mountains, she is astonished to behold a cluster of towering crimson trees, pulsating with an aura of magical energy reminiscent of vibrant life, resembling the fishwood. Intrigued, she commands her dragon to investigate further, but at that moment, Maelasis emits a furious roar, causing Dreamfire and the other dragons to become restless. Suddenly, the cluster of colossal trees begins to stir, and a massive, whiskered head emerges from the depths of the sea. The Sea Dragon. Chapter 193. The Battle with the Sea Dragon. Upon witnessing this, Daniela swiftly urges the dragons to ascend rapidly into the sky. Yet, the beast's speed is equally formidable, propelling itself towards Dreamfire and the others like a spring. Its form, already towering over 40 to 50 meters, threatens to reach them. However, the dragons are currently several hundred meters above, rendering the creature's size insufficient to reach them. Dragonfire. Daniela commands, instructing the dragons to unleash their flames while she begins to chant a spell to empower Dreamfire and the others with magical energy. Although she has yet to discern the creature's true nature, it is prudent to eliminate such a formidable beast that dwells so near to human territories. A moment of madness from it could spell disaster. Thus, she decisively initiates an assault. However, the creature proves to be a formidable adversary, manipulating the waves to propel itself skyward, leaping to a height of several hundred meters. Its fearsome maw lunges towards Dreamfire. It is then that Daniela catches a clear glimpse of its form, realizing it is indeed a sea dragon. Its head is nearly comparable in size to that of Dreamfire. Yet, the skies belong to the dragons, and Dreamfire skillfully evades the monstrous attack. At this moment, Daniela fully perceives the dragon's immense size, nearing 100 meters. A sea dragon. Daniela instantly recognized what it was. After all, she had unearthed the skeletal remains of a sea dragon beneath the towering spire. To her astonishment, the sea dragon was not extinct after all. Although this specimen was significantly smaller than the legends described, its nearly 100-meter length still classified it as a formidable creature. Its body was adorned with hard, blue-black scales, and atop its head were vibrant crimson horns resembling grotesque trees. Two long whiskers, several meters in length, extended from its upper jaw, imparting a semblance of the majestic dragon. Its massive tail, akin to a nimble whip, lashed against the waves, enabling it to soar effortlessly into the air. Was this a jumping dragon? Daniela felt a jolt of alarm. She understood that this sea dragon was exceedingly formidable, representing the most arduous battle she would face. Empowered by Daniela, the dragon flames of Dreamfire and the others converged and surged toward the sea dragon. Just as the flames were about to engulf the creature, it suddenly opened its massive maw and unleashed a torrent of icy blue breath, effectively countering the dragon flames. The collision of ice and fire produced an abundance of white mist, rapidly spreading between the sea's surface and the lofty skies, obscuring Daniela and the dragon's line of sight. In a flurry, she urged Dreamfire to beat its wings vigorously, summoning a fierce gust that swiftly cleared the mist within a radius of several hundred meters. As Daniela commanded Maelasis and the others to ascend, the vile sea dragon seized the opportunity, its colossal tail striking like lightning towards Wagahana. Although the young green mother dragon detected the threat in time and attempted to evade, it was ensnared by the serpent's tail, yanked down from the sky. In a moment of urgency, Daniela directed Dreamfire to charge at the sea dragon. There was no retreat left, for the young Wagahana would surely fall victim to its venomous grasp. Despite the sea dragon's terrifying size, Dreamfire was its equal, equipped with dragon claws and flames. Though the battle was perilous, Dreamfire's chances of victory appeared greater. Seeing Wagahana captured did not deter Little Bellerin and Grey Shadow. Instead, they bravely lunged towards the sea serpent in a bid to rescue their companion. Maelasis, leveraging agility and speed, swiftly leapt onto the sea serpent's head, unleashing dragon flames that ignited the pink, grotesque tree atop it. Daniela had initially believed it to be a dragon horn, only to discover that a bizarre tree genuinely grew from its head. As the grotesque tree burned, the sea dragon experienced unbearable agony. This caused it to panic, snapping its jaws at Maelasis in a fit of rage, but Maelasis deftly evaded the attack. In that brief moment, Dreamfire had already advanced to the sea dragon's fore. A torrent of scorching, explosive blue-black dragon flames erupted forth, engulfing the sea dragon completely. The anguished sea dragon writhed desperately, releasing the serpentine tail of Vagana. Yet it forcefully hurled her onto the surface of the sea, eliciting a piercing cry from her. The impact clearly inflicted considerable harm upon Vagana, though fortunately, it was not fatal. After a fervent struggle, she miraculously took flight. At that moment, Daniela, riding on Dreamfire, navigated through the dragon flames, her massive jaws sinking into the neck of the sea dragon. Amidst a cacophony of harsh scraping sounds, Dreamfire's razor-sharp teeth shattered the dragon's scales. Her talons swiftly followed suit, seizing the opportunity presented by the sea dragon's frantic movements, stripping away large patches of its scales before deeply embedding themselves into its flesh. With a powerful flap of her wings, Dreamfire extricated the sea dragon from the tumultuous waves, soaring rapidly toward the nearest cliff. The sea dragon's magical energy surged, unleashing a tremendous blast of icy blue mist that caused the surrounding temperature to plummet. Although this frigid air did not directly envelop Dreamfire, the chill condensed into thick fog upon contact with her form. The vast ocean served as the sea dragon's domain, rendering the battle highly unfavorable for Dreamfire and her companions. Consequently, Daniela urged Dreamfire to ascend towards the nearby cliff, persistently increasing their altitude. Yet, even in such dire straits, the sea dragon's fighting spirit remained unyielding. Daniela distinctly felt a surge of magical energy erupting from within the creature, unleashing towering waves that surged toward them with ferocity. Simultaneously, under the dragon's influence, the previously clear sky began to gather ominous clouds. Whether this was mere coincidence or a testament to the sea dragon's powers remained unknown to Daniela. Nevertheless, she resolved to fight with all her might, channeling her focus into incantations that would amplify the dragon flames of Dreamfire and her allies. As Daniela's spellcasting intensified, Dreamfire felt her strength augment, her speed increasing as they ascended toward the cliff. The colossal waves pursued relentlessly, crashing against the precipice with a deafening roar. With a final exertion of effort, Dreamfire propelled the sea dragon against the cliffside. The tremendous force caused the steep rock face to tremble, dislodging countless fragments of stone. The sea dragon suffered grievous injuries, spewing forth a torrent of blood, its body weakening. Yet, it persisted in its resistance, its long, sturdy form coiling around Dreamfire's limbs. At that moment, Molasses, Grey Shadow, and little Balerion arrived, unhesitatingly unleashing their dragon flames upon the sea dragon, singeing its magnificent ice-blue scales. Dreamfire, leveraging her size advantage, firmly pinned the dragon against the cliff, refusing to relinquish her grip despite the countless scales that had been shattered in the struggle. Chapter 194. The mysterious fish Liangmu. The cliff here soared over 1,000 meters high, with scarcely any water source in sight, save for a distant waterfall. This rendered the sea dragon reliant solely on its brute strength, making it exceedingly difficult to harness the power of the ocean. At that moment, its neck was firmly ensnared by Dreamfire, rendering even the most formidable dragon head ineffective. The sea dragon could only resist Dreamfire using its elongated, robust body and its agile tail. The sea dragon's form tightened around Dreamfire, producing a dissonant creaking sound akin to iron under pressure. Each lash of its tail shattered numerous scales from Dreamfire, imposing considerable strain upon her. Yet, she remained steadfast. Over the years, Dreamfire had significantly improved, accumulating a wealth of combat experience through pillaging pirates and hunting whales and sharks in the narrow sea. In comparison to the other dragons of House Targaryen, her battle prowess was on par with Vhagar. Moreover, her profound connection with Daenerys enabled her to unleash her full potential in collaboration with her rider. Meanwhile, Myricus and young Balerion, under Daenerys' astute command, cleverly maneuvered behind the sea dragon's head, unleashing torrents of dragon fire upon it. Although the sea dragon's icy breath was formidable, it failed to target them effectively. The convergence of cold and flame quickly enveloped the vicinity in a dense white mist. Despite their youth, the temperature of Myricus's dragon fire had transformed under Daenerys' tutelage, rendering it comparable to that of any mature dragon. Particularly, Myricus's flames were exceptionally fierce, while Balerion's fire exhibited remarkable adherence, nearly roasting the sea dragon's massive head. The searing heat inflicted significant damage to its eyes, almost blinding it. At that moment, the sea dragon abruptly released its grip on Dreamfire, instinctively swinging its enormous tail towards Myricus and Balerion. They were taken aback by this sudden shift in focus and hastily sought refuge. Myricus, agile and nimble, deftly evaded the strike. However, Balerion was not as fortunate, caught by the sweeping tail and sent hurtling away with a pained cry. Seizing the opportunity, Dreamfire exerted her strength, tearing away a substantial chunk of flesh from the sea dragon's neck, her claws embedding even deeper. Concurrently, she unleashed her blue-black dragon fire with all her might towards the sea dragon's head. The intense heat of the flames instantly charred and curled the sea dragon's scales, releasing a tantalizing aroma of roasted flesh into the air. In agony, the sea dragon expelled a blast of frigid air towards Dreamfire, who flapped her wings to lift the beast. The chilling breath erratically sprayed in all directions, freezing nearby rocks into blocks of ice that soon shattered. Daenerys had not anticipated the sea dragon's chilling breath to possess such power. In a direct confrontation, it could indeed rival the might of dragons. Although Dreamfire's fiery onslaught proved more damaging, this maneuver slightly loosened her grip on the sea dragon. As the sea dragon seized the opportunity, it twisted its entire body, its dragon head opening wide to snap at Dreamfire with a gaping maw. Dreamfire, with fierce and resolute eyes, lunged forward, seizing the sea dragon's head with its claws, and unleashed a torrent of blue-black dragon flames directly into its throat. Realizing the imminent danger, the sea dragon hastily prepared to exhale icy breath. However, at that moment, Dreamfire had already forced the flames deep into the sea dragon's gullet, delivering a scorching kiss of fire that stifled its cold breath. From this point on, Dreamfire had decisively gained the upper hand. Within just a quarter of an hour under the relentless assault of her flames, the sea dragon ceased to struggle. Daniela raised the Dawnlight sword and plunged it into the creature's eye, extinguishing its life entirely. The sword, now soaked in the sea dragon's blood, surged with magical energy, as if a powerful, otherworldly force had infused it upon the dragon's demise, causing the blade to radiate warmth. Following the sea dragon's death, the ambient temperature in the vicinity seemed to rise. This battle had indeed been perilous. Fortunately, the young Bellerin and Vagana had only sustained severe injuries and were not in mortal danger. After the sea dragon's demise, Daniela could distinctly sense its magical essence rapidly fading and dissipating. As this creature was one of the apex beings of their world, its magic was immensely beneficial to the dragons. Consequently, Daniela urged Dreamfire and the others to begin consuming the body of the sea dragon. Every moment delayed meant a reduction in its magical potency. The lifeless body of the sea dragon appeared significantly more fragile than when it was alive, allowing Dreamfire to effortlessly strip away its scales and hide, tearing them into pieces to be shared with Millicese and the others. Daniela, wielding the Dawnlight sword, meticulously extracted the dragon's tendons, liver, and gallbladder, prized components indeed. The tendons could be forged into formidable siege crossbows, while the liver and gallbladder could yield exceptional potions in the hands of the children of the forest. Although the dragon's scales and hide were somewhat cumbersome, Daniela diligently collected and prepared them for transport. With the assistance of Millicese, they efficiently loaded everything onto Dreamfire's back. As for the sea dragon's heart, infused with magical energy, Dreamfire, upon sniffing it, tossed it to Millicese. Unlike Dreamfire, whose power primarily stemmed from fire magic, Millicese, with her deep connection to the fishwood, could absorb all forms of magic and gladly devoured the heart raw, without even cooking it. This clearly thrilled her, as the heart, rich in magical essence, promised to facilitate Millicese's rapid growth for some time to come. Daniela observed that Millicese displayed no aversion to the ice magic, absorbing it with ease. She believed this trait would enable Millicese to surpass her fellow dragons in potential. As darkness descended, the once mighty sea dragon lay reduced to mere skeletal remains, devoured by a cadre of colossal dragons. Dreamfire had long since feasted, and soon, Millicese and the others would follow suit. At that moment, however, Daniela was struck with astonishment upon discovering that the fish-beam tree, indeed, remained perched atop the dragon's skull. She could scarcely fathom how this peculiar tree had become entwined with the sea dragon. Now, under the onslaught of dragon fire, the lush foliage of the fish-beam tree had been largely incinerated, leaving only a few lowly branches to survive by sheer luck. With a mindset of desperation, Daniela instructed Dreamfire to transplant the sea dragon's head and its skeletal remains, along with the fish-beam tree, to the vicinity of a nearby 1,000-meter waterfall, where the soil was comparatively fertile. Daniela reasoned that since the fish-beam tree coexisted with the sea dragon, its survival might be better assured if it were replanted alongside the dragon's remains. Once the transplant was complete, Millicese and the others, having gorged themselves on the sea dragon's flesh, arrived to witness the scene. Gazing at Millicese and the fish-beam tree before her, Daniela was suddenly reminded of the time spent cultivating the mutated fish-beam tree on Holy Flame Island. Inspired, she drew forth the Dawn sword and slashed through the wings of several colossal dragons, allowing their searing blood to cascade directly onto the fish-beam tree. With reverence, Daniela began to chant the blood sacrifice incantation. Chapter 195. The transformation of the fish-beam tree. As Daniela's incantation resonated, the searing black-red dragon blood dripped onto the remaining branches of the fish-beam tree like heated oil. This blood, capable of igniting any wood and almost intolerable for any living being, astonishingly inflicted no harm upon the fishbeam tree. In an instant, the dragon blood transformed into a mist, which the tree eagerly absorbed into its branches. As the fishbeam tree consumed the dragon blood, its remaining leaves began to tremble slightly, akin to a person quivering with delight at the taste of exquisite wine. Daniela could distinctly sense two opposing energies, one cold and one hot, rapidly intertwining within the fishbeam tree. She surmised that the frigid energy must have been drawn from the sea dragon, and perhaps it was this energy that allowed the fishbeam tree to withstand the ferocity of the dragon blood. In common perception, the fishbeam tree is one of the few divine woods that thrive even in the harshest and most desolate environments, unperturbed by extreme cold. Yet, like ordinary wood, it remains susceptible to flames. It was only after Daniela and the children of the forest cultivated the first mutated fishbeam tree on Holy Flame Island that they discovered the tree, now linked with the colossal dragon, could also withstand ordinary fire and high temperatures. The fishbeam tree from Holy Flame Island, much like molasses, exhibited a growth rate that far surpassed its kin. Especially in the company of molasses, the tree flourished even more rapidly. Remarkably, just a few months had passed, and it had already attained a height of 4 to 5 meters. In Daniela's eyes, the fishbeam tree seemed to possess a certain affinity for the earth element. Given the right conditions, it appeared capable of harnessing any type of magical energy for its own use. Perhaps this is the reason why in any world, humanity's earliest beliefs began with the worship of nature. For indeed, nature is a magnificent and wondrous treasure of all living beings. The crimson leaves of the fishleaf tree, nourished by the dragon's blood, have grown ever more vibrant, as if they were about to ignite. Moreover, black patterns have begun to emerge on the trunk and foliage of the fishleaf tree. Even the branches that had been charred to blackened coal by dragon flames now radiate with newfound vitality, as countless scarlet buds sprout from the ashen branches. Several intact branches grow at a visible pace, while those that have not perished shed their charred exterior, revealing the fresh, blood-red branches within. At this moment, a surge of magical energy begins to emanate from the fishleaf tree, allowing Daniela, lost in her song, to sense the countless souls of living beings dwelling within. The chants of forest children, the roars of giants, the fervent prayers of humanity, and the howls of various beasts seem to converge into a poignant anthem of the earth. Vivid images from different times and spaces flooded Daniela's consciousness, overwhelming her mind to the brink of explosion. Suddenly, her fiery runes burst forth with a dazzling radiance, causing her forehead to heat up intensely, and the throbbing in her head subsided to normalcy. Bathed in the song of the earth, this miraculous fishleaf tree swiftly established its roots in the new soil, with countless tendrils spreading rapidly along the head and remains of the sea dragon, delving deeper into the earth. Simultaneously, the abundant magical energy of this realm converged towards the fishleaf tree. Several dragons instinctively glanced around, aware that as the magical energy surged towards the fishleaf tree, they had absorbed a considerable amount through their own bodies. Particularly, Miracis and young Baelon quickly succumbed to slumber under this overwhelming magical influence. The sea dragon flesh they had ingested began to digest rapidly. Although Dreamfire felt a hint of drowsiness, she managed to remain alert, as Daniela and the young dragons had already fallen into a deep sleep, leaving her to fend off her fatigue and keep watch. As magical energy continued to surge around them, the temperature in the vicinity began to plummet rapidly, and the winds grew increasingly fierce. After a brief interval, the icebound bay, still in the midst of summer, astonishingly began to be blanketed by heavy snowfall. Yet, remarkably, the temperature in the bay did not continue to drop. Rather, it seemed to be on the rise. Even the distant icebound shores, typically cloaked in eternal ice, began to shrink. This phenomenon occurred because the nearby frigid energies were being voraciously consumed by the fishleaf tree and the dragons, such as Miracis, in a frenzy. With the fishleaf tree acting as a conduit, these extreme cold energies could be efficiently absorbed by Miracis and young Baelon. Of course, Daniela, who presided over the blood sacrifice ritual, was not spared from the experience. The frigid energy, a confluence of wind and water forces, continually seeped into her being, causing a layer of frost to form upon her brows. Yet, in her current state, Daniela remained blissfully unaware of this phenomenon. The fiery rune upon her forehead blazed with increased brilliance, as torrents of searing energy surged forth, enveloping her chest and abdomen in a protective embrace. This fortification ensured that while the frigid energy nourished her body, it posed no adverse effects. At that moment, Daniela's consciousness, harnessing the energy of the Yuliangma tree, transcended her physical form. Following the roots of the tree, She felt herself delving deep into the earth's profound depths. Though the realm was shrouded in silence and darkness, it did not instill fear within her. Rather, it provided a comforting sense of returning to the maternal womb. Soon, she seemed to come into contact with even sturdier roots of the Yiliangmu, and her consciousness soared upward along these roots, once again emerging to the surface. There, invigorated by the refreshing winds, Daniela ascended ever higher, her gaze encompassing nearly the entirety of the Westeros continent. She understood that this was made possible through the power of the Yiliangmu deeply rooted in the land. In this moment, she felt akin to a liberated bird, able to glide freely in the skies. She traversed the barren north, witnessing the various noble houses converging towards Winterfell. Additionally, she discovered an array of wondrous creatures hidden within the dense forests of the north: ice wolves, shadow lynxes, wild deer, colossal bears, and even unicorns on Skagos Island. Next, she effortlessly soared over the towering wall, discovering an abundance of magical energy akin to an ocean. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but at the wall, she sensed an energy that seemed to surpass even magic itself. Was it divine or immortal? She could not ascertain, only that this energy bore a timeless, enduring quality. At that moment, she felt her body uncontrollably rushing further northward. Chapter 196. The Heart of Eternal Winter. As she glided over the shadowy and somber ghost forest, Daniela witnessed countless gruesome scenes. In the dim shadows of the forest, the wildlings struggled to gather wild fruits and hunt beasts for survival. Yet, many chose to plunder from other tribes, and the already scarce wildling population seemed perpetually embroiled in internecine conflict. Here, there were no rules or order. Everything revolved around the primal need to satiate hunger and survive. Flying over the snow-laden towering mountains, she beheld numerous ancestral ruins, which silently narrated the long and arduous history of their descendants. The ancestral stronghold, once a bastion of the wildlings, had now eroded into a treacherous, icy peak, with only the remnants of knee-high stone walls and watch platforms hinting at its former glory. The steaming, milky river not only nurtures numerous resilient tribes of wild men, but also conceals towering, hairy giants and the rare children of the forest nearby. The beasts beyond the Great Wall are predominantly fierce and valiant. Whether it be the wild deer, packs of wolves, or colossal bears, they are all considerably larger than their counterparts south of the wall. The harsh environment has not only forged the wildmen tribes, but has also subjected the beastly clans to an even more rigorous selection process. In the northernmost region beyond the Great Wall lies the Kingdom of Cern, nestled within a warm valley among the high mountains. Hidden in a small expanse at the extreme north of frost and snow, the inhabitants of Cern are referred to as Cernians. They believe they possess the purest ancestral bloodline, primarily speaking the ancient tongue, with most only knowing a few words of the common tongue. The leader of the Cernians is Magnar, whom they revere as a deity rather than merely a chieftain. This is closely akin to the rock types of Skagos Island, where the Dax family bears the surname of Banya. At this time, the Cernians exhibit a higher degree of civilization and are more akin to the people south of the wall, as they possess laws and lords. Consequently, the wild men from beyond the wall dare not covet their domain. There exists a belief that all wild men who have offended the Cernians have become the very food they speak of. In the perception of many, the Cernians are the epitome of cannibals. Cernians are also ferocious warriors, but due to their reverence for Magnar, they exhibit absolute obedience to commands and possess combat discipline far superior to that of other wild men. Their armaments are typically better than those of the wild men, including bronze helmets, bronze or stone axes, short spears with leaf-shaped tips, leather tunics sewn with bronze plates, and rudimentary leather shields with copper edges. To the northeast of the Kingdom of Cern, there are several large lakes that remain unfrozen year-round, serving as the finest hunting grounds for the Cernians. In the caverns near these lakes dwell giants who do not construct abodes, eschew clothing, and rarely utilize technology, subsisting on instinct and the moss, wild vegetables, and fruits found around the lakes. In battle, these giants wield massive wooden clubs, which are essentially raw logs, unrefined in any manner. Thus, despite their formidable strength, they have been driven to the brink of extinction by humanity. Some among them bind round stones to the ends of their wooden clubs to use as hammers. Giants have been able to tame mammoths and employ them as steeds. Continuing northward, Daniela could only see the vast, pale expanse of the ice field. After an indeterminate flight, a vibrant curtain of light connecting heaven and earth suddenly appeared. This immense, colorful curtain added a delightful brilliance to the surrounding monotony of white. Under the influence of an inexplicable energy, Daniela resolutely flew towards the curtain of light. From within its glow, She sensed an abundance of natural essence that brought her immense comfort. In the blink of an eye, Daniela passed through the curtain. However, the sight that greeted her caused her to gasp in astonishment. Beyond the shimmering veil of light, a multitude of corpses and specters stood densely clustered. Among these ghastly figures were ragged wildlings and skeletal warriors clad in bronze armor, alongside various stiffened beasts, with only skeletal remains of warhorses and wolves left. Yet, within their hollow eye sockets flickered icy blue flames, as they ominously stood in silence beyond the luminous barrier. Rhaenyra instinctively yearned to retreat into the safety of the light, for the scene before her was profoundly repugnant and terrifying. However, her body, seemingly possessed, propelled her forward uncontrollably. As she soared over the vast expanse of corpses spanning hundreds of kilometers, an immense, ebony fishleaf tree emerged before her. This tree was the most majestic and towering divine which she had ever encountered, dwarfing even the great trees of Winterfell's South Sacred Grove by tenfold. In front of the fishleaf tree, thousands of ice spikes erupted from the ground, each adorned with a human figure. The majority were the children of the forest, followed by the bronze-armored ancestors, and finally, the ancient family members who worshipped the old gods. Their blood had long since drained. The dark crystals on the ice spikes unmistakably their desiccated bloodstains. They were all failed green seers. In a sudden moment of clarity, Rhaenyra comprehended the grim reality. At that instant, the ebony fishleaf tree erupted into an eerie, ice-white radiance. The massive trunk split open, revealing an immense, ice-blue heart within. A swirling mist of frigid air surged from behind the tree, and as it dissipated, hundreds of exquisitely armored wights materialized around the tree. Some rode armored ice steeds and dire wolves, while others mounted colossal ice spiders and various ferocious beasts. The three white leaders in the center rode frost dragons, each exceeding 100 meters in length. These wights were tall and pale as ice, their exquisitely chiseled features starkly contrasting with the comforting imagery Rhaenyra had conjured in her mind. The leading wight spoke in a strange tongue that Rhaenyra could not comprehend, though it bore a resemblance to the ancient language of the children of the forest. The latter sounded like a melodious song, while the white leader's speech resembled a chilling curse, sharp and jarring. At his command, all the wights raised their hands, clearly preparing to unleash a magical assault. Rhaenyra had no desire to meet the same grim fate as those failed green seers impaled upon the ice spikes. In a desperate bid, she summoned all her strength to chant the Valyrian attack spell she had mastered. Although in reality, she lacked the ability to cast fire magic in this dreamlike state. She felt her magical power far exceeded her waking capabilities, compelling her to give it her utmost effort. Yet, despite her strenuous attempts, she could only manage to conjure a feeble circle of flame around herself. Spells like Fireball and Fireblast remained mere fantasies. However, at this moment, the others had completed their incantation, and dozens of massive ice spikes abruptly erupted from the ground, swiftly hurtling towards Daenerys, who found herself with no opportunity to evade due to her already restricted movements. As the icy, sharp spikes were about to pierce her body, a surge of intense unwillingness and fury emanated from her brow, radiating a brilliant light. This sudden illumination enabled her to break free from the grip of the mysterious force that had subdued her, allowing Daenerys to reclaim control over her own body. She ascended rapidly into the sky to evade the onslaught of the ice spikes. Yet, at that instant, a colossal, pitch-black crow, measuring several dozen meters in size, appeared above her. Its three blood-red eyes gleamed with pride as they fixed upon Daenerys, and with a single claw, it struck her down from the sky. In her dire predicament, Daenerys was unwilling to meet her end in such a humiliating manner. She had not forgotten that a blood ritual was still underway in the realm of reality. Rather than perish at the hands of the three-eyed crow and the others, she resolved to sacrifice her flesh and soul to her mighty dragon. Just as Daenerys believed her demise was imminent, a sharp pain surged through her brow. In an instant, a burst of purplish-red flames erupted forth, rapidly transforming into a magnificent fire dragon. This dragon, however, bore elongated, sharp claws at the front of its wings, its form tall and majestic, draped in shimmering, burning purplish-red scales. With a resounding roar that echoed across the heavens, the fire dragon quickly solidified into reality. The ice spikes that had been racing towards Daenerys dissolved into mist at the sound of the dragon's roar. Meanwhile, the mass of wights in the distance disintegrated in response to the dragon's mighty bellow, quickly turning to icy shards. Only the flames within their eye sockets seemed drawn to the fire dragon, converging towards it as if summoned by some mysterious force. Within a radius of several dozen kilometers, the wights suffered catastrophic losses, with a significant portion of their ranks obliterated in the core region of the Eternal Winter. The three-eyed crow in the sky gazed in shock at the unfolding events, its blood-red eyes nearly popping from their sockets. Sensing Daenerys' animosity towards the crow, the fire dragon transformed into a streak of flame, racing towards it. Before the wretched creature could react, it was consumed whole by the fire dragon. Having absorbed the crow's immense energy, the fire dragon's size instantly swelled from several dozen meters to a staggering 100 meters. Daenerys greatly admired the dragon's fierce temperament. Without hesitation, it unleashed a torrent of searing flames upon the whites below and the towering black tree nearby. The terrifying heat of its purple-gold flames engulfed the whites and their mounts in an inferno. Even the frigid earth beneath, cloaked in a heavy shroud of ice and snow, was swiftly transformed into a vast ocean. As the fire-breathing dragon continued to unleash its fiery breath, it surged downward. The whites, struggling under the scorching flames, were effortlessly torn to shreds by the dragon's razor-sharp claws. In the very moment of their demise, the ghostly flames flickering in the eye sockets of the whites and their steeds were drawn directly into the dragon's being. It was evident that the fire dragon had harnessed this extraordinary power to consume the whites' magical essence entirely. The blazing dragon's intense flames suddenly split into three, entwining the three frost giants like a parasite. Under the searing heat of the fire dragon, the frost giants rapidly melted, their tough scales and bones igniting. Yet, rather than perishing, the three frost giants underwent a remarkable transformation, evolving into diminutive fire dragons, scarcely a few decimeters in size. Obediently, they flew to Daniela's side, affectionately perching upon her shoulder. Soon, all the whites were vanquished by the mighty fire dragon. With their magic absorbed, the fire dragon's size surged once more, exceeding 300 meters. Gazing upon the colossal dragon that obscured the sun, Daniela felt her ability to think slipping away. When had such a formidable entity taken refuge within her brow? While she was aware that the purple flame birthmark on her forehead was extraordinary, a significant reason for her mastery over the dragons, she could hardly fathom the immense power it held. After obliterating the whites, the fire dragon turned its attention to the heart of Everwinter nestled within the trunk of the black fishwood tree. However, both the tree and the heart sensed the dragon's might. A tremendous surge of magical energy emanated from the black fishwood, accompanied by a powerful repulsive force. Daniela and the three young dragons coiled around her were instantly propelled toward the colorful barrier. Although the fire dragon bore the brunt of the repulsion, it charged forward to confront the heart of Everwinter, viciously tearing away a substantial portion before triumphantly swallowing it. This act nearly drained the heart of a significant fraction of its primal power. In response, it erupted in a brilliant display of white light, emanating an even stronger repulsion. Yet, the formidable fire dragon, undeterred by the overwhelming pressure, opened its massive jaws once more, tearing away an even larger chunk, only to be forcefully repelled backward. Nevertheless, as the dragon soared towards the colorful barrier, it unleashed a series of thunderous roars at the horde of corpses below, reducing nearly 90% of them to mere dust. In those final moments, it reaped a substantial harvest of ghostly energy. The figure had swollen to nearly 400 meters. However, at that moment, Daenerys had already been drawn back into the colorful light screen. Shortly thereafter, the fearsome fire dragon returned to the screen, transforming once more into a stream of flames that pierced into Daenerys' brow. A sensation of swelling enveloped her, compelling Daenerys to succumb to a splendid slumber. Meanwhile, the outside world was thrown into chaos due to her disappearance. 3 days prior, Count Morlomber had led his longship fleet, returning with all the prey late into the night to Bear Island. Yet, as they waited anxiously, Princess Daenerys' return was nowhere to be seen. Their concern deepened when a fierce blizzard struck the northern region of Frostfang Bay that very night. The violent tempest rendered them hesitant to venture into the storm in search of her. Thus, Count Morlomber hastily dispatched a raven to relay the news to Winterfell. Duke Alad was already grappling with the cooperative terms regarding Daenerys with Marquis Bolton. Upon receiving the news, his expression darkened instantly. They were acutely aware of Princess Daenerys' standing within the royal family, should any misfortune befall her in the north. He had no doubt that the Stark family would face the king's wrath, losing their titles and lands. Yet, if even Daenerys, who commanded the dragon Dreamfire, could vanish, they felt utterly powerless to locate her. Nevertheless, they promptly deployed a considerable number of men to Frostfang Bay and sent ravens requesting the Night's Watch to assist in the search for the princess. At the same time, the news was dispatched to King's Landing. Chapter 198. The disappeared 3 months as expected, upon receiving the news in King's Landing. King Jaehaerys was incensed. He immediately halted the Valyrian armor exhibition and summoned all the dragon riders of House Targaryen back. Since Viserys and others were still pursuing the thief of the dragon eggs, Mondahater, they could not return at once. The old king, disregarding his health, personally rushed to Dragonstone. Remounting his dragon, Bronze Fury, Vhagar. 3 days later, on the afternoon of the 5th day after Daenerys' disappearance, 5 dragons and their riders descended upon Bear Island. In addition to King Jaehaerys and Vhagar, there were Viserys riding Vhagar, Daemon riding Caraxes, Princess Rhaenys riding Meraxes, and even Rhaenyra riding Syrax. Having learned from Countess Morlamber of Daenerys' likely destination, they wasted no time and set out on their dragons to search the northern reaches of Frostfang Bay. Watching their departing figures, Countess Morlamber was drenched in cold sweat, for they had stirred a considerable calamity. Princess Daenerys had vanished while aiding them in the hunt. This burden was one that the impoverished and sparsely populated Morlam family could scarcely bear. Moreover, from the demeanor of King Jaehaerys and the royal family members, the old earl discerned that if Princess Daenerys were to meet with misfortune, the Mormont family would likely be unable to retain even the barren lands of Bear Island. Since the disappearance of Princess Daenerys, Earl Mormont had embarked with all the adult men of Bear Island in longships, navigating towards the frozen coasts and the northern reaches of the Ice Bay. However, the narrow longships struggled against the fierce winds and blizzards, akin to leaves caught in an autumn gale. The fact that they had not met with disaster could be considered a stroke of fortune. 5 days had elapsed without any news. Since the day of the princess's vanishing, heavy snow had blanketed the north, showing no signs of abating. The skies grew increasingly dim, and the elders proclaimed that the long night was imminent. King Jaehaerys and his companions had ventured forth, but were soon overwhelmed by the violent blizzards sweeping across the bay. The frigid winds and swirling snow, coupled with the darkening skies, rendered their sense of direction nearly futile. Even the dragon's flames offered only a brief illumination, quickly extinguished by the biting wind. The young Syrax was nearly rendered incapable of flight by the tempestuous gusts. The king's previously improving health had swiftly deteriorated once more in these trying days. Despite his determination to endure, he found himself increasingly weakened against the ferocity of the storm. Ultimately, persuaded by his companions, the old king was compelled to return to Bear Island alongside Princess Rhaenys and Princess Rhaenyra. Meanwhile, the brothers Viserys and Daemon pressed onward through the blizzard, continuing their arduous search to the north. However, the tempest at Ice Bay was relentless, imbued with an unsettling energy that caused even the formidable dragon Vhagar and the bloodworm Caraxes to feel anxious and restless. Consequently, they were forced to descend, skimming close to the sea's surface. Yet, in the midst of such a tumultuous storm, they were unable to ascertain their bearings, and upon reaching the limits of their endurance, they realized they had veered drastically off course, arriving at the wall. Thus, they had no choice but to seek refuge for the night at the nearby Shadow Tower. Accustomed to lives of luxury, even the cold rations provided by the Night's Watch evoked no sentiment within them, for their hearts and minds were consumed by thoughts of the missing Daenerys. In just 5 days, the weather in the north had turned exceedingly harsh, with the blizzard's reach extending to the vicinity of Winterfell. It was widely believed that winter had arrived ahead of schedule. Consequently, the noble families of the north returned to their respective domains, preparing to guide their people through the impending harsh winter. For each winter posed a formidable challenge to the families of the north. Nevertheless, they dispatched their most elite warriors, organizing a search party of 400 to 500 men to scour the area around the bay. Another week passed, yet the blizzard showed no signs of relenting, its influence spreading across the entirety of the north, with even the temperatures in the Riverlands, the Westerlands, and the Crownlands beginning to plummet. The entire realm of Westeros has been shrouded in darkness. To be precise, the sun has not risen since the 10th day. The long night has descended. The 7 kingdoms have plunged into a state of panic, compelling King Jaehaerys to return to King's Landing to oversee the affairs of the realm. During this tumultuous period, both Viserys and Daemon have endured considerable hardships in their relentless quest to locate Daenerys, traversing both the wall and its desolate surroundings. Once robust, Viserys, consumed by worry for his daughter, has nearly wasted away in a mere fortnight. Even the stalwart Daemon bears the marks of weariness, his high cheekbones now starkly prominent, a testament to his own significant weight loss. Yet, they persevere with grim determination, returning reluctantly to King's Landing only upon the issuance of a command from King Jaehaerys. Chaos reigns throughout the 7 kingdoms as the long night persists, accompanied by relentless snowstorms, heralding an unprecedented crisis for Westeros. King Jaehaerys has appointed Viserys as the new hand of the king, Daemon as the commander of the King's Landing garrison, and Lord Redwine as the new Minister of Maritime Affairs. The inaugural task of the newly appointed minister is to lead a fleet to the eastern continent of Essos to procure an abundant supply of provisions. After all, the fabled Long Night once lasted an entire century, and alongside the storms, the army of the others is expected to descend upon them. While they may dismiss such legends, the harsh winter will undoubtedly devastate crops, resulting in catastrophic famine and turmoil across the Seven Kingdoms. Daemon's first decree upon assuming command is to rally the noble bastards and wandering knights he had previously befriended, forming a garrison of over 2,000 men, adorned in splendid armor and golden cloaks, thus earning the moniker Golden Cloaks. The population of King's Landing is overwhelming, with many already facing hunger, and the current circumstances exacerbate this plight. After receiving consent from the royal council, Daemon begins to evict the destitute from the city. This incites public outrage. But faced with the might of the Golden Cloaks, the populace finds themselves powerless. Nevertheless, these displaced individuals refuse to leave, erecting tents just beyond the city walls. In the wake of Daenerys' disappearance, the affairs of the faith have been left to Samwell, Medric, and Annie, who, anticipating an imminent food crisis across Westeros, have decisively halted all brewing activities, hoarding the island's entire grain supply. They hastily contact Cameron to lead the faith's fleet to the Summer Isles and the further eastern shores of Essos in search of sustenance and livestock. Aware that the great nobles of the Seven Kingdoms will undoubtedly rush to the western free trade cities of Essos to secure provisions, they recognize the imminent risk of inflated prices. Chapter 199. The Long Night's Cold Winter Approaches. In recent years, as the reputation of the Faith's Island has spread, many destitute souls have yearned to seek refuge here, especially after the promotion of dragon flame wine and the widespread blooming of dragon kiss gardens across major cities. Tens of thousands of displaced individuals have arrived here over the past few months, following merchant caravans. The official population of White Sheep Town has now exceeded 50,000, reaching a near saturation state. Consequently, the economy of the town has flourished remarkably. Their affluent lifestyle serves as a living testament to the prosperity of Holy Flame Island. In response, Samwell and his associates have developed over a dozen large estates in the heart of Holy Flame Island, accommodating more than 30,000 individuals, all of whom have willingly chosen to become citizens of Feast Island. In the refugee settlement near the Holy Flame Arena, 6,000 to 7,000 displaced individuals have congregated. However, due to the simultaneous construction of Holy Flame Fortress and the Holy Flame Island dock, ample job opportunities have been provided, allowing them to lead relatively comfortable lives. The work on Feast Island not only offers generous remuneration, but also provides abundant meals. Thus, many displaced individuals from King's Landing, after being expelled, promptly made their way to Holy Flame Island. Despite the influx of such a large number of refugees putting considerable pressure on Holy Flame Island, Samwell and his team have embraced Rhaenyra's philosophy, recognizing that population is the greatest wealth. After undergoing rigorous scrutiny, those who wish to become citizens of Holy Flame Island have been directly assigned to develop new estates. Although the long night has descended and heavy snowfall continues daily, the temperature on Holy Flame Island seems largely unaffected. While crops have gradually ceased growing, the pastures remain in good condition. Consequently, the total population of Holy Flame Island has finally surpassed 100,000, and all cultivable land on the island has been fully developed. However, such a large population incurs a significant daily demand for food. Previously, grain merchants from the Seven Kingdoms continuously supplied Holy Flame Island with food and livestock, allowing for the storage of substantial reserves in addition to brewing and meeting the island's food supply. Yet, with the advent of the long night and harsh winter, shipments of food and livestock have ceased. The current grain reserves on Holy Flame Island are sufficient for the consumption of the present population for over 6 months. The return of the fleet sent out to procure supplies remains uncertain, as does the quantity they may bring back. Furthermore, no one knows how long this long night and winter will persist. Thus, Holy Flame Island has been compelled to reduce its daily meal provisions, ensuring that the stored grain may last for approximately another year. If the procurement fleet manages to return with adequate supplies, sustaining the population for an additional 2 to 3 years should not pose a problem. 2 months later, the entire continent of Westeros was engulfed in darkness, with even Dorne experiencing heavy snowfall. However, for reasons unknown, wherever dragons resided, the night sky was tinged with a faint luminosity, reminiscent of overcast conditions. This phenomenon allowed crops in areas such as King's Landing, Dragonstone, and Old Town, where dragons lingered, to continue their slow growth. As the leader of the Old Town's reserve forces, Rouge has successfully collaborated with the newly appointed Archbishop of the Starry Hall to restore the economy and daily life of Old Town. Recently, he organized the completion of the new harvest season, ensuring that Old Town is now well-stocked with ample provisions. Following the directives left by Daniela, he is currently leading the townsfolk in excavating and organizing the subterranean black stone maze beneath Old Town. The base of the Tower of Ascendancy is entirely constructed from black stone, and beneath it lies a circular labyrinth. Multiple hypotheses surround its origins. Some scholars suggest a connection to the labyrinth creator of Lorith, as there exists a similarly sized black stone maze exposed on the surface there. Others propose that both the Tower of Ascendancy and the Seat of the Sea were crafted by the fabled Deep Ones, hybrids of marine creatures and humans, representing the legacy of a bygone civilization. It is precisely due to this black stone maze that the Tower of Ascendancy has never been breached. Long ago, the island that houses the tower was known as the Isle of 100 Battles, a title that aptly reflects its history. Additionally, there are speculations that the Hightower family unearthed numerous invaluable ancient artifacts from this black stone maze, which empowered them to establish the Seven Gods Church and the Citadel, two organizations of profound influence over the continent of Westeros. Previously, due to Daniela's abrupt offensive, the Hightower family was unable to mount an effective defense and were swiftly taken back to King's Landing. During this time, many attempted to infiltrate the Tower of Ascendancy, but were all apprehended by Rouge, who fed them to his dragons, including the formidable Shamoros. Over the past 2 months, an increasing number of refugees have begun to flood into Old Town in their quest for sustenance. They have all been conscripted by Rouge to assist in the excavation of the Blackstone Maze. Consequently, the pace of the dig has accelerated significantly, yielding a small portion of the maze. Among the discoveries, numerous treasures have been unearthed, including various gemstones, oddly shaped silver and gold artifacts, and an abundance of armor and weaponry. Although most are somewhat damaged, many are inscribed with strange runes, indicating their ancient origins. As the excavation deepens, an increasing number of skeletal remains have been unearthed, revealing that even giants and children of the forest were once present. The remains of various beasts are also plentiful. Strangely, some skeletal remains resemble hybrid creatures with fish heads and human bodies, though these bones are nearly disintegrated, only faintly revealing their former shapes. Most importantly, Rouge has fortuitously discovered several large treasure vaults, overflowing with gold, silver, and jewels, their brilliance nearly blinding him. These treasures are clearly the legacy of the Hightower family. It seems the princess was indeed correct. The Hightower family is truly unfathomable. The value of these vaults must surely exceed billions of golden dragons. It is said that the Lannister family of the Westerlands is the wealthiest in the Seven Kingdoms. One wonders what their reaction would be upon witnessing these riches. Ha ha ha. After indulging in a visual feast, the order was swiftly given to reseal the entrance, and dozens of pure-hearted guardians were dispatched to stand watch outside. As the long nights and harsh winter lingered, incidents of malevolence became increasingly frequent in both Junlin and St. Flame Island, as well as the Old Town. Daemon, Samwell, and Rouge unanimously opted for a singular method of dealing with these criminals. They were all bundled off to the Dreamfire Island in the Staircase Archipelago, for it was the only place still graced by a glimmer of sunlight. After months of development, Dreamfire Island had established a modest town and harbor. The salt pans had yielded over 10 tons of refined sea salt. Thanks to the reservoir, the once barren Dreamfire Island had transformed into a verdant landscape. The tidal flats surrounding the island were now filled with seedlings of red mangroves, while the hillsides blossomed with fruit trees and pasture grass. The scant flatlands of the island now bore flourishing crops. Who would have imagined that the desolate Staircase Archipelago could be metamorphosed in such a manner? Chapter 200. The illusory winter with the 500 unicorn warriors led by the Dax brothers present. Even the most ruthless of brigands had no choice but to submit to labor. Otherwise, they would not only endure physical punishment, but also face starvation. Some of the most vicious among them were even fed to the hounds. Currently, the population of Dreamfire Island had surpassed 5,000, with over 4,000 being young, able-bodied men. Consequently, many of the women sent here, unwilling to endure the hardships of labor, resorted to engaging in the flesh trade. Although the laborers dispatched to the island arrived penniless, those who performed well could eventually secure formal employment after passing assessments. While the remuneration was modest, it allowed them to save a considerable amount of copper stars each month. Particularly, those selected to work in the salt pans, along with individuals possessing specific skills, quickly amassed several silver deer upon their arrival on the island, with refined sea salt emerging as a hard currency. An increasing number of merchants had recently begun to flock to Dreamfire Island. Consequently, brothels on the island flourished like mushrooms after the rain. Even the Three Daughters Kingdom and the pirates of the Staircase Archipelago would patronize this place during brief respites from conflict. As the long nights and bitter winter set in, the number of individuals resorting to crime to fill their bellies surged, and the jails of various families were nearing capacity, even according to the traditions of the Seven Kingdoms. Sending them to the desolate wall had become impractical due to the inclement weather. Thanks to the prolonged summer of the preceding decade, most families had accumulated substantial food reserves. Thus, in the short term, the other kingdoms remained relatively stable, albeit with sporadic disturbances. The overall situation remained manageable. Under the direct tutelage of King Jaehaerys, Viserys had become adept at handling state affairs. It was evident to discerning eyes that the old king intended to bequeath his throne to Viserys. This, of course, displeased Princess Rhaenys and Lord Corlys Velaryon immensely. However, with the kingdom in dire straits, they found it unwise to express their frustrations. In a fit of anger, Princess Rhaenys retreated to Driftmark. It appeared that His Majesty the King had made a decisive choice, preparing to elevate Viserys to prominence. The sea snake, Corlys Velaryon, sat before the hearth, seething with indignation alongside his wife, Princess Rhaenys. He lamented that the position of the Hand of the King had traditionally been held by the Velaryon family. Yet now it had been directly bestowed upon the House of Redwine. It appeared he was resolutely determined to disregard the honor of House Velaryon. Rhaenys, gazing intently at the flickering flames in the fireplace, gently swirled the red wine in her glass and remarked nonchalantly that the Iron Throne belonged to House Targaryen. The nobles of the Seven Kingdoms would rather reduce the realm to ashes than allow a woman to ascend the throne. With the long night and winter both upon them, she suggested that instead of fretting over such matters, he should consider how to lead House Velaryon through this crisis. Corlys drained his glass of dragon's fire wine and looked out through the floor-to-ceiling windows at the island. Our Driftmark does not seem to be ensnared by the long night, he observed. Though the skies had darkened considerably, this land was accustomed to relentless storms, which seemed to have little adverse effect on them. The wealth of House Velaryon was sufficient to sustain them within the castle for generations. Rhaenys, smiling at her husband, shook her head and replied, "You are a magnificent patriarch, and under your leadership, House Velaryon has achieved unparalleled glory. However, you have never truly regarded the Seven Kingdoms. Do you believe that the sea snake can bear the weight of the Iron Throne? Moreover, with sea smoke having departed for several months without return, the worsening weather posed a genuine threat to House Velaryon." Meanwhile, like the couple, the lords and ladies of Westeros gathered around their warm hearths in their respective castles. Their lives appeared unaffected by the turmoil, as the castle gates were shut tight, and the ample reserves could sustain them for a decade or more. In their eyes, the common folk were akin to crops. As long as they did not perish, they would revive once the weather improved. To hedge against uncertainty, King Jaehaerys dispatched a fleet to the eastern continent to procure grain. Once stability was restored, he also sent his brothers Viserys and Daemon, riding their dragons, to the fertile regions of the Reach and Stormlands to collect food and tax for the long night. Naturally, no noble dared to resist the might of two dragons, and thus the collection of provisions and taxes proceeded with remarkable ease. A steady stream of grain and gold began to flow towards King's Landing. As 3 months swiftly approached, the increasingly stooped King Jaehaerys stood on the balcony of the Red Keep, observing the thick blanket of snow covering the city. While stroking the now 3-meter-long Vagor, he muttered to himself, "It will soon be 3 months. I wonder why Daenerys has yet to return. She must have stumbled upon some extraordinary treasure and lost herself in it. Does she not consider how interminable and arduous 3 months can be for an old man like me, who could depart this world at any moment? If she does not return soon, she will miss the birth of her brother." As the old king spoke, he reached out to catch a few snowflakes. The weather was indeed peculiar. The long night and harsh winter had persisted for 3 months, yet the temperature had not significantly dropped. Within Dragonstone, Viserys was holding his wife Emma's hand, slowly strolling through the Ygritte garden. The children of the forest and Maester Dagon accompanied them, as Emma's time was drawing near, and she could give birth at any moment. Although her health had improved over the past 6 months, she was still under careful watch. During this time, the herbalists and Maester Dagon had assisted over 200 women in childbirth, gaining considerable experience. Even cesarean sections had been performed a few times. While the infants were saved, the mothers, if they survived, often emerged weakened. Noble women had a chance for recovery with proper care, but the impoverished faced grim prospects. Why hasn't Daenerys returned in months? The child has become increasingly unruly. She was once merely mischievous on Dragonstone, but now she likely refuses to come home at all. Viserys, Should we consider finding her a suitor? This situation cannot continue. Emma's words brought a lump to Viserys' throat. Though he had regained some weight over the past 2 months, he still appeared somewhat gaunt, yet undeniably more handsome than before. Now, as the long night and winter descended simultaneously, that clever child was indispensable to the king. As a princess of the realm, it was her duty. We should feel pride and honor in her excellence. I am grateful to have such a remarkable daughter. Upon reaching this point, Viserys' voice choked slightly, prompting him to turn away and wipe his moist eyes. Let us return indoors. The wind outside is too strong, and it troubles me. Really? Emma surveyed the surroundings. Though the snow falls incessantly, I do not find it particularly cold. Chapter 201. Daenerys Awakens. As Daenerys traversed the colorful vale, she suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of weightlessness, prompting an involuntary gasp. However, as her consciousness returned, Daenerys' expression darkened, for she had become one with the peculiar fishwood. Countless roots of the fishwood had deeply embedded themselves within her, merging with her flesh and blood. Observing the stains on her shoulder-length hair and leather armor, it was evident that considerable time had elapsed. Perhaps it was the fishwood that had prevented her from starving outright. The three-eyed crow's machinations were indeed formidable. Daenerys realized she had fallen into the trap set by the three-eyed crow. It was likely that this mutated fishwood and the sea dragon were both under its control, intentionally appearing before her. He was acutely aware that Daenerys would not let this slip by easily, and unwittingly walked into the trap he had meticulously laid for himself. Such an ancient and unyielding creature was indeed terrifying. Daenerys had assumed that after being devoured by Myricus, he would remain subdued for a while. However, he resurfaced far sooner than anticipated. Nonetheless, his losses this time were considerable. While it would not lead to his complete annihilation, he would likely refrain from causing her trouble in the near future. Had it not been for the protective flame rune at her brow, he might have succeeded in his malevolent intentions. In that case, her consciousness could have met a gruesome end at the hands of the others, and her corporeal form would have likely fallen victim to his possession. Daenerys now harbored suspicions that even the likes of Brynden Rivers and Bran Stark had been usurped by the true three-eyed raven. After all, one was of the Targaryen bloodline, the other a pure descendant of House Stark. However, the roots of the weirwood trees had now become one with her being. Although she could not ascertain how much time had passed, it was undoubtedly substantial. Her sudden disappearance must have thrown the entire royal family into disarray. As Daenerys pondered her predicament with growing concern, the flame rune on her brow unexpectedly became aglow with renewed intensity. In an instant, a surge of crimson flames erupted, incinerating the weirwood roots entwined within her. Before Daenerys could regain her mobility, her mind was flooded with a cacophony of ancient voices. Infuriated, she retorted, "Your world's memories. Could you not store them for yourself? Just allow me to access them when needed, and I could help you spread the weirwoods across the world. Should you dare to threaten me again, I would not hesitate to incinerate every weirwood in this realm with my dragon. You pitiful wretch. You exist in a liminal state, neither living nor dead, yet you delight in weaving your conspiracies from the shadows. Henceforth, any weirwoods I plant shall be off limits to you." As if sensing Daenerys' resolve, the flames manifested a silhouette of Daenerys upon the mutated weirwood. In that instant, she felt a profound connection with the tree. Gently placing her hand upon it, a torrent of memories threatened to overwhelm her. Startled, she quickly withdrew her hand, thinking, perhaps it is best not to know. Omniscience may not be beneficial for someone so grounded in the mundane. My will is not so unwavering. I have yet to fully indulge in the splendor of this world. The flame that had aided her once more did not return to her brow, but instead split into 10 streams that shot forth into the distance. Among them, 3 took the form of dragons. The largest of these surged directly into the slumbering form of Myricus, who lay far away. With a sudden crack, the unforeseen event startled Myricus, causing her to leap into the air, emitting an anxious howl. It was only then that Daniela realized Myricus had grown to an impressive size of nearly 10 meters. The flames that enveloped her body cocooned her in a fiery hue of crimson and violet. However, it was evident that these flames posed no harm to her. As Myricus flitted about in the sky, her form rapidly expanded, ultimately stabilizing at around 15 meters. Similarly, the flames ignited the bodies of Bellerin, Vagana, and Grey Shadow, prompting them to ascend into the stormy skies, desperately seeking to extinguish the flames with the blizzard's power. To their astonishment, they discovered that the fire did not inflict any damage. Instead, it instigated a wondrous transformation within their bloodlines, leading to a remarkable growth in their sizes. In a mere moment, they each reached lengths exceeding 20 meters. Most astonishingly, Daniela noticed that the dragon claws on Myricus' wings had multiplied from 1 to 5, while Bellerin and the others sprouted 3. This transformation was evidently due to a significant enhancement and mutation of their draconic bloodlines. As they danced through the air, the raging blizzard gradually began to dissipate. Meanwhile, 6 streams of fire surged towards 5 distant dragon eggs and into the body of Dreamfire. Daniela then noticed, beside Dreamfire, the skeletal remains of a sea dragon, resembling a sculpture of white jade, lying in the distance. Beneath the sea dragon's remains lay 5 pale blue dragon eggs. After the flames entered her body, Dreamfire ignited with a faint glow of fire, albeit less pronounced than that of Myricus and the others. Under the influence of the flames, Dreamfire emitted an exhilarating roar, and her slightly plump form began to regain its tautness and elegance. Her claws and crown visibly grew more fearsome and colossal, while the spines along her body thickened and lengthened at a swift pace. Her dragon teeth rapidly fell away, replaced by new ones that were larger and sharper. The dragon claws at the tips of her wings also transformed into 3. In less than a quarter of an hour, Dreamfire's size surged to 80 meters. Although she had become somewhat leaner, Daniela felt an overwhelming surge of power within her. As she focused her thoughts, she opened her palm and discovered she could conjure a small flame out of thin air. Regrettably, the flame lacked potency, leaving only a small crater the size of a bowl upon striking the distant snow. After stretching her somewhat stiff body, Daniela slowly approached the 5 dragon eggs. These must be sea dragon eggs, she mused. I wonder how to incubate them. If I could hatch 5 little sea dragons, it would be splendid. With their aid, we could effortlessly dominate the oceans. Gently caressing the 5 dragon eggs, Daniela found herself lost in fanciful thoughts. Suddenly, a crack echoed as one of the dragon eggs shattered. Chapter 202, A New Dragon Breed. What? Is it truly that simple? As Daniela gazed in astonishment at the broken egg, a small blue head emerged, followed by its blue-violet 3-clawed dragon wings. Is it a dragon? Upon witnessing the creature fully emerge from the egg, Daniela was taken aback to discover that it was indeed a dragon. Moreover, she felt an inexplicable bond, as if their bloodlines were intertwined. What is happening? Why do I sense my own lineage? At that moment, Daniela recalled the flame rune upon her forehead and reached out to touch it, exclaiming, "You are remarkable. Why was I unaware of this?" Her thoughts drifted back to the time in the heart of eternal winter when the flame at her brow had instantaneously transformed 3 ice dragons into miniature dragons. The truth dawned on Daniela. The flame had reformed the souls of the ice dragons, allowing the sea dragon egg to hatch into this magnificent creature. What an extraordinary turn of events. Could this be akin to Aegon Targaryen's legacy in the world of Game of Thrones? Wait, does this imply that Daniela now had the opportunity to inspect the remaining 4 dragon eggs? Just then, the newly hatched Rhaenyra communicated her hunger through a mental connection. Unlike the previous dragon, she emerged already aware of her name, and astonishingly, Daniela also perceived this simultaneously. Quickly, Daniela used her mental link to instruct Myricus and the others to hunt for prey. After all, she must care for her offspring. At that moment, Rhaenyra's body had solidified, and she affectionately crawled into Daniela's embrace. Daniela tenderly stroked her beautiful blue scales, cool to the touch, distinct from those of ordinary dragons. Occasionally, the scales shifted to a blue-violet hue, bringing warmth and contrast. How marvelous! With a joyful roar, Rhaenyra expressed her delight at Daniela's affection. This cry, however, bore similarities to that of other dragons. Cradling Rhaenyra, Daniela's gaze remained fixed on the other 4 dragon eggs. As expected, not long after, another egg cracked open. Out emerged a small creature entirely cloaked in black. Hogdila. Upon hearing Daniela's call, the freshly hatched Hogdila eagerly crawled towards her, its still fragile body wriggling with excitement. In contrast to Rhaenyra's sleek and refined appearance, Hogdila was adorned with rugged protrusions and bony spikes, a testament to its recent arrival into the world. Moreover, its coloration is rather peculiar. The black hue is interspersed with a striking crimson, reminiscent of the exquisite silk known as Xiangyunsha. Is it truly so sophisticated? Additionally, the appearance of Hogdras exudes a commanding presence. Its formidable horns are robust, resembling a regal crown. The elongated tail is adorned with sharp, bony protrusions, akin to a razor-edged blade. Particularly notable are its claws, which are equipped with formidable hooks, appearing exceptionally sharp. Once it matures, in a physical confrontation, it is likely that both Apesos and Himelos would stand no chance against it. Yet, at this moment, this audacious little creature behaves as sweetly as a kitten before Daniela. She affectionately cradles it in her arms, its body radiating warmth, fluctuating between light and heavy. What an extraordinary ability. Could it possibly have mastered the manipulation of gravitational forces? However, at this time, the two adorable beings are primarily preoccupied with their hunger. The blizzard has subsided, and it is expected that with the skills of Maelasis and the others, they will soon return with a hunt. Daniela scans her surroundings. But aside from the grass and wildflowers blanketed by snow, no wildlife is in sight. Fortunately, it isn't long before Maelasis returns, triumphantly carrying a seal. In an effort to hone her abilities, Daniela uses a fire-imbued dagger to carve a piece of meat from the seal's body, attempting to roast it with the flame she conjures in her palm. Unfortunately, after several minutes of effort, there are no results, and she finds herself quite exhausted. Meanwhile, Maelasis observes her with an oddly inquisitive gaze. Go away. We share a connection, can you not perceive it? In a fit of frustration, Daniela sends forth a fireball, which Maelasis deftly avoids. However, the flame strikes the nearby seal carcass. Sizzle. Instantly, a sizable portion of the meat is cooked to perfection by the fire Daniela unleashed. So, this is how one utilizes their flame abilities. Hogdras, the flame-devouring beast. Quickly, Daniela slices off 2 small pieces of cooked meat to feed to Hognala and Hogdras. Yet, it is evident that their appetites are far from modest. Despite their diminutive size of merely a few dozen centimeters, their hunger is immense. It is only after Daniela provides them with 3 to 4 pounds of seal meat that they finally feel satiated. Content and full, the two little creatures nestle against Daniela, drifting into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Maelasis gazes at them with a wistful expression, seemingly mourning the affection she is about to lose. Sensing Maelasis' emotions, Daniela quickly positions Hognala and Hogdras upon her shoulders. Then, she tenderly strokes Maelasis' head, now significantly larger than that of the largest elephant, and reassures her, fear not. You will always be my most treasured daughter, irreplaceable. With a surge of excitement, Maelasis nuzzles Daniela with her massive head, inadvertently toppling her over. How embarrassing. Observing their interactions, Menghua turned away helplessly. At that moment, the third dragon egg finally hatched, revealing a silver-white, 3-clawed, young female dragon. She possessed a distinctive appearance, her body adorned with exquisite purple butterfly patterns. Most notably, her snout was sharply pointed, and the wing membranes connecting the horns atop her head to the spines along her neck could expand and contract. From her neck to her back, and all the way down her tail, layers of sharp, semi-diamond spines were intricately arranged. Only a smooth area between her shoulder blades seemed designated for a dragon rider. The scales on her chest formed a harmonious echo with the patterns across her entire body. As she moved, the interplay of light and shadow created a dizzying effect. It was then that Daniela realized these patterns were not only beautiful, but also possessed formidable qualities. Hogras was fortunate, upon her birth. She was already provided with roasted seal meat. Meanwhile, little Bellerin and his companions had returned from their hunt, bringing back colossal walruses, while Grey Shadow had captured a massive great white shark measuring several meters long. Chapter 203. Returning with light, Daniela conjured a spark of fire from her palm, directing it precisely towards a nearby seal carcass. With a sizzle, a substantial portion of her chosen seal meat was roasted. It seemed that this faint spark had a commendable offensive capability, barely qualifying as a small fireball. Hogras exhibited a noticeably smaller appetite than her siblings, consuming just over half a kilogram of seal meat before feeling satiated. Consequently, Daniela placed her atop Maelasis. Ever the frugal caretaker, Daniela consumed the remaining seal meat herself. Although the passage of time was uncertain, her hunger compelled her to devour 3 to 5 kilograms in one sitting. With her belly filled, a newfound warmth enveloped her. At that moment, the remaining 2 dragon eggs simultaneously cracked open. To Daniela's anticipation, 2 ice-blue sea dragons emerged, a male and a female. Yamajawa, Yamojir. Yet again, these little creatures came with names. Henceforth, Yamajawa would be the elder sister, for the female is indeed significant. These 2 little beings were merely the length of Daniela's forearm, their bodies cloaked in exquisite light blue scales that felt pleasantly cool to the touch. On their small heads, 2 pairs of tiny dragon horns and several protrusions had already begun to emerge. Strangely, both little creatures sported a sprig of fish food wood atop their heads. Is this hereditary? The young sea dragons bore dense, wing membrane-connected spines along the back of their necks, capable of fanning out like a cobra. Their spines were adorned with fin-like protrusions that extended to their fan-shaped tails, creating a magnificent and imposing sight. The siblings bore an almost indistinguishable resemblance, discernible only by their differing hues. The elder sister, Yemanjawa, exhibited a shimmering emerald glow upon her abdomen, while her younger brother, Yamonger, radiated a pale lavender sheen upon his back. After satiating her 5 young dragons, Daniela utilized the Dawnblade to skin the walruses and sharks hunted by Balerion and his companions, meticulously extracting the valuable materials and parts. The remnants were then left for Miracis and the others to partake. Once the items were carefully stowed upon the back of Dreamfire, Daniela approached the colossal remains of a sea dragon. This creature had evidently not been deceased for long. The scales and flesh upon its head were remarkably well preserved, adorned with a peculiar crimson fishwood. Moreover, Daniela sensed that the magical energy within the dragoness body remained almost intact, seemingly nourished by the strange fishwood growing above it. Although only bones remained, distinct signs of gnawing were evident. In pursuit of the truth, Daniela approached the fishwood, placing her hand against its trunk. She sought merely the information regarding the 2 sea dragons. Indeed, it was revealed that they had been controlled and raised by the 3-eyed raven in a nearby cavern. The larger and elder male sea dragon had recently reached the end of its life, while the female had consumed him after laying 5 dragon eggs, severely depleting her strength. Their lair was situated beneath the 1,000-meter waterfall, which Dreamfire and her companions had already discovered. They had retrieved the 5 dragon eggs and the dragon's remains from within. Now, Miracis had grown to a length of 15 meters, making her rideable. Daniela reclined upon her back, prompting her to guide them once more into the sea dragoness cave. The entrance was vast, allowing even Dreamfire to enter with ease. A spark of fire ignited in her palm, casting a faint glow that barely illuminated the interior. The cavern was immense, comparable to the hall of a castle, with its pitch-black walls evidently composed of coal. The sea dragon couple left little in terms of inheritance. Aside from some large animal bones, they had not bequeathed anything of value. However, the coal deposit was exceedingly rare. The cave featured several deep fissures, and through the dim light, Daniela discerned that they extended far beyond, indicating the considerable size of the coal mine. Dragonstone Island possessed a small coal mine, which the Targaryen family relied upon for hatching young dragons, utilizing the higher quality coal. Yet, within Westeros, aside from a few northern families utilizing coal for heating, the general nobility scorned this sooty substance that emitted black smoke when burned. Nonetheless, even if the denizens of this world understood the utility of coal, they primarily harvested surface mines. Only the Targaryen family comprehended that coal lay hidden beneath the earth, requiring excavation to yield superior quality. During the ancient Valyrian era, the coal beneath the 14 flames served as a crucial fuel for forging Valyrian steel. Daniela strolled through the cavern once more, yet found nothing of value and decided to depart. Uncertain of her length of stay, she deemed it prudent to return home early. The coal mine and the mutated fish, Liangmu, held significant worth for her. Thus, she instructed little Balerion and the others to remain and guard the site, reassured by the ample game in the vicinity that would sustain them. The soil of this peninsula was exceptionally fertile, covering a vast area several times larger than that of St. Flame Island. Moreover, the eastern edge of the peninsula marked the estuary of the Milk River, and controlling this location would secure the sole passage from the outer territories to the Seven Kingdoms, a position of immense strategic importance. Daniela had resolved to construct a fortress and armory here. The large coal mine would provide optimal fuel, and although the north was barren, it boasted rich mineral resources. Additionally, the area was infused with magic, sparsely populated, and unclaimed, making it a compelling target for occupation. At this moment, Hagrana and her companions had latched onto Malesis, while Daniela entwined Yamajua and Yamojir around her arm and climbed onto the back of Dreamfire, commanding her to seize the enormous head of the sea dragon. They soared towards Bear Island. Malesis followed closely, bearing the 3 little ones. As little Balerion and the others watched with reluctant gazes, the figures of Dreamfire and her companions gradually faded into the dim twilight. Remarkably, as Daniela ascended into the sky, the blizzards ravaging the 7 kingdoms began to wane. By the time Daniela reached Bear Island, the long night of the Dorne kingdom had drawn to a close, and sunlight finally returned. Daniela did not linger on Bear Island. After reporting her safety, she hurriedly set off for King's Landing. By this time, the storm that had tormented the 7 kingdoms had completely ceased, and the skies began to brighten. Oh gods! Witnessing the safe return of Princess Daniela, Lady Mormont collapsed in relief onto the ground. At last, she has returned. A few hours later, as Daniela soared above King's Landing atop her dragon, the city was once again enveloped in light. The resonant roars of Dreamfire and Malesis echoed throughout the military encampment of King's Landing. In the Red Keep, Urlax sensed the commotion and dashed outside. "It is Princess Daniela. Your Majesty. She has come back," Audrey exclaimed, her excitement causing her to topple the tray she held as she called out to King Jaehaerys, who sat in a daze. Chapter 204, Eternal Radiance. Who has returned? The once dull eyes of King Jaehaerys, increasingly clouded of late, finally ignited with brightness. Overwhelmed with joy, Audrey exclaimed, "Your Majesty! It is Princess Daniera. She has returned. Come quickly, the long night and bitter winter have ended. The sun has risen once more." King Jaehaerys shook off his previous despondency and hastily approached the balcony, the long-awaited sunlight nearly blinding him. A magnificent spectacle unfolded as Dreamfire clutched the colossal head of the sea dragon, soaring triumphantly over King's Landing. The deep blue scales shimmered brilliantly under the midday sun, dazzling to the point of being almost blinding. To ensure the citizens could behold the dragon's visage, Dreamfire flew low, the gust generated by her wings causing pedestrians on the streets to sway unsteadily. Following closely behind was Mastiffs, who, in stature, could also be considered a young dragon. Her delicate lavender scales glistened radiantly in the sunlight. Urax, now measuring several meters in size, displayed reddish-brown scales that sparkled with golden hues, excitedly darting towards Daenerys, ultimately landing on Dreamfire's back and affectionately nuzzling her. The residents of King's Landing, who had trembled in their homes for months, finally emerged into the warm embrace of the sun, running into the streets with wild abandon. The sunlight felt so warm upon their skin, and they danced and cheered, though nearly all had tears glistening in their eyes. "Behold, it is the sun. The long night and the bitter winter have come to an end," Daenerys shouted as she urged Dreamfire lower. "The malevolent dragon that brought forth the long night and winter has been vanquished. The 7 kingdoms shall continue to bask in the beauty of an everlasting summer. The Targaryen dragons shall serve as your most formidable guardians. All forces of evil shall be crushed before the flames of the dragons." As Daenerys guided Dreamfire, she repeated her proclamation above King's Landing. The crowd gazed in awe at the immense dragon head Dreamfire bore. Good heavens, look! That dragon's head is larger than a carriage. Indeed, how else could it have summoned the long night and winter? We are fortunate to have the Targaryen dragons to protect us. Historical accounts speak of the long night lasting a century, until the great hero Azor Ahai wielded the Lightbringer to save the world. Yes, Princess Daenerys is our eternal sun, the vanquisher of the long night and winter. Long live the eternal sun. Long live the vanquisher of the long night and winter. Long live Princess Daenerys. The entirety of King's Landing erupted in fervor, all voices rising in unison to chant Daenerys' name. Thus, she acquired a resounding title, the Eternal Sun, the vanquisher of the long night and winter. Within the Dragon-Kiss Garden on Silk Street, a sleepy demon, accompanied by his dark sister, joined the throng gazing skyward. The bright sunlight made it difficult for him to open his eyes. "Have you finally returned? That wretched girl has once again outdone herself." Demon's coarse demeanor remained unchanged, yet the grin upon his face was unmistakable. Daenerys soared on Dreamfire over King's Landing for over an hour, before reluctantly returning to the Red Keep amidst the adoring gazes of the crowd. She commanded Dreamfire to land gracefully in the Godswood. Then they found a vacant space, allowing Dreamfire to swiftly excavate a large pit with her sharp dragon claws. King Jaehaerys, accompanied by his guards and maidens, also arrived at the sacred woods. The venerable king, renowned for his wisdom and might throughout his life, was overwhelmed with emotion upon seeing Daenerys' frail silhouette. With a voice thick with tears, he exclaimed, "My Daenerys." There were no more words exchanged. The old man pulled Daenerys into a tight embrace, repeatedly murmuring, "Indeed, it is Daenerys, my little Daenerys." Time seemed to stretch until Daenerys noticed her tears had soaked her great-grandfather's garment, prompting her to apologize shyly. "I'm sorry, great-grandfather. It is I who caused you worry." At that moment, Daenerys felt a poignant ache in her heart. In both her past and present lives, she had never truly savored the tenderness of familial love. Thus, she had channeled all her energy into what she deemed to be her duties, retreating to Dragonstone after successfully bonding with her dragon. Over the past 6 months, Daenerys had deeply felt the selfless affection of her parents and great-grandfather. "No, my child. Just your return is enough. Just your return." At this juncture, King Jaehaerys had regained his composure, pointing to the severed head of the sea dragon. "Is this beast the cause of the long night and the cold winter?" "Indeed, great-grandfather." Daenerys recounted her encounter with the sea dragon and its subsequent demise, as well as her journey to the heart of winter dreamscape guided by the three-eyed raven. However, she refrained from mentioning the flames that had blazed upon her brow, instead boasting that she had wielded the Sword of Dawn to vanquish the White Walkers, thus ending the long night and the cold winter. It became apparent that the legendary White Walkers truly existed and were indeed the harbingers of the long night and the winter's chill. King Jaehaerys did not doubt Daenerys' words, for the dragon's severed head served as irrefutable evidence. Moreover, it was precisely Daenerys' return that heralded the sun's revival over Westeros. Regardless of the actual events, the Targaryen family required such a legendary narrative. Their princess had slain the vile dragon, bringing an end to the long night and the cold winter. They were the guardians of the entire continent of Westeros. Seizing this opportunity would not only significantly elevate the Targaryen royal family's status and prestige among the Seven Kingdoms, but it would also transform the populace's fear and trepidation of dragons into reverence and admiration. Are you planning to bury this sea dragon's head? What a waste. We should preserve it as a specimen to be displayed in the Grand Square, allowing all to witness this historic and monumental event. It was evident that King Jaehaerys intended to capitalize on this affair. But great-grandfather, hasn't he everyone in King's Landing already witnessed it? Daenerys hurriedly clarified. Did you notice the fishbone tree growing on the dragon's head? This mutated fishbone tree significantly benefits the growth of dragons. If planted in the sacred woods, it would better protect the Targaryen royal family. We can reveal a portion of the sea dragon's cranium, allowing the noble spectators to behold its grandeur. Hearing this from Daenerys, the old king chuckled and remarked, "Very well. In your pursuit of maximizing benefits, you never fail to impress." With the assistance of the King's Guard, Daenerys personally undertook the task and swiftly succeeded in planting the mutated fishbeam tree, intentionally leaving a small part of the sea dragon's head exposed above the ground. Chapter 205, The War on the Birthing Bed Hiss. At that moment, the two little sea dragons clinging to Daenerys' arm awakened from their slumber, and upon noticing the throng surrounding them, they immediately let out cautious hisses. A few maidens were startled into shrieks. "Ah, a strange serpent, a strange serpent. Fear not, for these are two young sea dragons I have tamed," Daenerys quickly clarified to the crowd. In truth, King Jaehaerys, who stood closest to Daenerys, was equally taken aback, as he, like the others, had assumed those were mere decorations crafted by Daenerys at some unknown time. "This is Viserion, and this is regal," Daenerys soothed the little sea dragons while introducing them to the assembly. However, the two creatures, though as docile as kittens in Daenerys' presence, displayed fierce vigilance in front of the onlookers, refusing to lower their guard. Can the bloodline of House Targaryen still tame sea dragons? King Jaehaerys pondered. Wishing to approach the little sea dragons, yet recognizing their fierce demeanor, he prudently refrained from advancing. Perhaps not. Daenerys shook her head in explanation. Their birth was purely a matter of serendipity, yet a wondrous connection has indeed been established with my bloodline. Perhaps it resembles the bond between our Targaryen lineage and the dragons. In the future, my descendants should also be able to command sea dragons. Squeak. At this moment, Myricus issued a dissatisfied hiss towards Daenerys, apparently miffed that she had introduced only the two little sea dragons while neglecting to mention the already sworn little brethren, Rhaenyra and the others. Daenerys shook her head in resignation, realizing that the rivalry for affection among dragons could be quite vexing. By the way, great-grandfather, by sheer chance, I have obtained 3 young dragons. Huh. Just as the old king thought he had misheard, Myricus proudly crawled over and directly plucked the 3 drowsy little ones from his back, presenting them on his chest for all to see. Rhaenyra and Hograth were already far more extraordinary than typical dragons, captivating the assembled onlookers with their astonishing beauty. Particularly, Rhaenyra and Hograth's exquisitely refined forms ranked among the finest in the Targaryen lineage, with only Myricus being their equal. King Jaehaerys, most familiar with the dragons, discerned the distinct differences between the dragon claws of Meratis and Rhaenyra. "Their dragon claws?" Daenerys exclaimed, speculating that after consuming the flesh and blood of the sea dragon, they had undergone some transformation. "It must be an evolution of their bloodline," she mused. Upon hearing this, King Jaehaerys' eyes sparkled with renewed vigor as he turned his gaze toward the 2 young sea dragons. The devouring of sea dragons yields such effects. We could indeed endeavor to breed more sea dragons and observe the extent of the dragon's evolution. Daenerys did not respond directly, but rather remarked, "It is indeed a splendid idea. Surely, in a few hundred years, we shall have the opportunity to conduct experiments." These 2 sea dragons had left behind bloodline descendants over a century. Subsequently, Daenerys dismissed the guards and maidservants under the pretense of preparing lunch. She then drew the Sword of Dawn, methodically slicing through the wings of Dreamfire, Meratis, and Ulrax, allowing their dragon blood to drip onto the weirwood. As she chanted incantations, she placed her hands upon the trunk of the weirwood. With the continuous infusion of dragon blood, the spark of fire in her hands melded into it. Gradually, The silhouette of a maiden emerged from the weirwood trunk. As a seasoned dragon rider, King Jaehaerys distinctly sensed that the sacred grove had transformed. He felt an extraordinary force nurturing his body, reviving what had been a frail existence, akin to a candle flickering in the wind. How wondrous! I had no idea the weirwood possessed such properties. No wonder the children of the forest and the ancestors revered the old gods. The old king regarded the weirwood with newfound appreciation, towering over 10 meters and branching out into numerous limbs. It surpassed even the great oak at the heart of the sacred grove. In the future, he could stroll here at leisure, for it would surely benefit his health. Daenerys had already noticed her great-grandfather's alarming decline during her absence. Had she not returned in time, he might have passed away even earlier than in the historical accounts. These 3 months have indeed felt like a world transformed. King Jaehaerys gently caressed the weirwood, suddenly reflecting, 3 months. Are you saying I have been gone for 3 months? Daenerys, now grasping the precise duration of her absence, was preoccupied with thoughts of her mother. Eagerly, she inquired of King Jaehaerys, is my mother well? She should have reached her due date by now. King Jaehaerys nodded, affirming, yes. Your father has flown back to Dragonstone to be with her. After accompanying your great-grandfather for lunch today, you should return home. To avoid any unforeseen circumstances. Everyone is currently keeping this from your mother. Your father has also appeared quite haggard during this period. Allowing them to see you sooner would provide them with peace of mind. In the gardens of Dragonstone, King Viserys tenderly supported his wife, Aemma, basking in the warmth of the sun. It has been 3 months, Viserys. The sun has finally risen once more. Aemma caressed her belly, savoring the sun's embrace, knowing that this child would not endure the long night as the legends foretold. Indeed, the long night and bitter winter had finally come to an end. Everything would be all right, it must be. Yet, as Viserys gazed into the sunlight, tears involuntarily streamed down his cheeks. Suddenly, Aemma felt a sharp pain in her abdomen, followed by a warm flow down her legs. Quickly, take me back to the room, Viserys. The little one is coming. Viserys swiftly lifted Aemma and hurried toward the castle. While the prepared herbs and Maester Daemon busied themselves, Rhaenyra, feeling anxious, had just shared a meal with King Jaehaerys and Prince Daemon, and promptly took to the skies on Drogon toward Dragonstone. Even Prince Daemon's witty remarks could not capture Rhaenyra's interest. As she departed, Daemon jestingly remarked to King Jaehaerys, grandfather, do you believe there are any worthy suitors for this girl among the 7 kingdoms? Jaehaerys chose to ignore his words, saying, I hear you have brought a daughter of House Hightower to King's Landing. Whether he is worthy or not matters little. The choice lies with Rhaenyra herself. I trust she will not burden me with this. Chapter 206, Peril and Opportunity. Drogon, transformed, now boasted unparalleled speed, making the journey from King's Landing to Dragonstone in just over half an hour. Sensing Rhaenyra's urgency, he flew even faster, doubling his previous pace. Upon landing in the gardens of Aegon, Rhaenyra rushed toward her mother Aemma's chamber. While history suggests this child was born without incident, it also foretells tragedy. Yet, each childbirth is a battle for a woman, and Aemma's frail body seemed ill-suited for nurturing the Targaryen bloodline. The future is ever uncertain, and for Aemma, each delivery is a war. For Rhaenyra, who knows the outcome, it is a torment that deepens with her growing affection for her family. Upon arriving at Dragonstone, Myrithis took the 3 little ones back to her abode beside the weirwood on Ember Isle, having missed her nest during her absence. Months passed, and especially after enduring the long night and winter, the weirwood on Ember Isle had grown even taller. The heart of winter had passively released its energy, leaving an abundance of wind magic in the air. All magical creatures have reaped significant benefits from this tide of magic. In the lands beyond, nearly all the eligible female giants have successfully conceived. During the prolonged nights of these past months, they have largely occupied themselves in their caves, alleviating their boredom. In the depths of the forests across Westeros, countless magical beings have entered their peak breeding season. Even the children of the forest, who reside in the Lake of the God's Eye, have welcomed new members into their ranks, a precious boon for these beings known for their difficulties in reproduction. Through the weirwood trees, they are aware that this is all due to the efforts of the Dragon Princess, who has now ascended to the status of a green seer. In truth, each time a cataclysmic crisis looms, it heralds a surge of magical tides, compelling all races to unleash their full potential for the continuation of their lineage. This explains why, during moments of great peril, countless heroes emerge. The world has always maintained a delicate balance. No single force can dominate indefinitely. This truth is particularly evident in the realm of humanity, where even the mightiest dynasty, at the zenith of its power, begins its descent into ruin. The Isle of the Holy Flame, rich in magical essence, has gathered a considerable amount of magic due to the protection of the weirwood trees. This fact has greatly pleased Myricus upon her return. There exists a unique bond between the weirwood of the Holy Flame Isle and Myricus, and the transformation she has undergone has bestowed upon her immense benefits. Thus, enveloped in abundant magic, Myricus soon succumbed to a deep slumber. Rhaenyra and the others, already comfortably nestled upon her back, found their rest even more tranquil. Outside the Pyre Tower, Rhaenyra has just used her Syrax to incinerate the final batch of bodies requiring cremation. Since discovering that chanting the Valyrian prayers could hasten Syrax's growth, she has willingly taken on this responsibility in the wake of Daenerys' departure, demonstrating exceptional diligence, particularly during the long night. As a multitude of refugees flock to the Isle of the Holy Flame, the cremation duties have increased significantly, keeping her quite occupied. Furthermore, in an effort to provide employment for those refugees, the construction of the Holy Flame Fortress and the docks is progressing rapidly, necessitating her frequent visits to forge Dragonstone. Viserys, initially tasked with searching for Daenerys, was later summoned back to King's Landing to manage matters of the realm. Although the unreliable Uncle Demon occasionally lends a hand, it is likely an endeavor to borrow money from Samwell once again. Rhaenyra has secretly shed countless tears since Daenerys' disappearance, feeling a profound sense of failure in her role as an elder sister. Consequently, she has taken a proactive interest in the affairs of the Isle of the Holy Flame over the past few months. It is only now that she recognizes the multitude of responsibilities Daenerys had to manage daily. The cultivation and management of fields, the breeding and raising of livestock, the support and regulation of various handicrafts, the expansion and negotiation of the main business on St. Flame Island, the resettlement of refugees, the fitness of St. Flame Island, the mobilization of the St. Flame fleet, and the management of industries abroad. These were matters that Rhaenyra wished to avoid. Thus, she willingly took on the tasks of cremation and forging Dragonstone. Although the Dragonstone she crafted was scorned by the artisans and repurposed for paving roads and laying foundations, it was and assisting in Emma's room during the childbirth, who first spotted Daenerys, prompting an exclamation of surprise. Viserys, who had been by Emma's bedside, immediately turned toward the door upon hearing her voice. Tears blurred his vision as he hastened to Daenerys, enveloping her in an embrace, exclaiming, "You have returned, you have returned." "Father, I can hardly breathe," Daenerys remarked, wiping away Viserys' tears with a teasing tone. "How is it that after a few months apart, you have become so handsome? Have you lost weight?" Viserys, finally smiling through his tears, responded, "After months apart, you remain as spirited as ever. But what have you done to your hair? Dyeing it a shade of deep purple-black?" He affectionately stroked Daenerys' now shoulder-length hair. While the Targaryen family's silver hair was regarded as the epitome of nobility, it was evident that Viserys held little concern for such conventions. At that moment, Daenerys realized her hair's transformation. She had not anticipated that this upheaval would result in the loss of her beautiful silver-gold locks. Nonetheless, the purple-black hue was indeed unique, destined to be perceived as the most precious color. In this world, the Valyrian silver-gold hair was considered the most noble, followed by pure black and deep brown, while hues like gold and flaxen were more commonplace. Red hair, on the other hand, was often scorned, seen as a symbol of barbarism, folly, and rebellion. Father, how is mother?" she inquired. "Everything is proceeding smoothly," Viserys replied, taking Daenerys' hand and leading her to the bedside where he gently spoke to Emma. "Emma, Daenerys has returned." At that moment, Emma, exhausted from the ordeal, spoke with a faint voice. Daenerys quickly rushed to her side, grasping her hand. "Mother, you will be all right." Daenerys tightened her grip on Emma's hand and began to softly chant, a warm energy gradually flowing from their clasped hands into Emma. This brought a sense of comfort to Emma, allowing her to muster strength once more, guided by the herbs. With each breath, Emma gently reassured the anxious Daenerys. "Child, I am fine. This birthing bed is a battleground for women. It is our duty and our honor." As time passed, over half an hour elapsed without any signs of the child's arrival. Thus, the herbalist and Maester Dagon administered the prepared potion to Emma. At last, as the remnants of the setting sun poured into the room, a clear and melodious cry of an infant pierced the tranquility of Dragonstone. Daenerys and Rhaenyra embraced once more, tears streaming down their cheeks, for they had already shed tears upon Rhaenyra's return. Chapter 207, Rhaenyra and Rhaenyra, a princess. The herbalist excitedly lifted the newborn for all to see. This forest child, once infatuated with herbs, had now become the most skilled midwife of both Dragonstone and Dragonstone Island. Thanks to her, the survival rate of infants on both islands had soared dramatically. Moreover, the already adept Maester Digeris had learned much from her regarding pharmacology, refining his own medical skills, and the two had formed a profound friendship despite their age difference. Viserys took the swaddled child in his arms. His eyes filled not with disappointment for not having a son, but with joy as he exclaimed, "Let me see our Rhaenyra. Oh, she is as beautiful as her two sisters." Rhaenyra was the name that Viserys and Aemma had agreed upon. Had it been a son, he would be named Baelon. Rhaenyra, a pure-blood Targaryen princess with silver hair and violet eyes, was notably healthier than her historical counterparts. Daenerys hurriedly retrieved a string of beads from her pouch and hung them around the baby's neck. Crafted from the eye of a sea dragon and cherry magic gems, the beads were hastily assembled but imbued with potent magic, perfect for nurturing a newborn like Rhaenyra, in hopes of defying the fates that foretold her demise. What a unique blue bead. What material is it made from? Rhaenyra inquired curiously. It is the eye of the sea dragon I slain. If you like it, sister, I can gift you the other one, Daenerys replied. Rhaenyra shook her head vigorously, saying, No, just the thought of it is rather terrifying. I shall return to King's Landing tomorrow to inspect the dragon's head. I am indeed curious about such a creature, capable of ushering in such prolonged nights and winters. Oh, if only I could encounter a sea dragon myself. My Syrax is far more formidable now. Surely, I could slay a foul dragon as well. It seems I ought to visit the Sunset Sea for a stroll. Very well, as long as you are happy. Though Aemma's delivery was not without its challenges, it ultimately concluded without peril, and Rhaenyra's condition appeared stable. With the care of the herbalist and Maester Digeris, coupled with the nurturing from the sea dragon beads provided by Daenerys, it was hoped that Rhaenyra's fate would indeed be altered. To avoid disturbing Aemma's rest, Daenerys and the others departed from her chamber after the herbalist had tended to the infant. At Rhaenyra's persistent urging, Daenerys recounted the tale of her battle with the sea dragon in detail, embellishing it for the audience. News from the Dragoness Kiss Garden soon arrived, announcing that Miss Na had also given birth, and to a girl. What a remarkable coincidence, and suddenly whispered as she approached Daenerys. Upon hearing this, Daenerys could not help but secretly lament how astute Rhaenyra was in her reproductive endeavors. Consequently, she shared Rhaenyra's circumstances with her father, with Rhaenyra present as well. Are you suggesting that we raise Daemon's illegitimate daughter as a twin sister to Rhaenyra? Viserys, who held familial bonds in high regard, did not oppose this notion. However, this proposition diverged from the traditions of Westeros, and the status of a royal princess was of great significance, making it a matter of considerable weight. Since the dragon egg previously intended for Rhaenyra had been stolen, Viserys brought another egg with him upon returning to Dragonstone. If they were to raise this girl as Rhaenyra's twin sister, it would necessitate the preparation of yet another dragon egg. The Targaryen lineage had never before seen an illegitimate child bond with a dragon, which left Viserys in a state of quandary. She is the daughter of Uncle Daemon, and is, in essence, our sister. If she grows up alongside Rhaenyra, they could provide companionship for one another. Rhaenyra was quite agreeable to this plan, as she herself was a twin to Daenerys, although they had not been particularly close in their youth. Daenerys' recent disappearance made her realize just how much she cherished her sister. She had often found herself regretting and shedding tears in solitude, feeling as though she had never adequately cared for her sister as an elder sibling should. Thus, she yearned for the opportunity to nurture a new pair of twin sisters by her side, allowing her to express the sisterly affection she had never shown Daenerys towards these new siblings. Ultimately, Viserys waited until Aemma awakened to discuss the matter with her, and upon her persuasion, he consented to the arrangement. That evening, ravens from Dragonstone spread the news across the Seven Kingdoms that Prince Viserys and Princess Aemma had welcomed another pair of twin daughters. Meanwhile, Rhaenyra's daughter, Rhaenyra, was discreetly brought from the Dragon's Kiss Garden to Dragonstone, where she was placed alongside Rhaenyra for nurturing. Viserys selected a dragon egg for Rhaenyra, a white egg adorned with silver spirals. As the warm egg was placed in Rhaenyra's cradle, Daenerys could distinctly sense their essences intertwining. Early the next morning, Rhaenyra departed Dragonstone astride Syrax, intending to visit the Godswood to observe the head of the sea dragon and to procure a dragon egg for Rhaenyra. With the assurance that her mother and sister were unharmed, Daenerys finally found peace. The following day, accompanied by Anya and Jarrell, she ventured to Whitehill to oversee the developments there. Daenerys was astonished to discover that during her absence, as night fell and winter descended, Samwell and Medric not only maintained stability on Sunfire Island, but also increased the populace to an impressive 100,000. Furthermore, nearly all the arable land on Sunfire Island had been cultivated, with rapid advancements made at Sunfire Keep and the island's docks. Samwell, Medric, you have truly exceeded my expectations. As the long night and frigid winter descended simultaneously, It is commendable how well you have managed St. Flame Island. Your hard work is truly appreciated. Naturally, Samwell was delighted to receive praise from his superior, yet he humbly reported that the foundation laid by Her Highness the Princess was paramount. Over the past few years, St. Flame Island had been particularly vigilant in its grain reserves, and with the recent launch of Dragonfire wine and dragon porcelain, a substantial amount of capital had been accumulated. This enabled us to boldly continue implementing the princess's policies, accommodating and settling the many refugees drawn to us. We harbored some uncertainty, having prepared only to endure for a maximum of 2 years. Unexpectedly, the princess managed to slay the vile dragon within 3 months, thus prematurely ending the long night and winter. I, Medric, am overjoyed that Daenerys could return safely. When the long night and winter arrived, Medric's brother, Torrhen, hastily returned to the Manderley family in White Harbor. Regardless of the outcome of this long night, he wished to be with his family. Medric, however, steadfastly chose to remain. He recognized that, given his current status, he could no longer aspire to the company of Princess Daenerys. Yet, being by her side to assist in the governance of her lands brought him immense satisfaction. Each person's dedication to love manifests differently. Medric chose the path of guardianship and companionship. From Princess Daenerys, he glimpsed a different kind of noble lord. Under her stewardship, the people of St. Flame Island experienced genuine happiness and prosperity. Thanks to the protection of Princess Daenerys, the residents felt immense pride when they ventured forth. Medric aspired to utilize his intellect to support the princess, allowing her ideals to take root in more lands and blossom into beautiful flowers. Chapter 208. The transformation of St. Flame Island today. White Sheep Town has become quite prosperous. After all, a town with a stable population of over 100,000 is indeed significant on the continent of Westeros. Moreover, White Sheep Town boasts Dragonfire wine, dragon porcelain, exquisitely crafted jewelry produced through innovative techniques, top-tier glassware, textile crafts, and an array of unique spices, all of which are attractive commodities for trade. Consequently, the town's development has been remarkably swift. Particularly following the downfall of the Hightower family in Old Town, St. Flame Island's reputation soared, drawing regular trade caravans from most of the Westerosi nobility, as well as an increasing number of merchant ships from various free trade city-states. Even during the onset of the long night and winter, trade on St. Flame Island not only persisted but became even more vibrant. Due to the previous goodwill from Old Town, the fleet of St. Flame Island was the quickest to procure grain and essential supplies at reasonable prices compared to other fleets in Westeros. Other families, including the royal fleet, found that the prices of grain had nearly doubled. When news of Westeros succumbing to the long night and winter reached the eastern continent of Essos, grain merchants in the free trade city-states began to hoard supplies, further inflating prices. As Medric eloquently reported on the Christmas situation over the past 3 months and the circumstances from the western continent, Daniela found herself captivated by the charm of the 14-year-old boy before her. Indeed, it seemed that he could be cultivated into a future prime minister. In order to accommodate the incessant flow of merchant ships, the scale of the docks on St. Flame Island has been expanded repeatedly. The piers are now sufficiently large to accommodate thousands of grand, 3-masted ships. Under Daniela's insightful guidance, the seasoned shipbuilders, who had been brought back from Braavos, successfully constructed the first shipyard in the bay between St. Flame Island and Dragonstone. Thanks to the presence of the lightweight, yet sturdy Dragonstone stone, along with the assistance of dragons, the shipyard on St. Flame Island boasts a scale that rivals that of Braavos, complete with 2 5-story fortress towers flanking its sides. Each fortress houses 100 warriors, equipped with dozens of the most advanced giant crossbows. Even the world's most advanced 3-masted ships would find themselves easily pierced beneath these formidable weapons. Presently, the shipyard is capable of producing quality 3-masted vessels, albeit with a slight inefficiency. While Braavos can construct a ship in a single day, the shipyard on St. Flame Island can barely manage one in a month. Nevertheless, Daniela's initial intention for establishing the shipyard was to utilize her hazy memories from a past life to create the most advanced large warships and vessels in this world. She provided them with blueprints of 3 historically significant ships from her former world. One such vessel, the treasure ship of Zheng-He, was renamed by Daniela as the 9-masted dragon boat, measuring 148 meters in length and 60 meters in width. It features 4 decks and 9 masts capable of bearing 12 sails, with anchors weighing several thousand pounds. The ship's movement at sea primarily relies on the wind in its sails and the rowing of sailors. In its propulsion system, the treasure ship employs unique designs. Unlike the segmented soft sails used on contemporary European ships, The treasure ship utilizes a rigid sail structure, with sail surfaces supported by battens. Although this type of sail is heavier and requires effort to raise, it possesses a remarkably high wind-catching efficiency, thus enhancing the ship's speed. Furthermore, the masts are not fitted with fixed crossbeams, allowing for adaptability to sudden changes in maritime winds and enabling agile adjustments to various wind angles. In contrast to traditional oars, the treasure ship features long oars on both sides and at the stern. These long oars penetrate deeply into the water and are operated by multiple rowers, their actions resembling the rotary motion of modern propellers, thus achieving higher propulsion efficiency. Even in the absence of wind, the ship can maintain a respectable speed, and the oar's reduced surface area minimizes drag, making it suitable for navigation in narrow and crowded harbors. The treasure ship is designed with a shape that is narrow at the bottom and broad at the top, with a high bow and stern. This design ensures superior stability in rough seas, and the ship's ballast holds soil and stone in its lower hold, making its stability unparalleled for its time. To further enhance stability, the treasure ship also incorporates water-repellent wood and bilge boards on both sides. The boards oriented towards the ship's sides can further diminish the vessel's lateral sway. Research indicates that Zhenghe's treasure ships were designed with variations in dimensions according to different ship types and navigational zones, balancing speed and stability. Generally, transport vessels prioritize steadiness, while warships emphasize velocity. A unique feature of Zhenghe's ships was their multiple transverse bulkheads, which segmented the interior into distinct cargo holds, each sealed to enhance structural integrity and provide watertight compartments to resist sinking. This design facilitated the categorization of cargo, allowing for the separate storage of tea, silk, and tributes from various nations. These dragon ships not only possessed unparalleled combat capabilities, but were also the safest option for long-distance trade, serving as royal vessels that commanded great respect, with decks expansive enough to accommodate several great dragons simultaneously. However, the construction cost was estimated at several million gold dragons per ship, and with contemporary shipbuilding techniques, the process would take at least 3 years. One of the dragon ship's most significant advantages was its size adaptability, capable of being constructed from 10 to 150 meters in length. This vessel type undoubtedly laid the foundation for the Targaryens' future dominance at sea. Thus, Daenerys proposed starting with smaller-scale constructions, gradually upgrading as technology advanced. Presently, there is hope for the creation of 3 to 4 dozen-meter-long 3-tiered dragon ships. The second type is the massive turtle ship, which General Yi Sun-sin of Korea's Jeolla-left Province Navy led soldiers and craftsmen to construct in 1591. The turtle ship measures 35 meters in length, 118 meters in width, and 52 meters in height. It features 10 oars on each side, with a mast that can be raised or lowered. The vessel contains over 70 compartments for archery and launching devices, alongside 26 holds for housing and storage. Its ironclad surface is densely studded with blades and spikes, emitting noxious gases like sulfur and niter to confound enemies. The turtle ship is lightweight, simple yet robust, with rapid speed and formidable firepower. At that time, for such ships decimated 90 Japanese warships. The construction cost was around 100,000 gold dragons, and Daenerys deemed it sufficient to create 5 for escort purposes. Besides engaging in combat with the great dragons, it was nearly invincible. This ship is best utilized in conjunction with wildfire and poison. Samwell has already summoned alchemists from King's Landing to explore how to safely store wildfire aboard the vessel. The third type is the Nemi Lake ship, a pinnacle of Roman shipbuilding, referred to as a gift to the gods. It employs ball bearings for auxiliary propulsion, enabling the movement of weapons and large items with ease. This ship can accommodate palatial structures on its deck, utilizing numerous pistons and pipes. It can accomplish desalination and even feature bathrooms aboard, with claims of being capable of submersion. It could essentially serve as a mobile palace. The starting cost is 3 million gold dragons, with no upper limit, primarily dictated by the level of luxury within. This ship would only be constructed when Daenerys attains the requisite status. Now, the blueprints have merely been handed over to them, allowing them to become acquainted with various technologies and concepts unknown to this world. When Daenerys presented the designs and ideas to the shipwrights, they were elated, as if they had discovered a treasure. Indeed, this sparked a multitude of innovative thoughts among them. In the past few months, the 3-masted sailing vessels they have crafted have already surpassed the shipbuilding technology of this world by far. Chapter 209. The decision to develop Sea Dragon Peninsula even during the prolonged nights and harsh winters of 3 months, the infrastructural development on Holy Flame Island has not ceased. Coupled with a relatively generous compensation, This has drawn a considerable number of migrants seeking a livelihood. Samwell and Medric have diligently executed Daenerys' philosophy that individuals should not remain idle, lest they become troublemakers. During the long nights, approximately 200,000 to 300,000 migrants participated in the infrastructure projects on Holy Flame Island. With the extraordinary building material, Dragonstone, at their disposal, the entire infrastructure system of Holy Flame Island rapidly took shape. The road network has been entirely completed, and now all the estates on Holy Flame Island are interconnected by Dragonstone pathways. The Blackstone Avenue has even extended to the docks and fishing villages of Dragonstone Island. Numerous ascents have been constructed on the northernmost barren mountains, and 5 three-story watchtowers along with a 7-story lighthouse have been erected on various peaks. This enables the guards to effortlessly monitor the maritime conditions within a radius of nearly 100 miles. The majestic 7-story lighthouse also guides vessels approaching Holy Flame Island. Unlike other noble territories that intentionally or unintentionally exclude migrants, Holy Flame Island, Old Town, and Dreamfire Island are almost indiscriminate in welcoming them. Holy Flame Island offers meager wages to migrants involved in the construction, while Old Town and Dreamfire Island merely provide basic meals. Nevertheless, upon hearing this news, a multitude of migrants rushes towards these locations. It is worth noting that due to geographical reasons, Dreamfire Island has primarily attracted those who have been exiled from other noble territories for their misdeeds. Here on Holy Flame Island, they find ample food and fair wages, rediscovering a long-lost sense of security and sustenance. Thus, even after the long nights and winter have ended, these migrants have no intention of leaving. With a continuous influx still making their way here, Daenerys observes that even in her absence, Samwell and Medric have managed the territory exceptionally well, reflecting their commendable administrative capabilities. This success can also be attributed to the beneficial policies and philosophies laid out by Daenerys. Thus, it is evident that with wise leadership, the potential of those below can truly be realized. In the following days, Daenerys, along with Dreamfire and Molasses, forged a considerable amount of Dragonstone. Although Rhaenyra and Viserys are now capable of forging Dragonstone as well, the quality of their work pales in comparison to that of Daenerys. Consequently, the artisans, accustomed to fine feasts, have advocated for prioritizing foundational construction over the main structure of Holy Flame Keep, suggesting that this should be advanced only after Princess Daenerys returns. As the long night comes to an end and many construction projects reach completion, the surplus of refugees on Flame Island has become increasingly evident. Samwell and Medric have recently been troubled by this situation and thus sought counsel from Daenerys. Her Highness noted that the number of refugees lingering on Flame Island has been on the rise. Although we still have the finishing touches on Flame Fortress, Flame City, and Flame Dock to accommodate their labor needs, the potential risks associated with this influx cannot be overlooked. Given the limited expanse of Flame Island, once all projects are finalized, the idle refugees will pose a significant threat. While this issue may not manifest until years later, failing to take action now could render the situation irreparable. Medric also hinted at the current stagnation in battles between the Kingdom of the Third Daughter and the pirates of the Stepstone Islands due to the long night and harsh winter. With the night now behind us, it is likely that their conflicts will soon escalate. Your Highness, might we advance our plans for the Stepstone Islands? This would naturally alleviate the refugee predicament. Daenerys appreciates subordinates who bring forth solutions. However, she has conceived new ambitions. She intends to swiftly develop the peninsula where she vanquished the Sea Dragon. With the heart of winter now compromised, the continent of Westeros is poised to experience an extended summer, and the snow line is bound to shift northward. The peninsula, along with the expansive frozen coastal tundra nearby, presents a prime opportunity for development. Moreover, with control over the mouth of the Milk River, she can gradually extend her influence beyond the Wall. Daenerys aims to relocate the wildlings from beyond the Wall to the south. They are the primary source of whites for the army of the White Walkers. Once the lands beyond the Wall are devoid of inhabitants, the White Walkers' power will be significantly curtailed. During the last confrontation at the heart of winter, she managed to eliminate a considerable number of whites and White Walkers, arguably depleting their accumulated forces over millennia. It remains uncertain whether the so-called Night King was among them, but Daenerys suspects he would not fall easily. The matters concerning the Stepstone Islands indeed require our advancement. However, we must seize the opportune moment to intervene in the conflict there. Daenerys elucidated to her companions that in warfare, only by seizing the moral high ground can one avoid reproach from the realm. Our immediate priority is to secure the peninsula where I defeated the Sea Dragon. It is a substantial piece of unclaimed land, several times larger than Flame Island. Furthermore, the eastern side of this peninsula borders the mouth of the Milk River. whose warm waters will be invaluable even during winter, making the river valley accessible for use. Additionally, the peninsula boasts a colossal shallow coal mine, making it ideal to consolidate the mineral resources of the north and establish a forge there. The western frozen coastline offers vast tundra, perfectly suited for the development of livestock farming. With my growing number of dragons, their substantial appetites necessitate a greater reserve of livestock. Listening to Daenerys, Samwell and the others naturally had no objections, for they were well aware of her steadfast dedication to the territory and trusted their princess's judgment. In the ensuing days, the persuasive Samwell personally mobilized the refugees, successfully enlisting over 3,000 able-bodied laborers, along with their families. More than 10,000 individuals were willing to heed Daenerys' call to develop the new lands. Daenerys also selected a dozen of the most skilled blacksmiths, who had recently worked under Master Aemon in King's Landing, participating in the forging of Valyrian armor and swords. Thus, they were qualified to forge weapons from Valyrian steel, although they certainly required extensive practice and experience. Coincidentally, Daenerys had acquired 2 sea dragon carcasses, which should yield a considerable amount of Valyrian steel. 3 days later, over 30 fully loaded ships set sail from Dragonstone, embarking on a journey that would nearly circumnavigate the entire continent of Westeros, a venture that would take at least a month. Meanwhile, Molaise personally led a group of craftsmen and dragon guards aboard 5 newly crafted dragon ships, designed to navigate narrow waterways with ease, cutting directly through the riverlands and heading north from Ironborn Bay to reach their destination ahead of schedule. This route would allow them to arrive at the peninsula in about a week, which Daenerys officially named the Sisterland Peninsula, signifying the Sea Dragon Peninsula. Chapter 210, Naming Day of the Sisters during the month following Emma's childbirth. Daenerys did not dare to leave Dragonstone until she was assured that both Aemma and Visera were in good health. Visera was a quiet sister, exceedingly gentle, and she delighted in playing with her dragon egg. In contrast, Rhaenyra was much more vivacious and boisterous, rarely leaving the company of others. The dragon egg in the cradle often found its way beneath her feet, as her small stature belied her strength. Rhaenyra had chosen a green egg with black spirals for Rhaenyra, and Daenerys surmised that it was likely the one destined to hatch Moonshadow. It seemed that Moonshadow was not a descendant of Syrax, for she had yet to lay any eggs. The 2 princesses were born on the first day following the long night, earning them the affectionate title of the princesses bathed in warm sunlight from the 7 kingdoms. Their naming day celebration would be held in King's Landing, marking the royal family's first momentous occasion following the end of the long night and the bitter winter. King Jaehaerys placed great importance on this event, as it seemed that with age, he had developed a fondness for revelry. The previous gathering intended to showcase Valyrian armor had been thwarted by the onset of the long night. This time, the old king resolved to combine the events, sending invitations to all the notable nobles across the 7 kingdoms. With the long night concluded, the nobles, who had endured 3 months of trepidation, indeed required a grand celebration to express their relief and joy. Thus, they hastened to King's Landing with great urgency. Throughout the month, Daenerys personally oversaw affairs on Dragonstone, ensuring that all operations ran with greater order and efficiency. In response to the long night, Dragonstone has stockpiled a substantial quantity of provisions, leading to an expansion in the scale of Dragon's Flame wine production. Concurrently, Daenerys has tasked Regal with the preparations for establishing factories in Old Town and Sunspear. Old Town is renowned for its mead, and its fruit wines are also commendable. With Daenerys' composting methods and agricultural techniques, this season's grain yield in Old Town has nearly doubled. The orchards, having undergone more scientific pruning and grafting techniques, not only saw a remarkable increase in yield, but also an enhancement in quality. Consequently, the quality of Old Town's fruit wines has significantly improved. Once the Dragon's Flame factory is established there, its production capacity will far exceed that of Dragonstone. At that point, Daenerys intends to produce Dragon's Flame in Old Town, while Dragonstone will focus on crafting the Targaryen family's signature wine. After all, winemaking consumes a considerable amount of grain, and with Dragonstone's limited area, most of its grain is imported, which incurs high transportation costs. The climatic conditions in Sunspear are particularly suited for cultivating high-quality fruits, especially grapes, which is why Daenerys has initiated the preparation of a winery there. Moreover, the lands of Sunspear are home to many wild sunflowers, which were once symbolized by the House Coy. However, Daenerys will not allow them to remain as mere wildflowers. Through cultivation, larger sunflowers have now been developed. Although this season's sunflower seeds are still small, their oil yield is commendable. The various vegetable oils and soybean oils that Dragonstone has been researching can now be officially promoted. Daenerys has thus made a significant contribution to the realm of vegetable oils. At present, aside from animal fats, the only available option is the expensive olive oil. Therefore, the emergence of these new cooking oils not only allows people to enjoy a greater variety of delectable foods, but also enables more commoners to access oil, undoubtedly improving the overall health standards of the populace. Consequently, upon their launch, these vegetable oils have been met with frenzied demand, prompting merchants from various regions to take notice. Currently, Dragonstone has emerged as the fifth largest trading port, alongside King's Landing, Old Town, Lannisport, and White Harbor. Meanwhile, many prominent merchants in the eastern continent of Essos are facing a significant crisis. They had amassed vast quantities of grain in anticipation of the long night, only to find themselves burdened with their inventory as the night concluded far sooner than anticipated. They had planned to profit from their stockpiling, having purchased at prices considerably above the market norm. Now that the harsh winter in Westeros has passed, and with numerous families already possessing ample grain reserves, alongside the prospect of planting crops in the long summer, no one is inclined to buy from Essos. As a result, the inflated grain prices have naturally reverted to their normal levels. Many of these merchants have invested their entire fortunes in this venture, leading to their dire predicaments. Upon hearing the news in the Seven Kingdoms, those families that had previously struggled to procure grain felt a sense of vindication, eagerly awaiting the downfall of those unscrupulous merchants. In the administrative hall of White Harbor, Daenerys and Samwell are discussing this matter. They recall how, thanks to the princess's previous kindness in Old Town, they were able to acquire a considerable amount of grain at fair prices. Merchants, driven by profit, now find themselves in unfortunate circumstances. Samwell shares a sentiment not too different from that of the others. Though he does not take pleasure in their misfortune, he harbors no sympathy either. Mederic, while disdainful of the merchant's avarice, contemplates further. Your Highness, he reflects, merchants often resort to unscrupulous means for profit, yet there exist a few with a sense of integrity. The individuals who have agreed to sell grain to us at fair prices appear to be commendable partners. I propose that we procure their grain at equitable rates. Although they will incur losses, it will not lead them to ruin. Currently, many free trade city-states are experiencing significant fluctuations in prices, which may not bode well for us in the long run. Moreover, since they remember the kindness shown to them by Old Town, I believe this act will be etched in their memories as well. Rhaenyra resonates with Mederic's perspective, recognizing that those who possess virtue will find allies. She thus commissions Mederic to personally lead the Sacred Flame Fleet to Essos to address this matter. This endeavor further enhances Rhaenyra's reputation within the free trade city-states, allowing her to amass a commendable standing. On the eve of the naming day, Viserys piloted Vhagar, accompanied by Aemma and Serena, while Rhaenyra, riding on Drogon, cradled Rhaenyra. Rhaenyra flew alone upon Syrax, and together, the family soared towards King's Landing. The great nobles of the Seven Kingdoms had also arrived at the capital. The following day, in the Grand Cathedral of King's Landing, the twins received the bishop's blessing in a ceremony that was nothing short of magnificent and lively. Each noble house presented extravagant gifts to the two princesses, pondering whether they might one day witness another like Rhaenyra emerge. These nobles were adept at investing in the future. To celebrate the conclusion of the long night, the Cathedral of King's Landing was officially named the Great Saint Rhaenyra Cathedral by the Church, commemorating Rhaenyra's triumph over the sea dragon, which ended both the long night and the bitter winter. In the square before the cathedral stood a 7-meter-tall iron statue of Rhaenyra riding her dragon, with a marble base surrounding it that chronicled the tale of the long night. This statue was crafted by Master Aorn, utilizing the remaining steel from the Valyrian weapons bestowed by Rhaenyra. This endeavor was also an experiment by Rhaenyra. After being revered by the populace, the latent magic within the statue ceased to dissipate. It seems that in this world, there exists a remarkable connection between faith and magic. This revelation had emerged during Rhaenyra's meditations beneath the weirwood tree, proving to be unexpectedly effective. Chapter 211. An appreciation of Valyrian steel weapons in a bid to honor her great-grandfather Jaehaerys. The artisans of Rhaenyra's Sacred Flame Island crafted 12 Valyrian steel dragon-tooth daggers and a new Valyrian steel sword named Cold Night, utilizing the teeth shed by Drogon and scraps from the sea dragon's remains. While observing the historical martial prowess of knights through the weirwood, Rhaenyra became enamored with the techniques and weaponry of the star-eyed Simeon. Simeon, a knight deprived of his sight, replaced his eyes with celestial sapphires, earning him the moniker Star-Eyed Simeon among posterity. He wielded an impressive staff, measuring 1 meter and 80 centimeters, equipped with retractable blades at both ends. In combat, the mere rotation of his staff could fell 2 adversaries simultaneously. Legend has it that he once visited Long Night Castle, where he witnessed two hellhounds locked in fierce combat. In truth, they were merely two disgraced members of the Westerford family from the west, who had adopted the hellhound as their emblem. Their family crest featured a black hound on a blue background, and their motto was "To kill is permissible, but to disgrace is not." Upon noticing Star-Eyed Simeon, the combatants ceased their quarrel and, with some insolence directed at him, ultimately met their demise beneath his staff. Indeed, many tales from the Seven Kingdoms are products of embellishment and strained interpretations, with their authenticity often suspect. However, following each great calamity, there invariably emerge individuals of extraordinary power and wondrous creatures. During this period, Daenerys instructed Aemon to lead artisans in crafting a Valyrian steel spear, the Long Night's Ender. Modeled after Simeon's weapon, this creation significantly compensated for Daenerys' physical limitations. Over the course of a month, drawing inspiration from Simeon's techniques, various knights adept in spear combat, and the firearm techniques she had witnessed in her past life, she developed several signature moves of her own. After the naming ceremony of the twins, the nobility gathered once more in the Godswood of the Red Keep to partake in the ensuing feast and King Jaehaerys' Valyrian steel showcase. Before the colossal head of a sea dragon in the Godswood, 3 sets of Valyrian steel armor, Black Flame, Dreamfire, and Molasses, along with the new family sword, Night's Dark, and 12 Valyrian steel daggers, were displayed upon a splendidly adorned oak pedestal, inlaid with gold and cushioned with rich silk. In recent times, King Jaehaerys, rejuvenated by Daenerys' return and the conclusion of the Long Night, had regained much of his vitality. This remarkable king now boasted the addition of a triumph over the Long Night to his accolades, elevating his reputation to rival that of Aegon the Conqueror. After all, the Long Night and the cold winter had been calamities for all of Westeros, rekindling memories of the darkest chapter in history. Though only 3 months had elapsed, the heavy snows and encroaching darkness had terrified the populace. Under the reign of the old king, the number of Targaryen dragons had reached an unprecedented high, surpassing even the ancient Valyrian era when the family had never simultaneously possessed so many dragons. Thus, there is no doubt that King Jaehaerys stands as the most exceptional monarch of the present, leading the Targaryen lineage to new heights. While these radiant achievements are largely attributed to Daenerys, it is evident that without the old king's favor and support, she may not have had the opportunity to accomplish such greatness. Surrounding the Valyrian steel weapon display, elevated platforms had been erected. Jaehaerys sat contentedly upon the throne at the main viewing area, while Daenerys and Rhaenyra held their sisters close, positioned at either side of their great-grandfather. Viserys, Aemma, and Daemon occupied the long table beneath Daenerys' gaze. Princess Rhaenys took her seat beside Ser Valerian, with the Grand Dukes and their vassals flanking them, while other nobles occupied the long tables opposite the throne. Although the sumptuous feast and fine wines were incredibly enticing, all eyes were drawn to the massive sea dragon's head, comparable to a grand carriage, and the enviable pile of Valyrian steel weaponry. "Esteemed lords and ladies," King Jaehaerys proclaimed, raising his golden goblet and gently striking it a few times until the hall fell silent. "It brings me great joy to see you all gathered here today. Despite the relentless grip of the Long Night and the cruel winter that have plagued the Seven Kingdoms for over 3 months, it is due to your collective efforts that we have earned the favor of the old and new gods, restoring sunlight to us before any greater calamities could unfold. Let us toast to this momentous occasion. Indeed, it is our eternal son, Princess Daenerys Targaryen, who deserves immense credit for ending the long night and winter. With her courage and wisdom, she vanquished the sea dragon, bringing sunlight back to the Seven Kingdoms. Furthermore, Dragonstone's unconditional acceptance of refugees during the long night exemplifies a spirit of compassion and magnanimity that all nobles should aspire to emulate. To our Princess Daenerys, let us raise our glasses." The cheers that erupted were fervent, particularly from the young noblemen, whose voices crescendoed in enthusiasm. King Jaehaerys, pleased with the display, allowed the applause to persist for several minutes before raising his hand for silence. "I hereby officially proclaim Daenerys Targaryen as the Prince of Dragonstone and Guardian of Old Town, granting her the lands of Dragonstone and Old Town as her direct domain." This revelation took everyone by surprise, including Daenerys herself, plunging the hall into a moment of stunned silence. Our eternal son, Benjen Stark, was the first to leap from his seat, raising his fist and shouting, "Our eternal son, the Manderleys, Tullis, Freys, the Umbers of the North, the Mormonts of Bear Island, the Boltons, the Tyrells of the Reach, the Royce family of the Vale, the Mud family, the Stark family of Winterfell, and the Rosbys all stood in unison, echoing the chant. Soon, the Sevens, the Darklands, and various families blessed by Daenerys in Old Town joined in the fervor. Princess Rhaenys, intrigued, cast a glance at Daenerys, raising her goblet and standing as well. To the Prince of Dragonstone, the Lords of the Reach, the Riverlands, and Storm's End rose to their feet in solidarity. Only then did King Jaehaerys contentedly down his goblet of Dragonfire wine. Let me now personally introduce the new Valyrian armors and weapons of House Targaryen. This particular armor is called Black Flame. Rhaenys, do you realize what your actions signify? Ser Corlys whispered discontentedly to his wife. Of course. Princess Rhaenys appeared unperturbed. Daenerys is the most remarkable Targaryen I have ever encountered. If it is her, I would willingly comply. The sea snake, however, responded darkly. She is a princess and must ultimately marry out. This may not bode well for your Targaryens. Princess Rhaenys disregarded her husband's words, instead observing the reactions of those present with a cold gaze. Perhaps only a Targaryen could truly comprehend another Targaryen. Corlys, Daenerys has already forged ahead of you significantly. The North, the Vale, the Riverlands, and should she desire, she could easily court the Westerlands and the Reach as well. Chapter 212. Reactions. Bernard, do you comprehend the implications of your recent actions? Duke Alad questioned his nephew with a grave expression. Wolves descending south never yield favorable outcomes. The Stark family has never meddled in the affairs of the South, let alone become entangled in royal disputes. Bernard immediately retorted. Do you wish to oppose His Majesty's elevation of Daenerys? Duke Alad promptly clarified, certainly not. Her Highness has ended the long night and the harsh winter. I would never oppose her, as she is our benefactor in the North. Therefore, Bernard continued, adopting a patronizing demeanor, if you do not oppose, you must express support. Those who waver often meet a dire fate. It seems the downfall of House Hightower has not imparted wisdom to some. You, who have yet to mature, act as if you are a formidable wolf. In the end, are you not simply infatuated with her? Duke Alad felt deeply wounded by his nephew's gaze and ceased to hold back, asserting, I see little hope for you. Bernard, undeterred, replied, if you were to relinquish Cape Carin and the Lonely Mountain as a gift to me, I believe I could make an earnest effort. Uncle, winter approaches, and cruel power struggles will ensue. The fate of the sheep is already sealed. Only the true wolves can thrive in such harsh conditions. In the Game of Thrones, if you are not the victor, you face only death. There is no middle ground. In Storm's End, Boros angrily complained to his father, Duke Beaumont, to grant such a magnificent territory as Old Town to a wretched girl. It appears King Jaehaerys has lost his wits. Silence, you fool. Duke Beaumont swiftly reprimanded his son. Look around you. Do you dare speak so freely? Consider your own worth compared to the sea dragon beneath that fishbone tree. Princess Rhaenys has raised no objections. So what right do you have to complain? A muscle-bound fool without wit. If you wish to avoid losing Storm's End, mind your tongue when you encounter Princess Daenerys. Self-righteous roars from a stag will only invite ruin upon themselves. Only the true dragons can ignite a wildfire. Previously, Rhaenyra decisively eliminated the Hightower family. And by the time everyone came to realize the gravity of the situation, the Hightowers had already been exiled to the foot of the Wall of Despair. From that moment onward, the astute nobleman understood that Princess Rhaenyra was an individual to be approached with utmost caution. Today, Rhaenyra has garnered the illustrious title of ending the long night and winter, earning immense esteem among both the common folk and the nobility. Whoever dares to oppose her is truly engaging in an act of unparalleled folly. Of course, some individuals are inherently arrogant. They remain oblivious to the pain until it befalls them. The Duke of Lannister, convinced of his enduring vigor, mockingly chided his two sons, who were disheartened by their failure. You both ran off to Dragonstone long ago, spending gold without a hint of benefit. I've heard that even the infamous Mani Hightower once flew with Princess Rhaenyra on Dragonback. You have truly brought disgrace upon the Lions of the West. Were it not for the fact that you bear the unmistakable likeness of our family, I might question your lineage. What a pity that the gods bestowed upon you such fine appearances, yet you cannot even win over a mere 10-year-old princess. Now that Princess Rhaenyra's fame has spread far and wide, I fear even if you wish to marry into her family, she may not deign to consider you. The young Duchess of the Vale, Janie Arryn, quietly remarked to the Earl of Royce beside her, Aeson T. Rhaenyra, the first formally titled noblewoman in possession of land? This certainly marks a significant moment in the annals of Westeros. Indeed, my lady, he replied. While there have been numerous women who have inherited titles in the history of Westeros, Princess Rhaenyra is indeed the first to be directly bestowed the status of a landholding noblewoman. Her bravery, wisdom, kindness, and erudition have set a precedent that is both admirable and credible. Moreover, several of the young princesses are descendants of our Vale-S lineage, and thus we should wholeheartedly offer our support. The composed Jaehaerys nodded in agreement. Yes, this is also a source of pride for the Vale. Whether it be the eagles of the Vale or the dragons of Dragonstone, only through true flight can one appreciate the beauty of this land from above. Lady Tyrell, observing her son, the portly Duke of the Reach, who was now somewhat breathless from his earlier enthusiastic shouting, remarked caustically, "You should either stand up immediately or shout with more distinction. Now look at the outcome. Despite all that effort, your voice has been drowned out by the crowd." Duke Tyrell, who had always respected and feared his mother, had long since developed immunity to her sharp tongue. Thus, he responded with a semblance of contrition, "I understand, mother. Next time, I shall be the first to stand in support of Princess Daniera. I am merely adhering to your teachings. For following behind the crowd is certainly not the path to success, right? However, will the old town still belong to the Targaryen family in the future? Princess Daenerys now holds the rank of prince, which surpasses my title of duke by a degree." Lady Tyrell, disinclined to engage with her foolish son, coldly remarked, "As if you had ever successfully led the Hightower family. Remember, the motto of our Targaryen family is perpetual continuity. At times, wisdom is more readily attained than brute force in acquiring what one desires. The more the rose can cling, the more vividly it can bloom. My Minister of Justice was recommended by Princess Daenerys, and Lady Margaery now serves at the princess's side. You must understand that our current position leaves no room for us to navigate both sides. Duke Tully of Riverrun is aging, and his sons are hardly ambitious, with only a few grandsons possessing any potential. Thus, he is determined to prolong his life to nurture his grandsons into capable individuals before closing his eyes. He observes that those who accompany the princess, be they her handmaidens or the relatives of Daenerys' sworn protectors, live quite comfortably. Therefore, he believes that Princess Daenerys will be a compassionate and dependable ally. Consequently, he quickly rallied the nobles of Riverrun to express their allegiance. Although Riverrun boasts a favorable location, it is the most susceptible to becoming a battlefield in the conflicts among the Seven Kingdoms. Hence, to maintain stability within his domain, the Tully family endeavors to avoid conflict at all costs. Yet, the old duke is no fool. Princess Daenerys' power has surged ahead, unmatched by other noble families or dragon lords. Thus, he not only refrains from opposing her highness, but also plans to leverage his resources and influence to foster a beneficial relationship with her. Chapter 213. The story of the Valyrian steel sword. Few families have endured on the continent of Westeros for so long without wisdom. In the face of absolute strength, no one is so foolish as to confront it head-on. Moreover, while Daenerys' ascent may contravene the traditions of the Seven Kingdoms, it has undeniably brought tangible benefits to many families. Given Daenerys' current achievements, even if a precedent is set, there is little room for criticism. Observing that everyone, whether sincere or feigned, at least publicly expressed support for Daenerys, King Jaehaerys felt immensely satisfied. He signaled to his Minister of Finance, Lord Beesbury, to commence their next act. "Congratulations, Your Majesty. Now that the long night and cold winter have ended, the Targaryen dynasty can suddenly acquire so much Valyrian equipment, undoubtedly heralding the arrival of a prosperous era in the Seven Kingdoms." Lord Beesbury's words immediately captured everyone's attention, especially those noble houses yet to possess Valyrian arms. But could it be that the royal family has mastered the art of forging Valyrian steel to obtain such a vast quantity? King Jaehaerys gently stroked his beard, a hint of satisfaction in his voice as he spoke. Indeed, after extensive research of the Targaryen family's legacy and numerous trials, our artisans have finally succeeded in reviving the ancient method of forging Valyrian steel. However, this process was exceedingly laborious, taking several decades to produce the new armaments we possess today. The materials required are also quite elusive. Had it not been for Daenerys slaying a dragon to obtain the bones of the sea dragon, along with the remnants of dragon bones left by the Targaryens, the task would have been far more daunting. The slightly inebriated Duke of Lannister, upon hearing that the crown had mastered the technique of forging Valyrian weapons, immediately rose with eagerness to inquire, "Your Majesty, you are aware that the Valyrian steel ancestral sword of House Lannister vanished alongside our forebears who explored the ancient ruins of Valyria. This remains a significant concern for our family." After speaking, the Duke hastily approached the dais of King Jaehaerys, kneeling on one knee in supplication. "I humbly beseech you, Your Majesty, to consider the unwavering loyalty of House Lannister to the crown and assist us in reforging our ancestral sword. It is said that the artisans of the Rhaenyra were the first to master the craft of forging blades from Valyrian steel, which the Valyrians later adopted and refined. During this process, the Valyrians obliterated the Rhaenyra civilization, forcing them to migrate to the continent of Westeros. The Valyrians extracted unique iron ore from the region of the 14 Flames, forging it in Dragonfire, and then dedicating several years to meticulously crafting it to ensure the material possessed the utmost resilience. The secret formula for this process was rooted in ancient magic, which was essential for crafting the blade. Without it, even with knowledge of all technical details, other blacksmiths could not replicate the creation of Valyrian steel swords. Before the cataclysm that befell Valyria, some Valyrian steel swords had already appeared in Westeros, initially in the hands of the first kings of humanity, and later in the possession of the Undulls and Rhaenyra. With the fall of Valyria, the price of Valyrian steel swords soared, as their production had ceased entirely. However, it is worth noting that in certain locales, blacksmiths attempted to replicate the success of the Valyrians. For instance, in the free trade city of Qohor, local artisans conducted experiments involving human sacrifice in hopes of crafting swords of comparable quality to Valyrian steel. Yet, their methods could only reproduce existing Valyrian weapons, not create new ones. Following Valyria's demise, some adventurers recklessly ventured into the smoking sea, seeking the ruins of Valyria in search of Valyrian steel swords. Few among them returned alive, much like the ancestor of House Lannister. As the wealthiest family in the Seven Kingdoms, House Lannister has, since the loss of their ancestral sword, sought every means to procure a replacement, yet their efforts have remained unfulfilled. The price of a Valyrian steel sword is so exorbitantly high that it could effortlessly arm an entire legion. In the Seven Kingdoms, Valyrian steel swords are exceedingly rare, possessed only by the most esteemed lords. Throughout the realm, there exist merely a couple of hundred such swords. On the continent of Essos, however, Valyrian steel swords are more numerous, numbering in the thousands. Yet, even there, their prices are considered astronomical. This remarkable valuation is attributed to their unparalleled qualities. Valyrian steel swords seldom dull, retaining an extraordinary sharpness that can inflict wounds even from the slightest brush against the blade. In combat, these swords confer immense advantages. Furthermore, owning a Valyrian steel sword can instantly elevate a family's status and secure its position. Thus, for the nobility, who place paramount importance on prestige and honor, a Valyrian steel sword embodies their greatest ancestral legacy. Although Valyrian steel artifacts are scarce on the continent of Westeros, there are still a considerable number. According to statistics from the Citadel, at least 200 to 300 pieces exist, though the majority remain obscure. Among the oldest known Valyrian steel swords is the Lady of Loneliness, believed to be over 4,000 years old. It was once owned by King Kelb of Andalos, only to be claimed later as a trophy by the first Min-S king, Rob Royce. However, the Lady of Loneliness eventually returned to the family of Cobray. One of the ancestral treasures of House Targaryen, Blackfire, was wielded by Aegon the Conqueror himself, passing down in accordance with the rightful heirs to the throne for an extended period. Dark Sister is the sword of Rhaenyra Targaryen, who was both the sister and wife of Aegon the Conqueror. This blade has been passed down through generations, designated for those princes who have no aspirations for the throne. Ice, the ancestral sword of House Stark, is a massive longsword so unwieldy in battle that the Stark family traditionally reserves its use for executions. The ancestral heirloom of House Dane of Starfall, the ancestral treasure of House Tully of Riverrun, has been in their possession for over 5 centuries. Longclaw has been the cherished sword of House Mormont of Bear Island for 400 years. Reportedly acquired for 800,000 golden dragons from a destitute wandering knight, arguably the most favorable deal for a Valyrian sword in history. Red Rain, the ancestral treasure of House Drum of Old Wyke in the Iron Islands, was cunningly obtained by their ancestor, the shrewd Herma, from a fully armored knight using only a wooden staff. The ancestral heirloom of House Harlaw from Harlaw Island in the Iron Islands is another notable artifact. The ancestral treasure of House Hightower from Old Town, the towering Hightower itself, has recently been claimed by the Hightower family. The ancestral sword of House Royce from the mournful Symbolstone City, along with their unique bronze magical armor, has ensured that the Knights of House Royce rank among the most formidable in the Seven Kingdoms. The orphan maker of House Locke from Riverrun also possesses a Valyrian steel axe among their treasured artifacts. If Valyrian steel swords are indeed rare, then armor forged from this legendary material can be deemed the stuff of myth. The armor is remarkably lightweight, yet as sturdy as a sword. Clad in this exquisite armor of Valyrian steel, it is said that scarcely any weapon can breach his defenses. Thus, upon beholding the royal family's 3 splendid suits of armor, everyone's gaze was more captivated than if they had encountered a peerless beauty. In Chapter 214, the prospect of such a union arises. King Jaehaerys gazes upon the humble Duke of Lannister kneeling at the foot of the dais, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction. Although the Westerlands had long since pledged allegiance to House Targaryen, they had remained somewhat aloof, seldom engaging in the affairs of the royal court. The loyalty of House Lannister is undoubtedly unquestionable. Your twin sons are strikingly handsome and exude an impressive presence, fitting enough to match our Targaryen twin princesses. Why not consider a union between our two houses? King Jaehaerys' words ignited excitement in the Duke of Lannister and his brothers, Jason and Tyland. The Duke immediately prostrated himself at the king's feet, pressing his forehead against the old king's boot with fervent devotion, proclaiming that a union with House Targaryen would be the greatest honor and pride for House Lannister. The Lannisters are willing to unite all the strength of the Westerlands, steadfastly standing behind the Targaryen dynasty. Jason and Tyland's eyes shifted toward Daenerys, who stood beside King Jaehaerys, hardly able to fathom the immense fortune that had suddenly befallen them. Tyland, it is a tremendous blessing that you may wed Princess Rhaenyra, Jason Lannister whispered urgently to his brother. However, the warning embedded in his words was unmistakable. Tyland's expression dimmed momentarily, yet he soon lifted his head with resolve. Brother, there is a hierarchy in age. Princess Rhaenyra is the eldest. Only you, as the firstborn, possess the right to marry her. In stark contrast to the Lannister family's exhilaration, the rest of the assembly was taken aback by the king's bold proposition. Even Daenerys cast a surprised glance at her great-grandfather. The emotions of Princess Rhaenyra were nearly uncontainable. A wave of humiliation washed over her, reddening her eyes. Yet, surrounded by the nobility of the Seven Kingdoms, she dared not act out of turn, forcing herself to maintain a facade of calm, pretending as if nothing had transpired. Viserys, unusually assertive and deviating from his typical gentle demeanor, rose to firmly decline. Your Majesty, Rhaenyra and her sisters are still quite young. I do not wish to hasten their betrothal. The Lannister brothers are indeed commendable suitors, but let us wait until the sisters are older. Seeing her husband refuse so unequivocally, Queen Aemma felt a wave of relief wash over her. She too chimed in. Indeed, Your Majesty, it is also my frail health that has hindered me from properly educating the two sisters. I believe they were still young, with ample time ahead. Thus, the two princesses are both rather wild in temperament. Perhaps it would be wiser to defer discussions of marriage until I have had the chance to properly guide them for a few years. Upon witnessing the explicit refusals from his siblings-in-law, Daemon, who had already risen to draw his sword, returned to his seat. However, his gaze toward the young lords of House Lannister turned icy. Grandfather, when it comes to matters of marriage, Daenerys has long been my chosen daughter-in-law. Anyone who dares to contest this must first inquire whether my Melias would approve. Though Princess Rhaenys spoke these words seemingly in jest, her resolute tone made it clear that she was utterly serious. Your Majesty, if we are to consider alliances, the North is undoubtedly the most suitable choice. Among the Seven Kingdoms, our territory is the most expansive. Is it not Princess Daenerys' greatest desire to possess land? Only the North can truly satisfy the princess's aspirations. Bernard, true to the blood of the Stark wolves, disregarded his uncle's piercing gaze and sprang to his feet, proclaiming loudly, moreover, I share a profound friendship with Princess Daenerys. Duke Tully of Riverrun had also intended to join the fray, but upon observing the resolute expressions of the assembled factions, he silently retreated. In contrast to Duke Tully's caution, many true warriors emerged, with numerous ancient noble houses extending olive branches to King Jaehaerys. Your Majesty, our House Blackwood, steeped in ancestral legacy, boasts a rich history and noble bloodline. The men of our house are valiant warriors. If we are fortunate enough to ally with House Targaryen, we shall become the sharpest sword and the strongest shield in the royal arsenal. As soon as the words of Earl Blackwood fell, his old adversary, Earl Brinken, immediately scoffed. Do you truly believe that the Targaryens, who can command true dragons, would require your band of brutes from House Blackwood to serve as their sword? Do you think those great dragons are mere ornaments? Silence your foul tongue, you wretched whelp raised by your sister-in-law, lest I take great pleasure in skinning your Brinken kin and using their hides as doormats. Provoked by the insult, Earl Brinken rose and drew his sword, prepared to duel Earl Blackwood, only to be promptly restrained by Captain Rhaenys of the Kingsguard. Although the Brinken and Blackwood families are both noble houses of Riverrun and their lands are adjacent, they have been embroiled in conflict for over a millennium, with the reasons for their enmity long forgotten. Whenever the opportunity arises, these two houses engage in bloody battles, gradually solidifying their status as renowned feuding families within the Seven Kingdoms. Earl Brinken's mother bore him after having 6 or 7 daughters, and until she reached her 40s, she had yet to provide the elder Earl Brinken with a male heir. However, In her late 50s, she unexpectedly gave birth to the current Earl Brinken. Many have speculated that the true mother of Earl Brinken is his widowed cousin, which explains Earl Blackwood's vehement curses against him. The two feuding families initiated a discord that spiraled out of control among the noble elite in attendance, who began to quarrel amongst themselves as if victory in their disputes would grant them the right to wed the Targaryen sisters. Daenerys observed the deepening mirth in King Jaehaerys' gaze, unable to suppress a smile of her own. She finally comprehended the old king's machinations. To her surprise, he had orchestrated this dramatic tableau with remarkable finesse, presenting not mere fruit, but rather his own two great-granddaughters. The squabbling nobles, akin to the rival families of Blackwood and Bracken, seemed to have forgotten the reasons behind their bickering, with many having escalated to genuine hostility. Behold, these grand nobles, once fixated on the Targaryen family's Valyrian armaments, now appeared outwardly respectful, yet inwardly ablaze with ambition. Nevertheless, great-grandfather, I shall not be so casually wielded as a pawn. Daenerys summoned the power of Dreamfire through her mental connection. The Dreamfire, having undergone a transformation, now exuded an even more magnificent aura, compelling the crowd into an immediate hush. Daenerys, cradling her sister, elegantly mounted the dragon's saddle and proclaimed, I, Daenerys Targaryen, hereby declare that any who wish to be my husband must possess a spotless lineage and renounce their own surname. Any offspring shall bear only one name, Targaryen. Chapter 2:15. The second fruit. Now, Daenerys had established a stable foundation. With a few more years of strategic cultivation, she would have a robust stronghold from which to embark on her path to dominance. Although she was not inclined to resort to violence to resolve conflicts and held a significant compassion for the populace, she had no intention of compromising her hard-won status and position, even in the face of her esteemed great-grandfather, whose true intentions she had discerned. She was resolute in her refusal to play along with his charade. She had acquired the strength and influence to assert her will. After declaring her stance, Daenerys ascended into the sky on her dragon, soaring above King's Landing with her sister, Rhaenys. It was undeniable that little Rhaenys possessed a commendable Targaryen bloodline, as even in her infancy, she exhibited signs of magical potency, surpassing even her biological sister, Viserion. Observing Daenerys break the impasse, King Jaehaerys wore an increasingly satisfied expression. As the venerable ruler of Westeros for decades, how could Jaehaerys fail to recognize Daenerys' ambition? Yet, in this world, a woman with grand aspirations must endure challenges far greater than those faced by an equally ambitious man. While Daenerys had indeed cultivated a formidable base, her dragons remained an unparalleled force that none could defy. However, a true champion, apart from the strength they possess, values a resolute heart above all else. Daniela's declaration left many heirs of noble families in a state of despondency. The fervent admiration these young aristocrats previously exhibited towards Daniela was founded not on her beauty or virtues, which are ephemeral, but rather on the wealth and dragons she commanded. They believed that possessing Daniela would grant them access to these formidable assets, thereby solidifying their standing within their families and enabling them to enhance their own lineages, ultimately granting them a seat at the core of power within the Seven Kingdoms. Yet, Daniela has now unequivocally stated that to ally with her through marriage would mean merely becoming a consort to the royal family, a notion utterly intolerable to the firstborns of Westeros. Consequently, the majority have abandoned their pursuits of Daniela, redirecting their ambitions towards Rhaenyra, who stands upon the dais. King Jaehaerys, however, was never genuinely inclined to forge a marriage alliance today. His intent was to incite discord among them, allowing House Targaryen to reap the benefits. With Daniela having discerned his ulterior motives and showing no inclination to perform for him, he abandoned any plans of further engagement. It appears I have miscalculated in my considerations regarding the marriage. I am growing old, and had hoped to settle the matrimonial affairs of these sisters before returning to the embrace of the gods. But matters of the heart must be mutual. Both princesses are remarkable and treasured by the royal house. Their future unions will depend primarily on their own desires. Therefore, young gentlemen, pursue your own happiness. To express his regret, King Targaryen offered to assist one family each year in forging a Valyrian steel weapon, with the caveat that the materials must be supplied by the families themselves, as the royal house has no surplus. His words instantly rekindled the atmosphere in the hall. While the annual provision of a single weapon may seem modest, it nonetheless instilled hope among these families. The Duke of Lannister, having been aggrieved by the disruption caused by the raucous crowd regarding the marriage, had silently taken note of these jubilant families. Upon hearing King Jaehaerys' proclamation, he seized the opportunity to appeal emotionally, exclaiming, "Your Majesty is merciful. Your Majesty is wise. Although we could not secure a marriage with House Targaryen, the prospect of our Lannister family once again wielding a Valyrian sword is a boon we shall eternally cherish. As long as this sword remains, the Lannister family shall forever be a sharp blade in the hands of House Targaryen. But may I inquire, Your Majesty, what materials will be required for the forging of this Valyrian sword? Upon witnessing the Duke of Lannister ascend with such ease, the other noble families were immediately incensed. They vociferously objected, questioning why the Lannister lineage should be afforded precedence. A marriage is a marriage, they argued, but forging Valyrian weapons is an entirely different matter. How can these be conflated? Just because your family covets Valyrian arms, does that mean we do not need them? At least you have once possessed them, while our family has endured for millennia without ever laying eyes on them. Thus, the noblemen commenced a heated debate over the preferential rights to forge Valyrian weapons, the intensity of which rivaled their earlier disputes concerning marriage alliances. Let them quarrel, the King Aegon III thought with satisfaction, observing the ensuing chaos with a smile that was nearly impossible to conceal. The uproar escalated, with tempers flaring to the point where goblets of wine were hurled at adversaries. Had it not been for the presence of the Kingsguard to maintain order, the situation might have devolved into open conflict. Yet, the nature of enmity often intensifies under repression. Ultimately, their discord reached such a pitch that even Daenerys, riding her dragon, could hear the clamor. It seemed the schemes of her great-grandfather had indeed borne fruit. Such overt manipulation was far more effective than any covert strategy could ever hope to be. The tumult subsided only upon Daenerys' return on Dragonback, at which point she realized that the contention had been over the priority rights to forge Valyrian weapons. She cast a contemplative glance at her great-grandfather, understanding that his machinations extended beyond merely marrying off his great-granddaughter. He also had aspirations regarding the Valyrian arms. Great-grandfather, I am most curious as to how you intend to fulfill your promise concerning the Valyrian weapons, Daenerys teased softly into King Aegon III's ear. Unperturbed, the old king nonchalantly replied, Do you think I so readily granted you Old Town to reward you? The ensuing matters shall naturally require your assistance. Hearing this, Daenerys could only be speechless, realizing that none of these offerings were truly his own. Everything in this world had already been priced. Consequently, Daenerys summoned Lord Beesbury, whispering her counsel into his ear. Upon hearing her plan, the exultant Lord Beesbury, the master of coin, nearly leapt with excitement. Chapter 216, commencing with cultural invasion. After receiving Daenerys' guidance, Lord Beesbury approached King Aegon III once more to discuss the matter, and after securing the king's approval, he adjusted his attire and proceeded to the display platform for the Valyrian equipment. He first cleared his throat, drawing the attention of everyone towards himself, and then proclaimed in a loud voice, Silence, everyone. Please refrain from arguing. Esteemed lords, I implore you to listen. The merits of Valyrian steel are well known to all. So allow me to elucidate the prerequisites for successfully forging Valyrian steel equipment. To achieve this feat, one must not only possess specialized forging techniques, but also the bones of magical creatures, the formidable power of Dragonfire, and the unwavering strength of faith. Each element is indispensable. As for the bones of magical creatures, you are already aware that they refer to the precious remains of dragons and sea serpents. If any of you aspire to contend for the right to forge the first Valyrian equipment, I urge you to first assess whether your family can procure the necessary materials. However, the initial condition articulated by Count Beesbury has already posed a formidable challenge for nearly all noble families. The majority of the aristocrats, disheartened, returned to their seats in despair. Yet, Duke Tully, undeterred, pressed on with his inquiry, and how much dragonbone is required to forge a Valyrian steel sword. Count Beesbury slowly raised his index finger and, amidst the anxious gazes of the audience, began to speak. A Valyrian steel sword requires at least 1,000 pounds of dragonbone. Moreover, it must consist of large skeletal fragments. Otherwise, the effectiveness will be significantly diminished. What? Who could possibly meet such conditions? While dragonbones are indeed rare, they possess immortal properties. Over the long years, numerous fragments of dragonbone have been passed down across the continents of East and West. However, they are merely scattered remnants. And as for large skeletal structures, it seems that only the Targaryen family could procure them, or one would have to venture to the ruins of ancient Valyria, a quest akin to courting death. Thus, Count Beesbury's words plunged the assembly into deeper despair. The foolish Boros blurted out, with such an initial condition, nearly no family can fulfill it. To acquire large dragon bones, one would have to venture into the smoke sea. If anyone possessed such prowess, would it not be far simpler to seek Valyrian equipment directly amidst the ruins? Count Beesbury, unfazed by the imbecility of his remarks, continued to elucidate, this condition is indeed challenging. Otherwise, would Valyrian weapons be so precious? However, it is not entirely without solutions. Once I have explained all three conditions, you shall understand. Duke Lannister hastily urged, "Pray, do continue. We are all ears." The Earl of Bispali deliberately requested a glass of red wine from the maid, savoring a few sips before he slowly began to speak. The second condition regarding the dragon's flame is easily comprehensible. The forging of Valyrian steel is inextricably linked with the cooperation of dragons. It is solely through the intense heat of Dragonfire that one can successfully shape Valyrian steel equipment. The most time-consuming requirement is the third condition, referred to as the power of pious faith, which may not be immediately clear to everyone. However, I trust you are familiar with the cremation customs of Dragonstone and the Isle of Flames. Only the purest maiden is chosen to pray for the deceased before the dragon and the pyre, and it is through Dragonfire that the body is cremated, thereby accumulating pure faith energy. This practice is the key to the millennia-long endurance of Valyrian steel. Should one lack sufficient dragon bones, one can simply place the sword blank within the cremation ceremony. Over time, it will gradually develop the characteristics of Valyrian steel. Although the third condition may seem straightforward, it is not easily achievable. For, apart from the north, the entirety of Westeros worships the Seven. The faith of the Seven has its own unique burial customs. The deceased must first undergo the ministrations of the Silent Sisters, followed by a series of rituals at the church, before they can be laid to rest. At this juncture, the High Septon immediately voiced his opposition, asserting that this would contravene the burial rites of the faith. "Your Majesty, we must not disregard the tenets of the faith of the Seven for the sake of forging a sword. However, the nobility of the Seven Kingdoms does not hold the faith in particularly high regard, and few truly believe in a deity that has never manifested miracles. They merely comply with tradition due to the power of the faith. Aside from noble women and the most virtuous knights, few genuinely adhere to the doctrines of the Seven as their guiding principles. Now that greater interests are at stake, they are unlikely to easily succumb to the pressures of the faith, and thus began to counter. The faith of the Seven has never stated that cremation for the deceased is prohibited. Indeed, we could complete all the necessary rituals and then proceed with the cremation ceremony. Would that not be a harmonious solution? Yet, as the High Septon of the faith of the Seven, his political acumen surpasses that of ordinary men. The nobles may not perceive the intricacies involved, but those who live by the name of the divine certainly understand that allowing more people to accept cremation would inevitably undermine the foundation of faith in the Seven. 4. Whether commoners or nobles, they are far more inclined to believe in deities that offer tangible rewards. The Targaryen family previously faced no issues with the cremation ceremonies. However, the faith of the Seven is well aware that the cremation rites of the Isle of Flames require supplications to the dragons. Dragons are already entities comparable to deities in this world. Should more individuals come to venerate dragons as they do the Seven, the faith would understandably resist such a shift. However, the Archbishop was unable to present any substantial counterarguments and soon found himself overwhelmed by the condemnation of the crowd. This illustrates that when confronted with significant interests, even divine forces may prove ineffectual. Just as the assembly was poised to redirect their criticisms towards the Seven Gods Church, Count Bisbury swiftly intervened, urging everyone to recognize that the majority of noble families still had a chance to forge their own Valyrian weapons. To save time, he suggested that they should first construct the cremation tower. Even if they could not produce sword blanks, they could at least begin to imbue the iron with some of the properties of Valyrian steel. This would enable them to achieve success sooner when the opportunity to forge Valyrian weapons arose. As for the construction of the cremation tower, the details would need to be discussed directly with the Isle of Sacred Flame, as only they possess the knowledge regarding the rituals of cremation and the technical aspects of building the tower. Crucially, the dragons that could permanently reside at the cremation tower were limited, with only Princess Daenerys' dragon currently able to do so without the need for a dragon rider. Chapter 217. Auction of Quotas. As Count Bisbury finished speaking, Samwell stepped forward from the crowd, a smile illuminating his face. He offered to liaise directly regarding the construction of the cremation tower. However, the priests authorized to conduct the cremation rituals were limited, and currently, the Isle of Sacred Flame could only provide 3 construction quotas. The city of Casterly Rock requires 1 quota, declared the Duke of Lannister. The Reach demands 1 quota, echoed the Duke of Tyrell almost simultaneously. The two exchanged glances, silently communicating a message of caution before returning to their seats. The city of Lannister River also require a quota. Following Lannister River, nobles from various regions such as the Riverlands, Storm's End, Harrenhal, the Springs of Women, Brightwater Keep, Starfall, Arbor, and the west Castamere and Tarbeck Hall expressed their intentions. Only the Stormlands and Dorne remained silent. The top nobles of Dorne possessed their own ancestral Valyrian swords, rendering them less enthusiastic about the opportunity. Meanwhile, the Stormlands nobles, having been elevated to new nobility only after Aegon's conquest, lacked the heritage to compete effectively. Additionally, the long-standing noble families in the Stormlands either owned their own Valyrian weapons or, due to the recent tensions between the Baratheon family and Princess Daenerys, were reluctant to get involved. Most importantly, the nobles from these two kingdoms lacked the capacity to challenge their own ducal houses. Witnessing their vassals audaciously contesting them directly, the expressions of the Lannister and Tyrell dukes darkened considerably. However, Duke Tyrell had long since grown accustomed to the disdain of the esteemed nobles from the Riverlands, so he merely brooded for a while before dismissing the matter from his mind. In contrast, Duke Lannister could not tolerate this affront. He turned to his companion, the master of the citadel at Casterly Rock, with a voice tinged with irritation. Alastair, I had no idea your Reyes family harbored such ambition. Alastair responded nonchalantly, my lord. This is merely a matter of fair competition. Why dwell on it? Do you lack confidence in the Lannister family? As he observed the impending dispute among the gathered nobles, Samwell realized that the matter had indeed escalated. He continued, such sincerity among you lords makes the decision quite difficult. What difficulty is there in making a decision? Let us follow the tradition of the Seven Kingdoms and resolve this through a duel, suggested the towering Count Reyes, whose family was known for their impressive stature and valor. Alastair, the master of the citadel, was the uncle of Count Reyes and a former champion of the Westelands tournament. Immediately, Lord Fry interjected. Today marks the naming day of two princesses. Such violence is wholly inappropriate. Besides, if the outcome is determined by duel, can Count Reyes, regardless of his martial prowess, truly contend with knights wielding Valyrian weapons? Lord Fry, possessing the wisdom of age, conveyed two layers of meaning in his succinct remarks. First, the final decision would ultimately rest with the royal family, particularly the wishes of Princess Daenerys. Second, it was essential to prevent families already in possession of Valyrian arms from gaining an advantage. I propose a method that is entirely transparent, just, and equitable, continued Lord Fry. Although the spots are limited, let the highest bidder prevail. Ultimately, the success of the endeavor hinges upon the strength of the family's resources. Otherwise, securing a place without adequate materials would be rather absurd. Upon hearing this, Count Reyes acknowledged the merit of the suggestion and nodded in agreement. Indeed, Lord Frey's approach is far more feasible. The proposal was swiftly embraced by the majority present. At this juncture, Samwell interjected, let us proceed according to Lord Frey's suggestion. However, we must establish some rules, as there are several matters that require discussion beforehand. Constructing a cremation tower is not difficult. It requires merely 500,000 gold dragons for completion. However, once the tower is built, it necessitates dedicated priests to oversee it, hailing from various churches, and they must simultaneously construct their sanctuaries nearby without interfering with their missionary work. Furthermore, due to the need for a dragon to be stationed there long-term, a dragon lair must also be established alongside the cremation site for the dragon's habitation. The dragon wardens and dragon guards are not lacking in numbers. The upkeep for the dragons and their attendants requires a staggering sum of 500,000 golden dragons annually, a cost that must be borne by the esteemed lords present. Upon hearing Samwell's statement, the noblemen in attendance felt a sudden pang of anxiety. For many of these aristocrats, the annual yield from their territories scarcely reaches 1 million golden dragons. Even for the wealthiest of the elite, this amount represents nearly their entire yearly surplus. And this is merely the beginning. Once the Valyrian weapons are finally forged, it is likely that a significant portion of their fortunes will be depleted. Yet, for the sake of the Valyrian weaponry, such an expenditure is deemed worthwhile. It is only fitting. It is only fitting. The powerful Duke of Lannister was the first to express his support. After all, the title of the wealthiest in the Seven Kingdoms is not easily earned. Eventually, other ambitious top nobles also voiced their approval. Observing their steadfast resolve, Samwell's heart swelled with joy, prompting him to continue. Since everyone has shown understanding and support, I shall not delay your time any further. He then turned to Daenerys and inquired, Your Highness, do you have anything to add? Daenerys smiled and replied, I shall dispatch the dragon, Viserion, to guard the first cremation tower. Among all the dragons, though her temperament may be fierce, her combat prowess is unparalleled. I believe she can not only assist in conducting the cremation ceremony, but also help safeguard your realms. Her words invigorated the thoughts of the top nobles. Indeed, if their territories were protected by a dragon, their safety would be assured. Consequently, their enthusiasm ignited even further. After Daenerys spoke, Samwell nodded, signaling for him to continue. Now, let us commence the bidding for the first position, which will be safeguarded by the Dragon Queen herself. I bid 300,000 golden dragons. The Duke of Lannister, the wealthiest in the Seven Kingdoms, was never one to shy away from spending. Thus, he was the first to place a bid. Following closely was Count Rhaenys, the second wealthiest from the Westerlands, who confidently declared, "The Rhaenys family bids 1,000,000 golden dragons." The audacity was astounding. Truly, the nobility with vast resources does not hold back. After announcing his bid, Count Rhaenys could not help but cast a smug glance at the assembled crowd, as if to say, "Compared to me, you are all insignificant." The Duke of Tyrell, incensed by Rhaenys' arrogance, stood up abruptly, his anger palpable as he boldly raised his own bid. Highgarden bids 3,000,000 golden dragons. He then shot a challenging look at Count Rhaenys, clearly implying, "I had intended to be modest, but my capabilities do not allow for it." The Earl of Rhaenys had barely settled into his seat when he abruptly sprang up, slamming his palm on the table, unwaveringly proclaiming, "The Rhaenys family offers 5,000,000 gold dragons." Duke Tiller was about to make another bid when Lady Philanqui silenced him with a mere glance. Meanwhile, Marquis Folii, who had been attentively observing the expressions of those present, leisurely rose from his seat, adjusted his attire, and raised his hand to announce, "I, from Wanha City, bid 5,100,000 gold dragons." The Earl of Rhaenys was taken aback by this old man's audacity in making such an offer. He felt an inexplicable frustration welling up within him, muttering under his breath, "Damn weasel." It was unexpected that the bidding had escalated to such heights so quickly. 5,000,000 gold dragons was already an immense fortune, equating to nearly half of the royal family's annual income. Consequently, many of the noble families fell silent, particularly those from the north, who felt as if those gold dragons had struck them directly in the face, prompting them to reconsider whether their attire was too modest for such an occasion. "Uncle, are you feeling choked?" Nader teasingly whispered to Duke Alad. "I advise you to accept the princess's terms. This might be our only chance to defy fate. Otherwise, you'll just have to endure this scene." Duke Gerald, taking a swig of Dragonfire wine, cursed under his breath, "You little rascal, don't let your ambitions stray too far. Do you wish to change your surname to Targaryen?" "Of course," Bernard replied, unabashedly expressing his aspirations. "My greatest wish is for Princess Daenerys to come and whisk me away on her dragon to become her consort. Then we could have a brood of little Targaryens, soaring daily from Dorne to the Wall, leaving others envious." 8,000,000 gold dragons," Duke Lannister declared resolutely as he rose from his seat, casting a malevolent glance around the room. "Anyone who wishes to contest me, the Lannister family is more than willing to engage." "Humph," Marquis Folii scoffed dismissively, shooting him a glance before raising his hand again. "The Folii family bids 8,500,000 gold dragons. 10,000,000 gold dragons." Duke Lannister glared fiercely at Marquis Folii's offer. "I cannot match that." Marquis Folii quickly conceded. The nobles present dared not raise their bids further. This price was utterly outrageous, nearly capable of depleting even the wealthiest of families. Only the Lannisters, who could afford gold toilets, might withstand such a sum. Thus, the first spot was claimed by the Lannister family. For the second pyre, I shall dispatch Antelos to guard it. Her gentle nature and massive wings can easily stir up fierce winds, earning her the title of the Copper Storm. Daniela's introduction predominantly focused on the dragons, subtly leading the nobles to equate the value of the cremation tower with that of the dragons, which explains their reckless bidding. However, as the Lannister family withdrew from the competition, many families soon succumbed to the financially formidable Rhaenys. For 1,800,000 gold dragons, Count Rhaenys, having gained wisdom, refrained from overly ambitious bids this time. Yet, Lord Frey was evidently not one to let him off easily. The bid from the city of Wanha reached 5,000,000 gold dragons, 550,000, 580,000, 6,000,000, 610,000. Under Lord Frey's relentless pursuit, Count Rhaenys found himself increasingly vexed and in a fit of anger. He declared a high price once more. Castlemaine bid 750,000 gold dragons. Lord Frey pondered for a moment, shaking his head repeatedly, stating, 8,000,000 gold dragons. This is the utmost limit of my Frey family. Should you demand more, I shall not be able to comply. 8,100,000 gold dragons. Count Rhaenys immediately countered. 9,000,000. The previously silent Duke of Tyrell finally made his move. The Frey family faltered, but the Tyrell family was prepared to endure to the end. Regardless of your bid, I shall match it. The reach. being one of the wealthiest kingdoms among the seven kingdoms, may not possess as many gold mines as the Westerlands, yet the annual income from grains, livestock, and various agricultural products is substantial, making it a formidable rival to gold and silver mines in the long run. Therefore, Count Rhaenys recognized that his family could not compete with the affluent Tyrells and ceased to bid. Thus, the second cremation tower was secured by the Tyrell family of Highgarden. As the two wealthiest families of the Seven Kingdoms concluded their competition, the contest for the third slot intensified. The remaining families lacked a dominant force that could overshadow all others. Particularly in the Reach, numerous noble families possessed deep-rooted legacies. The Florent family of Brightwater Keep, descendants of the bloodline of the Greenhand Garth, claimed to be more qualified than the Tyrells to govern the Reach. Consequently, they had often clashed with the Tyrells over the years. The Tarly family of Starfall was another formidable family in the Reach, residing in Starfall. Their sigil depicting 3 black castles on an orange field, symbolizing the 3 castles owned by the Tarleys, Starfall, Duskendale, and White Harbor. They were granted Duskendale after assisting the Gardner family in expelling the Manderley family, thus becoming archrivals of the White Harbor Manderleys. The Fossaway family of the Arbor also wielded considerable influence. Once a significant threat to the Tyrells, their rivalry transformed into an alliance after Lady Marjorie married into the Tyrell family. 9,100,000 gold dragons. If wealth could not determine the victor, perhaps it was time to bring forth the family knights for a contest of valor. The Targaryen family has always been formidable. Faced with the ongoing competition from Count Rhaenys and Lord Frey, they issued a stern warning. Count Rhaenys, equally assertive, was not swayed by such tactics, retorting that if one has wealth, they should bid. If not, they should silence their insolent tongues. I bid 9,500,000 gold dragons. This figure had reached the limits of various families, prompting a moment of careful consideration among them. At this juncture, Samwell interjected with a genial demeanor, noting that the third crematory tower was guarded by the bronze tyrant, Apophis. Once he fully matured, he would rank among the most formidable dragons of House Targaryen. Chapter 219, The Resolute Decision of Duke Stark. However, the current bid was exceedingly audacious, leaving no family bold enough to raise their offers. Lord Frey scrutinized those present, then leisurely rose to his feet. After a moment of apparent internal struggle, he declared, "This is already the last available slot. Many opportunities, once missed, may never return. Therefore, the Frey family shall take one final gamble. I bid 9,501 gold dragons." The entire assembly was taken aback by Lord Frey's rather distasteful method of bidding, which was indeed shocking. The fury ignited in Count Rhaenys, who unleashed a foul-mouthed tirade, exclaiming, "You hideous weasel! How can you raise the bid in such a manner? Previously, everyone increased their bids by at least 100,000 gold dragons. You truly have no shame, revealing yourself to be utterly beneath notice. If you lack the means, retreat to your weasel den and spare us your repulsiveness." Lord Frey appeared entirely unfazed by Count Rhaenys' vitriol, responding with a calm demeanor, "Who decreed that bids must adhere to your conventions? To echo your earlier sentiments, if you possess wealth, bid. If not, silence your foul mouth. How I spend my gold dragons in Wanha City is of no concern to you. You simple-minded lion from the west. If you have the audacity, raise your bid to 10 million gold dragons. After all, your house Castamere boasts a wealth of gold and silver mines. Investing in this matter is justified, lest you end up like your father, who squandered millions on a woman in Liss, falling victim to a deceitful scheme. The late Count Rhaenys was indeed a notorious libertine, leveraging the wealth of House Rhaenys to indulge in the brothels and pleasure houses across Westeros and the 9 free cities. Ultimately, he was ensnared in a plot in Liss, where he was duped out of 3 to 4 million gold dragons under the pretext of attempting to claim a nobleman's wife while inebriated. This incident remains a significant scandal for House Rhaenys. Exposed and humiliated, Count Rhaenys could no longer contain his fury. He drew his sword and charged at Lord Frey. Oh! The noble ladies and gentlewomen shrieked in terror at the overwhelming aura of Rhaenys, prompting even the stoutest male lords to scramble away in panic. Marquis Froe's personal guards swiftly positioned themselves in front of their master, while the Earl Rhaenys' retainers shadowed their lord, their intentions unmistakably aggressive despite their swords remaining sheathed. Just as chaos threatened to engulf the scene, a spectral figure of bronze flashed by. Lo and behold, the Earl Rhaenys and several of his guards were sent hurtling through the air, crashing into multiple long tables before gracefully succumbing to unconsciousness. Their leather armor lay tattered, presenting a rather pitiful sight. In that moment, it became evident that the assailant was none other than the young dragon, Ulrax, who had been dutifully resting behind King Jaehaerys. Although only a little over 3 meters in length, he was a formidable presence for any adult. Thus, even the robust and formidable Earl Reyes found himself flung aside by a mere swipe of Ulrax's tail, illustrating the vast chasm between dragons and men. Despite standing at merely over a meter high, Ulrax's wingspan extended 4 to 5 meters, making his furious roar from atop the long table quite an imposing spectacle. This display rendered the assembled crowd utterly motionless. "Come back now, my Ulrax," exclaimed Jaehaerys, his tone imbued with affection and satisfaction. He had not anticipated that with just a fleeting thought, the young dragon would charge forth, demonstrating remarkable restraint as if guided by his subconscious. This sensation was one that King Jaehaerys had not experienced even after decades of bonding with Wormasol. Little did the old king know, Ulrax had acted entirely under Daenerys' direction. This misunderstanding only deepened Jaehaerys' affection for Ulrax and sparked a nostalgic thought. Perhaps, in his youth, he should have endeavored to master a few dragons like Daenerys had, as Ulrax stood as the finest testament to such potential. Upon receiving King Jaehaerys' command, Ulrax obediently returned. The old king fetched a roasted leg of lamb from his table, offering it to Ulrax while affectionately stroking his head. "This time, I shall overlook it. However, should anyone dare to act with such insolence again, I shall not be so lenient," Jaehaerys declared, his voice low yet resolute. "Samwell, continue." The servants promptly came forth to escort the unconscious Earl Reyes and his guards from medical attention. Meanwhile, the disheveled venue was swiftly restored, and delectable food and fine wine were replenished with great haste. Samwell cleared his throat and proclaimed loudly, "The Marquis of Luana's city has bid 9.51 million golden dragons. Other lords wishing to place a bid must act swiftly, as this is the final opportunity." At that moment, in the noble district of the north, Marquis Bolton assured Duke Irad in hushed tones, "My lord, I implore you to secure this last spot for me. I shall present you with 5 million golden dragons in due course. The Lonely Mountain and the Bay of Carlin are now mere barren lands devoid of ownership for the north. Why not utilize them to forge a connection with Her Highness Princess Daenerys in exchange for an opportunity for the North's resurgence? I believe this aligns with the aspirations of young Master Bernard as well." Bernard continued to stoke the flames of ambition. "I have heard that Her Highness has discovered a promising new territory in the Bay of Ice. Should she successfully develop it, those 2 desolate regions would be of little value to her, even if offered freely. It remains to be seen how history will remember you in the eyes of the North's people, my lord." "Very well. I concede to your wishes," Duke Irad replied. In truth, he had begun to harbor regrets even before the long night and the winter's arrival. Only the Stark and other northern houses understood the magnitude of the calamity that the long night and winter posed for the north. If Princess Daenerys could indeed cultivate high-yield crops suitable for the north's harsh and barren lands, it would hold immense significance. He had received word that even during the long night and winter, crops and pastures on Dragonstone had thrived, instilling him with great confidence in Princess Daenerys. Thus, he boldly declared, "The North is willing to exchange the lands near the Lonely Mountain and Bay of Carlin for the final spot." Chapter 220. A shock to all what? Duke Irad's statement left everyone astounded. Although the lands of the North were vast yet barren, many areas lay fallow, it was nonetheless a substantial offering, equivalent to prime noble territories. Such a relinquishment was indeed a grand gesture. Furthermore, the Stark family's Valyrian steel sword, Ice, remained the largest known Valyrian blade to date. This action by Duke Irad astonished and perplexed the onlookers. Consequently, the noble assembly erupted into fervent discussion, for land was the very foundation upon which nobility rested. None could afford to be indifferent. Lady Tyrell directly remarked to Duke Tyrell beside her, "It appears the North has been reduced to mere land." Had the ancestors of House Stark understood the value of land as currency, they would not be in such dire straits. This old nobleman, devoid of heirs, indeed displayed extravagant recklessness, for what was squandered was not his descendants' legacy. Duke Tyrell sensed a hint of understanding, though he was not entirely clear. Did his mother imply that Duke Irad's exchange of 2 desolate lands for this opportunity was inappropriate? Madame de Firenker cast a glance at Duke Tillier, expressing her belief that no worthy son can achieve success. However, it seemed even more perplexing if there were no foolish sons at all. The Duke of Tillier was bewildered. Am I a worthy son or a foolish one? The closest to the north, Marquis Fury, had gleaned some information about Daenerys and the Stark and Bolton families from his daughter Wada, thus gaining some understanding of the situation. He proceeded to explain to the astonished Duke Tillier that the area around Lonely Mountain was perpetually shrouded in toxic fumes. whereas the land near Long Lake was fertile and suitable for grazing. Moreover, Carling Bay had long been abandoned. If these two regions were entrusted to the capable hands of Her Highness the Princess, it might yield unexpected benefits for the North. After all, did not the ultimate ownership of those lands still belong to the North? Duke Tillier suddenly realized, saying, I thought that black-faced wolf Allard would never part with them. His heart is as dark as his visage. It seems he intends to exploit Her Highness to manage his territory. However, after your analysis, I must say our own region has plenty of neglected lands, far more fertile than those in the north. The remnants of the Mud family, once rulers of rivers and hills, the noble heart left by the children of the forest, and the vast lands east of Lake God S, I remain untapped. These are undeniably more valuable than the two plots in the north. Marquis Fury quickly distanced himself from Duke Tillier, remarking, If you believe those lands are entirely under the control of the Tillier family, by all means, go ahead and test that theory. Duke Tillier scoffed inwardly, huh? What use are the Tillier family commands outside of Riverflow City? At this moment, Wada, seated beside Marquis Fury, offered another perspective. It appears that it is not Duke Stark who is interested in the Valyrian weapons, but rather Marquis Bolton. Is Duke Allard intending to trade a Valyrian steel weapon for the forthcoming loyalty of the Bolton family? Yet, to arm another could indeed render one's own position more perilous. Marquis Fury looked at his daughter with satisfaction, saying, The Stark family has relinquished land, so naturally, the Bolton family must part with gold. By providing a weapon of limited combat capability, we can extract the Bolton family's wealth accumulated over many years, thus securing a substantial period of peace. It is simply a matter of mutual sacrifice. You have toiled these past months. It is best you return to Her Highness the Princess soon. One must acknowledge that the Fury family has endured in the Seven Kingdoms for many years, and the intelligence of each Marquis Fury has consistently been quite astute, often discerning the essence of matters with ease. However, very few of the nobles considered Duke Allard's actions to be wise. The vast majority believed that the Stark family had succumbed to desperation. Even King Jaehaerys could not help but look in astonishment towards the northern lords, attempting to uncover their true intentions. Upon observing the smug expression of Bernard beside Duke Allard, the old king's countenance darkened immediately. Are you well acquainted with that Bernard? The seemingly baseless inquiry from her great-grandfather left Daenerys momentarily perplexed. Well, we got along quite well during our time in Winterfell. He has also been tending to my little lizard lions these past few months, so our relationship is indeed amicable. What does Your Highness the Princess think? Are you interested in these two territories? Since Duke Allard had made his decision, he was indifferent to the opinions of others, and directly inquired of Daenerys. Naturally, as she desired to acquire these two pieces of land, she had no reason to decline. However, now that she held the initiative, she did not mind being a bit shrewd. That would certainly be acceptable. But the land and forests on both sides of Long Lake up to King's Road must also be considered within the range of the Lonely Mountain. Otherwise, what use is a barren mountain belching poisonous smoke? Duke Allard was a decisive individual. Having made his choice, he would see it through without hesitation. Then the third slot shall belong to the north. Daenerys promptly announced the outcome. Observing Daenerys' satisfied smile, Bernard found himself utterly captivated. His expression did not escape the notice of Duke Allard, who, infuriated, began to breathe heavily, resorting to gulping down his Dragonfire wine to soothe his emotions. On the high platform, King Jaehaerys' face fell immediately. Sensing the king's mood shift, Ulrax rose to his feet, his golden-slit pupils quickly locking onto Bernard in the crowd, issuing a warning hiss. This action, in turn, lifted King Jaehaerys' spirits, prompting him to declare loudly, since the slots for the 3 cremation towers have been decided, let us all indulge in the finest food and wine. This is the first gathering since the long night and harsh winter, so I encourage everyone to enjoy themselves to the fullest. May the gods bless us. King Jaehaerys was the first to down his goblet of fine wine, and the crowd followed suit, raising their voices in a chorus. Your Majesty is benevolent. May the gods bless us. The gathering then transitioned into a state of free socialization. Daenerys entrusted her sister, Sanella, to their mother, Emma, for care. She then, accompanied by her personal maid, approached the nearby fountain to meet with the sisters Varda and Meiji. Your Highness, Varda has come to offer her apologies. Compared to 3 months prior, Varda appeared noticeably thinner and more weathered. Her companions, Meiji and Maya, mirrored a similar state. Daenerys had already heard that since her disappearance, Varda and the others had not ceased their search. Varda had even summoned 20 female warriors from House Fry to join in the search on Bear Island. Marquis Fleur, with keen insight, dispatched 200 elite members of his family to assist Varda, placing her in command. It is undeniable that this investment of his truly reflects a remarkable vision. In Chapter 221, The Wayfarers Beside Daenerys, Daenerys swiftly helped Varda to her feet and warmly embraced her, urging her not to utter any words of apology. How could I be unaware of the hardships you have endured these past months? The bitter storms of Cold Ice Bay are not easily borne. During Daenerys' 3-month absence, Varda and the inhabitants of Bear Island braved the harsh cold and relentless snow, tirelessly searching for her whereabouts along the icy bay and frozen coasts. In the face of such extreme conditions, the casualties among Bear Island's people were considerable. One can only imagine the immense challenges they faced during this time. Thus, regardless of their motives, Daenerys felt both gratitude and deep emotion for their efforts. Consequently, Daenerys commissioned the Holy Flame Fleet from the Sisland Peninsula to deliver a substantial supply of high-yield crop seeds suitable for cold climates to Bear Island, along with a dozen experienced farmers to provide guidance. However, she was not fond of the somber atmosphere, so she playfully pinched Varda's cheeks and teased, "Look, your beautiful face has become rough. It pains my heart." "Your Highness," Varda blushed at Daenerys' whimsical antics, momentarily revealing a rare shyness, a stark contrast to her usual valiant demeanor. Your Highness, we, too, have come to seek refuge with you." Maggie Mormont, with her towering stature, was hard to overlook, and her voice seemed to have grown even louder during this time. "Then I naturally welcome you." Daenerys greeted Maggie with an enthusiastic embrace, jesting, "Maggie, your voice has certainly improved." Maggie proudly replied, "During these months searching for the princess at sea, I've been shouting from dawn till dusk, honing my voice into a robust instrument." Her words elicited laughter from everyone, and Daenerys' handmaiden, Bethany, chimed in with playful mockery. Miss Maggie would undoubtedly excel as the princess's herald. Hail to the Prince of the Holy Flame Island and the former guardian, the illustrious Princess Daenerys Targaryen. As she spoke, Bethany demonstrated with utmost seriousness. Maggie took it to heart, practicing repeatedly, "Hail to the Prince of the Holy Flame Island." "Enough, Maggie. Do not let Bethany fool you. From now on, you and your sisters shall serve as my personal guards alongside Varda and her warriors. Come, I shall present you with a token of our meeting." With that, Daenerys led them towards her chamber in the Red Keep. "Your Highness." Upon entering Daenerys' room, 7 maidens holding large cats promptly bowed in respect to her. With a keen sense, the weasel detected the presence of the large feline, causing the purple marten at Varda's waist to become instantly alert and cautiously peek out from its sealskin pouch. Meanwhile, the once docile big cats cradled in the maiden's arms became vigilant, their fur bristling in alarm. Sable quiet, the maids exhibited a markedly different attitude towards the marten. In Undull culture, for a considerable time, peculiar notions surrounded the weasel. Despite its coveted fur, the misunderstood reproductive behavior of this creature drew criticism, rendering it an unfortunate emblem of immorality and transgression in folklore. This misconception arose from the weasel's ability to undergo embryonic diapause when faced with environmental stimuli, meaning that the embryos do not immediately enter the female's womb and may even remain dormant within the mother for up to 10 months. When the next season arrives, through various mates, the female weasel can conceive and give birth. In essence, the weasel possesses an extraordinary reproductive capacity, capable of recalling embryos even in the harshest conditions. The weasel's offspring are born diminutive, blind, deaf, and toothless, often being carried by their mother from one den to another. Consequently, among the Undulls, there were rumors that weasels conceive through their mouths and ears. This misunderstood myth further fueled the dogmatism of the faith of the Seven. The early doctrines of the faith deemed weasels as promiscuous creatures, warning humanity of the perils of impious sexual conduct, suggesting it could lead to births from the mouth. Yet, for the ancestors, weasels bore the souls of the deceased. In their folklore, the white weasel symbolized charming young women, while the ancient Gugyvalerians revered it as a sacred animal. Perhaps the most ancient myth revolves around its white fur, with tales asserting that the white weasel would sooner perish than soil its coat, representing purity and sacrifice. However, in modern times, the old and sordid stories surrounding the weasel have been cast aside, elevated to become talismans for newlyweds and expectant mothers. The weasel's so-called miraculous method of conception was likened to the Annunciation, as the Virgin Mary whispered in a woman's ear before she conceived. The weasel's success in nurturing its young was admired, and women of that era cherished wearing weasel fur, believing it would bring them abundant progeny. In a time devoid of surgical anesthesia and modern medicine, weasel fur was thought to assist mothers in smoother childbirth. Thus, these essential accessories symbolizing successful pregnancy swiftly found their way into the portraits of the nobility. Today, weasel fur coats and blankets are immensely coveted among the elite. Hence, the descendants of the ancestors and the young women raised on Dragonstone have a fondness for weasels, although some devout families of the faith of the Seven harbor certain biases against them. Let me see that little one. I cannot believe she has grown so much in just over 3 months. In contemporary times, the young purple marten boasts a tail exceeding a foot in length, its coat glistening with a radiant sheen, reflecting enchanting hues of purple under the sunlight. Indeed, magical creatures possess a distinct essence, even though this little purple marten, named Cybele, harbors only a faint trace of magic within. It is undeniably more robust than an ordinary purple marten. Cybele does not exhibit any aversion towards Daenerys, for she emanates a potent aura of magical energy, which captivates any magical creature. Sensing the frequency of magical energy emanating from Cybele and Varda to be strikingly similar, Daenerys, filled with delight, inquired of Varda, "You can now traverse with ease." "Yes, Your Highness," Varda replied, her excitement palpable. "While searching for you, we often endured hardships, sleeping under the stars. During those nights, we naturally huddled together, and gradually, I discovered that I could enter Sable's consciousness. Thanks to her, we evaded numerous dangers during our quest for you. Is your sister also a traveler?" The 6-year-old Shiree, now blossoming into a charming young lady with the quintessential Targaryen visage, captured the affection of King Jaehaerys. During Daenerys' absence, the astute and clever Shiree often kept the old king company. Sister Dona and her companions are also travelers. They can traverse the great cats and little birds within the Red Keep. The 7 girls selected by Dona, a child of the forest, have flourished under her meticulous guidance, coinciding perfectly with the peak of the minor magical tide, resulting in a remarkable enhancement of their traversing abilities. The most formidable among them, Dona, can simultaneously control 4 or 5 great cats and a flock of small birds. Even young Shiree has awakened her unique abilities, forging her first successful contract with a majestic prairie eagle cared for by King Jaehaerys. Chapter 222, The New Style of Women's Armor. This exemplifies that the true dragon bloodline of the Targaryens indeed bestows a powerful aptitude for traversal to a certain extent. As the illegitimate daughter of her grandfather, Prince Baelon, and with her mother being a descendant of the ancient Valyrian bloodline from Lys, Shiree's true dragon lineage is undeniably strong, endowing her with the potential to command dragons. Daenerys has not concealed Shiree's identity. Thus, despite being merely a bastion of the Targaryen royal family, she has still garnered the affection of King Jaehaerys. Her great-grandfather frequently summoned Shiree for companionship and gifted her with exquisite garments and jewels. According to the elders of the palace, Shiree bears a resemblance to one of King Jaehaerys' daughters, often captivating the old king's gaze. Although Shiree's official role is that of Daenerys' handmaiden, her tender age exempts her from demanding duties. Daily, aside from receiving lessons from the court ladies and nuns, she engages in cultural studies alongside Margaery. While Margaery, also a handmaiden to Daenerys, enjoys the privileges of a duke's daughter, she is afforded access to all of Daenerys' educational resources. Certainly, aside from Shiree's unique identity, all of Daenerys' personal handmaidens hail from noble lineage and have undergone elite education. Particularly after joining Daenerys, they are required not only to study cultural knowledge and the skills befitting a lady, but also to practice swordsmanship and archery. Currently, the few handmaidens remaining in the Red Keep are training in martial arts under the guidance of Daenerys' sworn knight, Harold. However, it seems that aside from Shiree and Layla, who perform commendably, the others are merely adequate in archery, while their swordsmanship can only be described as abysmal. Thus, it is impossible to rely on them for Daenerys' protection. Nevertheless, they do a commendable job caring for her daily life. Moreover, perhaps influenced by Daenerys, they excel in managing domestic affairs and handling territorial matters, proving to be her capable assistants. Your Highness, this is the new set of armor crafted by Master Orphan that you commissioned. In total, there are 50 suits, and I have brought 23 of them, announced Margaery, the eldest daughter of Duke Tyrell and now Daenerys' personal handmaiden, as she entered alongside Harold and several members of the King's Guard. The trays they carried bore the new style of female armor that Daenerys had requested Master Orphan to create. The inner armor consists of finely woven chainmail, made from Valyrian steel wire, while the outer layer is crafted from leather made of lizard lion hide. The base is black, embellished with gold and crimson accents, complemented by a black and red cloak, and adorned with a quail egg-sized red gemstone on the belt, exuding an air of both solemnity and elegance. The accompanying swords are also forged from pseudo-Valyrian steel, possessing resilience and sharpness comparable to that of ordinary Valyrian blades. The pommels are embedded with magical gems, significantly delaying the dissipation of the sword's inherent magical properties. As Daenerys's personal female guards, only such equipment befits their status. Daenerys picked up a piece and examined it closely, feeling quite satisfied. She then handed it to Warda, saying, "This is the new armor I specially ordered for you. Quickly put it on and try it out." Warda and Meiji were already captivated by the exquisite design, expressing their gratitude to Daenerys before eagerly taking the armor to change into. Moments later, 3 striking female warriors appeared before everyone, drawing the attention of Harald and the Kingsguard, who were left awestruck. "My goodness, I never imagined I would be able to wear such fine armor in my lifetime. It seems that only by leaving that impoverished place of Bear Island could my life take a turn for the better," exclaimed Meiji in exaggerated fashion, prompting suppressed laughter from the crowd, careful not to offend her. However, fate intervened as Harald, unable to restrain his amusement, was caught by Meiji's gaze. "You, the one with the appearance of a mutt, what are you laughing at? Are you mocking me for coming from a poor backwater? Do you believe I could crush your manhood with a single punch?" Maggie's coarse words immediately incited a flush of anger in Harald. However, in the presence of Daenerys, he dared not act out, opting instead to lower his head in indignation. Maya, who was initially immersed in the joy of acquiring her new armor, was taken aback by her sister's audacity in such a setting. She promptly seized her arm and admonished, "Do you think this is Bear Island? Our every word and action reflects upon Her Highness the Princess. Mind your tongue, or you may as well return to Bear Island to spare the princess from embarrassment and scandal." Despite being a few years older than Maya, Maggie often found herself more intimidated by her sister than by their mother. Consequently, she complied and followed her sister closely, approaching Daenerys to offer an apology. "Please forgive us, Your Highness. We are merely accustomed to our wild ways, and we momentarily lost our decorum." Daenerys, however, never took such matters to heart. She reassured them, "It is common to feel out of place upon entering the court. You will learn in due time. There are specific ladies-in-waiting and nuns to guide you in proper etiquette." However, having offended Harald, you may find the martial lessons quite challenging, as he will be your instructor. "Harald," Maggie scoffed, "our warriors from Bear Island could best tend from the south, and our women are no less formidable than the men. It remains uncertain who will truly suffer." Amused by Maggie's confidence, Daenerys chuckled, "Well, it's good to see you so assured. I'm genuinely curious to see who will emerge victorious between you and Harald." Wanda, who had forged a deep friendship with the sisters over the past few months, was well aware of their capabilities. No matter how fierce a bear may be, it is always subdued by the hunter. Confidence is admirable, but blind arrogance can lead to folly. Maggie pondered Wanda's words for a moment, then scrutinized her. "Why do I sense a hint of sarcasm in your statement? What? Have you taken a liking to that pretty boy? Have you so swiftly forgotten your loyalties?" Wanda, unwilling to engage in a battle of wits with the sharp-tongued girl, deflected, "I haven't. You're simply overthinking it. Don't accuse the innocent." Seeing Wanda and her companions adorned in the new armor looked splendid, Daenerys instructed that the remaining 20 sets be sent to the female warriors under Wanda's command. "Your Highness, news has arrived from the little birds," whispered Count Reyes' envoy, Dona, close to Daenerys' ear. Count Reyes is preparing to ambush the Peak family on their return to the city of Longchuan from the Flory family. Could it be that mere verbal disputes over positions would incite them to murder a Marquis of the Realm? What audacity did they possess? Daenerys was genuinely shocked by this revelation and incredulously sought confirmation. Indeed, it was Count Reyes who, during the assault by Urax, inadvertently sustained an injury to a vital area, which incited his wrath. A vital area? What part is that? Was there not any immediate danger to life? That part. In Chapter 223, The Dwarf of the Red Keep. Since Dona and her companions acquired the ability to transform into large cats and small birds, the Red Keep has revealed itself to them, no longer shrouded in mystery. The most unassuming of felines and avians have become their most trustworthy informants. Except for Urax, whose fearsome draconic instincts deter them from approaching. They have thoroughly explored even the secret passages within the Red Keep. Based on the information provided, Harald has led the Dragon Guard in conducting a comprehensive investigation of the Red Keep's secret tunnels, creating precise maps and restoring those passages that had fallen into disrepair or had become obstructed. However, some of these tunnels were too constricted for adults to navigate, and it was thanks to the children from the orphanage that the work was successfully completed. To fully utilize these passages, the newly appointed Minister of Intelligence and Director of the Orphanage, Ogian, deliberately recruited jesters under the guise of a court initiative, adopting and purchasing a significant number of dwarves. In this world, the status of dwarves is akin to that of pets or livestock, often viewed with disdain. Even the diminutive yet cunning demon Tyrion, hailing from the noble house of Westerlands, is a prime example. Despite his noble lineage, he is scorned by the entire Lannister family and the nobility of the Seven Kingdoms. In truth, there have always been many dwarves similar to the imp within the noble castles of the Seven Kingdoms. While they appear to be part of the aristocracy, their actual status is quite the opposite. The portraits from various castles reveal that the practice of keeping dwarves dates back to the establishment of the Undul's fortresses. Initially, it was merely a peculiar hobby for certain nobles, a source of amusement to entertain with dwarven antics. Gradually, the keeping of dwarves became a fashionable trend, with these little beings evolving into pets to be flaunted, traded, or gifted among the nobility. Following the establishment of the Targaryen dynasty, common dwarves took pride in gaining entry to the royal court, as it represented their best means of livelihood. Within the Red Keep, they could indulge in a life of material abundance, engaging with the true upper echelons of society, even supporting entire families. There were even those who, driven by selfish desires, devised grotesque schemes to create artificial dwarfs, distorting the natural order to facilitate their trade within the palace. As the culture surrounding dwarfs flourished, their appearances at significant events became increasingly frequent. During the reign of Maegor, dwarf culture reached its zenith across the Seven Kingdoms. The beloved dwarf, Black Sausage, frequently graced the portraits of King Maegor and his queen, always adorned in fine garments, resembling a miniature noble. In the eyes of the public, these diminutive figures had seemingly ascended to a form of nobility. Yet, to the true aristocracy, they were regarded merely as pets. Almost every noble house possessed such a portrait, with dwarves becoming regular fixtures in these artistic representations. Indeed, in the realm of artistry, these diminutive figures do not merely strike a pose or show their faces. They require a certain finesse. Firstly, the placement of the dwarfs is quite deliberate, typically appearing in three distinct positions, nestled in the corners of the canvas, aligned horizontally with the protagonists, positioned behind the main characters, revealing only a portion of their forms, or standing prominently in the foreground, beneath the main figures. Secondly, the expressions of the dwarfs must be meticulously crafted. Their gazes ought to convey gratitude, reverence, and a desire to please, indicating a master-servant dynamic. Consequently, dwarfs generally cast their eyes upon the main characters to accentuate the latter's noble status. Lastly, attention must also be paid to their attire. The more exalted the individual, the more resplendent the garments of their dwarf companions. The attire of a common noble-s dwarf starkly contrasts with that of a queen-s. In numerous artworks, such as the one titled Queen Maegor and the Queens on Their Way to the Hunt, which adorns the throne room, a small dwarf can be seen tugging at two hunting hounds in the lower left corner. Dogs have long symbolized loyalty, and by associating them with dwarfs, the implication is clear. The dwarfs, much like dogs, are devotedly by their master's sides. Thus, while these dwarfs appear to enjoy a life of noble dignity, in reality, they exist akin to beasts, reliant on their master's favor for survival. Should they lose this patronage, they face a fate akin to that of forgotten animals, abandoned and overlooked. This prevailing attitude saw a decline during the reign of King Jaehaerys, largely influenced by the benevolent Queen Alysanne, who disdained such grotesque aesthetics. However, the Stormlands windswept keep and the Westerlands Casterly Rock became the epicenters of a new wave of dwarf culture. It is said that Boros kept over 100 dwarfs, outfitting them with specially crafted armor and weapons, amusing himself by having them practice military formations daily. In moments of revelry, he would personally enter the fray, causing chaos among the dwarfs to showcase his own bravery. Duke Lannister took such indulgence a step further, even going so far as to attempt breeding new species by allowing dwarfs to copulate with his hunting hounds. Even more infuriatingly, inspired by some unknown instigator, he raised several dwarf children within golden vases, proudly naming them the Golden Dwarf Flowers. The dwarfs recruited by Ogion were all settled in a dedicated loft within the Red Keep, enjoying relatively decent living conditions. Daenerys would sponsor them with 100,000 golden dragons each month to facilitate the operation of their troop, ostensibly for the purpose of rehearsing various court performances. They received instruction from specialized teachers in literacy, noble history, and etiquette. In reality, their true task was to surveil the court officials within the Red Keep through clandestine passages, or to gather intelligence on the various noble families during banquets by mingling with the servants and playthings of the elite. With Daenerys' financial backing, the dwarf troupe also attracted many wandering minstrels, down-on-their-luck actors, and idle knights, forming a theatrical company in King's Landing that toured the Seven Kingdoms. Thus, their network of information gradually expanded ever further. Sometimes, The most inconspicuous corners can reveal profound truths. One should never underestimate the significance of seemingly insignificant individuals. Within the opulent castles of nobility, even flowers and stones may have their stories to tell. Utilizing her small birds, Daenerys uncovered the clandestine alliance between Count Rhaenys and Count Tucker, who conspired against the Targaryen family. The gnome's intelligence network, however, discerned the reasons behind Count Tucker's acquiescence to Count Rhaenys' invitation. It was revealed that the Tucker family had invested the majority of their fortune in overseas trade 6 months prior. Though they faced numerous hardships, they managed to return from the distant Essos continent with considerable wealth. Unfortunately, their timing coincided with the war on the Stepstones, resulting in the plundering of most of their ships by pirates. The few three-masted vessels that narrowly escaped were subsequently robbed while resting in the old town. Although Daenerys managed to preserve the ships, the remaining wealth was rendered worthless. Coupled with 3 months of entrepreneurship amidst a harsh winter, the Tucker family found themselves on the brink of bankruptcy. Thus, they succumbed to the allure of Count Rhaenys' golden dragon and accepted his proposal for collaboration. In fact, Count Rhaenys had also reached out to several other noble families facing similar predicaments. Many chose to bow to the harsh realities, yet those families were hardly formidable. In Count Rhaenys' eyes, they were merely numbers to bolster his cause. Chapter 224. A quiet transformation. The naming day of the twin princesses and the Valyrian weapon exhibition marked the first grand gathering of nobility since the long night and harsh winter, igniting high spirits among the attendees. With Daenerys' unwavering support, the feast was abundant with exquisite food and fine wine, while an array of musical and dance performances, along with delightful gnome plays, left the visiting nobles thoroughly satisfied. The pent-up negative emotions accumulated during the 3 months of long night and winter seemed to find a perfect release at this moment. Daenerys had significantly strengthened her influence in the Red Keep to better care for King Jaehaerys. She had already aligned numerous court ladies and officials with her own interests while assisting him with state affairs prior to the long night. King Jaehaerys was well aware of Daenerys' maneuvers, yet those she removed often bore the influence of other great noble families. Most of Daenerys' chosen officials hailed from Dragonstone or commoner backgrounds, ensuring their loyalty to the crown. Initially, King Jaehaerys observed with a detached gaze, but as he noted an improvement in the ambience of the Red Keep, he chose to turn a blind eye to Daenerys' actions. After all, the current environment of the Red Keep afforded him greater comfort and satisfaction. During the long night and winter, Harald had summoned 200 Kingsguard and 300 Unsullied to safeguard Viserys, establishing the strongest military presence within the Red Keep. Although Prince Daemon commands an impressive cohort of 3,000 gold-cloaked men, it is noteworthy that nearly half of them are individuals whom Daenerys has already deemed unworthy during her rigorous selection of the Kingsguard. Many among them have clandestinely pledged their allegiance to Daenerys. Furthermore, while the Gold Cloaks boast several skilled warriors, they pale in comparison to the Kingsguard and the Unsullied. The Kingsguard, after all, has been meticulously chosen by Daenerys and represents the finest young knights of the entire continent of Westeros. As for the Unsullied, their prowess is beyond question, having survived a brutal regimen of training and selection. Each Unsullied warrior possesses combat capabilities that rival those of the most distinguished knights of the Seven Kingdoms. In coordinated combat, the power of 300 Unsullied is nothing short of astounding, capable of contending with thousands of ordinary soldiers. Moreover, a significant portion of Prince Daemon's funding is provided by Dragonstone, as the royal treasury falls short of supporting his extravagant lifestyle. Consequently, many of the Gold Cloaks perceive Princess Daenerys as their true leader, viewing Prince Daemon merely as a subordinate. Nevertheless, due to Daemon's personal charisma, he retains the unwavering loyalty of his followers. Beyond King's Landing, the merchant fleet of Dragonstone has effectively infiltrated Daenerys' influence into numerous towns. Particularly after Daenerys' conquest of Old Town, both the Faith of the Seven and the Citadel find themselves firmly under her control. The rise of Daenerys has subtly shifted the dynamics among the nobility of the Seven Kingdoms. Naturally, they seek to seize this opportunity to gather intelligence and forge alliances. No noble among the Seven Kingdoms genuinely desires to see the Targaryen dynasty monopolize power, as such dominance would conflict with their own familial interests. Nevertheless, none are foolish enough to provoke the Targaryens, who command dragons. Since Daenerys' expulsion of House Hightower, no family within the Seven Kingdoms has been able to effectively maneuver against the Targaryens and gradually undermine their influence. However, the highest-ranking nobles have not abandoned their schemes. At this gathering, they engage in subtle tests and glances, all while remaining under the watchful gaze of King Jaehaerys from his elevated throne. He is acutely aware that the machinations of the great houses will never cease, yet he regards their power with indifference in light of the current strength of House Targaryen. Seated upon his throne, King Jaehaerys surveys the revelry before him, finding solace in the apparent peace. Throughout his reign, though fraught with turmoil, he has navigated each crisis with remarkable skill. However, as he nears the end of his days, he unexpectedly confronts the specter of a long night and a harsh winter, which nearly tarnishes his illustrious legacy. Fortunately, thanks to Daenerys, this calamity was curtailed within merely 3 months, adding a vibrant chapter to King Jaehaerys' storied rule. Viserys and Aemma cradled their twin princesses, radiating joy as they graciously accepted the well wishes of those around them. Although Rhaenyra was not particularly fond of social gatherings, she made an effort to engage with the festivities. Observing the widening chasm between herself and her sister Daenerys, she felt a twinge of resentment, prompting her to seek self-improvement. However, in recent times, she had matured significantly, especially during Daenerys' disappearance, which instilled in her a profound understanding of the importance of family. Thus, while Rhaenyra still admired Daenerys, she no longer harbored jealousy, but instead endeavored to better herself. "Congratulations, Prince Viserys and Princess Aemma," exclaimed Lord Laenor Velaryon of Harrenhal, accompanied by his 2 sons and numerous daughters, as he extended his greetings to Viserys. "What exquisite little princesses! They shall surely grow to be as remarkable and beautiful as Princess Rhaenyra and Princess Daenerys. At last, Laenor, you've decided to grace us with your presence. You must remain by my side. I have reserved a position for you in the council," Viserys declared, handing the infant Celis to Rhaenyra. Before warmly embracing the Earl of Harrenhal, Laenor had been one of Viserys' closest companions since childhood, yet had departed King's Landing years ago to embrace a comfortable life as a lord, inheriting Harrenhal. Nevertheless, their correspondence had never ceased, and Laenor's decision to bring his family was a clear indication of his readiness to reunite. "After all, do you think I would go to such lengths to relocate all of Harrenhal to King's Landing for no reason?" Laenor's eldest son, Harwin, although merely 14, possessed an impressive stature. Yet, his gaze towards Rhaenyra was tender, as if it could melt away barriers. "Is your arm fully recovered?" Rhaenyra asked, feeling a wave of shyness upon seeing Harwin again, recalling how she had accidentally broken his arm during a dragon ride. "It's perfectly fine now, see," Harwin responded, demonstrating his agility with a few impressive maneuvers. "I am quite resilient. I have endured far worse injuries during my nightly training. That last little mishap was nothing. By the way, Your Highness, this is my younger brother Larys. Though he may appear frail, his intellect is remarkably sharp. It seems as though the entirety of Harrenhal's library resides within his mind. Greetings, beautiful Princess Rhaenyra." Larys, at 12 years old, though not short, was quite slender and had a slight limp in his right foot. "Hello, Larys," Rhaenyra replied, noticing his discreet glances at his own foot, with a semblance of nonchalance. Larys self-deprecatingly remarked, "I have been frail since childhood. My brother Harwin has devised numerous methods to encourage me. My right foot owes its strength to the unwavering encouragement of my elder brother during my youth." Chapter 225. The underlying current begins to emerge. The words of Larys instinctively prompted Rhaenyra to distance herself from him. She felt an uncomfortable sensation as this slender and brooding youth spoke. "Oh, Larys, I truly regret this. However, I believe that Halwyn had only the best intentions at that time. After all, we were all just children, and our actions were often thoughtless. Nevertheless, the bond between you brothers is undoubtedly sincere, much like how I once thought I despised my sister. It was only during her 3-month disappearance that I truly understood the taste of sorrow and despair. Larys, although you may not possess Halwyn's robust physique, the intelligent mind of a scholar is the most formidable weapon in this world. Furthermore, I hope you find joy in the Red Keep." Sensing Rhaenyra's resistance, Larys maintained a seemingly harmless smile, yet a subtle glint of coldness flickered in his deep-set eyes. Halwyn then introduced his 2 younger sisters to Rhaenyra. "Your Highness, these are my 2 well-behaved sisters, Lily and Gilly. They are 10 years old, just like you. They will be living with us in the Prime Minister's tower, so I kindly ask for your care towards them." "Greetings, Your Highness." The 2 young girls appeared to be exceptionally well-mannered, dressed in modest and simple attire. "Hello, Lily and Gilly. It seems I have been lacking in female companions, and your arrival is most timely. I am certain we will enjoy each other's company." Rhaenyra had always envied Daenerys for having numerous exceptional handmaidens, but a few months ago, her childhood companions were dismissed by her mother, Aemma. Currently, she was surrounded only by a lady-in-waiting and a nun, who were tasked with monitoring and controlling her under Aemma's orders. "Who is that?" While engaging in pleasantries, Rhaenyra's gaze was irresistibly drawn to a tall, uniquely graceful woman standing behind the Lily sisters. This woman possessed eyes that glimmered with an enchanting crimson hue and emanated an air of mystery. This is Aaliyah, the wet nurse of Lily and Gilly. Greetings, Your Highness. Hello, Aaliyah. For reasons unknown, upon seeing Aaliyah, Rhaenyra felt as if her blood was igniting. It was reminiscent of the exhilaration she experienced during her first successful dragon ride, and each time she held a cremation ceremony, yet it was undeniably more intense. As she pondered this perplexity, a resounding female voice suddenly echoed through the weirwood forest, drawing Rhaenyra's attention. However, she could not help but be further stirred by Daenerys's grand titles. Princess Daniera Targaryen, Prince of Dragonstone and former guardian of Old Town, Queen of Dragons, Breaker of the Long Night, and the eternal son of House Targaryen, has arrived. Clad in newly forged armor, the valiant Magi sang with an air of confidence. Alongside her were Veda and Maya, each wielding their swords, while Marjorie and Bisani, along with other handmaidens, attended to Daenerys, who stood proudly at the center. Behind them were 20 female warriors, all adorned in fresh attire. Upon witnessing the grand spectacle of Prince Daenerys, the nobles instinctively adjusted their appearances and respectfully bowed in greeting. After exchanging pleasantries, Daenerys finally returned to the side of King Jaehaerys, eager to showcase her formidable warriors. Your Majesty, what do you think of my warriors' new armaments? The sight of this striking cohort captured the attention of all as they entered the sacred woods. In the Seven Kingdoms, skilled female warriors were not an anomaly. Yet the assembly of such a formidable group was a rarity. Though these warriors had not faced the crucible of battle under Veda's guidance, they had withstood the storms and beasts of the Frost Bay for 3 months during the long nights and cold winters, forging a resilient spirit that defied the harsh elements. Truly remarkable. However, I couldn't help but notice that the swords they wielded bore a striking resemblance to those forged from Valyrian steel. Jaehaerys discerned at once the beautiful ripples adorning the dark swords, a hallmark of Valyrian craftsmanship. The assembled nobles shared this belief. Yet none could fathom that anyone could possess such a multitude of Valyrian blades. Daenerys, with a smile, clarified, these are merely replicas, they may look similar, but their performance falls far short. Her words immediately reassured many present. Nonetheless, this display sparked a shift in the perceptions of several prominent nobles. For even if these swords were not crafted from Valyrian steel, the ability to replicate them so closely indicated that their quality could not be lacking. The development of such advanced forging techniques undoubtedly required substantial economic backing. Now that this forging technology had succeeded, the potential profits to be gained were beyond imagination. After all, in this world, weaponry has always been among the most costly commodities. Dragonstone had already emerged as a new economic hub in the Narrow Sea, thanks to its Dragonfire wine, dragon porcelain, and a series of exquisite handicrafts. If paired with this distinctive forging technique, Dragonstone would undoubtedly ascend to even greater heights. Their concerns deepened at the thought that, if the entire Targaryen dynasty were equipped with such innovative armor and weapons, they could dominate the Seven Kingdoms even without dragons. The modest Dragonstone had already bestowed considerable wealth upon Princess Daenerys. Now, with Old Town and Sunspear as her direct domains, the prosperity of Old Town ranked among the highest in the Seven Kingdoms. One can only imagine the immense fortune that Daenerys, with her adept management, would generate. Moreover, the dense populations of Old Town and King's Landing suffice to summon tens of thousands of warriors. This undoubtedly signifies a qualitative transformation in the military foundation of the Targaryen dynasty. Since the Conqueror's War, although the Targaryen family ascended as rulers of the Seven Kingdoms, their direct dominion has remained rather modest. The lands directly held by the Targaryens can muster no more than 3,000 fighters. However, the majority of the nobles granted fiefs under the crown are staunch loyalists of the Targaryens, collectively capable of mobilizing 20 to 30,000 professional soldiers. Additionally, the Baratheon family of Storm's End, being a bastion of Targaryen blood, further fortifies this military foundation. With the acquisition of Old Town, even the densest military stronghold of the Seven Kingdoms, the Riverlands, finds it increasingly challenging to rival the royal military might. Furthermore, news of Daenerys' recent endeavors to develop the lands of the Frostfang Peninsula and the Frozen Coast has already spread throughout the Seven Kingdoms. While many deem such places devoid of development potential, they cannot help but recall Daenerys' uncanny ability to transform the decayed into the extraordinary. There exists a palpable concern that Princess Daenerys may indeed conjure something remarkable, especially considering the formidable influence of the Targaryen dynasty at present. Observing the burgeoning power of the royal family, numerous highborn lords feel a profound sense of unease. beneath the placid surface of the lake. Countless undercurrents of dissent are slowly taking shape. Grandfather, Daenerys, with the royal family now possessing such an abundance of Valyrian weaponry, should I not also be equipped as the commander of the Kingsguard? Initially, Daemon had been reveling in merriment with several captains of the Gold Cloaks and numerous noble scions. But he was suddenly taken aback by Daenerys' display of grandeur. The aura with which he once paraded through the streets of King's Landing alongside the Gold Cloaks seemed utterly eclipsed by Daenerys' presence. This was a notion Daemon could not abide, prompting him to promptly approach King Jaehaerys and Daenerys to make his request candidly. Daenerys, observing with serene composure, refrained from uttering a word, for these treasures had already been bestowed upon the royal family, and only His Majesty the King held the authority to decide. No matter how favored Daenerys might be, she would eternally remember that the sovereignty of the crown is never to be challenged by any individual. Very well. During the long night and the harsh winter, your gold cloaks have valiantly protected King's Landing. Thus I shall bestow upon you, the commander of the Kingsguard, the blade known as Longclaw. Upon this pronouncement, she commanded that Longclaw be retrieved from the dais. King Jaehaerys drew forth the sword, examining it meticulously before resting its blade upon Daemon's shoulder. From this moment forth, Longclaw shall be entrusted to the commander of the Kingsguard. I hope you wield this sword with honor to safeguard King's Landing and preserve the stability and security of the capital. This sword was forged to commemorate the end of the long night and the bitter winter. Thus, its bearer must purge all nefarious and sinister elements, restoring peace and tranquility to the capital. Indeed, Daemon had not anticipated that King Jaehaerys would so swiftly and readily acquiesce to his request. He promptly accepted the sword, Dark Sister, and began to revel in its presence. Cousin, you must be vigilant. Dark Sister is bound to the position of the commander of King's Landing. Should you lose this title, the sword will no longer be at your disposal. Daenerys, in the midst of Daemon's triumph, doused his enthusiasm with a bucket of cold water, nearly causing him to lose his composure. However, he quickly adopted a different demeanor, responding, "Thank you, my dear cousin. Rest assured, I shall heed your counsel." With Dark Sister in hand, and the dragon Vhagar at my command, I refuse to believe anyone could wrest this position from me. For reasons unbeknownst to her, Daenerys felt compelled to temper Daemon's exuberance. "3," she exclaimed, raising 3 fingers. "Your Majesty, Viserys, and myself." Ha ha. King Jaehaerys erupted into laughter upon hearing her words. In Chapter 226, Undercurrents, the self-proclaimed roguish Daemon often found himself outmatched before Daenerys, a reality he had grown accustomed to. Moreover, he had accrued considerable debts from Dragonstone, which rendered him feeling somewhat less assured in her presence. Thus, while he was a fearsome dragon prince before others, he became quite docile in Daenerys' company. This exemplifies the adage, "He who eats from another's hand is bound to their will." From Daenerys' perspective, it was akin to taming a fiery steed, once properly managed. The fiercest of horses could become the most obedient. "What is mine, none shall take it from me." Daemon, wielding Dark Sister, could not resist showcasing a few moves from the platform below, eliciting cheers from the gathered crowd. "Great-grandfather, why did you not bestow the Valyrian steel armor upon Uncle as well?" Seeing that King Jaehaerys had only granted Dark Sister, Daenerys curiously inquired in his ear. Blackfire held a special significance within House Targaryen, reserved solely for the head of the family and the heir. The pairing of Blackfire and Dark Sister would indeed be harmonious. "I would have liked to grant you the Black Sisters, yet you already possess Dawn," Daenerys remarked, fully aware of the Black Sister symbolic meaning within the Targaryen lineage. If Blackfire represented the authority of the Targaryen patriarch, then the Black Sisters signified military command, traditionally awarded to the most valiant protectors of the family. "Then you should bestow the Black Sisters upon Rhaenyra. After all, she is the eldest daughter and has successfully tamed Syrax." King Jaehaerys was taken aback by Daenerys' suggestion and sought confirmation. "Do you genuinely believe so?" Rhaenyra playfully yet earnestly remarked while embracing King Jaehaerys' arm. "Since I can forge a new Valyrian sword, why shouldn't I carve out my own kingdom? It seems I may possess a greater aptitude for this endeavor." King Jaehaerys regarded Rhaenyra intently for a considerable moment before responding with solemnity. "Indeed, your skills have flourished under the aegis of the royal family. However, the path of expansion is fraught with challenges. Are you truly prepared for such a journey?" "Certainly. The roads tread by our predecessors may be easier to navigate. Yet forging one's own path, though laden with risk, yields a joy of accomplishment that is truly rare, does it not?" Understanding that Rhaenyra had already made her decision, King Jaehaerys chose to withhold further admonitions. "I have heard that your subordinate, the forest child known as Herbalist, has developed quite a number of effective remedies. Are there any suitable for an old man like me?" If they prove effective, I might extend my years, allowing me to continue being your pillar of support." The king's words deeply moved Rhaenyra. Indeed, with him as a steadfast anchor, it seemed that the Targaryen family could weather any storm. The sea dragon's gallbladder and bile she had previously brought back were now being used to concoct potions, and she was confident that results would soon manifest, greatly benefiting his health. Besides, you are still youthful. Even without these potions, you have many years ahead. King Jaehaerys relished the moment as Rhaenyra nestled against his arm affectionately. Despite having sired numerous daughters, none had ever shared such intimacy with him. Thus, Rhaenyra held an irreplaceable place in his heart. After indulging in light conversation, King Jaehaerys summoned the Dark Sisters and called for Rhaenyra. "Rhaenyra, I bestow upon you the Dark Sisters. I hope you will become a general as formidable as Queen Visenya, unmatched by any man. Your Majesty, can I truly do that?" Influenced by Rhaenyra, unlike her historical counterpart, had begun practicing swordsmanship and archery from a young age, demonstrating commendable skill. Yet, she was still markedly different from the legendary Queen Visenya, whose prowess surpassed that of her brother Aegon. Like her siblings, Queen Visenya possessed the iconic silver-gold hair and violet eyes of Valyria. She delighted in adorning herself with lavish garments emblazoned with dragons and flames, reputedly more alluring than her sister Rhaenys, and had a penchant for dressing as a warrior. Typically, she would braid or coil her silver-gold hair to avoid hindering her combat capabilities. Visenya was a woman of fiery passion and a tempestuous temperament, both demanding and emotional, with a dark and unyielding side to her character. It was rumored that she practiced poison and dark sorcery. Visenya is both a dragon rider and a warrior, donning her armor with the same grace as one would wear silk. As a fighter, she wields the Dark Sisters with unmatched prowess. Following the Conqueror's War, it was Queen Visenya who repeatedly shielded Aegon from both overt and covert threats, and the Kingsguard was established to safeguard Aegon in her stead. Visenya is 1 to 2 years older than Aegon. Among the 3 hills of King's Landing, one is named in her honor. She and her sister Rhaenys both wed Aegon, each employing differing tactics to vie for his affection. In contrast to Rhaenys' more feminine wiles, Visenya embodies Aegon's staunchest companion and protector. It is precisely because of Queen Visenya that the symbolic significance of the Dark Sisters as guardians has become even more pronounced. "Sister, you are both the dragon rider and our father's eldest daughter, now the royal princess. Moreover, throughout these years, you have never neglected your swordsmanship and archery practice. No one is more deserving of wielding the Dark Sisters than you." Upon hearing this from Daenerys, Rhaenyra was filled with confidence and graciously accepted the Dark Sisters, casting a grateful smile towards Daenerys. "Thank you, Your Majesty. Rhaenyra shall undoubtedly become the steadfast protector of the realm while wielding the Dark Sisters." Witnessing this, all present offered their congratulations and praises to Rhaenyra. "Rhaenys, it seems His Majesty has made his decision. You and Rhaenyra appear to be completely disregarded in his considerations, which is quite unjust." Corlys Velaryon, known as the Sea Snake, murmured darkly in Princess Rhaenys' ear. Although Rhaenys felt a pang of bitterness, a hearty sip of Dragonfire wine swiftly banished her melancholy. "In truth, since the crown bestowed the position of heir upon Uncle Baelon, we have already been forsaken, have we not? Just as the lordship of House Velaryon has never been passed to a daughter. Corlys, I am content with my current life. The long nights and harsh winters have granted me clarity. The precious moments spent with family are the most invaluable. The Iron Throne and the 7 Kingdoms have never been my dreams as Rhaenys Targaryen. Perhaps you should relinquish that delusion. With Daenerys present, your chances are all but extinguished. Even if you were to secure equal inheritance rights for women and men, it is likely that Daenerys would be the one to reap the fruits of victory." Corlys, seemingly unconvinced by Princess Rhaenys' words, replied with a knowing tone, "Is that so? Yet the 7 Kingdoms have never known peace. Do you truly believe that with the decline of House Hightower, the crown has gained control over the faith and the citadel? A calm sea often heralds the brewing of a storm. It appears that your House Velaryon has indeed successfully latched onto Princess Daenerys' coattails this time. However, the manner in which you do so is rather unbecoming. Yet, this is understandable, for your family is but a few centuries old. In such a setting, it was the Earl of Brecon from Stonehenge who dared to speak boldly. The Blinkens are among the ancient families of the Riverlands, their veins coursing with the blood of their ancestors. Following the Conqueror's War, they pledged fealty to House Tully, their family crest depicting a golden shield emblazoned with a scarlet warhorse against a brown background. It is said that they possessed the bloodline of the legendary Red Horse god. Even now, the Blinkens' red warhorses rank among the finest in all the 7 Kingdoms. The Brecken family also carries the blood of their forebears and was once the ruler of the Riverlands during the Age of Heroes. However, their throne was later usurped by their former vassals, the Blaywoods. Strangely enough, the Blaywood family's version of events sharply contradicts this narrative, and the true facts have long since faded into obscurity. Nevertheless, the enmity between these two houses has endured for a millennium, a veritable truth. Even today, they occasionally erupt into significant conflicts. The Brecken and Blaywood families once united to fend off the invasions of the Undulls, yet they ultimately faced defeat. Subsequently, the Breckens intermarried with the Undulls and converted to the faith of the Seven, intensifying the long-standing feud between the two houses. Later, the Blaywood's sacred fish tree suddenly withered, and they firmly believed it was the Brecken's poison that caused its demise, thus providing a pretext for nearly every war they initiated. During the chaos of the Seven Kingdoms, King Harwin of the Iron Islands seized the opportunity to invade the Riverlands, prompting Lady Agnes Blaywood to rise in resistance, only to be ambushed by Lord Rosso Brecken, who struck at her forces from behind. This incident became one of the justifications for the Blaywoods to engage in warfare. While Blackheart Hurin constructed Hurin's castle, the Blaywoods and Breckens were engaged in battle, and both faced the wrath of Blackheart Hurin, who deemed their actions detrimental to the construction. Decades before the Conqueror's War, the conflict between the Breckens and Blaywoods had diminished their strengths, ultimately leading King Aegon I to bestow the title of Governor of the Trident upon Edmure Tully of Riverrun, which became a source of great concern for both families, each believing the other to be responsible for their loss of the ducal status in the Riverlands. During the reign of King Jaehaerys I, their animosity subsided for 50 years, yet it now appears to be rekindling. Chapter 227. Storms are coming after acquiring the Dark Sister. Rhaenyra's popularity among the nobles present surged dramatically. After all, the noble houses were well acquainted with this ancestral sword of House Targaryen. Thus, those grand nobles who recognized that their offspring were unworthy of Daenerys quickly shifted their focus to Rhaenyra, hastening to surround her. Many of the great lords spared no effort in recommending their daughters to Rhaenyra. Unlike Daenerys, Rhaenyra found herself in the company of few female companions. This fervent attention left her somewhat dazed, but fortunately, her mother, Aemma, appeared just in time to shield her from the onslaught. Nevertheless, the enthusiasm of those great nobles remained undiminished. According to the traditions of the Seven Kingdoms, Viserys was the most likely candidate to become the next crown prince. Should Viserys ascend the throne without a male heir, his eldest daughter, Rhaenyra, would indeed hold a higher status than Daenerys. As anticipated, King Jaehaerys directly bestowed the Blackfire sword and the armor of Black Flame upon Viserys, an act that virtually announced to the world that Viserys had become the new heir apparent. The reason King Jaehaerys refrained from formally crowning Viserys was to afford him additional time to solidify his power. Such a nearly explicit gesture would inevitably incite those lurking forces, eager to uproot him while he was still vulnerable. Thus, though King Jaehaerys had grown old, his sword remained as sharp as ever. Indeed, as he had foreseen. When the Blackfire's sword and dark armor were presented, the countenances of the nobles who had already conspired with House Velaryon dimmed noticeably. This was particularly true for Duke Boros of Storm's End and his eldest son, who were nearly poised to voice their opposition. However, upon witnessing Daemon surveying the assembly with a gaze reminiscent of a wolf eyeing its prey while brandishing the sword Dark Sister, the pair prudently retreated to their seats. They were acutely aware of Daemon's temperament, with the Valyrian blade in hand, who would dare to raise dissent at such a critical moment. They harbored no doubts that Daemon would not hesitate to sever their heads from their shoulders. Yet, the great nobles were unwilling to let their earlier investments dissipate into nothingness, and, seizing the opportunity of the prolonged gatherings, various factions began to make their moves. With the royal festivities spanning a remarkable 7 days, they were afforded a splendid opportunity. During this time, the sisters Veda and Maegor, alongside their female warriors, fully acclimated to their new armor. The sight of these formidable women training captivated the young knights within the Red Keep. Consequently, their training sessions grew increasingly rigorous. Meanwhile, through Veda, Lord Frey had an audience with Daenerys. Pleased with his conduct regarding the auction for the Cremation Tower's quota, Daenerys accepted his offering of 200 elite family warriors and promptly assigned them to Commander Harold. She also instructed Master Oren's smithy to expedite the crafting of a batch of knightly armor and weaponry for them. Although the men of House Frey were not particularly striking in appearance, attire can transform one. Clad in uniform, exquisite armor, these 200 individuals indeed resembled an elite force. Presently, House Frey had seemingly become favored in Daenerys' eyes, and they did not shy away from this newfound prominence. After all, Veda's close association with Daenerys was hardly a secret. Such an illustrious moment in the history of House Frye was rare, and they had no intention of acting modestly. After all, among the majority of the ancient nobility, the Frye family was still regarded as nouveau riche. The suppressed melancholy that had lingered within the family for centuries finally found a rare opportunity for release, and it seemed as though they walked with newfound lightness. Through Dina's birds, the movements of the prominent nobles could hardly escape the watchful gaze of Daenerys. Surprisingly, even though Prince Viserys' line had gained a decisive advantage, those who supported the Velaryon family remained undeterred. Moreover, they had foolishly allied themselves with the dim-witted Reyes and Targaryen families, covertly backing numerous assassins to teach the Frye family, whom they believed to be shamelessly courting favor with Daenerys, a lesson. However, the schemes among the great southern lords held little relevance to the noble houses of the north. After enjoying 7 days of sumptuous feasts in King's Landing, the Duke of Stark and his northern lords reluctantly made their way back home. Bernard, however, obstinately refused to return with him, insisting on remaining by Daenerys' side. Your Highness, while I may not yet be able to become your sworn knight, surely serving as a cupbearer would be acceptable? If that is not permissible, then I shall tend to your lizard lion instead. Do you not have a cadre of skinning knights? I could be a lion feeder knight. Had Bernard been merely another second son of nobility, Daenerys would have gladly kept him close. However, his unhidden affections for her rendered such a possibility impossible. Yet, given their amicable rapport, Daenerys recommended him to her father, Prince Viserys, to serve as a cupbearer. Although this was somewhat beneath Bernard's expectations, it nonetheless brought him closer to Daenerys, and he joyfully accepted. Duke Alad, left with no choice, permitted him to stay but repeatedly cautioned him. The lone wolf seldom fares well in the south. Remember, the lone wolf dies while the pack survives, Bernard. Never forget who you are. Clearly, Bernard was yet unable to grasp the profound implications of Duke Alad's words, and perhaps when he finally comprehended their depth, it would be too late for regret. To secure a place for the cremation, the Westerlands Lannister family and the Reaches Tyrell family expended considerable resources. Consequently, once the quota was confirmed, Samwell promptly returned to the Isle of Flame to begin organizing the affair. Fortunately, the temple priests and the cremation tower guards were readily available. Upon his return, he selected 30 priests from the existing ranks, divided into groups of 10. The guards for the cremation comprised 2 skinning knights, leading 10 dragon guards, 20 dragon wardens, and 200 warriors. This formidable force was sufficient to defend a small castle, and with the cremation tower exuding the aura of a dragon, safety was assured. With all preparations in place, 3 splendid 3-masted ships set sail from the Isle of Flame towards their destination. Meanwhile, within the grand halls of King's Landing, the noble families, amidst their social gatherings, quietly forged a nefarious alliance. A conspiracy seemingly aimed at bringing the Frye family to heel was gradually taking shape. Yet, unbeknownst to many, a multitude of unseen hands prepared to extend this turmoil towards the lineage of Prince Viserys. Chapter 228. The movements of various parties on the training grounds. Miss Veda vigorously brandished her longsword, launching a series of fierce attacks against Harold. The sheer force and agile variations of her strikes initially overwhelmed him, a sworn knight of Daenerys, drawing enthusiastic cheers from the onlookers. However, as a distinguished knight hailing from House Darkland, Harold's prowess ranked among the finest in the 7 kingdoms. Moreover, under the command of Captain Cameron of the Kingsguard, his skills had seen remarkable advancement, allowing him to swiftly adapt to Veda's rhythm. The Darkland family of Duskendale had boasted 7 knights who once served in the Kingsguard throughout the annals of Game of Thrones, making them the only family in the 7 kingdoms to hold such an honor. Additionally, their ancestors had once intermarried with House Targaryen, though that bloodline had since diluted considerably. Harold's brother, Stephen Darkland, currently serves as the youngest White Cloak in King Jaehaerys' Kingsguard, underscoring the remarkable caliber of Darkland knights. Miss Veda, beautiful techniques may not prove advantageous in a life-or-death struggle, Harold declared. A knight's sword is wielded solely for slaying and protection, not for aesthetic appeal. Since accompanying Daenerys to Dragonstone, Harold and Cameron had encountered numerous pirates plaguing the narrow sea, rendering them true knights forged in the crucible of battle. Their techniques direct and practical. Each strike was executed with precision, and soon Veda, having exhausted her stamina, found herself at a disadvantage, ultimately succumbing to Harold, who seized the opportunity to bring her down with the flat of his blade. Such a fierce display elicited a wave of admiration from his brethren. Sir Harold truly lacks any tenderness. No wonder he remains single in his 20s, pouted Bethany, clearly displeased with Harold's actions. Marjorie comforted her by pinching her cheek. Oh, my dear, Sir Harold refrained from holding back out of respect for Veda. A duel between knights has never entertained the notion of mercy. Indeed, as Veda, struggling to rise, respectfully bowed to Harold, she expressed, "Thank you. I have learned much. You are a truly formidable knight. No wonder you stand behind Her Highness the Princess." Harold returned her compliment with a smile. "You are impressive as well, stronger than most knights who have fallen before me." With confidence and a hint of provocation, Veda challenged Harold. "Within a year, I assure you, it will be you lying on the ground." The crowd erupted in cheers for Veda's boldness, revealing that those knights, often subjected to Harold's rigorous training, relished the prospect of seeing him humbled. In truth, Sir Harold already has a son and a daughter, both of whom possess silver hair and violet eyes. Little Shiri's sudden revelation left the maidens upstairs, who were merely spectating, utterly speechless. Even Daniela gazed at Shiri in disbelief and asked, "How do you know this?" With a flourish, Shiri summoned her prairie hawk and retrieved a piece of dried meat from her bag to feed it, exclaiming, "Of course, I saw it through Athena's eyes." Captivated by Shiri's startling disclosure, the group quickly surrounded her, eager to inquire about the intricate details. The fervor for gossip among women is unparalleled. "Your Highness, it was our oversight." Upon returning to her chamber, Donna promptly apologized to Daniela. As the leader of Daniela's faction in the Red Keep, she indeed bore responsibility in this matter. However, it was understandable, as their focus had been entirely on Daniela's potential adversaries and the various noble families. Thus, it was inevitable that they overlooked those close to Daniela. Yet, this oversight served as a wake-up call for both Daniela and Donna. Ignoring those around them could lead to significant harm should an unforeseen event arise. Nevertheless, Donna proved to be quite efficient. While she came to apologize, she had already gathered comprehensive information regarding Harold's mistress. The woman, named Vela, is a descendant of the illegitimate bloodline of Prince Aegon, the Uncrowned, and as her mother is from Lys, she too possesses silver hair and violet eyes. Vela and her brother run a bakery in King's Landing. After being bullied by ruffians once again, they received assistance from Sir Harold, thus forging a bond. However, Vela wished not to impede Sir Harold's future due to her lineage, and so she declined his proposal, choosing instead to become his mistress. While Daniela was not particularly interested in Harold's romantic entanglements, she observed that Count Reyes and his allies were on the verge of taking action against Lord Frey to prevent any uncontrollable incidents. Daniela instructed Donna and the others to immediately expand their surveillance and intelligence-gathering efforts to encompass all nobles in King's Landing. Simultaneously, she utilized the information channels of Master Ogian and the network of Dragon's Kiss Garden to meticulously reassess the latest developments concerning the Seven Kingdoms and the prominent families. The Blinken family, the church, the citadel. As Daniela reviewed the information before her, it became evident that the current actions directed against the Frey family far exceeded her previous assessments. It appeared that Count Reyes and the shadowy figures behind him were not merely aiming to send a message to Daniela's supporters. They were evidently weaving a grander and darker web, ensnaring both Daniela and the line of Viserys within it. What could their leverage be? The Valyrian family? The Red Queen Melisandre? Merely relying on these would not suffice to contend with the power that Daniela commanded. These individuals are not so foolish. What hidden trump cards do they possess? In the sacred grove of the Red Fort, Daniela placed her hands upon the fishbeam tree, meticulously examining the historical imprints left by her family, endeavoring to uncover any subtle clues. The Seven Gods and the Old Gods. A sudden realization dawned upon Daniela. Those orchestrating the current upheaval were evidently fervent devotees of the Seven Gods, while her own faction was inextricably linked to the faith of the Old Gods. Veda and her ancestral family, the Blythewoods, remained among the few prominent families in the South still adhering to the Old Gods. The reason for Blinken's involvement in the conspiratorial machinations of Count Reyes was solely predicated on the condition that the Blythewood family would also be implicated. Could it be that the wretched three-eyed raven was behind this? If that despicable creature were indeed involved, matters would undoubtedly become complicated. It seemed that during her time in Old Town, she had been excessively lenient towards the church and the citadel, inadvertently granting them the opportunity to retaliate against her. However, they would surely come to regret their actions this time. "Your Highness, His Majesty the King summons you." Sir Ryan, captain of the King's Guard, personally delivered the summons, prompting Daniela to realize that something significant was about to transpire. She hurriedly followed him to King Jaehaerys' study. "What? You wish for me to travel to Bravos at this juncture?" Chapter 229. The increasingly opaque veiled Daniela understood that King Jaehaerys' directive aimed to distance her from the impending conflict. It appeared he had also discerned the sinister plot devised by Count Reyes and his cohorts. Great-grandfather, this situation is likely more complex than it appears on the surface. The church and the citadel have both become involved, and there are potentially uncontrollable forces at play. Daniela continued to argue her case. Yet the matter of the three-eyed raven was too incredulous to articulate directly. She could only disclose the information she possessed, hoping he would allow her to remain. This is precisely why you must depart. The darkness and bloodshed of the Seven Kingdoms are far more convoluted than they seem. King Jaehaerys' stance was resolute, affording Daniela little opportunity to voice her concerns. Although you adeptly handled the previous incident in Old Town, it has nonetheless aroused the suspicions of the noble houses. The revenues from the cremation tower have further incited their envy. Thus you are ill-suited to partake in this affair. Moreover, your hands must remain unstained by blood. Daniela, remember that no matter how great your power, human limitations are inevitable. Never position yourself in opposition to the majority lightly. You have already fostered a newfound positive perception of dragons among the populace of the Seven Kingdoms, which is commendable. Therefore, you must not squander your hard-won progress. There has never been an invincible power in this world. The greater the power one wields, the more vigilant one must remain. Regarding the faceless men, Braavos has yet to provide the Targaryen family with an explanation. You are the aggrieved party. Seek your justice yourself, since your aspirations lie in the eastern continent. Let us embark from Braavos to truly experience the wonders of this world. Temporarily set aside the strife of Westeros. With my presence, they shall not rise against us. Bring forth your dragons and warrior women, and prepare to set sail at dawn. I have already informed Mungo and Sunspear and Cameron from the Stepstones. They shall rendezvous with you at Dragonstone. As for Harold, he remains of use to me, so let him stay. My great-grandfather, there is no question regarding Harold's loyalty. I have thoroughly investigated the matter concerning Vela. The words of King Jaehaerys tightened Daenerys' heart, prompting her to hastily clarify Harold's position. This was the first time Jaehaerys had displayed such firmness before Daenerys. While his loyalty is currently unquestionable, the future may hold uncertainties as his children mature. The 3 dragon eggs from Dragonstone and the missing sea smoke pose significant risks to the Targaryen lineage. Should they fall into the hands of those with illegitimate claims, it would truly undermine the foundation of House Targaryen. However, rest assured, I shall not bring harm to him. In fact, I will utilize him wisely. For only under his stewardship can the Dragon Guard of the Hand of the King reach its utmost potential. Understanding that King Jaehaerys had made his decision, Daenerys complied and returned to her chamber, instructing her handmaidens to prepare the luggage. Nonetheless, she directed Veda to escort Doria and her 2 sisters to the Frey residence, ensuring that the Freys would maintain an informational advantage. After all, knowledge wields immense power. On the following morning, 3 royal galleons set sail for Dragonstone, carrying Daenerys and her trusted confidants. By the time Daenerys' vessel reached Dragonstone, it was already late at night. After a 2-day respite on Dragonstone, Mungo and Cameron finally returned. They were curious about the urgency with which His Majesty summoned them back, but only after Daenerys elucidated the situation did they grasp the gravity of the matter. This time, Daenerys embarked with 50 3-masted warships and 100 large merchant vessels laden with cargo. This was indeed her inaugural official journey abroad. And given that Braavos is the wealthiest among the 9 free trading cities, it was imperative to seize the opportunity for profit. Presently, the dragons fire wine, fine white paper, dragon glass, and exquisite handcrafted goods from Dragonstone are all high-profit commodities. Additionally, a considerable amount of goods was confiscated from Old Town during the last expedition. And coupled with the stockpiling of various specialties from the Seven Kingdoms, they managed to fill all the ships. Currently, the fleet of Dragonstone boasts the largest number of vessels in the Seven Kingdoms, with over 300 large merchant ships. However, only a little over 100 are publicly acknowledged, while the remainder is registered under the Targaryen name or disguised as ordinary trade caravans. Although these ships have undergone a thorough transformation, Daenerys opted to conceal her strength to avoid any associations with the events of Old Town. Since Mira Cece's last return to the Isle of Sacred Flames, she has spent most of her time sleeping beneath the fish load, aside from daily excursions to the cremation tower with Hogna and the others for sustenance. Consequently, Daniela decided to remain behind with Hogna and the rest, taking only Dreamfire, Yermongana, and Yermongal with her. A month has elapsed, and the 2 young sea dragons have nearly reached a meter in length. Except for their relatively docile demeanor around Daniela, they exhibit a menacing disposition towards others. Just as everything seemed poised for their departure, a resounding dragon's roar shattered the tranquility of the sacred flame dock. The formidable sea smoke, now over 20 meters long, surged forth from the clouds, charging directly towards Daniela's 3-masted ship. In the midst of the crowd's terror, Dreamfire, perched upon the seaside rocks, leapt into the air, filled with a fierce intent to confront the threat. The once arrogant sea smoke suddenly halted, executing an abrupt turn and veering towards the adjacent beach. Upon noticing that a dragon rider was atop sea smoke, Daniela swiftly called back Dreamfire and mounted her dragon saddle, giving chase. Saiwan. Upon recognizing the rider of the oceanic dragon, Daniela was momentarily taken aback. Dragon rider Saiwan, I pay my respects to Her Highness Princess Daniera Targaryen, the esteemed ruler of the Isle of Sacred Flames and the guardian of the Old Town, the sovereign of dragons, the ender of long nights and harsh winters, and the eternal warm sun. Please allow me to pledge my loyalty to you. With sincerity evident on his face, Saiwan raised a dragon egg in homage to Daniela. Why? Daniela found herself at a loss, unable to decipher Saiwan's true intentions. She queried directly, since you have successfully tamed sea smoke, you could easily hide or contact your father in Volantis, secretly nurturing sea smoke until it grows strong. Where could you not venture then? It is you, Your Highness. From the moment you saved my life, you became my eternal allegiance. Me. Daniela's inner thoughts spiraled into disbelief. When did I acquire such a Mary Sue disposition? Receiving word from Daniela, Marquis Folry set out with 30 knights from the Folry family, 200 warriors, and several hundred attendants, hastening home along the King's Road before the other nobles had even departed. Accompanying them was the Count of Blaywood. Although they were not intimidated by the Reyes and Blinken families, the ever-cautious Marquis Folry was reluctant to engage in a feudal conflict driven by pride. However, Count Blaywood eagerly anticipated a confrontation, having already dispatched messages to his family to rally warriors to Haraway Town for support. If the Reyes and Blinken families sought to confront them, the most advantageous location for an ambush would be the northern bank of the Trident River, where the towering mountains provided ideal cover for surprise attacks. The open terrain to the north of the riverbank was also suitable for a two-pronged battle. Chapter 230. The ambush at Trident River. Gazing at the remarkably sincere Saven before her, Daenerys discerned not a trace of ulterior motives or scheming in his eyes. Yet, she found it hard to believe that she possessed such overwhelming allure. It was one thing to attract young men due to her beauty and noble status. But Saven had successfully mastered the dragon, sea smoke. If he so desired, he could undoubtedly carve out his own domain. Although Daenerys had not interacted with him extensively, she realized that beneath his rugged exterior lay a profound intellect. Among his 3 brothers, Saven was the only one she regarded favorably. Furthermore, she suspected that he was the one who left bloodstained clues when the dragon egg was stolen by Monty Hightower. Saven, you are aware that sea smoke is the companion dragon of House Velaryon, are you not? With your acumen, you must understand that your presence on Dragonstone will soon attract the attention of Princess Rhaenys, her dragon, and the fleet of House Velaryon. I cannot fathom why you would take such risks merely to pledge your fealty to me. I have not deluded myself into believing I possess such irresistible charm. Therefore, let us dispense with the pretense. Reveal your true intentions. I have never shunned mutually beneficial arrangements, and since you have chosen to reveal yourself, it is only I who can offer you sanctuary in this world. You speak the truth, Your Highness. My friend, Maegor, has voiced similar sentiments, believing that my exposure at this time is sheer madness. Yet, I implore you to trust that I harbor no ulterior motives. If there is any, it is precisely as I have stated. I merely wish to stand guard by your side. This is both a guiding dream and a reflection of my innermost desires. Since mastering the Valyrian incantations, Daenerys had developed an acute sensitivity to the essence of individuals, and at this moment, she genuinely sensed the fervent sincerity emanating from Saven. A dream? What manner of dream? Could it be that Saven is also a dreamwalker? Daenerys could not help but speculate. In the dream, I beheld a colossal red dragon, its head adorned with magnificent fins. I witnessed its flames engulfing you, and although I knew in reality such a red dragon did not exist, the dreamscape felt so vividly authentic that it left me somewhat apprehensive. A red dragon, with fins upon its head. How eerily reminiscent this is of the 3-eyed crow's manipulation of the sea dragon. My lord, ahead lies the town of Haraway, cautioned the prudent Lord Frey, observing the noticeably quieter surroundings than before. The path ahead may prove treacherous. As noon approached, Lord Frey's words hung in the air. Humph, that old rascal Lute is as cunning as a water rat. The emblem of their house should be altered from a 2-headed horse to a 2-headed water rat at the first sign of battle. He scurries away faster than anyone else. Eager for a grand confrontation, the seemingly coarse yet shrewd Lord Blackwood awaited the unfolding events. Hasn't he, the House of Lannister, always been loyal to the Targaryen dynasty? Why, knowing that you have already pledged allegiance to Princess Daenerys, Does Lord Fry choose to conceal himself in times of adversity? Lord Fry paid no heed to the Earl of Leewood's taunts. Ever since learning that Princess Daenerys had been dispatched by King Jaehaerys on a diplomatic mission to Braavos, the old rogue has scarcely ceased his complaints. The Earl of Leewood believes that with Princess Daenerys and her dragon by their side, the malevolent forces lurking in the shadows would face nothing but incineration. After all, Lord Fry has been targeted primarily because of his unequivocal support for Daenerys. However, Lord Fry perceives the situation with greater clarity. They are merely the vanguard in this upheaval. To truly earn the royal favor, mere declarations of loyalty are insufficient. They must demonstrate their worth. Cawing, a few magpies flew in from the direction of the trident, landing on the shoulder of Donna, who was riding beside Lord Fry. My lords, there are 700 or 800 men lying in ambush on the opposite bank of the trident. Yet, in the distant Moon Mountains, the clansmen of the mountain appear, numbering no less than 2,000. 700 or 800. That's 200 or 300 more than we have. Lord Fry mused. The appearance of the mountain clans at this juncture cannot bode well. He swiftly contemplated their next course of action. Earl Leewood, on the other hand, advocated a more aggressive approach. 1,000 warriors from House Leewood will reach Haraway by this afternoon at the latest, regardless of who they are. My warriors will send them packing. Lord Fry immediately countered. When your Leewood warriors arrive, do you presume that the Blinkens will not be closer? Should we miscalculate? We risk falling into their trap. The mountain clans emerging now are likely foes rather than allies, given their long-standing enmity with the Vale. I am quite curious. Who possesses the capability to muster such wild men? Chirp. One of the larks belonging to the Dona sisters returned. My lords, over 1,500 warriors from House Blinken are currently gathering along the Red Fork en route to Haraway, but they should not arrive before the Leewood contingent. Damn that Blinken. How could he mobilize such a force? Has Reyes bestowed the gold mine of Castlemaine upon him? Lord Fry shot a glare at his relative by marriage, irked by the situation, and retorted, perhaps he is using the resources of your Leewood family's crowtree. That would be far more enticing to House Blinken. Does he dare? I shall not hesitate to stuff his head into his trousers. Earl Leewood, enraged by the remark, nevertheless acknowledged Lord Fry's assessment. Then let our actions speak for themselves. For millennia, the House of Leewood has never feared them. Lord Fry inquired of Donna, are there any other developments? Donna complied with Daniela's instructions before her departure, stating that there had yet been no new discoveries. It appeared that the route back to Luanha City was fraught with ambushes. Many clans from the Western Territories and the Stormlands had surprisingly united, wandering about the Three Forks River region under the pretense of hunting in Benchue City. However, the princess had previously mentioned that should the Marquis encounter an opponent he could not easily defeat, he should retreat to the Noble Heart, where reinforcements awaited. The Noble Heart? It lay merely a day's journey from here and indeed served as an excellent ambush site. Therefore, we shall await the arrival of the warriors from the Braithwood family before retreating together to the Noble Heart. The Noble Heart was a high hill in Hudjian, once a sacred site for the children of the forest. At its summit, 31 fish beam stumps formed a circle. The top of the hill was a remarkably secure location, as its elevation rendered approaching individuals easily detectable, making it a strategic stronghold that was difficult to assault. Chapter 231. The Clash of Familial Enmity Today. The town of Haraway appeared particularly desolate, shrouded in an invisible atmosphere of tension. Most shops lining the streets had shuttered their doors, and the once bustling commercial ambience had dissipated, leaving behind only shadowy signs swaying in the wind. Fortunately, the inn near the ferry remained open, representing the last flicker of life in this eerie stillness. Yet, even this operating establishment experienced an unusually sparse clientele, with only a couple of tables occupied by patrons who vigilantly surveyed their surroundings. The streets were vacant. Even the occasional passerby hurried by, head bowed, as if eager to escape this unnaturally quiet locale. Conversations were absent, and even eye contact was a rarity, creating an oppressive atmosphere throughout the town. The once vibrant dock now lay eerily quiet as well. The lively scene of numerous vessels arriving and departing, busily unloading goods, had vanished, replaced by a scant few lonely boats moored at the shore. A gentle breeze stirred, causing the sails to flutter slightly. Yet this feeble motion only served to amplify the current tranquility and emptiness. Marquis Folry and Count Braithwood strolled slowly down the street, their synchronized footsteps echoing in the silence. Those hiding within their homes cautiously observed the movements of this procession through the narrow gaps in their windows. Fortunately, despite its simplicity, the inn served dishes of commendable flavor, allowing Marquis Folry and his companions to enjoy a hearty lunch. However, the cunning Marquis instructed his servants to set up camp outside Haraway, making a conspicuous display of cooking. The rising smoke could be seen clearly from several kilometers away. While the two lords remained absent, the Braithwood contingent had already reached the outskirts of the town. The Blinkens' forces had also arrived 10 miles away. Mounted on a mastiff, Donna hastily relayed the latest intelligence to Marquis Folry. With the assistance of her swift magpie, she had a firm grasp of the situation within a radius of several dozen kilometers. What new movements have been observed on the opposite bank? It must be said that with the assistance of Donna and her allies, Marquis Fry indeed possesses considerable advantages. The ability to foresee developments on the battlefield is of paramount importance. Although Count Reyes and his forces have shown no new movements, the Mountain Clan has already arrived on the opposite bank of the river, yet they have not made contact with Count Reyes. Lord Blywood suggested once more that, given the circumstances, they should first deal with the Blinken forces. The warriors of the Blywood family, combined with the troops at their disposal, presented a promising opportunity. Throughout the journey, Marquis Fry had been contemplating battle strategies. Since Reyes had already ensnared himself in a web of his own making, a direct confrontation seemed inevitable. Thus, it would be prudent to exploit their intelligence advantage and give them a taste of their own medicine. To the west of Haraway town, there lay a sprawling expanse of reeds, perfect for ambushes. Consequently, Marquis Fry ordered his subordinates to forcefully open the doors of several shops in the town. Acquiring all the oil they could procure, they managed to rendezvous with the Blywood forces an hour earlier than the Blinken family. Utilizing this time difference, they cleared a substantial buffer zone in the reeds, ensuring everything was ready by the time the Blinken contingent arrived outside Haraway town. Leading the Blinken army was Count Blinken's brother, Zos Blinken. Among the 500 Blinken warriors, there were 100 knights mounted on crimson steeds. Why was Haraway town still so tranquil? Logically, the weasels of House Fry and the crows of House Blywood should have already fallen into the ambush set by Count Reyes. Beside him, the imposing head coach of the Blinken family, Harold Blinken, scrutinized the serene confluence of the Trident River and Haraway town, speculating they likely haven't arrived yet. Otherwise, our scouts would have relayed messages by now. Moreover, unlike the old rogue Blywood, Marquis Fry was exceedingly cautious. It seemed they had sensed something amiss, which would explain their hesitance in entering Haraway town. Do you see the smoke over there? By its scale, it must be them. At that moment, Harold Blinken also noticed the faint wisp of smoke in the distance. Judging by the smoke's appearance, they must have finished their meal. However, if they had detected the impending danger, how could they dare to cook so brazenly? This was not in keeping with the nature of that cunning weasel. Master Zos, it appears we must proceed with caution from here on, lest we fall into a trap. What is there to fear? Our forces outnumber the Blywood family by a full 500 men. Even with their two old fellows' elite troops, their numbers are only comparable to ours. The warriors of the Blinken family possess the prowess to vanquish 5 of the Ferrei family's weasels single-handedly. Furthermore, the Count of Reyes and his men lie in ambush across the Trident River, and faced with our dual onslaught, they stand little chance of victory. We shall first establish a camp, adhering to our original strategy of waiting until their battle commences before we strike. The marshlands surrounding us are thick with reeds, and the incessant mosquitoes are utterly vexatious. Harold Blinken feels a sense of unease, though he cannot pinpoint the source of his discomfort. Moreover, the Blinken army, having marched swiftly, is indeed weary. It is essential for them to recuperate before the imminent clash. Thus, he commands his soldiers to flatten the parched reeds along the roadside and rest for an hour. After all, this marshland is ideally suited for ambushes, and by laying the reeds down, he feels a measure of reassurance. With Donna and her compatriots present, every maneuver of the Blinken army is under the watchful eye of the Marquis of Ferrei. As the Blinken army rests, a small contingent of warriors, under the Marquis's direction, stealthily encircles their rear with flammable oil. Meanwhile, a mere kilometer ahead, heaps of hay soaked in oil lie in wait. After nearly half an hour of respite, the Blinken warriors, lulled into complacency, become the targets of a sudden volley. At the command of the Marquis, archers unleash a barrage of flaming arrows towards them. The arrows, propelled by the winds, swiftly ignite the surrounding dry reeds. The flames surge forth with ferocity, throwing the Blinken army into disarray. The hundreds of war horses, previously grazing leisurely by the roadside, though well-trained, panic in the face of the raging inferno, scattering in every direction as their riders remain unmounted. The knights, engaged in idle chatter nearby, are caught off guard by the chaos. With hay and reeds strewn about and the wind carrying the flames toward them, the fire rapidly encroaches upon their position. Thick smoke billows and flames roar. Even those unscathed by the fire find their iron armor rendered unbearably hot, compelling them to fumble and discard their protective gear. Chapter 232. The fire attack and arrow rain attention, everyone, under the command of Count Blaywood. 200 longbowmen of the Blaywood family unleash an overwhelming rain of arrows upon the disordered warriors of the Blinken family, who are engulfed in flames. The longbows of the Blaywood family, meticulously crafted from fishbeam wood, possess remarkable resilience and exceptional penetrating power. They are esteemed alongside the Golden Heart and Dragonbone longbows of the Summer Isles as the 3 finest bows. The rain of arrows effortlessly pierces the unprotected bodies of many Blinken warriors. The agony of burns from the flames and the piercing pain of arrows elicits harrowing cries from the warriors of the Blinken family. The piercing cries resonated so profoundly that even the residents of Harlow could hear them. Many warriors, still reeling from the terror of being engulfed by flames, were soon struck by the searing agony of arrows piercing their bodies. As the Blinken family's army found themselves scorched by the inferno, most were compelled to shed their searing armor, leaving them utterly defenseless against the arrows raining down from afar. After the first wave of assault, hundreds lay lifeless upon the ground. Harold and Zos shouted hoarsely in an attempt to stabilize their troops. Fortunately, the knights, well trained and disciplined, quickly commanded their warriors to raise their shields, effectively blocking the initial barrage of arrows. Thick, acrid smoke billowed towards them, choking the Blinken forces to the brink of suffocation. "Soak your garments, cover your mouths and noses," commanded Harold, the chief instructor of the Blinken family, whose experience allowed him to issue timely directives. In the face of a fiery onslaught, it is not the flames that pose the greatest threat, but rather the toxic smoke. In such conflagrations, it is often the smoke that renders individuals unconscious, leading them to be consumed by the flames. Yet now, they found themselves entirely surrounded by fire. This season's dry grass fueled the blaze, and the winds along the river amplified it. In mere moments, the surrounding reeds had ignited, causing countless birds sheltered within to meet an untimely demise, their feathers igniting instantaneously. In their desperate struggles, they inadvertently spread the flames to even more distant areas, intensifying the inferno that stretched for several dozen kilometers. Even the Marquis of Fry, who had prepared a firebreak, was now drenched in sweat from the oppressive heat. One could only imagine the plight of the Blinken army, trapped within the encircling flames. Many astute warriors, disregarding the licking flames, frantically sought refuge in nearby ditches, coating themselves in foul mud, which ultimately allowed them to survive the blaze. Stay calm, shield your brethren. The Blinken forces now faced not only the voracious flames, but also the threat of arrows raining down upon them at any moment. Thus, Harold Blinken and his knights had no choice but to sacrifice the pawns to protect the king, forming a shield wall around the Blinken family's direct descendants, safeguarding them upon the relatively safe thoroughfare. Numerous Blinken warriors, with dampened garments to block their mouths and noses, initially fled in a panic along the road, which now bore the least intensity of flames. However, a fresh wave of arrows soon descended, claiming more victims among the ranks. At that moment, the Fry warriors appeared at both ends of the thoroughfare, crossbows in hand, igniting piles of hay to completely obstruct the Blinken warriors' escape route. However, under the extreme peril, the human adrenaline is invariably ignited. Many warriors of the Blinken family were entirely enveloped in the roadside sewage and mud, resolutely preparing to charge through the flames encircling them. Meanwhile, the crossbowmen of the Fry family mercilessly pulled their triggers against those at the forefront. Although the range of their crossbows was limited, their precision within that range was remarkably high, and the ease of replacing bolts was an added advantage. Thus, with fewer than 100 crossbowmen, the Fry family effectively secured both ends of the road. In less than half an hour, hundreds of Blinken warriors had already fallen beneath their bolts. The burning reeds, though fierce in their blaze, did not endure long. After about half an hour, the entire reed marsh had nearly been consumed by flames. Despite the ground being as scorching as a hot stove, the remaining 700 or 800 troops of the Blinken family had managed to endure the most perilous moment. However, among these 700 or 800, a significant number had suffered severe burns, now merely holding on through the adrenaline surging in their veins in the face of danger. As they observed the raging inferno gradually diminish, the excruciating pain in their bodies began to manifest, with some unable to bear it collapsing to the ground in anguish. During this time, the Marquis Fry and his men had fortuitously captured over 100 blood-red steeds belonging to the Blinken family. With their arrows dwindling, they ceased their barrage. Count Blywood commanded his warriors to wrap their limbs in damp clothing before directly launching an assault on the remaining Blinken forces. Although there were no visible flames surrounding the Blinken army now, the still burning roots and the searing ground posed a significant risk of burns. Therefore, it was imperative to protect their feet, Otherwise, they might sustain injuries before even reaching the Blinken forces. The towering inferno of the reed marsh naturally attracted the attention of the Trident and Count Reyes on the opposite bank. Alarmed, the Blinken Count contemplated the possibility that they had encountered the Blinken family's forces. Gazing at the billowing smoke, he could not help but feel a sense of dread and turned to the knights beside him for confirmation. None of you have spotted the dragon, have you? Having personally experienced the battles at Lake Goddess during the events of Meagre and Eager, the Blinken Count was reminded of the terrifying spectacle of dragons unleashing their fiery wrath upon the land. No sign of dragons, my lord. Indeed, my lord. At this proximity, if a dragon were to appear, we would surely see it. With the reassurance from those around him, the Count's anxiety eased somewhat. However, he could no longer bear to wait idly. He promptly sought out Counts Reyes and Peak, stating, "Since the battle has commenced over there, let us cross the river. Otherwise, even if the warriors of the Blinken family achieve victory, they will suffer devastating losses." Since the ambush had failed, Count Reyes and his companions naturally did not refuse and promptly organized their forces to prepare for the river crossing. Meanwhile, under the relentless assault of the Fry and Blywood families, the Blinken family's ranks had been utterly shattered. After the initial clash, only 400 to 500 warriors remained of the Blinken family. Fortunately, their 100 knights displayed remarkable prowess, forming a shield wall that withstood several fierce charges from the Blywood knights. Chapter 233. Conclusion of the first battle. The flames engulfing the reed marshes had largely subsided, yet a thick haze enveloped the area for miles around. The Blinken warriors, suffocated by smoke and fire, found their physical condition gravely compromised. Even the knights of the Blywood family returned to the upwind side to breathe fresh air after each assault. It is indeed commendable that the Blinken family still had 400 to 500 warriors capable of enduring this dire situation. The soldiers dispatched by the Blinken family were the elite of their clan, enabling them to swiftly extricate themselves from the initial chaos and disadvantage. Under the leadership of Harold Blinken, the family knights erected a shield wall, tenaciously resisting the relentless onslaught of the Blywood knights. However, the fire and smoke had significantly weakened them, and with the loss of their steeds, the casualties continued to mount with each confrontation against the Blywood knights. Fortunately, another group of elite knights had provided cover for Zos, allowing him to break through towards Harold Town. Confronted by this formidable 100-man team from the Blinken family, the dozen crossbowmen of the Fry family wisely sought refuge in the few remaining reed beds. The main road and the surrounding safe zones were firmly held by the Blinken warriors wielding shields, so should Count Blywood wish to pursue, he would have to traverse the still smoldering marshes, a perilous endeavor that compelled him to let them escape. However, the crossbowmen of the Fry family, concealed among the reeds, stealthily launched their bolts, taking down several unarmored elite warriors of the Blinken family. Had Zos Blinken not been clad in plate armor, he too might have succumbed to misfortune. Count Blywood was quite satisfied with the current outcome. It had been a long time since the Blywood family achieved such a resounding victory in their conflicts. Observing the fallen warriors of the Blinken family, Count Blywood felt an indescribable sense of satisfaction. On his majestic steed, he wielded his longbow, each shot claiming the life of a Blinken knight. Meanwhile, Marquis Fry ordered his servants and ordinary soldiers to swiftly gather the spoils and pack animals of the Blinken family. Although the supply train of the Blinken family was located further back and had also been affected by the fire, their losses were not severe. The hundreds of soldiers and servants tasked with guarding the supplies were hardly elite forces, and they stood no chance against the formidable momentum of the Fry family's best troops. Soon, nearly 100 were felled, and the remaining 200 were captured. The armor discarded by the soldiers along the roadside, still somewhat warm from the flames, was swiftly collected. After all, the armor of the Blinken family was rather fine, each piece worth several gold dragons. There were at least 100 intact plate armors and several hundred chainmail pieces by the roadside, collectively valued at over 1,000 gold dragons. The frugal Marquis Fry would certainly not let such an opportunity slip by. According to the customs of Westeros, if the Blinken family wished to redeem these prisoners of war, it would require a substantial sum of gold dragons, especially since the ransom for noble offspring would be even higher. Thus, the captured soldiers were tied together with ropes and driven along with the supply mules towards the direction of the noble heart. The sisters Donna and her companions maintained control over their birds, surveying the surrounding situation. "My lord Marquis, Count Reyes and his men are preparing to cross the river," said Donna. The Marquis Fry dispatched a portion of his knights to set off with the supplies and prisoners. Donna also sent one of her sisters riding a hound to lead the way. Given the presence of numerous noble forces roaming the riverlands, It was prudent to be wary of any collusion with Count Rhaenys and his men. The Marquis urged his horse to the side of the fervently determined Count Blywood and remarked, "Rhaenys and his men have begun their crossing. It will likely take them an hour to reach here. I have already sent the supply troops and infantry on their way. We must retreat in half an hour." Why retreat? Count Blywood, already inflamed with battle fervor, was unwilling to back down. The Blinken family's forces were dwindling, and our numbers exceed those of Rhaenys. It is the perfect opportunity to eliminate them altogether. My lord, it is wise to know when to cease. We are unaware of how many hostile forces are wandering the riverlands. Even if we were to vanquish Rhaenys and his men, how many of us would remain? At that point, any family could emerge and annihilate us. Moreover, look at the casualties among your ranks. The Blinken warriors, under the protection of their shields, were gradually organizing a counterattack, having already slain nearly 200 of Count Blywood's soldiers. Damn it! Count Blywood shot one last arrow into the ranks of the Blinken family before instructing the herald to order the family's infantry to begin their retreat. Meanwhile, nearly 100 knights from the Fry and Blywood families stayed behind to cover their retreat. Within the shield wall of the Blinkens, Sir Harold, suppressing the discomfort in his throat, rallied the morale of his troops. Hold strong. The Count and his men will surely come at the first sign of the flames. When the time comes, it shall be our moment of retaliation. Remember the pain and anger you have endured, and unleash upon the Blywood and Fry families a vengeance 1,000-fold greater than what we have suffered. Brothers, in that instant, a sharp blade, like a precise arrow, pierced Harold's throat, causing blood to surge forth from his mouth and neck. His fury and high spirits transformed into shock and resentment, and he fell lifelessly to the ground. Lord Harold, the esteemed captain of the Blinken family and renowned knight across the Seven Kingdoms, who had achieved remarkable victories in numerous tournaments, met his demise in the murky marshes. Meanwhile, the Earl of Blywood remained unaware that his wrathful strike had vanquished a significant figure from the Blinken lineage. Once the family's infantry had retreated from the marshes, the Earl and Lord Fry, accompanied by nearly 100 knights, began their withdrawal. As they distanced themselves, the forces of the Blinken family surged toward the advantageous position, inhaling the fresh air. However, many were still coughing relentlessly from inhaling too much smoke. Soon, figures resembling mud-soaked gourds slowly emerged from the mire. Following the tragic death of Captain Harold, another named Illic Blinken assumed command of the Blinken forces. Ultimately, it was recorded that over 700 had survived the ambush. Including the elite forces that fled with Zos Blinken, the total reached 800. Thus, the Blinken family suffered over 500 casualties and 200 captives. Chapter 234. The blood and brutality of war. Illic Blinken swiftly regrouped the surviving Blinken warriors, neglecting to collect the bodies and equipment of their fallen kin, and pressed onward to the town of Harroway. Many warriors bore severe burns, and the smoke had greatly affected their health, necessitating immediate medical attention. The nearest fortress was the stone stronghold of the Root family in Harroway. However, the Viscount of Root had already ordered the castle to be sealed. When the Blinken forces reached the outskirts of the stone fortress, they were met with arrows drawn and ready from the Root family. "Lord Root, I am Illic Blinken, nephew of the Earl of Blinken. I implore you to allow the castle as healers to tend to these wounded soldiers or provide us with some medicinal supplies." The Blinken family would be eternally grateful. Although the Viscount was advanced in years, he remained vigorous. He was a seasoned knight who had fought valiantly during the bloody conflicts of the Maegor period, steadfastly supporting the Targaryen dynasty and earning the Root family their lands in Harroway through his valor. The Root family was a staunch royalist, and he would show no leniency toward families that instigated such turmoil. "Sir Illic, seek assistance elsewhere. King Jaehaerys had long decreed that any lord who unilaterally instigated war would be deemed a traitor. My reluctance to act against you stems from the shared lineage of our two families as lords of the Riverlands. I implore you to vacate my territory swiftly, otherwise, though the Lute family may be modest in strength, we shall not hesitate to demonstrate our resolve." With that, I commanded my guards to unleash a volley of arrows before the stone fortress, clearly indicating my stance. Left with no recourse, Illic led his forces to the town of Halloway, seeking assistance from the clerics of the local church. Apart from the scholars serving the great castles, the clerics of various towns possessed some knowledge of medicine. After Illic's departure, the eldest grandson of the Viscount Lute turned to his grandfather in bewilderment. "Grandfather, the Blinken family is among the foremost nobility of the Riverlands. Is it truly wise to offend them so gravely? Humph, they are merely a pitiful group of scapegoats." The Viscount Lute clearly understood the gravity of the situation. Decades of peaceful existence had likely dulled their memories of the true terror that a dragon could unleash. This foolish lot, mistaking the royal family's mercy for weakness, would soon learn the consequences of their folly. The Blinken family, whether they will even endure after this turmoil, is uncertain. Why should I concern myself with their sentiments? Holloway must remember never to provoke the wrath of a true dragon. Due to the preeminent status of the Seven Gods Church, even amidst times of war, no one dared to inconvenience the clerics. After all, it was the silent sisters of the church who undertook the grim task of collecting and burying the corpses on the battlefield, while the wounded relied on the clerics' aid. At that moment, the clerics and silent sisters of Holloway were, in fact, preparing to head to the battlefield. With summer in full bloom, any delay in corpse disposal could lead to the outbreak of disease, potentially resulting in catastrophic consequences. In these times, the medical resources available for dealing with epidemics were woefully inadequate. The population of Westeros had seen little growth over millennia, primarily due to the harsh winters that brought not only cold and hunger, but also afflictions like the shaking sickness. This cycle repeatedly reduced the hard-won population to a mere freezing point. Furthermore, the previous conflicts among multiple nations had seemingly resulted in stagnation of the total population across the Seven Kingdoms. However, since Aegon the Conqueror's war, the unified monarchy and the extended summers had significantly increased the total population of Westeros. Particularly during the decades of King Jaehaerys' reign, the populations across various territories had reached unprecedented heights. The church in Holloway was relatively sizable, with over a dozen clerics in service. Yet, their medical expertise and supplies were limited, providing only basic bandaging for the injured. Fortunately, the weather was not excessively hot. Otherwise, burn injuries would be highly susceptible to infection. In an era of severely underdeveloped medical conditions, an infected wound typically spelled certain death. However, those soldiers with severe burns were already experiencing high fevers, a clear sign that infection had set in. As the bandaging of the wounded came to an end, Count Reyes and Count Blinken's army had already arrived in the town of Haraway. Upon witnessing the dire state of his family's forces, Count Blinken's eyes instantly turned crimson with rage. "Cursed weasel, cursed foul crow, the Blinken family shall make you pay in blood for your treachery." He immediately gathered 400 or 500 of his relatively unharmed warriors, along with over 100 of his elite fighters, and hastened in pursuit of Marquis Foley and his retreating forces. Count Reyes and Count Peck quickly urged their steeds to follow suit. If Marquis Foley had just endured a fierce battle, it was indeed the perfect moment to strike. However, Foley and his men had already departed an hour earlier, retreating several dozen kilometers away. The convoluted roads leading to the Noble Star made it impossible for them to catch up swiftly. Thus, for the sake of speed, they resolutely abandoned their supplies and assembled 200 knights from their families, mounting their horses to pursue. Yet, every move they made was under the watchful eye of Dona. As dusk approached, they still had not uncovered the whereabouts of Marquis Foley. Having laid an ambush across the river all day and pursued for an entire afternoon, they found themselves exhausted. They decided to take respite in a small village before continuing their chase. This village was modest, home to only a few dozen families, and was under the jurisdiction of the Nat family. Although the Nat family appeared inconspicuous, being merely a baronial house with dominion over a handful of small villages, Lady Janie Nat had once defied the Durrandon family's rule during the reign of the Storm King, briefly becoming the queen of the Trident River. Count Blinken tossed a silver moon coin to the village chief, speaking in a tone of condescension, knowing that this desolate place has little worth. "Take this and procure some meat and wine. If we do not satiate the bellies of these soldiers, I cannot guarantee what outrageous actions we may resort to." The old village chief dared not retort. He respectfully picked up the silver coin that Count Blinken had thrown on the ground and set about arranging their evening meal. In a secluded corner, the old chief solemnly instructed his young grandson, "Quickly, go inform every household to send their women and children to hide in the caves. They must take along their valuables and refrain from lighting torches on the way, lest they alarm these fiends." The geography of the Riverlands was indeed favorable for farming and livestock. However, most of the produce from these peasant families was surrendered to the Lord, leaving them with barely enough sustenance to survive. They toiled under the Lord's demands year-round, and even in this era of peace, they merely managed to stave off hunger. This band of several hundred devoured nearly all the village's meager reserves in a single meal. Chapter 235. The Wailing Village under the old chief's direction. The villagers brought forth their treasured mead and fruit wines. The corpulent daughter-in-law of the village chief, along with several elderly women from the village, endeavored to prepare delectable dishes from the various cured meats and dried fruits collected from each household. In a single evening, they managed to consume all the palatable food the entire village could muster. Come the new year, they would likely be unable to prepare a decent reunion dinner. The chief's sons led the village's able-bodied men in the slaughter of over a dozen plump pigs and sheep, all of which belonged to Baron Nat. Should their noble lord fail to comprehend their predicament, the repercussions could be dire. Yet, despite their collective efforts to prepare the meal, it was met with disdain from Count Blinken and his entourage, who found the rustic fare utterly unappetizing. Is this wine or horse urine? It is truly revolting. Although the old village chief's face was etched with anger and humiliation upon hearing such remarks, he could only muster a forced smile, apologizing for the lack of fine offerings, imploring Count Blinken for forgiveness for their inadequacies. These dishes represent the best we can provide. They were originally intended as tribute for Baron Nat. It is only due to your esteemed status that I dared risk the Baroness' wrath by presenting these foods. I hope you can appreciate our earnest intentions. Count Blinken, harboring a sour mood, was disinclined to listen to the old man's lamentations. Enough, I understand you lack suitable provisions, but do not say I did not warn you. If the food is this unpalatable, and if there are not a few clean, attractive women to entertain my soldiers, you may find yourselves in a dire situation. The old chief turned pale at this threat. Before he could respond, his youngest grandson, Albert, stepped forward with quiet dignity, addressing Count Blinken, esteemed Count. The women of our village typically engage in laborious tasks. They are not only unappealing in appearance, but also speak in coarse tones. Even I find it painful to behold them. Should they serve your knights, I fear the fare would become even more unappetizing. Huh, you speak amusingly, and you possess a certain charm. What is your name? Count Blinken, noticing the presence of such a handsome and articulate young man in this little village, felt his spirits lift. The youth respectfully bowed, replying, I am Albert. After scrutinizing Albert with satisfaction, Count Blinken said, You are quite promising. I shall keep you by my side as my page. It is fortunate, for I find myself in need of one. While a typical villager would be overjoyed at being chosen by a count, Albert's thoughts were far from jubilant. Yet he responded with heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, my lord. It is an honor. Subsequently, Albert remained by the side of the Earl of Blinken, serving wine and dishes to the esteemed lords. His articulate speech and quick wit brought great delight to the noble gentleman. In what seemed to be a testament to Albert's claims, the village elders summoned all the plump women of the village to attend to the knights during their meal. Indeed, upon encountering these unattractive and dim-witted women, the knights' appetites diminished significantly, rendering their meals utterly tasteless. Meanwhile, the surviving soldiers of Blinken, having settled their injured comrades in the afternoon, continued their journey with supplies in tow. Following closely behind the Earl, the discarded armor they had left near the marshlands had returned to a temperate state and, after a simple cleaning, was donned anew. Due to their limited pack animals and the urgency of their mission, many pieces of armor were abandoned amidst the reeds. Under the call of the monks of the Seven Gods Church, several hundred faithful from the town of Harroway had already excavated multiple large pits in the marshlands, unceremoniously tossing the bodies of soldiers, which had been arranged by the Silent Sisters, directly into the graves, igniting them with oil before burying them deep. However, as evening approached, several thousand clansmen from the Highlands arrived in Harroway on their stout ponies. Famished and devoid of the noble sense of honor and decency, they wasted no time in pillaging and wreaking havoc upon the town. Even the wounded soldiers recuperating in the church were dragged out and slaughtered one by one. To these clansmen, the townsfolk were scarcely distinguishable from the pigs and dogs they tended. Some tribes, already steeped in cannibalistic traditions, became ravenous at the scent of roasted flesh wafting from the injured, and they proceeded to roast them as one would livestock. After having narrowly escaped 2 waves of noble soldiers, Harroway was thus tragically overtaken by the even more shameless and brutal Highland clans. Fortunately, as the forces of Marquis Froey engaged in battle with the Blinken family, igniting the marshlands, most of the town's residents had already fled. Those who remained were either bold souls or destitute vagrants with nowhere else to go. After plundering the entire town of Harroway, the mountain clansmen also turned their wrath upon the monks and devotees burying the dead in the marsh. These individuals could scarcely have imagined that the deep pits they had dug today would become their own graves. The clansmen, who worshipped the old gods and harbored deep-seated hatred for the faith of the 7 gods, extended their malevolent grasp towards the Silent Sisters after exterminating the monks and followers. Tragically, these pious nuns, who had devoted their lives to the service of the 7 gods, were violated by the brazen savages of the moonlit mountains amidst the still warm marshlands. The monks and devotees lay bloodied in the deep pits, while the unfortunate Silent Sisters bore the stains of their own blood beneath them. The following morning, just as they had breathed a sigh of relief after bidding farewell to Earl Blinken and the old village chief, A piercing cry for help echoed from the mountains behind. It became evident that the detestable Highland clans had also arrived. The old village chief, in despair, closed his eyes. Realizing that having just sent away a pack of fierce tigers, a horde of ravenous wolves had now descended upon them. His sons promptly rallied the remaining able-bodied men of the village, seizing sickles and hoes without a moment's hesitation, and charged towards the mountains. They understood that in such tumultuous times, only they could safeguard their own lives. These bloodthirsty wolves would show no mercy. Meanwhile, the old chief composed himself and instructed the remaining villagers to set traps and obstacles around the village. Faced with the overwhelming numbers and ferocity of the Highland clans, how could these ordinary farmers hope to resist? Within the span of less than an hour, the valiant men who had ventured to the mountains were ruthlessly slaughtered. The young girls who had narrowly escaped misfortune the previous night ultimately fell prey to a tragic fate. Fortunately, while the Highland clans spared no man, they seldom killed women, allowing these girls to retain their lives. Soon, the Highland clans surged into this small mountain village, which had been barely surviving amidst chaos. The air was filled with furious roars and desperate wails. At that moment, a cloud of dust suddenly rose in the distance, as a well-equipped cavalry swiftly approached. From the banners, it was clear that the Valley Riders had arrived. Chapter 236. The Bronze Runes. As the chase involving Count Reyes and Marquis Fry unfolded with fervor, Daenerys had already brought her fleet to the Stone City of the Royce family in the valley. From Stone City, crossing the narrow sea to the northeast would lead her to Braavos. However, the bay conditions of Stone City were far from ideal, and its prosperity paled in comparison to the southern town of Seagull. Daenerys had chosen to spend the night in Stone City, partly out of curiosity to see whether Miss Rhea Royce, wife of Daemon, truly lived up to the tales of her inadequacy. After all, her sister, the ever-loyal maid Layla, could be considered a true ice queen, so it was difficult to believe that her twin sister would be unattractive. Additionally, Daenerys harbored a keen interest in the bronze rune armor of the Royce family. According to their claims, this armor could protect its wearer from any harm. Yet history was replete with accounts of those who perished while clad in it. The current Earl Royce was the guardian of Daenerys' cousin, Duchess Jenny Allen of the Valley, and the protector of the valley itself. Upon learning that the Highland clans from the Moonshadow Mountains were involved in the unfolding events, Daenerys sent a missive to the old Earl. The clans were primitive tribal groups residing in the valley's Moonshadow Mountains, varying greatly in size and strength. The formation of these clans traced back to the time of the Undul invasion of the valley. Unwilling to submit to the Undul invaders, the ancestors retreated into the Moonlight Mountains, where they thrived in the forests, forming various clan tribes. Thus, they preserved numerous ancestral traditions, exhibiting customs akin to those of the wild men beyond the borders, resisting all forms of governance. They rejected the dominion of Eagle's Nest and stood apart from the Seven Kingdoms and their economic political frameworks. They fragmented into tribes of varying sizes, devoid of any gender distinctions, with some women proving to be adept raiders. They were a destitute people, their weapons and armor of poor quality. They subsisted by plundering nearby villages and would attack even nobles lacking a guard. They seized everything they could: food, weapons, and women. The mountain tribes rode small horses, well suited for navigating the narrow mountain paths, which fundamentally hindered the ancient cavalry from completely eradicating them. The complex terrain of the Moonlight Mountains rendered cavalry ineffective, while the mountain tribes thrived in their element. For millennia, they had posed a significant threat to the Valley Kingdom, and with the arrival of winter, countless valley settlements would inevitably fall victim to the Highland clans' raids. Hence, upon receiving news of these wild men moving into the riverlands, the Valley cavalry would not let this opportunity to quell them slip away. As Count Royce had long been occupied with nurturing Janie Allen in Eagle's Nest and managing valley affairs, it was indeed Princess Rhea, Daemoness' wife, who now truly held the reins at Stone of Symbols. Behold, Your Highness. Princess Rhea possessed a rather imposing stature, standing approximately 175 meters tall, distinguishing herself among women in this world. Though of average beauty, her countenance exuded a spirited air, certainly not fitting the description of the unattractive woman Daemon had claimed. Good evening, Miss Royce. I fear I must intrude upon you tonight. Rhea's serious and frosty demeanor softened into a smile upon hearing Daenerys address her as Miss Royce rather than Princess Rhea. Not at all. It is the honor of the Royce family. I must also express my gratitude for your care of my sister, Layla. My sister and I can be rather disagreeable in our conversations, not particularly endearing. However, from Layla's letters, I can discern that she is exceedingly happy in your company. Perhaps due to Layla's influence, Rhea warmly welcomed Daenerys. After dinner, she took Daenerys to admire the bronze armor of the Royce family. It is said that this armor can protect its wearer from any harm. Yet, it seems that few who donned the bronze armor of the Royce family met a favorable end. The armor before them, while not as ancient as the legends suggest, indeed radiated a potent aura of magic. A peculiar energy swirled around the ancient runes etched upon the bronze armor. As Daniela gently caressed the venerable runes, she suddenly felt a force within her being swiftly siphoned away by these inscriptions, igniting the flame rune upon her brow into a fervent blaze. Startled, Daniela swiftly withdrew her hand from the bronze armor. "Your Highness, what is the matter? Are you unwell?" The naturalness of Daniela's reaction caught Leia's attention, prompting her immediate concern. Still trembling from the experience, Daniela took a deep breath and replied, "It is nothing, merely a sensation that these bronze armors seem to harbor some extraordinary power." "Have you felt it too?" Upon hearing Daniela's words, Leia's eyes sparkled with intrigue. "When I first encountered the bronze armor, an odd feeling washed over me, as if something within me had been stripped away. Since then, I have seldom approached them. Unfortunately, no one in my family believed my claims. I never expected your Highness to share this sensation. It is said that many of the members of the Royce family who donned this bronze armor met unfortunate fates, perhaps due to this mysterious power. Thus, I find these armors to possess an ominous aura." As a member of the Royce family, Leia was entitled to such assertions. However, Daniela dared not readily concur. After all, the bronze armor was the pride of the Royce lineage, and since the forging techniques had long been lost, each piece was invaluable. Despite their remaining stock being considerable, these bronze armors seemed to share an immortal quality akin to Valyrian armor, though their immortality seemingly bore little relation to their material, but rather to the runes inscribed upon them. Thus, under the guise of prayer, Daniela ventured into the sacred wood of Stone City. The Royce family was one of the few noble lineages in the valley still bearing the blood of their ancestors. Hence the castle retained the sacred wood and a colossal fish beam tree, which, however, bore no human visage carved upon it. Daniela first employed fire magic to imprint her silhouette upon the fish beam tree. Then, gently caressing the trunk, she began to delve into her memories concerning the runes of the bronze armor. As time unwound, Daniela finally witnessed the forging of the bronze armor and the manner in which the runes were etched. Was it yet another blood sacrifice magic? It appeared that the Royce family had lost the means of blood sacrifice. Thus, the bronze armors could only absorb the energy from those who wore them to compensate for their own energy depletion. No wonder the members of the Royce family met dire fates. Their fortune had been entirely consumed. Upon returning to her chamber from the sacred wood, Daniela retrieved her Valyrian armor and summoned the ember in her palm, gently inscribing ancient and intricate runes upon the armor. To enhance efficiency, Daniela commanded the three young Hogna siblings to continuously unleash dragon flames upon the armor, facilitating the imprinting of her embers. The trio, nearly 2 months old, had grown to half a meter in size, and their dragon flames had gained considerable potency. The urgency to engage in battle was somewhat lacking, yet the tasks of roasting meat, forging weapons, and crafting dragonstones were still within reach. Although Daenerys harbored doubts about Savon's dreams, she nonetheless chose to awaken Morosis to accompany her on the journey. Savon remained by Daenerys' side. After all, it was reasonable to keep a devoted dragon rider close. Though Hyen was still in his juvenile stage, with a dragon rider's guidance, his combat prowess was commendable. Furthermore, now that Savon's identity was revealed, staying near Daenerys was indeed his safest option, for Princess Rhaenys and the Velaryon family would not spare him otherwise. Despite the assistance of 3 young dragons, Daenerys toiled through the night to complete the rune imprints on her Valyrian armor. Upon successfully inscribing the final rune, she distinctly felt her armor begin to autonomously absorb the surrounding ambient magic. In a moment of urgency, she commanded the 3 dragons to unleash their flames upon the armor. To her astonishment, the scorching dragon fire extinguished instantly upon contact, evidently absorbed by the armor's magic. Daenerys seemed to have stumbled upon a new realm of understanding. This was the true function of the runes on her bronze armor. With the success of her experiment, a wave of exhaustion washed over her, and she realized the early hour afforded her a brief respite. Overcome by fatigue from excessive magical exertion, Daenerys soon fell into a deep slumber. Meanwhile, Marquis Fleury and Earl Blywood, having secured their initial victory, navigated 3 days and nights of arduous travel, finally evading numerous traps to arrive near the Noble Heart. The Dorna sisters, having maintained a state of readiness, were severely depleted, and their birds were nearing exhaustion. Thus, Marquis Fleury ordered the group to set up camp on a small hill, half a day's journey from Noble Heart, intending to rest for the night before continuing their trek. After conducting a thorough reconnaissance of the area, The sisters found no anomalies and soon fell into a deep sleep, allowing their birds to rest peacefully on nearby trees. A thought struck Florey with discontent. Had the impoverished congregation of the Seven Gods already disbanded, yet somehow re-emerged bearing Kindi? Thanks to the Dorna sisters' precise intelligence. Although they faced numerous ambushes along the way, they managed to overcome all adversaries. The families of the West were undoubtedly swayed by Count Reyes. It was understandable that the Duke of Storm's End and Princess Daenerys were not on amicable terms, thus their involvement was not surprising. Florey grimaced, voicing his suspicion through clenched teeth. The Seven Gods Church. When Princess Daenerys graced Old Town, the Hall of Stars had been subjected to a brutal massacre by the mob. The current Starry Sanctuary is entirely under the control of the civilian faction of monks, governed by the Old Town's militia. The Hightower family has wielded authority over the Seven Gods Church for many years, and countless bishops across various cathedrals are likely their blood descendants. Given the Hightower family's current predicament, it is indeed curious that they have not resorted to any disruptive actions. Do they truly believe they can still stir significant upheaval? Presently, the royal family commands over 20 mighty dragons. Even if all the faithful of the Seven Kingdoms were to rise in rebellion, they would be unable to withstand the inferno unleashed by those dragons. Count Blywood expressed his bewilderment, while Marquis Florey surmised their intentions. Perhaps their aim was merely to reveal to the people of the Seven Kingdoms the terrifying aspect of dragons. Ever since Princess Daenerys vanquished the Sea Dragon, bringing an end to the long night and the bitter winter, the populace of the Seven Kingdoms has come to revere dragons more than ever before. Moreover, Dragonstone, the Old Town, and King's Landing have begun to embrace the worship of dragon deities. Upon hearing this, Count Blywood was struck with sudden clarity. Indeed, you are correct. Furthermore, regarding the dragon deity worship you mentioned, it holds true. The Dragon's Kiss Garden in King's Landing venerates a statue of the Valyrian dragon god, and many people daily congregate at the sculpture in the square of the Holy St. Danny Cathedral to offer their fervent prayers. I have heard that statues commemorating Princess Daenerys' slaying of the sea dragon have also been erected in various locales, including Dragonstone, the Starry Sanctuary in the Old Town, Dreamfire Island in the Stepstone Archipelago, as well as in Tarth, White Harbor, Bear Island, and others. Marquis Florey, realizing that Count Blywood had unwittingly linked brothels with Princess Daenerys, swiftly interjected to halt his discourse. Meanwhile, dozens of kilometers away, in the Acorn Hall, Count Smowwood was warmly entertaining 12 noble youths from the Riverlands, who had come under the pretext of hunting. Leading the group was the heir of Count Peake, Anwin Peake, accompanied by Bachelor Ollie, who served the Peake family, and Brother Eustace, a bishop of the High Septon. All of them hailed from the Hightower lineage. The remaining 9 were Brandon Tuck, Marco Ambrose, Owen Forsyth, George Greyford, Sir Regud, Taylor Knox, Victor Wrestley, Richard Roden, John Roxton, and Roger Cohen. These individuals were all of noble descent from the Riverlands, and Owen Forsyth was notably the nephew of the current Minister of Justice, Lady Felicity. These individuals first deceived Count Smowwood into opening his doors, then resorted to coercion and enticement, and with the heartfelt persuasion of the old scholar in Acorn Hall, they ultimately reached a consensus to form the so-called 13 Acorns organization. Astonishingly, their ultimate objective was dragon slaying. The zealot Brother Eustace confidently assured everyone, I have received a revelation from the Seven Gods. Tomorrow, the wrath of the Seven will be unleashed, marking the end of the Targaryen family's foul dragons. The moment of judgment has arrived. If we allow the malevolent dragons to continue their rampage across the continent of Westeros, it will not merely be the livestock of noble houses that they consume. Countless families of Hightower will inevitably fall prey to the insatiable Targaryen dragon brood. Upon uttering these words, the eyes of the monk Eustace flickered with an unsettling red glow. Aside from the newly arrived Earl of Stormwood, who felt a twinge of fear, the gazes of the others were filled with fervor. The Earl distinctly perceived a glimmer of red and green light flashing in their eyes as well. Only dragons can slay dragons. Awakened from her deep slumber, Daenerys found herself ensnared in a terrifying dream. In her vision, Dragonstone, King's Landing, and Highgarden were all engulfed in raging flames. Chapter 238, Bloodstained Riverlands. The current guardian of the Vale, Count Royce, felt an overwhelming sense of joy upon receiving a clandestine report from Daenerys concerning the whereabouts of the mountain clans. For once they descended into the lowlands, these wildlings would become an unruly rabble. With their cavalry from the Vale, they could be easily vanquished. These mountain clans had long been a source of vexation for the Vale, emerging in droves during the harvest season, particularly in the autumn and winter, to pillage the villages surrounding the Riverlands with ruthless abandon. Historically, several noble castles near the periphery of the Moon Mountains had been besieged and obliterated by these mountain clans. And to this day, no family has managed to claim dominion over that territory. Their unique, short-legged horses grant them unparalleled agility in the rugged terrain of the Moon Mountains, while the tall warhorses of the Vale struggle to traverse such landscapes. Consequently, aside from a few coastal noble domains, nearly all families face the looming threat of the mountain clans. The demographic stability of the Vale, renowned for its chivalric culture, remains at a moderate level among the Seven Kingdoms, largely due to the persistent raiding conducted by these mountain clans. Upon receiving the news, Count Royce swiftly summoned 1,000 cavalry from Bloodgate and nearby noble families, setting forth in a grand pursuit towards Highgarden. In response to the news, other families began to converge at the Trident, resolving to hold the location steadfastly, ensuring that the mountain clans would not be afforded another chance to return to the Moon Mountains. Since their departure from the town of Harroway, the mountain clans had not ceased their burning and pillaging, leaving clear traces of their devastation. The following morning, while they were still ravaging a small village, they were overtaken by Count Royce and his forces. Witnessing the inferno and the anguished cries emanating from the besieged village, the Vale cavalry, already steeped in animosity towards the mountain clans, swiftly divided into 4 groups under Royce's command to encircle the hamlet. With rising clouds of dust and the fierce whinnying of warhorses, the cavalry surged forth like a silver torrent. The cavalry of the Vale is renowned as the most elite horsemen of the Seven Kingdoms. Even with merely a couple of hundred riders in each direction, they exude an aura reminiscent of a formidable army. Sunlight glimmers on their armor and sharp blades, casting a blinding radiance that instills a sense of dread. The mountain clans, caught unprepared amidst the village, find themselves utterly overwhelmed by the well-trained Vale cavalry. In the wake of their charge, scarcely any of the mountain dwellers can evade their onslaught. Armed with long spears, the cavalry harnesses the momentum of their steeds to send the inadequately equipped mountain clansmen back to their ancestral homes. Even when some riders are momentarily halted by the combined efforts of a few mountain warriors, their superior armor offers substantial protection against the clan's attacks. With swords raised high, they unleash a torrent of bloodshed, as one by one, the mountain warriors fall, crying out in despair. Empowered by the might of their steeds and the superiority of their equipment, the Vale cavalry fights with fervor, their battle cries echoing like the release of centuries of animosity. By the time the sun reaches its zenith, the vicinity of the small village is nearly inundated with the lifeless bodies of the mountain clansmen. Though fierce in spirit, the mountain warriors are no match for the Vale cavalry in terms of weaponry and tactical coordination. Armed with rudimentary weapons, they struggle valiantly to repel the cavalry's advances. Yet their efforts yield little effect. Aside from a few skilled fighters among the clans, few manage to survive the cavalry's ferocious charge. Gradually, even the most fearless among the mountain clans begin to succumb to chaos, witnessing their kin trampled underfoot and pierced by blades. Their blood stains the earth, and severed limbs are strewn about. In less than 2 hours, over half of the several hundred mountain clansmen in the village had perished. The remaining survivors, their spirits crushed, are filled with fear and despair. Meanwhile, the Vale cavalry persists in their relentless assault, seemingly resolved to annihilate the mountain clans entirely. Ultimately, only a handful of mountain clansmen manage to escape. When the slaughter concludes, Count Royce dispatches men to collect the bodies, as the surviving villagers slowly emerge from the ruins. Once a thriving village of hundreds, now only 20 to 30 souls remain. Overcome with grief at the sight of their nearly obliterated home and the lifeless bodies of their kin, they weep inconsolably. Recalling Princess Daenerys' instructions from her missive, Count Royce hastens to command the Vale cavalry to assist these unfortunate villagers in rebuilding their homes. Dear villagers, I am Count Royce of Valestone, dispatched by Her Highness Princess Daenerys to eradicate the bandits in the vicinity. The princess has further instructed that, within our capacity, we shall aid you in the reconstruction of your homes. With the aid of over 1,000 robust warriors, the bodies of the mountain clansmen are swiftly burned and buried. The slain villagers were laid to rest with dignity, aided by the efforts of others. The rudimentary equipment and weapons of the mountain clan were directly bestowed upon the villagers by Count Royce. Although these items were deemed insignificant by the Count, they represented a considerable boon for the villagers. Through the collective endeavor of the community, the once ruined village was revitalized in merely an afternoon. The warriors from the valley felled numerous trees, erecting wooden fences around the village, significantly enhancing its defenses. Declining the villagers' generous invitation to partake in dinner and stay overnight, Count Royce left behind 100 silver bucks and continued his journey with his entourage. This act undoubtedly filled the villagers with profound gratitude towards the Valley Cavalry and Princess Daniera, thanks to Donna and her companions, who frequently relayed the latest movements of the mountain clans to Count Royce and his men. The Valley Cavalry managed to slay nearly 2,000 mountain clansmen in the following days, saving no fewer than 10 small villages. However, as the Valley Cavalry had now caught up with the mountain clans' trail, they often apprehended them just as they were about to wreak havoc, thereby minimizing the damage inflicted upon those villages. Under the relentless pursuit of the Valley Cavalry, the remaining mountain clansmen, numbering less than 1,000, were compelled to flee into the forests. Count Royce initially intended to utilize the several hundred short-legged horses captured from the mountain clans to continue the chase, but unexpectedly encountered members of a gathering of the impoverished. These fervent devotees of the seven gods launched an indiscriminate attack against them. Slay these executioners. They are all servants of the vile dragon. Although the members of the impoverished gathering bore no animosity towards the Valley Cavalry, they showed no mercy to those who raised weapons against them. Thus, they launched a ruthless assault. Their combat prowess was inferior even to that of the mountain clansmen. After suffering the loss of over 100 men, the gathering, which had swelled to several thousand, surrendered unconditionally. In Chapter 239, the situation escalated further. Count Royce dispatched 200 cavalrymen to lead the captured members of the impoverished gathering, bound together with ropes, to the nearby city of Benlo. After all, the Tully family was the duke and protector of the Riverland, and the reappearance of the impoverished gathering in his territory could spell trouble for Duke Tully if not handled properly, potentially inciting the wrath of King Jaehaerys. The other counts accompanying Count Royce sensed the ominous undertones of the situation as well. My Lord Royce, do you not find the situation in Riverland increasingly perplexing? If this were merely a conflict between Count Reyes and Marquis Fol, what could possibly involve the mountain clans and the impoverished gathering? Indeed, I share your sentiment. I cannot shake the feeling that unseen hands are stirring the pot behind the scenes. My lord, we have now slain over 2,000 members of the Highlands clan, and it seems they will struggle to regain their strength for quite some time. Should we continue our pursuit? Indeed, my lord, I propose we retreat to the Trident River. After all, their only route back to the Moonlight Mountains lies through there, as the current situation in Luanha City will not permit their passage. Why not lie in wait for them? This way, we can avoid becoming embroiled in the delicate dynamics of the Riverlands. Do all of you share this sentiment? Although Count Royce is advanced in years, his presence remains formidable, and thus, the other counts fell silent in the face of his inquiry. Let us not forget that it was thanks to the confidential report from Her Highness Princess Rhaenyra that we achieved such remarkable victories with such ease. Can you not discern her deeper intentions behind delivering this intelligence to us? With Marquis Fol and the Count of the Braithwood family ensnared in the Riverlands, how can we stand idly by? I care not for the machinations that may lurk in the shadows. With our cavalry from the Vale, I would not hesitate to break the hands of any who dare to strike. I implore you all to remember that Her Highness Princess Daniera carries within her veins the blood of our Vale people. As a land of knights, we have remained rather lukewarm among the Seven Kingdoms. Are you truly content with this? My friends, encountering a capable leader is a stroke of fortune, though she is a princess. Princess Rhaenyra's talents and abilities are indeed rare in the annals of House Targaryen. Thus, I urge you to open your eyes and recognize the opportunity before you, lest you fail to cherish it. Although the long night and bitter winter have passed, many destitute souls have emerged over the past 3 months. Under the auspices of the Faith of the Seven, new assemblies of the impoverished have begun to take shape over the past month or two. Now, under the instigation of unscrupulous zealots, tens of thousands of impoverished assembly members from the southern realms are making their way to the heart of the Riverlands. Their movements have not escaped the notice of the nobility, and so, crows from various castles flock to King's Landing. It is evident that the majority still wisely support the crown. However, at any given moment, among those wielding power, greed and folly are ever present. Goldtooth Castle, the northern gateway to the Riverlands from the west, is also home to one of the largest gold mines in the region. The Count of Goldtooth, House Fred, stands among the highest echelons of nobility in the west. Currently, Stormland Boros is hosting the Valyrian family Lannel and Lonino here. Simultaneously, numerous great lords from the west have gathered. At the center of it all stand the brothers Jason and Tylan Lannister. At this moment, all eyes were drawn to a remarkably diminutive figure cloaked in a hood. His dark complexion obscured his features, yet his striking green eyes stood out vividly. Do you truly possess a dragon for us to forge a pact with? The fiery-tempered Boros, never one to conceal his emotions, inquired. This motley crew had been summoned by the peculiar gnome before them. Indeed, it is a 3-headed dragon, second only in size to Vhagar. However, your success in forming a bond will depend on your own abilities. The gnome continued, but first, you must inscribe your names upon this contract. With that, he produced a wooden tablet crafted from the bark of the fishleaf tree, a natural covenant made by the children of the forest. By merely dripping your blood upon it, the contract would materialize. Should you breach it, calamity would befall you within 3 months. Cousin, Daenerys is our kin. Are we truly to harm her for the sake of a dragon? Although Rhaenyra harbored resentment towards Daenerys for having commandeered his sea smoke and been subjugated by others, he had not yet descended into a desire for her death. Rhaenyra, have you forgotten how your sea smoke was taken from you? Her grandfather and father usurped your mother and your claim to the throne, and she has caused you to lose your dragon. When has she ever shown you mercy? Boros's animosity towards Daenerys had deepened after losing 10 galleons to her in a bet on Dragonstone. After all, he too bore a trace of Targaryen blood. If he could master a dragon, how could he remain subjugated by that insufferable girl? This was the raw truth of Boros's inner turmoil. Though Lannel felt a pang of compassion, his yearning for dragons swiftly quelled his reluctance. Rhaenyra, let us first focus on mastering the dragon. The contract stipulates that we deal with Daenerys only after we have succeeded in taming the dragon. We shall address future matters when the time comes. If what this gentleman claims is true, taming such a colossal beast may prove beyond our capabilities. Why burden ourselves with worries now? No, the 3 of them may have a dragon to ride. What advantage does that confer upon our Lannister family? Is it merely a marriage alliance? Despite Lannel's own beauty, it paled in comparison to Rhaenyra and Daenerys. Thus, Jason Lannister found himself more inclined to pursue a connection with those 2 legitimate princesses. The interrupted proposal of union by King Jaehaerys had undeniably heightened the boy's aspirations. An advantage? If she successfully tames the dragon, would not your Lannister family also be integrated into the true bloodline of dragons? Is there a greater benefit to be had? The green-eyed gnome responded without courtesy, stating that as for the 2 royal princesses, one should not harbor any illusions. Princess Daenerys has unequivocally declared her intent not to marry outside her family, and Prince Viserys is destined to have no male heirs. It is likely that Princess Rhaenyra will inherit his throne, and she too will not marry outside the royal lineage. If you insist on a matrimonial alliance with the royal princesses, you might as well wait another decade or so, until the newborn twin princesses have matured. Perhaps then you might have a chance. The so-called prophecies are nothing but tricks devised by male and female sorcerers to deceive. I will not fall for such falsehoods. The Lannister brothers, Jason and Tyland, have spent the past year revolving around Daenerys and Rhaenyra, and having invested such considerable resources, they are reluctant to relinquish their aspirations so easily. Chapter 240. The situation grows increasingly chaotic. Tyland, perhaps you should sign this contract. Jason Lannister, in a final attempt to resist, sought to involve his brother as a scapegoat. However, Tyland Lannister was no fool. Although Jason's words made him wince internally, he calmly responded, "Does my brother intend to relinquish the heirship of Casterly Rock? I believe what they truly desire is the heir of the Lannister family." Upon hearing Tyland's remarks, Jason fell silent. The several lords of the Westerlands who had lured the Lannister brothers to Golden Tooth quickly chimed in. "Master Jason, consider this. The Vale is the ancestral home of Lady Aemma, and the North, Riverlands, and Stormlands have all aligned themselves with Princess Daenerys. The Stormlands, inherently linked to the Targaryen bloodline, along with Dorne, remain aloof. If we do not strategize soon, should the throne change hands, it would be exceedingly detrimental for us in the Westerlands. Is the lesson of House Hightower not sufficiently profound? Indeed, by signing this marriage pact, whether the Baratheon or Valerion houses ascend to the throne, you will be intimately connected to the new royal family." The foolish Boros, thus, laid bare his ambitions before all, drawing the attention of many. Notably, the expressions of Lannel and Rhaenyra darkened, revealing their inability to conceal their emotions due to their youth. In bygone days, Aegon unified the 7 kingdoms with 3 mighty dragons. Now, aside from Vhagar, the only dragon of worth remaining with the royal family is Vermithrax. But one lies dormant on Dragonstone while the other is shackled on the shores of the Isle of Tears, entirely incapable of engaging in battle. Once you successfully forge a pact with those 3 dragons, even the Targaryens, with their multiple dragons, will not stand a chance against you. Thus, usurping the throne would be a trivial matter. The green-eyed gnome continued to incite. Moreover, the united forces of Westeros far exceed your imagination. Joining us would naturally allow you to partake in the spoils of victory. Otherwise, you would merely become lambs to the slaughter. I trust you will make a wise choice. Ultimately, the crowd could no longer restrain their inner greed, and one by one, they pricked their fingers, allowing their blood to drip onto the peculiar contract. Wait, brother. Just as Jason Lannister was about to pierce his finger, Tywin Lannister suddenly interjected, "My lord, might it not be prudent to wait until we have laid eyes upon those 3 mighty dragons before signing the contract? After all, it is well known that apart from the dragons of House Targaryen, no other dragons have survived in this world." The green-eyed imp immediately countered, "Without signing the contract, you shall never witness the dragons. Moreover, you have all comprehended the terms of the contract. If the pact with the dragons is indeed unsuccessful, then the contract itself would be void. Thus there is no need for doubt." Tywin Lannister hesitated for a moment, but ultimately, his avarice triumphed over reason. Without further indecision, he drew a line across his finger, letting his blood fall upon the contract. Once all the nobles present had affixed their signatures to this so-called natural contract, the green-eyed imp finally wore a satisfied grin. The 3 dragons lie within the Moonshadow Mountains, and there are plenty of prey roaming the riverlands. The hunt shall not be tedious. The next day, from the city of Gold Tooth in the west, a formidable army of 2,000 to 3,000 men emerged. A force that included over 300 knights, nearly 1,500 cavalry, and close to 1,000 support troops and attendants. These individuals departed Gold Tooth, following the river road between Castle Cay and Harroway, gradually making their way toward the bustling city of Bramble. Along the way, they encountered numerous gatherings of impoverished souls converging upon the noble heart of the Riverlands. How could there be so many assemblies of the destitute? Had they not been expressly forbidden by the crown? As Tywin Lannister observed the increasing number of these gatherings, a sense of foreboding surged within him, compelling him to inquire of the green-eyed imp beside him. "Surely this cannot be your doing as well?" The green-eyed imp, with an air of self-satisfaction and inscrutability, replied, "What is this? The truly formidable players have yet to reveal themselves." After a night of rest, Lord Fry and his men consumed only a modest meal of dry rations before promptly setting forth toward Noble Heart. Meanwhile, at Noble Heart, Daenerys' Oath Knight Herald, accompanied by 500 golden-robed men, 500 dragon guards, and over 1,000 craftsmen and farmers procured from the vicinity, were diligently constructing fortifications with Dragonstone. Assisting them in the forging of the Dragonstone was none other than Prince Daemon. Previously, on Dragonstone, it was only Prince Daemon who had not yet mastered the incantations and methods of forging Dragonstone. It was Princess Rhaenyra who had spent several days teaching him during their time in King's Landing. King Jaehaerys, heeding Daenerys' counsel, had begun the renovation of the Dragon Lair, with the once sealed domes now being excavated by Vhagar under the command of Viserys. With the advent of the Dragonstone forging technique, the new dragon lairs can be constructed to be more grand and spacious. During this period, Viserys and Rhaenyra have been diligently collaborating with the craftsmen to elevate and expand the dragon lairs. This time, King Jaehaerys, emulating Daenerys' approach, refrained from conscripting laborers for forced labor without compensation. Instead, he provided free meals and a daily stipend of 20 copper coins. Consequently, a multitude of eager volunteers surged forth, hastening the improvements to the dragon lairs. This unexpected influx astonished King Jaehaerys and the Council of Ministers, who realized that Daenerys' insights held merit. Indeed, when people are motivated, the efficiency of work can soar to remarkable heights. Jaehaerys increasingly lamented that Daenerys was no longer a prince. However, Daemon was not inclined to remain in Dragonstone, dutifully forging Dragonstone each day. After producing enough for the day, he would steer Caraxes to the nearby noble castles, for only the food and fine wine there could satisfy his palate. In the evenings, he would fly directly to the city of Dorne to spend the night, as it also boasted a branch of the Dragon's Kiss Garden. Yet, gradually, he found little leisure time, as more and more impoverished gatherings began to appear near Dragonstone. Faced with these followers of the Seven, even the impulsive Daemon dared not unleash Dragonfire upon them indiscriminately. Thus, he produced a considerable quantity of large Dragonstones instead. He constructed several cells atop Dragonstone and imprisoned these individuals within. Since moving to the city of Dragonstone, Daenerys had been plagued by incessant nightmares, leading to physical discomfort the following day. Consequently, she instructed the fleet of the Blessed Flame to remain in Dragonstone while she took to the skies aboard Dreamfire, heading towards the Bay of Ice, intending to bring young Baelor and his companions along. Chapter 241. The development of Sisselin. Since Dreamfire absorbed a portion of the energy from the heart of eternal winter, her defensive scales, Dragonfire potency, flying speed, and endurance have all seen tremendous enhancement. Currently, her combat prowess among dragons is such that even Vhagar might not be able to best her effortlessly. After all, once dragons reach a certain size, their agility can significantly diminish. In contrast, Dreamfire, Vhagar, the Devourer, and Silverwing stand at the pinnacle of dragonkind in various aspects. Unless engaged in direct melee combat, they might very well hold their own against Vhagar. Daenerys departed from Dragonstone in the afternoon and arrived at the Sislan Peninsula early the next morning, spending the night directly upon the dragon's back. It seemed that only in this manner could she evade the torment of her nightmares. To her surprise, after flying the entire night, Dreamfire exhibited no signs of fatigue, a testament to her remarkable enhancement. The Bay of Ice was significantly warmer than during Daenerys' last visit, particularly the Sislan Peninsula, which now flourished in verdant hues, while the distant frozen coastline revealed patches of yellow-green tundra. In truth, it is not merely the frozen bay that has experienced a rise in temperature. The entirety of the north has felt a significant warming, perhaps a benefit bestowed by the end of the long night and the harsh winter. Yet, one cannot help but wonder how long this prolonged summer shall endure. Upon sensing Daenerys' presence, young Balerion and Grey Shadow immediately took to the skies from beneath the towering weirwood, exhilarated as they soared towards the direction of Dreamfire. Grey Shadow, swift as the wind, arrived first at Dreamfire's side. Remarkably, in just over a month of separation, she had grown considerably. Following closely behind were young Balerion and Vhagar, who had similarly matured. The elder Balerion had nearly reached the size of the formidable Viserion, truly resembling the great dragon Balerion, the Black Dread in appearance. However, after absorbing the energy of the Heart of Winter, it is likely that Grey Shadow and the others have surpassed Balerion in terms of lineage. Thus, when they reach adulthood safely, their combat prowess shall undoubtedly eclipse that of the three founding dragons. This is precisely why Daenerys keeps them close. With Dreamfire Myrixes and young Balerion by her side, Daenerys feels little fear, even in the presence of the dragons that dwell within the dreamscape of the Seven. During this period, young Balerion and the others have relied on their own hunting skills to satiate their hunger, leading to a commendable enhancement in their combat techniques. Upon inspecting young Balerion and Vhagar, one could discern several fresh scars, the remnants of their recent hunts, though the nature of their quarry remains a mystery. In this world, as long as a dragon does not perish, its body can continue to grow indefinitely. Moreover, their healing abilities are remarkably potent. Each injury only serves to fortify their scales, making them more resilient and formidable. Since Daenerys learned how to establish a connection between the dragons and the weirwood, they have been able to draw upon the ceaseless magical energies that converge from the heavens and the earth, significantly enhancing their physical prowess. It is evident that the weirwood on the island of Sisland is a veritable nexus of potent magic, drawing from the distant lands of eternal winter, far surpassing the other weirwoods marked by Daenerys. This illustrates the immense power that resides in the far-off realm of Everfrost. Since the arrival of the Sacred Flame fleet at the Sisland Peninsula, Grey Shadow and the others have finally been able to feast on delectable livestock once more. However, their heightened intelligence has led them to adapt to the previous lifestyle established on Sacred Flame Island. Under the guidance of the Dragon Guards, even in Daenerys' absence, they have assisted the stonemasons in forging numerous dragonstones. Yet, most of the livestock brought to Sisland are intended for breeding, leaving little to share among the three great dragons. Consequently, Maegor has already dispatched individuals to procure additional supplies from the north. The abundant foundational resources delivered by the Sacred Flame fleet serve primarily to facilitate trade between the various territories of the north, with only a small portion allocated to support the newcomers' livelihoods. After all, the north endured the most significant impact during the long night and the harsh winter of the previous month, making it imperative to acquire vast quantities of essential supplies. The only trade goods they could offer were livestock, furs, and timber. Although the construction in West Island utilized Dragonstone, the demand for timber remained significant. Fortunately, numerous northern families resided along the southeastern coast of the Ice Bay, particularly the Glover family of Deepwood Castle, which boasted an abundant supply of timber thanks to the Wolfwood. After visiting Bear Island, the first noble Medric sought out was them. Thus, due to the development of West Island, trade throughout the entire Ice Bay has flourished. Many nearby lords now come to exchange essential goods. Despite Westisland's frigid climate, its geothermal conditions were remarkably favorable. Upon arrival, Medric promptly organized the cavern beneath the hot spring waterfall, transforming it into an underground fortress. With the assistance of young Balerion and others in forging Dragonstone, and given the cavern's inherent depth and spaciousness, this subterranean stronghold now had ample space to accommodate thousands. They also laid extensive piping utilizing the hot springs and geothermal energy, ensuring that even in the coldest seasons, the fortress maintained a comfortable temperature. However, due to the significance of the coal mine within the cavern, Access was restricted to the artisans of Dragonstone Island and the Dragon Guardians. Over the past month, large furnaces and forging workshops had been established. Master Oren arrived promptly after the conclusion of King Jaehaerys' Valyrian armor exhibition, ready to lead the craftsmen in forging Valyrian equipment. Previously, Daenerys had already smelted enough Valyrian steel in Old Town to produce 500 sets of armor and weapons. Now, with the addition of 2 dragon corpses, they had sufficient material to forge another 1,000 sets. Therefore, upon her arrival, Daenerys led the dragons into the underground fortress to collaborate with Master Oren in smelting new Valyrian steel. Thanks to the sacrificial ritual in Old Town, a substantial stock of semi-finished Valyrian steel had already been accumulated. They simply needed to fuse the 2 dragon corpses with the semi-finished product. Thus, over the next 2 days, despite her exhaustion, Daenerys persevered until both dragon corpses were entirely consumed. Consequently, the fortress now possessed enough Valyrian steel to craft 1,500 sets of Valyrian armor. Ultimately, Daenerys and Master Oren resolved to utilize this Valyrian steel to forge 500 cavalry sets, including vests, cavalry armor, lances, and daggers. Such equipment could create an invincible army in this world. Valyrian steel is renowned for its indestructibility and unparalleled strength, significantly lighter than ordinary steel. Furthermore, with Daenerys' newfound mastery of bronze runes, those donned in this armor would not only be impervious to blades and arrows, but also resistant to fire. Indeed, the inscribed runes on Valyrian armor could withstand even the flames of young dragons. However, this type of armor, when deprived of sufficient magical energy absorption, tends to drain the wearer's vitality, presenting a significant dilemma. Nevertheless, employing such equipment to undermine one's adversaries could prove to be a cunning stratagem. Chapter 242. The successful initiation of the Superior Breed Project on the southeastern lands of the Hot Spring Waterfall in the Sisland Peninsula. Several thousand acres of prime farmland have been cultivated. Thanks to the warm environment of the underground fortress, early breeding has commenced, leading to the emergence of staple crops such as corn, soybeans, peas, barley, oats, and wheat. The lush greenery has imparted a vibrant vitality to Sisland. The fertile soil and favorable hydrological conditions have facilitated the robust growth of these crops, all of which are high-yield varieties newly developed by the island of Sacred Flames. This marks the inaugural attempt to sow seeds at such a high latitude, and thus far, the results appear promising. Upon their arrival in the barren tundra west of the Hot Spring Waterfall, Mediric and his companions swiftly organized teams to scatter a substantial quantity of improved forage seeds, all of which have now germinated. With rising temperatures, the once frozen coastal tundra has increasingly revealed itself, giving way to a plethora of wildflowers and low-lying vegetation springing forth like mushrooms after rain. This has attracted various herbivorous animals that had taken refuge in the Frosty Tooth Mountains, now beginning to converge upon the area. To safeguard the high-yield forage, Mediric has taken the precaution of erecting wooden fences around the perimeter. However, perhaps due to the presence of 3 formidable dragons, only small rodents dare approach this region, while wild sheep and deer remain wary. In many locations throughout the Sisland Peninsula, particularly near the Frosty Tooth Mountains, a mere few meters of excavation can reveal hot springs, with geothermal layers being quite commonplace. This not only provides the island's inhabitants with ample geothermal resources, but also greatly aids in the fermentation of organic fertilizers. Merely a month after Mediric's arrival, the organic fertilizer near the hot springs has matured. Enriched with dragon dung, the organic fertilizer exhibits remarkable efficacy, resulting in a significant enhancement of the soil quality in the previously barren tundra west of the waterfall. The forage that has emerged here is noticeably more vigorous than in unfertilized areas. Southeast of the farmland, close to the coast, lies the first settlement established by Mediric and his compatriots, known as Hot Spring Village. The houses in this village have been constructed in a semi-subterranean style, and stone pipelines made from Dragonstone have been installed to channel hot spring water, effectively addressing their heating and hot water needs. These Dragonstone houses inherently possess excellent insulation against the cold, further complemented by a continuous supply of hot water. Upon their arrival, the new settlers quickly cast aside their concerns, for the reality here is far less frigid and barren than they had envisioned. The village is surrounded by dense thickets and shrubs, teeming with abundant wildlife and natural resources. Do not merely state that the free provisions for daily sustenance, provided by the Sacred Flame Island, can be claimed until the harvest of grain. It is certain that even those fleeing to this place shall not perish from hunger. The livestock brought by the Sacred Flame fleet, casually roaming in the vicinity, are already robust and well-fed. Furthermore, During the construction of the livestock enclosures behind the village, numerous shallow geothermal springs and dry hot stone areas were unearthed. Thanks to these skilled technicians, there is no need to worry about the livestock succumbing to the bitter cold during the harshest of winters. Some of these heated stone areas have been ingeniously repurposed by the villagers as kitchens, as the high temperatures of the stones suffice for cooking, thereby resolving their firewood dilemma. Although the Zizaland Peninsula is abundant in thickets and forests, it remains a territory untouched by humanity, inhabited by numerous wild beasts. Venturing in uninvited to gather firewood is indeed perilous. The location of Hot Spring Village is surrounded by mountains on 3 sides, ensuring that even during the onset of blizzards, the nearby harbor remains tranquil. Thus, Meadowick constructed a dock at the bay adjacent to Hot Spring Village. Nowadays, residents from Bear Island and Deep Forest Fort frequently row their longboats to exchange goods, bringing life to what was once a desolate Zizaland Peninsula. Dania, grateful for the efforts of the inhabitants of Bear Island, who braved snowstorms and long nights in search of her during her absence of over 3 months, generously provided them with a substantial amount of high-yield crop seeds. This gesture deeply moved Count Mormor, who promptly instructed his people to sow the seeds using the methods taught by Meadowick. To their delight, the germination speed and survival rate far surpassed that of their previous seeds and techniques. Consequently, they hastily gathered their remaining resources and exchanged them with Meadowick for another batch, ensuring that all arable land on Bear Island is now cultivated. In this world, the practice of planting forage has yet to be established. Therefore, upon witnessing Meadowick organizing labor to sow forage during his visit to Hot Spring Falls, Count Mormor decisively purchased some seeds to take back. The Mormor family, having previously benefited from Dania's assistance in hunting walruses, seals, and whales, successfully endured the long nights and harsh winter. Remarkably, this was their first experience of winter without any loss of kin, especially during the simultaneous onset of the long nights and winter. Moreover, Dania later bestowed upon them a considerable amount of living supplies, and with Meadowick offering abundant provisions for exchange, life on Bear Island has markedly improved. With the successful establishment of Hot Spring Village, Meadowick has already reached out to Samuel, preparing for a larger-scale immigration to this region. This time, he intends to establish 4 villages simultaneously in the southwestern, southern, southeastern, and northwestern parts of the peninsula. Additionally, a military fortress will be constructed near the mouth of the Milk River and the Shadow Tower of the Great Wall. After all, as the ice and snow melt, it becomes easy for the people from beyond the borders to sneak across the Milk River into this territory. Previously, those wild men would directly raid coastal villages such as Deep Forest Fort upon their arrival. In contemporary times, the realm of Westeros has become significantly more accessible. If one does not exercise caution in their defenses, it could easily transform into a hunting ground for the wild men beyond the wall. This newfound confidence stems from the robust forging techniques of Dragonstone and the substantial financial reserves of Sunfire Island, which have emboldened Meladric and his companions. Without hesitation, Daenerys granted her approval to Meladric's plans, instructing him to proceed as envisioned. The Golden Dragon is of value only when in use. Left to languish in storage, it is merely scrap. Once the fortress is completed, it shall be entrusted to Dax and his brethren, for they possess the most profound understanding of the free folk. From this stronghold, we shall swiftly extend our influence beyond the wall. Ultimately, the free folk are merely the ancestors isolated by the wall in the northeast. If feasible, we should endeavor to bring them south of the wall to reside. Your Highness, while your assertions are not without merit, the enmity that has accumulated over millennia is not easily dispelled without a significant upheaval. Although Meladric has never contested Daenerys' decisions, he felt compelled to advise caution this time. The development of Westeros has already drawn upon many of our resources, and the garrison of Old Town, led solely by Roger, may not suffice to maintain order. We must also make progress on the Stone Steps Isles, as outlined in Chapter 243, where chaos has ensued. I grasp your intent. There is no immediate need for action. It is prudent to plan ahead to maintain the upper hand. With the development of Westeros, it is foreseeable that Ice Bay will become lively, inevitably attracting the attention of the free folk beyond the wall. The animosity built over millennia is indeed formidable. Yet a transformation must originate from one side for new outcomes to manifest. The wall was not initially erected merely to guard against the free folk. It was the more terrifying existence lurking in the far north that constituted our true adversary. Recalling the sights witnessed in the heart of eternal winter, Daenerys felt a shiver of trepidation. The White Walkers of the far north are not mere legends. The long night and the cold winter are deeply intertwined with their presence, and the Sea Dragon is merely their harbinger. Winter is approaching, bringing with it an enemy to all living beings alongside the long night and cold winter. Before they make their move, whether the free folk become our allies or true enemies hinges upon our choices. In comparison to the conflicts among the Seven Kingdoms, the struggle against those genuine foes pales in significance. Meladric recognized that his princess is never one to act without purpose. Thus, despite the shock of Daenerys' words, he harbored no doubts. I understand, Your Highness. Rest assured, I shall expedite the development of Westeros. With the current resources and population of Sunfire Island, it can be completed within 2 years. Subsequently, Daenerys and Meladric dedicated half a day to formulating a more definitive plan for the development of Westeros. In the aftermath of the events surrounding Westeros, the region of Sisland is poised to become a premier seed base for high-yield grain and a breeding ground for superior livestock in the north. Additionally, it will serve as Daenerys' secret armory and a bustling trade center along the western coastal fringes of the north. After all, the territory of the north encompasses more than half of the Seven Kingdoms and is rich in mineral resources, yet its historical poverty and low productivity have hindered development. However, Daenerys is not short of wealth. With her numerous dragons, should they engage in mining, their capabilities would far surpass any conventional tools. Currently, the Carlin Bay falls under Daenerys' dominion. Should the hot wind river of Carlin Bay be linked with the Eastern Bight Bay, it would create a direct passage between the eastern and western coasts of the north, thus establishing a comprehensive trade circuit throughout the region. After Daenerys commanded her dragons to forge a sufficient quantity of Dragonstone, she departed, making a detour to Winterfell to retrieve 5 adolescent lizard lions, now grown to a height of 2 meters, and relocated them to the marshes near Carlin Bay. Given their size, they would likely encounter only adult lizard lions, posing minimal threats to them. Nevertheless, to eliminate any potential dangers, Daenerys ordered her dragons to hunt down several adult lizard lions within a nearby radius, thereby clearing any latent threats and rivals for her lizard lions, Leo and his kin. The carcasses of these slain lizard lions became trophies for Daenerys. As Daenerys soared over the Moon Mountains with her dragons, she suddenly felt a chilling sensation, prompting her to hasten their departure. Meanwhile, Lord Frey and his allies had united with Harold, stationed at the Noble Heart. The pursuing cavalry of the Mountain Clan was drawing near, coinciding fortuitously with the noble alliance led by 13 acorns. How fortuitous, Count Royce, exclaimed Brandon Tuck, the self-important brother of the Earl of Three Towers, regarding even the heir of Three Towers, Anwyn Peake, as a mere child. Are you here to assist that weasel Frey? I suggest you remain in the valley, for this murky water of the Riverlands is not to be trifled with. The fiery Earl Reedon, incensed by his audacity, retorted, You soft-spoken fool of the Riverlands. Best mind your tongue, or I shall not hesitate to sever it from you. With that, he unsheathed his Valyrian steel sword, Blood Drinker, ready for conflict at the slightest provocation. The Redford family is one of the oldest clans in the Vale, sharing a noble bloodline akin to the Royce family, with their stronghold located in the Red Keep, their sigil a crimson castle, and their motto proclaiming, Blood is power. However, the prudent Count Royce wished to avoid confrontation, recognizing that the forces on the opposing side outnumbered the Vale cavalry, with their ranks exceeding 1,000 cavalry and 2,000 to 3,000 infantry, accompanied by a continuous throng of impoverished assembly members. We have come as the wild men pursuing the Mountain Clan, showing no interest in meddling with your affairs. However, I must advise you all that disputes among families can be deemed treasonous. The Seven Kingdoms have scarcely enjoyed a few decades of peace, having just endured the long night and the bitter winter. Before Count Royce could finish his words, an arrow suddenly pierced his throat from an unknown source. Simultaneously, hundreds of longships from the Iron Islands unexpectedly appeared beyond Old Town, prompting the sentinel atop the lock tower to raise the iron locks of the river and light the beacon. Just as Old Town had begun to regain its vitality, it was faced once more with the onslaught of ferocious sea monsters. Seeing the beacon, Lord Rorge immediately organized the city's defense forces for a lockdown, hastening with his elite troops towards the docks. After Daenerys took command of Old Town, she reinforced the port's defenses. In addition to fortifying and elevating the 2 lock towers with iron chains, she constructed military fortifications on either side of the docks, equipped with heavy crossbows capable of penetrating the sturdiest ship hulls to defend against fleets like that of the Iron Islands. Concurrently, the King's Guard oversaw the forging of a substantial quantity of Dragonstone by Hemoros, reinforcing, raising, and thickening the walls of Old Town, which were further outfitted with numerous giant crossbows and incendiary supplies. The excavation of the underground labyrinth beneath Old Town was also largely completed, particularly the clearing of passages leading to key locations. Utilizing these subterranean routes, the garrison of Old Town could swiftly appear at their desired destinations. Furthermore, the newly renovated towering spire ignited its first green beacon with ample Dragonstone, alerting many lords of the Riverbend to the situation in Old Town. Meanwhile, the Lannister siblings, along with Ser Boros and the Tyrell brothers, arrived at Riverrun, coinciding with the procession of impoverished folk escorted by 200 Valley cavalry at the city gates. The green-eyed dwarf gazed upon the sight of the impoverished, bound like cattle, and his expression changed dramatically. Ser Boros, it seems that even in Princess Daenerys' absence from Westeros, her power continues to serve her. Chapter 244. The bloodied noble heart. In the midst of gasps from the crowd, Count Royce of Stone, the current protector of the Vale, fell from his horse, struck in the throat by an arrow shot from an unknown origin. His sworn knights hurriedly dismounted, anxious to assess the situation. "My lord, Count Royce, are you all right?" But the grievously wounded Count Royce had no time to utter a final word, his eyes wide open. Filled with guilt for Sansa Arryn and concern for the future of the Vale, he departed unwillingly. "My lord." The sworn knights of Count Royce could not help but unleash furious roars. "The Knights of the Valley, annihilate these scoundrels." As Count Redford of Bloodfort witnessed the demise of Count Royce, his eyes blazed with fury, and he promptly assumed command of the Valley cavalry, charging recklessly toward the opposing 13 Acorn Alliance. The Valley cavalry, having relentlessly pursued the mountain clans, remained in a heightened state of combat readiness. Furthermore, they were already the creme de la creme among the cavalry of the Seven Kingdoms. In stark contrast, the 13 Acorn Alliance was merely a makeshift coalition, lacking systematic training and cohesion. The noble lords, accustomed to mere verbal sparring, were utterly unprepared for the treachery that had unfolded. They were momentarily stunned, unable to comprehend the gravity of the situation, especially considering that the Royce family had once been among the most esteemed of the Seven Kingdoms. They had certainly stirred a colossal hornet's nest. As the fools remained dazed, the Valley cavalry had already formed ranks and surged before them. Being the most elite cavalry force of the Seven Kingdoms, how could these makeshift warriors withstand such an assault? In their panic, they failed to even realign their formation before the Valley cavalry shattered their defenses. The Valley cavalry, having vanquished numerous long-standing foes, were in an exhilarating state of fervor. Now, fueled by rage, they fought with an intensity that surpassed their usual prowess. In an instant, they sent the cavalry of Riverbend into disarray. In less than half an hour, the bloated ranks of Riverbend had been cut through by the Knights of the Valley. Out of 1,000 cavalrymen, 300 to 400 lay slain, and the infantry, numbering 2,000 to 3,000, suffered catastrophic losses, nearly half of their force decimated. Count Redford, wielding the Valyrian sword known as the Bloodsucker, directly felled Richard Roden, John Roxton, and Roger Cohen of the 13 Acorns. Meanwhile, Bachelor Olis and Brother Eustace, hailing from the Hightower family, were unceremoniously thrown from their mounts, trampled to death by the stampede, their forms rendered unrecognizable. The clamor of battle soon drew the attention of Harold and Marquis Fry, stationed at Highborn Heart. Upon learning the unfolding events through Dona's birds, they swiftly mobilized their forces. At that moment, the remaining members of the Riverbend Acorn Alliance regained their composure and gradually reorganized their ranks, temporarily managing to withstand the onslaught of the Valley cavalry's numerous charges. Additionally, the 4,000 to 5,000 members of the Poor People's Assembly had joined the fray, employing a human wave tactic to encircle the Valley cavalry, severely hampering their ability to leverage their equestrian advantage, leading to significant casualties among the Valley Knights. Kill. Avenge our brethren by slaying these accursed Valley cavalry. At this juncture, the remnants of the Highland clan suddenly surged forth from the nearby thicket. Clearly, the cold arrow that struck down Count Royce was likely released by them. The killers were just lamenting their inability to find you savages, and you have now delivered yourselves right to their doorstep. The blood-red Valyrian sword wielded by Count Redford seems to grow even more crimson with each enemy it claims, truly deserving of its title as the Bloodsucker. However, the cavalry's greatest advantage lies in their ample space to charge forth. Now they find themselves completely surrounded. Although their spirits remain high and they face adversaries in battle, they are ultimately outnumbered. The once 1,000-strong cavalry of the Valley now dwindles to just over 700, with even more wounded, and those who remain unscathed are nearly non-existent. Brothers slay? A kill for our efforts, and every additional life taken is a boon. Yet their fervor remains undiminished. Almost every member of the Valley cavalry bears wounds, and their steeds are beginning to show signs of fatigue. However, the forces of Riverbend and the members of the Poor People's Assembly are simply overwhelming in number, and now the ruthless Highland clan has joined the fray. further exacerbating the plight of the Valley Cavalry, leading to a swift rise in casualties. Just moments ago, driven by fury and unaware of their surroundings, they had inadvertently become enmeshed in the throng, and now even a desperate bid for escape seems fraught with peril, likely resulting in even greater losses. Thus, they form small battle groups, preparing to withstand the onslaught to the bitter end. Suddenly, amidst the chaos, a shadow looms overhead as a magnificent golden dragon appears, heralded by Rhaenyra, who has come to assist in forging Dragonstone. Cease all conflict at once. Otherwise, you shall be dealt with as traitors. Although this is the first time Princess Rhaenyra has witnessed such a grand-scale melee, she displays not an ounce of fear, embodying the regal presence of a royal. Moreover, King Jaehaerys has long decreed that disputes among lords must be mediated by the crown. Any unilateral declaration of war would be treated as treason. This is a rule well known to all nobles of the Seven Kingdoms, one that has gone unchallenged for decades. Yet, even as the royal princess, who commands a dragon, has spoken, only the discreet Lord Mosswood retreats with his family as soldiers, while the others seem utterly unfazed. Members of the Poor People's Assembly even daringly inch closer to the stationary Syrax, while some Highland clansmen, oblivious to their impending doom, prepare to launch cold arrows at Rhaenyra, only to be swiftly dispatched by the archers of House Wood, who have arrived on the scene. Surrender, and you shall not be harmed. Under Harold's command, the golden-clad Dragon Guard, soldiers of House Blythewood, and warriors of House Fry charge down the hillside. Enraged, Rhaenyra commands her dragon to unleash its fiery breath upon them. Dragonfire, the fiery blaze of orange, erupted suddenly among the members of the Poor People's Assembly and the Highland clan. Accompanied by anguished wails and the acrid scent of charred flesh, the first kill of Rhaenyra and Syrax was finally accomplished. They were no longer the partners who had lived their lives without ever witnessing blood, as Harold and his men joined the fray, instantly reversing the tide of battle. Chapter 245. The Flames of the Moonlit Mountains. Harold led 500 dragon guards, mounted on the finest steeds from Dragonstone, charging forth with unstoppable momentum at the forefront of the ranks. Daenerys's dragon guards were composed of nobles' second sons, bastards, and orphans she had nurtured since childhood. Each one was nearly an exceptional knight from the Seven Kingdoms. They engaged in rigorous training daily and had participated in numerous real battles over the past 6 months in the Stony Steppes and Old Town. Furthermore, their equipment, forged from false Valyrian steel, was arguably the finest armor and weaponry in the world, with their horses adorned in exquisite barding. Thus, they surged through the encircling crowd of the Vale Knights like a razor-sharp blade. Their weapons pierced through the enemy's armor and flesh with ease, while the foe's swords merely sparked against their bodies, leaving not even the faintest scratch. Hundreds of them tore through the human wall like a torrent of steel, creating a massive breach. Seizing the opportunity afforded by their charge, the surviving 400 or 500 knights of the Vale broke free. Yet they did not pause to catch their breath. Instead, they followed closely behind Harold, charging once more at the enemy. The scars of blood could only be repaid with blood. What they sought now was vengeance. Half an hour later, of the so-called 13 Acorn Alliance, only the Earl of Mosswood, who had voluntarily withdrawn, remained. The other leaders met their bitter fate on the spot, as Harold and his men left them no chance to surrender. As a sworn knight of Daenerys, Harold, though ambitious, had unwavering loyalty to her. He understood that these individuals had been manipulated by unseen hands to gather here with the ultimate aim of confronting Daenerys, and thus he showed no mercy. Rhaenyra, in her first dragon combat, felt a twinge of compassion, yet when she saw the members of the Poor People's Assembly rushing at her Syrax like frenzied ants, she acted swiftly. She commanded Syrax to ascend into the sky and, like a bomber, unleashed dragon fire upon the densely packed throng. To assuage her burgeoning guilt, Rhaenyra unconsciously began to chant the prayer used during the cremation ceremonies on Dragonstone, essentially a blood sacrifice incantation. Instantly, the potency of Syrax's dragon fire intensified, and beneath the searing flames, the scattered weapons and the bodies of the fallen began to meld together, swept away by a torrent of black iron liquid. As Syraxus savored the taste of bloodshed for the first time, he unmistakably felt his magical prowess surging with each act of slaughter, intensifying his fervor for the carnage. The impoverished members of the Assembly, originally relegated to the sidelines due to spatial constraints, became prime targets for Syraxus's relentless assault. Thus, the battlefield was awash in rivers of blood, while the periphery was engulfed in roaring flames. The horrific state of affairs disheartened the knights and soldiers of the Riverbend, who had already been looked down upon by other kingdoms, robbing them of the courage to continue fighting, leading them to surrender en masse. Harold and his compatriots, showing no malice towards these surrendering souls, simply herded them aside to await their fate. In stark contrast, the impoverished assembly and the Highland clan displayed commendable resolve, refusing to capitulate even unto death. Yet, the ferocious Highland clan found themselves no more than lambs to the slaughter before Harold and his men. Not to mention the assembly members armed with only rudimentary weapons and lacking armor. Thus, Harold's men dispatched them with the ease of harvesting crops, progressing through the ranks with scarcely a pause. By the time the sun began its descent, after 2 or 3 hours of brutal combat, nearly all members of the Highland clan had been exterminated, and the remaining assembly members lay scattered, their remnants captured as prisoners. Fortunately, the noble heart had constructed ample cells to accommodate them all. When Harold and his men gathered the thousands of corpses into the vast pit, previously excavated for smelting Dragonstone, the twilight had deepened. Along with the discarded remnants of weaponry, they disposed of the bodies as per Daenerys' explicit instructions. In the aftermath of battle, the corpses and arms could be incinerated using Dragonfire. Following the conclusion of the skirmish, Rhaenyra felt her courage dissipate. Gazing upon the mountain of corpses, her heart remained tumultuous, prompting her to continuously chant the prayers for the cremation ceremony from her position nearby. Meanwhile, Sarasis joyfully unleashed torrents of Dragonfire upon the heap of bodies ahead, reveling in the sensation of growing strength. Just as Rhaenyra was nearing the completion of the cremation rites, Daemon finally returned after a leisurely afternoon. His dragon, Caraxes, could not resist the enticing aroma of the corpses wafting from the pit and rushed over to indulge voraciously. This spectacle drew frowns from the onlookers, including Rhaenyra. Yet no one uttered a word of protest. Why squander food on the captives when they could simply be cast into the flames for a swift resolution? Daemon was no fool. He was a rare intellect among the Targaryens and recognized that the upheaval in Riverrun was aimed squarely at their royal lineage. Now, with the blood of true dragons beginning to boil within him, he understood that only genuine blood and fire could quell his inner turmoil. However, the King of Jaehaerys made it abundantly clear that during this noble endeavor, the supreme commander was Harold. Daemon merely served to maintain order and act as a mascot, while also assisting in the forging of Dragonstone. Rhaenyra, on this day, whimsically decided to check on her uncle and the state of the noble cause. To her surprise, she was directly conscripted by Harold and his men to aid in the forging of the Dragonstone. However, this experience granted her the remarkable opportunity of participating in her first dragon-riding battle. Outside a massive cave near a smoking volcano in the Moonshadow Mountains, several diminutive figures cloaked in hoods held hands and chanted in unison. Before them lay a multitude of slaughtered livestock. As their incantations resonated, the surrounding magical energy seemed to thicken palpably. Accompanied by the resonant roars of dragons, 3 ancient dragons, each larger than Dreamfire, slowly emerged from the depths of the cave. They appeared to have just awakened from slumber, instinctively raising their heads to bellow and unleashing their Dragonfire into the air. This blaze illuminated the nearby mountain clans' villages. Had Daenerys passed by just half an hour later, she would have witnessed the flames illuminating the Moonshadow Mountains. After indulging in their fiery display, the 3 dragons swiftly consumed the livestock before them. Having not feasted for a considerable time, they immediately began to vie for dominance over the meal. The hooded figures, upon witnessing this spectacle, hastily retreated, for they had no desire to become the dragon's next meal. Chapter 246. The conflict before Riverflow City. The Valley Knights? How did they arrive here? Observing the unfortunate members of the poor fellowship, such as Tylan Lannister, being herded like cattle by the Valley Knights, curiosity piqued within them. Why have you traveled such a distance to apprehend these farmers of the poor fellowship? Boros boldly inquired of the leading Valley Knight. Greetings, young Lord Boros. The 2 leading Valley Knights stepped forward, offering a respectful explanation. We were pursuing the Mountain Clan brigands when these members of the poor fellowship attacked us. Thus, we apprehended them and brought them to Riverflow City for detention. Ha! A group of farmers wielding pitchforks and sickles dared to assault the Valley Knights. Are they mad? However, we encountered numerous members of the poor fellowship along our journey. It seems they are intent on causing further unrest. I suggest we preemptively arrest them all. After all, the church has long since declared the dissolution of the poor fellowship, and their reassembly surely harbors nefarious intentions. Yet, no one responded to Boros' remarks. For only a fool would recklessly offend the church. Fools. The green-eyed gnome could not help but mutter a curse under his breath, then discreetly addressed Boros and his companions, stating, "Gentlemen, this matter does not concern us. With their actions drawing the royal attention, we shall find it much easier to proceed with our own plans." especially since our goals align with theirs. He added, Cousin Boros, we are in Riverflow City. Let us avoid unnecessary conflicts that may lead to misunderstandings. Furthermore, it is indeed inappropriate for us to meddle in the affairs between the church and the crown. Rhaenyra quickly restrained the somewhat eager Boros and whispered urgently at his side, let us not delay our primary objective. Tywin Lannister, however, astutely discerned a more significant piece of information, recalling the underlying power that the green-eyed gnome had alluded to, which sent a chill down his spine. This is troublesome. It appears we have all been ensnared in a grand conspiracy. The avarice that had once driven Tywin to seek the true dragon bloodline for his family was now vanquished by reason. He hurried to his elder brother, Jason Lannister, and said, Brother, I fear we have been outmaneuvered. Jason Lannister, who had been observing the unfolding events, was perplexed by Tywin's assertion and furrowed his brow in inquiry. Why do you say that? Tywin, glancing warily at those around them, noticed that they were all captivated by the captives of the Poor People's Assembly and the Vale Cavalry. He leaned closer to Jason and whispered, like those members of the Poor People's Assembly, we have unwittingly become pawns in someone else's game. Regardless of how events may unfold, it is we who will charge into battle and bear the consequences. Yet the fruits of victory may not be ours to savor. What do you mean? Jason Lannister clearly did not grasp Tywin's implication. We are merely facilitating our family's union with the true dragon bloodline. We need not involve ourselves in other matters. What do those affairs have to do with us? Jason's words momentarily rendered Tywin speechless, prompting him to respond with resignation. Your perspective is not entirely flawed. However, remember that, regardless of what transpires in the future, the Lannister family must not become entangled. As the two brothers conversed, the sounds of clashing combat echoed nearby. The members of the Poor People's Assembly had learned of their comrades' capture by the Vale Cavalry and were now advancing in a united front. Brother, our soldiers from the Westerlands need only to observe. They must not engage. Tywin had not anticipated his concerns would manifest so swiftly and hastened to remind his brother once more. Yet, often when one finds themselves amidst turmoil, how can they fully dictate their course of action? Form ranks. Charge. The disciplined Vale Cavalry promptly adjusted their formation and surged forward to confront the approaching members of the Poor People's Assembly. As the finest elite cavalry of the Seven Kingdoms, they were acutely aware of the advantages of mounted combat. As elite cavalry, one must possess ample distance for a charge. The members of the Poor People's Assembly, regardless of their numbers, could never hope to quell their onslaught. Yet, one must never succumb to their encirclement, lest they find themselves in the humiliating predicament of being devoured by the multitude, akin to an elephant besieged by ants. Confronted by the formidable Valley Cavalry, the members of the Poor People's Assembly displayed a reckless bravery. However, how could their pitchforks and sickles withstand the cleaving blows of tempered steel swords? 200 Valley cavalrymen descended upon the tumultuous assembly like 200 blades, ruthlessly piercing through their ranks. In an instant, a crimson path materialized amidst the previously dim gathering of the Poor People's Assembly. The broad thoroughfare soon became littered with corpses and severed limbs. As the wails of the mortally wounded echoed, their sanity restored as they sought to flee this den of chaos, only to be trampled underfoot by their relentless comrades, the majority perishing beneath the stampede. The sanguine blood swiftly transformed the once smooth avenue into a quagmire. The soldiers of the West and Stormland stood by, their expressions varied, some eager to engage, while others wore a mask of indifference. Boros clenched his fists, observing the battlefield's unfolding chaos, feeling an insatiable restlessness within. My lords, will you merely stand by and watch your allies be slaughtered? At this juncture, the green-eyed gnome began to weave his persuasive rhetoric. In the realm of Westeros, aside from the Targaryen family capable of commanding dragons, the church stands as the most formidable power. It is only through their opposition that we can better secure our own interests, is it not? Perhaps when the gods close one door, they indeed open another window. The gnome's eloquence was undeniable. After a brief period of persuasion and inducement, Boros found himself swayed. Warriors of Stormlands, let us annihilate those Valley cavalrymen. After all, no one will know it was we who did it. With that, he charged forth, his soldiers from Stormlands hastily following suit. Tyrion and Jason exchanged bewildered glances, with Jason Lannister unable to suppress his disdainful remark. Does he think we are as inconsequential as the people of Riverrun? At that moment, Duke Tully arrived with his own forces, commanding, halt. Yet, the bloodied throng was beyond heeding his admonitions, consumed by their frenzy. The Valley cavalry, reveling in their slaughter, were unprepared for Boros's cavalry charge, resulting in catastrophic losses. In mere moments, Nearly half of their number was unseated, destined to be torn to shreds by the frenzied members of the Poor People's Assembly. The leading knights, realizing their plight, had no choice but to carve a path through the assembly with the remnants of their cavalry, hastily retreating into the distance. Boros Baelon. Brace yourselves to face the wrath of the Knights of the Vale. Chapter 247. The Beacon of Old Town. As the blood conflict engulfed both Runestone and Noble Heart, the beleaguered Old Town, having recently regained a modicum of strength, found itself once more confronted by the terrifying adversaries it had long anticipated, the pirates of the Iron Islands. Situated off the western coast of central Westeros, the Iron Islands are inhabited by a fiercely independent and brutal people, known to the inhabitants of the mainland as the Ironborn, who refer to themselves as the Iron Folk. The Ironborn are descendants of the sea, their maritime supremacy once unrivaled. They thrive in the harsh environment of the islands, disdainful of the feeble agrarian lifestyle practiced on fertile lands. Neither the old gods nor the seven, worshipped by the Undulls, find widespread devotion among the Ironborn. Instead, they place their unwavering faith in the drowned god. The islands, characterized by barren, rocky soil, yield little to the common folk, who possess no cattle for farming. Their mineral resources pale in comparison to the bountiful Westerlands, compelling the Ironborn to adopt a tradition of raiding since antiquity. Their longships traverse not only the waters of Westeros, but are infamous throughout all seas, solidifying their reputation as the world's most notorious pirates. As the longships of the Iron Islands entered Whispering Bay, they were promptly detected by the Bulwer family of Black Crown, who swiftly ignited the beacon to relay the warning of the impending threat. Upon witnessing the flames from the watchtower at Old Town's docks, the sentinels immediately ignited their own beacon, alerting the entire town to the pirate incursion. Moreover, the ever-watchful Jorho lit the green beacon atop the great tower, conveying the message to nearby lords. Concurrently, he opened sections of the underground maze to provide refuge for the residents of Old Town. The sprawling labyrinth beneath Old Town is even larger than the town itself, and despite half a year of intensive development, it remains incompletely explored. Nevertheless, the rapid transit passages for troop movement and the hidden treasury of the Hightower family have been fully cleared. A vast area has been prepared for shelter and storage, ample enough to accommodate the entire population of the town. The four vassals previously aligned with the Hightower, the Bulwer family of Black Crown, the Beesbury family of Honeycomb, the Cawthorns of Three Towers, and the KWY family of Sunhouse, could all distinctly observe the beacon atop the Great Tower. However, with the KWY family now extinguished, Mungo, who had been stationed at Sunhouse to aid Daenerys, quickly rallied his forces upon seeing the signal and hastened towards Old Town. The other three families, not daring to be complacent, immediately began assembling their knights and soldiers. Unlike Sunhouse, which had remained in a constant state of readiness, the knights and soldiers of the three families were still gathering as Mungo set off. At the docks, the garrison of Old Town was raising the iron chains to secure the river while directing the evacuation of vessels towards the direction of Honeywine River. With the assistance of the Great Dragon, Daenerys had already cleared and widened the nearby Mead River while in Old Town. Now, aside from the colossal sea vessels, all ships could navigate freely, leading to the swift removal of the town's docked vessels. The remaining dozens of giant sea ships were organized by the garrison to have their cargo transferred to the underground spaces near the dock. The underground spaces, cleared out at the Old Town dock, were the most abundant and had been rented by the garrison to merchants as temporary storage. These spaces were not only impenetrable, but also remarkably concealed. Without a guide, outsiders would be utterly oblivious to their existence. As for the dozens of giant sea ships, their fate now rested in the hands of chance. Should they fall prey to pirates, those vessels would undoubtedly be seized by the Ironborn. Just as the evacuation was completed, a fleet of over 100 ships adorned with dark octopus sails from the Iron Islands had already arrived at the outskirts of Old Town. The longships of the Iron Islands and the swan ships of the Summer Isles were currently the swiftest vessels in the world. The prows of the Iron Islands longships were embedded with colossal, sea monster-shaped ramming heads, granting them a formidable impact that few ships could withstand. Just as the Ironborn were preparing to wreak havoc, a barrage of rockets and great crossbows suddenly erupted from the watchtowers on both sides of the harbor. The captains of the longships commanded the Ironborn to raise their oak shields. Although the oak shields could withstand the onslaught of rockets, the sails of the longships could not, igniting many of them in an instant. Following closely, the great crossbows pierced through the hulls of several longships. The great crossbows, newly developed by the craftsmen of St. Flame Island this year, represented the most advanced weaponry in the world. Furthermore, a clay pot was affixed to the arrowheads of the crossbows. As the arrowheads tore through the longships, a deafening sound erupted, accompanied by terrifying green flames. The pot contained wildfire. Wildfire, a proud creation of the alchemists, possessed a terrifying lethality. Once one was touched by this green flame, it was nearly impossible to extinguish unless the fire burned itself out. Moreover, wildfire could burn fully even on water, rendering attempts to douse it with water futile. Only by burying it beneath mounds of sand could it be quenched. The dreadful wildfire clung to the flesh like a parasite, and even the finest steel armor could not resist its corrosive nature. In an instant, hundreds of Ironborn tragically fell victim to the wildfire, their anguished cries echoing as, despite their desperate leaps into the sea, they were quickly reduced to charred remains. The dozen or so longships that were struck were gradually engulfed by the wildfire, forcing 200 to 300 Ironborn and enslaved shipwrights to leap into the sea in a desperate bid for survival. The Iron Folk had never before encountered such a devastating blow. However, accustomed to the iron-fisted resolve of their kind, they were not easily daunted. Under the guidance of seasoned captains, several longships swiftly approached the cliffs beneath the two watchtowers. With axes gripped in one hand and shields in the other, these Iron Folk surged forth like a fierce, icy tide toward the towers. Yet, the watchtowers were erected upon cliffs that were inherently defensible, and despite their desperate scrambling, it would take time for the Iron Folk to reach their lofty heights. The defenders within the towers would not grant them the opportunity to draw near, as they possessed ample defensive provisions. As the Iron Folk drew closer, their proximity rendered arrows ineffective against them. Consequently, the defenders resorted to hurling clay pots of wildfire stored within the towers, which shattered upon impact, unleashing a torrent of green flames akin to unleashed demons of destruction. The nearby Iron Folk were engulfed in flames, and even with their iron wills, they could not withstand the horror, plummeting from the cliffs until they were reduced to charred remains. Chapter 248, The Horn of the Sea Monster Viros. You assured us that capturing Old Town would be effortless, yet now we find ourselves suffering grievous losses even before breaching the docks, roared Count Jigu of Old Pike Island. His frustration aimed at Viros, who remained unfazed at the bow of the ship. The Jigu family had been particularly unfortunate. Of the 12 longships they had brought, 3 had already succumbed to the wildfire, with scarcely a handful of the nearly 100 crew members managing to escape. Half of the remaining vessels were also set ablaze by a deluge of fiery arrows, rendering their sails charred and inoperable without the capture of Old Town for repairs. Thus, the Count's anxiety was palpable. It was crucial to note that the elite of the Jigu family had nearly all been brought along. Should they suffer catastrophic losses, even a successful return to the Iron Islands could lead to their annihilation at the hands of rival families. Though the Iron Islands were modest in size, familial disputes had never ceased. Particularly at the commencement of the King's election, bloodshed and chaos were a common occurrence. While the past several millennia had seen the cessation of such elections, the friction and rivalry among families persisted unabated. Other noble families from the Iron Islands, facing similar predicaments, echoed the Count's sentiments. Ever since the Conquest War had obliterated Herrenberg and extinguished the Huron family, the nobles dared not oppose the Targaryens, who wielded dragons. They had been lured to Old Town by the promise of the immense wealth and grand visions Viros had painted, yet now, with the chains of the Loch River unbroken, they found themselves suffering a disheartening defeat. Anxiety gripped their hearts as they contemplated their uncertain fate. Indeed, Viros, if you possess any hidden cards, now is the time to reveal them. I have heard that 4 colossal dragons still dwell here. Should they emerge, we would face utter annihilation. The young Gonsel Gobbler leads this expedition on behalf of his elder brother, Count Gobbler. Despite being merely 16 years of age, he towers at over 185 centimeters, rendering him nearly unmatched on Iron Islands. Moreover, his voice resonates powerfully, earning him the moniker Gobbler the Giant, whose voice bellows like a thunderclap. Clad in a peculiar cloak, Viros Greyjoy observes the unfolding scene with his striking black and red eyes, calmly stating, "Do not be hasty. Let us wait a moment longer. It shall soon be ready." His voice, frigid as if steeped in the depths of the ocean, sends a shiver down one's spine. Enveloped almost entirely in his black cloak, its fabric intricately fashioned into the likeness of a sea monster with layers of gold leaf, it extends from his armor to his boots. His towering black iron helmet is also molded into a monstrous form, with tentacles entwining his cheeks. Recently, he returned from a long voyage, laden with immense wealth, and proclaimed to have received the blessing of the drowned god. With both a firm hand and golden promises, he successfully persuaded various families to join him in plundering Old Town. "Rodis, how much longer must we wait?" Viros inquired of an elderly man beside him, clad in tattered, filthy linen. This old man exuded a pungent odor. His skin, seemingly bleached by seawater, was riddled with swelling and wrinkles. Were it not for his ability to speak, one might mistake him for a bloated corpse that had fallen into the ocean. Rhaenys is a man with a history. In the second year of the conquest, after Aegon commanded the Black Dragon to incinerate Hellenberg, this led to the downfall of the Hall Kingdom and its houses, igniting a power struggle among the claimants of the Iron Islands that lasted over a year. It is said that the waters between the islands were nearly choked with corpses, attracting hundreds of sea monsters drawn by the bloodshed. Only when Aegon invaded the Iron Islands and quelled several rebellious pretenders did the conflict cease, ultimately bestowing the rule of the Iron Islands to House Greyjoy. Unwilling to submit to the Targaryen dynasty, King Rhaenys, a priest, sought to summon the sea monsters from the abyss to drag Aegon's fleet into the depths. He proclaimed to the crowd that he would consult their father, the drowned god, for a strategy. Stuffing his robes with stones, he chanted hymns to the sea deity as he waded into the ocean, accompanied by thousands of his followers. This suicidal act resulted in the grim aftermath of swollen corpses washing ashore along the coastline of the Iron Islands in the ensuing years. The appearance of sea monsters intensified, yet Rhaenys' body was never found, until this occasion, when he returned to the Iron Islands alongside Viros, claiming to have received the blessing of the drowned god, leaving everyone in a state of astonished disbelief. However, his appearance, neither human nor ghostly, deterred anyone from approaching him, nor did anyone express curiosity about the misfortunes he had endured. Now, he knelt at the bow of the ship, murmuring incantations in an unknown tongue. Gradually, his murky eyes transformed into a pure white. A divine oracle had been received. The harbinger of the submerged deity was soon to arrive, and only the blood of the Iron Folk could awaken the slumbering son of the drowned god. Suddenly, Rhodes became somewhat frenzied and exhilarated, trembling hands retrieving a half-meter-tall black horn from his tattered bundle. Only through bloodshed could he be roused. Once more, Rhodes addressed Viros, who immediately grasped his intent. Without hesitation, he seized one of his salt concubines and a young mute slave, mercilessly slitting their throats, their blood saturating the dark horn in a vivid crimson. A shocking spectacle unfolded as the blood, upon contact with the black horn, was mysteriously absorbed by it. Intricate golden runes began to manifest upon the surface of the horn. Only after the horn had completely consumed the blood of the man and woman did the runes gradually fade from sight. Trembling, Rhodes presented the blood-filled black horn to Viros, urging him to sound it. Thus, the messenger of the submerged deity and the slumbering sun would be summoned. Their bizarre and ruthless actions caused even the battle-hardened denizens of the Iron Isles to step back in apprehension. Without a moment's hesitation, Viros accepted the horn and blew into it. The deep, hoarse sound of the horn resonated across Whispering Bay. Although the tone was not loud, it was eerily compelling, reminiscent of demonic growls and the lamentations of beasts. Moreover, it seemed to possess an enchanting magic. For not only did the Iron Folk and the guards in the midst of battle hear it distinctly, but even the people of Old Town could perceive the horn's call clearly. More terrifying still, even distant Black Crown City and the Three Towers echoed with a low, hoarse sound akin to the roar of a monster. Chapter 249. The Battle of the Watchtower. As the eerie sound of the horn rapidly spread across Whispering Bay, the once clear skies above Old Town soon grew ominously overcast. Clouds appeared as if splattered onto a canvas with ink, rolling forth into the distance. The tranquil azure waters of Whispering Bay gradually morphed into a shadowy hue, accompanied by the roar of tumultuous waves. Yet, the wind speed in the vicinity showed no significant change. The agitation of the sea resembled the deliberate stirring of invisible hands. Since the conclusion of the long night and the cold winter, the temperature in Old Town had remained in a perpetual summer state. Now, however, it plummeted rapidly, approaching the chill of winter. This sudden drop made the residents, who were relocating to underground spaces, tremble involuntarily. In the dimly lit subterranean expanse, an eerie force seemed to be gradually awakening. The residents of the Old Town who ventured into this underground realm not only felt an overwhelming chill, but also experienced an unusual fatigue, as if their vitality ebbed away alongside their body heat. Beneath the towering fishbeam wood, the slumbering dragon Ameloth stirred upon hearing the sound of a horn. The irascible red dragon Shimelos and the bronze behemoth Apollosis immediately let out furious roars. Without a moment's hesitation, they ascended into the air, soaring towards the source of the horn, closely followed by the copper dragon Antelos. Only Ameloth cast a glance at the 5 dragon eggs beneath him, ultimately resisting the urge to join the fray. Simultaneously, as the eerie horn echoed, ominous shadows swiftly darted across the fleets of Iron Isle, heading towards two watchtowers. The members of the Old Town preparation team, who had just managed to fend off the oncoming Iron Folk with wildfires, were taken aback to discover that the nearby sea had suddenly revealed dozens of terrifyingly large octopus tentacles. Soon after, several monstrous octopus heads emerged from the water, each as large as a cart. Their crimson eyes glowed with a chilling ferocity, resembling two massive lanterns. Even more terrifying were their frenzied tentacles, capable of effortlessly shattering rock. The shorter tentacles measured several dozen meters, while the longest extended an astonishing 50 to 60 meters, towering over the watchtowers, accompanied by surging waves. These colossal appendages ruthlessly swept towards the watchtowers. In an instant, the sturdy Dragonstone pinnacle of the watchtower shattered under the onslaught. The guards tasked with vigilance had no time to utter a cry before being sent flying alongside the debris. This scene, which could only be conceived in legends, instilled profound terror in the remaining defenders atop the watchtower, causing them to momentarily forget their response. However, their training ultimately prevailed. As the octopus tentacles wreaked havoc upon the watchtower, the seasoned guards swiftly reacted. The squad leader, the first to respond, promptly issued commands to his teammates to launch wildfires. This was undoubtedly a sagacious decision, for given the formidable might of these octopus creatures, conventional arrows posed minimal threat, and even the giant crossbows struggled to strike their tentacles. As they faced these terrifying octopuses, the guards found themselves at a critical juncture of life and death. They cast aside their usual caution while handling the wildfires, rushing to the storage area to swiftly gather several jars to pass to their comrades in the next wave. The relay of the wildfire could not afford to be neglected. In the past, they would pass a single canister at a time, but now it was imperative to ensure that at least one canister was handed down promptly. Soon, the wildfire was delivered to the defenders stationed at the delivery window. These individuals tasked with throwing were all remarkably bold and possessed extraordinary strength. Nevertheless, confronted by the terrifying, clawing tentacles of the monstrous creatures, they took several deep breaths, forcing themselves to muster their final psychological fortitude. They then seized the wildfire canister and, summoning every ounce of their strength, hurled it toward the writhing tentacles of the octopus. Despite the remarkable agility of the octopus tentacles, the sheer number of them attacking from the watchtower made it all too easy for the canister to strike its target. With a series of explosive sounds, vibrant green flames erupted like blooming green roses, ensnaring the arrogant tentacles. The searing heat of the flames caused the octopus creatures to screech in agony as they hastily plunged their flaming tentacles into the ocean. However, their efforts were in vain. The viscous wildfire amalgamated with the slime covering the tentacles, igniting them in unison. Recognizing the horror of the wildfire, the octopus creatures instinctively withdrew their appendages. Yet the ignited sections could not be extinguished. The torment of the blazing fire led the octopuses to thrash about in the surrounding waters as if they had been cast into a boiling cauldron. Their immense size generated towering waves that reached over 10 meters high, endangering both the longships of Iron Isles and the massive vessels docked at the harbor, putting them at risk of capsizing. The defenders, having narrowly evaded disaster, erupted in jubilant cheers. Fortunately, the watchtower had been raised several stories high. Aside from those tasked with watching the sea, the rest were safely positioned on the lower levels, thus escaping the initial onslaught of the octopuses. Had the creatures managed to shatter the chamber storing the wildfire, the consequences would have been catastrophic. However, they dared not let their guard down, as ominous silhouettes of colossal sea monsters loomed on the distant horizon, suggesting that more creatures were relentlessly approaching. The squad leader overseeing the watchtower glanced at the remaining supply of wildfire and felt a wave of dread wash over him. They had already expended a significant portion of their supply, and it was evident that even if the remaining wildfire struck true against the sea monsters, it would not be enough to vanquish them. Should the creatures launch a few more attacks, the watchtower would be utterly destroyed. Consequently, the squad leaders of both watchtowers arrived at a simultaneous decision to employ the giant crossbows. Seizing the opportunity while the octopus monsters writhed in agony, the defenders successfully secured the wildfire canisters to the crossbows and launched them toward the creatures. Although the octopuses were suffering under the torment of the wildfire, their vigilance remained exceptionally high. Faced with the onslaught of the colossal crossbow, the majority adeptly evaded the incoming bolts. Only two unfortunate creatures were struck directly in the head, and the incendiary fire pots affixed to the arrows erupted, instantly igniting the heads of the octopus beasts. While the damage inflicted by the crossbow itself was minimal, the subsequent explosion of the wildfire penetrated the wounds, engulfing their massive heads in flames, a catastrophic injury for them. Huh, I hit the sea monster. From now on, call me Jason, the sea monster terminator. Witnessing the imminent demise of the two struck octopuses, the remaining sentinels in the watchtower erupted in jubilant cheers. Chapter 250. The Battle of Sea Monsters and Dragons. As the two sea monsters succumbed to the flames, the defenders were filled with renewed enthusiasm and confidence. The newly anointed sea monster terminator, Jason, readied his crossbow once more, affixing additional firepots to it with great care. Deliciously roasted octopus will surely become a culinary delight of the old town. As the most skilled crossbowman, Jason was the first to unleash another round. Boom. Get lost. The exhilaration was palpable as a gigantic sea monster, thrashing violently on the surface due to the wildfire, was pierced through the eye by Jason's bolt, the green flames consuming its entire head. The creature's piercing, agonizing screams reverberated through the waters, shattering the tranquility around. The watchtower defenders felt a sharp pain in their ears, leaving them momentarily deafened. Undeterred by the discomfort, Jason adjusted his crossbow yet again, securing the last 3 firepots. I'll show you, you damn sea monster. With a roar, Jason's formidable crossbow accurately struck the nearest beast. However, having achieved 3 kills, he was beginning to feel fatigued. The creature's screams echoed in his mind, leaving him dizzy and completely deaf. Quickly assessing his surroundings, he noticed some crossbowmen had succumbed to the overwhelming sonic assault of the sea monsters. He crawled to the nearest crossbow, adjusted its angle, and secured the firepots once more, launching another bolt. This time, it missed its target, but the massive projectile tore through a nearby ship from the Iron Isles, the explosion of 3 firepots obliterating the vessel and its crew into fragments. The green wildfire spread across the surrounding sea, engulfing nearby ships in its wrath. Just as Jason prepared to fire again, a 100-meter-long sea monster suddenly emerged from beneath the watchtower, its colossal head nearly the size of a room. Startled, Jason instinctively released the giant crossbow, striking the colossal sea creature squarely on its massive head. The agonizing pain sent the beast into a frenzied thrash, its numerous tentacles wreaking havoc as they shattered the watchtower. Jason, clinging desperately to the crossbow, was swept away by the creature's flailing appendages, plunging into the nearby sea, his fate uncertain. Many of his comrades were mercilessly torn apart by the creature's tentacles, while the remaining wildfires erupted violently, engulfing the already crumbled watchtower, transforming the steep cliffs into a great green candle. This inferno simultaneously ignited the giant sea monster's tentacles. At last, the dragon Apollos arrived, his formidable size nearing 40 meters, with a wingspan exceeding 100 meters, marking him as a robust adult dragon. Without a moment's hesitation, Apollos unleashed a torrent of searing golden copper flames upon the monstrous sea creature, igniting its massive head and several tentacles in a display reminiscent of exploding fireworks. The creature, already battling the wildfires that plagued it, went berserk upon being struck by Apollos' dragonfire, disregarding the flames consuming its body. It lashed out with its enormous tentacles, attempting to ensnare Apollos, causing the surrounding waters to churn violently. Meanwhile, the dark clouds above roiled ominously, pressing down on the sky. After expelling his fiery breath, Apollos intended to crush the creature's skull with his immense strength, only to find the sea monster's response alarmingly swift. To evade the creature's dreadful tentacles, Apollos ascended into the air, aware that the ocean was the domain of these behemoths, demonstrating the wisdom of a sagacious dragon in avoiding peril. Swift Anthelos, capitalizing on his speed, surged to the surface, seizing one of the already ignited sea monsters. He opened his massive jaws and unleashed a torrent of dragonfire upon its head. Despite the creature flailing its 30 to 40 meter long tentacles, it quickly ascended to Anthelos' form. However, the searing flames rendered the creature nearly incapacitated, its strength diminished. In no time, the majority of its head was charred beyond recognition, prompting Anthelos to bite down decisively, invigorated by the magical essence coursing through him. Within mere moments, the sea monster was reduced to a few remaining tentacles, plummeting into the depths of the ocean. Arriving belatedly, the red dragon Zimelos radiated a scorching aura, her crimson scales resembling flames in full blaze. She opened her cavernous maw and unleashed a thunderous roar that echoed across the water's surface, stirring up titanic waves. Beneath her, a fearsome sea monster emerged from the abyss. The sea monster, colossal in size, measured an astonishing 50 meters in length, its surface cloaked in a layer of viscous black armor. Its tentacles, akin to robust ropes, flailed menacingly through the ocean depths. The creature's eyes gleamed with a sinister green light, exuding a chilling aura of malice. A dozen stout tentacles, each measuring 50 to 60 meters, mercilessly coiled around the dragon. Shemoros. In a fiery display, Shemoros unleashed a torrent of crimson flames, engulfing the creature's appendages in an instant. Following this, Shemoros dove down, seizing the monster's massive head in a powerful grip. Without any superfluous movement, Shemoros's formidable jaws crushed the creature's skull with a single, forceful bite. Subsequently, she scorched the sea monster to a perfect medium rare with her dragon flames before ascending into the air to relish her octopus feast. Meanwhile, Apollos launched another assault. He plunged downwards, his razor-sharp claws aimed at the sea monster with lethal precision. The creature, undeterred, retaliated with several tentacles that swiftly ensnared the dragon, ensnaring Apollos's legs and exerting tremendous force in an attempt to drag him into the depths. Apollos struggled fiercely, flames erupting from his maw, igniting the giant tentacles and filling the air with the enticing aroma of grilled octopus, even reaching those hidden beneath the dock. The sea monster let out a deep, agonizing roar, and its remaining tentacles lashed out at Apollos. The dragon adeptly maneuvered through the air, narrowly avoiding several blows that left him momentarily disoriented. With a desperate flap of his wings, Apollos managed to lift the colossal monster from the ocean's surface, his sharp claws nearly tearing through the ensnaring tentacles. However, at that moment, other sea monsters began to converge. Aside from the 3 that had been slain and the 2 already hunted by Shemoros, there were still 20 more of varying sizes lurking outside the old town's dock. These octopus monsters feasted on the corpses drifting on the surface while swimming towards the old town. In the air, the bronze messenger, Antelos, reluctantly discarded the remains of the monster he had partially consumed, drawn instead to the enticing heads of the other sea creatures. With a burst of speed, Antelos darted like an arrow towards another medium-sized sea monster. The onlookers from afar witnessed a swift bronze silhouette gliding across the water's surface, as Antelos successfully captured yet another tentacled beast, which measured over 40 meters in length, lifting it into the air. Despite the smooth, slimy exterior of the octopus monster, Antelos's claws penetrated effortlessly, securing its grip. In a short while, the orange-hued, slightly purple-glossed flames of Antelos roasted the creature's head to perfection. In less than a quarter of an hour, she devoured the entirety of his head, discarding the remaining tentacles into the ocean, and thus commenced her next hunting expedition. Meanwhile, the formidable queen, Shemoros, had also consumed an entire sea monster. Satiated by the exquisite flavors, the great dragon lowered her flight altitude. However, unlike the timid and cautious Antelos, Shemoros sought out only the most colossal of prey. Soon, a gigantic sea creature, attempting to extinguish the green flames engulfing it with mud near the ruins of a watchtower, caught Shemoros' attention. This monster's tentacles stretched a remarkable 80 to 90 meters, perfectly suiting Shemoros' desires. Although not as swift as Antelos, the dragon's speed, albeit slower, rivaled that of a modern aircraft. With several powerful lunges, Shemoros swiftly approached the beast. Sensing impending doom, the sea creature began to lash out with its tentacles towards Shemoros. Yet, facing the robust Shemoros, even this colossal creature posed little threat. As she deftly evaded the creature's assaults, she unleashed her searing dragon flames. The tentacles, struck by the fiery breath, emitted a sizzling sound akin to roasting meat, and a delectable aroma filled the air. Seizing the moment while the sea monster writhed in pain, Shemoros' sharp claws seized its head. She ascended into the sky, causing the tentacles of several ambushing sea monsters to miss their target. This time, Shemoros could not wait to roast the creature. Instead, she savagely crushed its skull, savoring the smooth explosion of flavors. Nevertheless, the resilient octopus tentacles were still best enjoyed when properly cooked. Meanwhile, Apessos, entangled in a fierce struggle with a titanic sea monster exceeding 100 meters in length, had managed to lift it from the water's surface. However, the monster's thick tentacles ensnared his neck. While the combat prowess of the sea creatures paled in comparison to that of dragons, their strength was formidable. Several tentacles, each over 100 meters long, constricted around Apessos, eliciting a roar of pain from him. Though Apessos' explosive dragon flames had nearly cooked the entire body of the massive sea creature, it stubbornly clung to him. Yet, the thickness of Apessos' scales surpassed that of ordinary dragons, adorned with sharp spines. As the tentacles tightened around him, they were pierced by his formidable spikes, making it difficult for the giant monster to maneuver its appendages. Its head and the majority of its tentacles had been almost entirely roasted by Apessos' relentless flames. Even now, its survival could only be attributed to the grace of the submerged deity. However, no matter how large or resilient the monster, it remained a flesh and blood entity. Under the continuous onslaught of Apesos's dragon flames, the creature's head was finally reduced to charred remains. The tentacles entwined around Apollos were severed by his sharp dragon claws, leaving several of them torn apart. Having vanquished the largest of the sea monsters, Apollos let out an exhilarated roar. He transported the colossal creature's carcass to a massive reef near the watchtower, where he began to feast. With his keen claws, he effortlessly tore into the monster's flesh, which was nearly charred from the flames. Thus, he could consume it directly. However, as he indulged, his vigilant eyes remained fixed on the tumultuous sea, wary of the other monsters still stirring in the stormy waters. With both watchtowers destroyed by the beasts, the iron chains meant to secure the river were now unguarded. The monstrous tentacles swiftly tore apart the thick cables securing the river. Freed from this constraint, the remaining 70 or 80 longships of the Iron Isles, accompanied by the excited howls of the Iron Folk, surged into the old town's dock. Count Jaehaerys could not help but feel perplexed at the sight of the seemingly deserted old town. Where were the numerous large ships? They must have fled down the Honeywine River, remarked Ganzer Gobel, pointing to the evidently widened and deepened river channel. It seemed that Princess Daniera had indeed demonstrated her prowess, having enhanced the town's defenses remarkably within just half a year. Henceforth, we must tread with greater caution. Count Jaehaerys and the leaders of several other noble families nodded in agreement. However, Veiros remained unconcerned, commanding Rhodes to let the sea monsters dismantle the defenses at the old town dock. In the face of overwhelming power, no defense could withstand. Like a bloated corpse, Rhodes sounded the sea monster horn once more, summoning the creatures still engaged in battle with the 3 colossal dragons at the dock. Their immense forms generated towering waves as they advanced. Yet under Rhodes' command, some tentacles managed to steady the longships of the Iron Isles, which were on the verge of capsizing. The immense waves ruthlessly shattered most of the piers at the Old Town dock, surging relentlessly toward the newly erected Dragonstone defensive walls, only to be thwarted by the solid and formidable barriers. At this juncture, Rog presided over the scene, confronting the audacious Iron Folk and their deep-sea behemoths. Accustomed to coexisting with dragons, Rog felt no fear. Rather, his eyes sparkled with bloodthirsty excitement. The giant crossbows atop the old town walls far surpassed those on the watchtowers, and the stockpiled wildfire was many times more abundant. The defending troops had witnessed the splendid achievements of their comrades at the watchtower. Thus, they were confident in their ability to vanquish the sea monsters and the Iron Isles fleet. Once the Iron Isles fleet and the sea monsters came within range, Rog unhesitatingly commanded the launch of the giant crossbows. Hundreds of colossal crossbows, bound with wildfire, unleashed a relentless barrage upon the sea monsters and the Iron Islands fleet. In an instant, 4 or 5 sea creatures were struck in the head, and the verdant flames of wildfire engulfed them entirely. Several longships of the Iron Islands met a similar fate, pierced by the enormous bolts. The explosive wildfire, akin to a green demon, swiftly ignited both the vessels and the Ironborn aboard. Even the crossbows that had expended their ammunition ignited the surface of the sea with emerald flames. Neither the sea monsters nor the Iron Islands fleet dared to approach those infernal spots lightly. Chapter 252. The sudden eruption of magical tides cursed flames. What in the world is this green fire? Is it fire magic? At this rate, we shall inevitably perish beneath this accursed inferno. The bewildered leaders of the Ironborn roared in anger at the terrifying wildfire. Thus far, they had not even set foot on the docks of Old Town. Yet they had already suffered the loss of over 40 longships and 1,000 warriors, a catastrophic blow the Iron Islands fleet had never encountered before. This was wildfire, a dreadful flame conjured by alchemists. There is nearly nothing in existence that can extinguish it, save for burying it in sand. You have witnessed its might, rivaling that of a dragon's breath, yet it can be wielded by anyone. This is yet another formidable weapon in the arsenal of House Targaryen, the worldly wise Ganser explained, casting a glance at the stoic leader, Veiros. Therefore, was it truly wise for us to provoke House Targaryen so brazenly? Veiros, maintaining his icy demeanor, spoke with unwavering tone and expression. We revere the drowned god, who bestows upon us the strength to render the Ironborn immortal. Do not forget, the dead do not perish. They shall rise again, and with greater ferocity. At this, Veiros' voice rose in fervor, and the remaining Ironborn joined in a collective chant. The dead do not perish. The dead do not perish. Only Count Drago and a few other noblemen exchanged furtive glances, silently communicating their unease. Within the subterranean space of Old Town, nearly all the residents had sought refuge. By the flickering candlelight, Families clutched their most treasured possessions close to their chests. Thanks to the guidance and order maintained by the Old Town garrison and the faction of mages led by Daenerys, despite the throng of people, the atmosphere remained surprisingly orderly. Upon assuming control of Old Town, Daenerys had initiated a new household registration system in collaboration with the garrison and the Starry Hall. The town was divided into 8 districts based on the conditions of the various islands, each equipped with independent churches, free schools cooperated by the church and the academy, administrative offices, and local security teams. Within each district, a further subdivision into street offices has been established. Each street office comprises the smallest administrative unit of the Old Town, formed by 10 households who collectively elect a leader responsible for disseminating policies from the higher authorities and supervising the members of the unit. Moreover, the Old Town's militia has instituted a stringent system of collective responsibility, which has markedly improved public safety. Those who seek to sow discord or exploit the chaos find it increasingly difficult to establish a foothold here. Any such individuals are swiftly reported by the residents and apprehended by the security team, facing a fate that either leads them to the desolate Great Wall or to the labor camps of the Stone Steppes archipelago. Consequently, over the course of several months, the administrative efficiency of the entire Old Town has significantly increased. Each mass relocation has effectively validated the efficacy of the new household registration system, as hundreds of thousands of residents transitioned from ground level to the underground space in less than an hour. This rapid movement is attributed to the residents' prior knowledge of their designated refuge zones. Upon the issuance of the relocation order by the command center, district heads promptly communicated the information to the street offices, which in turn relayed it to the group leaders. Under the leaders' guidance, the 10 households swiftly accessed their reserved escape routes, leading them into the pre-assigned underground spaces with remarkable efficiency. Basic necessities had already been stockpiled in these exclusive sheltered areas, ensuring regular replenishment unless unforeseen circumstances arose. The militia conducts daily inspections of the geographical spaces, and any individuals who dare to defy the directives face severe repercussions. "Mother, why do I feel so hot?" inquired a lovely young girl with striking gray-white hair and blue-violet eyes, as she gently caressed her racing heart. Her mother, a beautiful middle-aged woman with golden hair and blue eyes, quickly placed her right hand on the girl's forehead, relieved to find it cool. Yet she tenderly scooped her daughter into her arms, whispering comfortingly, "Oh, my Layla, perhaps we were hasty in our journey, causing you to feel overheated. Rest a moment, and you will be fine. Here, have some water, it will make you feel better." Other children nearby began to exhibit similar symptoms. The eldest son, now 17, also bore silver hair, but shared his mother's striking blue eyes. "Mother, the temperature in this underground space is quite low, and it is cooling outside. We shouldn't be feeling hot," he exclaimed. "Moreover, I sense my heartbeat quickening since we arrived in this subterranean realm." "Indeed, mother, I share your sentiment," echoed the 14-year-old daughter, a radiant beauty with golden hair and blue-violet eyes. "I feel as though a terrifying force is washing over my body." Immediately following, the 12-year-old second son and the 10-year-old youngest son also exhibited similar symptoms. All of his children, without exception, possessed silvery white hair, their pupils predominantly a blend of blue and violet hues. Concurrently, beneath the towering tower, Amolos was taken aback as she gazed at the fish liang tree. For an overwhelming surge of crystalline magical energy began to emanate from its upper branches. This tidal wave of potent magic continuously flowed into Amolos, and the 5 dragon eggs nestled beneath her. With the infusion of this energy, Amolos felt as though she had transformed into a blazing inferno, rapidly digesting the numerous plump sheep she had consumed that morning. It seemed as if her metabolic rate had accelerated exponentially. In merely a quarter of an hour, she found herself experiencing a gnawing hunger. A similarly perplexing phenomenon unfolded on Raven Island within the academic city. Scholar Rue, who was meticulously monitoring the hatching of the white raven eggs, discovered to his astonishment that dozens of eggs before him simultaneously cracked open. Goodness, they were not yet due for hatching. How could this occur so suddenly? As he grappled with this bewilderment, several apprentices responsible for hatching other ravens rushed in, panic-stricken, to report, "Scholar Rue, all the raven eggs have hatched at once." "What did you say?" "All of them." "Indeed, esteemed scholar. Every single one, including those not yet due for hatching." Had Rhaenyra been present, she would have sensed a powerful magical tide emanating from the center of Old Town. At that moment, all the fish liang trees began to fervently absorb the dissipating magic, converting it into pure energy that radiated outward. The roots of the fish liang trees, delving deeper into the earth, sought and drew forth even greater reservoirs of energy. This was the reason behind the premature hatching of the ravens and white ravens. As the magical tide surged, the ravens on Raven Island erupted into excited calls. Being inherently more sentient creatures, they could distinctly feel a wondrous energy continuously infusing their beings, facilitating a profound metamorphosis in their life essence. Within the Scholar's Tower, Rhaenyra had left 12 white raven eggs to incubate. Just days prior, only 2 had hatched, but now the remaining 10 had all successfully emerged. This left the elderly scholar, who had been joyfully tending to the 2 fledgling white ravens, utterly astonished, his eyes widening in disbelief. Quack! The 2 fledglings, seemingly sated moments ago, had their crop rapidly diminish and desperately opened their mouths wide, demanding sustenance from the elderly scholar. Much like Scholar Rue on Raven Island, the old scholar became a devoted caretaker, tirelessly slicing fresh meat to nourish the insatiable raven chicks. Beneath the towering spire beside the fishlamut, the colossal dragon Amolos felt the influx of a refreshing magical force more acutely. The cool energy surged into her being like a torrential flood seeking release, invigorating her thoughts with an unprecedented clarity. However, the overwhelming magic also accelerated her metabolism to an alarming rate. At that moment, an insatiable hunger gnawed at her. Yet she dared not depart lightly. Beneath her, the 5 dragon eggs began to stir, resembling bottomless abysses that voraciously consumed the surrounding magical energy. This intensified the life force within the eggs, causing it to blaze with increasing vigor. Once the energy emanating from Fishnamu found an outlet, its endless roots intensified their frantic quest to seize the terrifying magic erupting from the subterranean space. Just as Amolos felt on the verge of fainting from hunger, the 5 dragon eggs finally began to crack. Before long, 6 dragonlings of varying hues and forms slowly emerged from their shells. Remarkably, these hatchlings were larger and more robust than typical newborn dragons, exhibiting extraordinary vitality. Such a rapid and simultaneous hatching of 5 dragon eggs had never transpired in the history of House Targaryen. Particularly astonishing was the emergence of the golden dragon and the little yellow dragon as twins from a single egg. In a moment of tenderness, the somewhat weakened Amolos gently kissed each of her offspring with her dragoness kiss, marking a departure from the norm. As dragons typically do not nurture their young in such a manner, perhaps, with the increase in dragons, all kinds of them would emerge. After sharing affectionate moments with each of her children, Amolos reluctantly took to the skies, heading towards the Old Town dock, for her hunger had become pressing. Meanwhile, in Whispering Bay, the 3 colossal dragons engaged in a fierce battle with sea monsters also sensed the vibrant tide of magical energy. As the magic coursed through him, Apollos felt the sea monster he had consumed rapidly digesting within him. Indeed, the newly enhanced metabolism allowed the dragon scales damaged in his earlier confrontation with the gigantic creature to swiftly mend. Thus, he hastened his feeding. In the skies, Antheels, who relished devouring the heads of sea monsters, had just finished her 3rd when she felt unexpectedly satiated. Yet, the sudden acceleration of her metabolism prompted her to consume the tentacles of the sea monster as well. Queen Hemoros, utilizing her formidable jaws, quickly devoured the 2nd sea monster she had captured. Nourished by the magical tide, she entered a state of exhilaration. Almost simultaneously, Antheels and Hemoros launched another assault on the sea monsters. Yet, this surge of magical tide simultaneously bestowed numerous advantages upon the sea monsters, as the vibrant magic coursed through their veins, invigorating their dormant powers. A formidable and chilling energy erupted suddenly from several colossal sea creatures, even causing the wild flames that danced upon their bodies to flicker weakly. Naturally, as the magic surged within them, these already ravenous beasts became increasingly bloodthirsty and frenzied. It seemed as though an instinctive drive compelled them to hasten towards the old town. Consequently, they wildly waved their tentacles, desperately gathering the corpses of iron citizens from the surface of the sea to satiate their insatiable hunger. Simultaneously, the sea monsters lost their previous fear of the flickering flames before them. A dozen of them, while frantically churning the waves, surged toward the old town's dock. With a screech, Amalotha's emerald dragon wings shimmered under the dim light, radiating a beauty akin to mother of pearl. Famished, she finally arrived at the old town dock. Without a moment's hesitation, she dove down and seized the first of the sea monsters from the depths. This creature measured an impressive 60 to 70 meters in length. Nourished by the suddenly unleashed magic, its temperament had become even more irritable and fierce, its strength markedly amplified. Thus, it ferociously wielded its tentacles, attempting to ensnare Amaloth. However, awaiting it was Amalotha's golden bronze dragon flame. The searing fire engulfed the creature, swiftly roasting its head. Yet, the tentacles that clung tenaciously to Amalotha's body continued to tighten their grip, causing cracks to appear in her robust scales, with many even flaking away. In pain, Amaloth bit down on the half-roasted head of the sea monster. The texture was exquisite, and the flavor delightful. Starved nearly to madness, Amaloth indulged in her feast high in the air, unable to wait for the creature to be fully cooked. Only after consuming a substantial portion of it did she feel a sense of relief. Thus, she feasted while swiftly returning to the dragon's lair of fish Liangmo. Upon her return, 6 newly hatched dragonlings cried out in hunger. Quickly, Amaloth tore the roasted tentacles into small pieces and placed them before the hatchlings. The aroma of the meat sent them into a frenzy as they eagerly pounced upon the morsels. The golden hatchling, being the strongest, pushed its siblings aside to be the first to savor its inaugural meal. Following closely were the fiery-tempered little red dragon, the agile little blue dragon, the grinning little white dragon, and the gentle little green dragon, all of whom managed to secure their share of the feast. After all, with the benevolent Amalrose by their side, their surroundings have become a veritable heap of meat, of all sizes and shapes, easily accessible without the need for competition. They can simply stretch their necks to reach it. The concentration of magical energy near the fishbeam tree is significantly greater than that of the dock area. And in the brief moment that Amalrose shares this bounty with her children, she finds herself growing ravenous once more. The appetites of the 6 young dragons seem insatiable, akin to bottomless pits, as they devour without pause. Chapter 254. The continued hunt. Since the 6 hatchlings emerged from their eggs, they can no longer absorb energy with the same fervor they possessed in their embryonic state, resulting in a greater influx of energy into Amalrose. Within mere moments, she senses that the sea creature within her has been almost entirely digested, a testament to the overwhelming surge of energy surrounding the fishbeam tree. Under the influence of this potent force, Amalrose's metabolism accelerates, leading to a rapid digestion process. This transformation brings immense benefits to Amalrose. Her scales grow thicker and denser. Her strength and speed enhance significantly, particularly her claws and teeth, which become markedly sharper. Swiftly, she tears apart a substantial portion of the sea creature. And feeling the pangs of hunger once more, she affectionately nuzzles her 5 offspring before letting out a resounding roar and soaring toward the old town dock. These sea creatures are a veritable feast for her and her young, each providing energy comparable to that of thousands of cattle and sheep. Under the ample nourishment of food and magical energy, the 6 hatchlings grow as if inflated like balloons, their scales hardening at a visibly rapid pace. Their wings soon brim with power, allowing them to awkwardly flap and leap farther than before. Meanwhile, the remaining dozen sea creatures at the old town dock, nourished by the magical tide, grow increasingly powerful and resistant to wildfires. After consuming all the corpses of the iron folk in the vicinity, they eagerly charge toward the dock, now completely dismissing the scattered wildfires that remain. Observing this, Jube promptly instructs the crossbowmen to affix more wildfires to their bolts and fire them frantically at the sea creatures. With a series of explosive sounds, a deluge of green wildfires engulfs the sea monsters, nearly enveloping half of the dock in fierce green flames. Cackling, several sea creatures are struck in the head. However, this time the crossbow and wildfires exhibit considerably diminished lethality against the magically empowered beasts. Even those hit in the head, though howling in agony from the flames, do not succumb as swiftly as before. Their bodies surged with a vibrant, chilling magic that not only accelerated the healing of their wounds, but also seemed to grant them remarkable immunity to fire-based damage. However, at this moment, Apollos and his companions had completely consumed the sea monsters they had captured. Empowered by the magic and the sustenance of the monster's flesh and blood, the dragons were in an extraordinary state. They immediately unfurled their wings and swiftly charged back towards the sea creatures. Anthelos, the swiftest among them, darted through the throng of monsters like a tempest, successfully seizing a 50-meter sea beast struck by a fire arrow to its head. The dragons were evidently aware that the sea monster's singular effective attack was their powerful tentacles. Thus, after Anthelos grasped the creature's massive head, she flapped her wings vigorously, making it difficult for the tentacles to cling to her. Simultaneously, she unleashed a relentless torrent of her searing dragon flame upon the monster's head. Although the creature's resistance to fire had significantly increased, it was still helpless against the intensified flames of the dragon. Soon, Anthelos incinerated the sea beast with her fiery breath, lifting it into the sky to feast upon her victory. The formidable Red Queen, Himoros, remained as commanding as ever. After voraciously consuming several sea monsters and being nourished by the magic tide, she felt an overwhelming surge of power within her. Without hesitation, she charged towards a colossal octopus that had climbed atop the Old Town pier. This octopus, measuring over 90 meters, was the largest of all the sea creatures. Its numerous tentacles, each nearing 100 meters in length, effortlessly shattered the pier's walkway. Despite the guards' desperate attempts, firing rockets and colossal crossbows imbued with fire, they could not halt its advance. As the tentacles threatened to crash against the defensive walls of the pier, the mighty red dragon Hemorrhoes dove down and pierced through its head, preparing to lift it into the air. However, this enormous sea monster, now ablaze with fire, deftly entwined its tentacles around Hemorrhoes. The wild flames quickly leapt onto her, and although dragons possess a natural resistance to fire, the ferocity of these flames could still inflict considerable harm. As the flames engulfed her, they sizzled against her scales. To make matters worse, one of the octopus's tentacles ensnared her wing, creating several gaping holes as the flames consumed it. Enraged and humiliated, Hemorrhoes unleashed a torrent of scorching crimson fire at the creature's head, causing it to wail in agony. Sensing the scent of charred flesh, Hemorrhoes eagerly opened her massive jaws, sinking them into the creature's skull. With a resounding crunch, the formidable Red Queen, Hemorrhoes, unleashed her razor-sharp dragon teeth, effortlessly shattering the head of the colossal sea monster. Yet, astonishingly, this behemoth did not succumb immediately. Instead, it desperately tightened its tentacles, ensnaring Hemorrhoes and hindering her ascent. Observing this, several other sea creatures charged recklessly toward her, seemingly intent on joining forces against Hemorrhoes. At that moment, Apessos, leveraging his physical prowess, surged forth, engaging with the few sea monsters that had reached the Old Town dock. He seized one of the unharmed creatures, measuring around 70 to 80 meters in length. Golden dragon flames enveloped the beast, eliciting anguished cries. Although its formidable strength allowed it to latch onto Apessos, it was swiftly impaled by the hardened spines adorning his body. Apessos took to the skies, carrying the giant sea monster to a ruined watchtower, where he swiftly dispatched it, indulging in a feast thereafter. Meanwhile, Hemorrhoes had finally dealt with her own sea monster. Yet its powerful tentacles remained coiled around her, preventing her from taking flight. With no choice left, Hemorrhoes resigned herself to dining on the spot. However, more sea monsters soon approached, their tentacles flailing menacingly as they sought to ensnare her. Observing this from the city walls, the vigilant Roga ordered the crossbowmen to target the approaching creatures. These dragons were invaluable treasures of the Targaryen royal family, and any mishap must be avoided. Chapter 255. The monsters beneath Old Town. As the distance closed, the accuracy of the crossbowmen greatly improved. A significant portion of their bolts struck the advancing sea monsters. In a cacophony of explosions, green wildfires quickly engulfed them. Though the sea monsters had developed considerable resistance to the wildfires, the sheer scale of the destruction wrought by the flames and crossbows ultimately silenced them. At this juncture, Hemorrhoes had consumed a substantial portion of the defeated creature's head. To evade the rampant wildfires threatening to touch her, she dragged the giant sea monster's carcass away, rolling and crawling to safety. However, in that brief moment, the remaining 6 sea monsters had already arrived at the dock. Their towering tentacles loomed over the Old Town walls, instilling fear in the soldiers stationed there, causing their legs to tremble. Even Roga, accustomed to grand spectacles, found himself swallowing hard. "We can do this, we can do this," Roga repeated silently to himself, reminding himself that the majority of the 20-plus sea monsters had already been vanquished. The remaining 6 posed little threat. "Brothers, let us load as much wild fire onto the crossbows as we can. Only a few remain. Let us return them to their deity of the depths." The crossbowmen, having already vanquished numerous sea monsters, now faced their foes with a courage that starkly contrasted with their initial trepidation, swiftly adjusting their colossal crossbows and igniting them with wildfire. Their eyes blazed with fervor as they focused on the 6 imposing sea creatures charging towards them. At the very moment the monster's tentacles slammed against the city walls, a barrage of crossbow bolts, laden with wildfire, was unleashed. The air was filled with the cacophony of impacts and explosions as the bolts struck, igniting the wildfire in a thunderous roar. In that instant, several tentacles lashed mercilessly against the Old Town's dock walls. Though the sea monsters were engulfed in searing flames, their colossal appendages still wreaked havoc, shattering significant sections of the structure. Fortunately, the walls were constructed from resilient Dragonstone, and though they were cracked, they did not collapse entirely. Sadly, several soldiers fell victim to the tentacles, and a few crossbows were obliterated. The most severe damage occurred in storage areas, where numerous wildfire canisters were ruptured, triggering a series of cataclysmic explosions. The flaming wildfire not only ignited the sea monster's tentacles, but also consumed many of the old town's defenders. A stretch of the city walls was soon engulfed in the green inferno, leading to the tragic demise of several hundred nearby soldiers. Jorge hastily led the surviving defenders to the subterranean chambers. Given the current circumstances, it seemed the sea monster horde had nearly been annihilated. Even if they managed to evade this onslaught of wildfire, the dragons would not spare them, with the walls enveloped in flames. The Ironborn would find it impossible to mount an attack on the city. Meanwhile, the 6 sea monsters, ignited by wildfire, rampaged frantically across the old town's dock, their immense tentacles shattering the Dragonstone pavement beneath them. Some sections of the walls could not withstand the relentless battering and crumbled. However, the Dragonstone reduced to a molten state under the wildfire's assault, forcing several sea monsters to flee desperately towards the ocean. Amoros returned to the dock, only to find that nearly all the sea monsters had been rendered unrecognizable. Without hesitation, she seized one of the singed creatures and devoured it ravenously. Her hunger overshadowed any concern for the remnants of wildfire still clinging to the corpse. Remarkably, as a dragon, she was indeed a creature of fire. The terrifying flames were absorbed into her being without consequence. Although the wildfire on the sea monster was significantly diminished, it remained a fearsome presence. Amorlos, after devouring the wildfires, felt a considerable sense of satisfaction, which alleviated her hunger significantly. Thus, she hastened her swallowing speed and, in less than 15 minutes, completely consumed the carcass of the sea monster. Without delay, she dashed toward another sea creature, lively despite being scorched by the wildfires, positioned before the old town's walls. The majority of this creature's tentacles were ablaze, and half of its head was charred black. However, nurtured by the tides of magical energy, it stubbornly clung to life. Amorlos unleashed a torrent of searing dragon fire upon the relatively intact portion of its head, sending it irrevocably to the abode of the drowned god. She then seized the creature and lifted it skyward, continuing her feast. At that moment, the colossal dragon, Himelos, had also finished devouring the gigantic sea monster. Perhaps bolstered by the nurturing magic of the tides and the high-quality energy provided by the sea creature, she had nearly recovered from the damage inflicted by the wildfires, with even the holes burned into her wings significantly reduced. This showcased her remarkable regenerative abilities. Soon after, Antelos and Apesos returned, slaying the remaining 2 lively sea monsters and dragging them away. After devouring 2 of the wildfire-afflicted creatures, Amorlos finally felt satiated and seized the lifeless, charred carcass of a sea monster from the ocean to offer to her offspring. The crew aboard the Iron Island sea monster ship, witnessing the annihilation of all the sea monsters, were gripped by a cold sweat, even the bravest among them. Over 20 sea monsters had been vanquished. The wildfires were indeed terrifying, and those few dragons seemed utterly invincible. Count Duke's hand trembled as he clutched the Valyrian sword, Red Rain. The towering Gonsur instinctively tightened his grip on his Valyrian twin hammers, the meteoric hammer. The priest of the drowned god, Rhodes, continued to sound the haunting horn of the sea monster, while Viorose, his expression brimming with excitement, gazed towards the direction of the surging magical tides, clearly sensing their approach. It is coming. The others looked quizzically in the direction Viorose was staring. What is coming? At this moment, the clouds above the old town had darkened to an alarming degree, seemingly pressing down towards the earth. Suddenly, the entire old town and the surrounding sea began to tremble violently. The ocean, which had only just settled after the sea monster's tumult, became increasingly tumultuous. Meanwhile, the subterranean space beneath the old town began to shake violently without warning, causing the residents hiding below to erupt in cries of alarm, though they felt as though their very essence had been drained, rendering even their screams nearly voiceless. Cracks snaked across the streets above the old town like a monstrous serpent, spreading ominously. As a heavy rumbling echoed, the very heart of the subterranean realm appeared to be forcefully torn apart by an invisible giant hand. A viscous, inky black gas surged forth from the depths, within which a colossal figure writhed ominously. Chapter 256. This world is utterly insane. Just as Amolos returned to her dragon lair with the sea monster, a profoundly malevolent force erupted from the center of the old town, causing her scales to bristle involuntarily. With little time to spare, she hastily flung the young dragons onto her back and seized the corpse of the sea creature, swiftly fleeing in the direction of King's Landing. By this point, the young dragons had miraculously grown to half a meter in size after devouring a portion of the monster's remains, cowering on Amelos's back like frightened kittens, paralyzed by the terror of that formidable power. The comfort of a mother dragon is indeed a source of security for the hatchlings. Meanwhile, the three-headed dragon, Apeisos, which had been indulging at the Old Town Pier, ceased its feast and took to the skies, warily observing the bizarre black gas emerging from the heart of the town. Only the large-headed dragon, Shimelos, continued to munch on the remnants of the sea creature, glancing up occasionally. Accompanying the black mist were dozens of enormous tentacles, each over 200 meters long, slick with mucus, rough, and adorned with menacing spikes. They slowly extended, resembling beasts in search of prey, wherever they touched the ground. Stones were effortlessly crushed. These tentacles, as though endowed with eyes, obliterated every structure within reach, as if their innate purpose was to wreak havoc, a born harbinger of destruction. Incapable of tolerating any semblance of beauty or order, some affluent families, defying the gentle reminder to seek refuge underground, found themselves ensnared by the probing tentacles, impaled like candied hawthorn on a stick. Soon after, a massive form gradually materialized from the black fog, an abominable mass, grotesquely contorted, seemingly stitched together from a multitude of corpses. Its surface grotesque with repulsive textures and protrusions that would make any ordinary person faint with dizziness. The stench emanating from it was indescribable, surpassing that of decaying flesh, more pungent than a cesspit, and fouler than spoiled fish and shrimp. Most inhabitants of the subterranean space were rendered unconscious by the noxious fumes, which, in a twisted sense, was a stroke of fortune. They would not have to witness the ensuing hellish spectacle. The creature was adorned with countless enormous, protruding eyes that flickered with an eerie luminescence, seemingly capable of penetrating the souls of humans and animals alike, transcending the boundaries of time and space to strike at the very core of one's being. Those within a several-kilometer radius, humans and livestock alike, were irresistibly drawn towards it, including the scholars hiding in the academic city and the followers of the Starlight Sanctuary, who, upon feeling its gaze, stumbled forward in a dazed trance towards the monstrosity. However, those in proximity to the fishbeam would remain unaffected, as did those in the subterranean realm. As the creature emerged from the depths, a deafening roar erupted from its throat, a piercing sound that shattered the glass of nearby buildings. A tempestuous wind arose with its emergence, swirling dust and debris into chaos. The streets trembled and crumbled beneath the monstrous writhing. After a quarter of an hour, the behemoth fully surfaced, a grotesque mass resembling a patchwork of decaying flesh, towering several hundred meters high. Meanwhile, in the distant ruins of the ancient Guvaleria, a figure of ethereal grace was shrouded in a soft golden light, obscuring his true form. Yet, the rooftop garden where he resided was a paradise, filled with the sweet melodies of birds and fragrant blossoms. Beside him lay a pitch-black dragon. This world is indeed rife with filth, since fate has intertwined with her. Let us assist that young girl once more. With that thought, he flicked a golden ring into the air. Little Rafa, I must take my leave. Should you feel bored, seek out that intriguing young girl. At this moment, the old town was on the brink of annihilation as the monstrosity, akin to a denizen of hell, rolled its hideous, repulsive form, obliterating the surface structures of the old town in an instant. The sea, from the heart of the old town to the dock, had been entirely leveled by the beast. The vast harbor appeared to the creature as nothing more than a colossal bathtub. When it jumped in with a resounding splash, it unleashed towering waves that surged hundreds of meters high, capsizing every vessel moored there, including the fleet that had roused it from slumber. The crowds spilling from the starry cathedral and the academic city found themselves ensnared by the creature's tentacles, akin to skewered candy. They were promptly delivered to its gaping maw, swallowed with a crunch. At this moment, Antelos and his two dragons had already taken to the skies in terror. However, when Professor Wiggin ventured nearby, Antelos, perhaps influenced by Daniela's feelings for her kin, recklessly plunged downward in an attempt to prevent him from approaching the monster. But despite her speed, she was ensnared by the creature's tentacle before she could reach Wiggin. The immense appendage threatened to crush her bones, prompting Antelos to unleash a torrent of dragon fire, igniting a significant portion of the tentacle. In pain, the tentacle flung Antelos away. This strike was severe, were it not for the current magical tide, which enhanced the dragon's recovery. It seemed Antelos might perish on the spot. In the high skies, Apollos and Shimelos, witnessing Antelos being attacked, wasted no time in launching an assault on the creature's grotesque form. Twin streams of searing dragon fire mercilessly engulfed the hideous mass, causing it to writhe in agony, rolling in the bay and generating towering waves. The monstrous creature brandished its numerous tentacles wildly towards the two colossal dragons, yet they deftly evaded the onslaught. Simultaneously, the dragons ignited several of its tentacles. However, the beast's strength was overwhelmingly formidable, and soon, both Abosos and Himelos found themselves ensnared by its massive appendages. Just as this grotesque entity prepared to strike down the dragons, a gigantic golden hoop descended from the sky, encircling the creature's head. In an instant, a resplendent golden light erupted, causing the hideous, filthy, and foul-smelling monster to begin dissolving at a visibly rapid pace. As the creature disintegrated, a vibrant golden energy permeated the old town's dock. Amolos, who had retreated a considerable distance, succumbed to the allure of this energy and returned with her offspring, severely wounded. Anthalos absorbed the golden energy, instantly mending her injuries. She hurriedly took flight towards Vigan, only to discover that the old man was left with merely half of his body, his legs severed by the monster's spiked tentacles. Had it not been for the sudden surge of golden energy, he would have surely perished, though he remained in a precarious state. Chapter 257. The Dragon's Fortune under the nurturing influence of this golden energy. Anthalos not only swiftly regained her former self, but also continued to be inundated by a steady influx of this potent force. It facilitated the rapid digestion and absorption of the remnants of the sea monster within her. In less than a quarter of an hour, Anthalos had noticeably expanded, and the golden energy was actively transforming and enhancing her dragon lineage. Overwhelmed by the intensity of this formidable energy, Anthalos could not suppress a long cry of both pain and exhilaration. Soon, her hunger surged as the remnants of the sea monster were fully consumed, prompting her to rush towards the nearby remains of other sea creatures, devouring them voraciously. As she feasted, the scales on Anthalos's body hardened and thickened at a remarkable pace, and her single-clawed forelimbs gradually evolved into 3 claws, showing a tendency for further differentiation. This demonstrated the immense impact of the golden energy on dragons. A mere celestial golden hoop had dramatically altered the course of events. Within a brief span of 15 minutes, the grotesque creature, ensnared by the hoop, had shrunk by more than half its size. Its eerie and terrifying energy had been transformed into golden energy that dissipated into the surroundings. Had it not been for this divine intervention, the entire old town would have likely been consumed by the hideous monster. Yet, now its once ominous energy became a nourishing source for the old town. Indeed, sometimes the twists of fate arrive with astonishing suddenness. The once feeble sea monsters, on the brink of demise, began to regain a semblance of vitality, nourished by this newfound energy. Their charred bodies, scorched by wildfires and dragon flames, started to sprout fresh flesh at an astonishing rate. The magical energy within them grew increasingly potent. Sensing this, Anthalos swiftly darted towards them, as these sea monsters represented vital sustenance for her rapid growth. At this moment, Anthalos had undergone a profound transformation, significantly enhancing her combat prowess. Her razor-sharp claws could effortlessly rend the sea monsters apart. The dragon flame, elevated in temperature by nearly 1,000 degrees, roasted one of the sea monsters alive. By the time Anthalos consumed it, the creature was still clinging to life. Thus, at times, an overly tenacious vitality may not be a blessing. Under the influence of the golden binding, even though its size had drastically diminished, the grotesque monster's terrifying tentacles still wielded tremendous lethal force. Both Abosos and Himelos had unfortunately been pierced through by its onslaught. Abosos bore a gaping wound, several meters long, across his chest and neck. Although the golden energy prompted the wound to writhe in a desperate attempt at self-healing, the monster's tentacles continued to thrash violently within the injury, eliciting a desperate, anguished wail from Abosos. The pain and fury ignited his already volatile temperament, driving him to unleash dragon flames at the grotesque creature while fiercely clawing at the tentacles that ensnared him. In a frenzied struggle, Abosos managed to sever several of the monster's tentacles. However, the horrific injuries ultimately forced him to lower his head in defeat, his breaths growing shallow. At this juncture, the golden energy, which sustained his life, felt almost cruel. Himelos fared slightly better, although her injuries were severe, with most of her neck nearly broken. She was fortunate enough to bite through one of the monster's tentacles, liberating herself from its grasp. Overwhelmed by excruciating pain, Himelos's rage surged, and under the nurturing of the golden energy, she unleashed a scorching torrent of crimson dragon flames upon the severed but still writhing tentacle, reducing it to charcoal. While the golden energy worked swiftly to mend her wounds, she could still sense the flicker of her life force diminishing. At times, divine powers truly falter against fate. Despite having successfully defied destiny with Daenerys' aid, they found themselves confronted with an even graver crisis than their original history had foretold. This time, they lacked the fortune to seize the belated opportunity for change. However, at that moment, an overwhelming surge of golden energy seemed to sense something. Rushing frantically towards the abdomen of Himelos, 5 golden energy vortices swiftly formed around her midsection. The golden dragon King Talarkas, accompanied by Amoros and her offspring, made her triumphant return to the Old Town dock. The surging golden energy prompted both her and the 6 hatchlings to emit exhilarating and resonant dragon roars. It appeared that the hatchlings had absorbed this potent energy at birth, for under its influence, they had all undergone a transformation into 3-toed colossal dragons, their sizes significantly increased. The sea monster previously captured by Amoros had been mostly devoured along the way. She placed the 5 hatchlings atop the ruins of an abandoned watchtower and tore the remaining sea monster into small pieces to feed them. Famished, the hatchlings immediately began to scramble for their meal. The golden hatchling, the most robust of the group, pushed to the forefront. Its scales shimmered like pure gold, radiating a magnificent brilliance under the sunlight. Its golden vertical pupils exuded an air of majesty and dominance, while the lavender wings added an extra touch of elegance. It was likely that the future Sunflower would no longer be hailed as the mightiest of dragons. The death roar Valhalla, the green hatchling, possessed a gentle demeanor towards its siblings, yet its physique rivaled that of the golden hatchling, showcasing a sturdy and powerful build. Their horns were pronounced, and despite their recent birth, they had already developed numerous backward-facing spines, allowing the green hatchling to secure a favorable feeding position. The blue stormdigral, the blue hatchling, though slender, exhibited remarkable agility, effortlessly weaving between its 2 strongest brothers. The blue hatchling bore a striking resemblance to its mother, Amoros, with tightly packed scales and broad, powerful wings, indicating a future prowess in flight. Its tail was particularly robust. A single sweep could prove formidable. The smiling Angelophyral, the white hatchling, was the most dainty of the group, with exceptionally smooth scales. Naturally endearing to its siblings, it managed to secure a decent feeding spot. Judging by its size, the white hatchling was unlikely to become a formidable warrior, but as a mother dragon, its ability to reproduce would be its greatest strength. The fiery beast phoenix, the red female hatchling, was known for her volatile temperament and domineering nature. Unfortunately, her size was somewhat limited, although she was sturdier than the average dragon. She was merely of medium stature compared to her siblings. Despite her efforts to push forward, she found herself relegated to the periphery. Sharing this fate was the similarly sized yellow hatchling, which bore a resemblance to a pesos, with exceptionally thick scales and an abundance of spines, clearly suited for close combat. Nevertheless, among its siblings, it exhibited remarkable humility and refrained from competing for food. Instead, he silently approached the fringes. For the monstrous chunks of sea creature, there were ample enough to satiate his hunger. The Ravager Radamanthus, the Crimson Terror Ralphanes, and the chapter titled The Cycle of Life and Death, The Illusion of Rise and Fall. The 5 young dragons voraciously feasted, while fervently absorbing the surrounding golden energy. A third of the golden energy that permeated the Old Town dock was consumed by them. Perhaps their premature emergence was due to the energy that erupted from the subterranean space of the Old Town. Thus, their absorption of golden energy within a unit of time was comparable to that of the adult dragons like Amalros. By the time they had devoured the remains of the sea creature, the golden hatchlings had already grown to over a meter long, nearly matching the growth rate of ordinary dragons over several months. The other hatchlings were similarly advanced, with even the smallest white dragon approaching a meter in size. Their scales boasted a hardness surpassing that of typical dragons of their size, and their wings inherited their mother's superior genetics, proportionately larger than those of ordinary dragons. This would greatly enhance their future flight and agility. Moreover, the dragon claws on their wings were on the verge of evolving to 5. Their bloodlines nearing the pinnacle of the bipedal dragons. With enhanced bloodline, speed, and combat prowess, Amalros soon succeeded in capturing a sea creature that had mostly recovered. The energy contained within these surviving sea creatures had multiplied several times over, so after devouring a significant portion of the creature's head, Amalros felt her gnawing hunger diminish considerably. Upon returning with the remaining carcass for her young, she discovered they had completely consumed the previous small portion of the sea creature and were now gazing eagerly at the new catch brought back by Amalros. Amalros swiftly tore the sea creature into sizes manageable for her young ones. With their increased size, the task was now much easier for Amalros. Meanwhile, the grotesque monster held captive in the Old Town Bay had shrunk to a mere dozen meters in size. its appearance entirely transformed into a massive squid covered in eyes. Its numerous colossal tentacles had completely fallen away from its body. However, the golden radiance of the controlling aura had also receded, forming a simple golden ring that seemed to rest upon the squid's head. Terrified, the squid, now thoroughly frightened, disregarded all else and darted towards the depths of the water, seeking to escape this dreadful place. Just then, Antelos, who had recently dealt with a recovering sea creature, morphed into a copper-hued specter and leapt above the squid, swiftly grasping it with his claws and effortlessly lifting it from the water. The razor-sharp claws of Antelos swiftly carved a gaping wound into its body, while her searing golden dragon flames instantly engulfed the colossal squid. The creature emitted a pained wail, and then, in a desperate act, expelled a jet of thick, foul-smelling liquid from its interior. Caught off guard, Antelos released her grip, but not before tearing away a portion of the squid's body, which was adorned with numerous large, fear-filled eyes. With a single breath of dragon fire, Antelos seared this fragment before swiftly consuming it. As the wounded squid plummeted into the sea, it fought valiantly to escape towards the depths, leaving a vast expanse of black liquid spreading across the surface, obscuring its presence from Antelos, who was left with no choice but to allow its escape. Meanwhile, the gravely injured Himelos struggled to drag her battered form to the ruins of another watchtower, her abdomen's 5 whirlpools voraciously drawing in the golden energy that permeated the vicinity of the old town dock, nearly 5/10 of it being siphoned away. Alas, the unfortunate Abosos had succumbed to his severe injuries, slipping into unconsciousness and sinking towards the ocean floor. Upon witnessing this, Antelos hastily flew over, exerting herself to drag him onto the beach of the dock. She desperately nudged Abosos with her head, attempting to rouse him from his stupor, but her efforts proved futile. Although the rich golden energy had staunched the bleeding and facilitated the healing of his grievous wounds, Antelos could still perceive the flickering flame of his life dimming steadily. Feeling the rapid depletion of her companion's life force, Antelos let out a mournful dragon's cry, which prompted Amolos to pause in his feeding of his offspring, gazing blankly in the direction of Antelos before joining her in sorrowful lament. Meanwhile, Himelos could no longer concern herself with Abosos and the others, for her own life was nearing its end. Yet, she found solace in the knowledge that, aided by the immense golden energy, the dragon eggs within her had fully formed. With her last reserves of strength, Himelos laid 7 crimson dragon eggs, which, upon emergence, emitted a powerful gravitational pull, drawing all the golden energy from the surroundings of the old town dock. At that moment, apart from the sorrowful dragon cries of Antelos and Amolos, the old town dock fell into a profound silence. The oppressive black clouds that had loomed overhead began to dissipate, and the murky, gray waters gradually started to regain their azure brilliance. Rhaenyra hurriedly led the guards from their subterranean refuge to assess the situation, only to be met with a scene reminiscent of apocalyptic devastation. From the heart of the old town to the dock, the area has been reduced to mere ruins, with the waterfront nearly obliterated, save for the lingering wildfires casting a ghastly green glow. What ignited Roga's fury was the evident lifelessness of the dragon Apollos, who, despite Antelos's desperate calls, could not be roused from his slumber. Meanwhile, after emitting a high-pitched and defiant wail, Comoros also succumbed to eternal rest, unbeknownst to Roga. As golden energy converged upon the 7 crimson dragon eggs, a colossal dragon-like soul manifested within Apollos, merging with the golden energy and infusing one of the eggs. Shortly after Comoros closed her eyes, a similar dragon spirit emerged from within her, swiftly integrating into another egg. With a crack, as the 2 dragon souls fully assimilated into their respective eggs, the egg infused by Apollos dramatically shattered, giving birth to a joyous hatchling resembling the deceased dragon. This young dragon bore 5 toes upon its wings, yet apart from that, it mirrored the late Apollos, already adorned with soft, pointed spines upon birth. Not long after, another egg cracked open, releasing a red hatchling strikingly similar to the great-headed dragon Comoros, with its wings also boasting 5 toes, clearly surpassing Comoros in bloodline. The cycle of life and death, the rise and fall of empires, perhaps this is their rebirth in another guise. Chapter 259, the final confrontation at this moment. In the now calm bay of the old town, hundreds of iron folk managed to escape from the capsized longships. Most had suffered grave injuries prior, and without the assistance of that golden energy, they would surely have perished in the depths of the sea. Their remarkable swimming abilities also played a crucial role. Otherwise, even if they had survived, escaping the ocean's grasp would have been improbable. Thus, fate governs all, and not a whit can be controlled by man. While viewed from the perspective of the old town, these individuals were far from virtuous. However, in the face of death, morality becomes irrelevant. Survival hinges solely upon fortune and one's own capabilities. When the grotesque monster rampaged, anyone who had not been utterly slain miraculously survived as the golden energy spread. However, the ferocity of the beast in the bay was overwhelming, resulting in the demise of the vast majority of the Iron Folk, leaving only a couple of hundred survivors, most of whom were nobles from the sea monster's ranks. The Iron Isles had dispatched 100 longships, accompanied by 2,000 to 3,000 warriors and 2,000 oarsmen, representing a significant portion of their strength. Now, with such losses incurred, their situation is dire, and it may take decades for them to regain their former vitality. The old town, in contrast, fared somewhat better. Aside from the unfortunate residents consumed by grotesque monsters, as well as the practitioners and scholars, many members of the defense team who had survived the wildfires and the assault of sea creatures emerged unscathed, numbering at least 200 to 300. Of course, numerous lives were lost. The Old Town's guard alone accounted for no fewer than 300 casualties, not to mention the civilians and those affected by the subterranean upheaval. The Old Town suffered the loss of at least 3,000 souls. Yet, even in his frail state, with legs severed at the roots, Vaegant Targaryen persisted against the odds. On a damaged wooden frame of a colossal crossbow in the bay of the Old Town, the monster Terminator Jason slowly opened his weary eyes, only to be pleasantly surprised by his intact condition. Many of the defense team, severely burned by the flames or trapped beneath the rubble of the city walls, began to crawl out from the debris. Under the influence of golden energy, their wounds astonishingly healed. "Leader," Rhaenyra exclaimed, tears of joy welling in his eyes as he gazed upon his comrades who had narrowly escaped death. He rushed forward to embrace them warmly. The shared experience of surviving death and the aftermath deepened the bonds among these brothers. "Look, leader, many of those cursed Iron Folk have survived." On several capsized longboats in the bay, hundreds of Iron Folk were attempting to salvage the vessels on the verge of sinking. However, Rhaenyra was not inclined to grant them this opportunity. He hurriedly relayed a message to the Holy Flame fleet stationed at the Honeywine River. Simultaneously, he instructed the defense team to prepare for the impending Iron Folk landing operation. Although much of the dock's wall had been destroyed, a considerable amount of strategic supplies and crossbows remained intact, and now the Iron Folk were well within the range of their artillery. The Iron Folk, aware of the defensive maneuvers of the Old Town's guards, were led by Gonser, who placed his Valyrian double hammers on the floating planks and swiftly swam towards the shore, propelled by their buoyancy. "Let us not concern ourselves with those vessels for now. The guards will not afford us the luxury of time. To survive, we must first seize the Old Town and then return to the Honeywine River to reclaim some boats," he urged. Count Joagua echoed his sentiment. "Gonser is correct. The entire Old Town dock lies in ruins, and they likely have scant manpower left. We must take the Old Town first." Thus, the surviving Iron Folk surged toward the Old Town dock with haste. Only the drowned god Priest Rhodes remained, dazed, clutching his now silent sea monster horn and mumbling incessantly. "How could this happen? How could this happen?" Viros glanced at the utterly shattered Rhodes, but chose to remain silent. After laboriously shedding his heavy armor, he grasped his Valyrian sword and joined the others in their swift advance towards the Old Town dock. As the lamenting Anthelos and Amolos detected the presence of the hatching dragonlings from the Hemorrho's dragon egg, their cries subsided. Amolos swiftly soared toward the fallen Hemorrho's. En route, he cast a glance at the muttering Rhodes, sensing an aura akin to that of the previous monster emanating from him. In an instant, a blast of dragon flame reduced him to cinders, consuming both him and the shattered horn of the sea creature. Next, Amolos retrieved a grotesque tentacle from the ocean's depths and promptly arrived before Hemorrho's. Upon beholding the diminutive forms of Apesos and Hemorrho's, a profound bewilderment flickered in Amolos's large pupils. However, the recent surge of maternal instinct compelled her to roast the monstrous tentacle with her dragon fire, tearing it into morsels to present to the famished hatchlings. Though the two newly born creatures were yet unaware of fear, they instinctively sheltered beneath Hemorrho's wing as Amolos approached. However, the allure of sustenance proved too enticing, and they gradually emerged, indulging heartily. Unlike Amolos's offspring, these two were rather tempestuous, despite the ample portions she had prepared. They engaged in a fierce contest for the food, as if the very act of contention made it more delectable. Anthelos observed from the heights, maintaining a distance. In truth, dragons like Amolos, overflowing with maternal affection, were a rarity. Even the famously gentle Silverwing had never personally hatched and cared for her young. Should her progeny belong to a different faction, she would not hesitate to strike with ferocity. Such is the nature of Amolos, a testament to the diversity among dragons. Seeing the Iron Folk foolishly attempt to seize the old town, Rugga commanded his subordinates from the subterranean realm to emerge, equipping themselves with giant crossbows and bows. As the Iron Folk prepared to land, a torrential rain of arrows descended upon them, overwhelming their ranks. Of the few hundred who survived, nearly half were swiftly dispatched. By the time they struggled ashore, they found themselves encircled by the old town's defensive forces. Unbeknownst to them, a hidden subterranean space lay beneath the town, resulting in minimal losses for the defenders. While the grotesque creature had instilled terror, the true toll on the townsfolk was remarkably slight. One must commend the genius of those who constructed the underground space. Did they foresee such calamities befalling the old town? Chapter 260. Stalemate. The Iron Folk's last glimmer of hope was extinguished by Rugga in less than half an hour. The defenders of the old town disarmed them and confined them within a cell in the underground space. Rugga gazed at the 3 Valyrian weapons seized before him, his heart finally finding a flicker of solace. The Valyrian sword, Red Rain, belonging to House Targaryen, was said to have been won by an ancestor of the Targaryens through cunning and a wooden sword, wresting it from the grasp of a knight. Its obsidian blade bore blood-red stains resembling raindrops. It was rumored that the more foes it claimed, the more vivid these sanguine marks became. Night's Watch, the sword of Vagor, was as dark as ink, adorned with sporadic ripples, while its hilt, intricately carved from the bones of sea serpents, depicted a monstrous creature, embellished with 2 peculiar stones, one black and one white. This sword exuded a chilling aura, evoking a sense of dread. The pair of Valyrian war hammers, meteorites, seized from Gonser Gobbler, were immensely heavy, encased in fragments of meteorite, making them a strenuous endeavor even for someone of Rugga's formidable stature. Following the recent valuation at a Valyrian appraisal event, where Daenerys' auction propelled the prices of Valyrian weapons to unprecedented heights, these 3 spoils sufficed to compensate for the losses in Old Town. Yet, the thought of the fallen dragons stirred a pang of sorrow within the otherwise resolute Rugga. How shall I explain this to Her Highness the Princess? The 5 offspring of Ameloth swiftly vanquished a significant portion of the sea creature, yet due to their insatiable hunger, nourished by the golden energy, they remained ravenous. Ameloth was now devotedly tending to 2 newly hatched dragonlings. The 6 little ones, awaiting their mother's feeding, ventured out from the ruins on their own. The surface of the sea was still littered with grotesque tentacles from the monsters, and the potent energy emanating from them instantly captivated their attention. Thus, they raced eagerly towards the tentacles. "Leader, do you see those figures? Are they dragons?" One of Rugga's subordinates, organizing the townsfolk to clear the dock's debris, suddenly pointed excitedly at 6 indistinct shapes hovering above the bay. Following his gesture, Rugga focused intently, and to his astonishment, he exclaimed, "By the gods! It truly is 6 young dragons. Could it be that Ameloth's 5 eggs have hatched? If so, I shall finally have something to report to the princess." The golden dragonling, struggling to grasp the enormous tentacle, in a moment of desperation, unleashed its first breath of Dragonfire. The golden flames proved formidable, sizzling against the massive tentacle, soon releasing a tantalizing aroma. With sharp teeth nourished by the golden energy, the dragonling effortlessly tore away the charred portions. Observing this, the other young dragons followed suit, each exhaling their inaugural breath of fire. Their actions, of course, did not escape the notice of Anthelos and Ameloth. This event also revitalized Antelos, who was deeply immersed in the sorrow of Apesos's demise. She ascended into the air and resumed her feasting, for after enduring such prolonged grief, her hunger was insatiable. Ultimately, through the concerted efforts of 2 colossal dragons and 8 younglings, they managed to consume all the remains of the sea monsters and grotesque limbs around the Old Town dock in less than 2 hours. Antelos did not spare even the fallen Iron Folk, ensuring that not a trace of the sea monster's essence lingered upon them. As the nearby golden energy dwindled, the dragons finally felt satiated. After their feast, the 6 younglings flew directly to Amolos's side. Upon noticing the 2 newcomers beside their mother, the golden youngling could not resist sniffing them curiously, its golden eyes filled with doubt, pondering the flavor these small beings might possess. Amolos responded with a sharp snort, issuing a solemn warning. With the threat to Iron Isle averted, the ships that had sought refuge in the Mead River returned to the Old Town dock. Under the organization of Rog, they began to salvage the overturned vessels. Most of these ships had been toppled directly by the grotesque monster, resulting in minimal damage, allowing them to be cleaned and restored for continued use. Although the longships of Iron Isle were modest in size, their performance was commendable. and their significant quantity constituted a considerable fortune. The entire populace of the old town was mobilized to clear the wreckage left by the monstrous creature, particularly in the affluent districts most affected by the destruction stemming from the central area of the town. With their wealth, the post-disaster reconstruction would not pose a significant challenge. On the following day, Mongo led the contingent from Sunhouse City, being the first to arrive at the old town, where they promptly engaged in the reconstruction efforts. In the ensuing days, other vassals began to arrive in succession. Their participation accelerated the rebuilding process considerably, with the dragon guards directing the two massive dragons in forging Dragonstone. The rubble was swiftly repurposed into this valuable material. Within a week, the old town dock had undergone a remarkable transformation, with the newly constructed watchtower being taller, larger, and sturdier than before. Notably, the remains of Himelos rested on the site of the former watchtower, along with Amolos' entire family. The body of Apesos had been preserved and secured by Rog in an underground space. During this period, news of the Iron Folk's ambush on the old town and the awakening of subterranean monsters rapidly spread throughout the Seven Kingdoms. Although the crisis in the old town had been resolved, the Riverlands had descended into chaos. In the Western Realms, families from Stormland and River Bay were gathering in droves under the pretext of hunting, converging upon the Noble Heart. As the impoverished assembly near the Noble Heart continued to swell, even though Harold and his cohorts had eradicated and apprehended thousands, their resolve remained unshaken. The Blinken family, having suffered almost total annihilation of their elite forces at the hands of Count Wood and Marquis Fry, refused to concede defeat. In a show of defiance, they launched a full-scale assault into the territory of the Blywood family, reigniting the flames of conflict between these two long-standing adversaries. Even the royal edicts dispatched by King Jaehaerys were met with utter disregard. It appeared that decades of peace had dulled their memories of the agonies of war and the horrors of bloody strife, particularly among the younger generation of knights and warriors. There was a palpable yearning to achieve fame and fortune through the crucible of battle. Yet, King Jaehaerys seemed to have foreseen this turmoil, issuing verbal warnings without mobilizing his troops. This inaction led many noble houses to sense an impending tempest brewing over the Seven Kingdoms. Consequently, those families with a penchant for caution became even more circumspect, with many opting to shut their doors to the outside world, isolating their domains entirely. Chapter 261. Arrival at Bravos. Bravos stands as the most unique and powerful city-state among the free trading realms. Composed of a series of islands at the northwestern tip of Essos, situated at the confluence of the Narrow Sea and the Shivering Sea, thus brimming with bountiful marine resources. Miracis, accompanied by Rhaenyra and their companions, embarked early in the day to hunt in the nearby waters, returning with a substantial catch. Notably, Rhaenyra and Hoglass effortlessly dove several meters beneath the surface to seize their prey. Meanwhile, the young sea dragons, Yamangawa and Yamangal, over a meter in length, exhibited a ferocious prowess in the ocean, with even sizable fish of 2 to 3 meters struggling to evade their joint onslaught. Their diligent efforts resulted in a lavish seafood breakfast for Daenerys and her retinue. Meanwhile, the now nearly 80-meter-long Dreamfire soared above the Shivering Sea, returning with a colossal orca, thoroughly satiating the hunger of the dragons. Daenerys, commanding her fleet of Sacred Flame ships, completed a day and night's voyage from Stonehaven to finally reach the shores of Bravos. Although Bravos lies closer to the north, its climate is reminiscent of King's Landing. The coastline stretches for hundreds of kilometers, adorned with lush hills. The mountains and valleys to the east of the coastal hills also fall under the sovereignty of Bravos. Unlike other free trading city-states, Bravos was never part of the Valyrian freehold. Rather, it was established approximately 500 years before Aegon's landing by refugees fleeing Valyrian enslavement. During the Valyrian era, a contingent of slaves responsible for rowing on a Valyrian ship revolted and seized a vessel. Realizing they could not withstand the might of Valyrian dragons, they sought to distance themselves from Valyrian influence. Ultimately, they traversed the Narrow Sea, fleeing northward, and under the guidance of the Moon's Singers, found refuge on these islands. Shrouded in mountains and perennial fog, they were fortunate to discover such a splendid refuge, largely due to the prophetic guidance of the Moon Singers. The Moon Singers, also known as the songstresses of the moon, are the clergy of the nomadic Gesna people in the far eastern region of the continent of Essos. Each tribe of the Gesna is led by a Jaha, the chief responsible for warfare, alongside a moon singer, who oversees prayer, healing, and other domestic affairs. While the Jaha manages all matters of combat, plunder, and conflict, the moon singer governs all aspects concerning the tribe's survival and daily life. Typically, moon singers are women. Should a man aspire to become one, he must don women's attire. When a ship carrying slaves from Sothoros to the freehold of Valyria was seized by rebellion, a group of Gesno women slaves commandeered the vessel and steered it northward. They foretold of a sanctuary that awaited them. Beyond the hills cloaked in pine and the rocky reefs, there lay a lagoon perpetually shrouded in mist, capable of concealing them from the gaze of the dragon lords soaring above. These women were the moon singers, and according to the historical records of Braavos, their prophecy came to fruition, leading to the construction of the grandest temple in Braavos, the Temple of the Moon Singers. As the fleeing slaves hailed from diverse locales and adhered to various faiths, the founders of Braavos made room for all deities, vowing never to favor one over another. Among them were the Undulls, the people of the Summer Isles, the Giscari, the Nishans, the Ibans, the Valyrians of pure blood burdened by debt and crime. Some were trained slave soldiers, while others served as bed slaves, cooks, grooms, stewards, and skilled artisans, carpenters, blacksmiths, masons, laborers, and fishermen, among others. The newly freed populace spoke numerous dialects, hence the Valyrian language, that of their last masters, became their lingua franca. This remote lagoon, seldom trodden by human feet, abounded with fish and shellfish, while the islands were cloaked in dense forests. The nearby continent offered iron, tin, lead, stone, and various useful materials. Fearing recapture, the former slaves lived in prolonged seclusion. Thus, Braavos quietly flourished, with farms, dwellings, and temples proliferating across the archipelago. The Braavosi discovered a type of sea snail akin to that which had brought prosperity to the Tyroshi dyers. This mollusk could yield a dark purple dye, which continues to hold significant importance in Braavos' external trade to this day. To alter the appearance of their seized vessels, they painted them in purple hues. They sought to evade Valyrian merchant ships and began trading with the Ibans and later with the Seven Kingdoms. For a considerable period, when asked about their home port, Braavosi captains would respond with evasive charm. During the first century of its establishment, Braavos remained largely unknown, earning the title of the City of Secrets, until the Sea King Euthyrosan sent his ships to every corner of the world, proclaiming the existence and location of Braavos, and inviting people from all nations to celebrate the 111th anniversary of the city's founding. The original runaway slaves and their former masters had long since perished. However, the Valyrian dragon lords showed little interest in the descendants of these former slaves. Representing the Iron Bank, Braavos engaged in diplomacy with the Free Fortress, offering substantial reparations to Valyria for the losses incurred when the fleet was seized, although they refused to compensate for the value of their ancestors as slaves. This event became known as Euthyrosan's unveiling of the cloak. Braavos has neither king nor prince. Power resides with the Sea King, selected through a mysterious and intricate process by the city's scholars and guardians from among its citizens. The Sea King commands an unparalleled fleet of warships and a world-renowned merchant fleet adorned with purple sails and hulls. The founders of Braavos willingly sacrificed their lives for freedom, thus swearing that any man, woman, or child of Braavos would forever remain free. This principle is inscribed upon the grand arching bridge spanning the Long Canal. From that day forth, the Sea Kings of Braavos opposed all forms of slavery, waging numerous wars against slave traders and their allies. The free trade city-state of Pentos was compelled to ban the slave trade after being defeated by Braavos, and its citizens were prohibited from owning slaves. Despite the wealth and power of some individuals, who still found ways to circumvent the law to possess slaves, once chosen, a Sea King serves for life. Braavos stands as the wealthiest among the free city-states, with a highly advanced financial sector, partly due to the wealth and influence of the Iron Bank. Their currency is square and made of iron. The fishing industry in Braavos thrives, yielding an abundance of fish and shellfish, including herring, cod, oysters, clams, crabs, scallops, and shrimp. Mining in Braavos relies on metals such as iron, tin, and lead from the nearby continent. The textile industry flourishes, producing dark purple dye from the local sea snails. Braavos' maritime trade initially began with Ibn, later expanding to the Seven Kingdoms. Their merchant ships can voyage as far as the islands of Ashai and the Jade Sea. Braavos boasts the largest port in the world, where all, except slave traders, may dock. Even vessels from Karth and the Summer Isles come to Braavos for trade. The architecture of Braavos is renowned for its intricate designs, with the Palace of Truth and the Temple of the Moon Singer serving as outstanding examples. The city's customs and courtesans are famous worldwide, and its theatrical arts far surpass those of other regions. Chapter 262. The ailing Sea King Daniela's fleet of the Sacred Flame is vast and striking, so that as soon as it approached Braavos, news of its arrival reached the current Sea King, Utanis. The hair and long beard of King Jaehaerys have turned as white as snow. His lean frame has become somewhat stooped from years of illness. Laeral, go summon Utania and Utalion. Princess Daenerys is far from an inconsequential character. We must ensure that we do not provide her with any leverage during our formalities. Furthermore, it is imperative to expedite the departure of the Velaryon family, ensuring that Princess Daenerys does not encounter them. Laerys, the most trusted confidant of Jaehaerys, received his orders and promptly turned to make arrangements. He moved with a lightness of step, swift yet silent. Before long, the simply dressed Utania arrived. As the eldest daughter of the Sea King, the 20-year-old Utania had remained unmarried to assist her father in managing the Sea King's palace and family affairs. Though her beauty could be described as only modest, her demeanor radiated tranquility and grace. Particularly striking were her light blue eyes, reminiscent of autumn waters, which revealed her wisdom. Utania, you have arrived just in time to accompany me to the port to welcome the Dragon Princess, Jaehaerys said, feeling a surge of strength and support at the sight of his dutiful daughter. As they prepared and made their way to the grand staircase before the Sea King's palace, the inebriated Utalion hurried over, urged by his servants. Father, sister, what has happened? Why the urgency in summoning me back? Jaehaerys, whose health was already precarious, began to cough violently upon seeing his troublesome son. You foolish child, how did I end up with such a simpleton? Quickly, change into a clean outfit. Her Highness, Princess Daenerys of House Targaryen, has already arrived offshore. You and your sister must promptly go and escort her to the Purple Harbor. As Utania gently patted Jaehaerys' back, she reassured him, do not worry, father, there is still time. Rest assured, I am here, nothing will go awry. Utalion changed swiftly, returning in less than 15 minutes. Clad in an exquisite and ornate gown, complemented by his pale golden locks and relatively refined features, he indeed resembled a noble youth. Braavos is a collection of numerous islands hidden within a labyrinth of concealed bays. The mainland near Braavos is rife with swamps, while the coastal area is almost entirely encircled by a towering island, leaving only a natural harbor wide enough for ocean-going vessels to navigate. This exit is guarded by a colossal bronze statue known as the Titan of Braavos, serving not only as a landmark and lighthouse, but also as an impeccable defensive fortress. Adjacent to the Titan are the battle fortresses and the vast shipyard known as the Arsenal, which is said to be capable of producing a 3-masted ship in a single day. This capability is crucial to Braavos' maritime dominance. Suddenly, the colossal form of Onga, the Dreamfire, soared above the Titan, casting the entire giant into shadow. What a Titan! Compared to our dragons, it is nothing more than a useless hunk of metal, one might say. Varda was aware that Daenerys had once been assassinated by the Faceless Men, hence her lack of fondness for Braavos. However, the princess remarked, look at Braavos. It resembles a city of stone, devoid of even a tall tree. Perhaps they constructed it this way out of fear of being scorched by dragon fire. Her words elicited laughter from Daenerys and her attendants. Visani confidently asserted, I believe Varda is correct. What legitimate city would be built in such a manner? Observing the numerous gray, golden, and red stone bridges, towers, and domes, Daenerys found merit in her statement. After traversing past the Titan and the armory, they arrived at the square dock. All vessels arriving in Braavos were required to stop here for inspection by the customs officials appointed by the Sea King, a process that typically consumed half a day. Just then, a lavish purple sailboat approached Daenerys' fleet. Your Highness, the vessel is a messenger sent by the Sea King of Braavos, indicating we may proceed directly to the subport beneath the Sea King's palace without undergoing inspection. The signaler promptly translated for Daenerys. Like other realms, this world employed a universal flag language, vital for communication during navigation and naval warfare. The Purple Port was exclusively accessible to locals and resided to the north of Braavos, beneath the dome of the Sea King's Grand Tower. It also marked the terminus of Braavos' main water supply canal, a massive aqueduct that soared several meters high. It originated near the fish market in the city's southern lagoon and extended northward to the freshwater canal, connecting with the eastern mud town via several bridges. Freshwater flowed from its source to the heart of the city and was subsequently distributed across the islands. Nearly all of Braavos' iconic landmarks were situated near the Great Canal, such as the Palace of Truth, the Outer Sanctuary in the northwest, the House of Black and White, the Isle of Gods, and the Temple of the Lightbringer. After sailing alongside the sea monsters for approximately half an hour, they finally reached the Purple Port, with the grand and resplendent Sea King's palace coming into view. As Daenerys disembarked, the royal family of the Sea King warmly welcomed her at the dock. Welcome, Princess Daenerys, from afar. Although Utandris was in poor health, his demeanor remained elegant and gracious. Daenerys returned the greeting with poise, saying, "Greetings, esteemed Sea King." At that moment, Dreamfire unceremoniously landed atop the palace dome, her considerable weight causing a deep rumble. Daenerys quickly expressed her apologies to Yutandris. "I sincerely apologize, Your Majesty." Fortunately, the Sea King's palace is sturdy enough to withstand the weight of a dragon. Otherwise, if it were to collapse, even if unintentional, it would be quite regrettable. Wouldn't you agree, Your Majesty? It is evident to Yutandris that Daenerys is asserting her dominance, serving as a warning for him to carefully consider whether Braavos can withstand her dragon's wrath. Thus, he responds with a composed demeanor, remarking on the resilience of the Sea King's hall and the stone nature of Braavos, suggesting that it can indeed bear the weight and heat of her dragons. That is reassuring. After all, I have no desire to be like certain individuals who take pleasure in imposing themselves as unwelcome guests in others' domains. Daenerys smiles innocently on the surface, yet each of her words carries a sharp undertone. Following this, she retrieves a gold dragon from her purse and hands it to the attendant beside Yutandris, saying, "My dragons have quite the appetite. I would appreciate it if you could procure additional cattle and sheep. A single gold dragon for the sustenance of dragons." Yutandlian cannot suppress a mutter upon witnessing Daenerys produce just one gold coin. Meanwhile, Yutania cheerfully interjects, "Your Highness is far too gracious. We will naturally prepare the food for the dragons." "Thank you, Your Highness." Yutandris reflects deeply upon Yutania, pondering how such a formidable sister could allow Yutandlian to squander the Sea King's wealth within a mere few years. "Then we are most grateful to His Majesty the Sea King. With astute individuals, there is no need for excessive words." And Daenerys is confident that Yutandris and his daughter grasp her intentions. Her visit is solely for mutual benefit, as long as her desires are met. She will refrain from resorting to violence. Chapter 263. The spectacular menagerie of beasts Braavos, indeed, lives up to its reputation as the wealthiest city. The Sea King's Hall, while not rivaling the grandeur of the Red Keep, boasts a solemn and majestic dome that accentuates Braavos' architectural prowess and artistic sensibilities. Ascending the grand staircase before the Sea King's Hall, one arrives at the main entrance. Dozens of colossal, circular marble columns stand proudly at the facade, each adorned with intricate carvings of various deities, lending the hall an air reminiscent of a temple. "Your Highness, please." Yutandris' daughter, Yutania, respectfully walks beside Daenerys, personally guiding her. "Thank you, Miss Yutania." Prior to her arrival in Braavos, Daenerys had conducted thorough research on the current political landscape, enabling her to effortlessly call Yutania by name. This prompted Yutania to scrutinize the dragon princess with renewed seriousness. Daenerys observes that, apart from the Sea King's son, Yutandlian, everyone, including the Sea King himself, is clad in modest, dark-hued attire. The servants and guards don garments primarily in shades of black and gray. While undeniably simple, they exude an air of somberness. This is likely reflective of the Braavosi ethos that champions humility and simplicity. It is said that in Braavos, only courtesans, actors, and assassins adorn themselves in flamboyant attire. In Braavos, the most renowned keeper of the Iron Bank and the faceless men of the House of Black and White are typically clad in coarse black garments. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Yutania escorted Daenerys and her handmaidens back to their quarters for some respite. The chambers within the Sea King's palace are spacious and grand, adorned with understated yet luxurious decor that exudes a refined elegance. Through the immense floor-to-ceiling windows, Daenerys beheld a considerable island situated behind the palace. "Your Highness, that island is the beast garden of the Sea King's palace. It is said that you have a fondness for rare and exotic creatures. After lunch, I shall accompany you and Yutalian to explore it. There are many fascinating species within," Yutania remarked. Daenerys, genuinely intrigued by the beast garden, smiled in gratitude, expressing her anticipation. "I have long heard of the wonders it holds. I appreciate your kindness, Miss Yutania." This seemingly mundane exchange revealed Yutania's acknowledgement of Daenerys' familiarity in addressing her by name, suggesting a certain camaraderie between them. The people of Braavos have a penchant for seafood. Hence the royal family delighted Daenerys and her entourage with an extravagant seafood feast during lunch. Following their meal and a brief conversation, Yutania and her brother led Daenerys and her companions toward the beast garden. The sea breeze carried them forth, as the ships of Braavos ventured to myriad intriguing destinations, returning from their journeys with wondrous creatures for the Sea King's menagerie. Yutalian, evidently proud of the various beast gardens, began to boast to Daenerys and her party as soon as they entered the garden. However, Mavada scoffed dismissively, stating, "They are indeed beautiful, yet rather impractical. To my eyes, they are merely food for dragons." Her words momentarily stunned Yutalian, who then burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Ha! Miss Mavada speaks the truth before the apex predators. All else is but sustenance." Eutalion's reaction caused Daenerys to reassess her initial impression of him, realizing he was not as insufferable as she had presumed. His quick wit suggested a certain charm, perhaps honed from years spent in the taverns and brothels of the city. The island housing the Beast Garden spans an impressive 5 or 6 square kilometers, hosting a plethora of exotic fauna. These extraordinary creatures are housed in distinct zones, each separated by formidable iron cages, fences, and nets. Upon their arrival on the island, the sounds of various birds greeted them. Hello, 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 as they ventured forth. Daenerys was captivated by the melodious voices of a group of vividly colored giant parrots, the largest of which measured nearly 2 meters in length. The creatures, albeit slightly smaller in stature, still measure over a foot in length. "Your Highness," Eutali enthusiastically introduced, "these are the macaws captured from the tropical jungles of Sothoros. Many of these intelligent beings can be trained to articulate human speech. This group of macaws far surpasses the parrot varieties already introduced to the continent of Westeros, particularly with their resplendent plumage and imposing size, which certainly captivates the eye." However, from Daenerys' perspective, she discerned that those capable of speech exhibited faint magical fluctuations within their beings. After receiving corn and grains brought by the guards, the group fed the birds for a while before continuing on their journey. As they advanced, a plethora of exquisite avian species appeared before them, including majestic swans, peacocks, mighty eagles, owls, as well as diminutive hummingbirds and kingfishers. To provide these birds with an appropriate habitat, the menagerie was adorned with a variety of rare flowers and trees, exuding an enchanting atmosphere reminiscent of towering ancient woods, filled with the melodies of birds and the fragrance of blossoms. Soon, they arrived at a vast pasture, lush with rich grasses sustaining a multitude of herbivorous creatures. Here, one could witness the finest horses from the eastern and western continents. Among the inhabitants were tall, slender goats with large ears, striped zebras, and giraffes with elongated necks resembling stilts. The most remarkable of all was a peculiar creature, a capybara the size of a cow, covered in long fur. Though they appeared fierce, they were gentle herbivores. Despite their unappealing appearance, these capybaras possessed a docile temperament and an impressive reproductive capability, often feasting on plant roots and tubers, necessitating regular removal to prevent vegetation damage. Eutali demonstrated an extensive knowledge of these exotic creatures, being well versed in their origins and habits, truly embodying the essence of a born dilettante. Just as the group was about to depart the pasture, a few spotted deer suddenly emerged. These were the spotted deer, a wondrous species discovered in the tropical rainforests of the Golden Empire in the far east of Essos. Despite their sizable appearance, they were timid, easily startled into frantic flight by even the slightest disturbance, such as the sight of a rabbit. After traversing the pasture, they entered the predator zone, where an array of lions and tigers resided, alongside shadowy bobcats and Arctic wolves, all kept in familial groups, with many having already produced offspring. "Your Highness, please observe." Eutali gestured. "That area houses the thylacine. Although these tigers are relatively small, they possess pouches beneath their bellies where the mother tiger nurtures her cubs." The enclosure was sizable, yet the thylacines seemed to be resting, and after waiting for nearly half an hour without any sign of them, the group departed with a sense of regret. Chapter 264. The Little Valyrians. The predator zone of the menagerie indeed housed a diverse array of fierce beasts, including jackals, tigers, and leopards, to satisfy their substantial appetite. In addition to the numerous livestock raised on the island, a considerable quantity of pigs, cows, and sheep must be procured daily from external sources for feeding. During their tour of the ferocious beast area, Daniela observed several attendants herding cattle and sheep. However, it was evident that Eutalion held some reservations about this practice. Alas, each year, a significant portion of the expenditures at the Sea King's palace, amounting to 4 or 5 tenths, was allocated to the maintenance of these exotic creatures. Aside from appeasing the curiosity of the populace, I truly fail to see the merit in these peculiar beasts. Noticing her brother's impending indiscretion, Eutalion interrupted him, pointing towards a distant river valley. "Your Highness, that valley is home to various venomous insects, snakes, and ants, where one can witness an array of poisonous serpents and scorpion-tailed creatures. If you do not mind, we could venture over to take a look. Rest assured, the pathways for viewing have been secured with safety measures to eliminate any hazards." Daniela, lacking any interest in such serpents and insects, politely declined. "Never mind. Those things are rather repulsive. I prefer the delightful and charming animals. Your Highness will surely adore the little Valyrian folk." Euthalion promptly recommended to Daniela. The Valyrians are renowned for their silver-gold hair and purple eyes, traits unmatched by any other ethnicity in the world. Their hair ranges from white, silver-gold to golden hues, while their eyes vary from pale purple, deep purple to light blue, endowing the noble Valyrians with an extraordinary beauty. Among the inhabitants of the Coer forest resides a species of lemur with similar physical attributes, featuring silver-white fur and purple pupils, hence dubbed the Little Valyrians. The enclosure housing the Little Valyrians was notably tall, surrounded by iron mesh, and contained several fruit trees. At that moment, 2 large and 1 medium-sized silver-white lemurs were leisurely dozing beneath the trees. Upon hearing the commotion caused by Daniela and her companions, the medium-sized Little Valyrian swiftly ascended the tree with heightened vigilance, while the male lemur bared its teeth in warning. The female lemur, burdened by a notably large belly, appeared to be in considerable discomfort. Could it be that the female lemur is about to give birth? Bashani speculated, noting the remarkable size of the female's abdomen, prompting agreement from the others. Euthalion quickly dispatched someone to summon the caretaker. Shortly thereafter, a sprightly little old man approached. Though hunched, he exhibited a lively spirit. Intriguingly, he too sported a mane of silver-white hair and possessed pale blue eyes. Ha ha ha. It seems he is indeed the caretaker of the Little Valyrians. Upon witnessing this, Veda could not contain her laughter, and soon the entire group was chuckling. It appeared that this caretaker shared a good rapport with the 3 Little Valyrians, as they showed no resistance and allowed him to amble over to the side of the female lemur. The elderly gentleman gently caressed the belly of the mother lemur for a while, confirming that she was indeed in labor, and immediately went out to prepare a nutritious meal for her. After consuming a generous portion of the carefully concocted meal, the mother lemur appeared to regain some of her vitality. Daniela and her companions were fortunate enough to witness the birth of a young Valyrian directly, so they quietly observed from the side. After approximately an hour, the mother lemur successfully delivered a silver-haired Valyrian. Given the lemur's petite stature, the size of their offspring posed a significant challenge during each birth. Exhausted from the ordeal, the mother lemur was quickly assisted by the caretaker, who cleaned the newborn before returning it to her. With tender affection, the mother lemur accepted her child, gently nudging its head toward her nipple. Instinctively, the little one quickly latched on to receive its first sip of maternal milk. Witnessing this heartwarming scene, Daniela and her companions felt that the hour spent waiting had been worthwhile. Just as they were about to leave, the mother lemur began to groan in pain once more. The caretaker rushed over to investigate and discovered that she was still harboring another baby. However, the delivery of the second offspring was not as smooth as the first. It took a full 2 hours and required the caretaker's assistance for the young one to finally emerge. This left the mother lemur utterly exhausted, though both she and her babies were safe. Despite the extended duration of the labor, Daniela and her companions chose to remain, their hearts anxious for the mother and her young until they were assured of their well-being. However, the second Valyrian exhibited some genetic mutations, displaying a rare platinum coloration and deep purple eyes. It remained uncertain whether its unusual coat contributed to the mother's suffering. Unlike her tender treatment of the first offspring, the mother lemur disdainfully rejected the second, abandoning it without offering any nourishment. The caretaker made several attempts to help position the little one at the mother's nipple, but each time, the mother lemur turned her away. Reluctantly, the elderly gentleman had to take the platinum-hued infant away, fully aware that once wild animals abandon their young, they seldom reconsider, and there was a grave possibility that the mother would harm her own child. The unfortunate little one gazed around with innocent, deep purple eyes. Seemingly lost and unsettled by the absence of maternal comfort and nourishment, its cries tinged with a forlorn quality. Observing this pitiful creature, Daniela and her companions were overwhelmed with compassion. Even the previously impatient Euthalion expressed concern for the little one. Fortunately, the caretaker had prepared everything quite thoroughly. In no time, he brought over a small bowl of goat's milk and, using a clean cloth, carefully offered it to the little creature's mouth. It seemed this experienced old hand truly knew his craft. Regrettably, the little Valyrian refused to cooperate, persistently screaming in fright, which tugged at the heartstrings of those watching. For if this little one did not begin to feed promptly, there was a grave risk of it perishing. "Allow me to give it a try." Daniela, her heart already melted by the little creature, felt an irresistible urge to step in. The caretaker, naturally hesitant to refuse, carefully handed the little one over, repeatedly cautioning, "Your Highness, though he has just been born, he can still cause pain if mishandled. Please be careful and do not injure yourself." Yet, Daniela couldn't shake the feeling that the caretaker was subtly warning her not to be startled by any erratic behavior from the little one. lest she toss him aside in fright. The newborn Valyrian was only slightly larger than an adult man's palm, making it somewhat laborious to hold him. Fortunately, Daniela had ample experience from cradling her sisters after their births, and thus had acquired some technique. Gently channeling her magical energy, she carefully stroked the little creature. To her astonishment, it quieted down. The subsequent feeding process proceeded smoothly, perhaps because the little one was genuinely hungry, as he consumed nearly half the bowl. However, he stubbornly refused to leave Daniela's embrace, likely finding solace in the magical aura she exuded. Chapter 265. The Striped Pterosaur. It appears that this little creature truly shares a bond with Her Highness. Had you not fortuitously arrived, his life would have been in jeopardy, remarked Eutania and the others, all of whom breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing the little one finally feeding. Look at how he relies on and clings to you. It evokes a twinge of jealousy in us all, they noted. Varda chimed in with pride. Your Highness is the only Targaryen in history capable of commanding dragons. Moreover, the lizard lions of Neck and the unicorns of Skaggs Island have been tamed by you. A little monkey is certainly within your grasp. Indeed. The group continued to exchange compliments before departing with the little Valyrian. Daniela had not anticipated that her mere intention of visiting would result in her acquiring a small lemur. The price of this Valyrian was not trivial. Due to their scarcity, market prices typically hovered around 3,000 to 5,000 gold dragons, often with no availability. As Daniela stroked the little creature and infused him with magical energy, he soon nestled against her arm and drifted into slumber. Your Highness, please give him a name. Baishani eagerly followed Daniela, her gaze scarcely leaving the little one. As Baishani spoke, the crowd unanimously encouraged, Indeed, Your Highness the Princess, please bestow upon him a name. After some contemplation, Daniela decided that since they were referred to as the Little Valyrians, a name reflecting Valyrian heritage would be fitting. Let us call him Lutzau. Lutzau, the child of the sun, she declared, for the little creature was adorned in a splendid shade of platinum. Eutania, who was well versed in Valyrian due to the prevalence of the language among the Bravosi, immediately praised the choice. The assembly agreed that it was a splendid name, and thus it was settled. Having spent an entire afternoon wandering the vast beast garden, the day was drawing to a close, and the group prepared to return. Although they had only explored half of the garden, it had certainly broadened Daniela's horizons. Suddenly, not far from the Monkey Mountain, an odd, piercing cry echoed through the air. A dragon's roar? The sound bore a striking resemblance to a dragon's lament, yet it was unlike anything Daniela had ever encountered. She instinctively gazed skyward and beheld a massive yellow-green beast, measuring several meters in length, menacingly circling above. Heavens! It was the patterned long-winged dragon. Italian, struck with terror, felt his legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground as he exclaimed in sheer panic. Everyone, quickly, seek refuge where it cannot see us, Daniela urged, pulling Baishani toward the nearby thicket with haste. Varda swiftly directed 20 female warriors to disperse around Daniela for protection. Meanwhile, the guards of the Sea King's palace assisted the trembling Italian and the bewildered Eutania in retreating towards the Monkey Mountain. As the dragon realized it had been spotted, it swiftly swooped down from the sky. Since Daniela and her female guardians had effectively concealed themselves within the underbrush, their presence was less conspicuous, prompting the beast to target Eutania and her companions instead. Though the patterned long-winged dragon's size was not comparable to that of a true dragon, it remained a formidable adversary for the guards of the Sea King's palace. One unfortunate guard, despite mustering his courage and desperately swinging his sword to ward off the beast's talons, was ensnared by the dragon's powerful grip. The moment the dragon seized the guard, it used its formidable wings to knock several others aside. The captured guard could only emit a single, anguished cry before the ferocious patterned long-winged dragon brutally tore him in two. This dragon, adorned in yellow-green scales embellished with brown butterfly-like patterns, sparkled with golden-black edged spots on its wings under the sunlight, casting an enchanting glow. Its appearance bore a close resemblance to that of a true dragon, save for its smaller stature and inability to breathe fire. However, due to its lack of intelligence, its temperament was far more volatile than that of its larger kin. After tearing that guard asunder, the bloodthirsty pterosaur consumed the upper half, causing 2 blood-stained thighs to plummet from the sky, landing near Eutania and her companions and splattering blood across the ground. The gruesome scene sent Eutania and her brother into shrieks of terror. Although the guards tasked with their protection were equally horrified, they resolutely formed a protective circle around the siblings, demonstrating their rigorous training. Yet, having tasted the delectable flesh of a human, the patterned pterosaur seemed to have unlocked the door to a new world. It executed a graceful turn in the air and dove once more towards Eutania, and her companions. This time, it seized 2 guards mid-dive. Though the guards were on the brink of panic, their primal instinct for survival propelled their adrenaline to surge. Despite feeling as though their bones might shatter beneath the creature's grip, they valiantly swung their swords at the pterosaur's claws and belly. Although sparks flew from their blades, they only managed to leave a few varying depths of grayish-white gashes on the pterosaur's formidable claws and scales. Once it ascended to an appropriate height, the patterned pterosaur mercilessly bit off their heads, chewing a few times before swallowing them whole. Clearly, this pterosaur's bite was far more potent than that of an equally sized dragon. Seizing the opportunity while the pterosaur feasted in the air, Eutania and her companions finally retreated into the Monkey Mountain, where rocks and sunshades provided cover, allowing them to evade the pterosaur's gaze. After consuming the 2 guards, the pterosaur swiftly circled the skies in search of new prey. Having lost sight of Eutania's group, it set its sights on Daniela and her companions, who had dispersed among the bushes. They tightened their grips on their steel swords, preparing for a desperate fight. During the pterosaur's rampage, Daniela had gathered her strength. As the creature approached the underbrush, she hurled her gathered fire spell, striking it squarely on the head. The orange flames erupted upon impact, nearly blinding one of its eyes. The intense pain caused the pterosaur to dart upwards in alarm. After over a month of practice, although Daniela's fire magic had not significantly increased in power, her proficiency and accuracy had improved considerably. However, within mere seconds, the flames extinguished. Aside from singeing the pterosaur's head and blurring one eye, it inflicted no substantial damage. Instead, it only fueled its fury and agitation further. Dania was well aware of this, so after temporarily repelling him, she swiftly conjured fire seeds to ignite several large trees nearby, hoping to instill fear in him through the flames. Chapter 266, The Hunting Moment of the Dragon Clans. Indeed, the roaring inferno ignited a fiery rage within the patterned long-winged dragon, yet it managed to suppress its urge to charge forward for the time being. However, it incessantly prowled nearby, searching for a target and an opportunity to exact its revenge. Everyone, conceal yourselves. Dreamfire is approaching, Dania urged. Noticing the anxious expressions on Varda and the others, who were eager to protect her. Just then, a colossal shadow enveloped the vicinity. Dreamfire had arrived. Taking advantage of the thick mist that had long shrouded Blaphos, it suddenly swooped down from the sky and lunged swiftly at the patterned long-winged dragon. In an instant, the formerly fierce and aggressive long-winged dragon transformed into a frightened rabbit, darting away towards the distant woods. Yet, its speed was utterly insufficient before Dreamfire. With a powerful flap of its wings, Dreamfire soared directly above it and swiftly seized it in its jaws. Just as the patterned long-winged dragon could easily crush the guards of the Sea King's palace, Dreamfire effortlessly shattered it and swallowed it whole. After all, this long-winged dragon, closely related to the dragon lineage, was a remarkable magical creature, capable of providing Dreamfire with energy comparable to that of 1,000 ordinary cattle and sheep. To avert any unforeseen circumstances, Dania commanded Dreamfire to land. Its immense form wreaked havoc upon the nearby exquisite gardens as it descended. It seemed that today, this beast park, which had stood for over 1,000 years, was destined for disaster. Dania quickly climbed onto Dreamfire's back with Varda and the others, simultaneously issuing the command for it to hunt freely. Upon reaching the Sea King's palace, Dreamfire had already sensed a plethora of magical creatures inhabiting the island, triggering a strong desire to feast, though Dania had forcefully suppressed it. However, now that unexpected events had transpired, for the safety of those in the Sea King's palace, Dania decided to ride Dreamfire and eliminate all potential threats. First, Dreamfire soared over the valley, where serpents, insects, rodents, and ants thrived. With a thunderous roar, its dark blue dragon flames cascaded down like a waterfall, swiftly engulfing the dim and damp valley. After several passes, the resident giant pythons and venomous scorpions had nearly all perished. At that moment, Malasis and Rhaenyra arrived, drawn by the enticing aroma wafting from the valley. They hurried forward to search for edible charred remains of serpents and insects. Due to its colossal size, Dreamfire dragged over a massive forest python, measuring over 10 meters, and began to feast leisurely. Mirices was also focused on the massive pythons, exerting tremendous effort. The already 2-meter-long hograss moved with remarkable speed, akin to a fierce gale, swiftly searching the ash-laden river valley for those serpents and insects that had not yet been reduced to mere ashes. Meanwhile, the nearly 3-meter-long Hogdila directly descended near the remaining dragon flames, opening its maw to consume the fire. This revelation startled Daniela. She was aware of the unique lineage of Hogdila and the others, but had not anticipated their ability to devour flames. Observing its apparent enjoyment, it was evident that these flames provided substantial benefits to it. Hogdila was the fastest growing and strongest among the trio of young dragons. In addition to its flame consumption, it was also acutely aware of movements beneath the soil. Several serpents and lizards, fortunate enough to have evaded the fiery onslaught, were effortlessly unearthed by it. Its sharp claws could easily excavate the ground, and with the assistance of dragon flames, it swiftly dealt with these unfortunate creatures of modest size. The diminutive Hogdila dove into the scalding waters, already heated by the dragon flames, capturing several water serpents and crocodiles that had sought refuge there. However, some crocodiles and gigantic pythons were larger than Hogdila, making them a more formidable challenge. Moreover, these crocodiles, measuring 4 to 5 meters in length, launched an assault against the petite Hogdila. Enraged by their provocation, Hogdila unleashed a thunderous roar. The magic within her transformed entirely into an icy attribute, and a chilling gust erupted from her, instantly freezing the crocodiles along with the surrounding river water. Your Highness, could it be that Hogdila is a hybrid of a dragon and an ice dragon? How is it capable of exhaling cold air? While Hogdila's flame devouring evoked curiosity among the onlookers, her ability to emit icy breath left them in awe. After all, a dragon capable of both breathing fire and cold air was likely unparalleled in the world. Following her freezing of the crocodiles, Hogdila swiftly shifted her elemental attribute, unleashing pale blue dragon flames to roast them to perfection. She forcefully tore through their scales, voraciously consuming their flesh and blood. Just as Hogdila was relishing her feast, a gray-black figure, measuring several meters in length, suddenly lunged at her. Almost simultaneously with Daniela's gasp of alarm, Hogdila gracefully leaped into the air, evading the beast's ambush. At that moment, the crowd discerned the true identity of the gray-black figure. It was an adult snake lizard. The snake lizard was a fearsome, grotesque, and ferocious reptile, bearing some resemblance to the Komodo dragon. It was said to roam in packs within the jungles of the plains. The island of Sothros was once home to many snake lizards, hence its name. Typically, an adult snake lizard could reach twice the size of a lion. Moreover, much like the mighty dragons, they continue to grow as long as they remain alive. There are claims of having spotted colossal serpent lizards, rivaling the size of dragons, measuring several dozen meters in length near the Serpent Lizard Isles. In the arena of Slave Bay, serpent lizards are frequently pitted against various ferocious beasts. Though more often than not, they face off against gladiators. Whenever a serpent lizard emerges, spectators fervently place their bets on the outcome of the battle. The sight of a serpent lizard tearing its opponent to shreds invariably ignites a fervor among the onlookers. The serpent lizard possesses a potent venom, and the extracted toxin is highly sought after. The faceless ones often employ spices laced with serpent lizard blood for their assassinations. When this venom is smeared on cooked meat, it emits an exceptionally enticing aroma. Upon consumption by warm-blooded creatures, it induces a frenzied and aggressive state, affecting both man and beast alike. It is said that rodents infected with serpent lizard venom will even dare to attack lions. As a serpent lizard attempted to retreat to the water after a failed ambush, it was met with a fierce blast of Dragonfire from Rhaenyra. Despite its formidable combat abilities, the serpent lizard's defensive capabilities are rather mediocre. Consequently, it was scorched by the dragon flames, writhing in agony as it shattered the ice-encased river surface created by Nala. At that moment, an enraged Myricus rushed forward, seizing the serpent lizard by the head and crushing it with a single bite. Daniela promptly instructed Myricus to bring the serpent lizard's corpse onto the back of Dreamfire, where Varda proceeded to excise its venom sac and extract its innards, prime materials for the concoctions of the forest children. Chapter 267. The Hunt in the Beast Park. The exotic creatures of the Beast Park are indeed a testament to the wealth spent by the Sea King in their procurement. The serpents, insects, rodents, and ants of this river valley have fully satiated the 3 young dragons of Rhaenyra. Having feasted, the trio immediately perched upon Myricus's back, closing their eyes to rest. Myricus, who had long since adapted to the role of a wet nurse, appeared to relish this task. Daniela also observed that all the rare birds and beasts in this world exhibit varying degrees of magical resonance. The energy consumed by dragons from these beings far surpasses that of ordinary cattle and sheep. After devouring the entirety of the river valley's exotic fauna, Daniela and Dreamfire proceeded to soar towards the area of ferocious beasts. Unlike the serpents and insects, the creatures there are colossal, robust, and replete with rich nourishment and immense energy. The appearance of the dragons sent the beasts of the ferocious region into a state of chaos, scattering in all directions. Some animals, typically terrified of the marsupial tiger, now wished fervently to seek refuge within her pouch. A giraffe, in its fright, extended its long neck into a nearby pond, as if this act could render it invisible to the dragons. Myricus, capitalizing on her speed, dashed after a fleeing group of rodent pigs. With a cascade of violet dragon fire, a cluster of plump rodent pigs quickly succumbed to the flames amidst their anguished cries. Myricus rushed forward and soon consumed a rodent pig weighing several hundred pounds, leaving nothing behind. Upon detecting the tantalizing aroma of the rat pigs, Rhaenyra and her companions, despite having satiated their hunger, eagerly indulged in the delectable creatures. With Dreamfire's current stature, she effortlessly consumed a colossal rat pig in merely 2 bites. The larger the dragon, the greater its appetite. However, given the finite nature of sustenance, adult dragons frequently opt for tranquil slumber to conserve energy, significantly impacting their growth rate. Thus, the notion that wild dragons of the same age possess larger physiques than their domesticated counterparts is unfounded. Some dragons, confined in their lairs without a rider, are compelled into a dormant state, which adversely affects their size. After all, no one comprehends the nuances of raising dragons better than the Targaryen family, and it is improbable they would commit such a fundamental error, though not entirely impossible. Nevertheless, domesticated dragons lack the ferocity of their wild counterparts, and there is a substantial disparity in their combat instincts. Conversely, those dragons trained by dragon riders exhibit remarkable growth rates and combat prowess, as they enjoy a steady supply of nourishment, unlike wild dragons that must hunt alone. Consequently, the notion propagated by the outside world that these gluttonous creatures are formidable hunters is misleading. Despite being older than Wyrmser and Dreamfire, their sizes have been surpassed. Of course, the size and growth rates of dragons are significantly influenced by their lineage and breed. However, the lineage of Dreamfire undoubtedly ranks among the most formidable of all dragons. Particularly after acquiring a portion of the Heart of Eternal Winter, her bloodline experienced a considerable enhancement, coupled with a consistent supply of food. She has now ascended to the 3rd position among all dragons in terms of size. Myricus, having obtained the energy of the three-eyed raven and established a close bond with the fishwood tree, has exhibited astonishing growth, reaching over 10 meters in size in less than a year. Soon, the multitude of rat pigs was wholly consumed by the dragons, indicating that there would be no need to trouble the Sea King's Hall for population control in the future. Dreamfire then set her sights on the giraffes and elephants, as only such substantial beasts could sufficiently satiate her appetite. It is said that Balerion could swallow a woolly mammoth whole, and now Dreamfire could achieve the same in just a few bites. Yet, her proud and refined nature compels her to savor her meals slowly, unlike Myricus, who, despite her noble appearance, devours her food with a lack of decorum, resembling a village girl with no semblance of grace when presented with a feast. Upon entering the beast zone, she deliberately targeted those formidable creatures rich in magical energy, for although magical beings abound in this world, only Braavos boasts a concentration akin to the menagerie, making such opportunities exceedingly rare. In a brief moment, the entire beast zone was thrown into chaos by the dragons. Those formidable beasts, deemed invincible by ordinary humans, were merely seen as a delectable feast by the likes of Meng Huo and her companions. Meng Huo, with her sharp teeth, specialized in hunting the larger specimens. Myricus prioritized those rich in magical energy, while Rhaenyra and his kin, constrained by their size, could only target relatively smaller prey. However, after consuming a few rat pigs, the trio found themselves unable to eat any further. Thus, like guinea pigs, they transported their hunted beasts onto Myricus's back, preparing to digest their bounty before indulging again. Yet, most of their catch was promptly dealt with by Myricus. By the time Eutania and her guards arrived in a flurry, the beast zone was nearly devoid of life, save for the dazed cattle and sheep meant for the beasts. Your Highness, at this moment, Meng Huo lay on the ground, savoring a large elephant. Hence, Eutania had no choice but to bravely approach Meng Huo, while Eudalund discreetly kept his distance. Your Highness, it is a relief to see you unharmed. Despite the terror instilled by Meng Huo, which left Eutania trembling, she stepped forward and began to explain to Daniela. You need not explain anything, Eutania. I came with sincere intentions to visit Braavos, yet I did not expect to encounter such unforeseen circumstances so soon. Once my dragons have feasted, I shall return to my ship for rest. I hope Braavos can provide me with a satisfactory explanation. Eutania, I believe this incident bears no relation to your House of the Sea. However, should Lord Eutalis lose control over Braavos now, It would spell disaster for both us and Bravos. The dragons will incinerate anything they perceive as a threat. I know that some individuals in Bravos delight in orchestrating such mishaps, but one cannot wander along the shoreline without getting their shoes wet. With that, Daniela guided the satiated Meng Hua towards another elephant. After her departure, a staggered Utania was supported by her 2 guards, preventing her from falling. How dare they? Guilt, fear, humiliation, and anger twisted Utania's features. Did they not fear inciting the wrath of the Targaryen dynasty? Bravos, shrouded in mist for much of the year, fell into darkness swiftly. Yet today, the Beast Garden remained brilliantly illuminated as the flames of Dragonfire continued to blaze upon the trees. Chapter 268. The Bells of Bravos within the House of the Sea. Utalis, having consumed the Dragonfire bestowed upon him by Daniela from the Targaryen lineage, felt a resurgence of vitality in his waning body. The unexpected events in the Beast Garden reignited the old Sea King's fervor, as he resolved to regain his former vigor for the sake of the Rhaenyra family and his own children, and for the peace of Bravos. His demeanor transformed, his gaze now resolute and icy, shedding the lethargy of recent years. The bell of truth tolls, summoning all governors, keyholders, and heads of prominent families to the Palace of Truth for a council. Soon, the deep and resonant chimes echoed throughout Bravos, instilling a palpable tension among its citizens. This sound only reverberates in times of significant crisis or monumental events. Though night had fallen, all notable figures of Bravos hurried towards the palace. The title of governor is one of privilege among the 9 free trade city-states, akin to legislators in the real world. The number of governors varies across these city-states, with Bravos currently boasting 23. They play a crucial role in major decisions and daily governance, wielding considerable influence. Without substantial power and wealth, the governor's position remains precarious. Keyholders, the officials in charge of Bravos Iron Bank, are all descendants of its 23 founders. Originally, the 16 keyholder positions were held by men, with 7 by women, and each keyholder possesses a key to unlock the vast underground vault of the bank. The Iron Bank is the wealthiest institution in this realm, alongside the Purple Fleet and the Faceless Men, forming a triumvirate that subtly dominates global trade. With a rich history, the Iron Bank was established during the early days of the secretive city, when Bravos itself was still a mystery. Founded by affluent artisans and merchants, it provided loans to fellow Bravosi, aiding them in establishing their enterprises. The term Iron Bank originates from the ancient site where wealth was stored. The founders, distrustful of one another and fearful of thieves and commoners, resolved to conceal all their riches within an abandoned iron mine with a single entrance, meticulously guarded by iron grates, thick doors, and vigilant sentinels. Today, the descendants of these founders number in the thousands. In formal settings, they take great pride in showcasing their keys, despite the fact that these keys have long since become mere ceremonial artifacts. As time has passed, some founding families have diminished, with a few losing all their wealth. Yet even the most humble keyholder clings fiercely to the key that symbolizes past glory. The Iron Bank is not solely governed by keyholders. Among the wealthiest and most powerful families in Bravos, who may not share the long lineage of the founders, they partake in the immense wealth of the Iron Bank. They engage in clandestine meetings and possess influence when electing its leaders. As the adage goes, economics dictates politics. Thus, keyholders wield decisive authority in all major decisions within Bravos. In the grand circular chamber of the Palace of Truth, the Sea Lord, Utanius, presides over the assembly. Flanking him are 13 governors, most adorned in opulent attire, while a few don muted brown cloaks. The majority of keyholders, following tradition, are clad in somber grayish-brown garb, in stark contrast to the vividly dressed newly affluent merchants. One cannot help but notice the ongoing fervor surrounding the Beast Garden. Although Jaehaerys spoke in a seemingly indifferent tone, his piercing gaze scrutinized the demeanor of each individual present, exuding an unspoken authority. Each Sea Lord who managed to rise above the rest in Bravos is no ordinary figure, especially considering Jaehaerys has held sway over Bravos for several decades. How terrifying indeed. Could it be the doing of that dragon princess, who possesses the audacity to provoke her? Do they truly believe that Bravos' stone edifices are impervious to the flames of a dragon? Perhaps it is time they witnessed the charred remains of Harrenhal's stone fortress. The dragon princess now commands a legion of dragons. Should she be incensed, the consequences would be dire. The ostentatious expression of the opulent governor Ferdinand Antarian almost shattered the otherwise serious demeanor of Jaehaerys. However, as a member of the Rhaenys family by marriage, Jaehaerys recognized the jest and continued with a grave warning. Indeed, Everything was progressing smoothly until someone inadvertently released that patterned long-winged dragon. The last incident in King's Landing remains unexplained. What do you think the outcome will be this time? What can she possibly do? The formidable and authoritative Governor Osiris, a former commander of the Purple Fleet, has always been a staunch advocate. The truth is invariably wielded by those in power, and authority is secured through the might of one's weaponry. With the Seven Kingdoms descending into chaos, could they allow her to run rampant in Bravos? Indeed. We had previously made agreements with the Targaryen family. Their affairs in Westeros are of no concern to us. However, should they attempt to flaunt their power in the free city of Bravos, perhaps they ought to reflect on the lessons learned from the destruction of Valyria. A fellow governor, also of the same Watchman lineage, readily concurred. Are you not afraid of the dragon's flames? The Targaryen family now possesses more than 20 dragons. A newly appointed governor of merchant origins interjected with a reminder. Precisely, the dragons remain a persistent threat. The Targaryen family has harbored its share of madmen. A tall, lean watchman thoughtfully remarked, his gaze drifting towards the priest of the House of Black and White. His words momentarily startled the merchant. That was not my intention. Your thoughts are quite outrageous. Dragons are invincible. Surely, no one would be foolish enough to provoke a dragon's wrath. Evidently, since the fall of Valyria, the prolonged dominance over the seas and global trade has fostered a sense of arrogance and hubris among the people of Bravos. Many now contemplate how to chastise Daenerys or issue a warning to the Targaryen royalty. King Jaehaerys of Bravos gazed upon the assembly before him, his previously invigorated spirit now somewhat diminished. It was imperative that they deliberate on how to elucidate and compensate for the recent assassination attempt by the faceless men at the Citadel, as well as the unforeseen calamity that had ensued. The Iron Throne owed no debts to the Iron Bank, nor could any obligation be dismissed. They must relinquish their pursuit of accountability. Explanation? Compensation? Such notions were inconceivable to her, for the Purple Fleet of Bravos could reach any corner of the world. Even the Dornishmen could slay dragons. Bravos possessed far more sophisticated siege weaponry. Governor Osiris was evidently a hawkish figure, despite King Jaehaerys returning to his decisive and ruthless demeanor. Achieving a consensus among the assembly in such a short span remained a formidable challenge. Chapter 269. What splendid fireworks! In stark contrast to the tense atmosphere of verbal sparring at the Citadel, Daenerys and her companions felt a sense of relief upon returning to their vessel. The dragons, having gorged themselves in the beast garden, now lay in a deep slumber. These exotic creatures would undoubtedly facilitate their rapid growth once more, particularly Myricus and Rhaenyra, who already possessed unique bloodlines that enabled accelerated maturation. Young Balerion and his two companions had concealed themselves in the nearby desolate mountains, where they found ample large sea creatures in the waters around the trembling sea. Though they had missed the grand feast at the Beast Garden, they were well fed nonetheless. Bravos, perhaps due to the multitude of deities worshipped, was suffused with a potent magical aura, rivaling even the sacred Flame Island and the peninsula of Sistrand. Consequently, marine life in the vicinity was easily imbued with this magical essence, making it a most suitable nourishment for the dragons. The two young sea dragons reveled in the abundant fish resources of Bravos Bay as if they were at a lavish buffet. Though the local fishermen would likely face diminished catches, as Emer and his kin had frightened away considerable schools of fish. Your Highness, do you truly believe that the winged creature today was not a mere accident orchestrated by the king? The survivor, Varda, harbored an increasing resentment towards Bravos, perceiving it as devoid of virtuous souls. Daenerys, peering through the cabin window at the still blazing inferno of the Beast Garden, remarked that the king's life now flickered like a candle in the wind. It was likely that various factions had already commenced their contest for the next monarch. At this juncture, Jaehaerys would not seek trouble. Without the protection of the Iron Throne, the Rhaenys family would be ill-equipped to withstand the wrath of House Targaryen. The Citadel must have been quite lively today. Ultimately, the identity of the perpetrator mattered little. The ones executing the plan were undoubtedly the faceless men of the House of Black and White. Tonight, the members of that house would likely be in attendance. Since they so relished in orchestrating unforeseen events, let them behold the true splendor of an unexpected occurrence. The debates at the Citadel continued into the early hours of the morning without yielding a resolution, and a weary Jaehaerys dismissed the assembly. The once decisive old king of the sea, having wielded power throughout his life, now found himself ensnared by the inevitability of his twilight years. Though he was borne aloft in a soft sedan chair by his loyal guards, exhaustion weighed heavily upon him, yet his mind remained remarkably lucid. Do not blame me for my selfishness henceforth, for this predicament is of your own making. Driven by your own interests, you sought to leverage Bravos against your adversaries. Thus, I too may call upon Bravos for a favor. As the night deepened, a thick mist enveloped the entirety of Bravos, yet many grand mansions remained aglow with light. Although today's discourse yielded no resolution, the imminent peril looming over Bravos was abundantly clear to all. No one wished to be caught in the wrath of House Targaryen. The House of Black and White, constructed from dark gray stone, stood atop a modest rocky hill. The temple possessed no windows, its pointed roof cloaked in black tiles. The grand entrance was adorned with a pair of intricately carved wooden doors, towering at 12 feet. The left door, crafted from fishbeam wood, gleamed white as bone, while the right door, subtly luminous, was made of black ebony. Between the two doors, a crescent moon was intricately carved, with ebony inlaid into the fishbeam and vice versa. A rocky staircase led from the riverbank's dock directly to the temple's entrance. Through the perception granted by Dreamfire, Daenerys could distinctly sense the swirling dark magic emanating from the doors. Beyond the main entrance, hidden passages allowed entry into the sanctuary. A narrow, weathered spiral staircase ascended to the loft, while a steep wooden ladder led to the rooftop and the weather vane beyond. Inside the temple, rows of long stone benches lined the rough-hewn floor, with hard stone beds placed in the hollow recesses of the walls, designated for the faithful who chose to end their lives within these hallowed walls. At the temple's center lay a pool of black, poisonous water, 10 feet in diameter, surrounded by 30 distinct and imposing statues, each formidable in their presence, with flickering red candles at their feet. Among them were the Weeping Woman, the Lion of Night, the Hooded Man, the Baelon, the Maiden of Pale Moon, the Stranger, the King of the Merfolk, the Horse God, the Black Goat, and the Lady of Tears. Within this temple, there were no rituals, no hymns, no praises to the divine, nor was it ever crowded. The small hill on which the temple stood was riddled with countless tunnels, beneath which lay a labyrinthine cellar and passageways. These cellars and storerooms housed weapons and garments, while the belongings of the deceased within the temple were divided by servants. The quarters for priests and acolytes were on the first level beneath the main chamber, with servants sleeping on the second level. The lowest level was strictly off-limits to all but the priests, housing the sacred chamber. A heavy iron door led to the stairs descending beneath the canal, while another iron door at the bottom led to a chamber filled with numerous faces for disguise. Passing through this chamber, and along a series of branching corridors, one pathway was choked with human bones, even supporting the ceiling, while another led to deeper, winding steps. At this moment, the priests and monks, along with several faceless men cloaked beneath their hoods, were engaged in hushed deliberation. Suddenly, a colossal dragon's silhouette loomed a kilometer above the House of Black and White in Bravos. Beneath the veil of night, the distinct shape and color of the colossal dragon remained obscured. Daenerys had indulged in a brief slumber, though the nocturnal sky offered little in terms of spectacle. The twinkling lights of Bravos were certainly a sight to behold. Your Highness, as you have observed, it seems many are unable to find rest this evening. Daenerys gazed quietly at the distant House of Black and White, her magical essence swirling as she maintained a shared consciousness with her dragons. After several attempts, Drogon finally locked onto the target. Then, with a swift motion, dozens of burlap sacks tumbled from his back, hurtling rapidly towards the House of Black and White. Simultaneously, young Balerion and his companions grasped a massive, rough-hewn boulder and brought it alongside Drogon, casting it downwards. Following closely, Malaise heaved a large jar of wildfire into the fray. The burlap sacks contained flour and sulfur harvested from the volcanic mouth of the Isle of Flame, and upon crashing into the House of Black and White, they erupted explosively. The mixture of flour and sulfur dust enveloped the entire structure in a thick cloud. The boulder, hurled by Balerion and his friends, smashed through the roof, penetrating the Grand Hall, as well as the first and second underground levels. Accompanied by a cacophony of thunderous roars, the dust rapidly spread throughout the interior and exterior of the House of Black and White. The inhabitants quickly realized the impending danger and prepared to flee to the secret passage. However, at that moment, a ceramic jar plummeted through the roof's breach, shattering upon the stone floor of the hall and unleashing a burst of vibrant green flames. Boom! The dust cloud, now ignited by the wildfire, erupted violently, giving rise to a magnificent mushroom cloud that soared skyward, while searing shockwaves surged outward with relentless force. The dust, caught in the maelstrom of explosive energy, resembled a frenzied pack of wild beasts, mercilessly obliterating all in its path. The blinding light of the explosion illuminated Bravos as if it were day, followed closely by a deafening roar that shook the very ground. Windows within a several-kilometer radius shattered, sending shards flying like lethal projectiles, posing a grave threat to those nearby. What a beautiful firework! Daenerys beamed with satisfaction at her creation. Chapter 270. The Tragedy of the House of Black and White under the tremendous force of the explosion. The House of Black and White was reduced to ruins, a thick plume of smoke rapidly enveloping the area, replete with a noxious odor, shrouding the stone edifice in a chaotic tapestry of colors. Yet, the faceless men, blessed by the many-faced god, possessed vitality that surpassed that of mere mortals. Even as their bodies lay in tatters from the blast, they clung to life. The searing flames charred their skin, and after a few anguished cries, the superheated air obliterated their respiratory passages, leaving them capable only of silent screams, their voices nearly extinguished. This moment surely allowed them to truly comprehend the multifaceted essence of death as a form of liberation. Suddenly, a terrifying dark force awakened from the depths of the Black and White Pavilion, suppressing the raging flames that filled the sky. This energy sent chills down Rhaenyra's spine, causing the Dreamfire above to almost uncontrollably cry out. Under such circumstances, the fiery runes upon Rhaenyra's brow began to flicker incessantly, and she found herself involuntarily chanting a sacrificial incantation: blood for fire, fire for blood. From darkness springs forth light, death begets rebirth. As Rhaenyra recited her spell, the Dreamfire responded instinctively, calming the tumult within their hearts. They directed their flames downward, unleashing a torrent of dragon fire. 5 streams of vividly colored flames, empowered by a unique energy, transformed into meteor-like fireballs, hurtling towards the shattered Black and White Pavilion. In an instant, an even larger mushroom cloud erupted, the flames rampaging like a ferocious beast, voraciously consuming everything in their vicinity. The ascendant cloud resembled a cataclysmic pyrotechnic display, yet it carried with it an endless aura of terror and destruction. The entire structure of the Black and White Pavilion was reduced to rubble, leaving behind a gaping chasm. The shockwave from the explosion obliterated the rocky mountain upon which the pavilion stood. The reverberations spread outwards, causing the many temples on Divine Island to tremble violently. Numerous long-neglected temples suffered further damage, with the Sanctuary of Blessing collapsing entirely. The sanctuary, also known as the Great Courtyard, was a large brick building in Blafos, covered in moss, with a small channel running through the high walls. Here, people honored many forgotten deities from around the world. The immense commotion from the Black and White Pavilion reverberated through all strata of Blafos like a thunderclap. The Black and White Pavilion has met its end. This was the most immediate conclusion for the surviving temple priests. How swiftly retribution arrives. King Eutalus gazed at the towering flames, feeling a sense of satisfaction swell within him. Meanwhile, Hogdila, who had been sound asleep, seemed to be guided by an unseen force, stealthily slipping away while Rhaenyra and the others were distracted by the colossal fireworks in the distance. As the second explosion occurred, the energy that had emerged from the Black and White Pavilion was finally subdued, showing signs of fragmentation. A black flame began to emanate from the ground. However, it went unnoticed in the darkness of night. The shockwave from the explosion cascaded beyond Divine Island, collapsing countless nearby bridges. The adjacent river surged with monstrous waves, overturning innumerable fishing boats and demolishing many riverside structures. Those residing near the Island of the Gods were particularly unfortunate. Their already humble abodes were instantly destroyed, resulting in countless casualties. The searing airwaves ignited all flammable materials within a 1-kilometer radius. These 2 explosions likely obliterated nearly 1/10 of Blafos. Truly, this can be regarded as the greatest calamity in the annals of Braavos. In an effort to evade detection, Daenerys hastily instructed Drogon and his kin to retreat into the surrounding mountains. "Your Highness, the fireworks are indeed splendid." Wada's enchanting smile, illuminated by the flames, became even more captivating. "If Braavos fails to meet your expectations, perhaps a daily display of fireworks would suffice." Just imagining it is exhilarating. Daenerys confidently asserted her belief that today's pyrotechnic spectacle would sway many opinions and positions. Creeping through the shadows, Hogdra's dark brown form was nearly imperceptible under the cover of night and thick fog. Thus, he needed not soar high above, but merely glided over the rooftops of Braavos to the searing ruins of the Black and White House. The black flames here had intensified, though, curiously, rather than scorching hot, they exuded a chilling aura, hinting at a sinister nature. Unperturbed by this, Hogdra instinctively unleashed his devouring ability, drawing in the surrounding black flames and various infernos into his belly. The terrifying flames, before the 2-meter-long young dragon, became surprisingly docile. Akin to weary birds returning to their nests, continuously entering his maw. With the flames consumed, Hogdraw emitted a contented groan. A surge of magical energy coursed through him, causing his diminutive form to expand considerably. In less than half an hour, he had grown nearly 3 meters in size. His ebony-brown scales thickened tremendously, with edges curling outward, resembling sharp blades. The spikes along his back became robust, entirely disproportionate to his size. Particularly fearsome were the cluster of spines on his stout tail, which, when unfurled, resembled enormous blades. Even the edges of his wings sprouted bony protrusions, rendering Hogdraw more exaggerated than the corporeal form of a Bossus. The disaster at the Black and White House served as a grave warning to the people of Braavos, evoking the ancient admonitions of their ancestors. Never forget to remain humble. Never presume to wield dominion over the world. When one believes they have gained control, the seeds of destruction have already been sown in silence. Do not dare to toy with the powers of the divine. When you realize your strength rivals that of the gods, your demise will be nigh. The inferno of the Black and White House continued to blaze until noon the following day before gradually extinguishing. When the residual heat dissipated, only a vast, pitch-black pit remained. Having endured the flames, Hogdraw stealthily returned at dawn, cloaked by the morning fog over the river. At this moment, the magical energy within him seemed as though it were about to ignite, compelling Hogdraw to succumb to slumber in order to assimilate it. Daniela, perceptive as ever, quickly sensed his unusual state and, recalling his ability to consume flames, immediately grasped the situation. Upon further investigation, she discovered that the magical energy within Hogdraw resembled a volcano on the brink of eruption. It was evident that once he digested this energy, his size would far surpass that of her sister and brother. Chapter 271, A Day Trip to Braavos, Part 1. Seeing that Hogdraw was unharmed, Daniela felt a wave of relief wash over her. Although the air in Braavos was perpetually imbued with a pungent odor, her buoyant spirits rendered it a unique charm for her today. Thanks to the efforts of Yemengava and Yamongol, the group enjoyed a breakfast of various shellfish, crabs, fresh cod, and eel, all freshly caught from the sea. The two young sea dragons had developed a hearty appetite and honed their hunting skills. Each time they ventured into the water, they could capture their prey in under a minute, tirelessly delivering their catch to Daniela and her companions. Cod paired with fried potatoes, accompanied by jam, was Daniela's favorite. Baked eel with roasted corn was also delightful, both nutritious and delectable. However, the most abundant catch in Braavos was herring, the most plentiful fish in the world. Herring not only boasted a large yield, but was also rich in fat and nutrients, making it easy to harvest. Thus, it held a significant position in Braavos' trade. Yet, most of the herring available in the market was pickled, rendering its flavor somewhat lackluster. Nevertheless, for the common folk, it remained a rare source of nutrition and delight, garnering a substantial audience. After breakfast, under the protection of her loyal guards, Daniela boarded a small boat, ready for her day trip to Braavos. With Hogdraw likely to slumber for a while, she instructed Rhaenyra and Hograz to remain by her side for her protection. Though they were still young dragons, they were already at the apex of the food chain in this world. Even the most formidable human warrior would find it challenging to withstand the harm of a single breath of dragon fire. Meanwhile, Daniela's sworn knight, Cameron from Tarth Island, remained behind to receive merchants coming to trade with the Holy Flame Fleet. From the land deeds seized from the Heidel family, Daniela had already entrusted a small estate and several shops in Braavos to her agents. The estate had been transformed into an elegant venue for high-class courtesans, housing several top-tier socialites. Courtesans differ from prostitutes in that they often hail from noble backgrounds or possess exceptional beauty and talent. They all exhibit extraordinary taste and social skills, securing their place in high society. The courtesans of Braavos are renowned worldwide. Every courtesan possesses her own flower boat and servants. Their beauty is immortalized in the songs of singers, while goldsmiths and jewelers vie to craft exquisite items for them. Artisans beseech their patronage, and wealthy traders pay sums akin to royal ransoms in hopes of escorting them through ballrooms, banquets, and theatrical performances. Assassins, in their fervor, engage in deadly skirmishes in their names. The courtesans of the brothel manor, bolstered by the support of St. Flame Island, hold a significant advantage in dictating trends in cuisine, fashion, jewelry, fine wines, and artworks. In mere months, they have captivated the entirety of Braavos, beyond remitting tens of thousands of golden dragons monthly to St. Flame Island. They also provide Daenerys with a wealth of reliable intelligence. Furthermore, through the networks they have established, they attract numerous artisans and diverse talents to St. Flame Island. Other shops primarily focus on selling and promoting the specialties of St. Flame Island. Consequently, prior to Daenerys' arrival, Arrangements were made to contact buyers in advance. Today, they have come with those buyers in tow. The faceless men of Braavos have likely already conducted thorough inquiries into the brothel manor and these establishments. However, Daenerys operates within the bounds of legality, and Braavos lacks the audacity to act against her. This time, Daenerys arrives with 80 ships laden with goods. Should she sell them all, it would yield her profits exceeding 1 million dragons. If she were to return fully loaded with Braavos' specialties, it would translate into additional profits in the hundreds of thousands. Thus, despite the brevity of this journey, the potential profits are indeed staggering. It is no wonder that the 9 free trade cities have amassed wealth surpassing that of the combined 7 kingdoms through maritime commerce alone. Setting sail from the Purple Harbor, they journeyed westward, arriving at the far western end of Braavos, the Frayed Cloak Dock, after more than an hour. The Frayed Cloak Dock serves as a designated harbor for foreign merchant vessels. Compared to the Purple Harbor, it is rather rudimentary, rough, and dirty, filled with a cacophony of noise. Nevertheless, many make their livelihoods near the Frayed Cloak Dock, including laborers, actors, rope makers, shipwrights, tavern keepers, brewers, bakers, beggars, and courtesans. Due to the complexity of the dock's personnel, Daenerys and her companions did not linger, but instead sailed directly into the main waterway. Towering stone statues of Braavos' past Sea Lords line either side of the main channel. Each statue bears a solemn expression, draped in bronze robes, though nearly all are marred by splatters of seabird excrement. Some statues hold books, indicating that the Sea Lord was of scholarly origin. Others grasp daggers, suggesting an assassin's background, while one wields a hammer, having been a blacksmith prior to his ascension as a Sea Lord. The most magnificent among them is a statue that raises a star crafted from gold, said to represent the Sea Lord or Surzan, who unveiled the mysteries of Braavos. Another statue, tilting a stone flagon to allow water to flow continuously into the aqueduct, commemorates the Sea Lord Westeros, the architect of the Sweetwater Canal. After navigating along the main river for nearly half an hour, Daenerys and her companions arrived at the heart of the city. Here, the waterways opened up expansively, resembling a brackish lake, with the Islands of the Gods situated at its center. However, today, the Islands of the Gods were bustling with activity, as a continuous throng of people surged toward this location. This was largely due to the unexpected explosion that had obliterated one of the 3 great houses of Braavos, the House of Black and White, the previous night. Even now, thick, billowing smoke rose from its former site, the acrid scent permeating nearly half of Braavos. Daenerys instructed Yara and her brother to remain by the boat while she, accompanied by Hoggers, Veda, and several loyal guards, ascended to the Islands of the Gods to witness the devastation of the House of Black and White firsthand. As Daenerys and her young dragons made their way through the throngs, the once congested crowd parted to create a path for her. The journey from the small dock to the House of Black and White typically took only a few minutes. However, due to the prior night's explosion, all routes had been destroyed, leaving a scene of chaos that rendered movement difficult. Your Highness. To her surprise, nearly all the prominent figures of Braavos had gathered, though Daenerys recognized only a few. Thus, King Jaehaerys promptly took it upon himself to introduce her to the others. Observing their attire allowed Daenerys to glean insights into their backgrounds. The plainly dressed individuals were likely descendants of Braavos' founding families, their surnames reflecting the lesser Valyrian lineages or those of former slaves, such as Osiris, Talion, and Oral. In contrast, those clad in finery were presumably the emerging elite, bearing more complex surnames infused with the distinct style of Essos, markedly different from Westeros, including names like Garcia, Herrera, and Diaz. Chapter 272, A Day in Braavos, Part 2. After a round of insincere pleasantries, Daenerys feigned astonishment and lamented, "By the gods, what has transpired here? How can there be such a vast, smoking chasm? Has a volcano erupted? Or has a meteor struck this place?" Witnessing Daenerys' remarkable performance, Veda's eyes sparkled with admiration. "Your Highness, you are truly impressive. I have learned much." Meanwhile, Governor Osiris, no longer brimming with arrogance, cast a sidelong glance at Daenerys, silently questioning, "What is happening? Shouldn't you be more informed than anyone else? An explosion occurs the moment you arrive in Braavos. Who would believe it does not concern you?" However, King Jaehaerys seamlessly continued the charade, stating, "Alas, Your Highness, what you may not know is that this is indeed the site of the House of Black and White. For reasons unknown, a great explosion occurred last night, completely destroying the house. Several nearby temples were affected as well, suffering significant damage. Even the sanctum has collapsed, and many civilian homes in the vicinity were impacted, resulting in thousands of casualties." This calamity is one that Braavos has never before encountered. Daenerys listened intently, and upon the conclusion of his words, she mournfully remarked, "All mortals must meet their end." Utaris piously added, "And all mortals must offer their reverence. Should there be any assistance I can provide, I implore you, my Lord of the Seas, do not hesitate to ask. After all, natural disasters are merciless. Yet humanity possesses compassion. However, I wonder, does the House of Black and White have any branches? We cannot allow the lineage to be severed. The temple of the many-faced god exists solely in Braavos, with no other branches elsewhere." Utaris then deliberately divulged, "Yet there are numerous devotees of the many-faced god scattered across the globe, and a few faceless men fulfilling their missions outside. However, they have likely not yet encountered the core secrets of the House of Black and White. I fear that from this point onward, the house may be destined for decline." The words of Utaris, imbued with an air of lamentation, seemed to echo with a hint of schadenfreude in Daenerys' ears. Seasons alternate between winter and summer. Flora flourishes and withers. Mortals cannot escape the cycle of life and death, and even the deities within the sanctum are not immune to decline. Suddenly inspired, Daenerys tentatively addressed Utaris. "Lord Utaris, I heard you mention that the sanctum has also collapsed. Since I fortuitously encountered this matter upon my arrival in Braavos, may I be permitted to lend my assistance? Unlike other lords in Westeros, the Isle of Flame embraces all faiths. Consequently, my domain has attracted a myriad of believers from various pantheons. Why not allow me to finance the reconstruction of the sanctum? Since the gods have ceased to protect the House of Black and White from calamity, it appears that this is a fate they must accept. Henceforth, let the many-faced god reside alongside the pantheon of deities within the sanctum. Time flows and ages transform. Perhaps there will come a day when they rise again." Though Utaris could not immediately discern Daenerys' true intentions, he recognized that forging an alliance with her would be the most effective means of maintaining his dominion over Braavos. Thus, without consulting the other governors, he readily acquiesced, saying, "Allow me to express, on behalf of Braavos, our heartfelt gratitude for your highness's benevolence and charitable act. I shall promptly deliver the land deeds pertaining to the sanctum's vicinity to you. Reconstructing the temple will require numerous craftsmen, and I will arrange for their swift recruitment on your behalf. Your assistance is greatly appreciated." Daenerys acknowledged, aware that Utaris had firmly decided to ally with her. This realization brought her immense satisfaction. Indeed, the situation surrounding the House of Black and White had proven to be quite a formidable deterrent. Although the governors, led by Osiris, harbored some reservations regarding Utaris' hasty decision to bestow a vast expanse of land upon Daenerys, they ultimately recognized her intent to use the reconstruction of the temple as a pretext. To express dissent would not only offend both Daenerys and Utaris, but also incite discontent among the followers. After all, this place is now a gathering of numerous devout believers. Daenerys intends to exploit this circumstance to impose a moral obligation upon them. The ascendance of Braavos as the most powerful free trade city-state is attributed not only to its abundant resources, but also to its remarkable cultural inclusivity and relatively democratic administrative system, which serve as the fundamental reasons for its gradual rise. Daenerys does not aspire to emulate the Valyrians, who brutally and bloodily conquer the world with their dragons, reducing all they subjugate to ashes and enslaving them, ruthlessly exploiting them day and night through merciless means, regardless of the might one possesses. When one stands opposed to the entire world, the seeds of destruction have already begun to flourish. Thus, Daenerys aims to gradually permeate the world with her influence by suppressing the interests of a select few to benefit the majority. Upon reaching an agreement, Daenerys, accompanied by King Utaris, several governors, and the heads of prominent families, navigated a flotilla of small boats along the Long Canal, enjoying a leisurely exploration of much of Braavos. Aside from the absence of a dictatorial ruler, the city bears little distinction from other major cities around the world, although Braavos forbids any form of slave trade. The treatment of servants and attendants in the households of the affluent is not markedly different from that in other regions, particularly in the outskirts of Braavos. Many towns have already succumbed to the encroaching sea, rendering the living conditions of the common folk comparable to the squalid hovels of King's Landing. Poverty, filth, and violence remain the persistent themes in the neglected corners of major cities. During their excursion, Daenerys naturally took the initiative to promote and introduce the products she had brought from Dragonstone. The products from the Island of the Flame have long enjoyed a commendable reputation among the 9 free trade city-states. In this latest generation, she presented boasts even greater quality, piquing the interest of all present. Notably, Governor Antarion, the brother of the Sea King's wife, promptly produced paper and ink to sign substantial orders with Daenerys. Although the Targaryen family is among the original founders of Braavos, their style has shifted from understated luxury to extravagant opulence under this governor's influence, with his attire reflecting the lavish and ostentatious style of the slave owners from the Bay of Slaves. Nevertheless, with the Sea King as his backing, the Targaryen family's wealth ranks among the highest in Braavos, leaving others begrudgingly accepting of his presence despite their discontent. Throughout their journey, laughter and camaraderie prevailed, as the group tacitly chose to overlook the affairs of the House of Black and White. However, they were all acutely aware that this tranquility was merely the calm atop turbulent waves. As one of the three pillars of Braavos' dominance over the world, the faceless men have been rendered impotent by Daenerys. How could they simply swallow their indignation? Chapter 273. Business First. The gathering beheld the young, yet remarkably mature Daniela, whose stature and intellect were akin to those of an adult woman. Her exquisite beauty and amiable smile rendered it nearly impossible to associate her with the ruthless individual responsible for transforming the House of Black and White into a gaping crater. Although the assembly was aware of the general truth surrounding the events, they found themselves devoid of any evidence linking Daniela to the matter, prompting the wise among them to prudently choose silence. After all, despite their elevated status and immense wealth in Braavos, none possessed the intimidating influence of the faceless men. With the House of Black and White now obliterated, they certainly wished to avoid the sudden demise of their own palaces. Braavos had stood as the world's most potent free trade city-state for centuries, yet some individuals had allowed their pride to cloud their judgment. As the group concluded their tour of the flooded town and prepared for their return journey, a young and handsome governor approached Daniela with an air of condescension, remarking, "Your Highness, what a remarkable coincidence. The moment you arrived at the Beast Garden, the caged Longwing went berserk. And how fortuitous that the House of Black and White, implicated in the attempt on your life, was destroyed that very night." Daniela gazed at the strikingly handsome, yet arrogant young man in astonishment, pondering how anyone could be so audacious at such a time. "Governor Paterius, please refrain from speaking so flippantly in the presence of the princess," interjected King Jaehaerys, swiftly positioning himself between Paterius and Daniela, effectively pushing the governor aside. He then hastily explained to Daniela, "Your Highness, please forgive him. Every young person in Braavos is captivated by your unparalleled beauty. In their eagerness to engage, they will utter any words before you. Pay them no mind. Consider their remarks as mere trifles." At this, Paterius, momentarily silenced by Jaehaerys' interjection, attempted to retort but was quickly hushed by several companions who pulled him away. The strikingly handsome Governor Paterius boasted flowing golden locks and sapphire-like eyes, and it was said that his ancestors descended from the exiled dragon lords of Old Valyria. Daniela, possessing a modicum of knowledge about the prominent families of Braavos, recognized that the Paterius family was not among the foremost, leading her to feign curiosity and inquire of King Jaehaerys, "Who was that just now?" "That is Governor Paterius, one of the blood descendants of the 23 founders of Braavos." Jaehaerys promptly elaborated, providing Daniela with insight into the Paterius lineage. The family's pride stemmed from their ancient Valyrian heritage, which had compelled them for centuries to forge unions solely with those bearing the blood of Old Valyria. The members of the Paterius family retained certain Valyrian characteristics. Although their status in Braavos is presently only upper middle class, the grandeur and scale of their palace rank just below the Sea King's Hall and the Palace of Truth. This magnificent edifice is situated on a peninsula in the northeastern corner of Braavos, with several nearby islands and vast tracts of land encompassing over 100,000 acres belonging to the family. The Paterius family is among the few prominent families in Braavos that still rely on agriculture and fishing to sustain their daily expenses. Their shares in the Purple Fleet and the Iron Bank have dwindled to less than 1%, prompting them to make audacious remarks to attract attention. "Oh, it seems that the Sea King is quite skilled at safeguarding his people," Daenerys remarked, her smile radiant yet laced with an unmistakable warning. "Rest assured, matters that do not concern me will not trouble my heart. However, I must admit that I despise being wronged or deceived. Should anyone dare to cast unfounded aspersions upon me, they will certainly experience the searing taste of Dragonfire. Moreover, I have always treated friends and partners with generosity and compassion. However, should anyone choose to oppose me or owe me a debt, they shall inevitably seek retribution. My Lord Sea King, Braavos possesses the Purple Fleet, the Iron Bank, and the Faceless Men, yet our Targaryen family commands dragons. These awe-inspiring entities serve their purpose well in instilling fear, but misuse them, and their efficacy may falter. The Valyrians and the Faceless Men serve as prime examples of this. When they instill terror in the world, it is hardly a laughing matter. Look, even the gods cannot ignore such transgressions. Daenerys' words prompted a moment of silent exchange among the gathered crowd, with the Sea King, Jaehaerys, seizing the opportunity to reassure. Your Highness, please be assured that Bravos will provide you with a satisfactory response regarding the faceless Min's assassination attempt in King's Landing. My Lord Sea King, you need not fret. I have come today solely to admire the beauty of Bravos and, of course, to share the treasures of Dragonstone with everyone. Among those of keen intellect, communication requires merely a hint of nuance. Being overly assertive can lead to unwise outcomes. Thus, Daenerys deliberately spoke in ambiguous terms. For she had ample time at her disposal. Given Bravos' abundant resources, she could consider this visit as an opportunity to tend to her dragons. As for the faceless men, the House of Black and White had already met misfortune, dissipating much of her ire. All she desired was for Bravos to unearth the mastermind behind the chaos and provide her with an explanation. In doing so, the Seven Kingdoms and Bravos could restore their former harmony, for only in prosperity and stability can we cultivate greater benefits for one another, cannot we? This time, I have brought with me an array of splendid offerings. Let us first discuss matters of commerce. After all, despite being a dragon rider, I am still a young woman who does not relish a life steeped in violence and bloodshed. Wealth is more enjoyable when shared, and the prospect of delightful experiences together is indeed more intriguing, isn't it? As the crowd witnessed Daenerys swiftly seize the conversational reins, their respect for her undeniably deepened. However, many among them began to show signs of discomfort. For centuries, it had been anticipated that others would eventually offer apologies to Bravos. Decades ago, even when Bravos consumed 3 dragon eggs belonging to the Targaryen dynasty, it merely absolved them of a debt amounting to 5 million gold dragons. Since that time, the fear of this dragon family had dissipated, allowing Bravos to wield its influence through both force and wealth, stirring unrest across the continent of Westeros. Now, with renewed turmoil in the Riverlands, only a few families, apart from the Church, the Citadel, and the Valerians, who shared similar motivations and support, had ventured into this fray. The Free Cities, led by Bravos, had significantly contributed to the unfolding events. King Jaehaerys' decision to summon Daenerys to Bravos at this juncture was intended to convey a message of intimidation. In Chapter 274, a moment of brilliance sparked within Daenerys, as the unexpected involvement of Governor Paterius allowed her to articulate her stance clearly. To distill her previous words, she proclaimed, I am indeed responsible for the matters concerning the House of Black and White, but do you possess any evidence to substantiate your claims? This is merely a prelude. Should you fail to demonstrate sincerity, the consequences shall be yours to bear. Not long after, the long-awaited Dreamfire, having rested for a day, soared above the gathering crowd. Its colossal form eclipsed the sun, and even the likes of Malaise and young Baelor had transformed into magnificent beasts. The sense of intimidation it exuded far surpassed that of Hogner and Hoglar, who had remained by Daenerys' side. Indeed, the princess's blue dragon was a sight to behold. Perhaps the largest among the Targaryen dragons, second only to the founding dragon, Vhagar. What an exhilarating experience it must be to ride such a colossal creature through the skies. As Jaehaerys gazed upon the magnificent beast, memories of his youthful ambition stirred within him. Would the Lord of the Sea care to take a ride? In the Seven Kingdoms, the cost to mount my dragon is not insignificant. However, since you have graciously covered their provisions during their stay in Bravos, I shall offer you a complimentary flight. He gestured, summoning Dreamfire down. As the dragon approached the water's surface, its immense wings stirred the waves, prompting gasps of astonishment from the crowd. Fortunately, the depths of the canal were not profound enough to capsize the vessels. Daenerys directed Dreamfire to land upon the stone pier, allowing the boats to draw near. Come, Lord of the Sea. Jaehaerys executed a refined, noble bow in respect, to which Daenerys replied, Thank you, Your Highness. I never imagined that I would be on the brink of encountering the divine in this lifetime, with the opportunity to soar upon a dragon. This, indeed, would render my existence worthwhile. Your Highness, the princess, you just mentioned that the nobles of Westeros can pay to ride the dragons. Might I be fortunate enough to partake in such an experience? Governor Antalion, observing the Sea King and his entourage preparing to ascend the dragon, could not restrain his curiosity and inquired, 200,000 gold dragons, or equivalent goods, are you willing? Since there was someone prepared to pay, Daenerys had no qualms about making a bold offer. It was fortuitous, as she feared that relying solely on the Sea King to confront the entirety of Bravos' elite might leave her somewhat overwhelmed. Thus, it would be advantageous to gather additional allies. She simultaneously sought the counsel of Eutanius, What is the Sea King's stance on this matter? Your Highness, this is my brother-in-law. Since he is willing to pay, I implore the princess to grant him this favor. Eutanius immediately grasped Daenerys' intent and turned to address the others, Zayn, Orell, Freyga, Anneli, and Gonzaga. Would you not wish to seize this opportunity? We may only have this chance once in our lives. The individuals named were all from prominent families aligned with Eutanius' political stance. Thus the old Sea King sought to leverage this moment to compel them to declare their allegiance. Currently, the 10 most powerful families in Braavos include the Antalion, Freyga, Perich, Osiris, Anneli, Playston, Rhiannon, Tedios, Zayn, and Tolene families. The Gonzaga, Paterius, and Orell families, being also gubernatorial houses with a rich heritage, could stand on equal footing with the 10 foremost families in certain respects. The individuals singled out did not hesitate long. Adopting an expression of honor, it is indeed our privilege. Thank you, Your Grace, and Your Highness. Count us in. At this moment, the Plainellis and Playston governors also approached. These two families, sharing a common lineage, were originally founded by brothers, and over the millennia, they had maintained a close relationship, consistently standing together. Thus, although their familial strength was not the most formidable among the top 10, none dared to underestimate them. For united, they were nearly unbeatable. Upon noticing their arrival, Eutanius felt a surge of joy. Now, 9 out of the 13 families stood unified with him. Meanwhile, Governor Osiris, remaining stationary, felt a bitter taste in his mouth. The current situation was perilous for the remaining 4 families. Should the other 9 families conspire to select a scapegoat, even their formidable strength would be insufficient to resist. Moreover, there is Daniela, who masterfully commands the dragons. With her direct involvement, the Dreamfire naturally behaves with utmost compliance. Initially, a sense of trepidation lingered among the crowd. However, once they settled comfortably upon the expansive back of Dreamfire, an overwhelming sense of exhilaration took over. Take flight, Dreamfire. Accompanied by a triumphant roar, Dreamfire vigorously flapped its wings and soared gracefully into the sky. The governor Antalion, seated alongside Eutalis as arranged by Daniela, enjoyed the finest vantage point among the assembly. This exhilarated him immensely. Heavens! I never imagined that from such heights, the world would appear so diminutive. He exclaimed, Eutalis, why do I feel as though I could crush the Titan with a mere hand? At that moment, Daniela and her companions had ascended to nearly 1,000 meters, rendering even the towering Titan a mere figurine in their eyes. Why don't you feel as though you could flatten Blavros with a single step? Teased the old Sea King, unable to resist mocking Antalion's humorous inquiry. Yet, Antalion seemed to be on an entirely different wavelength, contemplating seriously, you know. I truly feel that if I were to jump down, I could indeed stomp Blavros into the ground. To think we've flown only this high and already have such a sensation. If a star were to fall from the heavens, could it not obliterate the house of black and white? As the saying goes, one need not fear the cunning of the clever. Rather, it is the brilliance of the exceptionally clever that poses a greater threat. Surely, you do not believe the house of black and white could really be annihilated by a meteor from the sky? Antalion mused. Meteors are indeed fiery, and many monks in Old Town of Westeros met their demise from falling stars just 6 months ago. Could divine retribution truly exist? Daniela refrained from commenting on Antalion's words. However, Eutalis seized the opportunity to interject. It is not impossible. When humans are provoked, they seek retribution. What more could be said of the deities? If they are offended, the price to pay is inevitably greater. Yet, apart from the legendary manifestations of divinity, who has truly witnessed them? It seems only the Targaryen family, capable of commanding dragons, is regarded as the closest to the divine. Chapter 275. The Unspoken Understanding on the Dragon's Back. Haha. You are absolutely right. Although my mind may not be particularly sharp, and I lack the art of intrigue, I am acutely aware of one principle in maritime trade. Whatever you wish to acquire, as long as the price is sufficient, nothing is unattainable. I assume the same applies to compensation, as long as it meets satisfaction. Is there any grievance in this world that cannot be resolved? Upon finishing, Antalion garnered applause from Eutalis. This is the first time I have heard you speak such reasonable words. Has sitting atop a dragon sharpened your intellect? It seems that the position one occupies is indeed of utmost significance. The 7 individuals behind, overhearing the dialogue between the two, instantly grasped the underlying meaning. They exchanged knowing glances, suggesting a tacit agreement had been reached among them. The entirety of Braavos is not extensive. Within a mere quarter of an hour, Daenerys had gradually led them on a tour. As Drogon soared to a luxurious palace located in the northeastern corner of Braavos, Daenerys could not help but remark, seemingly casually, that the palace below was indeed a splendid location. Nestled between mountains and waters, it connects the Braavos' inland sea with the Shivering Sea. The islands to the north shield it from the frigid northern currents and winds. Surely, the fishery resources in this area must be abundant. The Sea King, Euron Greyjoy, could hardly conceal his schadenfreude as he elaborated, "Your Highness speaks true. The waters surrounding House Paltris are indeed the most bountiful fishing grounds in all of Braavos. Furthermore, the estate of House Paltris is the closest to the city proper, serving as a primary supplier of grains, vegetables, and livestock for the great families." He continued, "The palace of House Paltris is the most opulent after the Sea King's palace and the Hall of Truth, being descendants of the ancient Valyrian dragon lords. They have constructed numerous vast sky gardens and platforms atop their palace, reputedly capable of bearing the weight of a 100-meter dragon. Shall we descend and put it to the test?" I think it wise to refrain," Governor Frago interjected with sardonic wit. "In Valyrian times, they lost their family's dragons. Can we truly expect them to possess any knowledge of dragons now?" He continued, "Their family has invested nearly all their wealth in maintaining that palace. If we were to inadvertently trample their estate, where would they find the space to reminisce about the glory of their departed dragon lords?" But that may not be the case. They could always marry off another daughter, or what a wealthy merchant's daughter from the kingdom of 3 daughters, another chimed in. After all, have they not historically relied on such means to weather crises? Who could blame the Paltris family, with their lineage of strikingly handsome men and beautiful women? While their intellect may not be particularly sharp, they are undeniably pleasing to the eye. The crucial point is their fertility, Their family's twin genes are remarkably potent, with nearly every daughter bearing twins. Though they can bear children, it seems their women perish in bed more frequently than their men fall on the battlefield, another mused. At this moment, the chatter among the others began to dwindle. "I have heard that all the men of the Paltris family possess exceptional gifts, adorned with barbs. Only women of Valyrian blood can endure them. Many of their stillborn infants are said to bear scales, monstrous in form. It appears there may be some truth to that." Little did anyone anticipate that upon the back of Drogon, amidst the playful banter, the seeds of annihilation for a prominent family had been inadvertently sown. After circling Braavos twice, Daenerys delivered everyone to the Palace of Truth, where their vessel had already docked. Rejecting the Sea King's invitation to dinner, Daenerys ascended upon her dragon and returned to her ship. Given the destruction of the House of Black and White, she could not dismiss the possibility of someone directing their wrath towards her. The risk of poisoning or assassination at dinner would be too great. Despite the ruin of the House of Black and White, there remained some faceless men who survived to execute tasks, and a retaliatory strike against her would indeed be troublesome. It would be prudent to wait until she had completed the construction of her new sanctuary before making her public appearance. Should anyone dare to act against one who has contributed to the edifice of her sanctuary, it would be a betrayal of the highest order. Perhaps due to the substantial consumption of exotic beasts the previous day, both Dreamfire and her companions lacked appetite throughout the day. The livestock sent by the Sea King's palace was promptly redistributed by Daenerys to the guards and the crew of the Flame Fleet for their meals. It seems that Daenerys' arrival has indeed been a tremendous boon to Euthyrus, as the quantity of livestock he supplies daily is quite astonishing. 300 fat sheep, 300 fat pigs, and 100 cattle, along with a fair number of old horses at times. This bounty not only suffices for the dragons, but also spares the Flame Fleet the expense of purchasing livestock. Since her brief appearance in Braavos, Daenerys had scarcely been seen in the city, spending her days either forging Dragonstone at the Isles of the Gods or supervising the construction of her sanctuary. When boredom struck, she would ride her mighty dragon with her handmaidens and female warriors to hunt in the Shivering Sea. The fishing resources of Braavos are indeed plentiful, as her numerous gluttonous dragons engage in frenzied hunting without depleting the populace. However, the larger species such as whales, sharks, and seals quickly fled the area, leaving Dreamfire to venture far afield in search of substantial prey. Having arrived in Braavos, Daenerys naturally wished for her dragons to enjoy a variety of game, as these sea creatures provide far more energy than cattle or sheep. Following Daenerys' last appearance, various noble families began a fervent rush to purchase goods brought by the Flame Fleet, resulting in numerous orders being placed. Consequently, the inventory of the Flame Fleet was rapidly diminished. Notably, the 9 great houses that ascended upon Dreamfire's back not only procured a significant amount of merchandise, but also included the fees for riding the dragon, accompanied by an array of gifts. Although Daenerys had waived the fees for the Sea King Euthyrus, he still sent several chests of jewels and Valyrian antiques as a return gesture through his siblings, Euthania and Athalion. Once the siblings departed, Bashani and Veda could hardly contain their excitement as they opened the chests to inspect the treasures within. Among the items was a remarkably exquisite Valyrian ruby crown, adorned with various gems, featuring a central ruby the size of a quail's egg, emanating a potent aura of magical energy. It appears to be a treasure that has indeed been passed down from the ancient era of Valyria. The Sea Lord is quite generous. The gifts he has bestowed must surely be worth over 200,000 golden dragons. No woman could resist the allure of sparkling jewels. Bashani picked up a string of green gemstone necklaces and presented them to Daenerys, remarking, "Your Highness, behold, this gem is rather rare and truly exquisite. This is jade from the Golden Empire of the eastern continent of Essos, which is seldom found in the West." As Daenerys accepted the necklace, she gazed into the distance towards the Sea Lord's palace, inwardly hoping her appetite would not frighten them. Chapter 276. The turmoil at the new sanctuary. At the construction site of the new sanctuary in Braavos, the basic framework of the edifice has now been completed, forming a grand 7-tiered temple, the tallest in Braavos to date. This achievement is attributed to the malleability of Dragonstone, which can be forged into various sizes and shapes, thus expediting the construction process. Furthermore, the quality of Dragonstone surpasses that of the hardest natural materials in this world, enabling it to bear the weight of such a towering structure. Presently, master craftsmen are crafting a bronze dome for the main hall of the temple. Meanwhile, some ordinary laborers have been assigned to level the terrain surrounding the Black and White House, situated at the site of the cracked stone mountain. This location was previously transformed into Dragonstone by Daenerys and her dragons, resulting in much of the barren land being exposed around the gaping pit. It is essential to level this area to facilitate further construction. Due to the generous wages offered by Daenerys, nearly all idle individuals in Braavos have flocked to this site. This influx has indeed accelerated the construction efficiency, yet it has also given rise to some unscrupulous behavior. Consequently, the supervising dragon guards have increased their numbers to oversee the workers, ensuring they exert themselves diligently. In the midst of leveling the land, a group of workers accidentally uncovered a hidden passage. "Your Highness, news has arrived from the sanctuary construction site that the craftsmen have discovered an underground space." Vada hurriedly entered Daenerys' cabin to report. Daenerys slowly set aside the Braavos bestiary, intrigued by Vada's unusual haste. "What has caused your agitation today?" They also mentioned that the space was adorned with human skin masks. To Daenerys' amusement, even the steadfast Vada seemed to harbor a fear of those macabre masks. It seems that even the most resolute women harbor a natural trepidation towards the eerie and terrifying. No wonder every time I ventured to forge Dragonstone, I sensed the lingering, surging dark magic in that pit. I had presumed that all remnants of the Black and White House had been engulfed in the explosion. Yet it appears those human skin masks have endured. The utility of those items cannot be underestimated. Thus, she promptly summoned Dreamfire and Miracis, swiftly guiding them towards the construction site of the new sanctuary. Upon Rhaenyra's arrival at the site, the dragon wardens responsible for overseeing the operations had already ushered the craftsmen to the periphery, standing fully armed at the edge of the vast pit, vigilant. "Your Highness, Princess, no need for formalities. Please, lead me to the entrance." Due to the near-total collapse of the stone mountain where the Black and White Institute once stood, Rhaenyra chose a location closer to the dock for the new sanctuary. She first melted the shattered rocks into enormous dragon stones, constructing a towering base and platform several meters high, just a few dozen meters from the dock, ensuring that even in the event of a flood, the seawater would not encroach upon this site. Presently, a grand, semicircular temple has begun to take shape upon this platform, expedited by the properties of the Dragonstone. To forge sufficient Dragonstone, the remnants of the shattered hill have been entirely leveled, and even the vitrified stones at the edge of the pit have been shattered by Dreamfire under Rhaenyra's command for the purpose of creating more Dragonstone. The original site of the Black and White Institute has been designated as a sacred grove, for nearly all the rubble from the hill had been utilized in the crafting of Dragonstone. Consequently, the enormous pit left by the remnants of the Institute has diminished considerably. After all, the assistance from Fishbeam and her colossal dragon is monumental, as Fishbeam can absorb any form of magical energy and transform it into the most suitable energy for the dragons. The potency of the magical energies surrounding the ruins of the Black and White Institute and the Isles of the Gods is particularly conducive to the growth of Fishbeam. With the aid of this locator and monitor, Braavos holds no secrets from Rhaenyra. Therefore, she has dispatched a fleet of holy flame ships to the northern realm to gather saplings of Fishbeam. Although the north is frigid, it boasts the greatest abundance of Fishbeam, unlike the south, where they have nearly been completely felled. "Your Highness, This secret passage leads to the underground space, the leading dragon warden informed Rhaenyra. According to local lore, it is believed to be the third subterranean level of the Black and White Institute, accessible only to the temple's monks and mages. As they proceeded, the warden cautioned, "Your Highness, please exercise caution. Once we enter this space, the light from the torches barely reaches far, rendering it exceedingly dim." Before long, they arrived in the underground chamber. Despite the preparedness of warriors like Varda, the horrific sight before them elicited a sharp intake of breath. Oh gods! How many lives did this faceless one claim to create such a multitude of human skin masks? The underground space was vast, filled with an overwhelming number of masks, easily numbering in the millions. What was most unsettling was that each mask appeared eerily lifelike, as if they could still gaze back at you. This sight sent an unsettling chill even through Rhaenyra, who had witnessed many grand spectacles before. Moreover, she could genuinely perceive that these human skin masks not only harbored an intensely potent dark magic, but also contained a trace of soul power. This suggested that the souls of the mask's owners might still linger within them. Daniela could not help but ponder silently why the faceless ones were capable of transforming into the likeness of anyone. Were these masks not their most exquisite repository of identities? When the database is sufficiently vast, even the most unique visage could be simulated with such an extensive collection of human skin masks as reference. To preclude the surviving faceless ones from infiltrating through other hidden passages, Daniela first summoned Rhaenyra and Hogras, leading them all to meticulously investigate the realm of human skin masks. To their astonishment, they discovered several secret passages, albeit most of them were in a state of partial collapse. Daniela commanded Rhaenyra and Hogras to unleash their dragon flames to incinerate these conduits. Although Rhaenyra and her companions were still youthful, their flames were formidable. While they might not yet be capable of melting stone, the sheer force generated by their fiery breath easily obliterated the passages. After destroying these routes, Rhaenyra and the others, taking advantage of Daniela's momentary distraction, surreptitiously indulged in a considerable number of the human skin masks. The magic contained within these masks provided them with commendable nourishment. In the days that followed, rumors began to circulate throughout Braavos regarding the faceless ones of the House of Black and White, who were said to strip the living of their skins to craft nefarious artifacts. As trade caravans arrived, these tales gradually spread across the world. Consequently, the notion that the god of 1,000 faces, worshipped by the House of Black and White, was a malevolent deity gained traction, particularly through the captivating performances of various troops. Stories of the House of Black and White, having committed numerous atrocities, facing divine retribution and destruction, began to circulate. This rapidly elevated Daniela's image, who was suspected of annihilating the House of Black and White, to a resplendent stature. After all, she bore the title of one who ends the long night and harsh winter. In contrast, the House of Black and White was naturally cast in the role of the antagonist. Chapter 277. The dragon egg trap. The thick fog rendered the nights in Braavos particularly somber and dark. Aboard a flower ship in the northeastern inland sea of Braavos, Utalion was clandestinely meeting with Governor Petilius. "Governor Petilius, what do you think? These are indeed 3 genuine dragon eggs, are they not?" Utalion opened a crack in the exquisitely crafted purplewood box containing the dragon eggs, allowing Petilius to glimpse the 3 eggs, one black, one green, and one platinum. These are unmistakably dragon eggs, but it seems they are already exhibiting signs of petrification, does it not? Such eggs are exceedingly difficult to hatch. Although he said this, the covetous glint in Petilius's eyes was palpable. "This is beyond my judgment. Perhaps our Valyrian bloodline in the Rhea family has thinned over the decades, as we have yet to witness any signs of hatching. However, the Petilius family possesses an authentic lineage of dragon kings, which surely holds a substantial chance of hatching. Does it not? To my knowledge, the dragon eggs of Dreamfire have yielded many formidable dragons, each possessing a potent bloodline and extraordinary talents. Clarkshu, Melius, Himelos, and Apollos are all dragons of distinct characteristics. Thus, Governor Petilius, the value of these 3 dragon eggs is 10 million gold dragons." Petilius promptly presented his offer. Upon hearing this, Utalion slammed the lid of the mahogany box shut and angrily retorted, "If you lack sincerity, do not waste my time. I believe that if the 3 dragon eggs were returned to Princess Daniera, the Rhaenyra family could certainly extricate themselves from this incident while also gaining the friendship of a true dragon royal family." Noticing Utalion's genuine anger, Petilius quickly forced a smile, saying, "Please do not be angry. The Petilius family simply cannot offer more. Surely, you do not expect to remain in Braavos as your leisurely governor after acquiring these 3 dragon eggs, do you?" Utalion regarded Governor Paterius with a look of disdain, as if viewing an imbecile. Insulted by such mockery from this scion, Paterius felt his dignity severely compromised and replied with displeasure, "What do you mean by that? Are you suggesting that once I have the dragon eggs, I must leave Bravos immediately?" Utalion smirked and praised mockingly, "Governor Paterius is astute, after all. With the vastness of the world, where could a dragon royal family with 3 dragon eggs not rise again? However, proximity to the Targaryen family is out of the question. For once they learn of your hatching dragons, they will stop at nothing to annihilate you. Moreover, these dragon eggs may not necessarily hatch into dragons." Paterius recognized the truth in Utalion's words, yet the thought of leaving Bravos upon acquiring the dragon eggs quelled his greed and desire. For such an elusive hope, departing Bravos seemed hardly worthwhile. Observing Paterius' sudden timidity, Utalion continued to stoke the flames. "Indeed, thus far, apart from the Targaryen family, I have not heard of any other dragon royal descendants capable of hatching dragons. Perhaps the Targaryen family is the true lineage of dragon kings, while others are mere pretenders. Imposters. Humph. Their Targaryen family, back in the day, was merely a mediocre family. The Paterius family is no less than them. We simply lack the opportunity to obtain dragon eggs. We are most aware of what constitutes true dragon blood. The characteristics of our family's premature offspring serve as the finest proof." Paterius suddenly realized that he had unwittingly spoken out of turn, hastily restraining his words. For this was indeed a family secret. However, this sense of reluctance and embarrassment only served to inflate his ambition and greed once more, igniting the desire that coursed through his true dragon blood. The fervor within him began to lick at his very veins like a consuming flame, causing his blood to race uncontrollably. Moreover, he sensed that the sandalwood box in Utalion's hands contained 3 fiery orbs that beckoned to him. "Allow me to examine these dragon eggs once more. I seem to have developed an unusual affinity for them." Utalion, noticing Paterius' rekindled interest, opened the sandalwood box once again. Paterius extended his hands, gently caressing the exquisitely crafted dragon eggs, which, contrary to expectations of coldness, radiated a warmth upon his touch. The enchanting luster of the eggs caused Paterius' gaze to grow increasingly dazed. In a trance, he envisioned 2 men and a woman engulfed in flames alongside the dragon eggs, until the fire consumed them whole. My heavens! 3 dragon hatchlings. Paterius suddenly awakened from his reverie. Yet, at that moment, the 3 dragon eggs had returned to their icy state. Nevertheless, the inferno of desire in Paterius' eyes had completely ignited, his once blue irises now shimmering with an eerie violet hue. "Very well, I am in agreement. I can sell you shares in the Iron Treasury, the territories and palace of the Paterius family, and 100 fishing vessels, all valued at no less than 100 million gold dragons. This far exceeds the worth of the 3 dragon eggs. What will you offer as compensation?" "No, no, no, the party you wish to negotiate with is not us, but Governor Osiris and his associates. First, you must pledge or sell your assets to him, and then you may provide us with 30 million gold dragons." Utalion promptly corrected Paterius. "However, should you wish to liquidate your assets swiftly, he is certain to undercut your price. It would be fortunate indeed if you could secure 60 to 70 million gold dragons." Upon hearing this, Paterius couldn't help but feel skeptical. Why go through such convoluted means? "Do you not wish to leave Bravos?" Utalion explained candidly. "Just because we may not need to leave now does not imply we will never require it. With my father's health, how long can he sustain the position of Sea King? We must also prepare for the future, with the Dragon Princess already at our doorstep. Our family, the Rhaenyra clan, faces significant pressure. Who can predict how the situation may evolve? It is prudent to make ample preparations, thus the more cash we possess, the better." Listening to Utalion's rationale, Paterius found it quite reasonable. Though Aquaman Utalyrus currently appears to be enjoying a harmonious relationship with Daenerys, should the reparations they propose fail to meet her expectations, no one can guarantee that the tragedy of the House of Black and White will not repeat itself. After reaching a delightful consensus, the two summoned the social butterflies outside. As fellow denizens of the pleasure district, they reveled in the evening's festivities. The vibrant lights of the flower boats swayed with the breeze, while an impenetrable darkness loomed around them. Chapter 278. Beneath the old town, Paterius demonstrated commendable efficiency, managing to sell all shares of ancestral property and the Iron Vault to several families, including Osiris, in less than a month. Naturally, the price was heavily suppressed, totaling a mere 65 million golden dragons. After delivering 30 million golden dragons to Utalyrus, he successfully acquired 3 dragon eggs, with 15 million golden dragons. He purchased 83 masted ships, thus forming a formidable fleet of over 120 vessels that majestically departed from Braavos, sailing towards the Sunset Sea. During this time, Daenerys received word of the Old Town being besieged by the Iron Islands fleet and sea monsters. Consequently, she entrusted the affairs of Braavos to Cameron and Veda, hastening her journey towards Old Town aboard Drogon. After a continuous flight lasting a day and night, Daenerys finally arrived at Old Town by midday the following day. By then, it had been over 10 days since the town had suffered the attack, and the sunken ships in the bay had been salvaged. 68 largely intact longships were displayed at the Old Town dock, undergoing refurbishment. The structures destroyed in the calamity were in the process of reconstruction. Yet the docks had been cleared and normal trade resumed. Sensing Daenerys' presence, Amolos and Antilos soared from the ruins of the watchtower, eagerly approaching Drogon. To Daenerys' astonishment, she beheld 6 young dragons trailing behind Amolos, each comparable in size to Hogner and his kin. Moreover, 2 more perched upon Amolos' back. Amolos led them to the ruins of the watchtower where Hemoros had fallen, perhaps due to the absorption of golden energy. Her body showed no signs of decay even after 10 days, appearing as though it were in a deep slumber. However, Daenerys could distinctly sense that the life force within her had completely extinguished. She swiftly dismounted from Drogon, stumbling towards Hemoros' side, gently caressing her already cold body. Tears, unbidden, streamed down her cheeks. "I am so sorry, Hemoros. I could not alter your tragic fate. Forgive me." As if sensing Daenerys' sorrow, Drogon and Myricus erupted into mournful cries, their resonant and poignant dragon songs causing the bustling crowd at the Old Town dock to halt in their tracks. "Princess Daniera has returned. The princess is back. How long we have awaited your return, Your Highness." In the face of the great calamity, the residents of the Old Town, who had shed few tears, now found themselves sitting on the ground, weeping uncontrollably upon hearing the news of Daenerys' return. It was as if neglected children, upon seeing their parents, unleashed all their pent-up grievances. Sensing the commotion at the docks, Daenerys quickly composed herself and instructed Antiloth to escort her to the Old Town's harbor. At that moment, Dreamfire and his companions were intensely fascinated by the 7 newly hatched dragonlings and 5 crimson dragon eggs, for their magical essence was overwhelmingly potent, sophisticated, and alluring. This prompted Amoros to immediately shield the dragonlings and eggs beneath his wings, roaring loudly as a warning. Upon confirming that it was indeed Daenerys who had returned, the townsfolk respectfully bowed and greeted her. Noticing the tear stains still lingering on their faces, Daenerys bowed apologetically, expressing, "I am truly sorry, everyone. It was my failure to protect you that led to such suffering. How can you blame yourself?" They replied, "If it weren't for the guardian dragons you left, we would have surely been devoured by those monsters. Indeed, had it not been for your dragons and Lord Jorig's defense squad, the Old Town would have been utterly devastated. Yes, you cannot fathom how terrifying those monsters were." For the first time, Daenerys felt a profound sense of comfort in her close interaction with the people, as if her efforts and strategies had finally borne fruit. Shortly thereafter, Jorig and Mungo arrived to oversee the post-disaster reconstruction. Perhaps due to relentless toil under the sun, both appeared thinner and darker than before. After exchanging pleasantries, Daenerys followed them to the site from which the monster had emerged at the center of the Old Town. Jorig had set up a temporary command tent there, surrounded by hundreds of fully armed members of the Old Town's defense squad. "Your Highness, this is where the monster crawled out," Jorig explained, gesturing towards a massive pit, approximately 50 meters deep, filled with the remains of various creatures. Even seasoned warriors like Jorig and Mungo turned pale at the sight, for the bones appeared desiccated. Devoid of blood, yet exhibited no signs of decay. The temperature at the pit's bottom was chillingly low, reminiscent of the depths of the abyssal Great Wall. Intrigued by their description, Daenerys summoned Antiloth and descended directly into the pit. The entrance spanned several hundred meters in diameter, allowing even the likes of Vagarel to enter freely. Indeed, it was astonishing to discover such a hidden realm beneath the Old Town, where the concentration of magical energy rivaled that of the abyssal Great Wall. Unlike the ordinary underground labyrinths, this colossal cavern was vaster and deeper. Moreover, within this vast expanse lie no fewer than 40 to 50 immense caverns, each exceeding several hundred square meters. It is evident that these caverns have been meticulously excavated by human hands, as their rocky walls are adorned with an array of bizarre runes. Perhaps it is these very runes that imbue this place with such a dense aura of magic. Scattered throughout the caverns are desiccated corpses and skeletal remains, some of which rival the size of fully grown dragons and sea serpents. These bones are suffused with potent magical energy, making them excellent materials for forging Valyrian steel. At the base of the caverns, amidst the rubble, lie numerous shattered bronze chains, likely remnants of the bindings that once restrained the monstrous entity. The runes inscribed upon them are distinctly unique, more esoteric and ancient than those found on the bronze armor of the runestone city. Gazing upon the marvel before her, Daenerys was struck with inspiration. Transforming this place into a dragon's lair and armory seemed most fitting. The space was ample and resources abundant. However, the pervasive chill of the magic here necessitated the prior transformation of the fishwood, lest it prove detrimental to the dragons. Thus, Daenerys ascended into the air, instructing several dragons of Dreamfire to excavate a fishwood sapling approximately 3 to 4 meters tall, which she then promptly planted at the cavern's base. To ensure its survival, Daenerys pricked the wings of Anthelos and her companions, allowing their dragon blood to nourish the fishwood. She then reverently chanted the earth song and wind song of the children of the forest, a skill she had acquired from the fishwood itself. As Daenerys intoned her melodies, blood-red runes began to materialize upon the alabaster trunk of the fishwood, and soon, the cavern's magic surged violently towards it, prompting the sapling to take root with astonishing speed. It swiftly flourished, emanating a new vitality and magical essence. Chapter 279. The Old Town Dragon Lair. Once the fishwood had firmly established its roots within the cavern's depths, Daenerys' silhouette emerged upon its trunk, heralding the successful establishment of a new database of the sacred flame. Thanks to the rich magical energy at the cavern's base, the fishwood grew at an extraordinary rate, transforming dramatically day by day. Within just a few days, the nearby caverns brimmed with fresh magical energy. Daenerys arranged for Amoros, her offspring, and 5 dragon eggs to inhabit the cavern most saturated with magic. They found the new lair quite appealing, as it was rich in magical essence and filled with the frozen remains of various unknown species, which were a substantial boon for them. Anthelos was placed adjacent to Amoros and her kin. Now, only these two remained of the 4 closest dragons, and their bond deepened as a result. Anthelos would occasionally venture out to hunt sea beasts to provide sustenance for Amoros' young dragons. Meanwhile, the remains of Himelos and Aposos were relocated deeper into the cavern by Daenerys and Dreamfire, where the unique temperature and magical environment would preserve their internal magic, allowing it to intensify despite the lengthy duration of this process. In the ensuing days, Daenerys led the dragons in a relentless forging of Dragonstone, initiating the construction of a new watchtower. In light of the tumultuous state of the 7 kingdoms, it is increasingly difficult to ensure that no rogue individuals, akin to the Ironborn, will attempt to launch surprise attacks on Old Town. The new watchtower is grander, taller, and more fortified than its predecessor. It is, at least with the current level of weaponry in this world, quite resilient against damage. Simultaneously, Daenerys has sent word to Dragonstone, urging them to expedite the delivery of a new batch of heavy crossbows and wildfire. In the recent confrontation with the Ironborn, the guards of Old Town achieved remarkable feats, and had it not been for the appearance of that monstrous creature, even the ordinary sea beasts would have posed no challenge. This new watchtower is truly impressive. Had such a structure existed before, I feel I could have matched that hideous creature in strength. These words were spoken by Jason Kettlegrew, the newly appointed vice-captain of the Old Town Guard, known as the Sea Beast Slayer. Our valiant Sea Beast Slayer, henceforth, the guardians of these 2 towers shall be entrusted to your command. Let those who dare to invade Old Town, be they men or sea monsters, taste the wrath of your heavy crossbows and wildfire. Daenerys has always been generous with her commendations and rewards for exceptional subordinates. Jason is destined to be a knight of renown in the annals of the 7 kingdoms, for no knight has ever slain a sea beast, such a formidable magical creature. Since the Dawn Age, Jason and several other members of the Old Town Guard, who personally felled sea beasts, were all knighted in the name of King Jaehaerys. Additionally, several estates near Old Town, previously belonging to the Starry Hall, were granted to them as fiefs. They all chose the scene of slaying sea beasts as their family crest. But Jason's Kettlegrew family banner is the most ostentatious, featuring an arrow piercing through 4 sea beasts. Moreover, both Rhaegar and Mungo have been officially appointed by Daenerys as the governors of Old Town and Sun House. Henceforth, Daenerys will not continue the feudal system in her urban territories, as it is detrimental to central authority. The granting of knightly estates is intended to provide a pathway for advancement and motivation for the lower ranks. In the future, only those who have achieved significant feats will be easily knighted. Your Highness's praise makes me feel quite bashful. It is truly a testament to the cooperation of our brethren. Alas, the watchtower was the first line of defense breached by the sea beasts, leaving few survivors apart from Jason. However, Rhaenyra has generously provided substantial compensation to their families. Upon her arrival, Daenerys personally visited them to offer her condolences and left behind ample supplies and gifts. This act has further endeared all members of the Old Town Guard to her. With Daenerys' approval, the Guard's ranks have been expanded to 5,000. In these turbulent times, it is prudent to prepare the forces early, especially since Daenerys currently lacks neither funds nor resources. With the completion of the Watchtower, Daenerys, accompanied by her dragons, took a week to repair the city walls of Old Town's docks and the Dragonstone Avenue leading from the central cavern to the harbor. Due to the fact that Rhaenyra has relocated the refugees whose homes were destroyed to underground spaces, the devastated areas have been transformed by Rhaenyra into commercial and artisanal districts once they were organized. As for the residents of the Old Town whose foundations were occupied, Rhaenyra personally financed the construction of new residential areas in other districts to accommodate them. This has resulted in mutual satisfaction, as they currently lack the means to build new homes. Once the infrastructure was in place and the displaced residents settled, Rhaenyra devoted herself to the construction of the Dragon's Lair in the Old Town. Following the last disaster, most of the monks and scholars who opposed Rhaenyra had been devoured by monsters. Consequently, the monks from the Hall of Stars have now become voluntary educators and grassroots workers serving the Old Town. Nevertheless, as they originated from humble beginnings, they find great significance in contributing to the welfare of the common people. Thus, the Seven Gods Church in the Old Town has entirely transformed, becoming distinct from other churches. The Hall of Stars, once the stronghold of the Seven Gods Church, has undergone a complete metamorphosis after two major calamities. It has now evolved into a new faith dedicated to serving the people. Under Rhaenyra's guidance, the newly appointed bishops have begun revising the doctrines and scriptures of the Seven Gods. Meanwhile, through the operations of Rhaenyra's faction, the candidates for the establishment of branches of the Academy on the Holy Flame Island and in King's Landing have been selected. Those loyal to Rhaenyra remain at the Old Town's headquarters. The neutral scholars, after copying the classics of the Academy, will proceed to establish a branch on the Holy Flame Island. As for those with uncertain positions who resisted Rhaenyra, they have been dispatched to King's Landing without even being granted time to copy the classics. Thus, the Old Town has finally become a united front. With the assistance of the dragons, the new Dragon's Lair and the underground armory were completed in just a few days. Rhaenyra instructed the construction of a direct passage from the underground labyrinth of the Old Town to the upper part of the giant cave. With the help of Dreamfire, several large furnaces were quickly established here. Most of the passages connecting the underground space of the Old Town and the giant cave have been sealed with Dragonstone, leaving only a few secret routes, which are closely monitored by the Old Town's garrison and are situated far from the currently developed areas. Without a map to guide them, the garrison personnel find it difficult to enter. Merely half a month has passed, and the underground armory has officially commenced operations. With a large number of corpses available for blood sacrifices within the cave, after a week, as most of the corpses were exhausted, sufficient pseudo-Valyrian steel had been refined to forge tens of thousands of sets of armor and weapons. Although this batch of steel does not yet possess the characteristics of immortality, once placed in the underground cave, its magical properties will automatically restore, rendering it virtually indistinguishable from true Valyrian steel equipment. The 3 Valyrian weapons seized by Rhaenyra were bestowed upon him by Rhaenyra. The Red Rain sword was awarded to him. The Nightfall was personally kept by Rhaenyra, while the Falling Star was arranged to be sent to Dax, who is journeying to Sistrand to recruit the wildlings. Chapter 280. A new year. In the early days of January in the year 102 of the Conquest calendar, the reconstruction of the Old Town was finally completed. The transformation of the Old Town was striking, featuring a grand new dock and a wide avenue of bronze-hued dragonstone, forged by Ameloth and Anthalos, where scenes of soaring dragons captivated the eye far more than before. Since Daniela took charge last year, the Old Town's revenue had more than doubled to over 8.6 million gold dragons, thanks to the promotion of high-yield crops, the establishment of breweries, and paper mills. However, following 2 rounds of post-disaster reconstruction, the expenses for relief and foundational education consumed over 8 million gold coins, leaving little surplus. Daniela had directed all remaining funds towards resettling refugees, cultivating new estates, and investing in the academic city, turning the riverside area into a veritable melting pot, as many displaced individuals flocked to the relatively stable and prosperous Baelons. The academic city, now under Daniela's control, required further support to foster research into useful innovations. Daniela's private estates, paper mills, and breweries in the Old Town yielded substantial profits, amounting to over 5 million gold dragons, all of which were reinvested into the development of Sisland. a region still barren and a voracious consumer of gold until it could sustain itself. Even though the Holy Flame fleet brought some trade income while transporting supplies to Sisland, such revenues were negligible in the context of developing the new territory. This year, Yangwu City reported a commendable surplus. Since taking over the Kuei family's fleet, Daniela expanded it to a fleet of 50 ships, continuing its oceanic trade alongside the Qingting Island fleet. The brewing, oil pressing, and paper-making industries in Yangwu City also generated significant revenue, resulting in a surplus of over 2 million gold dragons after contributions to the royal treasury. The newly constructed dock in the Old Town was not only more magnificent and spectacular, but also benefited from the fact that no merchant ships were lost during the previous crisis. This revitalized trade in the Old Town, which had suffered greatly due to past riots. To attract visitors, Daniela selected dozens of giant skulls from the Dragon Cave, transforming them into sculptures displayed along the Dragonstone Avenue leading to the dock. This move immediately drew many curious onlookers, as the allure of the unusual transcended the boundaries of any world. The cremation tower outside the Dragon Cave was officially put into operation. Following the monster crisis, cremation had become the preferred funeral practice in the Old Town. The terrifying monster and the previous long night had led the populace to believe that the White Walkers were not merely a myth, prompting most to accept cremation. The efforts of the priests from the Starry Sanctuary had also played a significant role in this shift, as their new doctrine embraced cremation as a right to return the deceased to the embrace of the gods. Amidst the prayers of the temple priests and the followers of the seven gods, the bodies designated for cremation were reduced to ashes in the dragon flames of Ameloth and Anthalos. Under the astute training of Daenerys, her colossal dragons have now mastered the art of conducting cremation ceremonies independently, without the need for a dragonkeeper's command. As soon as the incantations resonate and their internal magical energies surge, they instinctively know to unleash their dragon fire, to incinerate the remains. The cremation rituals take place after the dragons have been fed, with dragon keepers supervising them and the dragon guards ensuring discipline. Barring any deliberate disruptions, no mishaps are anticipated. Amelos and Anthalos are both rather docile dragons, which adds a layer of safety to the proceedings. However, of the newly hatched 7 dragonlings, aside from the white and blue dragons, the rest exhibit rather fiery tempers. Despite their diminutive size, these 7 younglings consume an astonishing amount of food daily, devouring hundreds of plump sheep. During this period, Daenerys has forged a close bond with them. The yellow dragonling, Talix, has grown to nearly 3 meters in length in just over a month, largely due to their absorption of the golden energy emanating from the dockside creatures. This unique energy causes their internal magic to bubble like an overcharged volcano, explaining their rapid growth. Talix undoubtedly stands as the most magnificent and beautiful dragon in the history of Westeros, far surpassing the former Sunfire, a mere whelp. His body is adorned with resplendent golden scales, and his wings and wing membranes boast a regal shade of lavender. Under the sunlight, he resembles a radiant little sun. With robust bones and a commanding presence, he exudes regal authority despite his 3-meter stature. Even the likes of Rhaenyra do not dare to provoke him. During feeding times, he invariably takes the lead, and no dragonling dares to contest him. While the green dragon Valhalla and the yellow dragon Radamandes are not smaller in size, Valhalla has learned to fear Talix after receiving a severe reprimand, thus opting out of any competition. Radamandes, by nature, is uncompetitive, content with the ample food supply. He usually waits until the other dragons are satiated before lazily emerging to eat. Apart from occasional hunting trips to Whispering Bay, he predominantly remains within the Dragon Cave, indulging in slumber. Moreover, Radamandes exhibits the greatest enthusiasm for participating in the cremation ceremonies among all the dragonlings, seemingly aware that such practices will benefit his growth. The dragonstone forged by Talix and Radamandes resembles golden ingots, prompting Daenerys to engage them frequently in the creation of dragonstone. In contrast to the proud Talix, who heeds only Daenerys' commands, Radamandes is also capable of crafting dragonstone under the direction of the dragon keepers. Consequently, Daenerys has constructed a dedicated brick kiln near the Dragon Cave for the specific purpose of forging golden dragonstone, which is of considerable value. The red dragon, Phoenix, is a striking replica of the Red Queen, Melisandre, adorned with a coat of gleaming copper spines. However, she possesses 2 pairs of curved dragon horns, enhancing her allure beyond that of Melisandre. Like Valhalla, Phoenix possesses a rather tempestuous temperament, especially now that they have gained the autonomy to hunt independently. Even the dragon mother Ameloth can no longer restrain them. The two have frequently led the new Shimelos and Apassos to nearby estates for clandestine hunts of cattle and sheep. To avert any unforeseen incidents, Daenerys has no choice but to keep all four of them close at hand for training. Nevertheless, the four little creatures remain quite unruly when together, particularly Valhalla, who often instigates disputes. The blue dragon, Dygril, and the white dragon, Ophical, exhibit temperaments akin to their mother, being exceedingly gentle. Notably, Ophical is not only petite and charming, but also possesses a delightful smile. Even though they can now hunt on their own, they still prefer to remain close to Ameloth. Dygril has inherited his mother's magnificent dragon wings, achieving astonishing speeds, rivaled only by Hogras, who possesses the unique ability to manipulate a trace of wind. After arranging matters in Old Town, Daenerys must depart and return to Braavos. The Riverlands have descended into chaos, and she must conclude affairs in Braavos. Chapter 281. The Hunt on the Sea Father. Will these 3 dragon eggs truly hatch? The family's fleet has finally navigated safely through the Stairs Islands, allowing Paterius to breathe a sigh of relief. In response to his son's inquiry, he assuredly replied, "Of course. Otherwise, why would I forsake a vast inheritance to lead you into exile in the east? Once these dragons hatch, the Paterius family shall rise again. That day is not far off. I can sense life stirring within the eggs." Gazing at the 3 searing, petrified dragon eggs on the hearth, his eyes gleamed with fervor. However, it was evident that his children were deeply skeptical. Ever since their mother perished during childbirth, all matters have been dictated by Paterius, leaving the young ones incapable of swaying their enchanted father. Yet, there lingered a flicker of hope within their hearts. If these 3 dragon eggs were to hatch, it would not be impossible to replicate the legendary Targaryen saga. Did they not conquer Westeros with 3 mighty dragons? "Sir, trouble approaches. A multitude of pirate ships ahead." The panicked voice of the captain of the guards abruptly shattered the family's idyllic reverie. "Pirates!" Paterius exclaimed incredulously. "Have we not already departed from the confines of the Stairs Islands? How can we encounter pirates here?" Indeed, they are pirate ships. There are approximately 80 or 90 of them. Though they are outnumbered, they hold the advantageous position. Their vessels possess superior speed and maneuverability compared to ours. It appears we have no choice but to engage in battle. Prepare for combat at once. Paterius possessed considerable experience in long-distance maritime voyages, and with his fleet comprised of the most advanced 3-masted ships, he held a numerical advantage that led him to believe he could easily handle the pirates. He was determined to show those marauders that Bravo's Purple Fleet was not a force to be trifled with. The weather at sea is notoriously capricious. What began as a relatively clear sunset, sea suddenly transformed into a tempest with howling winds and surging waves. The fleet of 80 to 90 warships from the Stone Steppes Islands, crafted from robust oak, bore sharp prows adorned with fearsome, beastly figureheads, seemingly poised to devour any who dare approach. The pirate vessels, flying black flags emblazoned with blood-red skulls, were manned by pirates clad in an array of leather armors, wielding an eclectic assortment of weapons. Yet, their eyes gleamed with ferocity as they cast covetous glances at Paterius' fleet, their excitement palpable as they howled in anticipation. However, the mercenaries aboard the Paterius fleet were far from intimidated by this savage band of pirates. Seasoned veterans of the Purple Fleet, they had faced numerous battles and were well prepared. Though the formidable reputation of the Purple Fleet had shielded them from many pirate raids, their skills remained sharp. Under the banner of the white field adorned with a red dragon, these mercenaries, clad in fine chainmail and brandishing broadswords, rallied with fervent shouts, their presence imposing and grand. With a command from the fleet's commander, the catapults of the Purple Fleet launched their first assault, sending massive stones crashing down upon the enemy vessels. The naval battle had officially commenced. A colossal boulder struck the side of a pirate ship bearing the skull flag, sending splinters flying as several sailors fell screaming into the depths of the sea. This was merely the beginning, as wave after wave of boulders followed, inflicting significant losses upon the pirates, though not yet crippling them. Quickly, the pirates raised their oak shields and formed a protective wall, bracing themselves to absorb the impact of the incoming projectiles. Seeing that his firepower had effectively suppressed the opposing pirates, Paterius felt a surge of pride. The audacious pirates had dared to target the Purple Fleet. It was time for them to learn a harsh lesson. However, just as Paterius prepared to issue orders for a continued assault, he discovered that over 100 warships were appearing behind them. Judging by their flags, they belonged to the United Fleet of the Kingdom of the Three Daughters. Their demeanor suggested they were not there to offer assistance. The fleet commander, about to communicate with Paterius, was suddenly struck by a bolt from a powerful crossbow, piercing his body and flinging him against the ship's railing, blood instantly staining the deck. This shocking turn of events left Petilius paralyzed with fear, causing him to collapse onto the deck. His loyal guards reacted swiftly, pulling him into the safety of the ship's cabin. The demise of the commander left the Petilius fleet without its chief leader, and at that moment, Petilius, overwhelmed by fear, was unable to take command personally. Consequently, the captains had no choice but to organize their resistance independently. Under the relentless assault of the united fleet of the Kingdom of the Three Daughters, several purple sail ships had sustained severe damage, with their catapults utterly shattered. However, with the effective coordination of the captains, the purple fleet managed to regroup. The catapults were reloaded, and they commenced their counterattack. Although the maneuverability of the catapults was inferior to that of the giant crossbows, their lethality surpassed that of the latter, with a greater range. Thus, several warships from the united fleet of the Kingdom of the Three Daughters were nearly sunk in quick succession. At that juncture, the skeletal pirate fleet, taking advantage of the favorable wind, advanced upon the purple fleet. The catapults were rendered ineffective against them. The captains swiftly commanded the longbowmen to take their positions. Once within effective range, a deluge of arrows surged forth toward the skeletal pirate fleet. Numerous pirate ship sails ignited, and under the influence of the strong winds, the flames rapidly spread. However, the fierce winds at sea and the overcast sky severely impeded the destructive potential of the rain of arrows. Furthermore, the formidable giant crossbows aboard the united fleet of the Kingdom of the Three Daughters completely suppressed the catapult attacks of the Petilius fleet. Half an hour later, the skeletal pirate fleet was the first to engage in close quarters with the Petilius fleet. Ruthless pirates, armed with sharp blades, easily leapt aboard the Petilius vessels. Haha, let's slay these insipid mercenaries. The axes at the pirates' waists seemed to possess a mind of their own, accurately targeting the vital points of the mercenaries with each throw. Nevertheless, these mercenaries were not easily intimidated. Wielding their sharp swords, they deftly pierced the nearby pirates' kidneys, causing them to collapse in agony. The sounds of battle and screams intertwined upon the Petilius fleet, as blood completely stained the deck a deep crimson. A pirate chief bellowed, driving his axe into an opponent's face. Simultaneously, a mercenary captain swung his broad sword, effortlessly severing a pirate's legs, leading to the latter's painful demise under the trampling of others. Blood splattered in the sea breeze, cascading upon the waves, dyeing the ocean a vivid red. Chapter 282. The rapid turnaround, Your Highness. They have commenced the boarding battle. If we continue to fire the giant crossbows, we may inadvertently harm those pirates, said Clohastar, coldly observing the distant vessels. Cease fire with the giant crossbows and have the longbowmen prepare. Let them engage in combat for a while. Once within range, we shall indiscriminately strike down all. Yes, Clohastar, once a figure of dread in history, known as the crab feeder, Prince of Mill, and the naval commander of the Kingdom of the Three Daughters, now finds himself unable to conquer the Stepstone Islands. In the original timeline, after a conquest that spanned 96 years, following the defeat of the contentious invaders from Volantis, the realms of Lys, Myr, and Tyrosh declared the formation of the Tri-City Alliance. After several years, they succeeded in driving away the pirates and outlaws that had entrenched themselves in the Stepstone Islands, ultimately claiming dominion over the territory. Initially, the Seven Kingdoms were quite pleased with this development. However, the subsequently rising tolls severely hampered their freedom to trade in the commercial city-states of the Narrow Sea. The most affected among them was Count Cerys Valerion of Driftmark. Yet now, due to the disruptive actions of Daenerys, who had succeeded in taming dragons, the Kingdom of the Three Daughters has yet to achieve its goals, suffering considerable losses in warships and manpower, most of which have long since been captured and taken to Dragonstone by Daenerys. This time, under Clohas's leadership, the fleet of the Tri-City Alliance mobilized 100 warships, believing they could easily vanquish the pirate horde. To their dismay, a year passed without success, as the pirates of the World Islands had not only received covert support from Dreamfire Island, but had also infiltrated many of Daenerys' own men among their ranks. This made them significantly more formidable than in the original history. After receiving news that the Petilius family had severed ties with Braavos, the fleet of the Tri-City Alliance astonishingly found common cause with the pirates to devour this lucrative prize. One must concede that in this world, there are truly no eternal enemies or friends, only perpetual interests. As the waves grew ever more tumultuous and dark clouds gathered ominously in the sky, heralding an approaching storm, the elegantly attired and resplendent Macris appeared even more handsome. He stood upon the newly acquired ship, the Wandering Prince, keenly observing the naval battle. He had now become the formidable captain of over 30 pirate vessels, all seized from the lairs of pirates on the Serpent's Isle and in the Sunset Sea, thanks to the successful alliance with Daenerys. When Savan pledged his loyalty to Daenerys, Macriss brought his own pirate fleet to the Stepstone Islands and occupied a small island. As he was already well acquainted with the local pirate lords, under the pressure from the Tri-City Alliance, these pirate chieftains readily accepted him. The collaboration to deal with the Petilius family fleet was orchestrated by Savan after receiving a signal from Daenerys via Macriss. Unlike the reckless pirates who preferred to charge headlong into battle, Macriss relied on the advanced catapults and crossbows of his fleet to first dismantle the weaponry of the outer vessels of the Petilius fleet. He then unleashed a barrage of arrows to eliminate the mercenaries aboard the Petilius ships before finally boarding and swiftly taking control of the enemy vessels, executing only those who offered fierce resistance while securing the others. While other pirates were engaged in fierce combat with the Petilius fleet, he had successfully captured over a dozen brand new three-masted sailing vessels. The mercenaries aboard the Petilius fleet observed that the crew, led by Macriss, did not resort to total annihilation, thus their resolve to resist diminished considerably. Typically, pirates would leave no survivors during their plundering, compelling those who encountered them to fight to the bitter end, clinging to a faint glimmer of hope. This brutal approach often resulted in significant losses for the pirates during each raid. This is fundamentally why few individuals could rise to prominence within the ranks of piracy. The survival rate among pirates was exceedingly low. After more than an hour of relentless fighting, both the Petilius fleet and the pirates from the Stairs Isles had suffered grievous losses. Clehastahar, at last, approached the Petilius fleet with his 3 cities alliance. Prepare, fire. With his command, a torrential rain of arrows descended upon the mercenaries and pirates embroiled in chaos. I knew those harlots from the Three Daughters' kingdom had insidious intentions. Quickly, form shield walls. The oak shields of the pirates offered effective protection against the arrows, resulting in minimal damage. The mercenaries fared similarly, their superior weaponry making it difficult for the 3 cities alliance to inflict harm without engaging in close combat. However, after such an extended battle, both the mercenaries and the pirates had sustained considerable injuries. At this juncture, neither side could contend with the 3 cities alliance fleet, united to confront their common foe. The leaders of the mercenaries and pirates swiftly reached a consensus. Thus, the 2 factions, once locked in deadly conflict, aligned their efforts against the alliance. Witnessing this unexpected alliance, Clehastahar could not suppress a sardonic smile. Do you believe this will halt the 3 cities alliance? This time, I shall not only devour the juicy morsel that is Petilius, but also eradicate your nest of rats from the Stairs Isles. He commanded his fleet to swiftly adjust their formation in preparation for boarding combat, as a series of triumphant and resounding horns echoed from the 3 cities alliance fleet. Macriss, sensing impending disaster, hurriedly positioned himself at the bow of his ship, shouting, "Brothers, retreat." The cunning Macriss, recognizing when to withdraw, hastily led his men and the 15 captured 3-masted ships in a rapid escape. Just then, a fleet of approximately 50 to 60 vessels appeared on the horizon, their banners unmistakably indicating they belonged to the 3 cities alliance. It seemed that the alliance had ostensibly agreed to cooperate while secretly plotting to ensnare them all. Suddenly, a tempest swept in, and the waves grew increasingly ferocious. Only Macriss, having maintained a peripheral presence and departing early, narrowly evaded the encirclement of the 3 cities alliance fleet. After breaking free, he fled swiftly towards his stronghold, leaving the pirates from the Stairs Isles significantly diminished in combat effectiveness. Several pirate captains could not help but erupt in furious exclamations, branding their adversaries as untrustworthy scoundrels. They hoped fervently not to fall into the clutches of their foes. Otherwise, they would ensure that their heads became goblets for their libations. In the distance to the right, the fleet of the 3 cities alliance unleashed a relentless barrage of giant crossbow fire upon the fleet of Petilius and the blood-skulled pirates, inflicting severe losses upon them. Meanwhile, the fleet on the left relentlessly showered arrows upon them, rendering any counterattack with catapults utterly futile. The situation swiftly turned dire for the joint forces of Petilius and the pirates. Chapter 283. The interweaving of blood and fire. Faced with the sudden betrayal of the 3 cities alliance, the pirates of the Stone Steps archipelago were not overly surprised. After all, they had been embroiled in conflict for several years, and their enmity had long since taken root. Should an opportunity arise to eliminate one another, none would show mercy. Thus, the pirates quickly reached a consensus with the mercenaries of the Petilius family, uniting to confront their common foe. In the theater of war, transformations occur with startling abruptness. Just moments ago, they were bitter enemies, yet now, under the protection of the pirates' oak shields, they hastily retreated together into the small fortresses at the bow and stern of their vessels. The three-masted sailboats of the Purple Fleet were lauded as the most advanced vessels in the world, not only due to Bravo's exquisite shipbuilding techniques, but also because of the formidable battle fortifications at both ends of the ships. These fortifications not only housed and protected archers, enabling them to unleash powerful firepower against approaching vessels, but they also safeguarded the small catapults within from destruction. In boarding actions, breaching these fortifications would undoubtedly come at a significant cost. These strongholds were crucial to the Purple Fleet's numerous victories against overwhelming odds in naval engagements. The longbowmen prepared to ignite their arrows, and the mercenary captain promptly commanded them to switch to fire arrows, aiming at the sails of the nearby ships of the Three Cities Alliance. In a flash, several vessels were engulfed in flames. However, the warships of the Three Cities Alliance on the right continued their assault with giant crossbows, launching massive bolts that whistled through the air. Some projectiles pierced the hulls, sending splinters flying. Others struck various installations aboard the ships, inciting chaos, and some fortifications were nearly breached. The giant crossbows developed by the Three Cities Alliance were originally intended for the dragons of House Targaryen, aside from the massive crossbows crafted by the artisans of Dragonstone. Those of the Three Cities Alliance could be considered among the most advanced in the world, capable of inflicting potentially fatal damage on juvenile dragons. Observing this, the mercenary commander bellowed orders for the flagbearers to relay the command, initiate Dragonfire. The so-called Dragonfire he referred to was, in fact, a simplified version of wildfire. Not only did King's Landing harbor fire sorcerers and an alchemical guild, but the continent of Essos was also home to many skilled practitioners of fire magic, including wizards and sorcerers. Bravos, a veritable melting pot of diverse talents, has seen nearly every family amass a considerable stockpile of Dragonfire. The mercenaries cautiously opened the chests containing this precious substance, revealing them filled to the brim with clay jars, meticulously cushioned with fine sand to absorb shock. Thus, even amidst tumultuous waves, these jars remained remarkably intact. As the banners waved high, the trebuchets stationed at the bow and stern of the ships promptly unleashed a barrage of hundreds, if not thousands, of jars toward the vessels of the Tri-Cities Alliance. With a series of resounding explosions, the jars shattered upon impact, unleashing torrents of ghastly green flames that surged forth like unleashed demons. The viscous emerald fire, once it clung to a person, proved impossible to extinguish, burning relentlessly even in water, until it reduced its victim to cinders, extinguishing only when the fuel was entirely consumed. The sails, already saturated with oil for waterproofing, ignited with alarming ease, particularly in the presence of such potent Dragonfire. Consequently, dozens of warships from the Tri-Cities Alliance on the right flank were soon engulfed by the terrifying green inferno. Meanwhile, the longbowmen of the Purple Fleet adapted their strategy. They split into two teams. One continued to launch arrows at the vessels on the left, while the other operated giant crossbows, specifically targeting the warships of the Tri-Cities Alliance on the right. After several coordinated volleys, many of the right-side vessels' crossbows were rendered inoperative, significantly diminishing their rate of fire. However, by this time, the warships of the Tri-Cities Alliance on the left had successfully closed in on the Purple Fleet, with many vessels already engaging in close combat. Under the cover of the crossbowmen, the mercenaries of the Tri-Cities Alliance easily dispatched the soldiers and pirates obstructing their path, successfully boarding the Purple Fleet. Within the main ship of the Purple Fleet, Petilius and his family members knelt reverently before 3 dragon eggs, fervently praying, "With fire we exchange blood, and with blood we exchange fire." The 2 outermost members of the Petilius family struggled to comprehend their leader's actions. What could praying to the dragon eggs possibly achieve? Even if the eggs were to hatch, could they truly stand against the enemies outside? It was rumored that this secret technique, procured at great expense from the Isle of the Sacred Flame, could aid in the hatching of dragon eggs. If hatching them were so simple, the Targaryen family would not have seen such a decline in dragon numbers for centuries, only recently experiencing a resurgence. Unlike the peripheral characters, the core members of the Petilius family, closer to the eggs, began to sense an inexplicable power awakening within their bloodlines as they prayed. Thus, they too began to embrace their leader's words, their devotion intensifying. At that moment, the sunset sea seemed to roar like an enraged beast, unleashing a cacophony of fury. The fierce winds thickened the storm clouds gathering on the horizon. In the midst of a tempest, despite it being the afternoon, the nearby sea appeared to have succumbed to the darkness of night. On the ocean, the fleets of the Three-City Alliance had completed their docking with the Violet Fleet on both flanks. Thousands of mercenaries were fervently attacking the mercenaries and pirates who had sought refuge within their fortifications aboard the Violet warships. Over an hour had elapsed. and the supplies of arrows and combat materials within the Violet Fleet's fortifications had long been depleted. Even the remaining Dragonfire was hurled from the fortress in a desperate act of mutual destruction. However, the mercenaries and pirates of the Violet Fleet had already suffered significant losses in the previous skirmishes. Thus, confronted by the Three-City Alliance's mercenaries, whose numbers dwarfed theirs by several times, they found themselves unable to withstand the onslaught despite having eradicated half of the enemy forces thanks to their defensive stronghold. In truth, many peripheral battle fortifications had already fallen. Within the fortress, a brutal melee was unfolding. The pirates, with menacing expressions, brandished their sharp axes and let out wild cries, relishing in the intimidation their ferocity instilled in their adversaries. The mercenaries, however, remained undaunted. Well-trained and equipped with spears and shields, they formed a tight formation and advanced steadily. A burly pirate roared as he leapt high, bringing his iron axe down with devastating force upon a mercenary, cleaving his skull open. A companion of the slain mercenary retaliated by crashing his shield into the pirate's chest, causing him to stagger back in pain, only for the mercenary to seize the opportunity and thrust his spear through the pirate's abdomen. Meanwhile, a wiry pirate adeptly maneuvered between the mercenaries, his dagger striking like a venomous snake. He swiftly severed the throats of several mercenaries. One mercenary leader, caught off guard, felt the sting of the pirate's dagger slice through his leg, blood seeping forth. Yet, he gritted his teeth and held his ground, using his shield to fend off the subsequent attacks, coordinating with a comrade to simultaneously thrust 2 spears into the pirate, who cried out in agony. The battle grew ever more intense, blood splattering continuously, soon staining the entire deck crimson. Chapter 284. The Assault of the Violet Fleet with a Crack. A brilliant flash of lightning cleaved the sky, followed closely by a torrential downpour. The relentless rain washed the blood from the deck, sending it cascading into the ocean, gradually tinting the dark waters a pale shade of crimson. At this moment, some latent power within the members of the Petilius family seemed to awaken, igniting an uncontrollable and fervent impulse that heightened their excitement. The furnace holding 3 dragon eggs appeared to be imbued with newfound energy, its flames burning ever more fiercely. Particularly, Petilius, closest to the dragon eggs, could faintly sense a warm energy converging towards the 3 eggs, sending shivers of exhilaration through his very core. However, they failed to notice that the temperature within the cabin had become rather abnormal. The mercenaries of the Tri-City Alliance, those of the Petilius family fleet, and the pirates of the Stone Steps archipelago were now thoroughly consumed by rage. An insidious force ignited the dark flames within them, and only endless slaughter could quell the seething negative emotions threatening to ignite their very beings. Just then, a resounding horn echoed through the air. Everyone instinctively turned towards the sound, where a formidable fleet of over 200 purple ships emerged majestically upon the nearby sea. Damn it! Those wretched Bravos scoundrels have come to join the fray. These cunning and treacherous fiends. I swear I will sever their heads and use them as chamber pots. The pirate captain quickly grasped the situation. Little did he expect that behind the Tri-City Alliance, a lurking falcon awaited. Brothers, retreat. Upon witnessing the massive purple fleet, the chaos of battle came to an abrupt halt. At the captain's command, the remaining pirates hastily made their way to their intact vessels. The mercenaries of the Tri-City Alliance also began their swift withdrawal. The leaders of the Petilius family fleet urgently directed their subordinates to regroup. Just moments ago, the 3 factions had been intent on tearing each other apart, but now, without a word of negotiation, they united in a tacit agreement to turn their collective wrath towards the approaching purple fleet. Prince Mill of Krahastahar, observing from a distant ship, felt a grim expression settle upon his face. The already battered Tri-City Alliance fleet stood no chance against the purple fleet, even before the battle commenced. This formidable fleet sailed smoothly, equipped with the most advanced ships in the world. Escape was no longer an option for them. Thus, their only hope lay in a desperate alliance, fighting together against their formidable adversary for a chance at survival. On the flagship of the Purple Fleet, the commander sought final confirmation from Lord Augustus Cyrus. My lord, do we truly wish to annihilate all 3 factions? After all, the Petilius family is one of the 13 great families of Bravos. Moreover, the Tri-City Alliance will no longer exist. Having chosen to sever ties with Bravos, they cannot be permitted to carry away our wealth. One Targaryen family is enough to instill fear. This world cannot bear the emergence of another Dragon King family. And as for the Tri-City Alliance, what are they worth? Relay the orders. Commence the attack. Not a single ship from the Tri-City Alliance or those pirates from the Stone Steps archipelago shall escape. In swift succession, Countless immense boulders interspersed with clay vessels hurtled towards the hastily assembled alliance of the three cities, the pirate coalition of the Stone Steps Isles, and the fleet of the Petilius family. Evidently, this violet fleet possessed a far superior stockpile of strategic resources compared to that of the Petilius family. Even amidst the torrential downpour, the infernal green flames remained unperturbed, relentlessly consuming those struck by their projectiles, as well as the vessels themselves. Even steel weaponry and armor, once tainted by these dragon flames, were gradually reduced to molten iron. At that moment, it appeared that these dragon flames were imbued with some peculiar energy, seemingly developing a semblance of consciousness as they deliberately spread towards the living. Many warriors, untouched by the dragon fire, found themselves ignited due to their proximity. The boulders launched by catapults further devastated already severely damaged ships, causing them to shatter upon impact. The surging waves swiftly engulfed those who had fallen into the water. The coalition understood that their sole path to survival lay in relentless resistance against their adversaries. Thus, they desperately urged their oarsmen to row vigorously, advancing towards the Violet Fleet. After half an hour and suffering further losses of nearly half their remaining vessels, over 100 ships of the coalition, not yet irreparably damaged, successfully engaged with the Violet Fleet, with the warriors of the Violet Fleet concentrated within the fortifications on the sides of their ships. The coalition forces easily boarded the vessels of the Violet Fleet. At this juncture, the thirst for survival and a bloodthirsty rage invigorated the coalition's morale, with many warriors still ablaze with green flames seemingly oblivious to their pain, charging fiercely towards the fortifications. Although the strategic resources within the Violet Fleet strongholds remained relatively ample, the sheer numbers of the coalition soon overwhelmed some of the more valiant defenders, allowing them to breach the fortifications. With a resounding crash, as one pirate engulfed in green flames stormed into the bow of the stronghold, several crates of cold fire inexplicably detonated. The explosion shattered a significant portion of the ship, and the green flames spread like a ferocious dragon with claws bared across the surrounding waters. The resultant chain reaction ignited other vessels' wooden crates filled with wildfire, resulting in blossoms of green lotus-like flames emerging upon the sea's surface. Within a mere quarter of an hour, 4 to 5 dozen vessels of the Violet Fleet were obliterated. The Violet Fleet thus reaped the consequences of their own actions, perplexed until their last moments as to why the wildfire had spontaneously erupted. Observing from afar, the captains hastily discarded their crates of dragon fire into the depths of the ocean. Nevertheless, it was evident that the Violet Fleet's stockpile of combat resources far surpassed that of the Petilius family fleet. As the last of the ships cleared their war vessels of the dragonfire-laden crates, it became evident that half of the Violet Fleet had been sent to the heavens by the malevolent green flames. At that moment, the emerald fire spread rapidly across the tumultuous sea, igniting the dragonfire crates that had been cast into the ocean but had yet to sink. The relentless explosions sent towering waves, tinged with green flames, soaring dozens of meters high, leaving the Violet Fleet with scant vessels able to evade the onslaught. Chapter 285. Shadows descend amidst the ravaging green dragonfire. Approximately 6,000 to 7,000 warriors from all corners were mercilessly consumed by the flames. In their agonizing cries and desperate struggles, most were reduced to ashes, with few remaining as mere bones. Yet, with the extinguishing of their lives, a warm force began to coalesce in the nearby waters, converging towards the 3 dragon eggs that the members of the Petilius family were fervently praying for. The ship's hold had grown alarmingly hot, but the devoted individuals immersed in their prayers remained blissfully unaware. For during their supplications, a certain power within their blood was thoroughly awakened, rendering them devoid of autonomy, completely absorbed in the exalted chants. The terrifying dragonfire had stripped the forces of their resolve to continue the battle. At this juncture, the paramount concern was survival, escaping from the infernal flames that resembled awakened demons. After more than an hour, the green dragonfire began to gradually extinguish. However, there were fewer than 100 surviving vessels left on the nearby waters, most of which were riddled with damage. Augustus, having narrowly escaped with his life, gazed from the deck at the ships of his fleet gradually sinking, his heart chilled with despair. Those vessels represented his entire fortune, painstakingly amassed over 2 years from the coasts of Asia and the eastern sea of Sothros. They were filled with gold, jewels, ivory, rhinoceros horn, spices, silk, and various rare beasts. Now, besides his flagship, only about 20 dilapidated violet sailboats remained. Fortunately, in a bid to store more treasures, he had avoided keeping dragonfire aboard, thus escaping calamity. The forces of the Tri-City Alliance and the pirates of the Stone Steps Archipelago fared even worse. Nearly all their attacking ships had been rendered worthless. Their alliance had managed to seize 5 or 6 vessels from the Violet Fleet, barely allowing them to escape. Yet, the total number of survivors barely reached 700 or 800. In the distance, Krahas Hadar led over 20 unengaged warships of the Tri-City Alliance hastily towards the remaining vessels of the Allied forces. The battle had reached a state of mutual devastation, with all sides having suffered grievously. Naturally, the desire to continue fighting had evaporated, yet all remained vigilant, maintaining a cautious distance from one another. There were still some survivors in the sea, prompting all parties to exert themselves in rescuing those comrades who had leapt into the water and remained alive. However, at this moment, the tumultuous winds and torrential storms upon the sea rendered their rescue efforts exceedingly arduous. The most despairing were undoubtedly the surviving pirate captain and his crew. For not a single vessel had emerged unscathed. Their equipment had always been the most inferior, and having endured the very heart of battle, they were fortunate to have escaped total annihilation. In stark contrast, the fleet of the Petilius family, having retained 30 warships to protect their flagship, now possessed the greatest power in these waters. Yet, unbeknownst to them, within the cabin of their flagship, all members of the Petilius family had perished in a fiery conflagration. Reduced to ashes, only 3 searing dragon eggs continued to absorb the relentless waves of intense energy converging upon them. Thankfully, these dragon eggs possessed the ability to consume heat and flames, preventing the cabin from igniting during the self-immolation. Suddenly, a low, guttural roar echoed in the distance. Despite the cacophony of wind, rain, crashing waves, and thunder, everyone distinctly heard it. A sense of foreboding swept over them. It was a sea monster. The seasoned pirate captain immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. The vast, blood-stained sea of the setting sun was notorious for its monstrous inhabitants, with nearly all vessels encountering such creatures meeting dire fates. It was evident that today's brutal naval battle, steeped in bloodshed, had not only attracted numerous colossal sea beasts, but also summoned exceedingly rare monsters. Flee. Quickly retreat. The captains of the various factions swiftly recognized the peril and urgently commanded their crew to row with all their might towards the direction of the Stone Steps archipelago, forsaking their comrades still struggling for survival amidst the waves. The nearby sharks, lured by the scent of blood, sensed danger and began to flee desperately. As lightning illuminated the surface of the sea, 3 enormous shadows materialized beneath the bloodied waters, followed by dozens of massive tentacles thrusting violently from the depths. These tentacles, akin to agile steel whips, swiftly ensnared lifeless bodies and those fighting for survival, dragging them towards a gaping maw. Accompanied by the sound of crunching bones, the sea monster, having tasted human flesh, erupted into frenzied roars of excitement. Among them, one particularly spirited creature, adorned with a metallic ring upon its head, reveled in its feast. Though its form was the smallest, it possessed an impressive array of 20 or more robust tentacles, each measuring several meters in length. After devouring the nearby corpses and survivors, it lashed out at several sinking pirate ships with its tentacles. In one fell swoop, a pirate vessel was shattered, casting its crew into the sea amidst their desperate cries for help. Witnessing this, the remaining crewmen frantically lashed their whips, urging the oarsmen to paddle faster. Yet even the most valiant efforts of these poor rowers could scarcely suffice. Where can one find a sea monster of such astonishing speed? Its tentacles swiftly ensnared several nearby vessels, dragging them into the abyss. Those ships that managed to escape at full throttle wished fervently for wings to fly away from this perilous place. My lord Osiris, our cargo is too heavy. We cannot attain greater speed. It is rumored that the commander of the Purple Fleet has heard tales of these sea beasts whose appetites resemble bottomless chasms, capable of effortlessly consuming fleets of hundreds of ships. Thus, even if they devoured all the survivors, it may not suffice to satiate their hunger. If we cannot depart swiftly, we may well meet the grim fate of being consumed. Do not even entertain that thought. If the cargo aboard these vessels is lost, I would rather be devoured by those monsters. After all, the wreckage and the souls at sea should keep them occupied for a time. Is it not said that these sea creatures do not approach the mainland? Just ahead lie the Stony Steps archipelago and the shores of the Kingdom of the Three Daughters. Our fleet sails the fastest. The alliance of the 3 cities and the pirates of Stony Steps can surely buy us some time. You must immediately command the crew to exert themselves. If we can evade the pursuit of the sea monsters, I shall reward you handsomely. Perhaps the lingering scent of blood from the battlefield, combined with the peculiar energy summoned by the Petirius family, has attracted these beasts. They have lingered near the battlefield, seeking to consume the corpses and those who have fallen into the water, rather than pursuing the vessels immediately. As the battle drew to a close, signs of the storm's dissipation began to emerge. Yet, amidst the clouds, a colossal shadow swiftly traversed the sky. Chapter 286. The Last Fisherman. Calm yourself, Hyan. Amidst the storm, Hyan, who had been quietly observing from the clouds alongside Saiwan, suddenly became restless and uncontrollably began to flee with Saiwan into the distance. This caught Saiwan off guard. But the current situation was indeed beyond expectation. Although Hyan had grown to nearly 20 meters in length, confronting those three sea monsters posed a considerable danger. Moreover, the extent of damage to the surrounding forces had surpassed their anticipations, leaving Saiwan no choice but to depart with Hyan. Shortly after their departure, a dark, ominous dragon silhouette emerged from the clouds. This dragon was larger than Dreamfire, its body clad in scales that shimmered with a deep crimson hue amidst the darkness. Its golden eyes sparkling with wisdom. The menacing horns and sharp claws glinted with a chilling light amidst the flashes of lightning. Its speed was remarkable. In mere breaths, it arrived above the previous battlefield. Without a resonant roar or a breath of flame, it dove downwards with astonishing velocity, targeting the sea monsters below. In the midst of this tumultuous encounter, the dragon's scales underwent a rapid transformation, turning a vivid crimson. By the time it seized its first sea monster from the depths, its entire body was cloaked in a blood-red hue. The captured creature thrashed desperately, its tentacles writhing in an attempt to ensnare the colossal dragon. Yet, in a swift motion, the dragon's maw crushed its skull, and within mere moments, it devoured the creature whole. Unlike other dragons, this one exhibited an unusual penchant for raw flesh. Despite the lifeless tentacles of the sea monster tightening around the dragoness form, they were effortlessly removed and consumed in succession. The sudden turn of events left two other sea monsters, previously engaged in their own feast, momentarily stunned as they witnessed the demise of their companion. The creature adorned with a metallic ring reacted swiftly, hastily shoving the corpse that had wrapped around its tentacles into its mouth before retreating into the abyss. However, the dragon's response was even swifter and more agile. It plunged into the sea, tearing away much of the sea monster's body and several of its tentacles. This act inadvertently granted the creature a chance for survival, as it fled with its remaining 3 limbs through the depths of the ocean. With a substantial portion of the sea monster's body clenched in its jaws, the dragon surged from the water's surface, voraciously consuming its prize while pursuing the last remaining creature. Terrified, the final sea monster thrashed its many tentacles against the surface of the water in a desperate bid for escape, but it was soon overtaken by the dragon. With claws as sharp as an eagle's talons, the dragon seized the creature effortlessly, then unfurled its wings and ascended rapidly, vanishing into the clouds. From the dragon's emergence to the annihilation of the 3 sea monsters, not a quarter of an hour had elapsed. Had it not been for the multitude of witnesses, one might have mistaken the scene for a horrific nightmare. Nonetheless, the surviving factions were too preoccupied with their own dire circumstances to dwell on such thoughts. In the wake of this relentless battle, they had all suffered significant losses, and their singular, urgent consensus was to flee the area as quickly as possible. As the fleets retreated, the tempest gradually subsided, and the ocean began to regain its tranquility. The waters, now scarred by wreckage and littered with drifting debris and dismembered bodies, bore silent witness to the chaos that had unfolded. Before long, the scent of blood attracted seabirds and sharks, who eagerly indulged in the remnants of the gruesome feast. After flying several kilometers, calmness finally enveloped the sea. Just ahead lay Dreamfire Island, where 100 ships stood in formation, silently awaiting their next command. The fleet's commander, Count Taz, peered through the latest telescope developed on Holy Flame Island, scrutinizing the distant waters with keen attention. Prepare yourselves, for they have arrived. From atop the sea mist, Savan could distinctly observe the movements of the Purple Fleet, the Petilius family's ships, and the remnants of the pirates, prompting him to hasten towards Count Tars. My lord, the Purple Fleet, the Petilius family, and the remaining pirates are all advancing towards the Stairs Islands. The Tri-City Alliance fleet has already turned towards Lys, Savan reported as he landed the sea mist on the flagship of Count Tars. Regrettably, it was impossible to capture them all. However, aside from the dilapidated vessels of the Tri-City Alliance, which still held some value, the rest were of little worth. Let them be, for their stronghold on the Stairs Islands has already been thoroughly eradicated. Seizing the opportunity while the Tri-City Alliance and the pirates were away, Count Tars and his allies had long since dismantled their ancestral home on the Stairs Islands. Now, the town of Sea Salt near the Dreamfire Island dock has flourished. Boasting a population exceeding 30,000, including over 10,000 robust salt workers. The mere sale of sea salt generates a monthly income surpassing 10,000 gold dragons. During the long nights and harsh winters, Dreamfire Island has not only developed vast orchards, but has also seen the coastal redwood forests flourish, becoming the only green island within the Stairs archipelago. The large reservoirs constructed on the island cater to the needs of both residents and livestock, while also providing fresh water supplies for passing merchant caravans. The architecture of Sea Salt Town is tidy and immaculate, with numerous establishments dedicated to leisure. Mercenaries from the Tri-City Alliance, pirates entrenched in the Stairs Islands, and wandering merchants frequently visit. Thus, Count Tars and his companions have meticulously investigated the intricacies of the Tri-City Alliance and the pirate leaders, particularly with the presence of the traitor Marquis. From the moment the Petilius family fleet departed from Bravos, these factions had unwittingly fallen into Rhaenyra's scheme. However, an unexpected twist in Rhaenyra's calculations was the arrival of sea monsters and an additional dragon during the naval conflict. The ensuing events unfolded seamlessly. With the great dragon Sea Mist at their side, Count Tars and his allies effortlessly captured the Purple Fleet, the Petilius family vessels, and the beleaguered pirates who sought to flee. The spoils were considerable, with 70 to 80 large ships seized. Over 1,000 captured mercenaries, robust and capable, were suitable for reinforcements among the salt workers. Additionally, 3,000 to 4,000 sailors and enslaved crew members could remain on board, saving time on recruitment and training. The Purple Fleet was laden with precious cargo, a substantial portion of which regrettably sank to the ocean's depths during the battle. Nevertheless, the remaining goods still hold a total value exceeding 30 million gold dragons. The fleet of the Petilius family, needless to say, has suffered considerable losses. However, their wealth remains firmly anchored in several major vessels, totaling approximately 40 to 50 million gold dragons. At this juncture, the entire Stone Steppe archipelago has finally fallen under the control of Daenerys. Chapter 287. The Treasury of Flame Island. Daenerys embarked from Old Town. Flying for the better part of a day, she first returned to Flame Island to confer with Samwell, who was left in charge, to discuss various matters and share a meal. With the demise of Shamoros and Oposos, the auction slots for the cremation towers are understandably affected. Yet, the young dragons in Daenerys' possession are still too immature and untrained, making it challenging to deploy them in the short term. Young Valyrian and his kin must assist Daenerys in guarding Westeros, especially given the frequent emergence of sea monsters. It is precarious to ensure that no sea dragons will appear near the frozen coast. Moreover, the area is rich in magical energy, making it conducive for the growth of dragons. Had it not been for Daenerys' concern for her own safety, she would not have summoned them to her side so readily. The Targaryen family of Highgarden has already sent a deposit of 2 million gold dragons. The location of the cremation towers has been determined, and the necessary preparations are in place. Once the dragons arrive, the formal construction can commence. The Lannister family of Casterly Rock has even sent gold bricks worth 5 million gold dragons, with their preparations already completed. Samwell is acutely aware of the current situation in the Riverlands. However, with the deposit already received and the agreement made in the presence of the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms, any changes would be problematic. No matter, let them wait. Daenerys feels no embarrassment regarding this. With dragons at her command, what have they to fear in voicing their opinions? Although the situation in the Riverlands has not spiraled out of control, its direction remains uncertain. They are well aware that they would not harbor discontent over such matters. After lunch, Daenerys, under Samwell's guidance, toured the treasury located within Gord Bay, behind Flame Castle. The main structure of Flame Castle is now approximately 1/5 complete. The exclusive dock for the castle and the treasury hidden within the cliffs have been finished, with the formidable Dragonstone walls providing cover. It is exceedingly difficult for outsiders to discern the situation here. The treasury's entrance consists of 3 layers. The largest door, the first layer, is a common oak wrapped in iron. The second layer features an iron mesh fence crafted from false Valyrian steel, while the third layer includes a small door made of authentic Valyrian steel. In this world, only Daenerys can afford such extravagance. The first treasury is meticulously arranged with a plethora of gold bricks, gemstones, antique paintings, and rare treasures amassed from across the globe, with a total value exceeding several 100 million gold dragons. A portion of this wealth was obtained through Count Taz's numerous overseas trades, while the remainder was seized from the Hightower family, the QY family, and through underhanded dealings with pirates. It appears that regardless of the time, only sudden fortunes can lead to prosperity. Next, a considerable number of items are set to enter the treasury. Gazing upon the resplendent treasury before her, Daenerys was thoroughly satisfied. The thought of the wealth of House Petilius and the forthcoming reparations from Bravos brought an involuntary smile to her lips. The second chamber of the treasury was dedicated exclusively to the storage of weaponry and magical gemstones. Upon entering this room, one could immediately sense the pervasive aura of potent magic. Here lay 500 sets of Valyrian armor and weapons, meticulously displayed, alongside thousands of the most advanced armaments crafted by the Forge of Flame Island. The myriad magical gemstones, which Daenerys had personally unearthed during her leisure, filled the treasury with extraordinary energy. Enriched by this energy, the Valyrian equipment exhibited an even more remarkable essence, while even ordinary armor seemed to possess an air of distinction. Daenerys instructed Samwell and the others to depart, as she began to inscribe the bronze runes she had learned in the City of Runes upon a piece of ordinary armor. With her mastery over the fire in her palm growing ever more proficient, she inscribed a multitude of bronze runes upon the armor until fatigue set in. As she completed the final rune, she could distinctly sense the surrounding magic gradually converging towards the armor, bestowing upon it a semblance of wondrous transformation. The third chamber was filled with an abundance of precious spices and luxurious silks, originally procured for Daenerys and her family. Their frugal nature led most of these items to be directed for resale under Daenerys' instruction. The remaining treasures, being rare, were reserved for her personal use, though much of it was eventually gifted away. The fourth chamber was dedicated to the collection of fine wines, predominantly featuring the renowned Dragonfire wine produced on Flame Island. Whenever Dragonfire wine was crafted, half of the yield was stored here. However, the production of Dragonfire wine in Old Town and Sun House had now far surpassed that of Flame Island, though the unique flavor of Flame Island's brew remained unmatched. Consequently, the Dragonfire wine circulating in the market was primarily from Old Town and Sun House, while almost all of Flame Island's stock was reserved for royal consumption. After all, Dragonfire wine becomes more fragrant with age, which is why the fourth chamber was the largest, extending half a kilometer into the mountain. Within the mountains of Flame Island, numerous such storerooms for Dragonfire wine existed. Daenerys spent over an hour exploring the treasury, leaving with a sense of fulfillment. Presently, her worth, excluding her dragon and Valyrian steel weaponry, was approximately 1 billion golden dragons. Although this paled in comparison to the Lannister family's 60 billion, it nonetheless placed her among the top 10 in the Seven Kingdoms. With Old Town now under her dominion, the focus of Flame Island's operations began to shift. The farmlands and pastures on the island had been entirely repurposed for the development and breeding of new species. Daily consumption primarily relies on imports, as Daenerys possesses several estates beyond King's Landing, sufficient to meet the demands of the Isle of Sacred Flame. The production of Dragonfire wine is now predominantly focused on enhancing and refining the recipe, with large-scale manufacturing having shifted to Old Town and Sun House City. Workshops for papermaking, textiles, and other crafts have concentrated their efforts in Old Town, while the intricate arts of jewelry making, crystal carving, and glass manufacturing remain on the Isle of Sacred Flame. The forging of weapons is gradually relocating to Sisland, and Daenerys intends to transfer porcelain production to the north. Thus, the primary role of the Isle of Sacred Flame has evolved into a trade transshipment hub and a high-end research center. Once the branch of the Academy is established, it will emerge as another cultural center outside of Old Town. Daenerys has attracted a multitude of artisans and talented individuals from Slavers Bay and various lesser trading city-states, bolstered by the ongoing engineering projects on the island. Consequently, the Isle of Sacred Flame has witnessed a surge of exceptional painters, sculptors, and other artists, further enhancing its flourishing trade. The daily transaction volume at the Sacred Flame Wharf has become second only to King's Landing among the Seven Kingdoms, generating substantial revenue from trade taxes that amount to tens of thousands of golden dragons each month. Chapter 288. The Dragon's Roar of the Moonlit Mountains. After surveying her treasury, Daenerys conferred with Samwell about various matters to monitor before embarking on her journey. She took flight on Dreamfire, accompanied by Viserys and the others. Daenerys surmised that the plans of Sevon and his companions on the Stepstone Islands were progressing smoothly. With the presence of the formidable dragon, Sea Smoke, along with the various schemes they had laid over the past 6 months, none of the parties involved in the tripartite alliance, the pirates of the Stepstone Islands, or the forces entangled from Bravos would fare well. The Isle of Sacred Flame was poised to reap considerable profits. Hence, Daenerys instructed Samwell to prepare for their return. For once the Stepstone Island scheme succeeded, it would signify Daenerys' dominion over the entire archipelago. Controlling the Stepstone Islands equates to mastering the essential maritime trade route between the eastern and western continents, with taxation alone promising substantial income. The unique geographical position of the Stepstone Islands renders them a strategic stronghold for controlling the narrow sea. Not only do they serve as a crucial checkpoint for global trade, but they are also a coveted prize for military forces. This was the first long journey for the 4 young dragons of Phonix, and they found everything to be remarkably novel. Consequently, Daenerys' return journey was considerably slower than her outbound trip, albeit far more enjoyable. Rhaenyra led the way, catching a large fish over half a meter long from the sea. With a swift flick of her head, she sent the fish flying, then scorched it with a blast of dragonfire before contentedly swallowing it whole. Hogras followed closely, leveraging her speed to sweep across the surface of the sea like a gust of wind, her wings stirring up significant waves that sent several hefty fish soaring through the air. Hogras expelled a torrent of searing dragon fire, instantly roasting several fish to perfection. Before these fish plummeted into the sea, Hogras deftly caught them, swiftly devouring them whole. Her remarkable skill, akin to that of a juggler, elicited cheers from Daenerys, not to mention the awe of the young dragons, who had never witnessed such feats. The green dragon Valhalla was the first to become impatient, quickly fixing her gaze on the school of fish below before diving into the ocean. In the blink of an eye, she emerged with a sizable fish, nearly a meter long. With a triumphant hiss, Valhalla unleashed her dragon flame, searing the fish to a delectable crisp before gleefully swallowing it. The red dragon Phoenix, witnessing this, took to the sky with remarkable speed, her appearance reminiscent of the red Queen Melia's. With a graceful curve of her wings, she darted into the sea, and when she resurfaced, not only did she have a large fish clamped in her mouth, but her claws also grasped another 2. Subsequently, Phoenix proudly unleashed her dragon fire, roasting the 3 nearly meter-long fish in succession before consuming them all. In stark contrast to these agile creatures, the large-headed red dragon, Little Hemoros, and the bronze youngling, Little Oposos, appeared rather clumsy. Little Oposos struggled several times before finally capturing a fish. Meanwhile, Little Hemoros, burdened by her large head, inadvertently gulped down seawater every time she attempted to dive. However, she possessed the same indomitable spirit as Hemoros, and after 4 or 5 attempts, she finally leveraged her sizable mouth to haul in a fish along with a mouthful of seawater. This success prompted an excited cry from her. Thus, the young dragons soared through the skies, hunting as they went. Dreamfire and Miracis would also engage if they encountered a school of larger sea beasts, allowing them to feast sufficiently along their journey. The narrow sea seldom enjoyed calm weather, and as evening approached, a storm was imminent. However, Daenerys and her dragons were still some distance from Braavos. Therefore, she guided the dragons towards the left valley of the Bright Moon Mountains, where the peaks provided ample shelter from the rain. Not long after, Daenerys discovered a natural cave atop the mountains. Though small, too cramped for Dreamfire, she instructed her to guard the entrance while she and the young dragons took refuge inside. With Dreamfire's back well-equipped for living, Daenerys gathered some dry wood nearby to kindle a fire, preparing to brew a cup of hot tea. Storms in this season arrived swiftly and departed just as quickly, so she anticipated the rain would soon pass. Just as she finished boiling the water, a torrential downpour began. Perhaps due to the elevated terrain, the cave amplified the sounds of thunder and lightning, making them resonate ominously within. This caused several young dragons to feel a twinge of trepidation. Rhaenyra and Hoglas, displaying their cleverness, swiftly nestled beneath the protective wing of Melasis. With the watchful presence of their dragon foster mother, they felt a profound sense of security. Daniela, on the other hand, gathered Phonix and the others close to her. Gently caressing their heads, she continuously offered them soothing reassurances, soon calming their anxious spirits. This nurturing interaction significantly deepened their bond with Daniela. However, the storm persisted longer than Daniela had anticipated. Nearly 2 hours had elapsed, and it showed no signs of abating. As her stomach began to grumble with hunger, she decided to brave the torrential downpour once more, climbing onto the back of Dreamfire to retrieve some jerky and provisions. After a brief roasting over the fire, she began to eat. To her surprise, Phonix and the others appeared quite intrigued by her jerky. Consequently, Daniela fetched a generous piece and shared it with the young dragons. Perhaps due to the abundance of spices, they relished the treat immensely. Yet, their appetites proved insatiable. Even dozens of pounds of jerky scarcely sufficed to satisfy their cravings. The young dragons, now seemingly accustomed to the delightful flavors, gazed longingly at her after devouring the morsels she had provided. Calling out will not help, my dear ones. There is nothing left, but I assure you, once we reach Braavos, you shall feast to your heart's content. After a brief interlude of approximately half an hour, the storm finally subsided. The sky, washed clean by the rain, appeared remarkably clear, and the stars twinkled as if within arm's reach. Daniela hastily gathered her belongings and ascended onto Dreamfire's back with the young dragons. The night had grown late, and there was no time to linger. Should Dreamfire exert her full strength in flight, they might still reach Braavos by dawn. However, just as Daniela settled into the saddle, a series of resonant, deep dragon roars echoed from the depths of the Moonlight Mountains. Being night, Daniela could discern the unmistakable sound of dragons. Moreover, judging by the timbre of the roars, it was evident that not one, but multiple dragons were present, and they were likely of considerable age and size. An unsettling premonition washed over her. Be silent, Dreamfire, and hasten. If she had only been accompanied by Dreamfire and Malasis, Daniela might have summoned the courage to investigate. Yet, with the responsibility of so many young dragons, she dared not provoke them. Chapter 289. The compensation from Braavos. Under the cover of darkness, Dreamfire and the others refrained from making a sound, swiftly soaring toward the direction of Braavos. Though the night sky was resplendent with stars, Daniela felt no inclination to admire their beauty, for the dragon roars had been exceedingly ominous. Historically, the Moonlight Mountains had never been home to dragons. It was only after the sheep thief was taken by the Castor Bean that signs of dragons began to emerge in the region. Could it be that the dragons appearing in the Moonlight Mountains in later years were not connected to the sheep thief? As she recalled the sea dragons and monstrous creatures that had never appeared in her previous life, Daniela suddenly felt that the script of this world seemed to have veered off course. Could this be a corrective measure manifested by the will of the world to counter her presence? Lost in a whirlwind of thoughts, Daniela unknowingly dozed off in her seat. When she was awakened from her dreams by 3 colossal flames engulfing her, the gentle morning sunlight had already begun to warm her face. The Dreamfire had flown at full speed for over an hour, and finally, the distant bronze giant of Braavos came into view. Your Highness, recently Lord of the Seas has frequently sent inquiries regarding your well-being. It appears there are pressing matters to discuss with you. Veda rushed in to report as soon as Daniela returned to the cabin. Moreover, our goods have all been sold out. Sir Cameron has taken 30 ships to Lorith for procurement as per your instructions. As one of the 9 free trade cities, Lorith is economically the most underdeveloped, with barren and arid land. However, thanks to its abundant marine resources, salted cod, walrus ivory, seal skins, and whale oil have become its primary trade products. After a brief wash, Daniela returned to her bed for a bit more sleep. At just 19, she was at a crucial stage of development and must not take it lightly. Her modest bosom had just begun to blossom, so she thought it prudent to pay attention to her health. If the Lord of the Seas sends someone again today, just inform them that I am available tonight and would like to invite them aboard the Daniela for dinner. Daniela instructed Veda and the others before retiring for the night. Oh, and have the guards roast a bit more beef and lamb. Those young dragons have quite the appetite. Although Daniela and her dragons had mostly been absent for the past month, the Lord of the Seas continued to deliver cattle and sheep daily. Not only had the 3 young dragons, including Bellerin and the recently awakened Hogdala, failed to finish their meals, but even the crew of the Sacred Flame Fleet had grown weary of the fare. Hogdala, who had awakened a fortnight ago, had already grown to over 5 meters in length, and his scales had developed to rival those of a subadult giant dragon. The slightly raised dragon scales had become increasingly thick and sharp, the edges akin to that of a razor blade. Due to the recent surplus of cattle and sheep sent by the Lord of the Seas, Veda and her team felt reluctant to sell them off, so they had no choice but to keep them aboard the ship. Consequently, many vessels that had once been pristine began to emanate a foul odor. Upon hearing Daniela's orders to roast more cattle and sheep for the dragons, the guards were elated. They slaughtered over 200 sheep and 30 to 40 cattle in one go. However, with Dreamfire and Mirasis the gluttonous beast around, and having not eaten properly for a day, the 6 young dragons possessed an outrageous appetite and consumed everything. This brought great joy to the guards, who quickly slaughtered another 50 fat sheep to ensure the dragons were satiated. As the lanterns began to glow, the Daniela was already ablaze with brilliance. The exquisite culinary delights of St. Flame Island are elegantly presented on fine dragon porcelain and adorned with gold and silver tableware. Different wines are served in uniquely shaped and crafted glasses, with the exquisite crystal goblets and chandeliers shimmering like diamonds under the flickering candlelight. The ship is filled with various aromatic candles, and although the weather in Braavos is still somewhat cool this month, the floral scents emanating from the candles evoke a sense of spring's warmth and beauty. Your Highness, thank you for your gracious invitation. Tonight promises to be an unforgettable evening. King Jaehaerys of the Sea arrived early, accompanied by his offspring, not allowing his status to delay his presence. With the king's arrival, the prominent families dared not delay. and soon everyone gathered. The culinary offerings of St. Flame Island have become increasingly refined and delectable, earning a distinguished reputation across the continents. Even the wealthiest individuals of this world have praised the exquisite flavors. After a few rounds of wine and a variety of dishes, King Jaehaerys respectfully presented a beautifully crafted sandalwood box to Rhaenyra, saying, "Your Highness, this contains the deeds to several islands belonging to the Paterius family. Since you admire the scenery of the nearby waters, it would be perfect for constructing a palace. Rest assured, the expenses will be shared by the prominent families of Bravos." He then handed over another exquisite wooden box from his guard. "This is a voucher for the Iron Treasury, allowing you to exchange it for Bravo's gold equivalent to 5 million golden dragons at any time. I apologize for the fright you experienced at the Beast Garden last time. So consider this a token of goodwill from all the families of Bravos." Rhaenyra feigned reluctance, replying, "Your Majesty, you need not go to such lengths. Last time, did we not all emerge unscathed? It was my dragon that caused the destruction of much of your beast garden. Accepting your compensation would be rather inappropriate." Rhaenyra quickly retorted, "Let it be a token of gratitude for your guidance in our dragon riding experience. Moreover, having your palace in Bravos would be our honor." Rhaenyra smiled in satisfaction upon hearing this. "If your Majesty insists, I truly find it difficult to refuse. After all, I genuinely adore the environment of Bravos. Especially the enchanting scenery of the Paterius family's waters captivates my imagination." Yet, in her heart, Rhaenyra mused, "This is merely an appetizer. I shall serve you a feast course by course." The crowd breathed a collective sigh of relief as Rhaenyra accepted the gifts. It appears that the Dragon Princess is not as difficult as the rumors suggest. A mere token of wealth has sufficed to appease her. Governor Osiris adeptly concealed his disdain behind the guise of conviviality, all the while internally mocking the fact that, like his great-grandfather Jaehaerys, he had never encountered substantial wealth. A mere 4 to 5 million golden dragons sufficed to dismiss them so easily. This was evident in the previous incident involving 3 dragon eggs, and is similarly reflected in the recent assassination orchestrated by the Faceless Men. I find myself increasingly enamored with Bravos. At this juncture, Daenerys purposefully paused her discourse. Yutlanis, concerned, inquired, "Your Highness, if there is something on your mind, please feel free to share. After all, our camaraderie has been delightful, and it would be our honor to alleviate your concerns." Daenerys then adopted a contemplative expression and stated, "As you all know, I hold each of you in great esteem. However, I am uncertain if the despicable individual who employed the Faceless Men to assassinate me still lurks within the prominent families. This presents a considerable peril for both myself and all of you." Chapter 290. In any case, I am not in a hurry. Daenerys' words plunged the assembly into a momentary silence. They had assumed that once she accepted the gifts, she would not revisit the matter of the Faceless Men. To their surprise, her acceptance of the gifts did not signify the end of the affair. Seeing this, King Yutlanis could not suppress a flicker of satisfaction. Did you truly believe that this dragon princess could be so easily placated? 5 million golden dragons along with a few minor islands? How audacious! If she were so easily satisfied, she would not have eradicated the Hightower family root and branch. Nevertheless, I find myself rather eager to observe the strategies that this princess will employ next. At this moment, Daenerys appeared calm and unperturbed. Yet her words were laced with subtle barbs. After all, the winds of change do not cease without stirring the waters. It is often said that Bravos ascended due to 3 pillars: the Iron Bank, the Purple Fleet, and the Faceless Men. Yet, no matter how fortified the chamber, it remains vulnerable to internal ruin. The House of Black and White, having engaged in numerous nefarious deeds, now faces dire straits. Should unrest arise elsewhere, even the sturdiest of chariots could face the threat of overturning. The long, dark night is fraught with peril at every turn. If Bravos intends to treat Daenerys with the same dismissiveness as they did King Jaehaerys, they are gravely mistaken. The House of Black and White has been obliterated, its age-old legacy severed. Even the surviving Faceless Men wield little in the way of influence. King Jaehaerys genuinely feared the assassins of the Faceless Men. For while the dragons may be invincible, the members of House Targaryen are not. With the destruction of the House of Black and White, the majority of its elite Faceless Men have perished alongside it, and centuries of tradition have been obliterated. Those great families aspiring to dominate Bravos may no longer desire the resurgence of the Faceless Men. Historically, the Faceless Men served as a latent balancing force within Bravos' political landscape. They do not pledge allegiance to any single political faction. Yet their impact on the situation is profound. When certain forces swell excessively, threatening the stability of the city-state, the Faceless Ones may intervene in response to specific demands. eliminating pivotal figures to prevent any single faction from gaining undue dominance, thereby maintaining a relative equilibrium in the political landscape of the city-state. For instance, should a politically ambitious individual attempt to seize absolute power through violent means, the Faceless Ones might intercede, restoring the situation to its rightful course. Although the Faceless Ones serve as an intangible deterrent for bravos in external relations, other city-states and factions are acutely aware of the existence of this enigmatic and lethal organization, which instills caution when engaging with bravos in matters of conflicting interests or diplomatic disputes. This deterrent indeed minimizes unwarranted provocations from external forces, safeguarding bravos' voice and independence in diplomatic arenas, thus granting it a unique advantage within the intricate tapestry of international relations. However, Bravos has long dominated the world through its economic prowess and naval strength, and its rulers have increasingly felt a diminished necessity to rely on the Faceless Ones. Particularly, the Sea Lord, as the sovereign of Bravos, seeks to consolidate power, inevitably leading to potential conflicts with the Faceless Ones. The clandestine and independent modus operandi of this organization, executing assassination missions in the name of the God of many faces, stands in stark contradiction to the open and stable political order represented by the Sea Lord and the Council. Moreover, the Faceless Ones operate beyond the constraints of conventional political rules, making arbitrary decisions regarding life and death, which could disrupt the normal political ecology of Bravos. To maintain the stability of their rule, the Sea Lord and the Council must exercise caution towards the Faceless Ones. Perhaps, at critical junctures, the political turmoil ignited by unauthorized assassination actions may pose a significant crisis for the Sea Lord. For instance, the attempt on Daenerys' life certainly brought a substantial threat to Bravos, did it not? The esteemed status that Bravos currently enjoys is wholly dependent on its flourishing commerce. The increasingly unpredictable nature of the Faceless One's assassination endeavors significantly impacts commercial activities. Should a prominent business figure fall victim to an assassination, it could precipitate the collapse of their commercial empire and trigger a cascade of economic repercussions, destabilizing Bravos' trade market. Thus, even though it is widely acknowledged that Daenerys was responsible for the destruction of the House of Black and White, the noble families harbor little animosity towards her. The faction aligned with the Sea Lord is particularly inclined to ally with Daenerys to counter their political adversaries. Daenerys has astutely perceived this dynamic and has thus prepared a series of strategies to counter them. Nevertheless, she is in no rush, for even more captivating developments await them. Indeed, as Her Highness has aptly stated, those who revel in stirring storms are a calamity to all. Due to Daenerys' arrival, Eutandris has recently regained some semblance of the Sea Lord's authority, thus willingly cooperating with Daenerys' performance. In recent years, I have, due to health concerns, somewhat neglected the management of the Purple Fleet, allowing some errant elements to attempt to disrupt its integrity. It appears that we cannot afford to be lenient towards such individuals. Indeed, in recent years, the trade scope of the Violet Fleet has expanded significantly, yet the returns have been rather unsatisfactory. This brings to mind the grievances of Governor Antarian, who is typically astute when it comes to finances. Following this, several families allied with Eutarius expressed their dissatisfaction. It seems that it is indeed time to rectify our internal matters, as this concerns the collective interests of all. Should any underhanded tactics be employed, we must not show any leniency. The collective outcry caused the prominent families led by Governor Osiris to wear grim expressions. It is these very families that, seizing the opportunity during Eutarius' decline in health, infiltrated and took control of parts of the Violet Fleet. Naturally, the purported reduction in profits found its way into their own pockets. However, due to their formidable power, although everyone was acutely aware of the truth, they felt powerless to act. Now that the Sea King faction has been revitalized, they will no longer tolerate such behavior. Were we not gathered here to pay our respects to Her Highness, the Princess? Why dwell on these troublesome matters? If there are indeed issues, we can address them at the Palace of Truth. Governor Osiris forcefully interrupted the increasingly agitated crowd. You all must understand. Tonight we are here to bring joy to Princess Daenerys. There is no need to burden her with such chaotic affairs. His words gradually quelled the crowd's fervor. What was initially intended as a gathering to appease Daenerys, under her subtle instigation, became a catalyst igniting the contention between the two major factions of Bravos. Although Daenerys felt somewhat dissatisfied with the evening's outcomes, she had nonetheless gained a foothold in Bravos, and the 5 million golden dragons would suffice for her forthcoming territorial endeavors. The Sea King faction was also in good spirits. With Daenerys' assistance, they finally possessed the strength to regain control over the situation in Bravos. However, Osiris's expression darkened. For without the faceless men's support, they found it increasingly difficult to contend with Daenerys and the Sea King. Moreover, an unsettling premonition lingered in the air, suggesting that ominous events loomed ahead. Chapter 291. The accusation of the Three-City Alliance after receiving the land deeds for 3 small islands and the iron vault containing 5 million golden dragons at the banquet. Daenerys relocated the Holy Flame fleet to the vicinity of the islands. These 3 small islands were modest in size. The largest elongated island in the south measured only over 30 square kilometers, while the other 2 islands were a little over 20 square kilometers each. The 3 islands formed a diagonal question mark, blocking the mouth of the large island chain to the northeast of Braavos. Surrounding the islands were numerous low-lying rocky islets, home to a diverse array of marine fish and various shellfish, including oysters. The nearby waters produced seafood that accounted for nearly 60 to 70% of Braavos' seafood market. No wonder the Paterias family has managed to maintain its esteemed position among the elite nobility of Braavos, relying on the desolate peninsula and fishing. The harbor nestled between the 3 islands is indeed broad and deep, serving as an excellent port. Over 200 fishing vessels belonging to the Paterias family typically dock here, resulting in a sizable wharf, albeit somewhat dilapidated due to years of neglect. The islands are adorned with severely weathered rocky hills and towering pine forests, which effectively shield the nearby low-lying archipelago from the frigid winds and cold currents originating from the north. Apart from the occasional wild hare and seabirds, the islands also serve as a breeding ground for larger marine creatures like sea turtles, seals, and walruses, thus forming a miniature kingdom of marine fauna. With the principal construction of the new sanctuary on the Isles of the Gods now complete, only the meticulous craftsmanship of skilled artisans remains. Consequently, Daenerys summoned most of the workers to the 3 desolate islands to refurbish the wharf, erecting 2 3-story arrow towers at the 2 openings between the islands. Under Daenerys' command, with the aid of her dragons to forge Dragonstone, a brand new large dock and 2 inter-island fortresses were splendidly completed in just over 10 days. As the Paterias family's fishing vessels had already been sold off, the surrounding marine life flourished during this period, much to the delight of 2 young sea dragons, who reveled in their newfound buffet. The 3 islands were subsequently named Hogland, Drowland, and Razland by Daenerys, in honor of her dragons, Hogner and his sibling. Dreamfire and Mirian established their own lairs on the islands, while the inhabitants of the Sea King's Hall continued to deliver livestock daily. Given that Dreamfire and his kin preferred hunting large marine beasts in the northern ice fields, many surplus livestock were allowed to roam freely on the islands. The abundant shrubs and grasses on the islands contributed to the livestock's healthy growth. During this time, Cameron returned from the eastern Loras with a cargo-laden fleet of the Holy Flame. However, before he could catch his breath, Daenerys promptly instructed him to lead over 70 ships laden with local specialties toward the Stepstone Islands to rendezvous with Count Taz, formally assuming control of this crucial maritime territory. At the end of January in the year 102 of the conquest, a formidable fleet of square-rigged ships carrying the emissaries of the Tri-Cities Alliance arrived in Braavos. Led by Prince Jaehaerys, their purpose was to hold the Braavosi Purple Fleet accountable for its attack on the Tri-Cities Alliance vessels. Eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama, the Sea King Utiliris swiftly summoned all governors and watchmen to the Palace of Truth. Daenerys was also invited to attend the meeting and took a seat just below the Sea King himself. Given Daenerys' ownership of 2 properties in Braavos and her identity as a dragon rider, it was widely accepted that her presence in that position was uncontroversial. Prince Jaehaerys' accusations were well-founded, supported by numerous survivors of the naval battle, in addition to the 3 members of the Alliance of Cities. The surviving pirates from the Stairs Islands emerged to testify. Ultimately, Jaehaerys directly named the assailants, asserting that the Purple Fleet was commanded by Augustus of the Osiris family. Whenever I close my eyes, the visage of that demon, who assailed us with green hellfire, vividly materializes before me. He is Augustus Osiris. In the face of Jaehaerys' furious accusations, Governor Osiris appeared surprisingly unperturbed, retorting with a question. Might I inquire, Prince Jaehaerys, where precisely did the Purple Fleet strike? Under what circumstances did this assault transpire? Jaehaerys could not disclose that they had been pillaging the fleet of the Paterias family alongside the pirates of the Stairs Islands. And so he sidestepped the issue, responding. He seized the opportunity to launch a surprise attack during our skirmish with the pirates of the Stairs Islands in the Sea of Sunset. This ambush resulted in the loss of over 80 warships. Who else in this world possesses such capability, aside from the Purple Fleet? Oh, was it merely you and the pirates of the Stairs Islands engaged in chaotic conflict? My sources suggest otherwise. indicating that the assault occurred while you and the pirates were jointly plundering the grand noble Paterius fleet of Bravos. This is sheer slander. Klahath vehemently denied the governor's claims. Our fleet of the Alliance of Cities is a legitimate federal fleet. We would never resort to piracy. Moreover, we lack the audacity to provoke the grand nobles of Bravos. Furthermore, has not the Paterius family severed ties with Bravos? Even in separation, they remain a prominent noble of our Braxis. Anyone daring to target them would find assistance from any capable individual in Bravos. In response to Klahath's denials, Governor Osiris remained unwavering. Whether it is truth or falsehood is not for you to declare unilaterally. There are many survivors from the Paterius fleet and the Purple Fleet. Once they return, the truth will inevitably surface. Therefore, if your conscience is clear, await us in Bravos. I believe the Purple Fleet shall return ere long. King Jaehaerys of the Sea naturally hoped to witness the Osiris family's downfall. However, as the King of Bravos, he must publicly maintain a steadfast position in favor of Bravos. Governor Osiris makes a valid point. The unilateral accusations from the Alliance of Cities are not readily persuasive. Let us await the return of the Purple Fleet for a public debate. If indeed our Purple Fleet has unjustly attacked the Alliance, we shall address it fairly. However, Jaehaerys' tone turned frigid. If anyone fabricates or distorts the truth, Bravos shall certainly seek to reclaim its honor. The Iron Treasury cannot afford to be delayed, and Bravos must not be oppressed. Otherwise, regardless of where you flee in this world, the Purple Fleet will inevitably track you down. It is no wonder that Utranes has been chosen as the Sea King. When this old man unleashes his wrath, his might rivals that of King Jaehaerys. Chapter 292. The enchanting legend of the goddess Rhea. The sudden accusations from the Three Daughters' Kingdom have unexpectedly united the once divided families of Bravos, compelling them to present a united front. The leaders of these families are acutely aware of the underlying currents surrounding the events on the Stair Islands. While they are not particularly concerned about the potential upheaval that the Tri-City Alliance could cause, they are keenly aware that they must not allow themselves to be vulnerable to public scrutiny. After all, Bravos' supremacy in the world is not solely reliant on brute force, but rather on economic prowess and trust. Maintaining a respectable facade is of paramount importance to them. In recent times, the intelligence networks and infiltrators of various factions have begun to emerge in Bravos, further shrouding the already enigmatic situation in a veil of uncertainty. Meanwhile, Daniela, who enjoys the generous support of Bravos, spends her days either soaring over the distant northern ice fields hunting whales, walruses, and seals, or overseeing the progress of construction at the sanctuary. The biting cold winds from the far north, laden with potent magic, have allowed the populations of whales, walruses, and seals in the tumultuous waters to flourish. These colossal marine creatures not only reproduce at astonishing rates, but also grow at an extraordinary pace, far exceeding their counterparts in other regions. Though those that venture into human territories are predominantly weaker groups that have been marginalized, they still appear as leviathans to humankind. In areas inaccessible to humans, Dreamfire often hunts whales exceeding 30 meters in length and colossal walruses measuring over 10 meters. The magical essence contained within these creatures is unparalleled by ordinary marine fauna. Initially, Daniela sought to continue her exploration northward, yet the frigid winds and rampant magic deterred even the mighty Dreamfire from proceeding further, leading her to relent. However, the Hogna siblings seem to possess a unique affinity for this icy expanse, perhaps due to their extraordinary lineage. Recently, Hogdila has taken a particular liking to the vast pits in the area. The peculiar magical energies emanating from the ruins of the Black and White Academy seem to greatly enhance him after being transformed by the Yliangmu. Thus, aside from feasting and hunting alongside Daniela, Hogdila often slumbers in this pit, which Daniela has transformed into a dragon's lair for his comfort. With the dragon residing in the sanctuary, it has attracted numerous followers. The once forgotten minor deities have begun to garner new adherents. To ensure that the new sanctuary does not remain obscure, Daniela has arranged for a significant number of young male and female slaves to be purchased from the nearby Lorith and Pantos, granting them their freedom. They, along with the orphans of Bravos, will receive free education and sustenance until they reach adulthood. To this end, Daenerys applied to the Hall of the Sea King for a monthly special assistance fund equivalent to 10,000 golden dragons, sufficient to provide these children with a better life. Bravos has never been lacking in erudite scholars and individuals skilled in various arts. In an effort to better unearth and promote the tales of the deities that have gradually faded from memory, Daenerys generously hired talented artists skilled in painting and sculpture, commissioning them to illustrate the stories of these gods within the sanctuary and to create new effigies for the divine. At the heart of the sanctuary stands the largest load-bearing pillar, which Daenerys designated as the gods. The core of this pillar is intricately carved with the outline of a maiden, while the remaining spaces are left blank, awaiting the fateful deities to claim them. On this particular day, Daenerys visited the sanctuary once more and was astonished to discover that one of the spaces had been adorned with a beautiful nude goddess. Enveloped in red and white roses, she was the very embodiment of beauty and love. Daenerys was truly captivated by the goddess before her, yet the figure evoked a sense of familiarity. This was none other than the goddess of love and beauty, Lysa. Just then, a handsome youth emerged from behind the deities. "Greetings, Your Highness. Lysandro, I am surprised that Your Highness remembers me. It is truly an honor." Although Lysandro possessed a strong and upright physique, his voice was warm and magnetic. "Surely this exquisite relief of the goddess is not your handiwork?" Daenerys teased, observing Lysandro, who was dressed in the garb of a craftsman. "Have you turned to artistry after a failed business venture?" "Do not jest, Your Highness. I have a deep affinity for painting and sculpture. In truth, I aspire to be an artist rather than follow the family trade," Lysandro declared with confidence, evidently aware of his artistic talents. "I believe I am destined to become a great artist." Daenerys had no doubt about that. For one so young, possessing the ability to carve such lifelike and beautiful sculptures, she was convinced that if Lysandro dedicated himself to this path, he would indeed achieve greatness. "Please, share with me the story of the goddess of love. Such a beautiful deity deserves to be known by more people, though the name of the goddess of love cannot be spoken." Lysa is often associated with the tale of a Sloti. Some say that a Sloti was born from cream, which bestowed upon her the most exquisite beauty and the fairest skin. There are also legends of a fierce battle between the sky god and the earth god, where the sky god lost his manhood, which was subsequently cast into the sea, only to be consumed by a giant clam. From that clam's demise, a Sloti was born. Upon her arrival, her beauty immediately captivated the attention of all the gods, prompting many male deities, and even a number of female ones, to vie for her affection. Yet the beautiful and enchanting Asphodel fell in love with the gentle and kind-hearted god of love, Adonis. However, Adonis was considered one of the weaker deities among the pantheon. To evade the envy of other gods who might wish him harm, he retreated to a secluded island. Some say this island was the Isles of the Blessed, while others claim it was the island of Lycia. There, they enjoyed a tranquil and blissful existence, inseparable from one another, eventually giving birth to 7 daughters and 12 sons. Their island flourished with white roses, nourished by their love. Yet, the monotony of their idyllic life began to bore Adonis, leading him to develop an obsession with hunting. Asphodel, deeply concerned for Adonis's safety, frequently implored him to refrain from venturing out to hunt. However, the young Adonis disregarded her pleas, and tragically, during one hunt for wild boar, he was bitten and fell to the ground, his blood staining the flowers around him. Upon hearing Adonis's cries, Asphodel hurried to the scene, only to accidentally prick her foot on the thorns of a white rose, her blood mingling with the petals. By the time she reached Adonis, he had already breathed his last. Overcome with grief, Aphrodite cradled Adonis's lifeless body, her tears flowing like a torrent, and where they fell to the earth, silver lilies sprang forth. The bloodied white roses slowly transformed into red roses. The white rose symbolized pure love, while the red rose represented the perils that often accompany love. The silver lilies born of her sorrowful tears became the very essence of the lethal tears of Lyris. Chapter 293. The Scythians. Though the tale was lengthy, Daniela listened with rapt attention, requesting fruit and fine wine from the reception area beside the temple. As she savored the exquisite wine, she urged Lysander to continue his narrative. After Adonis's demise, Asphodel chose not to live on without him, but instead opted for self-destruction. To ensure their eternal union, she bound their feet together with a rope. The gods, moved by their profound love, transformed them into 2 interconnected fish, ascending to the heavens in a form that would never be separated, becoming stars in the sky. From that moment forth, Asphodel became the goddess of love and beauty, embodying not only love and beauty, but also the union of spirit and flesh. Hence, the Scythians revered the goddess of desire. In the heavens, she is known as Asphodelura, representing noble spiritual love, while on earth, she manifests as Asphodelis, symbolizing the carnal love accessible to all. Lysander possessed a wealth of knowledge about the goddess of desire, and even the lesser-known deities within the sacred sanctuary were not beyond his storytelling prowess. Thus, Daniela knelt slightly, extending a solemn invitation. Lysander Roga, I, Daniela Targaryen, formally invite you to bring forth the beautiful tales of these forgotten deities, illustrating them as murals upon the walls and ceilings of our sacred sanctuary. All beauty in this world deserves to be remembered. Regardless of the veracity of these tales, they undoubtedly convey the essence of truth, goodness, and beauty. Life is replete with suffering, and we genuinely require more sources of spiritual sustenance that imbue us with strength. The mission of the sanctuary henceforth will be to alleviate suffering, protect the vulnerable, and promote virtue. Witnessing Daniela's solemnity, Lysandro promptly acquiesced and assisted her to her feet. How could he possibly refuse such gracious treatment from Her Highness the Princess? However, completing the murals and the frescoes of the sanctuary would be a monumental undertaking. Even with the assistance of numerous craftsmen and artists, it would likely take a year or two to complete. Thus, upon departing the sanctuary, Lysandro hastened to explain the situation to his father. Giovanni Rogier, although consistently disapproving of his heir's obsession with painting and sculpture, exhibited a wholly different attitude towards the sanctuary, which had been funded by Daniela. Since Her Highness holds you in such esteem, you must ensure the task is executed flawlessly. As for the family business, fret not. With Princess Daniela as our living emblem, what could be more advantageous? Father. The astute Lysandro was well aware of his father's intentions, prompting him to interject. The Rogier family's flourishing enterprise relies on our own reputation and credibility. Please do not consider seeking shortcuts through the elite, while it may be more expedient. The risks involved are burdens we cannot bear. Giovanni, noticing his son's propensity for admonishment resurfacing, swiftly interrupted, "Oh, just focus all your thoughts on the sanctuary's murals for now. I have risen from a mere wool merchant to a wealthy magnate with 10 grand ships. Surely, I can navigate this endeavor." With that, he pushed Lysandro out of his cabin, instructing him to prepare the stories of the deities. "Your Highness, this is Lecia, the leader of the Scythians, once the most distinguished water dancer and warrior of Braavos. The chief swordsman of the sea god, Eudalirus, arrived before Daniela with a gray-haired female warrior, eager for the children at the sanctuary to learn the water dance of Braavos. Daniela had entrusted Eudalirus with the task of finding an exceptional instructor. To her astonishment, he had brought forth the leader of the Scythians. Traditionally, the Scythians were an ancient matriarchal nomadic tribe dwelling on the Dothraki grasslands. They revered nature deities and were all courageous and skilled female warriors. When the time came to bear offspring, they would venture forth to capture men for procreation. Should they give birth to daughters, they would provide the men with a sum of money to depart. Conversely, if a son was born, they would either allow the men to take the child away or dispose of the infant altogether. These valiant female warriors, in their pursuit of archery and combat, would often resort to the drastic measure of severing their right breasts at the onset of their training, believing it would enhance their performance. In the vast expanse of the Dothraki plains, survival of the fittest reigns supreme, with the strong ruling over the weak. These women bear the weight of all domestic responsibilities, from lifting heavy cauldrons to crafting mare's milk liquor, while perpetually remaining in a state of readiness for battle. The relentless practice of horseback riding, archery, and spear throwing has left many of these warriors afflicted with deformities such as misshapen arms, bow-leggedness, filament fractures, and spinal disintegration, not to mention the scars of various weapon wounds. Perhaps it is this very plight that has led to many of their offspring being born with congenital defects, due to both innate and acquired ailments. They are perceived by outsiders as a peculiar race marked by physical imperfections. In this harsh world, such physically challenged infants often become abandoned, with little hope of reaching adulthood. Consequently, the Scythians are seldom welcomed wherever they roam. During the Blood Century, with the invasion of the Dothraki, many ancient kingdoms of the plains were obliterated. The Scythians were driven from their lands, leading a nomadic existence. It was not until several centuries after this tumultuous period that they found their way to Braavos, where they relied on their martial prowess to survive as mercenaries. Despite having settled for over a century, they still cling to their ancient traditions. All Scythians begin rigorous martial training from a young age, yet without the nourishment of the vast steppes, their culture is in decline. In the lawful society of Braavos, they cannot freely seize men, and compounded by their physiological deficiencies, their population continues to dwindle. Presently, only a few hundred remain, a number bolstered by their tradition of adopting abandoned disabled girls. Otherwise, their numbers would be even fewer. Although some Scythians have begun to form conventional families, they steadfastly uphold the tradition of women venturing into battle to provide for their households. Men are merely expected to ensure the continuation of their lineage, while women manage all affairs, both great and small. Relentless warfare, menial tasks for men, is a common adage among the Scythians, encapsulating their belief that women should dominate the external sphere while men remain within. Warfare is merciless to the Scythians, and serving the formidable women of their tribe proves a daunting challenge for the men, for they are indeed demanding. Chapter 294. The Rose of the Sanctuary. Lesia. I present myself before your highness. Although Lesia is in her 40s and bears severe physical deformities, her spirit is undiminished, radiating a vigorous aura. She is unmistakably a seasoned warrior, exuding a potent magical resonance. It appears that the dance of water transcends mere swordplay, intertwining significantly with the essence of magic. No wonder the faceless men are compelled to master this art. Greetings, Lesia. I believe Laeral has briefed you on the status of the sanctuary. Lesia Daniela was undeniably pleased. Although the warrior women of Skytie were not as celebrated as Queen Nymeria of the Rhaenyrians, their experiences were equally deserving of respect. While I could provide these young women with shelter and sustenance, and enlist scholars to impart knowledge and survival skills, it was paramount for them to cultivate their own abilities to ensure they would not be victimized upon venturing out into the world. Furthermore, I aspired to nurture a cadre of formidable female warriors, thus I must ask for your assistance in this endeavor. It is my honor, your highness. However, I humbly seek your forgiveness for my forthrightness. Laeral mentioned that you might bestow upon us Skytaeans a parcel of land. May I inquire as to its location? Daniela appreciated Lesia's candor. No. I truly admire your honesty. I have 3 locations for you to consider. The first is Skane Island, adjacent to Staggas Island. However, the island's inhabitants were long ago ravaged or consumed by the Skaggas. Though desolate, I possess the means to cultivate bountiful crops and high-quality pastures there. With my presence, the denizens of Skaggas will not trouble you. Skane Island, I have indeed heard of it, merely an obscure and unremarkable isle. Does your highness have any particular plans for it? Lesia, though straightforward, was astute enough to discern Daniela's intentions, prompting Daniela to elucidate further. I can only suggest that last winter's long night and the harsh cold have some significant relation to certain occurrences north of the wall. I aspire to develop Skane Island into a transit point connecting the free tribes beyond the wall, although I currently lack a comprehensive action plan. My ultimate goal is to facilitate the relocation of some free folk to the lands south of the wall. Lesia nodded thoughtfully, refraining from expressing her opinion too hastily. Daniela continued, the second option is Carlin Bay. I have negotiated an exchange with House Stark for Lonely Mountain and Carlin Bay. Soon, I shall connect the Heatwave River and the Bite Bay. Consequently, Carlin Bay will not only serve as a bastion guarding the northern frontier, but also as a vital trade route linking the eastern and western coasts of Westeros. Additionally, the expansive and fertile grasslands to the north of Carlin Bay could allow you to restore your former nomadic way of life. The third option is the western coast near the frozen coast of the Wall, on the peninsula of Sistrand. Although the climate is harsh, it boasts vast tundra regions. Moreover, numerous hot springs abound near the Ice Bay, where I have successfully established a settlement. With the support of St. Flame Island, life there is now quite manageable. Once Carlin Bay is linked, I am confident that prosperity will gradually flourish there as well. As soon as Daniela concluded her remarks, Lesia made her choice. I choose Skane Island, your highness. Daniela was taken aback by Lesia's decisiveness and could not help but inquire. I am curious as to why you would choose this seemingly less than ideal option. Lesia responded succinctly, value, your highness. The Scythians aspire to be individuals of worth. We are not adept at farming or herding, yet we excel in combat. With Skane Island as our stronghold, those wild men from beyond the borders become our most suitable adversaries. Seizing their women and children, we can dominate those noble lineages. This reveals to me the hope for the rise of the Scythians. Your highness, stability and comfort will only lead us to our demise. This has been the greatest lesson learned from centuries of exile. The Scythians can only thrive and grow through the crucible of warfare. Although we may not match the overwhelming numbers of the Dothraki, we are confident in our ability to deal with the scattered wild men. Lesia's words deepened Daniela's admiration for her, direct yet wise, simple yet grand in vision. Importantly, Scythian women are all formidable warriors, making them a valuable force against the free folk of the outer lands. Then settle on Hogland Island for now. The docks are far too chaotic, Daniela instructed. In 6 months to 1 or 2 years, my people should be able to develop Skane Island, at which point you may relocate there. Lesia clenched her left fist over her heart and knelt before Daniela, pledging her allegiance. May the glory of the Sun Saint illuminate the Scythians. Your highness, from this moment forth, you shall be the divine embodiment of the Scythian goddess, the Sun Saint. We shall vow to follow you and your female descendants to the death. Praise the son of the Scythians. Daniela mirrored her gesture with reverence. Praise the son of the Scythians. Once their agreement was settled, Lesia departed with immense excitement. clearly eager to share this splendid news with her kin. Congratulations to Her Highness for successfully winning over another exceptional nation. Not long after Lesia's departure, Lysandra appeared before Daniela, cradling 2 pots of roses. These are 2 pots of roses I cultivated myself, one red and one white. I wish to transplant them into the garden behind the sanctuary. Once the murals of the sanctuary are completed, they should adorn the walls beautifully. It seems you not only possess artistic talent, but also a knack for nurturing flowers. I have some insights in this area as well. We can exchange thoughts later. Your flowers, though beautifully shaped and richly fragrant, still appear somewhat frail. With the high quality and readily available building materials from Dragonstone, the craftsmen completed the construction of houses for the Scythians on Hogland Island in just 3 days. Daniela employed numerous servants to manage their daily lives and tend to livestock, allowing them to focus on honing their martial skills and training in horsemanship. In Bravos, Wolf can procure nearly anything. Therefore, Daniela equipped the Scythians with 100 splendid steeds, fine leather armor, and an array of weaponry, igniting a spark of hope for their future. Meanwhile, Lesia officially arrived at the sanctuary, leading the children in martial training each day. Daniela diligently followed Lesia, learning the water dance without missing a single lesson. Indeed, during her practice, a subtle transformation began to occur in her fire attribute mana. Remarkably, several gifted children exhibited traces of water attribute mana fluctuations within just a week. This reinforced Daniela's belief that mastering the water dance encompassed far more than mere combat techniques. The 2 roses planted by Lysandro in the sanctuary thrived remarkably under the nourishment of the dragon dung fertilizer prepared by Daniela. Chapter 295, The Water Dance Teacher Lesia. I've observed that the water dance diverges significantly from the typical combat style of the Scythians. How did your ancestors conceive such a unique practice? Like Daniela, Veda and her female warriors found themselves captivated by the water dance, gradually joining in its practice. Perhaps influenced by her ancestral lineage, Veda's training efficiency was notably high, leading to substantial progress within merely a week, greatly enhancing her combat prowess. During her training, she also sensed peculiarities within the water dance, feeling her body grow increasingly agile and light. Remarkably, she experienced a breakthrough in her agility, managing to synchronize with her trained falcon yesterday. Currently, all the Scythians have been settled on Hogland Island, where they no longer face struggles for food and shelter, and now possess ample time and resources to refine their martial skills. Thus, Lesia, freed from the burdens of her kin's survival, devoted herself entirely to teaching at the sanctuary. Legend has it that when our Scythian ancestors wandered into the Sorn River Valley, they were graced by a giant tortoise, from whom they learned the practice of the water dance. Later, when they found refuge in Bravos, they brought this art with them. A giant tortoise? Could it be the fabled Old Man of the River? Veda's interest peaked at this revelation. Since following Daniela, her belief in and curiosity about such mystical forces had only deepened. The Old Man of the River is the eldest son of the Mother River, Lorne. In the myths of the Loiner people of the western continent of Essos, and one of their most significant demigods, he manifests as a colossal divine tortoise, having vanquished the Crab King, ruler of the underwater realm, earning his status as the protector and sovereign of rivers and aquatic beings within Loiner civilization. In the mythic age, the Mother River, Lorne, served as the core deity of the mythological framework, symbolizing the source of life, abundance, and the eternal flow of rivers. Her offspring are often associated with natural elements, among whom the Old Man of the River stands as one of the most powerful guardians of aquatic domains. In ancient lore, it is said that the underwater realm was once dominated by a ferocious crab king, whose power posed a grave threat to the equilibrium of the revered Lorne River. In response to the river's call, the Elder of the Waters engaged in a fierce battle against the Crab King, ultimately emerging victorious and thereby establishing his dominion over the aquatic beings. According to legend, the Elder's form was as immense as an island, his carapace adorned with ancient runes that held the wisdom and memories of the river. His limbs could summon towering waves, and his serpentine tail could stir the riverbed, while his eyes could perceive every motion beneath the surface. He wielded control over tides, purified the waters, and offered protection to fishermen and vessels, all while summoning and commanding the denizens of the deep in battle. The tales of the Loiner people recount how the Crab King once ruled the underwater world with iron pincers and impenetrable armor, oppressing the aquatic creatures and polluting the river. The Elder fought valiantly for several days, ultimately repelling the Crab King's assaults with his shell and striking the heart of the tyrant with the spear of the river's core bestowed upon him by Lorne, sealing the Crab King in the abyss. Following this epic confrontation, the Elder became the sovereign of the underwater kingdom, restoring order to the mother river, Lorne. To this day, the worship of the great turtle persists in the Lorne River Basin, where fishermen and boatmen often make offerings to the elder, praying for safe passage and bountiful catches. In the remnants of the Loiner ruins, murals and carvings frequently depict the great turtle bearing ancient runes, trampling the Crab King beneath its feet. Some tribes of Loiner that endure in the Lorne River Basin still perform turtle shell rituals during the flood season, seeking to ward off malevolence and gain the elder's protection. As for the Elder of the Waters, he is merely a figure of legend. If he were to truly exist, how could he remain indifferent while the entire Loiner civilization was obliterated by the dragons of Valyria? Lesia and her Scythian kin may revere the Sun Maiden, yet she herself shows little interest in those deities. It seems likely that the ancestors crafted these tales to enhance the mystery of the Dance of Water, rather than yearning for the elusive blessings of ethereal beings. Relying on one's own strength proves far more dependable. The Scythians have persevered through countless trials to preserve their lineage, armed solely with the swords in their hands. Upon hearing this, Veda shook her head in dissent, remarking, "I once shared your sentiments, but since aligning myself with Her Highness the Princess, I have come to believe increasingly that extraordinary forces inhabit this world. Many truths are difficult to accept without first-hand experience. However, as you accompany the princess, I am confident that you will gradually witness her remarkable abilities, truly a divine gift." At that moment, Daenerys was practicing the Dance of Water beneath the sacred fishwood in the dragon's lair. Through the mystical perspective offered by the fishwood, she could glean combat techniques from many illustrious faceless men throughout history. Consequently, her proficiency in the Dance of Water had become quite impressive. Yet, she soon realized that while the combat techniques of the faceless men bore a resemblance to the Dance of Water, they were fundamentally distinct. The water-infused magic of the dance was light and fluid, whereas the techniques of the faceless men leaned towards the elusive and sinister. In the dragon's lair, the fish-lamu perpetually absorbs the chilling energies of the earth, transmuting them into a rich, formless magical essence that permeates the vicinity of the sacred tree forest. Thus, when Rhaenyra practices the Dance of Water in this locale, she can distinctly sense the magical energies surging into her being. The forest's watchmen have successfully brought over a dozen saplings of fish-lamu from the north, which have thrived in the sacred tree forest of the sanctuary. The abundant magical energies surrounding the dragon's lair have contributed to their vigorous growth. Additionally, the watchmen returned with several fine species of trees, including oak, ironwood, widow's rosewood, and fir. Ironwood is a tree unique to the north of Westeros, predominantly found in the Wolfwood and beyond the wall in the haunted forest. Its wood is exceptionally hard and dark in hue, making it one of the most resilient timbers in existence, often employed as a substitute for metal. The gates of the crypts beneath Winterfell are fashioned from ironwood. However, the growth of ironwood is notably slow, typically requiring centuries to mature, rendering it a highly coveted resource for several families near Bear Island and Wolfwood. Widow's rosewood primarily flourishes in the Wolf's Lair and the Moonlight Mountains. This particular rosewood interacts with a vividly purple and poisonous fruit. Ingestion can lead to severe consequences, including hemorrhaging, respiratory distress, and skin rupture, evoking a fate reminiscent of King Joffrey's demise during the infamous Purple Wedding. With the magical essence derived from the fish-lamu and the dragon dung fertilizer concocted by Rhaenyra, the once barren lands of the sacred tree forest have undergone a significant transformation. Even the little Valyrian monkey, Luca, has come to appreciate the current environment. Nearly 2 months old, the little creature has been weaned and has grown to over a foot in length, often clinging to Rhaenyra. The clever little fellow, perhaps due to a profound connection with Rhaenyra, has completely grasped human conversations and obeys her commands without hesitation. Veda and the others bring him a variety of food daily. Yet he shows little interest, only seeking their company when Rhaenyra is absent. Chapter 296. The beginning of a frantic accumulation. Although Rhaenyra's days in Bravos are leisurely, she remains acutely aware of the unfolding circumstances in Westeros. Under the deliberate indulgence of King Jaehaerys, the region near the noble heart of the Riverlands has descended into chaos. Numerous families, under the pretext of hunting, have mobilized their forces to this area, with their combined military might exceeding 5,000. The lords of the Riverlands have barred their castle gates, refusing visitors, fearful of becoming inadvertently embroiled in the turmoil. Currently, the Brinley family is on the brink of annihilation, besieged by the combined forces of the Blythewood family, the Freys, and the Vale Coalition. Aside from Stonehenge, which remains secure due to its robust fortifications, all other areas have succumbed to the coalition. Numerous relatives of the Brackens, uninvited, have attempted to intervene in the hunting parties of the Riverlands. only to be repelled by Daemon and his dragon. Fortunately, with Daemon at the helm, commanding the formidable dragon, various factions have been deterred from making reckless moves. Yet subtle intrigues persist. Particularly, the members of the impoverished assembly, led by Harold, remain a relentless concern. Currently, over 10,000 individuals have been dispatched to the Stepstones and Silent as laborers in salt production and mining. The dragon's roar, heard previously in the Moon Mountains, has only deepened Daenerys' apprehension. She has sent word to her cousin, Duchess Ginny of the Vale, urging her to remain vigilant regarding any disturbances deep within the Moon Mountains. Should a dragon appear, she must relay the information to King's Landing and Dragonstone immediately. Concurrently, she has instructed Dorna to dispatch several stealthy sisters to the vicinity of the Moon Mountains, employing their agile raptors to meticulously search for potential dragon lairs. However, nearly a month has passed without any news. In contrast, significant progress has been made by Sevon and Count Taz in the Stepstones. With the assistance of the Sea Smoke, the Purple Fleet has successfully salvaged numerous sunken ships laden with cargo and fairly intact wreckage. Aside from some losses to spices and silks due to water damage, they have unearthed a wealth of treasures. Exquisite jewels from the Golden Empire of jade and emeralds, meticulously sealed porcelain, golden silk satin, as well as unique art and antiques from These items are highly valuable and sought after in both trade city-states and Westeros. Various gems, gold, ivory, rhino horn, and other precious pelts and bones, originally intended as tributes to the Sea King and the noble families of Braavos, have now become a boon for Daenerys. Additionally, spices, rare woods from Karth, and an array of magical artifacts, dragon bones, and a trove of dragon egg fossils, most of which are damaged, with only 3 remaining intact, have been recovered. The total worth of these treasures surpasses 10 to 20 million golden dragons. The value of the 3 intact dragon egg fossils in the possession of House Targaryen is exponentially greater than elsewhere. Of course, the treasures aboard the surviving 30 or so purple-sailed ships of August and Osiris are even more substantial. Among the spoils, they have seized a Valyrian sword known as Riptide, reputedly one of the 2 ancestral swords of House Osiris. Furthermore, they have gathered an impressive collection of Valyrian jewels and tableware, numbering 20 to 30 pieces. However, Sevon and Count Taz find themselves perplexed by the peculiar disappearance of the crew from the flagship of the Paterios family, despite the ship's pristine condition. Within the hold, only 3 dragon eggs, still warm, and heaps of ash from unknown remnants were discovered. The Paterios family, too, possesses their own Valyrian sword, a delicate lady's blade named Sweet Patria. Unlike the Purple Fleet, laden with treasures and goods, the Paterios fleet was stocked solely with essential supplies and substantial amounts of gold and silver. The total value of the gold ingots and various currencies has reached an equivalent of 20 million golden dragons. This haul alone is comparable to the total revenue of the Targaryen royal family for 5 to 6 years. Moreover, the value of the 100 or so 3-masted sailing ships is quite considerable, estimated to be around 20 to 30 million golden dragons. Although the salvaged vessels are severely damaged, once towed to the shipyard at St. Flame Island, they can be painstakingly reassembled into approximately 100 new warships, translating to an additional revenue of over 20 million golden dragons, alongside the spoils retrieved from the pirate den. The total profit from the Battle of the Stone Steps Islands nears 100 million golden dragons. Together with the more than 100 intact ships captured, all of these treasures were dispatched back to St. Flame Island. The vessels were sent to the shipyard for repairs and modifications, while the treasures were stored in the treasury at Gord Bay behind St. Flame Fortress. Even though Samuel had prepared well under Daenerys' guidance, the sight of such a vast fortune left him astounded. As the chief steward of St. Flame Island, the wealth he had managed in recent days was already staggering. However, confronted with this unexpected windfall, he could hardly conceal his excitement. He and the officials from Ramstown hardly closed their eyes, tirelessly working for several days and nights to meticulously organize, register, and catalog all these items. Under the brutal interrogation, Augustus confessed to the collusion of the Osiris family with 4 other families in plundering the Pateros family fleet. After obtaining their testimonies and letters of communication between Governor Osiris and Augustus, Sevon hastily steered the Sea Smoke, which held Augustus and several members of the prominent families in custody, towards Braavos. The recently calmed Braavos was likely to be stirred into a tempest once more. Meanwhile, Count Tars continued to remain on the Stone Steps Islands, initiating the construction of fortifications and defensive works to guard against potential counterattacks from pirates and the Tri-City Alliance. The Dragonstone from Old Town is now being mass-produced, allowing the Saint Flame fleet to transport Dragonstone to the Stone Steps Islands weekly, along with a considerable number of craftsmen from Old Town coming to offer support. The nearby Count of Isman Island also sent hundreds of men to assist. This effort enabled the fortifications and defenses across the 9 islands of the Stone Steps Islands to be established within a fortnight. Coupled with the arrival of formidable weaponry such as giant crossbows and wildfire from Saint Flame Island, the defensive capabilities of the Stone Steps Islands were significantly enhanced. When the surviving pirates, after a brief respite, attempted to organize and reclaim the Stone Steps Islands, they were decisively eradicated by the combined forces of Count Tars and Maki. At this time, the 3 queens were preoccupied in Bravos with their own squabbles, leaving them little attention for the situation on the Stone Steps Islands. By the time the news of Daenerys' forces occupying the Stone Steps Islands spread entirely, Count Tars and his allies had fully established their defensive system. Thus, the Stone Steps Islands officially returned to the fold of the 7 kingdoms once more. Chapter 297. The storm approaches. Bravos. Shrouded in perpetual mist and nestled against the trembling sea to the north, is a place seemingly favored by the gods. For the frigid gales and icy currents from the northern tundra mysteriously veer towards the narrow sea, sparing it from the onslaught of heavy rain and snow. However, of late, the city has been besieged by incessant torrential downpours, causing considerable accumulation of rainwater in the deep pit behind the sanctuary of the many-faced god. This pit, having been scorched to a glassy state by high temperatures, has rendered the absorption of rainwater into the ground nearly impossible, likely leading to the formation of a profound pool in the future. Even the great fishwood at the center of the dragon's lair has been submerged by the deluge. Yet, this particular fishwood, the largest among its kind, remains resilient. Though partially inundated, its survival is unthreatened, perhaps due to the imprint of Daenerys upon its form. Combined with the rich magical essence of the human mask space below, it has grown notably faster than its counterparts. The sanctuary has recently reached its pinnacle, ensuring that internal construction remains unaffected. Both Daenerys and Lysandra are perfectionists, thus while the roof is complete, meticulous attention to detail will demand considerable time. Daily, amidst her hunting and practice of the dance of water, Daenerys takes moments to admire the artwork produced by Lysandra and her team of artists. They have gathered a wealth of tales regarding the forgotten deities, translating these narratives into vibrant murals. This artistic endeavor has allowed visitors to the sanctuary to gain a clearer understanding of these divine figures. In her benevolence, Daenerys has decreed that clothing and food be distributed to the needy outside the sanctuary, and in return, these individuals may enter to pay homage to the deities within. Naturally, different souls resonate with different stories, leading to the emergence of a modest following for these once-ignored deities. Yet, it is evident that the goddess of love and the sun maiden of the sky garner the most fervent devotion, with the divine figures at the heart of the temple enjoying a natural abundance of worship. Daenerys speculates that the exquisite sculptures created by Lysandra may play a significant role in attracting the affections of young hearts towards these goddesses. As the number of devotees swells, Daenerys observes the gathering of magical energies around the idols of the most worshipped deities, particularly as magical elements begin to permeate the air surrounding them. It is no wonder that the depths beneath the House of Black and White resonate with such potent dark attributes. It appears that the faith in these gods bears a striking resemblance to the incense-laden offerings Daenerys once understood in her past life. Thus, she hastens to instruct Lysandra and the artisans to imbue the sanctuary with the essence of dragons and to sculpt statues of all her dragons using Dragonstone. Daenerys herself meticulously carves runes upon the dragon statues, employing the flames of her palm to engrave the symbols she has gleaned from her time in the city of the runestones. Those who arrive at the sanctuary are undoubtedly blessed by Daenerys, and thus it is only natural for them to pay homage before the statue of the great dragon. A week has passed, and Daenerys perceives a subtle increase in the magical energies coalescing around the dragons. It seems imperative to promote the faith in dragons across her realm and the 7 kingdoms, for it may well herald a new transformation for the dragons of House Targaryen. With a creaking sound, accompanied by the roar of the sea smoke, the fleet of Scythen has at last reached Bravos. The true tempest has descended upon the city. Within the Palace of Truth, Scythen meticulously recounted the events surrounding the Stone Steps incident to those gathered, presenting the testimony of Augustus along with letters from House Osiris and the other 2 great families to King Eutrones of the Sea. At last, their crimes have been laid bare for all to see. Governor Osiris, Governor Perich, Governor Tedios, what defense can you possibly mount now? The unauthorized mobilization of the Violet Fleet to plunder the ships of House Petilius is sufficient grounds for your expulsion from Bravos. And Governor Osiris, How dare you engage in the clandestine trade of dragon eggs and employ the faceless men to assassinate Princess Daenerys? How do you intend to provide an account to the Targaryen royal family? Humph. Do you still wish to offer the Osiris family an opportunity for rebuttal? The truth of the matter is evident to all present. Since it seems that the Osiris family must bear the brunt of all blame, I shall do so willingly. Nevertheless, I must assert that every action taken by the Osiris family has been in service to Braavos, and I have never harbored regrets. Should the Targaryens seek to hold me accountable, let them come forth. But I implore you not to harm the innocent people of Braavos, for they bear no responsibility in this matter. Shall it be the confiscation of my assets, exile, or perhaps the flames of Dragonfire? I, Augustus, will shoulder it all. However, I must clarify that this incident bears no relation to the Perich or Tedios families. It was I who compelled my wife and daughter-in-law to steal their family seal and forge letters, all to ensure they could share the burden of this pressure with me. Indeed, had Princess Daenerys not intervened, the outcome could have been quite different. Now that the truth has been revealed, the Osiris family recognizes that we are indeed trapped in this predicament. Yet, I cannot allow the two families to suffer unjustly as collateral damage. Governor Osiris. Upon seeing that you are prepared to accept all the blame, Governor Perich instinctively sought to interject on your behalf, but was abruptly silenced by Governor Tedios. Governor Osiris. Now that you have confessed to your crimes and attempt to drag us down with you, your actions only deepen your transgressions, evoking disdain. However, given our familial ties, let us return our daughters to their homes, restore their dowries, and provide compensatory reparations equal to their dowries. Let this matter be concluded thus. Governor Osiris is acutely aware that Governor Tedios seeks to safeguard a portion of the Osiris family's kin and assets through this maneuver. Thus he promptly replied, "Very well. No problem." Governor Perich, slightly taken aback by Tedios's actions, was about to voice his disapproval for capitalizing on the situation, but was discreetly tugged at the sleeve by his son, causing him to wisely hold his tongue. He recognized that while his intellect might not be remarkable, his son possessed considerable acumen. Although King Jaehaerys harbored a fervent desire to eradicate several prominent families, he understood that Governor Osiris's impassioned display had successfully garnered sympathy from many onlookers. Moreover, Osiris's assertions were not devoid of merit from the broader perspective of Braavos. His actions had not directly undermined the city's interests. The elite feared the dragons of House Targaryen, but the common folk of Braavos yearned for a strong leader to subdue this dragon lord family. The question of how to address the Osiris family would require meticulous contemplation. Chapter 298. Daenerys' appetites. Witnessing Governor Osiris deftly extricate his two allied families through nothing but eloquent rhetoric, and having garnered sympathy from numerous spectators, Daenerys could no longer remain seated. Clapping her hands with a bright smile, she rose from her seat and declared, "Governor Osiris truly deserves to lead the foremost family of Braavos. His ruthless tactics and remarkable strategy are indeed impressive, as a free trade city-state dominating maritime commerce. Every Braavosi is likely familiar with the adage that every treasure from the Jade Sea is steeped in blood and tears, and every piece of gold from sorrows carries a curse. I find this sentiment profoundly accurate. Often, in the pursuit of interests, there is no absolute right or wrong, only differing positions. Each beneficiary of such interests may very well tread upon the blood, tears, and corpses of their adversaries. However, I fail to comprehend why the Osiris family, having already attained their current status in Braavos, must resort to such elaborate schemes and unscrupulous means, even placing the entire city in jeopardy. What, then, do you truly plot? This appears to contradict your claims of being guiltless, all for the sake of Braavos, does it not?" At this juncture, Daenerys had approached Governor Osiris. Although he towered over her by a head and a half, her formidable presence rendered him seemingly smaller. "You mentioned earlier that without my involvement, the outcome remains uncertain. Does the Osiris family truly wish to incite civil strife within Braavos? Have you truly lost your mind, seeking to fulfill your ambitions with the blood and tears of the Braavosians? I must express my gratitude to the gods for allowing me to linger in the great Braavos, reluctant to depart. If this can avert a brutal bloodbath, it shall be regarded as the benevolence of the deities and my own merit." Daniela's words instantly altered the countenance of Governor Osiris, causing an uproar among those present. In a fit of rage, Governor Osiris bellowed, "When it comes to eloquence and the art of deceit, I cannot rival Her Highness the Princess. The Hightower family of Old Town met their swift demise under the auspices of Her Grace's miracles and strategic prowess, did they not? I advise you all, when it comes to those outside your kin, their hearts must surely be different." At this moment, Daniela perceived that Governor Osiris was intent on igniting discord between her and Braavos, prompting her to let out a cold laugh. Given that the crimes of the Osiris family were irrefutably substantiated, and the governor had openly confessed, how to deal with the Osiris family is a matter for Braavos to resolve internally. As an outsider, it would be inappropriate for me to intervene, lest I inadvertently allow malevolent individuals to tarnish the Targaryen name. However, the attempts on my life by the Faceless Men and the Osiris family's theft of the Targaryen dragon eggs must be addressed satisfactorily. Otherwise, I shall be compelled to defend the honor of House Targaryen. Sensing Daniela's rising tension, Dreamfire and Marassia outside the Truth Palace erupted in a chorus of fierce roars. Coupled with the howling wind and torrential rain outside, an air of anxiety enveloped the assembly. Even little Luca, perched upon Daniela's shoulder, growled in Osiris's direction. Your Highness, I shall refrain from meddling in the internal affairs of Braavos, trusting that you will provide me with a satisfactory response in due course. With that, Daniela turned and departed the Truth Palace, followed closely by Varda, Lisha, and a cadre of warrior maidens. Before leaving, Sivan made a point to remind, Augustus and his lot are my captives. Do not forget to deliver the ransom to me. Otherwise, I shall personally pursue it with my sea smoke. Due to the heavy rain outside, Daniela opted not to ride her dragon away, instead instructing her guards to prepare a carriage to escort them to the sanctuary for the night. Sivan, having successfully mounted his dragon, was reluctant to part from his sea smoke, so he braved the storm to return. The next day, although the storm had ceased, the sky remained ominously overcast, as if another tempest were imminent. After completing her training in the dance of water, Daniela was in the midst of bathing and changing. Suddenly, Varda's voice resounded from outside her chamber. Your Highness, Mr. Laeral, the chief swordsman of His Majesty the Sea King, has arrived. Please ask him to wait. I shall be there shortly, with the assistance of Bashani. Daniela donned a simple sky-blue silk gown and casually gathered her shoulder-length hair. Your Highness, Laeral bowed. This is a confidential missive from His Majesty the Sea King for you. The Lord of the Sea expressed his desire to first hear your opinion. If Her Highness the Princess has any requests, he shall strive to accommodate them. After meticulously examining the letter, Wada handed it over to Daniela. This made Laeral somewhat anxious, for in the past 2 months, Daniela had fostered a notably close relationship with Eutalis. The correspondence exchanged between them had been extensive, yet never had it transpired quite like today. This indicated a shift in their positions. Their interests were likely no longer entirely aligned. Initially, the letter served as a means for Eutalis to gauge Daniela's inclinations. Daniela scrutinized the phrasing within the letter, contemplating the palace and territories of the Petilius family, as well as the proposed compensation of 10 million golden dragons. Indeed, it was a substantial amount, yet it fell short of her expectations. I require no compensation, but I demand a stake in Iron Vault 5 and 200 purple sailboats. In return, I can arrange for dragons to guard Braavos. Of course, I seek only dividends and shall not involve myself in management. Daniela's declaration caused Laeral to involuntarily gasp. It is worth noting that the funds of Iron Vault are on the scale of billions, with annual net profits reaching around 1 billion. The most powerful families, such as Osiris and Antalion, hold less than 2% of the shares. However, Laeral realized that she was merely a messenger and dared not voice an opinion. Thus, she respectfully responded, Understood, Your Highness. I shall convey this to the Lord of the Sea. What? This is utterly impossible. The shares of the Osiris and Petilius families combined amount to less than 3%. Where can we possibly procure 5% for her? Governor Antalion exclaimed upon hearing Daniela's conditions. Isn't the 3% of the White and Black House now vacant? Governor Pleston interjected. Furthermore, the Perich and Tedios families cannot simply extricate themselves without some sacrifice, can they? Governor Pliny, a proponent of interests, concurred. Since Princess Daniela is willing to send dragons to guard Braavos, this is indeed a significant boon for the entirety of Braavos. Surely, the others cannot remain entirely unresponsive. Yet, aside from the 4 shares of the Lord of the Sea, that already constitutes the largest stake in Braavos. This stake represents the Lord of the Sea's command over the Purple Fleet, the cornerstone of his dominion over Braavos. Governor Oriel felt that a 5% stake was excessively high. Such a concession could profoundly alter the balance of power within Braavos. The princess has stated that she will only partake in dividends and will not engage in management. As a member of the Oriel family, Laeral hastily reiterated Daniela's words and exchanged a subtle glance with her brother. Chapter 299. The Accusation of Petilius Among the Assembly. Laeral was the individual most frequently in contact with Daniela, and none understood the formidable nature of this dragon princess better than she. The downfall of the Petilius and Osiris families was orchestrated by this seemingly benevolent princess. It was Daenerys' imposing presence that ultimately united the 9 great families in their shared opposition against the remaining 4 families. The Dragon Egg Trap is also a ploy orchestrated by Daenerys to suggest that the Sea King, Jaehaerys, take action. It is precisely because of the enticing prospect of Petilius that several families, including Osiris, fell into the snare. This created an opportunity for other families to find a scapegoat for Braavos. Even a person as astute and formidable as Governor Osiris eventually recognized his utter inability to resist. He had no choice but to bear all the accusations alone, hoping that the other 9 families would show him mercy when they struck. Throughout this entire scheme, Daenerys remained untainted, untouched by any filth. Each maneuver of her adversaries seemed to fall perfectly within her calculations. What she desired could be easily obtained through a straightforward agreement, earning their friendship. Otherwise, once ensnared by her, they would still have to yield what she sought, and at a far greater cost. Thus, he hurriedly urged his brother to silence himself, for in this distribution of interests, the gains of the Oriol family did not conflict with those of Princess Daenerys. Governor Oriol immediately grasped his brother's intent, realizing that the most pressing task for the Oriol family was to seize this opportunity to ascend among the 10 great families. Although 2 positions among the 10 families had opened up, they faced competition from the Gonzaga, Petilius, and Oriol families. As allies, they could not afford to turn against one another, thus they could only collaborate to oust either Perich or Teetus. However, if they were to offend Princess Daenerys in the process, they might lose their genuine opportunity. Beyond their 13 families, there were still 2 or 3 dozen other affluent families in Braavos, while they were presently occupied vying for the 2 vacant governor seats. Anyone who garnered Princess Daenerys' support could potentially find themselves elevated into the top 10. Indeed, many astute individuals reside in Braavos. At this moment, the leaders of the Winfas and Frel families were awaiting Daenerys' summons in the sanctum. What was the significance of these families? Daenerys was taken aback that anyone would seek to establish relations with her at this juncture, prompting her to inquire about them from Lethia. The Frel family boasts a lineage of several renowned swordsmen, which initially amassed their wealth. Subsequently, a member of the Frel family married the sole heiress of a prominent merchant from Pentos, inheriting great riches. Utilizing this wealth and the prowess of their elite swordsmen, the Frel family gradually flourished and now stands as one of the great families of Braavos, with considerable influence even in Pentos. Moreover, many members of the Frel family excel in the art of water dance, rivaling the skills of the Skytai. Although their stature may be diminutive, they are indeed adept in martial pursuits. The Winfas family, on the other hand, is one of the founding families of Braavos. Although the martial prowess of this family may be lacking, their deep respect for martial traditions is undeniable. Many swordsmen from Braavos are esteemed guests of the Unfas family. This is one reason for the amicable relations between the Frel family and the Unfas family. It is said that had the Unfas family not expended a considerable fortune on these swordsmen, their commercial acumen might have propelled them into the ranks of the 10 great families long ago. What intriguing families they are. Let them enter. The Palace of Truth has been convening late into the night these past few days, struggling to reach a consensus regarding the Osiris family. However, the Teetios families have not managed to completely extricate themselves as the governor of Osiris had hoped. Each family has been levied with fines amounting to tens of millions of golden dragons and faced confiscation of portions of their iron treasury shares. This may very well cause them to plummet from the top 10 family rankings in terms of assets. Previously, they had already depleted a significant portion of their cash flow by collaborating with the Osiris family in acquiring the Paterius family's assets. Thus, in order to pay the fines, they may have to resell their recently acquired properties and sacrifice a considerable part of their original family holdings. At this juncture, however, Sivan unexpectedly arrived at the Palace of Truth, accompanied by the last surviving heir of the Paterius family. It turns out that during the naval battle at the Stone Steps Islands, he had fallen ill and retreated to his chambers early, thereby escaping the calamity that befell his entire clan. I was born in Braavos, raised in Braavos, and like all Braavosi, I have always believed that Braavos is the most free, democratic, and beautiful place in the world. Yet, I could never have imagined that my family would meet its demise at the hands of the very Braavos Purple Fleet I trusted the most. In Paterius's heartfelt lamentations, the Osiris and other families, already in a precarious position, were adjudicated by the Council of the Palace of Truth to unconditionally return all assets belonging to the Paterius family. Initially, the Paterius family had willingly engaged in the sale of their assets. Now, demanding their return without compensation seems utterly unreasonable. Governor Perich promptly raised an objection. for his own family was already facing substantial fines. Should they be compelled to relinquish the Paterius family's assets without recompense, the Parrish family would surely find themselves expelled from the ranks of the 13 prominent families. But did you not seize the gold mint for purchasing these assets back from the Parrish family? Spoke the Oceanic Jaehaerys coldly, decisively rendering his judgment. Although this act incurred the wrath of the gods, leading to the sinking of that gold into the depths of the sea, this loss must be borne by you alone. By the authority vested in me as the Sea King, I hereby rule that the transactions between the Osiris and several other families and the Paterius family are null and void. They must immediately and unconditionally return the family assets. As for the shares of the Petilius family in the Iron Vault, they have already changed hands and cannot be reclaimed. Therefore, the Osiris family, the Parrish family, and the Tedios family shall compensate young Master Petilius with an equivalent of 63 million iron coins in Iron Vault exchange notes. As soon as Jaehaerys concluded his statement, the other 9 prominent families, along with the Freeler and Winfus families, promptly expressed their agreement. The governors of the Parrish and Tedios families, upon witnessing this, fell back helplessly into their seats. Thus, they had completely plummeted from the ranks of the 13 great families, and naturally, they could no longer retain their positions as governors, as the governorship of Blafos could only be held by those from the top 13 families. Chapter 300. The new governor with the vast sea of the frontier guiding the way for Petilius. The other families, despite their reluctance, returned all the assets of the Petilius family within a few days. Petilius then promptly presented everything to Princess Daniera, requesting her gracious acceptance. Henceforth, all of Petilius' belongings, including his life, shall belong to your highness, as long as your highness allows me to serve by your side. What? Looking at the somewhat delicate youth before her, even with Daenerys' astute mind, she momentarily failed to grasp his meaning. However, Savan, standing nearby, immediately expressed his displeasure, scoffing, "You are merely a slave I captured. Do you truly believe all of this belongs to you? How dare you harbor such fanciful thoughts about her highness?" With that, he unsheathed his blade, Rage of the Sea, and pressed it against the pale neck of the frightened Petilius. Yet, Savan showed no mercy toward Petilius's tear-streaked, beautiful face. On the contrary, Vavada and the numerous female warriors nearby felt a pang of sympathy. Daenerys had to admit that for a fleeting moment, she genuinely considered keeping Petilius close to tease him. His weeping visage was utterly captivating. Clearing her throat awkwardly, Daenerys expelled those peculiar thoughts from her mind. "Enough, Savan. Since you express such sincerity, you may remain by my side. However, you must take care to improve your health. Even Baeshani seems to be in better shape than you." Baeshani, who had been feeling concerned for Petilius, suddenly found herself blushing at the mention of her name. "Your Highness." Savan had not anticipated that Daenerys would so readily keep this pretty boy by her side, and a wave of bitterness surged within him, making Petilius appear even more irksome. To bolster Petilius's constitution, Daenerys generously provided him with ample Targaryen Dragonfire and enrolled him in the training of the Dance of Water. As the actual controller of the Petilius family palace, Daenerys led the entourage directly into their new abode. The immense platforms, constructed for the great dragons atop the Petilius palace, finally welcomed their true inhabitants. Although Petilius ultimately did not reclaim the family's shares in the Iron Vault, he did receive compensation equivalent to 65 million golden dragons, cobbled together from several families. This substantial sum, albeit amid considerable tribulations, meant that even with the Petilius lineage reduced to a single heir, their total assets had increased. To settle this compensation, families such as the Happerics sold off significant portions of their holdings. Fortuitously, they escaped the harsh price drops that had afflicted the Petilius family. The Farrell and Winfus families, eager to consolidate their assets, offered generous prices to ensure their elevation to the position of new governors. Daenerys persuaded Petilius to transfer a portion of the family's enterprises directly to these two families, allowing her to reap the dividends without direct involvement. A week later, the Supreme Court reached a consensus regarding the Osiris family. All their assets and shares in the Iron Vault were ruthlessly stripped away, and the entire clan was expelled from Braavos. The Sea King, Jaehaerys, financed a medium-sized fishing vessel to transport them to Morasai, located to the east of Lorith. Morasai, a city in the northern region of Essos, was established by the people of Lorith for fishing and mining purposes. It lies along the Trembling Sea's coastline, in the northern segment of the Seine River Delta. To the southwest of Morasai is its trade partner, Seas, while the ruins of Visgradka lie to the southeast. Following the Seine River south leads to the Slave Bay on the southern continent of Essos. However, on the eve of the vessel's arrival in Morasai, An inexplicable cold wave suddenly enveloped the ship, freezing the entire Osiris family to death. When the fishermen returned to Braavos with the news, many felt a sense of loss. Yet more lamented the complete downfall of a prominent Braavosi family, their bloodline nearly extinguished. With the demise of the Osiris family came the decline of the Perich and Tedios families. Yet, from this vacuum, several new families began to rise. The Wenfus family, leveraging its formidable economic strength, acquired numerous shares in the Iron Vault, thus securing a position among the top 10 families and becoming new governors. The Farrell family also successfully joined the ranks of the 13 families, albeit at the bottom, yet they were undeniably a legitimate governing family. Petilius, drawing upon his family heritage and the support of Daniela, was easily re-elected as the new governor, though his ranking was comparatively lower. The dynamics within the newly constituted 13 families of Braavos thus underwent a subtle transformation. The latest ranking of the 13 families in Braavos, based on their financial strength, includes the Rhiallan family, the Antarian family, the Frege family, the Plainleys family, the Agnelli family, the Priestan family, the Wenfus family, the Oral family, the Zayn family, the Tolone family, the Gonzaga family, the Petilius family, and the Frel family. Among them, the Wenfus, Petilius, Frel families, and the secretly loyal Oral family aligned themselves with Daenerys. The Priestan, Plainleys, and Frege families wished to maintain amicable relations with Daenerys. The other 6 families, led by the Rhiallan and Antarian families, share a somewhat ambiguous relationship with Daenerys. While there is no hostility, a sense of mutual caution prevails. Following the emergence of the new 13 families, Braavos has reached a resolution regarding compensation for Daenerys. Your Highness, despite our utmost efforts, we can only offer you a share equivalent to 4 iron banks, which is on par with that of King Aquaman. We hope that your Highness can understand our predicament. King Jaehaerys, having regained his power, seems to have recovered significantly. To express our sincerest apologies, Braavos is willing to provide your Highness with 300 purple sailboats as compensation. Additionally, the northern and eastern island chains adjacent to the Petilius family's territory will be designated as your Highness's dragon pasture. The king's provision of food for the dragons will continue unabated, supplying 300 goats and 50 cattle daily, which will be inscribed in the laws of Braavos. Excellent. Daenerys has spent ample time in Braavos, and she is quite satisfied with such an outcome. After all, these 4 Iron Bank shares will yield her several million golden dragons in dividends annually. Moreover, her influence has successfully permeated the upper echelons of Braavos' administration. She no longer needs to worry about their clandestine machinations stirring the storms of the 7 kingdoms. However, after readily agreeing to his terms, Daenerys promptly presented a new request. I accept your conditions, but the 300 purple sailboats must be managed collectively within the Purple Fleet. I will promptly assign a captain and crew to you. Chapter 301. The final arrangements, Your Highness. Why not take those 300 purple sailboats directly back to the Isle of Sacred Flames? After sending Jaehaerys and his companions away, Veda inquired of Daenerys with a puzzled expression. The fleet of purple warships under the command of the Braavos King is unparalleled in both scale and combat prowess. The purple hulls and sails of the Purple Fleet are already observed throughout the known world. To profit from long-distance trade, one requires not only a formidable fleet, but also crucial shipping routes. Discovering a suitable route on one's own entails considerable expense. So why not simply follow in the wake of the Purple Fleet? Once we familiarize ourselves with all their routes, the Sacred Flame Fleet can then follow suit. As Rhaenyra observed the perplexed expressions on Sevan and the others, she patiently elucidated her thoughts. Braavos boasts a wealth of experienced mercenaries and sailors. Rather than laboriously cultivating our own manpower and managing operations, it would be far more advantageous to integrate our vessels into the Purple Fleet. They would oversee management and arrangements, allowing me to simply await the profits. This is what one might call leveraging strength to achieve success effortlessly. Sevan, somewhat apprehensive, inquired. But what if our fleet's authority is undermined? I have entrusted these ships to Wenfus and the Frel family for management. This not only alleviates our burdens, but also permits them to incorporate more family members into the Purple Fleet, thereby enhancing their influence in Braavos. Furthermore, they have maintained amicable relations with the Braavosi mercenaries. With an additional 300 purple-sailed vessels, they can attract more individuals to their ranks. During this period, Rhaenyra has successfully recruited thousands of mercenaries and sailors to Flame Island through several families, including Jaehaerys and Wenfus. Presently, the fleet of Flame Island has expanded to over 300 vessels, especially following the recent acquisition of ships from the Tri-City Alliance and the Purple Fleet. However, we face a significant shortage of manpower. Although the population in the territories I control has grown, Cultivating qualified sailors and adept warriors for naval combat is no trivial endeavor. Due to the generous remuneration offered by Rhaenyra, a substantial influx of personnel has quickly materialized, rendering the mercenary and sailor market in Braavos quite competitive. Rhaenyra's lavish expenditures during her time in Braavos, along with the blessings of the Holy Sanctuary, have garnered her a commendable reputation, attracting various talents to Flame Island in search of livelihood. Once the matters concerning the Purple Fleet were arranged, Rhaenyra instructed Veda and Bisani to commence preparations for their return journey. The Flame Fleet had already procured goods in Braavos and Loras for the return to Flame Island, leaving only 10 warships to safeguard Rhaenyra. The total value of the gifts presented to Rhaenyra by the prominent families of Braavos amounted to no less than 1 million golden dragons. She selected a few exquisite items to take back to King's Landing as presents, while the remainder was deposited at the Paterius Palace. Since Paterius insisted on accompanying Rhaenyra, she entrusted the Paterius Palace to Lesia for interim management. As the chieftain of the Scythians, this proved to be an effortless task for her. Currently, the fishing vessels of the Paterius family have been returned, reinvigorating the waters near Hoggrass Island. With the presence of Scythian female warriors, order in the region is well maintained. Rhaenyra left 2 young sea dragons, Hognara and Hoggrass, on Delarand Island. Unlike other dragons, the magical environment near the Trembling Sea to the north is more conducive to their growth. Additionally, the large sea creatures and fish in the surrounding waters align better with their dietary preferences, thus facilitating their development. Every day, the Palace of the Sea King continues to send a substantial number of livestock to Hogland Island, resulting in an overabundance of animals on the island. Daenerys, accompanied by 10 dragon guards and 50 dragon protectors, has grown weary of the daily slaughtering and roasting of cattle and sheep. Consequently, she arranged for several impoverished families to settle on the island, tasking them with the daily butchering of pigs and roasting of cattle and sheep. With the dragon guards present, the young dragons posed no threat. The sale of sheepskins and cowhides alone would allow these families to live in comfort. Moreover, after nearly 2 months of training under Daenerys, little Shamoros, little Apollos, the red dragon phoenix, and the colossal Valhalla have learned to temper their tempers. During this past month, the dragon guards have effectively managed to control their feeding and the forging of Dragonstone. Meanwhile, Hogdila, residing in the Sanctum of Refuge, has been entrusted with another significant responsibility. As the House of White and Black was previously an important site for Braavos in handling the deceased, thus, Daenerys established a crematorium tower behind the Sanctum to continue the cremation services. Each day, the children of the Sanctum gather at the cremation platform before the Dragon Lair to conduct cremations for the bodies brought here. Under the influence of the potent magic of the Dragon Lair and the cremation rituals, Hogdila's growth rate has surpassed that of all other young dragons, now rivaling the once mighty Miracis. During the escort of Augustus and his companions to Braavos, Savon also brought along 3 dragon eggs, 3 complete dragon egg fossils, and 7 or 8 damaged dragon eggs. Daenerys placed the 3 dragon eggs of Dreamfire directly within Hogdila's lair, where the high temperature is ideal for egg preservation. And with the protection of the great dragon, no one could lay claim to these precious eggs, though the entire Petilius family sacrificed themselves for the 3 dragon eggs, infusing them with formidable magical and life energies. The signs of petrification remain unchanged. It is uncertain whether this is linked to the burden of a specific fate they bear. Conversely, the 3 complete dragon egg fossils transported from Ashar, despite being enveloped in terrifying magic, exude no trace of life energy. Thus, Daenerys placed them within the crematorium tower, hoping the daily cremation rituals might imbue them with life energy. The remaining damaged dragon egg fossils were successfully transformed into 7 complete dragon eggs by Daenerys and the Watchers, as this was not their first endeavor of such nature, resulting in remarkable efficiency. Daenerys prepared 3 dragon eggs identical to those of Dreamfire, placing them in a wooden box to present to King Jaehaerys. The remaining 4 were artfully placed on the furnace to be roasted. Although these repaired dragon eggs are infused with potent magic, they can no longer hatch into great dragons, akin to the 3 eggs that were stolen from St. Flame Island. Your Highness, I have heard that you are about to depart from Braavos. Here lies a portrait I have crafted for you. Though my skills are limited and cannot capture even a fraction of your beauty, I hope you do not find it lacking. Covered in paint, Lysandro nervously presented a painting wrapped in pristine silk to Daenerys. A portrait? When did you create this? I had no inkling, Daenerys inquired. Curiosity piqued as she unveiled the canvas. Although modest in size, the exquisite beauty of the woman depicted instantly captivated her gaze. This is a scene of my practice of the Dance of Water. Chapter 302. The dragons of Targaryen ranked by age and size. 1. Vhagar. The dragon rider Viserion, a green dragon, measuring approximately 100 to 150 meters in length, with a wingspan exceeding 300 meters. She is currently the largest of the dragons. Her flames possess the intensity to effortlessly melt armor and roast a man alive. However, having entered her twilight years, her skin has become significantly saggy and her scales have begun to shed. Yet, due to her recent involvement in the forging of Dragonstone on the Isle of St. Flames under Viserion's command, her aging has somewhat slowed, and signs of muscular restoration are evident. Vhagar's roar can cause the very castle to tremble. Her immense form and ferocity are unmatched by any other dragon. 2. Laefer Ralphanes, a wild dragon residing in the ruins of Valyria. This enormous black dragon, exceeding 100 meters in length, transforms her scales to a dark crimson during battle. She made a brief appearance during the naval skirmish at the Stone Steps, where she vanquished 2 sea monsters and severely injured another. This mysterious dragon had only recently traversed the ruins of Valyria for the first time, displaying formidable combat prowess and innate fighting talent. It remains uncertain whether she will serve as an ally or a challenge to Daenerys in the future. 3. Vormissol. King Jaehaerys, slumbering in Dragonstone. Vormissol is a male dragon with bronze scales and massive brown wings. During the youth of Jaehaerys, Vormissol was already one of the largest dragons in Westeros, second only to Balerion and Vhagar. Currently, he measures 100 meters in length with a wingspan exceeding 200 meters. 4. Dreamfire, Daenerys' primary mount, a 3-clawed blue dragon, measuring 80 meters in length with a wingspan of 180 meters. Originally slender with silver streaks, she is a pale blue female dragon, adorned with light blue wings and silver spine scales. After several evolutions, her scales and wings have transformed to a celestial blue, while her horns, spine scales, and markings have taken on a blue-silver hue. Unlike other dragons, her physique has regained the firm and robust build characteristic of a young dragon, thanks to the nourishing energy of the heart of eternal winter. Her teeth, claws, and horns have also been enhanced, elevating her combat capabilities beyond those of the Devourer and Vormissol. Furthermore, having established a connection with the Fishwood, her long-term residence beneath it has proven immensely beneficial. 5. The Devourer, a wild dragon, bound on the shores of the Isle of St. Flames, awaiting a worthy companion. Approximately 70 to 80 meters in length with a wingspan of 150 meters. The exact age of the Devourer has not been disclosed. It is said that the sheep-stealing wild dragon was born during the youth of Old Wong. Thus it must have been in the early reign of Aegon I Targaryen, making it a decade younger than Dreamfire and Silverwing. The prowess of the Devourer in battle is indeed formidable, yet its size is not as grand as many presume. To an ordinary person, however, it remains an unimaginable behemoth. Coupled with its fearsome and grotesque exterior, each appearance instills considerable psychological pressure, creating the illusion of a much larger stature than reality. Sharing the vigor of young dragons like Vhagar, its ferocity in combat suggests that a confrontation with Vhagar could very well result in victory. Silverwing, an unclaimed dragon, slumbers upon Dragonstone. This silver dragon measures 70 meters in length with a wingspan of 150 meters. Her flames are believed to be blue, renowned for her gentle nature. She is amiable even toward strangers. Silverwing and Vhagar delight in each other's company and once served as the steed of Queen Alysanne Targaryen. The sheep-stealer, also unclaimed and currently bound to Dragonstone, boasts scales of an unattractive brownish hue, with wings that share the same color. Long assumed to be a male dragon, only Daenerys knows of her laying a clutch of dragon eggs, measuring over 60 meters in length with a wingspan exceeding 130 meters. She remains well cared for by the dragon keepers despite her confinement, and the ample food supply has not hindered her growth. Princess Mary-Asaine Targaryen, known as the Red Queen due to her crimson scales and pink wing membranes, wears a crown, horns, and claws that gleam like bright copper. Measuring less than 60 meters in length with a wingspan of 140 to 150 meters by the year 75 of the Conqueror's reign, Mary-Asaine was already celebrated as the fastest dragon in Westeros, effortlessly outpacing both Caraxes and Vhagar in the skies. However, with the emergence and maturation of Meleys, Amalthea, and other dragons, maintaining this title has become increasingly difficult. Caraxes Daemon Targaryen, measuring 55 meters in length with a wingspan of 130 meters, possesses a pair of secondary wings on his hind legs, granting him greater agility in flight compared to other dragons. He shares a degree of telepathic connection with his dragon rider, Daemon, A massive, fearsome creature with a wealth of battle experience, his slender body is adorned with bright red scales, and his uniquely long neck enables him to unleash an unparalleled volume of fire, making him capable of an almost endless torrent of dragon fire. Amalthea, the dragon of Daenerys, is entirely covered in fine bronze scales and boasts colossal emerald green wings. She measures 48 meters in length with a wingspan exceeding 120 meters. All 5 of her dragon eggs have successfully hatched, making her the most nurturing of all dragons. Unlike her kin, she not only revels in hatching and raising her offspring, but has also assisted in caring for the young of Shimerus for a time. Amorlos, despite her aversion to conflict, possesses a dense and resilient scale armor, while her enormous dragon wings and perfectly streamlined physique grant her remarkable agility in the air, rendering her combat prowess formidable. Amphilos, the bronze dragoness, measures an impressive 45 meters in length with a wingspan exceeding 130 meters, and she now flies faster than the Red Queen, Marius. Alongside Amorlos, she safeguards the old town, tending to the remaining young dragons. Their gentle natures allow the dragon guards to harness their abilities for the forging of Dragonstone and conducting cremation rituals. Having played a pivotal role during the recent invasions of the Iron Islands and sea monsters, they have garnered immense respect from the townsfolk. The Hall of Stars now proudly displays statues of them, as well as the fallen Himelos and Aposos, enjoying the reverence of the people akin to the 7 gods. Princess Rhaenyra's companion, the Golden Dragoness, measures 30 meters in length with a wingspan of over 80 meters. Due to her involvement in over 6 months of cremation rituals and Dragonstone forging, her growth rate and the potency of her dragon fire have significantly surpassed historical norms. Rhaenyra has also guided her through several tumultuous events in the Riverlands, transforming her from a dragon devoid of battle experience into a seasoned warrior. Sea Smoke, the light silver-gray dragon resembling Dreamfire, spans over 20 meters in length with a wingspan exceeding 50 meters. Captured while Rhaenyra was leading the dragon fleet past Tideshead Island, he sustained severe injuries from a skirmish with Rhaenyra's dragons. After recovering, he sought a new master and ultimately came under the command of Savon, who, upon mastering dragon riding skills, pledged his allegiance to Rhaenyra. Following the recent naval battle at the Stone Steps, Rhaenyra officially accepted him into her ranks. Balerion, a magnificent obsidian-hued 3-clawed dragon, was spared from the fate of being devoured by the greedy through Rhaenyra's intervention. He measures 25 meters in length with a wingspan of 70 meters and is viscous, splattering. An adhesive green fire is truly terrifying. Vhagar, a green dragon who similarly evaded the fate of being consumed, bears a striking resemblance to the youthful Vhagar. Slightly smaller than Balerion, she is also a 3-clawed dragon. Despite her current size of over 20 meters, she can easily overpower Sea Smoke and Syrax. Vhagar's tenacious spirit renders her particularly combative. Grey Ghost, unlike her historical counterpart, enjoys significantly better treatment under Rhaenyra's care. Although still somewhat shy, her growth rate and size have surpassed that of her historical peers. Nevertheless, she remains the smallest among her 3 siblings. However, with the enhancement of her bloodline and the relentless training of Rhaenyra, Grey Shadow, leveraging her speed advantage, is still able to engage with her siblings in a playful manner. 17. Myricus, the accompanying dragon of Rhaenyra, is an elegant, lavender-hued 5-clawed, referring to the number of toes on her wings, colossal dragon. Currently measuring less than 20 meters in length, her wingspan exceeds 60 meters. Additionally, she possesses a pair of auxiliary wings on her hind legs, endowing her with exceptional flight speed and aerial agility. By consuming the energy of the 3-eyed raven, she has acquired the primordial power of the heart of Everwinter. Coupled with her unique contractual bond with the Fishbeam tree, her growth rate is astonishing. Furthermore, she has developed a reciprocal telepathic connection with Rhaenyra. Among all of Rhaenyra's dragons, Myricus is the most reliant on her. Remarkably, Myricus seems to possess a hidden skill. She interacts harmoniously with all dragons, seemingly evoking no hostility from them. 18. Urak, hatched by Rhaenyra, obeys the commands of King Jaehaerys due to the infusion of the king's blood. This reddish-brown hatchling boasts a commendable bloodline, having already reached a size of 4 to 5 meters within just 6 months. Consequently, he has become a favored companion of King Jaehaerys, who continuously keeps him close for care. 19. Hogdila, the black-scaled dragoness of Rhaenyra, exhibits a brown sheen among her scales and possesses the unique ability to consume flames. Currently, she measures around 7 to 8 meters and remains in a state of rapid growth. Her appearance has become somewhat formidable, resembling that of a glutton. 20. Hognara, the stunning ice-blue female dragon of Rhaenyra, embodies both ice and fire attributes. She can not only exhale ice-blue dragon flames, but also conjure extreme cold breath. Rhaenyra, alongside Miracis, is another hatchling that relies significantly on Rhaenyra. 21. Hogras, like Rhaenyra and Hogdila, mutated into a colossal dragon after absorbing the energy of the heart of Everwinter and the soul of the ice dragon from a sea dragon egg. In addition to breathing dragon flames, she possesses the ability to control the wind, making her the fastest among all dragons. 22. The 6 offspring of Ameloth and the 2 offspring of Himaloth. 23. Talakos, the golden dragon, currently stands as the most magnificent hatchling. 24. Radamandes, the bronze dragon, is the most physically powerful among the hatchlings. 25. Phonix, the red dragon, is a replica of the Red Queen Melia's, yet Phonix possesses 3 pairs of dragon horns. 26. Valhalla, the most tempestuous hatchling, boasts the loudest dragon roar. 27. Diglar, the blue dragon, shares close-knit scales and enormous wings similar to those of her mother, Ameloth. 28. Ophalal, the white dragon, is the gentlest of the hatchlings, always wearing a smile for everyone she encounters. 28. The towering red dragon, Himoros, is the reincarnation of the previous Himoros, possessing an appearance that is strikingly identical, save for her 5-clawed dragon characteristics. 29. The young Apollos, a bronze giant dragon, is the reincarnation of the previous Apollos, exhibiting a physique far more formidable than his former self, also boasting 5 claws. This transformation into 5-clawed dragons is attributed to their absorption of the golden essence of grotesque monsters. The potential of these dragons has not only surpassed all existing dragons of the Targaryen lineage, but also eclipses those from the era of Valyria in terms of bloodline. However, the potential and overall strength of dragons are influenced not only by their lineage, but also by their capacity to harness magical energy and their ability to attract and concentrate this power. 30. Moon Dance, a green pearl-patterned young dragon, is the companion dragon of Princess Rhaenyra. 31. Frost Flame, a white-scaled dragon adorned with pink butterfly patterns and golden pink wings. 32 to 33. 2 small sea dragons, Yemengava and Yamangal, thrive in their trembling aquatic environment, having grown over 3 meters in size during their 2 months in Braavos. In addition to these dragons, Daenerys possesses 21 dragon eggs, all awaiting hatching. Beloved readers, you may envision their appearances and names, as we are open to suggestions. Names that are pleasing or carry Valyrian characteristics may be selected. Among these, 4 eggs are from the dragon Eurax born in the Valyrian era, 3 from sheep thieves, and 3 retrieved from the royal dragon lair. The stolen ones were pieced together by Daenerys and the children of the forest. Although they appear indistinguishable, they are incapable of hatching dragons. 5 eggs from Himoros remain unhatched. 3 are fossilized dragon eggs from Ashaya, and 3 are dragon eggs of Dreamfire reclaimed from Braavos. Chapter 303. An unexpected family reunion indeed. Lysandro's artistic skills are commendable. Unlike other court painters, he did not solely focus on Daenerys' beauty. His portrayal captures her essence and spirit, accentuating her vivacity and youthful exuberance. Daenerys is immensely pleased with the painting, exclaiming, "Thank you, Lysandro. I truly adore this piece. I entrust you with the murals of the sanctuary next. It is my honor, your highness. Thanks to your patronage, the Roga family trade has flourished in Braavos. Therefore, my father has permitted me to pursue my passion for painting without distraction. It is I who should express my gratitude, for you have granted me the opportunity to realize my dreams." With Daenerys' support, the Roga family's merchant fleet has gained respect in both Braavos and the Isle of Sacred Flame, ensuring the prosperous continuation of their business. Giovanni has thus allowed Lysandro to remain in the sanctum to complete his mural. What truly enables you to realize your dreams is your own talent. The main framework of the palace on the island of Saint Flame is nearing completion, presenting more opportunities to achieve your ideals. Upon hearing this from Daenerys, Lisa Sand's eyes instantly sparkled. "Rest assured, your highness, I shall devote myself entirely." After arranging all matters in Braavos, Daenerys dispatched 10 cargo-laden escort ships a day ahead. She, alongside Varys, Mira, Maya, and Bisan, set sail for King's Landing early the next morning, with Ser Vaymond following closely behind on the sea smoke. Casting a glance back at Braavos, now shrouded in thick fog, Daenerys mused that she had finally resolved the threat posed by the faceless men in Braavos. The vermin plaguing the 7 kingdoms ought to be eradicated once more. Upon Daenerys' return to the Red Keep, Princess Rhaenys and Lord Corlys Velaryon accompanied King Jaehaerys, their expressions clouded with displeasure. "Did you steal sea smoke from Rhaenyra?" As Daenerys and Ser Vaymond greeted King Jaehaerys, Rhaenys immediately directed her furious inquiry at Vaemond. In the face of Rhaenys' formidable presence, Vaemond remained unflinching, calmly explaining, "Your Highness, Sea Smoke recognized me as his master upon encountering me at sea. There was no theft involved. Recognized you as his master? What gives you the right to command a dragon of House Targaryen?" Lord Corlys retorted with scorn. "I am the son of Princess Rhaenys. I share the Targaryen bloodline. In this regard, I am not so different from your son Rhaenyra. You are merely a bastard. How can you compare yourself to Rhaenyra?" Lord Corlys, accustomed to his lofty status and incensed by the loss of his son's dragon, spoke with a lack of his usual caution. "Moreover, your mother is no longer a princess. She is but a courtesan in Volantis." His words caused the faces of the Targaryens present to pale. King Jaehaerys' expression darkened ominously, while Rhaenys cast a reproachful glance at her husband. Vaemond, filled with shame and fury, gripped his Valyrian sword tightly, wishing to draw it and strike down the arrogant face of Lord Corlys. Daenerys approached Corlys with a grave demeanor and spoke deliberately. "Lord Corlys, dragons never mistake the Targaryen bloodline. Perhaps if you could cast aside your greed and distractions, you would refrain from uttering foolish words that put you in peril. Currently, Vaemond is my sworn knight. His right to command Sea Smoke is unquestionable. Among those present, only you lack the standing to voice an opinion. I urge you to understand your identity and position, otherwise it will bring no benefit to you, nor to House Velaryon." Although Daenerys possessed an undeniable aura of strength, it was still insufficient to instill fear in the sea snake, Corlys. He immediately roared in anger, asserting that Vhagar was a colossal dragon personally hatched by Rhaenyra, belonging solely to him. "I will not permit anyone to take him away. No, Lord Corlys, all dragons rightfully belong to the Targaryen family. Furthermore, there has never been an assertion that a dragon belongs to whoever hatches it. Otherwise, how could Aunt Rhaenys command malaise? The dragon hatched by my grandmother?" Daenerys was correct. Indeed, there was no such claim regarding Targaryen dragons. However, Vhagar was raised under Rhaenyra's care from a young age. "And now Ser Vaemond had become your sworn knight." Princess Rhaenys suddenly interjected with keen insight. "Then let Rhaenyra choose another dragon from those you have hatched. This way, we shall no longer pursue this matter. Waiting here for oneself." However, Daenerys was not the least bit concerned, for she believed that as long as she did not give her consent, no one could ride her dragon. "That is certainly not an issue. Provided that my cousin Rhaenyra can successfully tame a dragon, he may choose from those under my command at his leisure." My dear niece, I fear that it will not only be your cousin Rhaenyra who will come to select a dragon." Rhaenys' words left Daenerys somewhat perplexed. Yet, Princess Rhaenys did not keep her in suspense, directly explaining, "Prince Aegon has departed from the Citadel and formally returned to the Targaryen royal family. Moreover, he now has 3 sons and 2 daughters, all of whom require dragons to tame." Upon hearing Rhaenys' words, Daenerys looked incredulously at King Jaehaerys. The once furious old king suddenly felt a twinge of embarrassment, but soon provided a grandiloquent justification. During the previous incursion of the Iron Islands and the sea monsters at Old Town, the beast that emerged from the depths claimed Vhagar's legs. This revelation made him realize that the Targaryen family requires more dragon riders to safeguard the stability and peace of the 7 kingdoms. Thus he returned with his family to the royal fold. "Are you implying that during his time as a scholar, he fathered numerous bastards?" Daenerys held no prejudice against bastards, for she had arranged to have her uncle's endearing illegitimate daughter, Cyanna, considered her sister. However, should Aegon have contravened the vows of a scholar and produced a multitude of bastards, allowing them to become legitimate Targaryens, it would undoubtedly tarnish the royal family's dignity. After all, in this world, being a bastard, breaking vows, and committing patricide were the 3 most despised transgressions. If an ordinary nobleman were to have a bastard, it would merely result in social disdain. However, should a sworn brother, a night's watchman, or a kingsguard, individuals sworn to celibacy, produce bastards, not only would they face execution, but their illegitimate offspring would also be condemned to the night's watch at the wall. Chapter 304. The deflated Daenerys' great-grandfather. "You cannot be jesting with me, can you?" Daenerys was taken aback by the realization that King Jaehaerys, a monarch renowned for his wisdom and sagacity throughout his life, could commit such a grievous error. It appeared that even the most illustrious rulers could succumb to folly in their twilight years. Vhagar was, after all, a scholar from the Citadel. Once the moral foundation of a society is breached, the calamity for a nation can be as devastating as a dam's collapse. In a flash of insight, Daenerys suddenly grasped the implications of her thoughts, casting an incredulous gaze upon King Jaehaerys. "Your Majesty, you must have been aware of their existence all along, have you not?" Perhaps you never relinquished the ambition of having Vhagar inherit the throne, did you? Faced with Daenerys's probing inquiry, King Jaehaerys, though his visage was laden with remorse, refrained from offering any explanation. He understood that with Daenerys's keen intellect, no excuse would suffice to deceive her. Ah, so it is. So it is. Daenerys's gaze swept over the guilt-ridden King Jaehaerys, the gleeful sea serpent, Corlys, and the empathetic Princess Rhaenys. In that moment, everything became crystal clear to her. To elevate me as Prince of the Holy Flame, to tolerate the chaos in the Riverlands, to dispatch me to Braavos. This was merely a maneuver in your grand game. You are my elders, my kin, and I possess no right to condemn you. I can only hope you continue to command the board adeptly. But do not expect me to partake in your schemes any longer. With that, Daenerys turned on her heel and exited the throne room. At that moment, Vhagar, who had been beside King Jaehaerys, unleashed a furious roar, spewing forth a torrent of golden-red dragon fire that melted many of the metal spikes encircling the Iron Throne. Had King Jaehaerys not been seated upon the Iron Throne, Vhagar's wrath might well have been directed at that menacing chair adorned with sharp points. Witnessing Vhagar, usually so docile, slip from his control, King Jaehaerys experienced a profound sense of helplessness. Princess Rhaenys and Corlys were also startled by Vhagar's sudden outburst and quickly retreated to a safe distance. At that moment, Daenerys's guards entered with 2 braziers containing the dragon eggs. Vhagar ceased his fiery display and, without a glance back, soared out of the throne room in pursuit of Daenerys. Your Majesty, these are the 3 dragon eggs that Her Highness retrieved from Braavos, which were lost from Dreamfire, announced a guard, opening one of the braziers to reveal 3 faux dragon eggs, black, green, and white, crafted by Daenerys to resemble the lost eggs of Dreamfire. The princess indicated that 3 of these were intended to compensate for the stolen eggs from Dragonstone, while the remaining one, along with the one previously sent to Driftmark, was meant to remedy the losses suffered by House Velaryon. Jaehaerys stared in astonishment at the 7 dragon eggs before him, incredulously exclaiming, "Where did these 4 dragon eggs come from? Your Majesty, they were seized by Princess Daenerys from the hands of the Braavosi. Some say they were procured by the Purple Fleet from the shadowy lands of Ashai." King Jaehaerys quickly descended from the Iron Throne to personally inspect each dragon egg. Though they were somewhat petrified, they were indeed intact dragon eggs. Rhaenys, come and take a look. Although these dragon eggs have begun to petrify, they remain wholly intact and should still be capable of hatching. Princess Rhaenys approached and carefully examined the eggs. Indeed, they felt no different from those that could normally hatch. They were nothing like the cold, petrified eggs. Perhaps they could still yield dragons. Rhaenys, since Vhagar has already recognized its master, I believe. King Jaehaerys intended to mediate the relationship between Rhaenys and Daenerys, but Rhaenys cheerfully interjected, hasn't Daenerys already agreed to let Rhaenyra attempt to tame her dragons? Most of the dragons she possesses are far superior to Vhagar. Besides, she has already sent 1 dragon egg to Driftmark. I wouldn't hold that against her. As for Vhagar, let's leave it at that. Even if Rhaenyra fails to tame the dragons in the future, I will not blame Daenerys. Hearing this, King Jaehaerys felt considerably relieved. Since Daenerys has promised to compensate you with another dragon egg, why not select one to take back? It just so happens that Lena's dragon egg has yet to hatch. Perhaps exchanging it will yield results soon. Rhaenys would not refuse such a boon, promptly choosing a black dragon egg and cradling it contentedly. Upon exiting the Red Keep, Daenerys sought out Ogion, who wore a sardonic smile. Lord Ogion, you truly are a busy man. With Prince Aegon returning with his family, such significant news, and yet you revealed nothing. What a remarkable talent. As the intelligence chief of the Red Keep, Ogion regularly compiled important information from the 7 kingdoms to deliver to Daenerys. Therefore, Daenerys had directed her intelligence network to monitor the movements of the nobility and the situation in the Riverlands. Little did she expect to miss such a monumental turn of events. Your Highness, the reason His Majesty sent you to Braavos was to prevent the affairs of the 7 kingdoms from affecting you. The arrival of Prince Aegon's family has little impact on the larger picture. In fact, it is more advantageous for Prince Viserys. So, Ogion, I supported you in attaining the position of intelligence chief so you could provide me with information. As for what should be done and how, it is not for you to decide. This time, and this time only. Otherwise, seeing that Danyla was truly enraged, Ogion hastily knelt down in supplication, declaring, I shall never dare again. This was my folly. I implore your Highness to forgive me. Rise, Danyla commanded. Her purpose of admonition had been achieved, and she had no intention of truly punishing her capable subordinate. The court meetings could not afford to yield easily. The position of Wagging could only be that of a scholar in the academic city. Even His Majesty the King, seizing the opportunity, had eliminated those obstinate opposing forces. A group of individuals who had breached moral boundaries to gain royal status would undoubtedly alienate the honorable families entirely. In the current chaotic state of the Seven Kingdoms, all we could do was strive to prevent further suffering for the innocent commoners. Viserion, incensed by the return of the Wagging family, had retreated to Dragonstone with his wife and children. Though Viserion held no great attachment to the Iron Throne, his weak character had led to the riverside lands descending into utter chaos. The return of a treacherous scholar to the royal fold would undoubtedly exacerbate the situation. Thus, he could only choose to remain oblivious. Chapter 305. Daniela's Power in King's Landing. After surrendering the 7 dragon eggs to the royal family, Daniela instructed Sevon to steer sea smoke to intercept the 10 escort ships returning from Bravos, commanding them to head directly back to Dragonstone. The treasures aboard should remain for her family to enjoy. Certain individuals in King's Landing had become unworthy, and the surrendered dragon eggs were ample compensation for the Targaryen dynasty. Following her admonishment of Ogienne, Daniela reclaimed her personal maid, Marjorie, from Lady Viceroy of the Justice Ministry. Your Highness, the Wagging family has been back for 5 days. Upon discovering that Lord Ogienne had not relayed the news to you, I immediately dispatched word to Dragonstone, but I did not expect your swift return. The astute Marjorie, being the daughter of a duke, was well aware of what the Wagging family's return signified for Daniela. Hence, she was quick to convey the news. As for the potential outcomes, such matters were beyond her purview to contemplate or strategize. This illustrates why all nobles prefer to confide solely in their own kind. The attitudes of Ogienne and Marjorie regarding this issue reveal much. In the eyes of the aristocracy, allegiance and loyalty often outweigh considerations of right and wrong or gain and loss. They understand that the continuity of noble families relies not on mercy and righteousness, but rather on the hearts and might of the people. Subsequently, Daniela, accompanied by Marjorie, flew on dragonback to the orphanage to meet with its current head, Misalia. It must be said that little May, the White Maggot, is indeed an exceptional intelligence officer and an outstanding administrator. Though she had only recently assumed responsibility for the orphanage and Dragon Kiss Garden, she had already managed both establishments with remarkable efficiency. Nearly all of King's Landing's orphans and impoverished children had been drawn under her care, and Daniela's continuous material support for these destitute individuals had allowed little May to feel the compassion and generosity that Daniela harbored for the downtrodden masses. Behold, Your Highness, young May not only has Daniela as her support, but also shares a close bond with Prince Daemon, granting her a significant stature among the nobility of King's Landing. Rise. Miseria. My visit this time primarily concerns our intelligence system's direct severance from the Red Keep. All information shall be relayed directly to Lady Marjorie. Young May appears unfazed by Daniela's directive, responding without hesitation with a prompt affirmation. Indeed, Your Highness, the children at the orphanage have grown quite familiar with Miss Marjorie, as she often visits with food and gifts, her wit and wisdom endearing her to them. I foresee a fruitful collaboration ahead. The number of children at the orphanage has increased significantly over the past 2 years, many having matured into older youths. Through the orphanage's efforts, thousands have found decent employment at Daniela's estate and paper mill along the banks of the Blackwater River. Moreover, over 10,000 impoverished families have followed the Holy Flame Fleet to Dreamfire Island and Sisland, where they not only receive free housing and 3 years' worth of supplies, but also generous monthly wages. This initiative has alleviated much of the disorder in King's Landing's flea markets and has notably enhanced Daniela's reputation among the populace. Daniela's estate near King's Landing primarily cultivates a variety of high-quality vegetables and raises superior livestock, with seeds and young animals supplied by Holy Flame Island. Given Holy Flame Island's limited land area, agricultural efforts are predominantly focused on breeding. The several estates near King's Landing, due to their exceptional produce, have become exclusive suppliers for the royal family and numerous noble houses. Furthermore, the extensive use of organic fertilizers has effectively addressed the sanitation issues in King's Landing. However, the use of such fertilizers has remained a closely guarded secret of Daniela's estates, as the prevailing cultural perceptions in this world cannot fathom the application of organic fertilizers on food destined for consumption. Of course, these estates also engage in the deep processing of agricultural byproducts. The dried fruits, shredded meat, jerky, and dairy products produced by Daniela's estate are quite popular in King's Landing, with many merchants from afar frequenting the market for procurement. Nevertheless, given the limited output of these estates, they often direct individuals to Old Town, where production is considerably abundant. Since the post-disaster reconstruction of Old Town, it has gradually begun to regain its vitality. Today, Daniela's paper mill, thanks to continuous technological improvements, produces increasingly high-quality paper, which is eagerly sought after by nearly every merchant ship arriving in King's Landing. Although the prominent lords and the Seven Gods Church have been granted market franchises, they can only access the paper that has already been mass-produced by the mill, which naturally pales in comparison to the latest innovations in paper that are more favored. However, as Daenerys secured Old Town, the production of all high-quality paper has now been established there. After all, the region is abundant in resources and is her own territory, allowing her to effortlessly attract merchant caravans to Old Town with the allure of premium paper and fine wine. Next, Daenerys intends to completely relocate the production and sale of high-end paper to the Stepstone Islands. Given that this area is not under the jurisdiction of the Seven Kingdoms, all profits and taxes generated will solely enrich Daenerys herself. Nevertheless, the various lords of the Seven Kingdoms have found a stable and lucrative source of income from the paper business. The Targaryen royal family, in particular, benefits from several million golden dragons in annual tax revenue from the paper industry. Moreover, the expenses for maintaining their dragons have now been borne by the faith of the Seven, saving the royal family nearly 10 million golden dragons each year, rendering them quite affluent. This wealth provides King Jaehaerys the confidence to overlook the chaos in the Riverlands. After all, with dragons, manpower, and riches, he has little reason to fear war. However, the High Septon of the Faith is now troubled, as he could never have anticipated that the Targaryen dragons would soon exceed 30 in number. While the paper trade alone could generate several million golden dragons in revenue for the Faith, the total annual income of the Faith barely exceeds 10 million golden dragons, meaning much of it would be funneled directly to the royal family. Given the current trend, the Targaryen dragons will only multiply, and it will not be long before they find themselves in dire financial straits. Daenerys' influence, meticulously orchestrated from King's Landing to the Red Keep, has become deeply entrenched. Even in her absence, the happenings in King's Landing are well within her purview, especially with the aid of the weirwood tree in the Godswood serving as her distant surveillance. Through this network of power, she can effortlessly sway the dynamics of King's Landing from afar, as she has established her own agents from the common folk to the court. Most of the ministers in the small council, the Gold Cloaks, and the guards of the Red Keep are individuals Daenerys has nurtured. Chapter 306. The Warmth of Family Today. Blackwater Bay is bathed in bright sunshine, with a warm sea breeze mingling with a hint of the ocean's brine. Each departure from King's Landing fills Daenerys with a sense of liberation from the taint of corruption. Drogon's massive form glides over the surface of the sea, stirring up a tumultuous wake. The exuberant voice of Meleys remains as high-pitched and brazen as ever, as she playfully teases her pursuer, the young dragon, Euryx. Although Euryx, still under 5 meters in length, exhibits considerable speed, he is no match for the swift Meleys. Just as Euryx draws near, the cunning Meleys darts away with a burst of speed. Yet, the indefatigable Euryx continues to flap his wings furiously in pursuit, embodying the spirited playfulness of a young dragon. Daniela felt a twinge of envy towards their carefree and unrestrained existence, reflecting on her own physical age of merely 11. She found it rather disheartening to be constantly scheming with those old men, day in and day out. The young Balerion and Vagana followed closely behind Dreamfire, like loyal sentinels. Gray shadows skimmed the surface of the sea, seeking out fish to hunt. It appeared that despite an abundance of food supply in this lifetime, Gray shadows still harbored a fondness for the taste of the sea's bounty. Your Highness, the situation in the Riverlands is heating up. Shall we not join the fray? The combative Magi, having gleaned news of the Riverlands from the guards at the Red Keep, felt a stirring of excitement. Rumor had it that Lord Royce had been slain by the mountain clansmen. Yet, none of those thousands from the mountain tribes had returned to the Moon Mountains. They had either been vanquished by the Valley Cavalry or captured by Harold and sent to Stone Step Isles as salt slaves. It was said that many impoverished members of the Assembly had already been imprisoned in the newly established garrison of Noble Heart. The development of the Silent Peninsula indeed required a multitude of miners. Were they not a ready-made workforce? They ought to be dispatched to Silent, to toil in the coal mines daily. I wonder if they would still possess the strength to rebel. Though they were unaware of the events that had transpired in the throne room, they sensed a significant discord had arisen. Otherwise, Princess Daniela would not have departed from King's Landing in such haste. Noticing her sister's lack of awareness, Maya discreetly tugged at her sleeve, urging her to remain silent. However, it was evident that Meiji was oblivious to this subtle cue. Word had it that aside from Stonehenge, the Blinkens' other territories had already fallen to the combined forces of Fry, Blythewood, and the Vale. Was this venerable family, with a legacy spanning millennia, truly on the verge of extinction? Daniela refrained from making a direct response, but instead remarked coolly, Veda, as a member of House Fry. It is time the world witnesses the prowess of my warrior women, especially now that our family is under attack. Your Highness, Veda and her companions, all of whom were spirited warriors, were instantly invigorated by Daniela's words. Are you serious? Indeed. However, I require your assistance with one more task. Daniela and her companions managed to return to Dragonstone before nightfall, accompanied by the resonant roar of dragons. The sullen and solitary Viserys felt his spirits lift upon hearing the sound. Ah, is that the voice of Miracis? Could it be that Daniela has returned? He hurried to the window, and indeed, in the twilight glow he beheld Dreamfire swiftly approaching with Daniela. Emma, who had been amusing herself with her twin daughters alongside Rhaenyra, was equally elated upon hearing the dragon's call. Daniela is back. After a few months apart, Wyn and Cinna had grown considerably, their features blossoming beautifully. With their thick, silvery white hair and bright purple eyes, they appeared utterly adorable. Although the child possessed little memory, perhaps due to Daenerys frequently holding her, she still recalled the scent associated with her. Thus, upon seeing Daenerys again, she eagerly stretched out her small arms and rushed towards her. To her surprise, despite the lengthy separation, Rhaenyra still remembered her sister. Children are notably sensitive to scents. She must have retained the memory of your fragrance, Emma remarked affectionately. Gazing at her four daughters, Daenerys quickly embraced Rhaenyra, while Luca, the little Valyrian on her back, slowly peeked out, curiously inspecting the tiny infant in Daenerys' arms. Is this a little Valyrian? Rhaenyra immediately recognized the species of the small creature. However, given its platinum fur and purple eyes, what else could it be? This is Luca, whom I rescued from the beast garden of the Sea King in Braavos. Through Luca, Daenerys gradually recounted her experiences over the past few months in Braavos to her family. Naturally, aside from the 7 dragon eggs and the sanctum, she conveniently omitted other details. Only in the beast garden of Braavos could the dragons feast upon such a variety of exotic beasts. Rhaenyra listened with rapt attention. Although she had participated in several battles in the Riverlands riding Syrax during these months, she felt that her experiences paled in comparison to Daenerys' adventures in Braavos. Moreover, the destruction of the House of Black and White was truly delightful, sparing them from executing assassinations everywhere. However, unlike Rhaenyra, who seemed thrilled to hear captivating tales, Viserys expressed concern, asking, the faceless men are notoriously elusive. It is uncertain whether other survivors remain. Now that you have seized their stronghold, if they transfer their vengeance onto you, it could spell significant trouble. Thus, one must exercise caution and ensure that they are never without protection. Given the numerous young dragons at your disposal, it would be wise to keep one by your side at all times. Although they cannot yet be ridden, dealing with 1 or 2 faceless men should pose no issue, should it? Emma, upon hearing Viserys' words, couldn't help but feel anxious. Not only must Daenerys be vigilant, but I believe our entire family should exercise caution. If the faceless men seek revenge, they will undoubtedly target those closest to Daenerys. I believe there is no need for excessive worry, as the House of Black and White has been destroyed. Even if there are surviving faceless men, their primary objective will be to swiftly re-establish a new House of Black and White. Otherwise, should any misfortune befall them, it would sever the lineage of the Nameless. With Daenerys' current strength, she would naturally not fear any faceless man. However, she did not wish to burden her family with worry, so she offered her counsel. The faceless men are a group of individuals who have relinquished their identities. They would not resort to violence over personal grievances. With the demise of the priests of the House of Black and White, they must act, but only with the permission of the Sea King. Given my current relationship with the Sea King's court, they would certainly not target me. Chapter 307. Father and King. Upon hearing Daenerys' words, Viserys and Emma felt a slight sense of relief. Nevertheless, despite Viserys' timid nature, he possessed a keen perception of others. He fixed his gaze intently upon Daenerys' eyes, fearful of missing even the slightest detail. Noticing that Daenerys exhibited no trace of concern, he continued, You returned to Dragonstone without even spending a day in King's Landing. You must have heard about the Velaryon family, haven't you? Wishing to avoid further discussion of the faceless men, which might incite anxiety within his family, he abruptly shifted the topic. Yes, I am aware. Though Daenerys was not particularly invested in the matter, she felt an unsettling sensation akin to swallowing a fly. Therefore, her father Viserys' mention of the subject did not sit well with her. A crippled scholar from Old Town dares to bring a host of bastards back to the royal fold. What does this do to the dignity and honor of the crown? I find his inner self far more repugnant than his outward appearance. Rhaenyra seemed to be exceedingly incensed by this. However, One wonders how she would feel upon reflecting on the three bastards of House Strong in light of her current perspective. After all, the Velaryons are our blood relatives. As a younger generation, I hope that regardless of their misgivings, they will refrain from speaking ill of them. Viserys valued familial bonds and held them in high regard. Although he could not accept the return of the Velaryon family to the throne, he still cherished the blood ties that connected them. The king, after all, is advanced in years, and his children now consist solely of Vagon and Sanella. Regardless of past grievances, nothing is more crucial for an elder than having family close at hand. Only those who have experienced parenthood can truly comprehend that, no matter the actions of their children. In their eyes, they are always deserving of forgiveness. Thus, father, emotions are interconnected. Daenerys interjected. I can certainly understand the sentiments of my great-grandfather as a father desiring to keep his children nearby. From a paternal standpoint, that may be justifiable. However, he is not merely a father. He is also the king of the Seven Kingdoms. Given the current turmoil in the Riverlands, the return of the Velaryons may very well incite the ire of other houses, drawing them into this farce. Even though the Targaryen family possesses the strength to quell any insurrection with ease, it is ultimately the innocent populace who will suffer. To pursue personal desires and familial affection at the expense of the suffering and feelings of many is unconscionable. As a father, one may not be at fault. However, as a sovereign, it is a grave error of the utmost magnitude. The foremost principle that a competent ruler must uphold is the preservation of the populace. To harm the people for the sake of personal desires is akin to severing flesh from one's own thigh to satiate hunger. Although the belly may be filled, the individual ultimately perishes. If one aspires for a nation to remain stable and secure, a worthy monarch must first rectify their own conduct. Only when one stands upright can their shadow remain unbent. When those in positions of authority govern themselves well, discontent and turmoil among the populace are less likely to arise. Throughout the annals of Westerosi history, the root cause of every upheaval has seldom originated from external forces. Rather, most calamities have been wrought by the indulgence of the monarch's own desires. Should a ruler become excessively focused on feasting and revelry, their appetites will only intensify. This erosion of dignity not only hinders governance, but also adversely affects the common folk. If such a ruler were to engage in actions that defy public morality or utter irrational statements, the populace would inevitably disperse, and resentment and anger would ignite. Father, the existence of bastards is already looked down upon. Imagine the turmoil that would ensue if a sworn scholar of the Citadel were to return to the Targaryen family with bastards in tow. Only the gods could fathom the magnitude of the uproar. At times, one must choose between royal power and familial bonds. To entertain the delusion of achieving both is likely to result in grasping nothing at all. Daenerys's words plunged everyone into silence, for they recognized the truth in her statement. Viserys felt a sense of comfort in Daenerys's youthful, regal demeanor, yet he was also troubled by her profound awareness. If a monarch cannot safeguard their own family and kinship, can they truly possess the capability to protect the realm? At this moment, in Viserys' heart, his daughters hold far greater significance than the crown and the suffering of the populace. Perhaps I am indeed a suitable candidate for the throne. The king may have perceived this, leading him to believe that Viserys, in my heart, you are not only a good husband and father, but I also firmly believe you will one day be a good king. Emma, noticing Viserys' sudden despondency, gently took his hand and offered her solace. Father, the crown can indeed be wielded to protect those rightful kin. However, it is evident that bastards and oath-breakers do not fall within this category. Daenerys considers herself to be someone who values familial ties and is not a cold-blooded political machine. Yet, she can harden her heart against those who are unworthy. Your return to Dragonstone with family was also a disapproval of the Velaryon family's return, was it not? There are many ways to tend to blood relations, bestowing upon them new surnames or even lands, providing them with material support, or even aiding them in ascending to the ranks of the nobility, as long as it does not contravene the laws and traditions of Westeros. No one would overly concern themselves with these matters. However, if one must sully the world with this matter, it is indeed a manifestation of excessive affection. Enough. Our family has finally gathered together with great effort. Why should we trouble ourselves with such concerns? Ultimately, it bears little significance to us. We shall simply close our doors and live our lives well. Observing the increasingly somber atmosphere, Emma rose to her feet, decisively ending this weighty topic and instructing the maidens to commence preparations for the evening feast. It has been far too long since our family has enjoyed such togetherness. Let us cast aside our unhappiness. The affairs of others are of no concern to us. Let us revel in our unity and joy. Your mother is right. As long as our family is harmonious and happy, all is well. Indeed, after spending months away, I find myself yearning for the culinary delights of Dragonstone. Daenerys' lengthy discourse was, in truth, intended to plant a seed in the hearts of Viserys and Rhaenyra, though it remains uncertain whether history will unfold as before. Both of them possess fatal weaknesses in their aspirations for sovereignty. I hope today's conversation will yield a positive influence upon them. The delectable fare of Dragonstone has the ability to erase all worries, as the 6 members of House Targaryen sit together, blissfully enjoying the evening's banquet. Chapter 308. The flourishing Isle of Flame. Time spent with family is invariably simple, yet profoundly beautiful. For the next 2 months, Daenerys remained on Dragonstone, accompanied by her kin. Save for occasional flights to the Stepstones. A creature of habit, Daenerys rose early each day to practice swordsmanship for an hour alongside her sister Rhaenyra. The Lady Valyrian's sword, recently reclaimed from House Velaryon, was lovingly gifted to Rhaenyra by Daenerys. Lacking the strength that Daenerys and the likes of Veda possessed to wield a masculine sword, this blade was perfectly suited for her. However, Rhaenyra was not particularly fond of its name. Thus, Daenerys commissioned the artisans to reforge it, replacing the intricate gemstones with a few sizable magical stones akin to pigeon eggs. Though it lacked the previous opulence, it exuded a more refined elegance. To complement Daenerys' dawn, Rhaenyra named her new sword Sister of Light. Rhaenyra possessed both a keen intellect and physical prowess. Not only did she excel in her studies, but her swordsmanship had also improved significantly over the years. Particularly after Daenerys imparted the Dance of Water to her, Rhaenyra's combat abilities saw a marked enhancement. The close companionship of these past 2 months has brought them considerably closer than before. Perhaps influenced by Daenerys, Rhaenyra has begun to diverge from her historical counterpart. She is now aware of the importance of saving money and managing her own affairs. Having spent nearly a year at the crematorium, Syrax had allowed Rhaenyra to conserve much of her royal stipend. With these funds, Rhaenyra commissioned 2 3-masted vessels from the shipyard at Flame Isle, embarking on long-distance trade in partnership with the Flame Fleet. On St. Flame Island, she is afforded the privilege of obtaining goods on credit, which has significantly eased her financial situation. Moreover, she has successfully recruited several loyal subordinates, now accompanied by 4 young knights, including Halwyn from the Stout family, prompting Danela to marvel at their serendipitous connection. Vinia and Senia, like all pureblood descendants of House Targaryen, have developed remarkably quickly. At merely 6 or 7 months of age, they have already begun to sit and crawl, officially entering a phase of lively activity. Consequently, mealtimes necessitate the entire Danela family to assist in managing the 2 youngsters. As Emma insists on personally caring for her children, reluctant to entrust them to the numerous handmaidens at their disposal. Following breakfast, it has become customary for Viserys to embark on a journey with his 2 daughters, riding their dragon to the pyre at the cremation tower for ceremonial rites, before proceeding to the Dragonstone foundry to forge Dragonstone. This ritual has seemingly evolved into a family tradition. Given the expansive scale of both St. Flame Fortress and St. Flame City, a substantial quantity of Dragonstone is consumed daily. To avoid hindering the progress of various projects on St. Flame Island, they strive to forge as much as possible whenever time permits, ensuring a reserve for unforeseen needs. Fortunately, both Dragonstone and St. Flame Islands are abundant in rocky terrain, providing ample materials for Dragonstone production. Over the past 2 years, considerable new arable land has been cleared across the 2 islands. Once the rocky hills and debris were removed, the previously barren soil, enriched with specially formulated organic fertilizer, began to yield fertile land suitable for cultivation within a few months. Today, the docks of St. Flame Island witness the convergence of thousands of merchant ships from across the globe daily. Dragon porcelain, high-quality paper, exquisite handicrafts, premium livestock offspring, sterilized, and Dragonfire wine are among the highly sought-after commodities, naturally attracting an influx of merchants. Within the completed southern gate of St. Flame City, known as the Red Dragon Gate, a new district has begun to take shape, significantly larger than White Ram Town. Thanks to the efficient building material, Dragonstone, a formidable southern wall, standing 30 to 40 meters high and over 10 meters wide, has been erected south of the former refugee camp. Additionally, smaller gates have been constructed to the southeast and southwest, with the southeastern salt field gate serving as the dedicated entryway for transporting sea salt from the salt fields of St. Flame Island. With the refinement techniques provided by Danela, the sea salt produced by the salt fields of both St. Flame Island and the Steppes Islands is of exceptional quality. Particularly, the sea salt from St. Flame Island undergoes secondary processing in White Ram Town, resulting in a dramatic increase in value. Infused with various spices and seasonings, and blended with the essence of dragon dung, it is elegantly packaged in fine porcelain, becoming the unique dragon salt of St. Flame Island. Today, it enjoys worldwide acclaim, emerging as an indispensable seasoning among the elite of this realm. The southwestern Dragonstone Gate leads directly to the Dragonstone Foundry. Over the course of 2 years, much of the rocky shore near the foundry has been transformed into orchards and cultivated fields. The southern gate, meticulously crafted from pseudo-Valyrian steel, stands almost impervious to destruction. Moreover, the city walls are adorned with an abundance of colossal crossbows and strategic supplies. Even a dragon attempting to assault Flame City would likely incur monumental costs. Upon entering the southern city gate, one finds the garrison encampments flanking both sides, where all individuals wishing to enter the city must undergo a second inspection. Presently, the Flame garrison has expanded to a formidable force of 3,000, tasked not only with maintaining law and order on Flame Island, but also with overseeing the taxation at Flame Wharf. Beyond the garrison lies the refugee camp, which has recently been transformed into a community resembling a well-structured neighborhood. Not only are the public facilities well-equipped, but the advanced sewage system ensures that this area, despite its overcrowding, remains remarkably clean and tidy. Opposite the refugee camp are various establishments catering to the mid to low-end market, including inns, taverns, brothels, restaurants, casinos, and theaters. Although the clientele consists of a diverse array of characters, the stringent laws of Flame Island ensure that egregious incidents are rare. Should any organized crime emerge or malevolent events transpire, the involved parties would face the garrison's severe retribution. In the past 6 months alone, no fewer than 1,000 individuals have been dispatched to salt fields as salt slaves, destined to remain in servitude for generations, as their offspring would likewise be condemned to the same fate. The combined population of the refugee camp and the nearby entertainment venues has swelled to over 100,000. Further illustrating the vibrancy of Flame Island. Beyond the refugee camp stands the grand and imposing arena, currently utilized as a gladiatorial combat venue. The fervor of the arena seems to provide immense encouragement to those who have lost hope in life or find existence mundane. Surrounding the arena are more upscale entertainment establishments, including garden hotels, fine dining restaurants, luxurious theaters, and lavish pleasure houses, all resembling voracious beasts of gold, poised to welcome guests from across the globe. Delving deeper leads one into the commercial district and various artisan workshops, alongside numerous upscale communities and residential areas. While the majority of real estate remains under the name of Daniela, many affluent nobles have also acquired properties and constructed villas here. Chapter 309. The Thorn Dragon Fireball passing through the southern city gate reveals the majestic Flame Fortress. However, the construction of Flame Fortress has only reached the completion of 3 concentric walls from the base of the mountain to its midpoint, with the foundation of the main keep still undergoing enhancement, suggesting that it will not be finished within the next 2 years. The outermost wall towers 50 meters high and spans 20 meters in width, allowing 5 or 6 carriages to traverse side by side. Every few meters, a watchtower is erected, housing the most advanced crossbows and a substantial stockpile of wildfire. As the walls are entirely constructed from dragonstone, even the breath of a dragon would struggle to melt them in a brief encounter, alleviating concerns over wildfire breaches. Between the first and second walls lies a labyrinthine arrangement of green walls and various unforeseen traps. Even if one were to breach the defenses of the first wall, navigating through these verdant barriers would likely lead to disorientation. The multitude of traps within would undoubtedly become their nightmares. In addition to the labyrinthine greenery and traps, Rhaenyra has also commanded the Holy Flame Fleet to gather a plethora of toxins from various locations to cultivate within this realm. Even the fully armed elite guards of the Holy Flame Fortress, who possess a layout of the area, cannot guarantee their safety upon entering. Between the second and third city walls lies an expansive forest of divine trees, where the Fishramu, home to Malasis, resides. Aside from Malasis, a variety of ferocious beasts are also contained within this area. Should enemies invade, the underground passageways can be employed to unleash these beasts from their cages to confront the intruders. Although only a few dozen formidable creatures are currently known, their mere existence is already quite terrifying. The eastern district of Holy Flame Island is designated for the residence of its citizens, comprising communities of varying social standings, high, medium, and low. The Green Dragon Gate to the east directly leads to the heart of Holy Flame Island, accessible solely to its inhabitants. The Dragon Cave Gate to the northeast serves as a dedicated entrance to the orchards and various pastures, also restricted to island residents. There is no northern district in Holy Flame City, as the fortress has entirely occupied the northern region. Beyond the castle lies the secluded Gourd Bay and the treasury of the Holy Flame Fortress, which, due to its proximity to water and encirclement by mountains, remains exceedingly hidden. The northernmost point of the Western District is the town of Sheep. Here, the Dragon Guards, Protectorate Dragon Guards, and castle servants reside. The various shops of Sheep Town have since relocated near the arena, transforming the workshops into a hub for the most skilled artisans. Primarily engaged in confidential research and technological innovations, the Black Dragon Gate at the northwest city entrance is reserved for access to Dragonstone Island, with passage restricted to royal family members and castle staff. The Golden Dragon Gate at the western city entrance leads to the fishing village of Dragonstone Island. With the rise of Holy Flame Island, the fishing village has flourished, experiencing a surge in population and expansion, evolving into a coastal town. To the south of the Golden Dragon Gate lies the residential area, while the northern side houses the academic city of Holy Flame Island. Scholars dispatched from the academic city have arrived several months ago. As devout scholars maintaining a stance of neutrality, they swiftly immersed themselves in their studies upon their arrival at Holy Flame. Rhaenyra has also recruited numerous scholars, healers, and various sorcerers from the slave bays of the Essos continent and the 9 free trade city-states, fostering a rich academic atmosphere in the academic city of Holy Flame Island. Although still in its nascent stages, a continuous stream of inventions has emerged. 2 months prior, a sorcerer named Thistle, born a slave of Coer, remarkably developed a grenade known as the Thistle Dragonfire Bomb through his research on wildfires. This grenade, the size of a watermelon, contains not only wildfires but also various ceramic activation devices within its interior. The ceramic shell is coated in wax, significantly enhancing its safety for transport and storage. Upon pressing the switch, the Thistle Dragonfire Bomb has a trigger time of approximately 10 seconds, allowing ample opportunity for it to be thrown. The initial batch of over 200 Thistle Dragonfire Bombs has already been dispatched by Rhaenyra to Veda and her companions. In the past 2 months, they have forged a formidable reputation in the Riverlands. Armed with their counterfeit Valyrian gear and exceptional martial prowess, Veda and her companions have aided Harold in capturing over 1,000 noble factions attempting to exploit the tumultuous conditions of the Riverlands. Without undergoing the king's judgment, Veda and her allies directly imprisoned those noble scions in the dungeons. Their retainers and guards were hastily dispatched to Sislith as agricultural serfs. Meanwhile, the thousands of impoverished assembly members previously confined in the black cells of Noble Heart were ushered onto the newly constructed grand vessels capable of navigating the inland waterways at the Starlight Docks. Currently, all 9 islands of the Stepstone Archipelago have been seized by Daenerys, who is fervently advancing construction efforts, thereby significantly increasing the demand for slaves. While the presence of slavery is prohibited within the 7 kingdoms, Sislith and the Stepstone Archipelago remain unbound by this law. Consequently, these impoverished assembly members have been sent to the Stepstone Islands as slaves. With the black cells of Noble Heart now vacated, a greater workforce has been liberated, alleviating the strain on resources. Thus, they have resumed their frenzied pursuit of those assembly members who continue to organize across the Riverlands. This time, captives are directly escorted to the banks of the Blackwater River, where the fleet of grand vessels from Starlight Island is docked. 2 months have elapsed, and over 20,000 assembly members have been forcibly relocated to the Stepstone Islands, significantly accelerating the pace of infrastructure development. Upon receiving a secret missive from Daenerys, Uncle Demon promptly set sail aboard the Clark's Rest to Stonehell. Following the unfortunate demise of Count Royce, his eldest daughter, Rhea, inherited the title of Countess of Stonehell. During Daenerys's previous sojourn in the city, she forged a commendable friendship with Rhea. Daenerys discerned that Rhea harbored no affection for Demon. In fact, she found him quite repugnant, and thus encouraged her to dissolve their marital bond. However, in Westeros, only the clergy of the Faith of the Seven and the scholars of the Citadel possessed the authority to annul noble marriages. Despite their respectable social standings, neither Demon nor Rhea had previously found a priest or scholar willing to risk royal displeasure to facilitate their divorce. Nonetheless, the Starry Chapel in Old Town has now firmly fallen under Daenerys' control. Moreover, the Archbishop of the Starry Chapel holds sufficient prestige to assist them in dissolving their union. Therefore, upon receiving Daenerys' secret letter, Demon and Rhea promptly journeyed together aboard the Clark's Rest to Old Town, where, under the auspices of the Archbishop of the Starry Chapel, their marriage was formally annulled. Following the dissolution of their marital ties, both felt as though the sky had turned a deeper blue and the air had grown more invigorating. Just as Demon and Rhea were exuberantly heading towards their divorce, the Thornfire missiles were delivered into Veda's hands. The sorceress Thorn personally attended to instruct Veda and her companions on the proper use of the Thornfire missiles. With the arrival of the Thornfire missiles, the resilient Brecken family, who had withstood the siege of the three allied forces for 2 to 3 months, finally approached their demise today. Chapter 310. The might of the Thorn Dragon Fireball, my lord. The supplies within the castle are dwindling to critical levels. Even the mice have been caught and turned into meals, reported the old scholar of Stonefence City, his face etched with concern as he addressed the equally weary Count Brecken. Under ordinary circumstances, Stonefence City boasted ample reserves, capable of enduring a siege for years without facing shortages. However, prior to Count Brecken's involvement in this conflict, with the harvest season approaching, he had sold off a significant portion of the castle's supplies to recruit soldiers and enhance weaponry. As soon as they engaged in battle, the logistics team fell prey to the coalition of the Fry and Blywood families, resulting in the near annihilation of Brecken's elite forces. Consequently, to sustain their ongoing efforts, the Brecken family had no choice but to summon more soldiers from their territory, leading to a sudden depletion of resources in Stonefence City, compounding their woes. The unexpected assassination of Count Royce turned the cavalry of the valley into adversaries targeting the Blinken family. Thus, with the relentless assault from the three allied forces, the Brecken lands fell completely into their grasp, with crops and livestock swiftly divided among them. A multitude of displaced subjects sought refuge in Stonefence City, causing the city's supplies to be consumed at an alarming rate, reducing them to critical levels within a mere 2 to 3 months. Yet, bolstered by the intimidation of Demon's Dragon and Herald's strategic deployments, the families from Riverbend and the Western Territories dared not interfere in the conflict. Those who did exhibit reckless bravado were swiftly dealt with by Herald and his forces. The three allied factions took turns taunting and denigrating outside the walls of Stonefence City, depriving Count Brecken of restful slumber, and in these few months, he seemed to have aged a decade. Marquis Frye's strategy of surrounding without attacking proved to be astutely effective. Within the coalition's encampment, news of the successful harvesting of the crops from the Brecken lands brought smiles to the face of Count Blywood, who, basking in the glory of their strategic prowess, praised Marquis Frye, exclaiming, "We have incurred hardly any losses and have thoroughly plundered the Brecken territory. They likely have nothing left to sustain even the castle's mice. Ha ha ha. The thought of that scoundrel reduced to such a state is more gratifying than indulging in Targaryen Dragonfire." With the exquisite Dragonfire wine from St. Flame Island gaining global acclaim, the Targaryen name has become synonymous with high-quality wine. I have never experienced such a gratifying siege. Marquis Frye's cunning truly shines through. Count Cabri, the current leader of the Valley Cavalry, could not help but extol the wisdom of Marquis Frye. Merely exempting the vassals of the Blinken family from their taxes this quarter has led them to regard us as their benefactors. With minimal effort on our part, we have managed to harvest the entirety of the Blinken family's grain and livestock for this season. Indeed, all schemes require strength to be effectively executed. Had it not been for our coalition of 3 neighboring forces deterring the Blinken family from venturing beyond the city, this plan would not have unfolded so seamlessly. As the assembly engaged in mutual flattery amidst the ongoing conflict, a knight suddenly entered to announce, "My lords, Miss Veda has arrived with her female warriors, bringing forth a new type of weapon." Oh, those present were well aware of the formidable prowess of Veda and her cohort of female warriors. Though numbering merely in the 20s, they could easily best 100 heavy cavalrymen from the valley. Their steeds and weaponry are nearly on par with the craftsmanship of Valyria, and their combat skills, as well as horsemanship, are remarkably proficient. They had once routed a troop of over 300 at the River Bay in less than half an hour. What surprises might Veda and her warriors bring us this time? As Veda's uncle, Count Blaywood, felt an immense sense of pride. Although Veda's father did not openly display it, he too harbored a sense of pride within. In the Fry family, where a preference for males is still prevalent, even the 20 female warriors trained by Veda, who were all exceptionally skilled, had not garnered much recognition from Lord Fry. It was only when Veda and her warriors pledged their allegiance to Princess Daniera that their status transformed entirely. Even Lord Fry now regarded Veda with a measure of respect. As evening fell, the coalition once again sent fresh reinforcements to the gates of Shirley City, where they commenced their raucous taunts. This new contingent, having rested during the day, was particularly spirited. For months, the coalition had maintained a relentless cadence of insults at the gates, making it exceedingly difficult for the defenders of Shirley City to enjoy a restful sleep. The guards had grown accustomed to this, stuffing their ears with cotton or hay, their faces weary as they observed the lively mockery outside. "Little wretches of the Blinken family, since you dare not emerge to face us, why not retreat to your mother's bosom and continue nursing?" They jeered with laughter. Oh wait, the Blinken family is known for nursing from their sister-in-law. Their father passed away early, and their mother has long since run dry. It seems the guards atop the walls had grown indifferent to such banter. A young Blinken, retreating behind the castle parapet, muttered nonchalantly, "For months, it has been the same lines repeated ad nauseum, devoid of any originality." At this moment, Varda had already directed her female warriors to adjust the range of the stone throwers. The number of the Thorn Dragon firebombs was limited, so they first launched a few stones to test their accuracy. A quarter of an hour later, dozens of massive boulders struck the walls of Stone Fence's city almost simultaneously. The tremendous impact created a deafening noise and caused the sturdy walls to tremble, yet only a small crater was formed, causing minimal damage. Such operations had become routine over the past few months, and thus the soldiers of the Brecken family paid little heed to it. Seeing that the distance was satisfactory, Varda carefully loaded the first batch of 20 Thorn Dragon firebombs. "Follow my command, and get ready to press the switch." 10, 9, 8, launch. 7, bang, bang, bang. With a series of thunderous explosions, a number of colossal green mushroom clouds erupted over Stone Fence's city. Several sections of the wall cracked and collapsed under the violent blasts, while the terrifying green flames, akin to demons, swiftly consumed everything in their vicinity. Chapter 311. The downfall of an ancient clan. The dreadful wildfire was inherently combustible and prone to explosion. The current Thorn Dragon firebombs amplified its explosive power manifold. Thus, the initial wave of bombardment created numerous gaping breaches in the once impregnable walls of Stone Fence's city. The horrific green flames, propelled by the force of the explosions, spread rapidly within a 100-meter radius. Soldiers of the Brecken family, the defensive structures atop the walls, and even the robust stones of the walls were ignited by the wildfire. In an instant, piercing screams shattered the dusk enveloping Stone Fence's city. The unquenchable wildfire spread as swiftly as a deadly green tide, soon igniting the stored oil within the walls. Ferocious secondary explosions erupted incessantly throughout the fortifications. Inside the castle, Count Brecken, gnawing on unpalatable coarse grains, was horrified by the terrifying green spectacle outside his window. Oh no, it's wildfire. No noble across the Seven Kingdoms or the continents of East and West was unaware of the ferocity of wildfire. Only the fire mages of the Alchemist Guild and the priests of the Temple of the Light King could concoct such a fearsome substance. However, the cost of wildfire was exorbitant. Currently, only the Targaryen royal family possessed a considerable stockpile within the Alchemist Guild. The Targaryen monarchy maintained a stringent control over wildfire. In the 100 years since its founding, it had only been employed by the tyrant Maegor during the suppression of revolts, and traces of its use had only been seen in the recent defense of Old Town. Although Count Blinken had mistakenly aligned himself with the wrong side this time, his intellect was far from foolish. It seemed that Daenerys could no longer restrain herself. One wonders if she will manage to preserve her esteemed reputation this time. At this moment, the verdant landscape quelled the last vestiges of the Earl of Brecken's fighting spirit, as he slumped disconsolately before the floor-to-ceiling window, his mind racing with thoughts of potential avenues for resolution. Outside the city, the coalition's forces, illuminated by the greenish glow of the wildfire, exhibited a fervor in their emerald eyes akin to that of predatory beasts poised to pounce. The terrifying blaze raged for a full half-hour before gradually extinguishing itself. However, half of the walls of Stone Barrier City had already collapsed and melted away. All the defenses atop the walls were rendered to ashes, and scarcely a survivor remained among the stationed troops. The formidable ironclad gate of the city, constructed from sturdy fishbeam wood, had been shattered by a single spiny dragonfire projectile. Both the resilient wood and the heavy iron sheathing had been completely consumed by the wildfire, leaving nothing but a ground strewn with ashes and molten iron. Now that the wildfire had receded, let us charge in and annihilate them without mercy. The Earl of Blywood was acutely aware that Princess Daniela's involvement would not be trifling. He never anticipated that a single volley of spiny dragonfire projectiles would breach the Brecken family's fortifications. As an age-old adversary, the Earl of Blywood naturally yearned to seize this opportunity to obliterate them entirely. However, at that moment, Veda interjected, asserting that the downfall of the Brecken family was now inevitable, and there was no need to rush. The inhabitants of the city were, after all, innocent. Given their overwhelming numerical superiority, it would be wiser to continue the siege rather than engage in a war of attrition. We must ensure that the residents within Stone Barrier City understand that our forthcoming actions will solely target the Brecken family, sparing them from harm. This way, when we formally take control of the Brecken territory, we will not be met with disdain and hatred from the local populace. Why should a predator concern itself with the thoughts of its prey? with the annihilation of a millennia-old enmity so tantalizingly close at hand. The Earl of Blywood was unwilling to wait a moment longer. As long as there is territory to claim, what is there to fear about a lack of cultivators? These wretches are akin to grass. Even if a portion is consumed, they will quickly regrow. Uncle, I am not negotiating with you. Although Veda had been by Daniela's side for only a little over half a year, she had been profoundly influenced by her. If the Brecken family had not been blinded by hatred, how could they have fallen to such a lowly state? While the spiny Dragonfire projectile was indeed our weapon, everyone would attribute it to the handiwork of Her Highness the Princess. Such tactics in warfare are not uncommon. While others may fear, they cannot speak ill of it. However, disregarding the innocent populace in pursuit of strength is not the mark of a true champion. I will absolutely not allow anything that could potentially tarnish the princess's reputation to occur. Upon hearing Veda's words, the Earl of Blywood, though still somewhat discontented, dared not take further action. It was the Marquis of Fry and the various lords of the valley who began to counsel that there was no need for haste. As they had already besieged the city for over 2 months, an additional day or two would make little difference. Indeed, the citizens of Stonefence City were entirely innocent. Rather than inciting them to unite with the Brecken family against their oppressors, it would be far wiser to bestow upon them a measure of grace, allowing them to distance themselves from the Brecken clan. Thus, the coalition of the 3 families resolved to continue their siege of Stonefence City without direct assault, persistently communicating with the inhabitants to inform them that they were free to leave, with no intention of causing them harm. After witnessing the terror of the Thorn Dragon firebomb the previous night, a substantial number of residents chose to pack their belongings and flee Stonefence City. Among them were several members of the Brecken family, hoping to take advantage of the chaos. However, as age-old adversaries, the Blywood family was well acquainted with all Brecken family members and intercepted them, sparing neither women nor children. Within 2 days, nearly the entire population of Stonefence City had departed. The coalition of 3 families then boldly advanced into Stonefence City. In the face of the fearsome Thorn Dragon firebomb, the walls and gates of Brecken Castle proved utterly vulnerable. A mere 3 bombs shattered them to pieces. Despite the current state of affairs, the Brecken family refused to surrender. The remaining 1,000 Brecken warriors, under the fearless leadership of Count Brecken, charged recklessly toward the coalition, marking their final act of defiance. Yet, within half an hour, over half of these warriors were slain, and the rest were captured. Although the supplies within Brecken Castle had been entirely depleted, the wealth accumulated over millennia was still substantial, valued at no less than 20 million gold dragons. While the coalition of 3 families conquered Brecken territory, it was Varda, representing Princess Daniera, who ultimately claimed Stonefence City. Consequently, when it came time to divide the spoils, half was awarded to Varda, 30% to the Marquis of Fry, and 20% to the Valley Coalition. The Blywood family willingly relinquished all wealth in preparation to assume control over the entirety of the Brecken family's lands, although this would require the authorization of His Majesty King Jaehaerys. Chapter 312. The dragon descends upon Starcross City. The news of Stonefence City's fall spread rapidly throughout the 7 kingdoms within days, causing a wave of anxiety among the nobility of Riverbend and the Western Territories, particularly those stationed in the town of Halloway, such as Count Peak. Since the disbandment of the 13 Acorns organization, Count Peak had formed an alliance of 11 dragon lords with Count Karen of Nightingale City, for counts from the borderlands, and 5 from the west. With an army of over 3,000 at their disposal, they had wholly occupied Halloway. Count Peak had been at this for nearly 6 months. Why had they not yet succeeded in summoning dragons? Now, Princess Daniera had returned to St. Flame Island, commanding more than a dozen colossal dragons. Count Karen was recently persuaded to join forces by Count Peak. The catalyst for this alliance was an encounter he had with the Waygons on their return to King's Landing, where he was struck by the beauty of their daughter and entertained thoughts of a marital union, only to be outright rejected by Waygon. Thus, harboring resentment, Count Karen succumbed to Count Peak's enticing promises. The Peak and Karen families share contiguous territories and have historically intermarried on multiple occasions, which ultimately led Count Karen to yield to the grand visions laid out by Count Peak. The prophecy has foretold that the 3 great dragons are comparable to Vhagar. Aside from Dreamfire, the other dragons remain juvenile. Even if they were to fight, they would merely serve as prey for the adult dragons. At this juncture, Count Peak's rationality has been entirely consumed by the obsession and ambition surrounding the dragons, leading him to brainwash himself into exuding confidence in his proclamations. Despite the multitude of dragons within House Targaryen, only Vhagar, Caraxes, Dreamfire, and a handful of young dragons alongside Princess Daenerys are truly battle-ready. Given King Jaehaerys' current physical state, he is incapable of commanding Vagor. Moreover, we also possess Melius, the swiftest beast across all of Westeros. Therefore, even if all of House Targaryen's dragons were to join forces, they would not stand a chance against us. Securing victory in the dragon battle would render the ground conflict a foregone conclusion. Listening to Count Peake's fervent declarations instilled a sense of reassurance among the gathering, prompting them to collectively gaze towards the Moonshadow Mountains, eagerly anticipating the appearance of dragons in that direction. The Peake family is one of the prominent noble houses of the Reach, residing in Starfall, with their sigil depicting 3 black castles on an orange field, symbolizing the 3 castles they once owned: Starfall, Duskendale, and White Harbor. They were granted the title of Earl of Duskendale after assisting the Gardner family in expelling the Manderleys, marking them as hereditary foes of the Manderleys. Their family motto is Assess the Times, Advance Fearlessly. Once among the most illustrious and powerful families of the Reach, like many noble houses in the region, the Peakes are descendants of the Green Hand, with legends suggesting their ancestors were among the husbands of the Green Hand's daughter, the Vixen Floris. The Peake family has produced numerous legendary figures throughout history, such as Ser Ellison the Shieldbreaker, Count Marlon the Scribe, Lady Emma the Golden Bull, Ser Brockway the Besieger, and both Counts Addison, alongside Count Emmerich the Avenger. Additionally, their lands border the tumultuous region of Dorne, frequently subjecting them to incursions from the Dornish, which has cultivated a martial prowess among the members of both the Peake and Cairn families. The Peake family's long-standing rival is the Manderley family. During the reign of the rotund King Garland Gardner III, he mediated the disputes between the two houses, compelling their submission, which led to the Peake family being incorporated into the realm of the Reach. By the end of King Garland Gardner X's reign, both the Peakes and the Manderleys had each married a daughter of the king. Due to the absence of direct male descendants of the Riverbend king, 2 families engaged in a fierce struggle for the throne, resulting in a decade of chaos in the Riverbend region. Ultimately, both factions were vanquished by Sir Osmond Tylereel, and the throne fell into the hands of the distant relative of the supported King Gals X, known as Mung VI. During the Conqueror's War, the House of Peake triumphed over the Mandler family, and Lord Lorimar Peake, acting under the command of King Percy Gardner III, expelled all members of the Mandler lineage. The Peake family also seized the ancestral fortress of the Mandlers, Dustinbury, along with another stronghold, White Garden, and their own Starfall Castle, thereby ruling over 3 fortresses in total. The daughter of Count Lorimar wed Galvin Gardiner, the son of King Percy Gardiner III, making her the 7th queen of the Riverbend region from the Peake lineage. For centuries, as a powerful family in Riverbend, daughters of the Peake family have married into notable houses such as the Redwinds, the Rowans, the Cothowans, the Oakharts, the Ospreys, the Florins, and the Heidels. Thus, the Peake family has indeed demonstrated an aptitude for seizing opportunities, often rising amidst turmoil, which has become one of their family's remarkable traits. During the Conqueror's War, Count Amon Peake perished alongside his sons in the fiery battle known as the Inferno. The Peake family, lacking blood ties to the newly appointed High Court leader, the Tylereel family, found their status diminished compared to the time of Gardiner rule. Count Uther Peake served as the family patriarch during the reign of Jaehaerys I. He wed Pernella Targaryen, a companion of the royal house, in an attempt to elevate his standing, though this endeavor bore little fruit. In the original timeline, it was not until the Blood Dragoness dance that the Peake family regained significant power. During the war, Earl Ulven Peake allied with the Greens, supporting King Aegon Targaryen II. Following the Second Battle of Tongs, he assumed command of the Green forces and led a retreat. Although the Greens did not achieve victory, Earl Ulven became one of the members of the Regency Council for King Aegon III, succeeding the deceased Earl Corlys Velaryon. He subsequently held the positions of Protector of the Realm and Hand of the King, placing his confidence in key positions, which allowed the Peake family to amass considerable influence. In a bid to see his daughter, Rhaenyra, ascend as queen, he even orchestrated the assassination of Princess Jane Targaryen, the first wife of King Aegon III and daughter of Aegon II. Fortunately, other regents thwarted his plot, leading to the selection of Diana Velaryon, a girl from the Velaryon family, as the new queen. Despite Earl Peake's relentless attempts to obstruct this outcome, including threats of resignation, the council members were pleased to navigate the situation to their advantage, compelling Peake to resign in earnest. Although he departed from the court, his influence persisted until the arrival of the Roga family at the Red Keep, which ultimately dismantled the Peake family's overwhelming power. With a resounding crash, Daemon, riding on Caraxes, unleashed a torrent of dragon fire that obliterated the gates of Starfall Castle along with a substantial portion of its walls. Meanwhile, Roga and Mungo led a contingent of 2,000 Old Town defenders, arriving at Starfall Castle. The Peak family, still lost in their fanciful dreams, found themselves ensnared in a nightmarish reality that filled them with dread. Chapter 313. Embrace the purification of Dragonfire. With the formidable dragon Clackshoe at their helm, no matter how valiant the knights and soldiers of the Peak family might be, resistance was futile. Under the rousing chants of the monks who had followed from the Old Town, the bloodthirsty Clackshoe extended his long neck like a flamethrower, scorching the walls of Star Needle City and igniting a significant portion of the garrison stationed atop them. This brought a sense of exhilaration to Daemon, who was pleasantly surprised that the monk's fervent singing could indeed enhance Clackshoe's fiery breath. The girl Daenerys certainly knew how to orchestrate events, with the dragon leading the assault and 2,000 defenders from the Old Town surrounding the area. It took less than 2 hours for Star Needle City to fall into their hands. Of the more than 100 knights and over 1,000 soldiers, fewer than 300 survived. In preparation for this upheaval, Count Peak had already mobilized all the armed forces within his domain. Thus, aside from the 1,000 warriors he had taken with him, the remainder of the Count's forces were all present here. Once these soldiers were dealt with, the entire Count's territory became akin to lambs awaiting slaughter. After vanquishing the defenders on the walls, Daemon commanded Clackshoe to unleash a torrent of Dragonfire, shattering the grand gates of Star Needle Castle. The Old Town's guard followed closely behind, descending upon the core members of the Peak family, who were now devoid of any resistance, like ravenous wolves. Soon, the castle, which had stood for millennia, fell under the control of the Old Town's guard. Leaving Clackshoe stationed in the castle square, while Daemon leisurely reclined in the lord's seat, sipping on fine wine. The guards clearing the battlefield unceremoniously discarded the stripped corpses at Clackshoe's feet. A few audacious guards gestured animatedly towards Clackshoe, exclaiming, "Eat, we have food for you." For in the Old Town, the dragon symbolizes a guardian deity, evoking only reverence, not fear. Perhaps among the corpses, many had already been charred by Dragonfire, now emanating an enticing aroma of roasted flesh. Ultimately, Clackshoe could not resist the temptation. After a moment's hesitation, he indulged in a lavish feast. Meanwhile, the monks from the Old Town continued their fervent chanting nearby, further whetting Clackshoe's appetite. The Silent Sisters emerging from the church to tend to the bodies were nearly startled into silence upon witnessing the scene before them. Alas, they were unable to utter a sound. Otherwise, they would have surely exclaimed, "By the 7 gods, what is this?" Though the Silent Sisters could not speak, the monks had no such restraint. In a mix of anger and astonishment, an elderly monk pointed a trembling finger at the chanting monks and scolded them. "What are you doing? Are you celebrating the dragon's feast upon the corpses?" A young monk cast a disdainful glance at him and retorted, "Burning the corpses with Dragonfire allows the souls to ascend to the abode of the 7 gods. Surely, you have not neglected to read the new scriptures of the 7 gods." The old monk roared in anger, proclaiming that only through the sacred rites of the 7 gods could the deceased be granted passage back into their divine embrace, as dictated by the true scriptures of the 7. The young monk retorted with biting sarcasm, questioning whether they intended to preserve the corpses for the day when a ghost would descend from the south and transform them into undead fiends. He asked, "Whom do you truly worship, the 7 gods or the god of frost?" The old monk was left speechless, his fury manifesting as a venomous glare directed at the young monk. "Cursed heretic, I suspect you are possessed by the god of frost. Prepare to face the purifying flames of the dragon." Observing the old monk's obstinate demeanor, the young monk forcefully shoved him toward Clark, the dragon. Even the fiercest beasts allow no proximity during their feasting, let alone a dragon. Thus, the stubborn old monk was incinerated to cinders by Clark's Dragonfire and subsequently swallowed whole. Clark sensed that this individual possessed a somewhat unique flavor, as if he were richer in energy. However, with the abundance of corpses before him, he chose not to be discerning. The remaining monks attempted to voice their opinions, but were impatiently interrupted by the young monk. "Will you join us in chanting? Or will you follow that heretic to receive the dragon's purification?" Soon enough, the monks complied and knelt obediently. Yet the Old Town guard, preoccupied with the corpses, paid little heed to the proceedings. The Peak family was a renowned noble lineage among the 7 kingdoms, with their knights clad in full-plate armor and wielding finely crafted steel swords. This complete ensemble was worth a staggering 810 gold dragons, nearly equivalent to a year's wages for them. Naturally, Prince Daemon and Rog held little regard for the possessions of the deceased, allowing the Old Town guards to plunder freely. Alas, the garrison of Star Shuttle City is somewhat lacking. These 1,000-odd suits of armor are hardly enough to divide among us. one soldier remarked as he skillfully removed the still warm armor from a corpse, sharing his thoughts with a nearby comrade. Be grateful. There are more battles ahead. There will be enough for us to share. Not only was the knightly armor valuable, but the chainmail and steel swords of the ordinary soldiers, along with their lives, were worth several gold dragons. Most importantly, the coin purses they carried contained a few silver deer and copper stars. All these treasures combined would ensure that each guard would receive a share of gold dragons. Such hidden benefits could only be found under the prosperous command of Rhaenyra. Typically, after any battle, the victors would thoroughly scavenge all valuable items, leaving little for the soldiers who fought. Through Rhaenyra, Daemon had learned that Count Peake was one of the principal culprits behind the chaos in the Riverlands. Thus, he showed no courtesy toward the members of the Peake family. Regardless of age or gender, all members of the Peake family were bound like cattle and confined within prison carts. Send all these men to the salt mines as laborers, and the women and children shall be dispatched to the lowest brothels on the Stone Steps Islands. Since they aspire to rise above their station, I shall ensure they remain beneath it for an eternity. Although Nightsong City is not large, it boasts a populace of over 10,000. To utterly sever the roots of the Peake family, Daemon has decreed the exile of the entire city's inhabitants to the Stone Steps Islands. The accumulated wealth of the Peake family over millennia will be transported back to the Old Town by the garrison, coupled with the riches of the city's affluent citizens. Preliminary assessments indicate that the spoils from this endeavor amount to no less than 100 million gold dragons. Merely these possessions will suffice for prolonged transport, especially given that they have already prepared the necessary carriages. Furthermore, the relocation of the residents of Star Shuttle City to the Stone Steps Islands will undoubtedly extend the duration, with estimates suggesting that completion will take at least a week. Seated in the grand hall of the Star Shuttle Castle, Daemon savored fine wine while perusing the list of spoils, reflecting, at last, I can settle the debts owed to the Holy Flame Island. For the past 2 years, Daemon has accrued external debts to the tune of several million gold dragons. Ensure that ample fat pigs are prepared for Clark, as he relishes them. His contributions in this battle have been substantial. Your Highness, Lord Clark has already feasted and taken his rest. Oh, what did he consume? Humans. Chapter 314. The rear determines the mind. Unlike their stealthy approach upon arrival, the Old Town garrison's convoy transporting the spoils from Star Shuttle City stretched several miles. Passing through the territories of Jiao Ling and Gao Ting, it was nearly impossible to avoid drawing attention. Consequently, the crows over the Seven Kingdoms have increased significantly in the past few days. Moreover, following the capture of Star Shuttle City, Daemon and his compatriots have not sought to conceal their actions. They openly sent ravens to the major noble families of the Seven Kingdoms, informing them that the Peake family, having incited rebellion in the Riverlands and conspired against the state, has now been condemned to extinction. Each family is instructed to capture any remaining members of the Peake family they encounter. By decree, upon receiving the news, King Jaehaerys was initially taken aback, but he soon regained his composure. Is it Daenerys? Observing that King Jaehaerys, though astonished, did not exhibit anger, Aegeon slowly interjected, according to the intelligence at our disposal. It is likely that Her Highness the Princess suggested this course of action to Prince Daemon. Many within the Old Town garrison can attest that Prince Daemon forcibly recruited them. Yet it cannot be definitively stated that he received the princess's approval. In fact, more people believe it was your command. Only she possesses such influence. Although King Jaehaerys spoke these words with a smile, there was a hint of forced cheerfulness behind it. Without expending much effort, he has managed to dismantle a millennia-old noble family. Who will be next, he wondered. Aegeon remained silent. Your Majesty, Dr. Wigan requests an audience. Captain Ryan of the Imperial Guards announced from outside the door. Upon witnessing the audacity of this man in a white robe, Prince Waking raised his gaze in discontent, but ultimately refrained from further comment. Push me inside, Egan. Captain Ryan, however, merely scoffed. Father, you must have received news regarding the destruction of Starso City by the combined forces of Daemon and Daenerys. Haven to you? Scholar Marlin mentioned that they not only plundered the entire wealth and treasures of the Peake family, but also planned to exile the thousands of residents of Starso City to the Stairs Islands. Dr. Waking, current intelligence indicates that the chaos in Aegeon is indeed instigated by Count Peake. The Peake family is not innocent, came the response. Then simply send someone to arrest Count Peake. Why must Starso City be annihilated? I see, enough, Waking. What position do you intend to assume in this matter? Confronted by Waking, King Jaehaerys felt a profound weariness and swiftly interrupted him. What position? Indeed, I am currently a person of no status. I wonder what identity you wish to bestow upon me, father. Seeing his father's temper rising, Egan hastily interjected, "Father, this matter involves too many complexities. We are not privy to the full truth. It would be prudent to refrain from involvement. Furthermore, the plight of the Peake family and the citizens of Starso City stems entirely from Count Peake's actions and bears no relation to Princess Daenerys. Marlon, take Prince Waking, who is unwell, back to his chambers for rest." King Jaehaerys reiterated, cutting off Waking's impending words. "Your Majesty, will you allow Daenerys to systematically eliminate those ancient nobles? No one among the Seven Kingdoms is a fool. Does she truly believe her actions are flawless? The turmoil in Hudgian is wholly attributed to her, is it not?" Ignoring Waking's accusations, Captain Ryan of the Kingsguard directly pushed him away. "Dr. Waking, it would be wise for you to remain quiet. Otherwise, should you fall, the pain will be yours alone. While seated in this wheelchair, you hold a semblance of dignity. Should you tumble to the ground, the servants of the Red Keep would surely mock you. Thus, it is prudent to consider your place." Disregarding Waking's furious glare, Ryan entrusted him to a servant before turning to leave. A disabled individual with questionable loyalties was hardly worth his personal attention. After Waking was escorted away, King Jaehaerys also dismissed Ogian. "Egan, what is your perspective on this matter?" Egan, having lived under reasonable conditions in the Old Town and compelled by his mother to learn reading and writing, had aspired to become a member of the town's guard before arriving in King's Landing, where he had only recently received a true royal education. "Grandfather, I am uncertain. However, I firmly believe this matter has nothing to do with Princess Daenerys. The inhabitants of the Old Town are well aware that she is a beautiful and benevolent princess. During my time in King's Landing, I have only heard praises sung in her honor. Do you believe it is fitting for someone like Daemon to confront a family that incites the populace against the crown? Do you deem it appropriate to address a treasonous lineage with bloodshed and brutality? I am uncertain, but should this act be attributed to Daenerys, would you still consider her a merciful princess?" "I, Princess Daenerys, would not." Jaehaerys felt a throbbing in his temples. "It is of no consequence. This matter is indeed too complex for you. Now, return to your studies." "Yes. Farewell, Your Majesty." Aegon possesses a pleasing countenance and a robust stature. After several months of education, he has mastered court etiquette to an admirable degree. Moreover, he lacks the arrogance typically associated with princes, engaging others with a calm and composed demeanor. Most notably, his mannerisms do not reveal any timidity or coarseness due to his humble origins. This instilled in King Jaehaerys a misconception that Aegon might indeed be a worthy heir. However, his political acumen is truly remarkable. It is time to put an end to these farcical events. After Aegon departed, King Jaehaerys resolved to act. While the nobles of the Seven Kingdoms were still reeling from the fall of Stonehenge and Starfall, the House of Valyrian, led by Daemon, conquered both the Duskendale and White Garden within a week. However, this time they merely plundered wealth and exiled the members of House Peake and their servants to the Stepstones, without disturbing the local populace. Interestingly, during the assault on Duskendale, thousands of soldiers from House Manderly appeared. Upon its capture, the Manderly family directly took control of Duskendale. Over a millennium had passed, yet the Manderlys finally reclaimed their ancestral lands by aligning with the right allies. Although this territory pales in comparison to White Harbor, the pain that had lingered in the Manderly family's heart for centuries was finally healed at this moment. Meanwhile, the soldiers of House Valyrian took over White Garden. This island family, having been marginalized from the continent of Westeros for centuries, had finally made a successful landing. The recently ascendant House Targaryen, led by the ambitious Lord Targaryen, occupied Starfall. Not only does the Earl of Targaryen command hundreds of large vessels from the Isle of the Holy Flame, but he has also become Daenerys' right hand in the Stepstones. The great families of the Seven Kingdoms swiftly grasped a vital message. Aligning with Princess Daenerys promises not only riches and resources, but also the acquisition of lands. Chapter 315, Still Boasting? You've brought this upon yourself. The downfall of House Peake not only shocked the Seven Kingdoms, but also caused some families, previously eager to seize the opportunity, to retreat hastily to their fortresses. Many families, who intended to navigate the murky waters of the Riverlands, promptly turned back to their homes. The once chaotic realm of Hudgian has unexpectedly settled into an eerie calm, with even the most obstinate gatherings of the impoverished dwindling in number. Particularly, the noble families bordering Dorne now find themselves in a state of acute anxiety. They have all been lured by Count Peake to the town of Harroway, where it is quite possible that Daemon will seize their ancestral castles as well. Initially brimming with ambition in Harroway, Count Peake was left bewildered upon receiving the news, taking several deep breaths before regaining his composure. In disbelief, he repeatedly confirmed with his servant, Are you telling me that Star Sorrow City has been forcibly taken by Daemon and the Old Town's garrison? The young servant delivering the report was struck with fear by Count Peake's predatory demeanor. The two other noble counts had already been subdued, and now 3 castles lay in the hands of rival families. The Peake family, regardless of age or gender, has been completely exiled to the Stairs Islands. Nonsense. How dare they? How dare they? Count Peake's furious outburst echoed, as the surrounding nobles could only offer him sympathetic glances, their own hearts teetering on the brink of despair. Who could predict upon whose castle the next breath of Dragonfire would fall? In that moment, Count Peake felt as if his lungs would burst from indignation, his face ablaze with humiliation. Those scrutinizing gazes from the assembled nobility felt like daggers, piercing him with every glance, inciting a shame so profound that he wished for nothing more than to vanish. The usually astute and cunning Count Peake now felt as though he had been stripped bare and cast into the streets. Curse you, Corlys. It seems you have used me as a pawn. Count Peake, I fear our plans have long been uncovered by the crown. We ought to return to the borders post-haste, lest we become the next victims, though we remain uncertain of which house will suffer first. Count Carlin's mind was a tangled mess, especially since his family's Nightsong castle was perched at the edge of Peake's territory. He had brought forth his knights and soldiers from the borders, only to feel utterly betrayed. With the crown having already acted against the Peake family, there seemed little reason to spare Nightsong Castle. Indeed, the situation was dire. As a critical stronghold guarding the border, Nightsong Castle held immense strategic importance, and Daenerys would not let it slip through her fingers. With such a convenient pretext at hand, she found herself elated, indulging in several extra meals each day. Nestled at the southwestern pass of Dorne and the northern tip of the Crimson Mountain, Nightsong Castle, the ancestral seat of the Carlin family, had historically endured multiple sieges by the Dornish. However, as long as it remained in their possession, the Dornish would find it challenging to advance northward. The Caron family has held dominion over Nightsong City for many centuries. This formidable castle once served to defend the western frontier for the Storm King Durrandon's lineage for a millennium. The Kingdom of Rivers had also laid claim to the territory stretching from the Hornlands to Nightsong City, while the Dornish have long sought to invade this region. If the Riverlands can be deemed a battleground, then the frontier is where the Dornish, Stormlanders, and Riverlanders have met their demise in the greatest numbers. The strife here has rarely known tranquility, underscoring the geopolitical significance of this land. According to the records of the Scholar's City, Nightsong Castle has been besieged at least 37 times in recent centuries. The perennial warfare has forged the resilient and cunning character of the frontier folk. After all, it is arduous for the virtuous to survive in chaotic times. Ruthlessness, shamelessness, and a measure of martial prowess are essential for thriving in the frontier. In the year 10 of the Conqueror's era, during the First Dornish War, Nightsong Castle was set ablaze by the Dornish Lord of the Sun, Count Faller. Although Sir Adam Hightower later reclaimed the castle, Count Caron and his family were taken captive by the Dornish, ultimately requiring a ransom of tens of thousands of gold coins for their release. The Vulture King, active in the Red Mountains, has repeatedly led the Dornish in significant assaults on Nightsong City and the Hornlands. His attempts to seize Nightsong City were thwarted when he was defeated by the coalition of Lady Aeliana Caron, Count Hamondrelian, and Count Samwell Tarly. This battle would later be commemorated as the Vulture Hunt. The Vulture King was a notorious outlaw from Dorne during the reign of King Aegon II Targaryen, the great-great-grandfather of Daenerys. He gathered numerous followers to incite unrest in the frontier, achieving several early victories that forced the lords of the region to retreat. Although Dorne was in a state of truce with House Targaryen, Princess Daenerys Martell largely turned a blind eye to the Vulture King's provocations. His forces swelled to nearly 30,000. However, his hubris led him to divide his army into 3, each targeting the western Riverlands, the north, and the Stormlands, ultimately resulting in their sequential defeat. The forces of the former king, Duke Orys Baratheon, vanquished the contingent that had advanced into the Stormlands, while the savage coalition of frontier lords, Sam Tarly, Hamondrelian, and Aeliana Caron, defeated the remaining 2 factions. The pursuit of the Vulture King became known as the Vulture Hunt, and he ultimately could not evade capture. It is said that Sam Tarly bound him to a rock and left him to die of thirst, with his corpse ultimately consumed by vultures, solidifying his infamous legacy. However, the Red Mountains have always been home to bandits under the banner of the Vulture King, many of whom are descendants of ancient tribes. Their scale, however, pales in comparison to the wildlings beyond the Wall and the mountain clans of the Moonlight Mountains. In the year 54 of the Conqueror's era, the Caron family hosted the visiting King Jaehaerys I and Queen Alysanne Targaryen in their dilapidated Nightsong Castle. Queen Alysanne generously funded the enhancement of their family castle and several fortresses within the Red Mountains, bringing the Caron family half a century of stability. However, bereft of the threat posed by the Dornish, they astonishingly turned their blades against the very Targaryen royal family that once aided them. The Bliss Tower, nestled within the Red Mountains, stands as a formidable circular edifice, soaring to a height of approximately 20 to 30 meters, with its base and pinnacle combined. Located at the narrowest point of the Prince's Pass, it has long been under Dornish control, serving as the essential route for their emergence from the Red Peak Mountains into the borderlands. At this moment, on the southern face of the Bliss Tower, adjacent to Dorne, a gathering of 4,000 to 5,000 souls had assembled. It was evident that the Dornish Vipers had already ensconced themselves behind the Targaryen family. Have you heard? The Peak family was entirely eradicated by the Targaryens. The borderlands have indeed descended into chaos. It appears we need not wait any longer. Indeed, we have waited for over half a month. This area is utterly devoid of interest, consisting solely of stones and wild beasts. Chapter 316, Toppling Your Chessboard Dragons. So many dragons. The Dornish soldiers, previously idly basking in the valley's shade, were instantly struck with terror upon hearing the roar of dragons. Yet, their encampment offered no cover. With an unobstructed view and no place to hide, the nearest forest lay 400 to 500 meters away. At that moment, Myricus, exploiting her swiftness and slender form, penetrated into the narrow valley beneath the Bliss Tower. A surge of amethyst flames erupted, igniting a vast expanse of tents in an instant. Faced with no escape, the Dornish soldiers summoned their courage, raising their spears and desperately shooting toward Myricus. However, the tail of the first dragon deflected their attacks, sending them back upon themselves. At this juncture, the bronze dragon Anthilos arrived, unleashing an orange blaze that engulfed a significant portion of the valley. The already humid and stifling atmosphere turned unbearable. Even those not directly scorched by the flames felt their skin searing with pain. The Dornish warriors soon exhausted their spears, leaving only the archers, who, agile and adept, occupied a high ground, launching a coordinated assault upon the two dragons. Yet, shortly after, the dragons Ameloros, Grey Shadow, Vagana, Little Balerion, and Dreamfire descended upon the Bliss Tower. Little Balerion's viscous green flames swiftly incinerated the archers, while the valley was rapidly consumed by a myriad of dragon fire. Amidst Daenerys's soaring chant, the flames seemed to come alive, mercilessly devouring the lives of the Dornish soldiers. Those unfortunate souls ignited by dragon fire fled in a frenzied, desperate attempt to escape, yet ultimately succumbed to the fate of charred remains. Some managed to reach the lakeside halfway up the mountain, yearning to mount the fine-footed horses that grazed nearby. However, the cunning Myricus intercepted them, delivering a fatal blast of dragon fire. The lake was home to nearly 1,000 Dornish fine-footed horses, and Daenerys was unwilling to let them perish in vain. Thus, Myricus and the Grey Shadow hastened to drive the herd of horses far away, deprived of their mounts. The 4,000 to 5,000 Dornish warriors faced relentless annihilation by dragon fire, with no escape in sight. The valley echoed with the harrowing cries of despair and pleas for help. The handful of Dornish nobles, witnessing the soaring flames of the dragon in the valley, were struck with a paralyzing fear. Though the Dornish prided themselves on their ability to slay dragons, their success at the Battle of Hellgate was mere happenstance. Lacking massive crossbows, the long spears and arrows in their possession stood no chance against the mighty dragon. Consequently, they took refuge deep within the towering Pleasure Tower, seeking a semblance of safety. Yet, in the face of a dragon, no sanctuary could offer true protection. The Dreamfire's blue-black flames consumed the 30-meter-high tower in less than 15 minutes, reducing it to a molten state, and the dozens of Dornish nobles within were roasted alive. When the valley fell silent, devoid of cries for help, Daenerys ceased her incantation, allowing the Dreamfire to descend. At that moment, all that remained near the Pleasure Tower were the charred corpses and the dragon feasting upon them, alongside the scattered Dornish horses. Since you all seem so eager to conspire against House Targaryen, I shall overturn the chessboard and see how you play, Daenerys remarked, perched upon the back of the Dreamfire. Observing the scenery around the Pleasure Tower, the narrow valley beneath, once lush with vegetation, had been nearly stripped bare, save for a few patches of low grass. However, the lakes and gentle streams halfway up the mountainside were bordered by dense broadleaf forests. The exposed reddish-brown rocks, weathered over time, displayed a variety of peculiar shapes, lending a certain beauty reminiscent of Danshah landforms. Given Dorne's geographical location and climatic conditions, this region should rightfully be classified as a subtropical deciduous forest. It seems the legends hold truth. when the children of the forest summoned titanic waves to shatter the arm of Dorne connecting Westeros and Essos. They drained too much water-based magical essence from both continents, leading to the severe desertification of Dorne and the lands of Dorne. Nevertheless, this vigorous environment rich in fire-based magical energy was quite appealing to the dragons, and Daenerys sensed an invisible surge of fire magic rapidly converging within them with their arrival. Meanwhile, Daemon, commanding the Old Town garrison led by Clarkshoe and Mungo, arrived at the city of Night Song, accompanied by Clarkshoe's mournful dragon song. A tower atop Night Song Castle echoed a poignant and heroic melody. Indeed, the castle of Night Song could sing. This was rather intriguing. Perhaps it would be wise to cause less destruction to preserve this wondrous spectacle for the future. Unlike the tranquil moments enjoyed by Daemon, the entire Nightingale City was engulfed in a state of alarm following the fall of Star Shuttle City. The Countess of Doran had retreated to her familial home with several young children in tow, seeking refuge, while many townsfolk had already fled. Now, witnessing the descent of the great dragon, the eldest son of the Doran family, recognizing the futility of escape, reluctantly led a few hundred soldiers to the battlements in a desperate attempt to resist. Yet, with Clarkshoe present, even the most valiant defenders of Nightingale City could only hold out for less than 2 hours before the fortress was breached. The fate awaiting the Doran family was no different from that of the Peck family. Men, women, and children alike were all rounded up and exiled to the Stony Steppes Isles. However, Nightingale City was far poorer than the Peck family, with soldiers scouring every crevice and only uncovering spoils valued at just over 1 million golden dragons. How unfortunate and destitute. Sipping on the Doran family's rather mediocre wine, Daemon grumbled, "With such paltry goods, I could barely afford a month in the free trade city-state." Nevertheless, they chose not to disturb the remaining residents of the city. After thoroughly pillaging the castle, they escorted the members of the Doran family, along with captured soldiers and servants, back to the Old Town, leaving Mungo to guard Nightingale City with a contingent of 500 men. Upon securing Nightingale City, Mungo promptly summoned all able-bodied laborers and craftsmen to head towards the Tower of Bliss. Meanwhile, Daemon leisurely rode Clarkshoe to Wind Whisper Fortress, preparing to converse with his cousin Edmund regarding the current affairs of the Seven Kingdoms. However, unexpectedly, he encountered a delegation seeking to ally with Sir Daenerys Lockton. Though the Lockton family was relatively unremarkable, their Valyrian sword forge had garnered a modest reputation across the Seven Kingdoms. The family had produced numerous esteemed knights, and one member served among the elite Kingsguard. Chapter 317. The reconstruction of Eagle's Nest Castle nestled deep within the Crimson Mountains. Eagle's Nest Fortress stands as a relic abandoned by the Dornish. To the west, it overlooks the Princess Pass Gorge. To the east, it is flanked by towering mountains, rising over 2,000 to 3,000 meters. It is also the source of the Vale River. Before its destruction by the Dragon Lord Aegon, Eagle's Nest Fortress served as the most crucial defensive gateway for the Dornish to the north. The fortress could effectively control the Princess Pass, and any Dornish attempt to advance northward via the Bone Road would necessitate passage through the narrow mountain paths south of Eagle's Nest to traverse the turbulent Vale River. Aside from boating across at the river's mouth near Vale City, the narrow mountain paths around Eagle's Nest were the only alternative. Securing Eagle's Nest would render further northern incursions by the Dornish exceedingly difficult. Alas, all that remains of its former glory are crumbling walls and rampant thickets of thorny vines. Due to the hardships endured by the forces of the Seven Kingdoms during the Conqueror's War, there was a palpable reluctance to engage in further conflict with the Dornish. Now, merely an inconspicuous Tower of Bliss and a handful of warriors guard the Prince's Pass. Upon rendezvousing with the craftsmen and young men led by Monk, Daenerys promptly instructed them to gather the remaining supplies and equipment of the Dornish, along with over 1,000 Dornish swift-footed horses. In the Crimson Mountains, these swift-footed steeds can traverse the terrain with remarkable ease, which is a significant factor in the Dornish often gaining the upper hand in battles at the borderlands. After a brief exchange, Daenerys accepted the fealty of the valiant Jon Rockeden and the dozen or so soldiers from House Rockeden. At least in the annals of history, Jon is regarded as both a fierce warrior and a loyal subject. Moreover, as nobles of the borderlands, they possess a familiarity with the Crimson Mountains and the Dornish people, which Daenerys truly requires in her ranks. With the supplies brought by Monk, combined with the provisions left by the Dornish, they are sufficient to sustain thousands of young laborers and craftsmen for several months. Thus, Daenerys led them to encamp near Eagle's Nest. Not only does Daenerys intend to reconstruct Eagle's Nest, but she also plans to erect a new Dragonstone fortress at the Prince's Pass, thereby completely sealing off the Dornish access to the north. To facilitate the transport of supplies, she also intends to construct a road from Eagle's Nest directly to the bay, the Valyrian Way. Many relied on their familiarity with the complex topography of Dorne during the Conqueror's War. Daenerys, however, is determined to transform the landscape entirely. With convenient transportation established, the armies and supplies of the Seven Kingdoms can easily reach Eagle's Nest, making it far more challenging for the Dornish to reclaim it. Thanks to the presence of dragons and an abundance of stone, the construction progresses swiftly. In merely 3 days, the entire Prince's Pass has been sealed off by a Dragonstone wall that stretches 3 to 4 kilometers long and stands over 5 meters high. Such a feat of engineering would surely be deemed miraculous in the history of the Seven Kingdoms. This is the might of Dragonstone architecture. Not only is its defensive capability unparalleled, but its lighter composition compared to ordinary stone, coupled with its malleable nature, allows for an unprecedented speed of construction. Only a single gate remains for ingress and egress. Daenerys confiscated the Dornish weapons and armor, melting them down into pseudo-Valyrian steel. The blacksmiths toiled day and night, forging 3 immense gates. Both siege hammers and fire assaults would hardly affect these gates. Furthermore, Daenerys inscribed numerous bronze runes upon the gates, causing the potent fire magic of the Dornish region to gradually converge and permeate the gates, endowing them with a semblance of immortality. As the abundant fire magic nearby is absorbed by the dragons and the gates, Daenerys noted that the surrounding vegetation seemed to flourish with renewed vitality. With dragons like Dreamfire effortlessly excavating stone, their sharp claws can easily cleave through the mountains. Daenerys, commanding her mighty dragon, carved the cliffs flanking the fortress into smooth, straight lines, rendering any attempt at climbing by the Dornish exceedingly arduous. As she guided her dragon, she forged Dragonstone while laying a Valyrian Dragonstone road through the Prince's Pass Canyon. The existing Broad Valley Road facilitated the paving process, and within a mere fortnight, the Dragonstone Road from Eagle's Nest to the Tower of Joy was completed. Although Daenerys' dragons were fatigued from daily quarrying and cutting the mountains, their claws grew sharper through this rigorous endeavor. Meratzes and young Balerion even experienced a shedding of claws during this period. However, the newly grown claws emerged larger and more formidable. Alongside the 30-kilometer stretch of the Dragonstone Road, watchtowers rose every 3 kilometers. For the Dornish, circumventing the Prince's Pass using the intricate terrain of the Red Mountains would become an increasingly daunting task. In the course of these 2 weeks, the fortress walls of the Prince's Pass were finally completed, standing over 20 meters tall and 8 meters thick, complemented by Dragonstone towers rising another 8 meters atop the cliffs on either side. Stealthy passage through the Prince's Pass would become nearly impossible for the Dornish. With the completion of the Dragonstone Road and the fortress walls, the old garrison arrived, bringing with them a steady supply of resources and a multitude of craftsmen summoned from the Riverlands. Having stockpiled a significant amount of Dragonstone, they promptly commenced the reconstruction of Eagle's Nest. As the fortification served purely defensive purposes, aesthetic considerations were of little concern. The emphasis lay on substantial and towering structures, which accelerated the pace of construction. Within another fortnight, the walls of Eagle's Nest reached completion. The imposing walls, standing 20 to 30 meters high and set against the steep terrain surrounding Eagle's Nest, struck awe into the hearts of onlookers. Perched atop a peak in the Red Mountains, the fortress afforded a sweeping vista of nearly half the mountain range, evoking a sense of sublime grandeur akin to standing atop the world's pinnacle. Over the past month, the Seven Kingdoms had unexpectedly settled into a tranquil state. The once chaotic Riverlands had not witnessed a single conflict. The noble hunting parties, which had been a pretext for unrest, had mostly retreated. A few earls returned to the borderlands, laden with gifts for Old Town. Upon arriving at Dragonstone, Daemon made himself comfortable, indulging daily in exquisite wines, culinary delights, and beautiful companions prepared by Duke Aemond. Following his recent feast of charred corpses, Clegare's appetite had surged. He now required the consumption of over 100 fat sheep daily. The demands of Clegare alone left Duke Aemond in a state of mild distress. Moreover, Daemon, who both feasted and took, lavished gifts upon those he favored, shamelessly seeking further rewards from Duke Aemond after each indulgence. However, upon learning that their preparations to plunder the vanguard of the Seven Kingdoms had been thwarted by the complete annihilation wrought by dragons, the noble houses of Dorne found themselves in a state of unrest. Just as they were poised to take action, they discovered that Daenerys had already erected a formidable fortress at Prince's Pass. Upon receiving the news that Eagle's Nest had been occupied by Daenerys, the Prince of Dorne sank helplessly into his throne. Chapter 318. The calm before the storm, the reconstruction of Eagle's Nest was underway with fervent zeal. Yet the Seven Kingdoms had inexplicably fallen into a profound silence. Aside from the merchant caravans of various houses continuing their normal activities, all noble engagements had come to a temporary halt. Neither the Prince of Dorne nor King Jaehaerys expressed any stance regarding Daenerys' occupation of Eagle's Nest. The Dornish, typically unyielding and unwilling to concede, seemed either to have capitulated or were biding their time, remaining conspicuously silent. This situation compelled Daenerys to command her dragons daily to sweep through the borderlands, where they nearly depleted the livestock within her territories over the span of a month. Of course, the dragons also engaged in hunting within the nearby Red Mountains, where an abundance of wildlife congregated due to the ample water sources surrounding Eagle's Nest. Among the various creatures, the most numerous were the red-horned sheep inhabiting the Red Mountains. These wild goats possess a pair of spiraled crimson horns and sandy brown fur, allowing them to nimbly leap and run along steep cliffs. Accustomed to being waited upon, Dreamfire would often bring these red-horned sheep back to Eagle's Nest, where the guards would prepare them for feasting, thereby preserving the value of their precious hides. Within the Red Keep, Varys tirelessly implored King Jaehaerys to take action against Daenerys. Growing increasingly impatient with Varys' entreaties, the king relegated him and his paramour to the Maiden's Tower, forbidding them from leaving without royal decree or receiving visitors. Meanwhile, the 5 siblings, including Aegon, remained at King Jaehaerys' side for personal tutelage. 17-year-old Aegon, though lacking exceptional talent, applied himself diligently and exhibited a humble demeanor, earning the respect of those within the Red Keep. 12-year-old Aenys and 10-year-old Aemon displayed notable aptitude, swiftly grasping both their studies and swordsmanship. Perhaps due to their youth, they adapted quickly to royal life and status. 14-year-old Dina, inherently gentle and strikingly beautiful, garnered considerable admiration from noble youths. 7-year-old Rhaenyra, with her innocent and cheerful disposition, also won the favor of King Jaehaerys. The king bestowed upon each of them a dragon egg, brought back from Braavos by Daenerys, hoping they could hatch new dragons at the earliest opportunity. In the entirety of the Riverlands, apart from the Dragonstone guards escorting impoverished members of the Blackwater River gatherings and the hunting parties led by the likes of the warrior women of the Vale, the presence of noble houses had become nearly non-existent. Varda and her companions led hundreds of dragon guards and warriors from the Fourth family, wandering daily throughout the Riverlands. Upon encountering other noble parties or gatherings of the impoverished, they would mercilessly capture them all and bring them to the Noble Heart. A group of Western nobles, expelled by the Duke of Flowing City, was apprehended by Varda, totaling 300 to 400 individuals, among whom was Count Reyes. However, in Varda's eyes, they were all the same. The compliant would remain in the Noble Heart for reformation through labor, while the defiant would be dispatched to the Holy Flame Fleet on the Blackwater River. Their fate awaited them: either exile to the Stone Steps Isles as salt slaves or conscription to Silent as mine laborers. Of course, the nobles clamored that their families could pay for their redemption. Yet Varda boldly retorted, "You traitors, prepare for your estates to be confiscated and your lineages extinguished. Ransom? Preposterous. That shall be our spoils of war." High upon the heights of the Noble Heart, an imposing Dragonstone castle had risen. Previously, Daemon and Rhaenyra had forged a considerable amount of Dragonstone here, and Harold had hired over 10,000 craftsmen and able-bodied workers from the great houses of Harrenhal and Flowing City in the name of Daenerys, thus hastening the castle's construction. To fund the edifice, Daenerys had Samwell allocate 5 million golden dragons to Harold for procuring materials and hiring labor in the Riverlands. As for Count Ulfwyn Peake, he had long since retreated with his dwindling band of family warriors, joining forces with Count Dolan in a desperate flight toward the Moonlight Mountains, where the untamed dragons still offered him a glimmer of hope and security. The remaining frontier lords had already returned home following the fall of Nightsong City. The beleaguered town of Harroway, repeatedly ravaged by various factions, finally gained a brief respite. After capturing Stonefence's city, Marquis IV and the Knights of the Vale returned to their fief with a substantial fortune from the Bracken family. Only Count Blywood busied himself with the newly acquired Bracken territories. The previously chaotic Seven Kingdoms swiftly regained tranquility under the forceful actions of Daenerys and Daemon. Yet every noble understood that this was merely the calm before the storm. The newly constructed Eagle's Nest castle stood tall and majestic from its lofty towers. One could easily gaze upon the distant Dornish desert. To extract stone for forging Dragonstone, numerous deep pits had been excavated nearby. Daenerys decided to melt the bottoms of these vast pits into a glass-like state using Dragonfire, thus creating natural reservoirs. In the course of the Eagle's Nest project, Daenerys instructed the stonemasons to engrave numerous bronze runes upon the Dragonstone. This act caused the surrounding potent fire magic to be absorbed by the Dragonstone. As the construction of Eagle's Nest progressed, the nearby fire magic diminished significantly, and the air began to grow moist, accompanied by several brief but heavy rains. Indeed, it had worked. Due to the substantial extraction of water attribute magic by the children of the forest for the purpose of casting water spells, Dorne has experienced a significant imbalance between water and fire magic. Consequently, despite being nearly surrounded by the sea, precipitation has been scarce, primarily due to the overwhelming strength of fire magic. However, with the absorption of fire magic in the vicinity of Eagle's Nest Fortress by dragons and dragonstones, rainfall has gradually resumed. Yet, as fire magic from the desert begins to replenish, the rain ceases once more. It is indeed a fascinating phenomenon that when this influx of fire magic is nearly absorbed by the dragonstones, rainfall will return. As the precipitation near Eagle's Nest Fortress increases, the gathering of wildlife in the area has also surged. The Crimson Mountains are home to a plethora of raptors, particularly vultures and hawks. Among them is a large fire-feathered hawk, boasting a wingspan of 3 to 4 meters, its body a fiery red reminiscent of burning bronze, with feathers that gradually transition to gold. When in flight, it resembles a flowing flame. The inner side of its wings is adorned with black stripes, akin to the texture of smoldering coals. When diving, its wings sweep back, and its tail feathers spread out like a fan of fire. Its irises are amber, with pupils glowing a crimson hue similar to molten lava. Its beak, obsidian in color, is tipped with gold, and its talons resemble red-hot iron hooks. Daniela tasked Milesius with capturing 3 or 4 of these magnificent creatures, which took an entire week to accomplish. Seemingly aware of Daniela's obsession with collecting, Milesius soon returned with a gigantic Dorne king vulture, an exceedingly rare bird of immense size, boasting a wingspan of 7 to 8 meters. Its massive beak and sharp talons are as formidable as iron blades, with feathers that are jet black and edged with a crimson glow. It is said that the king vulture hunts tigers and lions with ease. After taming the fire-feathered hawks and the king vulture, Daniela attempted to transfer her consciousness into them to observe the movements of Dorne. Unfortunately, at that moment, they remained utterly still. Nonetheless, Daniela made considerable discoveries within the Crimson Mountains. Near the upstream of the rushing river, close to the Prince's Pass, nearly 1,000 poorly equipped remnants of the king vulture were attempting to traverse the Crimson Mountains to invade the Riverbend region. Truly, the Dornish have raised formidable hounds. But alas, the adversary they face this time is not Aegon and his 2 sisters. Dorne's prince, fearing direct confrontation with the Targaryen family's dragons, prepared to unleash his desert coyotes for a guerrilla harassment strategy. Once her consciousness returned, Daniela hastily summoned Dreamfire and the dragons. Come, let us indulge in a feast. Upon grasping Daniela's intent, the dragons immediately erupted into excited roars. Having already savored the taste of human flesh, the dragons longed for more. Though opportunities for such indulgence were scarce, now, even Dreamfire, the largest among them, no longer requires a running start, as it can soar into the sky with a mere flap of its wings. The sight of 12 dragons, 7 large and 5 small, taking flight was truly magnificent, prompting thousands of laborers and craftsmen to gaze up in awe. For the sake of safety, Daniela has recently ensured that the dragons remain together at all times. Although it is uncertain whether dragons from the Moonlight Mountains will appear, it is always prudent to be prepared. To guarantee the safety of the 5 young dragons, including Talix and Eulaxis, Daniela has brought them all under her care. Due to their unique lineage, even Eulaxis, who possesses the weakest bloodline, has surpassed the growth rate of all dragons in the history of House Targaryen. Talix and the others are even more remarkable, despite being less than 6 months old. They have already reached the size typical of dragons 2 or 3 years their senior. After merely a few minutes of flight, Daniela skillfully guided the dragons above the remnants of the Vulture Kings. To avoid detection, she soared among the clouds, only diving down rapidly once they were directly above their targets. The dragons, now in perfect harmony with Daniela, no longer required her to command them to unleash their fiery breath. As soon as she chanted the sacrificial incantation, they acted according to her will. As the shadows loomed overhead, the Vulture Kings were met with a torrent of flame from Dreamfire and Miracis, engulfing over 100 of them in an instant. However, these remnants, accustomed to the Crimson Mountains, swiftly scattered and adeptly concealed themselves within the dense forest surrounding them. Unfortunately for them, the 5 young dragons and little Balorian had already converged from all directions. Upon spotting the figures, They unleashed their fiery breath without hesitation, igniting both the foes and the surrounding trees in a blazing inferno. The swift Almosis and Anthalos, under Daniela's command, had already created a perimeter of flame around the area. To escape, the Vulture Kings would have to breach this barrier, a feat they clearly lacked the capability to achieve. Excitement coursed through the young dragons, particularly the combative Eulaxus. As the flames roared around him, his exhilaration surged, propelling him toward the densest cluster of foes, where he opened his jaws wide to tear into the nearest target. Though he was only a few meters in size, he was not easily confronted by mere mortals. A diminutive Dornish man attempted to stab at Eulaxus's eye with a spear, only to have it shattered by the dragon's powerful tail. In a single leap, Eulaxus seized the man's head in his jaws, the crunch echoing as crimson mingled with ivory, painting his maw in a gruesome display. With a breath of fire, he swiftly roasted the man, then began to rend his flesh in a ravenous feast. Talix and Rhadamanthus, inspired by Eulaxus's fierce display, engaged in close combat with the Dornish men. Talix, a remarkably robust young dragon, though still small in age and size, had already become a formidable presence against the human foes. He and Rhadamanthus surged into the crowd like two colossal dragon tanks. Their razor-sharp teeth left no survivors, particularly. Rhadamanthus's robust tail could swiftly cleave a person in two. Moreover, Rhadamanthus's powerful claws could effortlessly rend apart any adversary encountered during his leaps. Such brutality. Yet, those who managed to survive in the Crimson Mountains were far from feeble. They not only contended with the ferocious beasts of the mountains, but also navigated the treacherous deceptions among their own kind. Under such dire conditions, only the most formidable characters could endure. Before long, the three young dragons, oblivious to their peril, were all wounded. After achieving his first kill in close combat, Olax was indulging in a feast when a hidden arrow pierced his wing from behind. Having never sustained an injury in his life, the irritable Olax abandoned his meal and charged toward the direction of the arrow. However, a barrage of arrows greeted him. Realizing the danger, Olax took to the skies. Though several arrows still struck his abdomen, he had yet to grow into a form impervious to weapons. Although the arrows could not penetrate his flesh, they left several bloody gashes. At that moment, Olax recalled his ability to unleash his dragon flames. Instantly, the surrounding trees, grass, and the hidden foes within were engulfed in flames. A triumphant roar escaped him, echoing his exhilaration. Though Talrax and Rhadamanthus boasted tougher scales and spines than ordinary young dragons, they too were pierced by the relentless rain of arrows and hurled spears. They quickly ascended, no longer daring to engage in close combat. Observing the young dragons finally learning caution, Rhaenyra commanded them to soar high. Meanwhile, the number of foes encroaching from the periphery grew increasingly alarming. It was perilous for the young dragons to remain in such danger. Should they suffer an injury to their eyes or vital spots from the spears, Rhaenyra would have no means to weep for them. Rarely afforded the chance for real combat, this experience would serve as valuable training to witness the perils of the battlefield. As the dragons unleashed their fiery breaths, the dense forest within several kilometers quickly ignited. Among the flames, the fierce foes writhed in agonizing screams. While Rhaenyra hunted the remnants of the Vulture King in the Crimson Mountains, Boros Balartian in the Moonlight Mountains reveled in his triumph. For he had finally succeeded in taming a dragon. He would relish in the moment of tearing apart that little wretch Rhaenyra and her colossal dragon, guided by the hand of the Dark God. Chapter 320. Life and death are sudden affairs before the trees could completely burn. The dragons eagerly plunged into the flames to savor their human feast. For Olax, Talrax, and the other young dragons, it was their first taste of human flesh, and they feasted with fervor. Rhadamanthus particularly relished tearing his victims to shreds with his claws before devouring them whole. For the colossal dragon, the energy derived from those who perished in the blood ritual, consumed by dragon flames, is an immense source of power, far surpassing that of ordinary livestock. However, even in the face of such temptation, the young white dragon, Offrel, remained resolute in her refusal to feast upon human corpses. During the recent skirmish, she merely ignited the trees, never once unleashing her fiery breath upon humans. Daniela summoned Offrel to her side, affectionately caressing her head. In response to Daniela's fondness, Offrel revealed a remarkably human-like smile. "You are truly a delightful smiling angel," Daniela mused, never having anticipated that a dragon could exhibit such an expression. Her fondness for the unique little white dragon deepened, prompting her to invite Offrel to sit beside her for some affectionate grooming. At that moment, the young blue dragon, Digrel, seemed to have sensed something amiss, issuing an angry warning towards a nearby burrow. Daniela approached to investigate and discovered that this burrow had evidently been recently excavated, with the charred remains of a person faintly visible at its entrance. Daniela instructed Dygril to step back, allowing Dreamfire to directly unearth the burrow. To her astonishment, a black-red leopard sprang forth, its abdomen unusually distended. A crimson shadow leopard. Although the creature's fur had been singed to the point of baldness, its distinctive black-red coat made its breed immediately recognizable. The crimson shadow leopard, like the shadow lynx, is a formidable feline predator, agile, powerful, and rare. Furthermore, it is exclusively found in the Chiefing Mountains. Despite the formidable presence of Dreamfire, the leopard exhibited no overt fear, instead radiating an overwhelming fury. Yet, it was evident that the leopard's hind legs had suffered severe burns. She knew that escape was impossible, but still fought with all her might. Upon seeing the curled, charred remains of a female at Dreamfire's side, Daniela instantly comprehended the tragic narrative. It became clear that the owner of the crimson shadow leopard had truly cherished her pet. One could envision the harrowing scene. As dragon flames descended, the owner likely intended for the leopard to dig a burrow to shield them from the inferno. Alas, the burrow had not been excavated deeply enough before the flames struck. Thus, the owner chose to sacrifice her own body, providing the leopard with a greater chance of survival. Had the leopard been left outside, it was certain that its owner would have survived. Observing the leopard and her deceased owner, Daniela felt a wave of sorrow wash over her. From their perspective, she must appear as a great villain. Daniela instructed Dreamfire to dig a grave nearby and gently laid the leopard's owner to rest, mounding the earth above her as a tribute to the love she had for her pet. Yet, despite the owner's willingness to forfeit her life for her beloved companion, the crimson shadow leopard still bore considerable burns. Daniela repeatedly attempted to approach the shadow leopard to offer her healing, but each time was met with rejection. With a heavy heart, Daniela led the dragons away from her. In a bid to prolong the life of the shadow leopard, she retrieved a substantial piece of jerky from Dreamfire's back and tossed it in front of the creature. Sensing Daniela's goodwill, the shadow leopard cautiously picked up the jerky and laboriously crawled to her master's burial mound, laying down in front of it. As the bodies of the dragons were consumed, the sun began its descent. Just as Daniela was about to depart, she heard the shadow leopard's anguished groans. Rushing over, she was astonished to discover that the shadow leopard had given birth to 2 cubs. The pain from her burns and the strain of childbirth had rendered her increasingly weak, prompting her pained cries. Because she had steadfastly refused Daniela's approach, Daniela could only observe from a distance. After the shadow leopard birthed 4 cubs in total, she could no longer hold on, managing to nurse her young with their first taste of milk before gently closing her eyes. Once the cubs were full, Daniela wrapped them in her cloak. After burying the shadow leopard alongside her master, Daniela ascended Dreamfire's back, her spirits dampened as she flew towards Eagle's Nest Castle. Upon returning from Stonefence City, Marquis Fleury, the Lord of Green Fork River, followed the instructions in Daniela's secret correspondence to relocate the family's assets to a remote estate, dispersing the direct family members. Recently, he had driven the residents of Luanha City into nearby estates under various pretenses. The city now lay largely deserted. In the Fleury family castle, only a few elderly servants remained, along with Marquis Fleury, who continued to stand vigil. As he watched the sun set, he took a final sip of wine and murmured softly, "Life is fraught with risks. We take it one day at a time." The Eileen family, being Daniela's maternal kin, will certainly not share our sentiments. I suggest we set Eagle's Nest ablaze. Boros, having successfully tamed the black dragon, was in high spirits and quickly sought out Lanel and Lanino to join him in wielding the dragon to annihilate Eagle's Nest. That is out of the question. The Eileen family are the guardians of the valley. If you incinerate Eagle's Nest, you will thoroughly offend the entire valley. Even if we take the Iron Throne, it will be precarious. The hooded gnome chastised immediately. If it weren't for Aegon burning Herrenberg and commanding 3 dragons to decimate the coalition of the West and Riverbend, how could he have ascended the Iron Throne so smoothly? Boros retorted dismissively, "Now that we possess 3 dragons, we have sufficient power to make the realm submit. Otherwise, I might just unleash my wrath upon them. Fool, our aim is to rule the 7 kingdoms, not to dominate a wasteland." As the commands of Boros resonated, the immense black dragon beside him unleashed a torrent of dragon fire, igniting the green-eyed, hooded gnome. Despite being reduced to a state akin to a burning candle, the so-called Green Prophet exhibited an astonishing vitality, darting about with frantic energy. "Devour him." Boros commanded his dragon once more, and without hesitation, the beast swallowed the writhing figure whole. "Damn it, that wretched gnome. What does he amount to? I have tolerated him for far too long." Now that we have successfully mastered the dragon, I am free from his incessant prattling. You killed him? He was a prophet, and you actually killed him? The onlookers in the cave were rendered speechless by the unfolding chaos. No one anticipated that Boros would be audacious enough to incinerate their chief strategist and feed him to the dragon. Jason Lannister, nearly paralyzed with shock, could not help but voice his disbelief. Chapter 321, Greatness and Madness, and Beyond, Foolishness. Mind your tongue, boy, or I shall not hesitate to hang you alongside your traitorous brother. Boros, now empowered by his dominion over dragons, clearly regarded everyone with disdain, embodying the arrogance of one who possesses a dragon. The prophet? Merely a lowly gnome who had mastered some trivial tricks. It was evident that Boros harbored no fondness for the gnome, primarily due to the incessant insults and belittlement he had endured over the past 6 months. Yet, during that time, Boros had been uncertain of his ability to command a dragon, forcing even his foolish self to endure. However, the gnome had since ascended to become Boros's foremost adversary, second only to Daenerys in his mind. Now that he had fulfilled his desire, he wasted no time in extinguishing the gnome's life. I advise you all to be wise. The three-headed dragon has not feasted in quite some time. Should anyone dare to provoke my ire, I would not hesitate to offer you as sustenance to the dragon. In the eyes of the dragon, all living beings are but mere prey, Boros ominously proclaimed, believing his words to be quite formidable. Witnessing the pallor of the nobles' faces brought him a sense of dark satisfaction. Jason Lannister was never particularly courageous, so he quickly fell silent, casting a desperate glance towards the now dragon-riding siblings, Lyanna and Rhaenyra. Given her marital ties to Jason, Lyanna felt compelled to speak up. Uncle Boros, you shouldn't. Lyanna, surely you don't still entertain the notion of marrying that golden-haired fool? Boros interjected, regarding her with an expression of incredulity. Only those of true dragon blood are worthy. We have successfully mastered the dragons now, rendering any prior agreements utterly void. Boros's declaration left Lyanna taken aback. Uncle, have you forgotten the natural pact? Should we breach our agreement, calamity is assured within 3 months. Boros, however, dismissed the notion, saying, surely, you do not genuinely believe in his menacing theatrics? If such extraordinary phenomena existed, this world would not be so chaotic, nor would there be such incessant strife. Lyanna felt that Boros was not only foolish but had also succumbed to madness. At that moment, she recalled her mother's frequent admonitions. Whenever a Targaryen lineage is born, the gods cast a coin, heads signifying greatness and tails signifying madness. Each mad Targaryen inevitably brings catastrophic ruin to their house. Although Boros is not strictly a Targaryen, his successful dragon riding has indeed granted him true draconic blood. Gazing into Boros's deranged eyes, Lyanna felt a chill of trepidation. Uncle, while we have successfully ridden dragons, the contest remains unresolved. It would be unwise to provoke our allies. She continued, otherwise, I shall depart with Rhaenyra on our dragons. Your singular dragon will be no match for Daenerys. Boros, sensing her resolve, exhibited a flicker of caution. Without the support of Lyanna's family's 3 dragons, he lacked confidence in confronting the Targaryen brood. Thus, he feigned indifference, saying, fine, I understand. As long as they remain compliant and do not provoke me, I shall not treat them poorly. Now that we have all successfully ridden dragons, we ought not to linger in this wretched cave any longer. I have nearly forgotten the taste of fresh air. As the scion of House Valyrian, Lyanna and Rhaenyra were certainly unaccustomed to the meager existence within the cave. They had remained here solely to await Boros, having achieved dragon riding a month prior. With Boros now having succeeded, their eagerness to leave intensified. Then let us return to Dragonstone. Rhaenyra exclaimed excitedly. Yet Boros clearly harbored his own intentions. Why the haste to return to Dragonstone? Eagle's Nest is merely a stone's throw away. Let us fly there and set it ablaze. The livestock of House Arryn will sufficiently sate our dragons. Upon hearing this, Lyanna's brow furrowed in dismay. Uncle, House Arryn is the protector of the Vale and highly esteemed by its nobility. Should we strike at Eagle's Nest, the entire Vale would rise against us. Why provoke them needlessly? Needlessly? Boros retorted vehemently. House Arryn is the maternal lineage of that wretched Daenerys. They will undoubtedly side with her. Rather than awaiting their opposition, it is wiser to strike first and eliminate them. Although Rhaenyra possesses a strong and competitive spirit, she is still a minor, and I cannot compare her to the ever-arrogant Boros. Observing the current situation, Earl Olwyn Peake approached Boros with utmost respect, affirming that the latter's words were indeed correct. However, in the presence of nobility, self-interest will always prevail over familial bonds. With the prowess of a lord, He could effortlessly crush the Targaryen family with overwhelming force. At that point, the Vale family would be preoccupied with their own survival, hardly daring to oppose the Lord. It is even conceivable that their young duchess may offer herself to serve him. Upon hearing Olwen's words, Boros's face lit up with delight. The Earl's insight was commendable, truly befitting the sage of the Riverlands. Yet we must remember that Aegon once incinerated Harrenhal, instilling fear across the realm. We must act decisively to instill dread once more. This should pose no challenge. The Earl finally showcased his adeptness at maneuvering through such matters. Among the noble families, aside from the Drell family of White Harbor, the Settiga family of Crab Isle, and the Tars family of Tarth, it is the Frey family that most ardently champions that little wretch Daenerys. Why not use them to establish our authority? Indeed, your reasoning is sound. Let us proceed with this decision. Although the Frey family may be considered upstarts, their wealth is substantial, ranking them among the most prominent nobles in the Seven Kingdoms. Let us make an example of them. With a target in mind, Boros could hardly contain his excitement and promptly mounted his array of dragons. Rhaenyra, Laninon, cease your hesitations and take command of your dragons to follow me. After Boros and his entourage departed, Jason Lannister arrived beneath the tree where his brother, Tyland Lannister, was suspended. Hurry, bring him down. Tyland, are you all right? We shall return to Casterly Rock and disengage from this conflict. Just as you said, Boros has completely lost his sanity now that he has succeeded in dragon riding. Though Tyland had been hanging for several days, Jason's secret care ensured he had endured only minor injuries. Brother, the blood of dragons harbors not only greatness and madness, but also foolishness. Boros epitomizes the latter. Chapter 322, The Inferno of Wrath. Given Boros's hatred for Princess Daenerys, it is no wonder that he has gone mad following his success in dragon riding. Tyland, being one of the few astute individuals, has a keen understanding of human nature. Having spent the last 6 months in close proximity, he knows Boros all too well. The fool, now a successful dragon rider, will certainly no longer prioritize the Valyrian family. He will scheme to wed Rhaenyra and seize the Iron Throne. Jason nodded emphatically. You are absolutely correct. Boros believes that only those with true dragon blood deserve to claim their heritage. Jason harbored no feelings for Lana, and the arduous months spent in the mountains had long since dulled his ambitions, leaving him devoid of any regret. Tyrion, his own brother, exhibited no concern either, managing a forced smile. Since they had chosen to forsake the natural covenant, the ensuing calamities would befall them, and we might even benefit from their misfortune. Otherwise, had we been drawn into the War of the Dragons, our fate may not have fared better than that of the Hightower and Valerion families. Enough. Your body is in such a weakened state. Do not burden yourself further. Let us descend the mountain together. Following his successful dragon riding feat, Tyrion hastily dispatched messengers to relay the news to Harrenhal. He was aware that Count Strawn and Prince Viserys would ensure the information was disseminated. However, it was unexpectedly intercepted by that green-eyed imp, who produced a substantial amount of intelligence that Tyrion had sent forth during his journey. Although most of Tyrion's messages had been seized by that detestable dwarf, fortunately, some had indeed reached their destination. It was due to the intelligence obtained on Tyrion that Daenerys was able to unearth all the hidden machinations. The factions covertly supporting the Valerion family to disrupt the Seven Kingdoms had been completely eradicated by Daenerys. After conquering and besieging the Stepstones, the Kingdom of the Three Daughters now refrained from any reckless maneuvers. Dorne was effectively cornered in the Red Mountains, unable to exploit the chaos any longer. Several rebellious families in the borderlands had also been thoroughly subdued by Daenerys. The Westerlands appeared poised to withdraw. The nobles of the Westerlands, including the formidable Rhaenys family, dared not defy the commands of the Lannisters. Were it not for the fact that most of the personnel in the mountains were aligned with the Lannister forces, that green-eyed dwarf might have fed Tyrion to the dragons. Suspended in the trees for several days, Tyrion was now exceedingly frail, his body exuding a foul odor that could waft for miles. Yet, having spent half a year in the mountains, none were particularly fragrant. As he observed Boros and the others soaring away on dragons, Jason Lannister hastily led his contingent of several hundred soldiers down the mountain. The resounding roar of dragons abruptly shattered the tranquility of Lannister's Landing. The slumbering Lord Frey was jolted awake, hastily donning his garments as he rushed downstairs. The denizens of Lannister's Landing had already received the warning from Lord Frey, and they promptly fled their homes, making their way outside the city. Burn them alive. Dark God, incinerate anyone associated with that wretched girl, leave not a single soul. Boros, consumed by madness, directed his black dragon to unleash a torrent of flame upon the indistinct silhouette of Lannister's Landing in the night. The Dark God's dragon. with scales as deep and purple as the night, melded seamlessly with the shadows, save for the faint crimson at its throat, reminiscent of a hellish fissure. The erupting black-red flames obliterated a substantial section of the walls of Luana City, spanning the Green Fork River. Luana City was regarded as one of the more formidable fortresses among the Seven Kingdoms, its stone walls steeped in centuries of mossy decay. The resinous torches held by the night watch flickered in the wind, akin to the gasps of the dying. The deluge of dragon fire mercilessly illuminated this harsh world. The thunderous explosion heralded the tragic overture of Luana City. The sentries atop the walls, caught in the dragon's fiery breath, were instantaneously ignited like candles, some unable even to emit a cry before being reduced to charred remains. The dragon's breath was not mere flame, but a torrent of lethal molten rock. Cloaked in sulfur and the stench of burning flesh, the inferno surged over the walls, inundating the towers. The stone walls cracked under the intense heat, sending shards flying like shrapnel, piercing the bodies of nearby guards. Those soldiers who managed to wail in agony found the flames invading their mouths, boiling their innards within their armor in an instant. From the moment Rhaenyra, unable to bear the sight, commanded his dragon to roar as a warning to Luana City. It had been scarcely a dozen minutes since Boros's dragon began to unleash its fiery wrath. Many had yet to flee the city entirely. A mother, who had just reached the city gate clutching her infant, stumbled and fell, her skirts turning to ash in an instant, her flesh sizzling against the cobblestones as she instinctively shielded her poor child beneath her. For the first time, Boros witnessed the sheer power of his dark god's dragon flames. Igniting a fervor within him, he immediately urged the dark god to soar low over the main street of Luana City, unleashing dragon fire indiscriminately. Under the wrath of the malevolent flames, Luana City swiftly transformed into a hell on earth. Inside the church, a limping old monk knelt before the statues of the seven gods, fervently praying. Yet, suddenly, the explosive dragon fire ignited the church, obliterating it. The colossal statue of the seven gods was instantly engulfed by the flames. The dragon fire melted the eye sockets of the statue, and stone tears mixed with molten iron cascaded down upon the old monk. In the tavern, several women, unable to escape, huddled in the cellar in terror. However, the dilapidated building could scarcely withstand the dragon fire's assault, and they were soon consumed by the flames. The excruciating pain compelled them to claw desperately at their burning flesh, only to despairingly tear away their charred skin, revealing stark, white bones beneath. The surging Green Fork River soon began to boil under the dragon's searing breath, fish floating belly up, as steam and dragon fire wove together into a crimson haze. Many who attempted to leap into the river for salvation found themselves scalded instead, their belongings sinking helplessly to the riverbed. Terrified by the hellish scene before them, Rhaenyra and Rhaenyra sought to restrain their dragon. Yet the present carnage exhilarated their dragons immensely. The crimson dragon, amidst Rhaenyra's exclamations, swept its tail across the bell tower, sending the bronze bell, engulfed in flames, plummeting into the square, crushing many fleeing souls into mere pulp. It mockingly pursued a boy bearing a shield, its fiery breath licking the iron, melting it into a pool of scarlet molten metal, while the boy's hands, reduced to charred remnants, remained affixed to the handle. The violet dragon of Rhaenyra tore through a barn, scattering grains and rodents that burst into flames like fireworks. It then seized a neighing steed and hurled it into the night sky, intestines and blood showering down like rain. Before the horse could even touch the ground, it had been roasted to perfection, devoured whole by the dragon. Chapter 323. Hellfire sailing away in a small boat through the castle's dark passage. The Marquis of Flor wore a countenance steeped in ominous gloom. The cold evening breeze swept across the river, failing to extinguish the raging fury that ignited within him. Despite the Flor family's wealth and kin having long since departed, several hundred residents remained in the city, doomed to share the same fate as Luana City. Witnessing the fortress, painstakingly constructed over a century, reduced to ashes by the dragon, the Marquis's heart bled, his wrath seemingly more fervent than the soaring dragon flames. Wait, the Flor family shall exact a double reckoning for this blood debt. Only your tears can quell the fire of my anger. Only the last drop of your blood can atone for the innocent souls in this city. The twin towers of Luana City now blazed with the dark god's dragon fire, illuminating the entire Green Fork River region like towering torches. Even the distant coastal city of Haijiang could see the inferno clearly. Count Malister of Haijiang stood atop his castle tower, gazing northeast at the flames lighting up half the sky, filled with foreboding. The storm of the Seven Kingdoms has finally arrived. Red Princess, calm down. Red Princess. Rhaenyra desperately attempted to restrain her dragon from further harming the residents of Westeros City, yet her efforts bore little fruit. In a moment of inspiration, she directed her dragon towards the livestock, urging, "There are animals in the stables for you to feast upon. Go there, Red Princess." Since awakening, these 3 dragons had scarcely been sated, and now they finally had the chance to fill their bellies, scarcely caring for their dragon riders. Rhaenyra's dragon exceeded 100 meters in length, its vibrant red scales glistening. It bore clusters of fishwood trees several meters high upon its head and back. Rhaenyra clung to the branches to prevent being thrown off. Yet, with flames engulfing Westeros City, she feared the fishwood might catch fire as well. Rhaenyra's Violet Prince found himself in a similarly precarious situation. In a desperate quest to satiate its hunger, the colossal dragon, measuring over 90 meters in length, descended upon the streets adjacent to the main fortress, voraciously seizing every human and animal that could serve as sustenance. Its distinctive tail, adorned with sharp spines, effortlessly pierced through both people and livestock, delivering them directly to its ravenous maw. Witnessing the Purple Prince devour his prey with a crunch akin to that of chewing jelly beans, the young Rhaenyra felt a tumultuous upheaval in his stomach. Ultimately, he could no longer contain himself and retched upon the Purple Prince. This act incited the ire of the Purple Prince, who, visibly displeased, began to shake his massive form. The dragons, lacking saddles, were usually ridden by grasping their spines, and it was not long before Rhaenyra found himself precariously teetering on the edge of falling from the dragon's back. In a state of panic, he cried out, "Put me down! Put me down, Purple Prince!" Having successfully ridden dragons for over a month, Rhaenyra's command was still met with a reluctant compliance from the dragon, which lowered itself, albeit begrudgingly. However, at that moment, Boros, commanding the Dark God, had ignited the main fortress of Westeros City. Just as Boros was preparing to overthrow the Frey family's stronghold, a thunderous roar echoed through the air, and a massive green mushroom cloud erupted from within the fortress. The Frey stronghold quickly disintegrated, with searing green flames accompanied by flying debris and fragments of architecture spreading like demons unleashed from the depths of hell. The Dark God, caught off guard, was instantly engulfed by the Emerald Inferno. The violent shockwave hurled the Dark God into the air, causing him to tumble several times before barely regaining his balance. Boros, frightened, clung tightly to the dragon's spines, fearful of plummeting to his demise. With great effort, the Dark God managed to stabilize, but the blazing green flames ignited his wings, while the sharp debris tore large gashes in his leathery appendages. Consequently, he hastily descended to the ground, frantically thrashing about in a desperate attempt to extinguish the insidious green fire that clung to him like a parasite. Although the Dark God shielded Boros from the brunt of the impact, the surrounding temperature soared alarmingly, causing his hair and garments to ignite spontaneously. The excruciating pain elicited a scream from Boros akin to that of a slaughtered pig. As he attempted to pat out the flames, he inadvertently slipped off the back of the panicking Dark God. In a moment of desperation, Boros seized a spine on the Dark God's tail, preventing his fall. Nevertheless, in his frantic bid to extinguish the flames, the Dark God charged toward the towering structures, stirring up clouds of dust and debris. Choked and nearly stripped bare, Boros struggled to catch his breath, his lungs feeling as though they might burst. The chaotic flurry of shattered stones assailed his already scorched body. Over the past 6 months in the Moonlight Mountains, he had endured nothing but hardship, shedding over 20 pounds in weight. Thus, despite his formidable physique, the recent tribulations had begun to take their toll. In the wake of the recent explosion, Prince Baelon and Rhaenyra had found themselves near the main fortress. Lying on the ground, the shockwave from the wildfire's detonation hurled him violently through the air. The emerald flames not only ignited his dragon wings, but also inflicted grievous wounds upon him and his wings from countless sharp stones and metallic shards, causing his searing dragon blood to sizzle against the bluestone ground. The fishwood atop his head had also caught fire, eliciting a pained howl from the prince. However, the most unfortunate was Rhaenyra, who was in the midst of descending alongside Prince Baelon when the explosion sent him soaring into the air, only to be met by a flying scythe that severed his neck, leading to his swift engulfment by the wildfire, reducing him to ash in mere moments. The Red Princess, situated at a distance from the main fortress, was struck by the powerful shockwave, causing her to stagger, yet she emerged relatively unscathed. Nonetheless, the violent force left Rhaenyra momentarily dazed, nearly on the brink of unconsciousness. Upon hearing the prince's agonized cries from afar, she sensed that calamity had struck. Red Princess, quickly! She commanded her dragon to approach Prince Baelon. Having feasted on several livestock, the Red Princess, Red Pearl, felt a sense of fullness and obediently followed Lana's directive. Seeing that Lenino's silhouette had vanished from the prince's back, Lana's heart leapt to her throat. It cannot be. Lenino, where are you? Please respond, dear brother. Chapter 324. The deluge approaches. Near the Eagle's Nest fortress in Dorne, another deluge had descended. Ever since the completion of the fortress walls at Prince's Pass, such storms had become a regular occurrence every 10 days or so, and the populace had grown accustomed to them. The incessant rains had swollen the waters of the Vale River, transforming it into a raging torrent. Now, it had become exceedingly difficult for the Dornish to navigate their boats across the river. Within a completed tower of the fortress, Daenerys and Bashani were feeding 4 young shadow leopards with goat's milk using newly crafted glass bottles designed by glass artisans. As the production capabilities of this world could not yet yield rubber nipples, Daenerys had instructed them to use fish glue from large fish as a substitute. The newborn shadow leopards had yet to open their eyes and relied entirely on Daenerys and Bashani's assistance to feed. At their current size, they resembled ordinary puppies, possessing a surprisingly large appetite, requiring the milk of 2 peak lactation goats to satiate their hunger. When the 4 little creatures had their bellies filled to the brim, Daenerys gently moistened a piece of cotton cloth with warm water to clean their private parts, aiding them in their bowel movements. Nearby, the little monkey Luca, curious, approached and imitated Daenerys, taking up the cloth to wipe as well. Luca was indeed clever. Aside from his inability to speak, he resembled an ordinary child in many ways. During Daenerys' absence, it was almost always Bessani who took care of Luca, thus fostering a bond between them. People say the princess is blessed with fair weather. Yet why has it been pouring near Eagle's Nest lately? Bessani pondered, glancing out at the heavy rain. Daenerys returned the little shadow leopards to their den made of wolf skin after they had relieved themselves. While washing her hands, she mused, isn't nature often unpredictable? Feeling the chill of the wind seeping through the window, she instructed Bessani, it seems this downpour will last for most of the day. Please have the kitchen prepare more meat broth for the workers and send them some ale. The contrast of hot and cold can easily lead to illness. As she watched the flashes of lightning and the playful young dragons sheltered under amorous wings outside, a sense of unease washed over Daenerys. With the cold wind and rain mist swirling around her, she contemplated the current state of affairs in the 7 kingdoms and the potential upheavals that might arise. Danny, I'm back. Just then, Bernard's familiar voice echoed from downstairs. Moments later, a drenched Bernard entered the fortress tower, brimming with excitement. With a conspiratorial tone, he asked, Danny, can you guess what delightful treasure I have brought back for you? Noticing the wooden cage covered in animal skins that several guards were carrying behind him, Daenerys quickly guessed. You haven't captured an ice wolf or a shadow lynx, have you? You guessed it. Truly, you are the prince of the sacred flame, Bernard exclaimed. Momentarily taken aback, then feigned indignation, you really lack a sense of drama. Even if you guessed it, couldn't you pretend a little? By stating it so bluntly. Where's the surprise? With that, he lifted the animal skin covering the cage, revealing 5 freshly weaned ice wolves. Thank heavens I followed your suggestion and ventured to silent. Otherwise, I would never have had the chance to encounter the injured Dream Spirit and these 5 ice wolf pups. Dream Spirit? Oh, that's the name of an ice wolf I have tamed. Your dragon is named Dreamfire, so I thought Dream Spirit sounded fitting. They complement each other so well. How can a male wolf have pups? Bernard burst into hearty laughter. Of course, a male wolf cannot have pups. The 5 Arctic wolf pups belong to another she-wolf. At that time, Dream Spirit and the she-wolf were engaged in a fierce struggle, resulting in the latter sustaining fatal injuries. However, we discovered these 5 pups in her den. It took considerable effort for the Watcher Dream Spirit to rescue them. As soon as his injuries healed, I hastened to return with the Arctic wolf pups. The guard set down the cage, saluted, and departed. At that moment, the Forest Child Watcher arrived at the fortress tower with a massive black Arctic wolf. Greetings, Your Highness. You claim that the turmoil in the Riverlands involves the Green Prophet? Indeed, and he is a formidable Green Prophet. He once sought to enlist the forest children of God's Eye Lake to confront the Targaryen family, but was rebuffed. Nevertheless, the Green Prophet made it clear that there are indeed dragons under his control within the Moonlight Mountains, and not just one. During the reign of Innis, several young dragons went missing from Dragonstone, and most believe they had been devoured by other dragons. Now it appears that the situation is far more complicated. At that moment, Bessani entered carrying a pot of hot milk tea and a platter of roasted meat. It's quite chilly in the tower. Let us enjoy some hot tea. Bernard, do change into a dry outfit. We have insufficient medicine in Eagle's Nest, and should you fall ill, it would be troublesome. Daenerys observed Bessani's concern for Bernard, and a subtle smile graced her lips. Very well. I shall return shortly. Bernard's clothes were thoroughly soaked, and feeling uncomfortable, he promptly excused himself. Daniela took out the firefall dagger to slice the roasted meat into small pieces, which she then slowly placed before the 5 wary Arctic wolf pups. Go ahead and eat. Though the little creatures licked their lips at the enticing aroma of the meat, they remained vigilant, hesitating to approach Daniela. Thus, Daniela began to softly chant the Valyrian shepherd's song, allowing her magic to gradually envelop the pups. Before long, one pure white pup with red eyes, while keeping its gaze fixed on Daniela, swiftly snatched a piece of meat from the platter. Yet, it quickly retreated to its siblings, devouring the morsel voraciously. Seeing this, the other pups rushed towards the platter of roasted meat as well. In no time, an entire leg of lamb was entirely consumed. Daniela then poured a bowl of sheep's milk for them. Though they had been weaned, after the meat, the pups were quite thirsty and lapped it up eagerly. At this moment, they relaxed significantly in Daniela's presence. While continuing to sing the shepherd's song, she tentatively reached out her hand towards the white pup. I have returned. Ah. Dania swiftly retracted her finger, which had been bitten by the little white wolf. Bernard, who had just rushed into the room, immediately tore a piece from his pristine white silk shirt to quickly wrap around Dania's injured finger, yet the blood soon began to seep through. In a building that had nearly crumbled into ruins in the city of Wonha, Rhaenyra struggled to prop herself up. But the animal hide mattress beneath her was stained with a patch of crimson. Chapter 325. Choices, little miss. Please drink some fish soup. Though its taste leaves much to be desired, it will aid in restoring your strength. The women in our village consumed this soup for a while after their weddings. A frail little girl approached Rhaenyra, holding a bowl of fish soup that exuded a strong fishy odor mingled with herbal notes. This girl had been captured by Boros from a nearby estate specifically to attend to Rhaenyra. Though merely 12 or 13, her impoverished upbringing rendered her exceptionally gaunt. Rhaenyra managed to support herself, yet waves of excruciating pain radiated from her lower body, igniting a fiery rage in her eyes. She accepted the bowl from the girl, suppressing the urge to vomit, and swallowed the entire contents in one determined gulp. Boros, she spat vehemently, wiping the remnants of soup from her lips with her hand. You shall not control me in such a manner. Never. At present, 80 to 90% of Wonha's structures had been reduced to rubble. Only a few impoverished neighborhoods in the corners and the stone arch bridge crossing the river had survived, sheltered from the chaos of the town. However, even those who had managed to endure the calamity were now subjugated by Boros. The individuals roaming the remnants of Wonha were all those Boros had seized from nearby estates to serve him. They were haphazardly housed in the intact Way River Tower, located on the stone arch bridge. It was here that the severely burned Boros, seeking relief from his agony, indulged in drunkenness. Whether by accident or design, emboldened by drink, he barged into Rhaenyra's chamber one fateful night, claiming her innocence. With livestock and people already scarce in Wonha, even if everything were consumed, there would be no sustenance sufficient to satiate the bellies of 3 colossal dragons, burdened with burns and lacerations. Boros had no choice but to venture daily to hunt in the nearby estates with his dragons. After feeding the dragons, he would return with several young and beautiful peasant girls to serve him within the Way River Tower. Despite Boros's severe injuries, his robust constitution and the ministrations of local healers allowed him to recover significantly within just a week. In stark contrast, Rhaenyra's body grew increasingly frail under the relentless torment inflicted by Boros. 300-meter dragons? Boros. Upon receiving news that Boros had led 3 dragons to raise Wonha, King Jaehaerys of Junlin could no longer remain idle. He promptly commanded the Grand Maester to issue a decree to all dragon lords of House Targaryen, summoning them to King's Landing without delay. The scholars, dispatched from the Citadel to establish the King's Landing Academy, had arrived several months prior and had since founded the institution in a royal manor near the cathedral. The relatively neutral young scholar, Uvel, was elected as the new Grand Maester. King Jaehaerys, having weathered countless storms throughout his life, had never felt such trepidation. As the head of House Targaryen, he was acutely aware of the terror posed by 3 colossal dragons. Currently, only Vhagar and Dreamfire could contend with them. Bloodworm Clarks and the Red Queen Melisandre could potentially take on one. Although Wormsoul and Silverwing possessed similar strength, they were unclaimed and thus could not partake in the Battle of Dragons. Jaehaerys' intelligence regarding the 7 kingdoms was scarcely inferior to that of Daenerys. He understood that with the simultaneous appearance of the 3 dragons, one of the dragon lords was Boros, while the other 2 must be the missing Rhaenyra and Rhaenys. Consequently, Rhaenys' Red Queen would not merely serve as an ally to House Targaryen, but could indeed pose a significant threat. Ogian, Swiftly prepare 3 great ships and a trustworthy crew to escort the 3 brothers, Aegon, to safety in Bravos, Pintos, and Volantis. Yes, your grace. I shall make the arrangements immediately. However, your grace, Princess Daenerys commands a dozen dragons. Even if Boros and his kin wield 3 colossal dragons, can they truly stir much trouble? Your Highness's dragon-riding prowess is unparalleled, Jaehaerys lamented. Alas, the dragons under her command are rather diminutive. You cannot fathom the dread of 3 fully grown dragons. Did Ogiant truly lack understanding? As a supporter of Daenerys, he naturally considered matters from her perspective. Your grace speaks true. The dragons under her command are indeed numerous and are all newborns this year. There has never been a year in the history of the 7 kingdoms that has seen the birth of such a multitude of dragons. I wonder if the princess will bring all of them with her this time? At Ogian's remarks, Jaehaerys' expression shifted, though he ultimately remarked, she is wise. She will know how to proceed. On the expansive outdoor banquet platform outside Wind's Rest, Daemon, with a beautiful woman in one arm, savored fine wine while contentedly observing Clark's being served barbecue by the servants. However, upon seeing a roasted cow being brought forth, Daemon's displeasure flared. Edmund, does Wind's Rest lack the means to gather even a few fat pigs? Must we settle for a cow? With a darkened countenance, Edmund retorted. Consider how long you have lingered at Wind's Rest. The pigsty of Windwhisper Castle has long been devoured by your dragon, and now you can only gather what you can from the nearby estates, making it difficult to ensure sufficient provisions. However, rest assured, when the team returns from their collection, you will have enough to sustain you for several months, should you choose to linger. As the Duke of Windwhisper, Aemond will not allow Daemon to utter words suggesting that the Baratheon family is incapable of sustaining even a single dragon in front of his many vassals. Thus, even if it pains him to do so, he must maintain a facade of grandeur to alleviate the monotony of his time at Windwhisper Castle. Daemon persistently urged Aemond to summon all the vassals under the pretense of a hunt, and now they are in the midst of a grand feast to celebrate the anticipated success of the expedition. Upon hearing this, Daemon reverted to his roguish demeanor and playfully pinched the rear of a nearby beauty, eliciting a sharp cry from her that harmonized with the song of the birds above. In that moment, a fiery red firehawk, resembling a streak of flame, swiftly appeared before Daemon, delivering a sealed letter. Upon reading the missive, Daemon's expression shifted to one of grave seriousness. The furious roar of the dragon, Clercus, immediately set the crowd on edge. After finishing a roasted bull, Clercus quickly crawled over to Daemon. Daemon rose and strode a few steps towards Clercus, drawing the Valyrian sword, Dark Knight, with a grim countenance, and declared loudly, "The Baratheon family is plotting treason. Boros has commanded dragons to incinerate the city of Wanha. Will you remain loyal to your lord and join them in their betrayal? Or will you suppress the rebels and join me in dismantling the entire Baratheon lineage?" Chapter 326. The Change at Windwhisper Castle. This is impossible. Count Clinton of Eagle's Nest was the first to draw his sword, positioning himself protectively in front of Aemond. "Prince Daemon, are you jesting?" he exclaimed. "Only the Targaryens can command dragons. How could young Boros?" He faltered, realizing he could say no more. For the Baratheon name is indeed a bastard offshoot of the Targaryen line, with a history of intermarriage. Boros' grandmother was a pure-blooded Targaryen. Which dragon does he command? And why would he burn Wanna City? Prince Daemon, your claims are truly shocking, and we find them hard to believe. Daemon nonchalantly pointed Dark Knight at Count Clinton and replied, "The truth shall soon be revealed to you all. I am not here to persuade you, but to offer you the chance to make the right choice." Count Sivan of Stonehelm exchanged glances with several counts from the border regions before speaking first. "I believe Prince Daemon would not deceive us with such matters. For the truth will eventually come to light, will it not? The Sivan family, with its long history and formidable influence, is one of the most powerful lords in the borderlands, known for their pride and caution. After Daenerys took control of Eagle's Nest, she personally transported supplies to meet her. This marked the first military action by the Targaryen dynasty against Dorne in decades, yielding commendable results. The Swan family, residing in Stonehelm, is situated by a grand river flowing into the Dornish Sea. The fertile lands along its banks have bestowed considerable wealth and power upon them, making them one of the most influential nobles in the Stormlands beneath House Baratheon. Historically, the Swan family, being the oldest nobility of the borderlands, has harbored deep-seated conflicts with the nobles of Dorne and the Riverlands. Thus, Daenerys' elimination of the other 2 families of comparable power, the Valerians and the Carens, greatly pleased Lord Swan. Following the War of Conquest, the Swan family, loyal to Storm's End, participated in numerous battles alongside their liege, producing renowned warriors and family members who served as Kingsguard. The Swan family is willing to heed Prince Daemon's call, as the nobility of the borderlands remains forever loyal to the protectors of the Seven Kingdoms. With Lord Swan leading the charge, several borderland earls, previously intimidated by Daenerys, also voiced their willingness to follow Prince Daemon's summons. And you? Earl Clinton furiously pointed at the borderland earls, momentarily at a loss for words due to his anger. Among the nobles of the borderlands, only Earl Tondril of Blackport refrained from immediate allegiance, instead inquiring of Daemon, Prince Daemon. May I ask how you intend to deal with Duke Edmund? Daemon, planting his dark staff into the ground, looked down imperiously and replied, I naturally hope that you all make the right choice, thus avoiding any bloodshed today. As for Duke Edmund, I will personally escort him to King's Landing to face His Majesty's judgment. The elderly Earl of Isman Island had long since covertly allied with Daenerys alongside Earl Tarth, and thus stepped forward to ease the tension, stating, since Prince Daemon is willing to grant Duke Beaumont a fair chance at judgment, we shall, of course, heed your summons. Earl Fair of Driftmark, a steadfast royalist, echoed, if Boros truly destroys Lannisport, then House Baratheon is indeed unfit to govern the Stormlands. A foolish and brutal dragon rider would only bring endless calamity to the Seven Kingdoms. Earl Selmy of Harvest Hall concurred, adding, I believe Prince Daemon would not deceive us regarding such grave matters. Let us send Duke Beaumont to King's Landing to receive His Majesty's personal judgment. We cannot allow the mad Boros to plunge the entire Stormlands into a bloody civil war. Let us not forget that our liege lord is House Baratheon. Earl Clinton, ever loyal to House Baratheon, angrily roared at the assembly, betrayal is the most detestable act in the eyes of the gods. Count Shuwen immediately retorted, you are indeed correct, which is precisely why we have chosen to forsake the treacherous Baratheon family. Moreover, I cannot fathom a justification for Boros's incineration of Wano City. The only plausible explanation seems to be the undue favor bestowed upon him by Princess Daenerys, the daughter of House Frey. Is it not absurd that Boros, harboring a grudge from a lost wager, would dedicate his life to seeking vengeance against any family connected to the princess? If such a man were allowed to continue leading the Stormlands, I shudder to think of the consequences. The chaos in the Riverlands, along with the gathering of Dornishmen at the Pleasure Tower, is likely orchestrated by that foolish Boros behind the scenes. For his own selfish interests, he dares to contemplate delivering the entire borderlands into the hands of the Dornish for their rampage. Such a lord is one the Shuwen family cannot serve. At this moment, Count Eller of the Hayloft stepped forward to stand beside Count Clinton, expressing his dissent. What you propose lacks any substantive evidence. It is the duty of every vassal to heed the summons of their lord, and we should not stand idly by while Prince Daemon leads away Duke Edmund. Count Buckler of Coppergate then joined Count Shuwen, asserting, if Duke Beaumont is innocent, His Majesty King Jaehaerys will surely render a fair judgment. As vassals, we must have faith in our lord. There is no necessity to provoke the royal authority, for no one desires true chaos to erupt within the Seven Kingdoms. In such a scenario, no family would remain unscathed. Indeed, another voice chimed in, however, we cannot simply watch as Duke Beaumont is taken away. Soon, the assembled nobles divided into three factions. Those supporting Daemon, led by Count Shuwen, were few in number but comprised long-established, eminent families. Count Clinton led a substantial faction loyal to the Baratheons, predominantly comprised of lesser houses that had risen after the Baratheons seized Storm's End. Meanwhile, a larger contingent quietly lingered in the background, eager to avoid offending either side. These families had historically remained inconspicuous within the Seven Kingdoms. Enough, Daemon proclaimed. This is Storm's End, not a place for your insolence. You have disturbed us long enough. I implore you to depart swiftly. Should Boros have committed any offense against the crown, I shall personally escort him to King's Landing to face the king's judgment. That may not be for you to decide. As Daemon's words hung in the air, Clark rushed forward, sweeping aside Count Clinton and his allies who stood before Beaumont. Seizing the opportunity, Daemon leapt forth like a panther, swiftly severing Edmund's tendons with a dagger. Duke Beaumont barely managed to utter a cry before Daemon struck him unconscious. The assembly, save for the staunch Baratheon loyalists, scattered in fear. In the face of the relentless dragon flames unleashed by Clark, the various lords and the guards of Windspire Fortress found themselves utterly defenseless, many ignited in an instant. The self-proclaimed Iron Man, Count Clinton, was the first victim, engulfed by the searing dragon fire that melted his flesh away. The anguished cries reverberated throughout the fortress, instilling a profound sense of dread in all present. The maids, overwhelmed by the stench of charred flesh, began to retch uncontrollably, screaming as they fled towards the castle interior. The dozen or so lords accompanying Count Clinton could not escape the torrent of flames unleashed by Clark, instantly becoming mere flickering candles in the inferno. Though a few agile ones narrowly avoided the dragon's wrath, they were swiftly captured by Count Shivan and his cohorts. Despite Windspire Fortress possessing a commendable military force of 200 to 300 knights and soldiers, they proved inadequate against the might of the dragon. In no time, the majority were consumed by the flames, with the remainder subdued by the combined efforts of the noble families. Within a mere half-hour, control of Windspire Fortress changed hands. Those who dared to resist were either incinerated by Clark or captured by the nobles, having savored the taste of human flesh. Clark opened his maw wide and swallowed Count Clinton whole. However, Daemon showed no intention of intervening, arrogantly proclaiming, "Since you are so loyal, continue to serve with your remains. At least this saves your lord a considerable number of livestock." Confronted with the dragon's majesty, the assembled nobles dared not voice further dissent, obediently falling silent and feigning compliance. First, confine these individuals in the dungeons of Windspire Fortress until His Majesty decides the fate of the Baelish family. Count Ismon, are you prepared? Old Count Ismon stepped forward, stating, "Your Highness, the Holy Flame Fleet has long awaited outside Windspire Fortress." "Excellent. Then I entrust the interim management of Windspire Fortress to you. Count Shivan, Count Fair, Count Selmy, I shall take Edmund to King's Landing to face the King's judgment. The other families will be your responsibility to cleanse. You may spare their lives, but their territories must be reclaimed, and their wealth gathered to Windspire Fortress. Once I have dealt with Edmund, I shall return to reward you all personally." Yes, Count Shivan and the others understood that aligning with the winning side was no simple task. Capturing the loyal strongholds of the Baelish family would serve as their testament of loyalty. After Clark had devoured the hundreds of Stormland nobles and the soldiers of Windspire Fortress, Daemon hoisted Edmund onto the dragon's back and soared towards King's Landing. Once Daemon departed, Count Ismon commanded the gates to be opened, allowing a fully armed 100 dragon guard and 500 unsullied to enter the fortress. In less than half a day's time, they had completely seized control of the entire Wind Whisper Fortress. "My Lord Ismon, now that His Highness Daemon has entrusted the management of Wind Whisper Fortress to you, how shall we proceed?" Count Shivan humbly inquired of Count Ismon in the council hall. "This is not a difficult task. I shall have the scholars summon the main forces of those rebellious families to Wind Whisper Fortress in the name of Duke Edmund. You can lead the army to capture them en route. Without these core combatants, the rebel fortresses will be easily subdued, and tranquility shall return to the stormy lands. Indeed, this is the most prudent course of action." Count Sime was the first to concur, acknowledging that their combined strength would effectively intercept the main forces of those territories. Without their backbone, the losses incurred in the siege would be significantly mitigated. Yes, the forces of the Clinton and other families are already at a disadvantage. If we first eliminate their main strength, we can indeed avert considerable losses. The assembled nobles expressed unanimous agreement. With the strategy decided, they immediately began to send messages to their respective families, summoning troops to gather at Wind Whisper Fortress. While Boros was still recuperating in the ruins of Wana City, the Storm Alliance took merely 5 days to eradicate all loyal families to Balexian. Over 1,000 fell in battle, with more than 3,000 taken captive. After neutralizing these family forces, the Storm Alliance, now reorganized with 6,000 to 7,000 troops, commenced their operations from the nearest family to Wind Whisper Fortress. They captured 4 or 5 fortresses with little effort. However, they did not mistreat the defeated families. Instead, they sent their members and servants along with their possessions directly to Wind Whisper Fortress. Count Ismon confined the core members of those families in the dungeon of Wind Whisper Fortress, awaiting judgment, while the remaining peripheral figures and servants were packed off to the Holy Flame Fleet, destined to the Stone Step Isles as slaves. Count Shivan, ahead lies Eagle Nest Fortress, which shall not be easily breached, Count Sime remarked, gazing at the distant fortress. Though small, Eagle Nest Fortress was remarkably sturdy. Perched upon a towering dark red cliff that jutted out over the tumultuous waters of Shipwreck Bay, the fortress was enveloped on 3 sides by the surging sea, with its landward entrance forming a long natural causeway known as the Griffin's Throat. At one end of the Griffin's Throat stood a guarded gate, while the other end was flanked by the fortress's main gate and 2 circular towers. Well-equipped garrison forces could withstand an assault from 20 times their number, making it a place easy to defend but difficult to conquer, having rarely been taken in history. The Storm Alliance established their encampment half a kilometer from Eagle Nest Fortress, and the nobles convened to deliberate their battle strategies. Although we have captured their main forces, There remain 40 to 50 soldiers guarding Eagle Nest Fortress. If we launch a direct assault, our losses will undoubtedly be significant. The Earl of Morgan from Crow's Nest Castle and the Clinton family are the closest allies. Thus they are most familiar with Eagle's Nest Castle. There is no need for concern. Everyone should take a moment to rest and remain prepared for battle. When the time comes, assistance will naturally arrive. The leader of the coalition, Count Schwen, spoke with remarkable confidence. Although the others were still filled with doubt, they refrained from voicing their concerns. Suddenly, an hour later, a sharp cry of a falcon resounded overhead. Following this, 3 colossal dragons, one black, one green, and one gray, emerged, each measuring over 20 meters in length. The assembled forces took flight, led by the crimson-feathered falcon, directly towards the gates and 2 towers of Eagle's Nest Castle. Little Balerian's viscous green flames rivaled wildfires as they ignited the heavy oak gates. Vargahana's orange explosive flames obliterated the right tower, leaving no guards to escape. With a speed advantage, Grey Shadow unleashed a breath of grayish-white flames that engulfed the left tower almost simultaneously. A dozen soldiers, ignited by Dragonfire, frantically fled. Grey Shadow dove down, seizing 2 of the burning warriors in his jaws and crunched them with a series of savage bites. Chapter 328. Can the Crimson Falcon command dragons? Inside the main fortress of Eagle's Nest, Lady Clinton, upon seeing the dragons, realized the castle's doom. She hurriedly led her young children to the secret passage under the protection of her guards, unaware that a crimson-feathered falcon was surveying everything from above. After igniting the oak gates, little Balerion dove down, using his tail to shatter the massive door into splinters. The guards, armed with long spears and shields, were immediately thrown into disarray by the flying debris. With a menacing dragon head, little Balerion peered over the castle wall and, spotting the defenders within, unleashed another torrent of dragonfire. The splattering remnants of green flames consumed the few remaining guards. The scent of charred flesh whetted little Balerion's appetite, and with a gaping maw, he devoured several struggling guards nearby. The crunching sounds terrified those engulfed in flames. Many drew their daggers in a desperate bid for self-preservation. By the time Count Schwen and his forces reached the castle gates, all the guards had already been swallowed by little Balerion. With his appetite whetted, the 3 dragons cleverly made their way towards the castle's livestock pens, where hundreds of pigs and sheep had been roasted to perfection. The dragons were now feasting contentedly on the spoils. At that moment, a crisp bird call echoed once more from the direction of the eastern fortress of Eagle's Nest. East Fortress stands as the tallest among the Eagle's Nest, offering a panoramic view of the surrounding villages. Within its walls lie stables, an armory, barracks, and a bachelor tower, which houses a crow's nest. Beneath the altar of the Virgin in the 7 holy halls, a secret staircase leads directly to a concealed cove below the cliffs, revealing its entrance only during low tide, making it exceedingly difficult to detect. At this moment, Countess Clinton had arrived near the cave with her children. Upon hearing the call of the red-feathered falcon, young Baelor and the others had no choice but to cease their meal and rush towards the bird. Count Edward had not anticipated that the reinforcements mentioned in Princess Daenerys' secret missive would take the form of 3 mighty dragons. Yet, this unexpected arrival allowed them to seize Eagle's Nest with minimal effort. Faced with the tempestuous coalition, the remaining dozen guards and servants of Eagle's Nest dared not continue their resistance and surrendered willingly. However, as Countess Clinton and her companions finally emerged from the muddy passage and boarded their small boat, they despaired upon discovering the 3 dragons on the beach, their predatory gaze fixed upon them. Unbeknownst to them, perched upon the head of the black dragon was the red-feathered falcon. Dragon, dragon, mother a dragon. The fearless spirit of the 3 or 4-year-old boy, young William, was unscathed by fear. Instead, he called out in excitement upon seeing the dragon. William, silence. Countess Clinton swiftly covered young William's mouth and shielded her other children behind her. One of the guards, though filled with dread, bravely drew his steel sword to protect Countess Clinton and her offspring. With a menacing hiss, young Baelor issued a warning, advising them against any rash actions. The resounding roar of the dragon naturally attracted the attention of Count Edward and his associates, prompting them to dispatch a contingent forthwith. The leading Earl Morgan, familiar with Countess Clinton, spoke in a persuasive tone. Countess Clinton, it would be prudent for you to return with us to Wind's Rest. No harm shall come to you. Humph, a malignant neighbor at my door. Should I express my gratitude to you, Lord Morgan? The 7 watch over us at all times. I wonder if the gluttonous rat, transformed from the cook of Long Night Castle, has met his end? Oathbreakers never meet a favorable fate. The tale of the rat cook is one of the most infamous stories in Westeros. It is said that he was a chef at Long Night Castle. In a quest for vengeance against the king, the rat cook conspired to murder all of the king's offspring. He crafted a grand pie using their remains, mixed with onions, carrots, mushrooms, and other seasonings. After sprinkling it with pepper and salt, he paired it with bacon and dark red Dornish wine, presenting it to the king, who praised its deliciousness and requested another slice. Only after the king had consumed the entire pie did the rat cook reveal the gruesome truth. This matter has incited the ire of the gods. In retribution for such dishonorable conduct, the deities transformed the chef into an enormous white rat, akin to a sow, condemned to consume his own offspring. Henceforth, he roamed the halls of Long Night Fortress, devouring his progeny, yet his insatiable hunger remained eternally unquenched. Each time the old nursemaids recounted this tale, they would admonish the children that while one has the right to seek vengeance, the gods would never forgive the slaughter of guests beneath one's own roof or the trampling of their rights. Some believe the king of the Undulls in the story to be Tywin Lannister too, while others argue it is Oswell Arryn. Although the events transpired centuries before Aegon's landing, even to this day, a ballad persists within the Seven Kingdoms, recounting the disgraceful saga of the Rat Chef. This song serves as a grim reminder of the terrible consequences of violating the sacred rites of hospitality. Indeed, the Baratheon family is but a bastardy of the Targaryens. To be granted the title of Duke of Storm's End is a considerable favor. Lord Morgaine, naturally, would not engage in a war of words with a woman, merely stating, however, that due to a lost wager, he harbors resentment, recklessly disturbing the Seven Kingdoms, resulting in countless souls lost in the Riverlands. After successfully commanding the dragon, he outright betrayed his realm, reducing the peaceful town of Riverrun to ruins. How could such a ruthless oath-breaker expect a favorable outcome? My lady, if you do not wish for your children to perish alongside you in Dragonfire, refrain from engaging in reckless actions, for we cannot control the dragons. With the assistance of the three-headed dragon, Balerion, Lord Swan led the coalition of Storm's End, capturing all loyalists to the Baratheon family in less than a week. The dungeons of Storm's End soon overflowed with captives. Lord Ismont then confined all young noble heirs and their ladies to Ismont Isle for solitary detention, while the servants and collateral relatives seized from various castles were dispatched to the Steppes Islands, numbering no fewer than 10,000. Lord Swan, have you spotted the red-feathered falcon atop that black dragon? Lord Selmy pointed at the falcon perched on Balerion's head before the charred gates of Coppergate, which had been incinerated by Dragonfire. I cannot shake the feeling that these three dragons seem to be under the command of that falcon. It would be prudent not to indulge such curiosity, my lord. The meticulous Lord Swan, as the commander of the Storm's End coalition, was not oblivious to this observation. Yet he understood well that those who feign ignorance tend to endure longer. The Targaryens have always been the most divine, and while their peculiar methods may seem extraordinary, it is often wiser to remain somewhat oblivious. Chapter 329. A transformed Storm's End following the conquest of Coppergate, the Stormlands, which had endured a fortnight of turmoil, swiftly regained its tranquility. This conflict, unlike any before, was a game of power played among the nobles, where the common folk bore no burden for their squabbles. Count Sherwin, leading the coalition forces of Stormland, adopted a strategy of waging war to sustain war, thereby eliminating the need to draw resources from their own territories. Consequently, this approach alleviated the burdens on the inhabitants of their respective domains. Upon capturing each castle, they would seize weapons and the valuable possessions amassed by the nobles, while leaving half of the provisions to be distributed among the local populace. This ensured that the residents besieged within the castles endured minimal suffering from the ravages of war. Aside from the professional soldiers, the militiamen conscripted from the various castles were also released by Count Sherwin and his forces. Thus, the number of ordinary citizens who lost their homes and lives during this conflict was remarkably low. Even in instances where individuals perished due to the war, they received additional compensation. After Count Sherwin and the other earls accounted for the assets of the Buckler family in Coppergate City, all valuable items were promptly packed and dispatched to Windrest Castle. Food and livestock, along with other essential supplies, were halved and allocated to the residents of Coppergate City. The distribution of resources was overseen by Count Methelin of Mistwood City. Although he struggled to comprehend Princess Daniela's rationale behind Count Sherwin's orders, he diligently adhered to the household registry of Coppergate City, ensuring fair distribution of provisions to each family. This practice had become customary for Count Sherwin and his allies with each castle they conquered. News of this benevolent distribution had spread throughout Stormland, leading to increasingly smooth allocations as time progressed. Initially, the populace was skeptical, suspecting some trickery on the part of the nobles. However, once a few brave souls genuinely received substantial supplies, the crowd surged forward in eager anticipation. Yet, despite their urgency, the sight of the fully armed soldiers tempered their enthusiasm, instilling a sense of decorum among the masses. The common folk's aversion to war is easily understood. Each conflict resulted in the systematic plundering of their meager resources by their lords. Moreover, the adult males of the household were often sent to the battlefield as mere fodder, rarely to return. Meanwhile, the elderly, the weak, the sick, and women left at home faced the dire threat of starvation due to the scarcity of provisions. In the central square of Coppergate City, a frail girl, having just received her share of supplies, could scarcely believe her eyes as she lifted the lid of her basket once more. Inside lay enough food to sustain her and her siblings for half a month. The goat tethered to her hand would further provide nutritional sustenance for her younger siblings. Since the passing of their parents, it had been a long time since Ellion's family had enjoyed a full meal. Little did she expect that their return to a state of fullness would stem from the change of ownership of Coppergate City. "Ellion, what are you so merry about?" A robust woman, the formidable Lady Highheart, was initially savoring the furs she had received when her gaze fell upon the goat and basket of food in Ellion's possession, igniting a spark of malice within her. "Lady Highheart, and nothing." Seeing the fierce Lady Highheart approach, Ellion swiftly secured her basket and tightened the rope around the goat, wrapping it around her hand once more. "Nothing at all." What could elicit laughter as hearty as that of a thief who has just pilfered a handsome prize? Without further ado, she tore aside the coarse cloth that covered the basket belonging to Elaine. "My goodness, how is it possible that you have procured such an abundance of food? Your family of paupers hardly deserves such delicacies. Merely having black bread should suffice. Here, this piece of sheepskin should provide your family with a week's worth of black bread." The stout woman declared this and, without hesitation, snatched Elaine's basket, draping the worn sheepskin over her goat. "No, Mrs. Blackheart, that food was given to us by the Lord. I will not trade it with you. Give it back." Elaine immediately grasped her basket tightly, exclaiming, "Take your tattered sheepskin. I don't need it. You insolent girl, how dare you defy me? Do you seek death? I shall trample you." Mrs. Blackheart, seeing Elaine's refusal to relinquish her basket, viciously kicked her in the stomach. The force of the blow nearly caused Elaine to lose consciousness, yet she bravely endured the searing pain in her abdomen, clinging stubbornly to her basket. However, her anguished cry drew the attention of others nearby. "Still not letting go? You wretched girl, are you courting disaster?" As Mrs. Blackheart noticed more people gathering, her anxiety grew, prompting her to exert even greater force, wrenching the basket away. Not satisfied, she seized the opportunity to deliver a vicious kick to Elaine, sending her sprawling to the ground. As Mrs. Blackheart reveled in her triumph and prepared to depart, a colossal hawk, resembling a blazing flame, swooped down with claws poised to strike her face. A horrific scream echoed through several streets. Nearby women gasped as they witnessed Mrs. Blackheart's face torn and bloodied, her grotesque nose lacerated, and one eye dangling perilously from its socket. "Heavens, what has transpired?" "Oh, don't mention it, Mrs." Blackheart attempted to steal Elaine's food and was met with the wrath of that divine bird, resulting in her disfigurement. "Goodness, this is a calamity, Mrs." Blackheart was already quite unattractive. Now her appearance is ruined. How will she face the world again? Do they think she will be the sort to hide away in shame? One can only imagine the nightmares that await the men who find themselves beneath her in the future. Before long, the soldiers tasked with maintaining order arrived at the scene. Upon grasping the situation's details, they promptly apprehended Mrs. Blackheart and her family. Such occurrences are not uncommon in any castle. At times, the oppression among the lower classes can be more blatant and brutal than the subjugation they face from the nobility. What punishment awaits Mrs. Blackheart now? Haven't you heard? In other cities, such bullies are sent to the stone steps isles as slaves. That would be a most gratifying turn of events. Are you not aware? Those noble gentlemen distributing supplies still accept our humble grievances, serving as our advocates. If we experience oppression or unjust treatment, we can appeal to them. Is it truly so? You may be uninformed. I have heard that in the Sacred Flame Isle, Old Town, and the Stone Steps Islands, there exist traveling courts. Each day, those aristocrats mingle with the populace to hear their complaints. Now, this fortunate news has finally reached our Stormland. How splendid. Chapter 330, The Weeping Green Fork River Mother. I am hungry. In a small village near the River Luan in the region of Hudgian, a little boy tugged at his mother's ragged clothing, pleading softly as she struggled through the debris in search of usable materials. "Xiaoyu, your father has gone out to find food. He should return soon." "Let us endure a little longer," his mother replied, wiping her hands on her tattered linen skirt, embracing Xiao Yu tenderly as she offered comfort. Just days ago, 3 ferocious dragons suddenly invaded their village, devouring all the livestock. Many children and elderly who were unable to escape were also consumed in their quest to capture livestock. These dragons devastated nearly half the village's homes. Although Xiao Yu's family suffered no casualties, their house was reduced to ashes by Dragonfire. The flock upon which they relied for sustenance was entirely consumed by the marauding dragons. Their stored provisions were also lost in the conflagration. Yet the crops would not mature for another 2 months. With no alternatives, Xiao Yu's father, along with the villagers, secretly ventured into the nearby restricted hunting zones to capture wild rabbits and pheasants to stave off hunger. They would not dare to do so were it not for desperation. For if caught poaching, they could face exile to the desolate Great Wall for labor, or worse, lose their hands or face execution. The surrounding mountains and rivers belonged to the lords, and they were not permitted to hunt or gather food. Even with such perilous risks, the act of hunting remained fraught with danger. Their rudimentary tools could only suffice for small game like rabbits and pheasants. Should they encounter a wild boar, their only option would be to flee for their lives. Moreover, the dense forests often concealed ruthless bandit groups and wandering night factions. Encountering them could result in the complete loss of their catch, and oftentimes, individuals would be taken captive to serve as slaves. Even if they managed to evade these initial threats, they could still cross paths with individuals from other villages. In ordinary times, this might not pose a significant issue. But now, many nearby villages had been ravaged by the dragons. Thus, upon meeting villagers weaker than themselves, they would unhesitatingly seize their prey, fully aware that such actions would go unreported. Otherwise, once the lords above become aware, even if the belongings are stolen, the villagers will still face punishment. Thus, the moment they step outside the safety zones delineated by the lords, the villagers find themselves nearly immobilized. As Mother Xiao Yu gazed at the sun gradually sinking in the west, an ominous premonition began to stir within her heart. However, days of relentless hunger had dulled her mind, rendering her incapable of coherent thought. She could only numbly comfort her equally weakened son. Run, everyone run. Just as Mother Xiao Yu began to drift into a stupor, a panic-stricken man suddenly rushed into the village. They are all dead. All dead. What? Who has died? Startled by the man's words, Mother Xiao Yu collapsed onto the ground, and her son, who had been fast asleep, was jolted awake. His father back. With great effort, she hoisted Xiao Yu into her arms, summoning her last reserves of strength to pursue the man. At that moment, the old village chief, whose skin resembled the parched bark of a dead tree, had managed to restrain the frenzied man. Calm down, young Danner, speak slowly. What has happened? They are all dead. All dead. At this point, young Danner was on the brink of collapse, having relied primarily on instinct to return to the village. The fire dragon is dead. All dead. In that instant, the remaining elderly, weak, and women of the village were drawn to the frenzied young Danner. A somewhat sturdy peasant woman seized young Danner, urgently inquiring, "What about Lao Taj and my son? How are they?" The woman's words seemed to trigger a horrifying memory for young Danner, and he became even more deranged, repeatedly shouting, "They are all dead. All dead." Although his words were those of madness, they cast a pall of dread over everyone present. Just as they clung to a glimmer of hope and attempted to inquire further, a terrifying roar from a dragon shattered their last vestiges of optimism. The dark scales of the god of darkness shimmered with an eerie purple sheen under the setting sun, and in mere moments, it descended upon the already ravaged village. Observing the fleeing villagers below, Boros, perched atop the dragon, felt an overwhelming sense of pride in his dominion over the masses. God of darkness, go feast. Surely the taste of the two-legged sheep captivates you. Soon, the entire village was once again engulfed by the black-red flames of the dragon. When night fell, having narrowly escaped another calamity, Mother Xiao Yu dragged her leaden body toward the Green Fork River in despair. "Mom, I'm hungry. Be patient, Xiao Yu. We will find your father soon." The icy waters of the Green Fork River surged relentlessly forward, but at times, one can find themselves bereft of the courage to continue living. The following day, a fisherman downstream of the Green Fork River discovered the lifeless body of a woman cradling her child while fishing. Alas, what a profound tragedy. What immense suffering must one endure to compel a mother to choose to perish in the river alongside her child? That evening, a majestic griffin soared over the 30 million waters, finally arriving near Wana City. This rare verdant land between the rivers now bore the unsightly marks of devastation, reminiscent of psoriasis, with charred remnants scattered throughout. The once densely populated and harmonious village had been nearly obliterated. Billowing smoke, mingled with the acrid scent of sulfur, cast a pall over the area. An elderly woman, burdened with her little granddaughter on her back and holding her elder grandson's hand, walked despondently toward the Green Fork River. Remarkably, there were many others like them along the riverbank, stretching for miles. The griffin, witnessing this scene, let out a mournful cry before swiftly diving toward the river. In a single, powerful swoop, it captured a substantial fish measuring over 1/2 meter in length and dropped it beside the elderly woman. "Grandma, look, the griffin has delivered us a large fish. Is it a sign of the gods' compassion, sending us this divine creature?" They exclaimed with gratitude, fervently praying together. The griffin continued its benevolent hunt, delivering dozens of large fish to those despairing souls contemplating self-destruction, momentarily staving off their grim thoughts. However, the number of afflicted villages nearby was simply staggering. Even a mighty griffin, no matter how skilled a hunter, could only assist a scant few. Throughout the night, the cries of women and children along the Green Fork River intertwined with its rushing waters, creating a haunting symphony of despair that made it seem as if the entire river wept helplessly. Chapter 331. Aid to the Green Fork River. Sister Veda. Do you truly believe that the foolish Boros can command 3-headed dragons? Does that not imply that his true dragon bloodline is second only to that of Her Highness the Princess? Upon hearing that Luanha City had been incinerated by Boros's dragon, Veda and her companions stealthily approached the vicinity of the Green Fork River to gather intelligence. To their astonishment, they uncovered the news that Boros could indeed control 3 massive dragons. Preposterous. He is unworthy to be compared to Her Highness the Princess. The dragons under her command are guardians of the people, never inflicting harm upon the innocent. Wherever the princess's radiance shines, the people thrive, living in abundance and free from oppression. Veda's animosity toward Boros had reached a boiling point. Given the opportunity, she would relish the chance to personally deliver justice to that scoundrel. Naturally, she had nothing kind to say about him. Even if Boros could truly command 3 dragons, they would be infamous for their malevolence. Now, lamentably, it is the residents near the Green Fork River who bear the brunt of this calamity. Not only must Boros endure hunger, but he also constantly faces the peril of being devoured by a dragon. Many mothers, in their desperation, have resorted to embracing their children and plunging into the river to alleviate their suffering. Meiji bitterly criticized this situation, so incensed that her nails pierced her palms without her awareness. What foolish, savage, and cowardly beings! They would rather feed the dragons with the riches of noble castles and estates, while the impoverished villages scarcely possess a few livestock. Too timid to assert their authority in front of the aristocrats, they can only harass the wretched poor. They seek to demonstrate their prowess as dragon tamers among the common folk. How revolting! Maya and her companions have witnessed too many tragedies wrought by Boros, and thus they harbor a deep-seated hatred for him. Just mentioning his name elicits endless scorn. His arrogance cannot persist much longer. For has not the princess already sent substantial provisions to the vicinity of Mingyue Valley? That place shall become Boros's grave. We must hasten to assist the Holy Flame Fleet in relocating the refugees near the Green Fork River. Otherwise, their survival will be in jeopardy. Days later, under the cover of night, vessels began to arrive at the banks of the Green Fork River. These were the Holy Flame Fleet, composed of newly crafted treasure ships sent from Holy Flame Island. They not only brought ample supplies for survival, but also offered refuge to those wishing to escape. By day, the residents revered the king vulture, a majestic creature who continued to deliver game to the villagers. He also bore simple illustrations, guiding them toward their escape along the Green Fork River. These illustrations were crafted by Wada and her companions, who dared not venture too deeply into the disaster zone, but rather guided the fleeing refugees from the perimeter. Thus, the task of delving into the heart of the calamity fell to the king vulture. With the arrival of aid, the lives of the Green Fork River refugees became less arduous. Many, with gritted teeth, chose to follow the Holy Flame Fleet and migrate to the Shiji Islands. They had long heard of the blissful existence enjoyed by the residents of Holy Flame Island and the Old Town, and remaining by the riverbanks posed an uncertain fate. Though no one relishes leaving their homeland, the pursuit of a better life compelled them to depart without hesitation. Although the laws of the 7 kingdoms dictate that these individuals cannot easily leave their territories, their lord had made no effort to address their suffering. Thus, they collectively chose to disregard this law. Meanwhile, Boros, having recovered from his injuries, finally shed his caution and commenced his assault on the noble castles and estates. The Faller family, a minor nobility near Luanha City, though their domain was small, boasted a long history and a thriving population of cattle and sheep. After the devastation of Luanha City, They had loaded most of their wealth onto ships bound for their property in Holy Flame City. They believed that Holy Flame City would be the safest haven in the Seven Kingdoms and indeed the entire world, for the dragons under Daenerys' command were nearly invincible. The supplies and livestock within the castle have been significantly sold off, and the venerable Lady Faller has departed with the children. Today, Baron Faller once again led the family caravan, escorting a substantial consignment of goods to the Isle of Sacred Flames. After inventorying the castle's storeroom, Lady Faller commanded her servants to continue rounding up the livestock from the pastures, so that Baron Faller could transport and sell them upon his return. Unfortunately, a few roars of dragons shattered the tranquility of the Faller estate. With a creak, Boros rode in on the Dark God, charging directly into the Faller estate's pasture. The black-red flames of the dragon instantly ignited and roasted dozens of livestock. The Red Princess and the Purple Prince followed closely behind, eagerly pouncing on the nearby cattle and sheep. Witnessing this, Lady Faller made an effort to steady her nerves and hurriedly instructed the young and beautiful maidens and attendants to take refuge in the kitchen. She, along with the old steward, approached the castle's entrance under the protection of several estate guards. After a few dragons had their fill, Boros, scorched and satisfied, dismounted from the back of the Dark God. Greetings, beautiful Lady Faller. Despite the disdain simmering within her at Boros's grotesque demeanor, Lady Faller maintained her composure, offering flattery. My Lord Boros, it is our family's honor to host you at the Faller estate. I have arranged for exquisite wine and delicacies. Please, step inside. Boros, delighted by the sight of the plump and noble Lady Faller, felt his spirits lift further. I shall impose upon you then, my lady, he said, and due to Baron Faller's absence, even if Lady Faller was unwilling, she had no choice but to continue flattering Boros's unsightly visage. Fortunately, a few knights accompanied them. Although Boros's lascivious gaze rarely strayed from Lady Faller, he ultimately refrained from any overtly disrespectful actions. However, after indulging in food and drink, Boros refused to take his leave from the Faller estate. My lady, you cannot imagine the hardships I have endured in Wanha City this past month, scarcely finding a proper meal or rest like a true noble. Faced with the threat of the three dragons, Lady Faller, despite her deep reluctance, had no choice but to allow him to remain within the castle, though she kept close company, fearing that Boros might seize an opportunity. In the dead of night, Boros could no longer contain his desires and intruded upon Lady Faller's chamber with intentions of misconduct. He overpowered the two guarding knights and summoned the Dark God to the doorway, leaving Lady Faller no choice but to open the door. Thus, Boros lingered at the Faller estate for an entire week, reluctant to depart, as he eventually rode his dragon back to the ruins of Wanha City. Later that evening, he returned to the nearly bedridden Rhaenyra's chamber. Rhaenyra, I have arrived. Did you miss me? Chapter 332. Time waits for no one. Get out. If you wish to avoid any harm to the child I carry, do not show your face to me again. Every time I behold your grotesque visage, a wave of nausea washes over me, rendering me unable to eat for days. In truth, Rhaenyra has greatly improved under the care of her diminutive maid. Yet, to deceive Boros, she deliberately feigns a frail demeanor. You are already with child. Why did you not mention it sooner? Since you are expecting, I shall refrain from disturbing you. Ha! Rest assured, once the child is born, I shall commandeer 3 mighty dragons to seize King's Landing and present it as a gift to you and your offspring. Humph. Without my mother's assistance, do you truly believe you can conquer King's Landing on your own? It seems you are chasing a fantasy. Boros, unfazed by Rhaenyra's mockery, is instead immersed in the triumph of his scheming. Your brother is dead. Our son shall be the sole legitimate heir of House Valyrian. If you do not aid me, who else will? I am aware of your disdain for my current appearance. However, before the burns, I was quite the formidable figure. Even now, I shall ensure that you lack for no pleasures of womanhood. Go away. Very well, I shall leave. Focus on nurturing the child. Tomorrow, I shall return with an abundance of nourishment. Ha! As Boros departs, he fortuitously encounters the frail maid delivering fish soup to Rhaenyra. Though somewhat gaunt, she possesses an appealing countenance. With that, Boros unceremoniously drags the poor girl toward his quarters. Please, sir, I must deliver the fish soup to Lady Rhaenyra. Patience. First, satisfy my hunger, and then you may attend to your lady. No, sir. Ha! Once you truly savor this experience, you shall beg for more. Crash. Hearing the sound of a tray toppling next door, Rhaenyra can only impotently pound her fists against the bed in a futile attempt to vent her fury. Hee hee. The king vulture perched upon the roof cannot suppress a scornful call at the sight before him. The next moment, the king vulture bursts into Boros's chamber. Startled by the sudden entrance of such a colossal creature, Boros is gripped by a mix of fear and dread, yet some part of him remains defiantly erect. The king vulture, suppressing its discomfort, swiftly swipes its claws before Boros, stripping away the most unsightly features from his form. Ah, hee. The king vulture's sharp beak then descends upon Boros' head, though it does not cleave it open. It tears away a substantial chunk of flesh. Feeling the nearby dragons become aware of the disturbance, the king vulture quickly takes flight, vanishing into the depths of the night. The excruciating pain coursing through his lower body and head causes Boros to collapse onto the ground, wailing in agony. The frail handmaiden, paralyzed by fear from Boros, found solace upon witnessing the demise of Boros' malevolent influence at the hands of the bald vulture king. Seizing the opportunity while Boros writhed in agony, the young girl hastily adjusted her attire and fled. During Boros' period of incapacitation, the three famished dragons ventured out daily to hunt at their own whim. Unshackled from the constraints of their dragon riders, they reveled in their newfound freedom, soaring wherever livestock was plentiful. Even the nearby coastal city had fallen victim to their ferocity, resulting in thousands of innocent lives being consumed or incinerated by the dragons. This instilled a profound sense of dread throughout the entirety of the Green Fork River Valley. Upon receiving the news in King's Landing, King Jaehaerys could no longer remain passive and promptly commanded Viserys, Rhaenys, and Daemon to mount their dragons and confront the vile creatures plaguing the Green Fork River. Before their departure, King Jaehaerys summoned Princess Rhaenys for a private audience. Rhaenys, how much do you know of Corlys' schemes? Despite the king's increasingly frail appearance, his piercing gaze retained its ability to perceive all. Princess Rhaenys met his gaze unwaveringly, replying, Your Majesty, I understand that men would rather set an entire kingdom ablaze than witness a woman ascend the Iron Throne, whether it be myself or Daenerys. Though I harbor resentment, I have never sought to impose my will, for I am acutely aware of the established customs of the Seven Kingdoms. The game of power conceals the darkest and bloodiest of conspiracies. Corlys, Daenerys, and yourself are all adept in these machinations, and I see it clearly. Yet, through Daenerys, I have come to understand that while women may not be willing to pay any price for the crown, they can certainly forge new paths. Your Majesty, perhaps abandoning Daenerys is not the wisest choice. Rhaenys' words stirred a profound turmoil within Jaehaerys, yet he quickly regained his composure and continued, Rhaenys, no war is grimmer than that between dragons, no conflict more sanguinary than a dragon's battle. The Targaryen family reigns over the Seven Kingdoms through the might of dragons. As long as dragons exist, our dominion remains unassailable. Princess Rhaenys, with a sardonic smile, retorted, Yet dragons can slay dragons. Your Majesty, I shall return with my children, and I can assure you that war shall not be instigated by us. Meanwhile, Daenerys at Dragonstone had received the summons. Unbeknownst to the others, Daenerys had long since taken to the skies aboard Dreamfire, Malaise, and Vhagar, stealthily making her way to the Mountains of the Moon. The Daenerys that appeared at Dragonstone was but a guise crafted by the children of the forest, as the Dornish had been closely monitoring her every move. Should she venture forth, they would not hesitate to reveal their venomous fangs. Upon arriving at the Mingyue mountain range, Daenerys meticulously surveyed the surrounding terrain. Observing the fine steel strands resembling hair on the back of Dreamfire, a flicker of determination flashed in her eyes. Utilizing the body of the king vulture, Daenerys diligently monitored the movements of Boros and his colossal dragon each day. She successfully lured the three malevolent dragons across the Green Fork River using the king vulture, drawing their attention to the abundant livestock on the opposite bank. The hunting grounds of these dragons gradually shifted toward the Mingyue mountain range, allowing the anxious nobility of the Green Fork River Basin to finally enjoy a few days of peace, with each encounter witnessing the king vulture diverting the dragons from above. The faith of the Green Fork populace in the divine eagle grew ever more fervent. However, it appeared that the resilience of the Dragon Knight's body was remarkably robust. Even amidst the scarcity of medicine in the ruins of Westeros City, the severely injured Boros recovered within merely 3 to 4 days under the care of healers. Yet, upon his recovery, Boros became increasingly capricious and vicious. Once capable of commanding dragons, his first act was to lead the Dark God into a noble estate, inflicting torment upon its women and children to the point of death. As if that were not enough, he subsequently reduced the estate to ashes. Chapter 333, The Blood-Soaked Dragon Battle, Part 1. The deep, ancient voice of the dragon Vhagar finally resonated over the Green Fork River. As the tempestuous winds from its massive wings dispersed the clouds above, the Red Queen Melius, renowned as the swiftest creature in Westeros, effortlessly outpaced the other 2 dragons with each of her charges. Princess Rhaenys, perched upon Melia's, observed the charred remnants of villages along the riverbank, her expression growing increasingly somber. She commanded Melia's to descend, exploring a wider radius, and discovered that the devastation extended across a 100-kilometer area, affecting numerous villages and noble estates. Melia's, let us depart. With the familiar traces of Dragonfire scorching the earth before her, the last shred of hope within Princess Rhaenys vanished. Thus, she swiftly led the charge toward Westeros city. Demon, riding the bloodworm Karksh, maintained pace alongside Vagharl, yet his gaze incessantly scanned the surroundings, seemingly in search of something. Within Westeros city, Boros finished his lunch, reeking of alcohol as he entered Lana's chamber. Lana, how is your health? I have brought back a considerable amount of nutritional supplements. Is there still no improvement in your condition? Lana, disinterested, turned her back to him and remained silent. Observing her indifference, Boros clenched his fists in frustration and begrudgingly turned to leave. However, at that moment, a voice that filled him with loathing echoed once more, prompting him to abruptly lift his gaze to the sky. Indeed, an arrogant king vulture circled overhead, its triumphant flight seemingly mocking his impotence. Damn beast. You have resurfaced at last. Bolos cursed vehemently before hastily making his way towards the direction of the dark god. Upon noticing this, the king vulture immediately flapped its wings and soared downstream along the Green Fork River. At that moment, the dark god and the 3 colossal dragons were languidly sprawled upon the ruins of Westeros city, sound asleep. Reluctantly roused by Bolos, they rose with a languid grace, taking to the skies. There, dark god, incinerate that wretched vulture. With the command issued, the dark god promptly pursued the king vulture. Meanwhile, the Red Princess and the Purple Prince, having indulged in a hearty feast, were disinclined to move. Though they ascended into the air, their attention drifted, scanning the surroundings for potential prey. It was not long before they were left far behind by the dark god. Upon spotting a flock of sheep across the Green Fork River, they swiftly altered their course and flew towards the unsuspecting herd. The dark god, the foremost among the 3 dragons, despite showing signs of age, exhibited astonishing speed, quickly closing the gap on the king vulture. This startled the vulture, which frantically flapped its wings, skimming low over the water's surface to escape. The banks of the Green Fork River were lined with dense forests, should the dragon catch up. The vulture hoped to conceal itself within the thick foliage. Ha ha ha, little beast, you think you can evade the dark god's pursuit? Bolos exclaimed with unrestrained glee as he observed the vulture a mere few hundred meters away. However, just then, the vulture executed a sharp turn and plunged into the thickets to its left. Damn it, Bolos exclaimed in frustration, quickly losing sight of the vulture due to the tree's obstruction. Infuriated, he recklessly commanded the dark god to unleash its fiery breath. Dragon flames, if you think you can hide, I shall scorch the entire forest to eliminate you. Wretched creature, dark god, set the woods ablaze. Instantly, dark crimson flames cascaded down, igniting the dense forest in a roaring inferno. Birds within the trees erupted in panic, fleeing in droves, while the animals, as if facing the apocalypse, began to frantically escape, their terrified cries echoing throughout the chaos. Witnessing the distant billows of smoke, Princess Rhaenys' expression darkened. She promptly urged Melia's towards the source of the rising smoke. High in the sky, Viserys and Daemon quickly discerned the unfolding situation and hastened their dragon's pace. Meanwhile, Daenerys, accompanied by Dreamfire, Merices, and Anthelos, directed her flight toward the other 2 dragons. Melia's, attack. As Princess Rhaenys sought to discern the distant chaos wrought by a black dragon under the dominion of Boros, she unhesitatingly commanded her own dragon to launch an assault. The dark god swiftly sensed the arrival of Melia's, promptly ceasing its fiery breath. In a fit of rage, it roared at her, seemingly intent on asserting its sovereignty over the domain. However, the Red Queen Melia's entirely disregarded its warning, swiftly descending like a crimson meteor, closing in on the dark god's head. Dragon flame. Without a moment's hesitation, Princess Rhaenys decisively commanded Melia's to unleash its fiery breath upon the colossal black dragon. The orange-red flames erupted in midair with tremendous force. Understanding that this strike might not yield the desired effect, Rhaenys quickly instructed Melia's to ascend in altitude, wary of a potential ambush. As anticipated, the dark god surged through the flames, opening its massive maw wide to bite at Melia's. Yet the agile Melia's deftly evaded the attack. Nevertheless, the dark god was far from an easy adversary. It pursued the ascending Melia's while exhaling dragon fire. The black-red flames licked closely at Melia's tail, yet the dragon's speed far surpassed that of the dark god, allowing it to easily evade the fiery onslaught. The terrifying flames of the dark god spread across the sky like a black-red fiery cloud. Utilizing the flames as cover, the Red Queen Melias folded its wings and, like a spear, spiraled towards Boros on the back of the dark god. In the midst of their aerial dance, Melias's massive jaws lunged towards Boros. However, the dark god swiftly pivoted, skillfully shielding Boros from harm. Simultaneously, its enormous tail lashed out at Melias, striking one of its hind legs with a resounding crack. Melias let out a piercing cry as its vast body spun helplessly in the air. Yet, undeterred by the pain, the resolute Melias seized the moment to rake its claws fiercely across the dark god's tail, tearing it asunder. Regaining its composure, Melias swiftly distanced itself from the dark god through a series of rapid sprints. However, the agonizing injury enraged the dark god, which let out a deafening roar. Its entire form began to shimmer with a pale violet luminescence. Subsequently, it furiously flapped its wings, accelerating its speed to astonishing levels, quickly closing in on the now unsteady Red Queen Melias. Feeling the immense pressure emanating from the pursuing dark god, Melias instinctively quickened its pace, darting toward the lower reaches of the forked river, while the dark god relentlessly trailed behind, showing no signs of being shaken off. Princess Rhaenys looked ahead at the heavy cloud cover, yet she could not discern the whereabouts of Vagarel and Clarkshoe. A sudden realization washed over her, prompting her to hastily guide Melias into the depths of the clouds. With Melias now lost from sight, the dark god could not help but roar in fury, his voice tinged with pride and self-satisfaction. Bolos, perched upon the back of the dragon, felt a swell of pride as well. After all, the thrill of vanquishing a giant dragon was far more exhilarating than tormenting the wretches below. Moreover, Queen Melias was among the most formidable dragons of the Targaryen lineage, and in the presence of his dark god, her only recourse was to flee. How could he not revel in this moment? Thus, he patted the dark god contentedly, suggesting they ascend higher, for the cloud layer was too thick to navigate effectively. Upon receiving the command, the dark god prepared to gain altitude when an instinctual sense of impending danger compelled him to lurch forward abruptly. However, despite his efforts, he was seized by Vagarel, who had surged forth from behind and clamped down on his tail. The enormous Vagarel exerted tremendous force, causing the dark god to lose his balance and plummet downward. The sudden sensation of weightlessness nearly sent Bolos tumbling off the dragon's back, but fortunately, his dragon riding skills had significantly improved over the past few months, coupled with his inherent strength, allowing him to grip the dark goddess' spines desperately and stabilize himself. Vagarel continued to drag the dark goddess' tail as they dove toward the Green Fork River, and the latter found it impossible to escape due to Vagarel's sheer size and weight. Adding to the dark god's despair, the bloodworm Clarkshoe emerged from the side, unleashing a relentless torrent of orange flames from his thick, pipe-like neck. The scorching Dragonfire swiftly engulfed the dark god, while Bolos on the dragon's back was soon seared, his flesh blistering and his newly donned leather armor igniting. This once promising Targaryen, who had finally mastered the art of dragon riding, was now reduced to charred remains beneath Clarkshoe's relentless inferno. The sheer volume of Clarkshoe's flames seemed inexhaustible, eventually igniting the fishbone crest atop the dark god's head. Yet, the dark god, facing imminent doom, was no feeble adversary. He endured the searing agony of the flames, summoning every ounce of strength to maintain his balance. With a powerful flap of his wings, he executed a grand rotation, positioning himself beneath Vagarel and lunging toward the dragon that still clutched his tail. Although the dark god was not as large as Vagarel, his youth granted him agility. Thus, even as Vagarel, sensing the peril, released his grip and ascended rapidly, he could not evade the dark god's formidable jaws, which struck true at his abdomen, accompanied by a jarring screech of metal scraping. A gaping wound suddenly appeared on Vagar's abdomen, measuring several meters in length. A substantial expanse of scaled armor and flesh was ruthlessly torn away by the dark god, with searing dragon blood gushing forth, ultimately transforming into a crimson mist that dispersed over the Green Fork River below. The frigid waters of the river began to boil, and soon, a multitude of dead fish and shrimp surfaced. The dark god, reveling in his triumph, consumed Vagar's flesh and blood, then swiftly ascended, intending to escape the assault of several dragons by taking refuge in the clouds above. However, Melias, having already returned, lay in wait within the clouds for him. Just as the dark god approached the cloud cover, Melias unleashed a torrent of dragon fire. Caught off guard, the dark god was doused in searing flames. Although dragons possess high resistance to fire, their vulnerable heads are an exception. Thus, Even though the dark god managed to avert most of the flames by turning his head, his eyes were seared with excruciating pain. At that moment, Daemon, riding on Clarkshaw, deftly maneuvered to the dark goddess' back. His sharp claws raked across the dark goddess' flesh, creating several deep gashes, and then he plunged his claws into the back to secure his own position. Clarkshaw's elongated body and tail entwined around the dark god like a constricting serpent, while he extended his robust neck to tear at the dark god's dragon wings. Despite his grievous wounds, Vhagar did not lose his combat prowess and had now caught up. In a terrifying display, he seized the dark god's other wing in his massive jaws and, with a powerful tug, ripped it apart. The agonizing pain and despair elicited a chilling howl from the dark god, echoing far and wide, capturing the attention of the Red Princess and the Purple Prince, who were several kilometers away. The two dragons, initially indulging in their feast of sheep and cattle, sensed the impending doom and swiftly took flight to aid their companion. The Red Princess, slightly faster, quickly distanced herself from the cumbersome Purple Prince. Although the Purple Prince was reluctant to be left behind, he found himself gradually losing sight of the Red Princess despite exerting all his strength to flap his wings. Left trailing, he had no choice but to fly towards the direction of the dark god's anguished cries. Yet, the oppressive clouds surrounding him instilled a sense of foreboding, as if danger lurked nearby. Indeed, as he cautiously observed his surroundings, 3 streams of scorching dragon fire suddenly surged from above, engulfing him. The explosive blue-black flames detonated right above his head, causing the already cumbersome Purple Prince to feel a wave of dizziness. His balance faltered, and he began to plummet rapidly towards the ground. Emerging from the cloud cover, the formidable Dreamfire, only slightly less massive than the Purple Prince, descended with ferocity. Its razor-sharp claws pierced the prince's oil sac, unleashing a torrent of flammable black oil. This excruciating pain jolted the Purple Prince back to lucidity, prompting him to open his jaws and attempt to bite Dreamfire. However, Dreamfire effortlessly evaded the attack from its elevated position, retaliating with a fierce blast of dragon flame. The Purple Prince, already coated in the flammable oil, ignited in an instant. At that moment, a large lavender dragon and a bronze-winged purple dragon swiftly emerged from the clouds, seizing the prince's wings in their jaws. Though their size was less than half that of the Purple Prince, the agile Myricus and Anthellos adeptly targeted the critical areas of his wings. With a sharp crack, the cartilage in the prince's wings shattered under their relentless grip. Myricus and Anthellos continued their merciless assault, tearing at the wings with their powerful jaws and sharp claws, leaving them in a tattered state. As the Purple Prince's wings suffered catastrophic damage, his already cumbersome form lost its balance and began to plummet downward. Seizing the moment, Dreamfire pursued, relentlessly biting and clawing at him while intermittently unleashing explosive bursts of dragon flame. The rapid descent of the massive dragon forced Myricus and Anthellos to momentarily distance themselves. The sheer size of the Purple Prince posed a significant threat with every movement. Yet, just as the Purple Prince fell out of the cloud cover, his claws fortuitously latched onto Dreamfire's paw. Utilizing his weight advantage, he yanked Dreamfire into a steep dive, causing the 2 colossal dragons to spiral rapidly in the air. Dreamfire, leveraging its strength and expansive wings, quickly regained control over the descent. Observing this, Myricus and Anthellos swiftly employed their speed, launching fire from either side toward the Purple Prince's head. Although the searing flames caused him intense agony, the opportunity to entangle with Dreamfire temporarily alleviated his perilous fall. With the force generated from their intertwined claws, the Purple Prince unleashed his most fearsome weapon, his tail, lined with razor-sharp spikes. Myricus narrowly evaded this lethal strike through her remarkable speed and heightened perception. Unfortunately, her companion Anthellos was not as fortunate. The Purple Prince's tail swept across her, piercing her abdomen. With a violent flick, it ripped through her, nearly disemboweling her. A deluge of dragon blood erupted into the air, coalescing into a crimson cloud. With a piercing cry, Anthelostan lamented her unprecedented injury. Fortunately, her prior transformation by golden energy in the old town had fortified her. Otherwise, this blow could have indeed claimed her life. The strike from the Purple Prince inflicted substantial damage upon her. Thus, Daniela hurriedly directed her to withdraw from the battlefield, estimating that without several months of recuperation, Anthelostan would be unable to recover. Meanwhile, Myricus wisely distanced herself from the Purple Prince, unleashing torrents of dragon flame towards his wings from afar, intent on crippling his ability to fly. Although Dreamfire was not as large or heavy as the Purple Prince, it had undergone several transformations, enabling it to unleash a fierce torrent of fire after spinning several times, sending the purple prince hurtling through the air. Swiftly, it glided past the plummeting prince, its razor-sharp claws slicing deep gashes from his neck to abdomen. A cry of agony escaped the purple prince, echoing the mournful wails of the dark god. The red princess, caught in her flight, hesitated, torn between advancing or returning to aid the purple prince. At that moment, the dark god's desperate cries echoed in the distance, prompting her to forge ahead in support of him. In despair, the purple prince desperately flapped his wings in an attempt to stabilize his descent, but his cumbersome form and severely damaged wings rendered him powerless. Ultimately, he plummeted with a thundering crash into the Green Fork River, sending up a spray of water that soared several meters high. Though his wings were grievously injured, they afforded him a modicum of gliding assistance, preventing an immediate demise upon impact. Enduring excruciating pain and disorientation, the purple prince managed to crawl ashore before succumbing to unconsciousness. Daniela, guiding Dreamfire, landed a few decisive strikes upon his head. Upon confirming his true state of unconsciousness, she allowed Dreamfire and Myricus to descend. Observing the imposing fishbone structure upon the purple prince's back and head, a surge of unnameable fury ignited within Daniela. Was it you again, the three-eyed crow? Cautiously, she climbed onto the prince's back, placing her hand upon the fishbone. Fiery embers surged from her palm, rapidly branding the structure. A refreshing aura emanated from the fishbone, drawing the prince's flowing dragon blood toward it. Moments later, the form of a beautiful maiden materialized upon the fishbone, while the wounds of the purple prince ceased to bleed, and the flickering flame of his life began to stabilize. Myricus and Anthelostan stood vigil by his side as Daniela swiftly ascended Dreamfire's back, racing towards the distant dragon battlefield. At this moment, the dark god had been brought down to the ground by the three-headed dragon, Vagharl. His once majestic, dark purple wings were now tattered and torn, with one side nearly completely severed, rendering him incapable of flight. Vagharl, leveraging his size advantage, pinned him firmly to the ground, even as he bore wounds from the dark god's sharp claws. Nevertheless, Vagharl's massive jaws clamped tightly around the dark god's neck, the sound of his teeth scraping against the thick scales echoing painfully. With the dark god's head pressed firmly to the ground, any attempts to struggle were futile. In the meantime, the bloodworm Clarkius clung to the dark god's back, relentlessly inflicting damage, leaving the creature's back nearly shredded, exposing its robust bones. Although Melias was on the verge of exhaustion, he seized every opportunity to unleash dragon fire upon the dark god, threatening to roast the 100-meter beast alive. At last, the fiery silhouette of Princess Onga appeared above the battlefield. Princess Rhaenys, Demon, and Viserys looked up with growing concern. If they struggled to defeat one dragon, the arrival of another would surely exact a painful price, even if they emerged victorious. First, we must deal with that red dragon, Demon swiftly decided. With the dark god now entirely stripped of its flying abilities, it posed little threat, and there was no need to prolong the engagement. Rhaenys and Viserys nodded in agreement. Demon, riding the still vigorous Clarkius, soared into the sky to confront the imposing Princess Onga. Following closely were Melias and Vagharl, who ascended rapidly. Vagharl, utilizing his size, charged directly at the Red Princess, while Clarkius and Melias flanked her sides, preparing to incapacitate the red dragon's wings. Attack, Vagharl! The battle-scarred dragon roared, embodying a bloodied warrior, fearlessly charging towards the peak state of the Red Princess. Stealth was merely one of the tactics in a dragon's arsenal. He was unafraid of a direct confrontation. Chapter 336, The Sorrow of the Red Princess, Part 1. With a powerful roar, the two colossal beasts, separated by hundreds of meters, unleashed their dragon flames upon one another. The crimson and orange flames collided with a ferocious intensity, creating a tremendous shockwave that scattered the heavy clouds overhead. To the residents along the banks of the Green Fork River, it appeared as though half the sky had been ignited by dragon fire. Many began to kneel in fervent prayer to the Griffin God, who had recently saved them from peril, beseeching, Griffin God, may you grant our royal dragons the strength to vanquish those vile dragons. O mighty Lord of Vultures, grant your blessing. Concealed by the cover of dragon flames, Vagr swiftly engaged in her most adept art of disappearance. Just as the Crimson Princess surveyed her surroundings in bewilderment, Vagr suddenly surged forth from a low altitude, her massive jaws snapping towards the princess's neck. However, the princess, with her golden slit-like eyes glinting with cunning, executed a rapid spin, deftly evading Vagr's assault. In a swift motion, she extended her sharp dragon claw and sank it into Vagr's aging, wrinkled neck. Instantly, Vhagar's throat was torn open, and her searing blood splattered forth. This blow inflicted considerable damage upon Vhagar. The excruciating pain provoked a fierce wrath within the aging dragoness, causing her to disregard the temporary command from Viserys to maintain distance. And she promptly lunged towards the Crimson Princess. The weight of her body collided with the princess, accompanied by the sound of shattering bones, sending the princess hurtling away. Yet, Vhagar too was unaware of how many of her own bones had fractured from the impact, dazedly plummeting towards the ground. Meanwhile, the Red Queen, Melius, who had been lurking in ambush, swiftly folded her dragon wings and shot forth like an arrow, positioning herself behind the Crimson Princess. With a sudden snap, she clamped down on one of the princess's dragon wings, her robust and sharp claws tearing a massive gash in it. The Crimson Princess quickly turned and unleashed a torrent of searing blood-red flames at Melius, forcing her to retreat hastily. At that moment, Daemon had successfully maneuvered his blood dragon, Clarkshoe, to perch upon the opposite wing of the Crimson Princess. Though Clarkshoe's claws were not particularly stout, they were remarkably sharp, easily rending several sizable slashes in the princess's wing. His agile form coiled around the princess like a cunning serpent. As the princess unleashed her furious dragon flames upon him, Clarkshoe retaliated without hesitation, extending his neck to engage her in a fiery duel. The flames of the two red dragons seemed boundless, swiftly painting the vast clouds with hues of orange and red, until both colossal creatures were entirely enveloped in their own inferno. Ultimately, Clarkshoe, unable to withstand the intense heat, chose to withdraw temporarily. However, the Crimson Princess, who clearly held the advantage in size, remained unfazed. Seizing the opportunity amidst the swirling flames, she darted out from beside the struggling Vhagar, sinking her teeth into one of her wings. The tremendous force of her bite instantly severed Vhagar's wing. Yet, the princess, emboldened by her triumph, relentlessly sought to throw Vhagar beneath her, her sharp claws viciously tearing into Vhagar's already battered form. This left Vhagar, already grievously wounded, in a state of further torment. Upon witnessing the unfolding chaos, the Red Queen Marius hastened to intervene, her razor-sharp claws mercilessly slashing at the Red Princess, leaving deep gashes upon her form. Meanwhile, the bloodworm Clarkshoe executed a flawless 180-degree turn, swiftly rejoining the Red Princess's side, unleashing a relentless torrent of dragon flame upon her already wounded wing. Left with no choice, the Red Princess summoned all her strength to tear a several-meter-long gash across Vagharl's body before swiftly ascending, creating distance between herself and the attacking dragons. At this moment, Vagharl, the largest among them, visibly struggled after the relentless skirmish, her strength waning significantly, exacerbated by the myriad of grievous wounds that drained her vitality. Maintaining her flight was becoming a Herculean task. The remaining capable dragons, Daemon and Princess Rhaenys, exchanged a resolute glance, their determination unmistakable. Advance, Marius. Charge, Clarkshoe. This pair of dragon siblings were, in essence, engaging in their first collaborative battle against a formidable foe. Although their size was merely half that of the Red Princess, their agility and indomitable spirit granted them a subtle advantage. Utilizing their speed and nimbleness, they launched a coordinated assault, occasionally inflicting wounds upon the Red Princess. The cunning Red Princess attempted several times to leverage her size to deliver a crushing blow, yet they skillfully evaded her strikes. Ultimately, she feigned a vulnerability, allowing Marius to seize her wing once more. In a sudden, powerful motion, the Red Princess lashed her robust tail, sending Marius hurtling away. The force of the strike was immense, shattering scales and fracturing several bones, even causing Princess Rhaenys atop Vagharl to feel a dizzying impact. With her scheme successful, the Red Princess revealed her true ferocity. With a fierce acceleration, she charged towards the now isolated Clarkshoe, intent on severing him in two. However, Clarkshoe executed a dramatic 360-degree spin to evade her lethal advance. After dodging the Red Princess's assault, Clarkshoe quickly regrouped with Marius. Attack! Forward! The sibling duo, their agile forms akin to two blazing flames, swiftly lunged once more at the colossal Red Princess. Devoid of her master's command, the Red Princess had lost much of her fighting spirit. Realizing that the two dragons persisted in their relentless pursuit, she accelerated and concealed herself within the dense clouds. Princess Rhaenys shook her slightly dazed head, cautiously surveying her surroundings. Marius glanced back at Rhaenys, noting her unwavering resolve, and with renewed vigor, she vigorously flapped her wings and continued to soar forward. However, the dragon's leg on her left side was evidently twisted and deformed, clearly indicating that the strike from the Red Princess had inflicted considerable damage upon Melius. The bloodworm, Clark, hovered protectively above Melius. Demon, his face somewhat singed and soiled by dragon fire, tightened his grip on the saddle, yet his expression remained resolute. Unexpectedly, the cunning Red Princess surged forth from the clouds below, sinking her teeth into the neck of the Red Queen. In the face of the Red Princess's overwhelming size, Melius found herself powerless to escape. The formidable bite of the Crimson Dragon swiftly penetrated the scales on Melius's neck, accompanied by the ominous sound of bones fracturing. Witnessing this, Demon was seized by alarm and urgently urged Clark to charge directly at the Red Princess. Clark's jaws clamped fiercely onto the neck of the Red Princess, and leveraging his momentum, he entwined his body around her. This forced the Red Princess to reluctantly release her grip on Melius's neck. Having narrowly escaped, Melius's voice was now hoarse, yet she persisted in flapping her wings, striving to distract the Red Princess and create an opportunity for Clark to inflict significant damage. However, the scales on the Red Princess's neck were exceedingly thick and robust, and Clark's head was considerably smaller than that of an ordinary dragon. Thus, despite his sharp teeth and powerful jaws, his efforts only managed to tear away a few scales and some flesh, failing to truly injure the Red Princess. As the Red Princess attempted to bite Clark's wings, the bloodworm deftly evaded her assault. Following the perilous encounter, the trio of dragons grew increasingly cautious. Noticing the severely wounded Vhagar approaching from behind, the Red Princess decided to retreat hastily. However, she was unexpectedly engulfed by a sudden blast of blue-black dragon fire from Dreamfire. Rhaenyra? 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 Upon witnessing Dreamfire's sudden appearance, Princess Rhaenys and her companions gasped in astonishment. Rhaenys' exclamation was filled with bewilderment. She believed that after King Jaehaerys' treatment of Rhaenyra, the young girl would not re-engage with royal matters anytime soon. It seems I have underestimated her ambition. Demon's exclamation, on the other hand, was one of delight. During this period, he had followed Rhaenyra's guidance, which had brought him immense satisfaction, especially when he had tossed the Duke of Storm's End, Boros, before King Jaehaerys as if he were a mere chick. Demon had distinctly observed the faint smile curving at the corners of King Jaehaerys' mouth. Ever since the previous Duke of Storm's End had forcefully married the mother of King Jaehaerys, the king's perception of House Velaryon had been markedly unfavorable. Later, Queen Alyssa underwent a caesarean section to bring forth Miss Jocelyn, the mother of Princess Rhaenys. King Jaehaerys, harboring deep-seated resentment towards the Targaryens, resolutely barred any member of the Baratheon lineage, so closely linked to the Targaryens, from entering the core of the kingdom's power throughout his extensive reign. Moreover, Demon himself remained oblivious to the fact that each time he beheld Daenerys, an involuntary joy blossomed within him. Viserys' exclamations were purely born out of concern. While he held immense admiration and approval for Daenerys' capabilities, as a father, he could never wish for his daughter to find herself in perilous situations. Even though Daenerys was heralded as the mightiest dragon rider and claimed to be the wealthiest among the Seven Kingdoms, and despite her impeccable strategy and cunning, the bonds of blood and fire were undeniable. As Daenerys' soaring chants resonated, Dreamfire felt an exhilarating surge of power coursing through its being. After unleashing a torrent of dragonfire, it swiftly folded its wings and darted towards the Red Queen. Despite the Red Princess's attempts to evade, Dreamfire adeptly seized her dragon wing. With a resounding crunch, Dreamfire, having undergone several transformations, far surpassed ordinary dragons in strength, tooth, and claw sharpness, easily severing the soft tissue of the Red Princess's wing. Its razor-sharp claws nearly cleaved her immense wing in twain. At this moment, the Red Princess, utterly terrified, lost the courage to continue the battle. She struggled to escape Dreamfire's grasp and fled in haste, not daring to look back. Dreamfire, however, pursued her relentlessly, consciously guiding the Red Princess towards the path Daenerys intended her to take. Meanwhile, Vhagar and Melius, too severely injured to maintain their pace, were unable to keep up. In a fit of urgency, Viserys called out to his brother Demon, "Demon, hurry and follow." Yet there remained another dragon yet to appear. In truth, without needing Viserys' prompting, Demon was already intent on the chase, hastening Clark to accelerate. Observing the direction they had departed, Princess Rhaenys and Viserys relied on each other, lowering their flight altitude and gradually trailing behind. Their dragons, too fatigued from exertion, could no longer sustain rapid flight. Suddenly, the sound of a dragon's roar sent their hearts racing. However, as they traced the sound, Viserys was quickly reassured. They were flying at a low altitude, and he spotted Miracis and Anthalos by the banks of the Green Fork, along with the uncertain fate of the white and purple dragon. Let us proceed and investigate. Upon landing near the Green Fork, Myricus warmly welcomed them. Vhagar, having grown up alongside Myricus, treated her with a certain indulgence. Amidst the fervor of Myricus, she appeared somewhat impatient, yet offered a subdued response before languidly reclining on the riverbank, closing her eyes to rest. However, Melias, unfamiliar with her demeanor, emitted a fierce roar, warning her to maintain her distance. This action elicited a sense of dissatisfaction from Myricus, prompting her to cast an indifferent glance in Melias's direction before turning her back on her. Anthalos seemed to have sustained considerable injury, as Rhaenys pointed towards him, who lay sleeping beside the white-purple dragon. Fortunately, due to the fishwood on the back of the purple prince, Anthalos's wounds had ceased bleeding long ago, and his recovery was markedly accelerated. Under the relentless pressure from Dreamfire, the Red Princess was ultimately driven into the Moonlight Mountains. Shortly thereafter, Daemon, controlling the bloodworm Clarkus, arrived. Through a simple exchange of gestures, Daemon quickly grasped Daenerys' intentions and directed Clarkus to assist Dreamfire in pursuing the Red Princess. Realizing that the blue dragon and bloodworm were relentless in their chase, the Red Princess felt an escalating sense of urgency. Yet, for the sake of survival, she had no choice but to muster her resolve and flee frantically. Before long, a vast canyon loomed ahead, flanked by slender stone spires. With a surge of speed, Dreamfire ascended directly above the Red Princess, unleashing a torrent of dragon fire upon her. The searing flames compelled the Red Princess to swiftly lower her altitude, darting into the depths of the canyon. Success! Daenerys quickly reached out to halt Daemon, who was poised to pursue. Chapter 338. The eerie blood aura. Upon witnessing the two colossal dragons abruptly cease their pursuit, the Red Princess felt a surge of relief. She promptly continued her descent, intending to seek refuge within the canyon below. Although she was unaware of the reasons behind the dragon's sudden halt, she was determined to seize the opportunity to preserve her life. Nevertheless, she could not resist glancing back occasionally to monitor Dreamfire's movements, wary of any change in their resolve. Before long, she traversed into the canyon, and just as she believed she had escaped, an unsettling sensation washed over her. Her immense form inexplicably began to disintegrate, fracturing into several large pieces that plummeted towards the canyon floor. As her consciousness sank into darkness, she remained bewildered, pondering the inexplicable turn of events. What is happening? What has become of me? The bizarre scene left Daemon utterly astonished, for it was unfathomably terrifying. The formidable 100-meter dragon had been cleaved into 5 substantial segments before their very eyes. He widened his gaze, turning to Daenerys, seeking an explanation. Daenerys gestured for him to follow her down to investigate. Meanwhile, on one side of the canyon, the Innocents had already released the steel wires bound to the stone pillars. The Innocents on the other side began to turn the wheel, retrieving the Valyrian steel wires, which were exceedingly precious. Had it not been for the formidable challenge posed by the 3-headed dragon, Daenerys would have been reluctant to expend them so readily. This trap had required considerable manpower and resources from her. She had not anticipated that King Jaehaerys would so swiftly resolve to dispatch dragon riders. Witnessing the suffering of the people along the Green Fork, Daenerys resolved to personally eliminate the 3 malevolent dragons. However, she recognized that despite her numerous dragons, none save for Dreamfire possessed the capability to confront them directly. Thus, she devised a trap, intending to use herself as bait to lure the dragons into the valley, where their momentum and the resilience of the Valyrian steel wires would lead to their dismemberment. Although the outcome deviated from her plans, she had inadvertently been pursued by the Red Queen. The result pleased her. It appeared that, with proper preparation, even adult dragons were powerless against the method of dismemberment by steel wires. Yet, Daenerys harbored no fear that this tactic might be turned against her. For apart from Valyrian steel, no other metal could be forged into such slender, sharp wires. Indeed, she alone possessed the knowledge of forging Valyrian steel in this world. At that moment, the dragon's blood had stained the land for several kilometers around, the potent scent of blood carried far by the valley's strong winds. With the aid of Quentyn, Daenerys painstakingly gathered the dragon's remains. Upon noticing the untouched thicket of fishwood above the dragon's head, an idea struck her. "Daenerys, you have yet to reveal how you managed to slay this dragon," Daemon remarked, his mind consumed by the image of the Red Princess being dismembered, though he could not fathom how it had transpired. "What if I said it was black magic? Would you believe me?" Daenerys would naturally keep this secret from Daemon, for once unveiled, it would lose its efficacy. The Innocents, having witnessed the entire ordeal, would also refrain from disclosing this secret due to their unique status. Clearly dissatisfied with Daenerys' response, Daemon retorted, I do not believe it. How could you have mastered such formidable black magic without my knowledge? Moreover, even if you did possess such power, why come here to wield it? Others may be unaware, but I have long known you arrived at the Green Fork. That griffin deity is surely your familiar, the King Vulture, is it not? And the Stormland's red-feathered falcon, capable of controlling dragons, is also your familiar, I presume? Daenerys was taken aback by Daemon's keen perception. It seemed her understanding of him was rather superficial. She teasingly remarked, Uncle, your keen interest in my every move surely does not conceal any ulterior motives, does it? Daniela's words elicited an uncommon blush of embarrassment from Daemon, who typically prided himself on his roguish charm. In these turbulent times across the Seven Kingdoms, where countless hidden hands and venomous serpents lurked in the shadows, it was imperative for me to remain vigilant, was it not? Daniela was well aware of Daemon's method of acquiring intelligence through the little bird, May. Yet their current interests aligned. It was not solely to safeguard the heir to Viserys' throne that he allowed May to assist him. However, she was taken aback by the fact that he had also turned his attention toward her. So, Uncle, are you privy to Lord Corlys Valerion's next scheming? Seeing Daemon's face grow increasingly awkward, Daniela felt a mischievous urge to provoke him further. Now that you are single again, it would be quite a strategic move to directly wed Lena. Absolutely not. Having finally escaped that ghastly woman from Driftmark, how could I even consider such a thing? Daniela, unperturbed, interjected with a serious tone, Uncle. Lady Rhaenyra is now the Countess of Driftmark. Regardless of your past, she was once your wife. As a man, you ought to offer her at least respect, if not love and care. Do refrain from uttering such demeaning remarks, for you are now a man of 2 marriages. And there is no pride in that. Daniela's words were indeed harsh, yet for reasons unbeknownst to him. Daemon found himself devoid of any inclination to retort upon seeing her earnest expression. Had it been anyone else, he might have already drawn his Valyrian steel sword. Meanwhile, before the pile of dragon corpses, Dreamfire had begun to roast a massive dragon leg with its fiery breath, indulging in a feast that prompted Clark to take a cautious step back. Let us not dwell on that. Dany, please tell me how you managed to slay this red dragon. Without uttering a word, Daniela approached the head of the Red Princess, climbing onto the nearby fish beam. Uncle, watch closely. A vibrant flame sprang forth from her palm, which she deftly guided to imprint upon the fish beam. This spectacle left Daemon utterly entranced once more. Strangely enough, as the figure of the girl formed upon the beam, the dragon's blood scattered throughout the valley began to converge frantically towards them. The rich essence of the blood surged into both Daemon and Daniela, rendering Dreamfire and Clark equally vulnerable. The overwhelming force struck their minds like a hammer, swiftly plunging them into unconsciousness. However, their bodies were manipulated by the most primal instincts and desires. Chapter 339, Untitled. After Daenerys imprinted the fire seed into the head of the dragon, the fish Navu, accompanied by the emergence of her iconic youthful form, numerous strange pink runes gradually appeared on the pale trunk of the fish Navu. As these runes flickered, they collected and converged all the dragon blood scattered throughout the canyon. Is this magic? Daemon felt his worldview shatter at the sight of Daenerys effortlessly conjuring a flame. How can you? Observing Daemon's astonished expression, Daenerys casually fabricated a response. The dragon lords of Valyria wield formidable fire magic. As a dreamwalker of House Targaryen, I learned this in my dreams. You used this tiny flame to dismember a 100-meter giant dragon. Although astonished by Daenerys' fire magic, Daemon found it difficult to fully trust the information she conveyed. However, he understood that since Daenerys was unwilling to elaborate, pressing her further would yield no results, and thus he decided to let it go. Instead, with an eager expression, he inquired, Can I learn fire magic? Daenerys scrutinized Daemon for a moment before continuing to mislead him. If you wish to comprehend fire magic, you might consider presiding over cremation ceremonies for a few years. This could potentially awaken the talent within your bloodline. Cremation ceremonies? Although Daemon was aware of the significance that Daenerys placed on the cremation process, he had never taken it to heart. Is it really beneficial for cremating the dead? At this, Daenerys, with a look of feigned astonishment, provocatively remarked, You can't possibly still be unaware of the true meaning behind the Targaryen family saying, blood and fire are one, can you? Alas, Daemon, it seems your journey to learn fire magic will be a long one. As they conversed, while Dreamfire consumed the dragon's flesh, a thick mist of blood began to coalesce. What is happening? Even Daemon, bold as he was, began to feel a twinge of anxiety at the sight of the bloody mist before him. Daenerys, however, remained unfazed, believing it was merely the Fishlangu absorbing the power of dragon blood and drawing magic. Yet soon, She too sensed something amiss. This energy was capable of permeating both her and Dreamfire. Under the intense dragon blood and the rapidly accumulating magic from the Fishlangu, Daemon, and Daenerys, as well as Dreamfire and the bloodworm Clark, found their eyes swiftly turning crimson, not due to any control exerted by Daenerys and Daemon, but rather an involuntary compulsion to clash. Unbeknownst to them, through the endless dimensions of time and space, a chorus of anguished cries echoed. These were the lamentations of an entity punished and rebuffed for attempting to interfere with the realm of reality. It seemed that Daenerys might finally enjoy a period of tranquility. The abnormal state of the dragons persisted from the afternoon until the dawn of the next day, with their resounding roars echoing continuously, frightening all nearby creatures into fleeing far away. On the following morning, Daenerys hastily climbed onto the back of Dreamfire, seizing the head of the Red Princess and swiftly soaring towards the direction of the lonely mountain in the north. The fishbone tree had absorbed the blood of the Red Princess and was now in a state of magical abundance. Planting it now would ensure its survival. Thus time was of the essence. By the time the glaring sunlight pierced through the canyon at noon, the weary demon reluctantly opened his eyes. Feeling the lingering fragrance in his arms, he longed to remain in this dreamy slumber forever. Haha, yes. Demon excitedly slapped his thigh, the sharp pain confirming that he was indeed awake. Meanwhile, the bloodworm, Clarkshoe, somewhat detached from his master, was roasting pieces of the Red Princess's carcass over the flames, preparing to replenish his nutrition. Demon, observing the burnt and foul-smelling dragon meat Clarkshoe was cooking, could not resist taking out his dagger to slice off a piece and taste it. Ugh, tough and stinky. Yet Clarkshoe found it quite satisfying, as he felt his strength rapidly returning after consuming several pieces of dragon meat, seemingly gaining considerable power from it. This motivated the bloodworm to indulge even more. With the head of the Red Princess taken away by Daenerys and a large portion of the dragon's body devoured by Dreamfire, Demon waited for Clarkshoe to satiate himself before guiding the bloodworm to carry the dragon carcass towards the Green Fork River. Viserys, have something to eat. In the afternoon, Malaise had caught several large fish from the Green Fork River. After consuming a few himself, he found it insufficient to satisfy his hunger and directly tossed the remainder to Viserys and Rhaenys. Rhaenys was pleasantly surprised by Malaise's thoughtfulness, so she eagerly kindled a fire to roast the fish. Viserys, however, was concerned about Daenerys, who had hardly slept all night, finally succumbing to slumber just before dawn. That red dragon would not be a match for Daenerys and Daemon's combined strength. They both were formidable. Surely they intended to eliminate that malevolent beast before returning. An adult 100-meter dragon is not easily vanquished. We faced considerable difficulty defeating that black dragon despite our significant advantage. Just then, the plaintive roar of Clarkshoe echoed through the air. You see, what did I say? Chapter 340. The Fall of Gold at the Lonely Mountain. Upon seeing Demon and Clarkshoe return safely, Viserys and the others finally felt a sense of relief. Viserys let out a deep sigh of gratitude. Thank the Seven. However, upon observing the dragon carcass Clarkshoe was carrying, Princess Rhaenys furrowed her brows and remarked, only those who truly partake can understand the horror and bloodshed of dragon battles. But where is Daenerys? Demon, why did Daenerys not return with you? As the dragon Clarkshoe landed, Viserys eagerly pressed for answers. The mention of Daenerys by his brother caused Demon to experience a wave of embarrassment, leading him to awkwardly fabricate an excuse. She had some matters to attend to. Demon's demeanor intensified Viserys' anxiety. Something must have transpired for Demon to behave in such a manner. Speak the truth to me. Is Daenerys injured? No, brother. She is perfectly fine. Did you not see that the red dragon has been torn asunder? Demon insisted. Relieved by Demon's apparent honesty, Viserys began to feel somewhat reassured. Meanwhile, Myricus and Anthelos rushed towards the enormous dragon carcass discarded by Clarkshoe. Startled, Clarkshoe instinctively adopted a defensive stance, extending his robust neck and unleashing an angry roar at the two dragons. Calm down, Clarkshoe, Demon commanded, urging the dragon away from the remains of the red dragon. With Clarkshoe no longer obstructing them, Myricus and Anthelos eagerly exhaled Dragonfire, preparing to indulge in the flesh and blood of the fallen dragon. The sight caused Princess Rhaenys and Viserys to frown in disapproval. There are still several pieces of dragon carcass left in the Moon Mountains. Let us ride our dragons to retrieve them. Demon suddenly proposed, suggesting that the dragons might heal more swiftly by consuming the flesh of their own kind. Goodness, let that be. The brutality of dragons turning upon one another is already too much. We should not allow them to resort to cannibalism. It was evident that Princess Rhaenys disdained the sight of such carnage, yet she was still willing to accompany them. However, we cannot simply permit the dragon carcasses to be devoured by beasts. We must retrieve them. After a night of rest and recuperation, the Red Queen Melias and Vhagar had regained some vitality. Though it would take time to return to their peak condition, they were fit enough to fly. Thus, the group set off towards the canyon where the Red Princess had fallen. At this moment, Daenerys was soaring through the skies of the north on her dragon, Dreamfire. The events of the previous day felt like a dreadful nightmare, leaving her in a state of unrest. Only the cool breeze at high altitude and the sound of Dreamfire's wings brought her a semblance of tranquility. Dreamfire's speed had dramatically increased, allowing them to reach the Lonely Mountain by early afternoon. From above, the Lonely Mountain resembled the gaping maw of a colossal wolf, with the White Knife River originating from its throat. The wolf's forehead met the long lake, while its neck rested against the last river. However, the highest peaks were found at the wolf's ears. Daenerys intended to transplant the Fishamu on this summit, as it provided an excellent vantage point overlooking much of the north, a prime location for surveillance. After a prolonged search, Dreamfire finally located a spot on the highest peak, covered in sparse moss and soil, and promptly descended. The Dreamfire, with its razor-sharp dragon claws, effortlessly carved a substantial pit into the rocky terrain, ample enough to accommodate the dragon head of Princess Red and the fishbeam wood. However, by the time Daenerys completed sealing the earth, she felt utterly exhausted. Thus, she hastily took to the skies on Dreamfire, seeking a refreshing place to rest, as the mountaintop was suffused with a pungent odor of sulfur and volcanic gases, making her quite uncomfortable. As Daenerys directed her flight toward the long lake, she suddenly sensed a dense wave of magical energy emanating from the largest dried-up volcanic crater, situated at the eye socket of the Wolf's Head, the highest peak of the solitary mountain. "Fly there, Dreamfire," Daenerys urged, and Dreamfire, attuned to her thoughts, promptly soared toward the source of the magical disturbance. Upon arriving at the dormant volcano, Daenerys commanded Dreamfire to begin excavating. After a considerable duration of over half an hour, Dreamfire unearthed a massive, reddish-brown stone, roughly the size of 2 or 3 grinding wheels. The source of the magical energy was embedded within this colossal boulder. Even under the intense heat of Dreamfire's dragon flames, it took a full quarter of an hour to melt the stone, at which point a rich surge of magical energy erupted forth, stirring up a tempest around them. Realizing the potency of this energy, Daenerys quickly began chanting Valyrian spells to assist Dreamfire and herself in absorbing this pure magic, with the ancient incantations aiding them. Both Daenerys and Dreamfire reveled in the invigorating flow of magic. After a little over half an hour, the magical waves gradually subsided, leaving both Daenerys and Dreamfire feeling rejuvenated. The discomfort from the previous night's escapades had completely vanished. Thus, Daenerys and Dreamfire intensified their collaboration, with Daenerys chanting spells while Dreamfire unleashed its fiery breath. By nightfall, the once massive stone had been reduced to a size comparable to a basin. The remaining red-golden metallic core, softened by the dragon's flames, emitted a faint rainbow sheen. The swirling magic within it resembled volcanic lava, causing Daenerys' heart to race with anticipation. It appeared to be a magical meteorite. As she gazed at the shimmering brilliance of the metallic core, Daenerys unknowingly drifted into slumber on Dreamfire's back. In her dreams, she felt as if she were traversing through boundless realms of time and space, paralyzed by the fantastical sights shifting around her. Fearing even the slightest movement could pull her into the terrifying currents of temporal chaos. Suddenly, she perceived a humanoid figure enveloped in a spectrum of colors amidst the starry sky. With merely a snap of his fingers, he caused a metallic planet to explode, the heart of the stars trailing a crimson tail that descended upon the north, transforming into the solitary mountain. As the flow of time and space continued, Daenerys seemed to glimpse that figure reappearing amidst the ruins of Valyria. She watched in awe as he miraculously hatched a black dragon from among the many abandoned dragon eggs. Little Rhaegar heard that person calling to the hatchling in the language of Daenerys' former life. Unable to contain herself any longer, Daenerys urgently cried out in her almost forgotten tongue, "Great One, can you take me back?" However, the figure offered no response, instead waving his hand to withdraw Daenerys from the temporal vortex. "Your path lies here. Walk it well, my fellow countrymen," were the last words she heard before her consciousness succumbed to a deep slumber. Chapter 341. A family reunion. When Daenerys regained consciousness, it was already midday the following day. Whether it was merely her imagination or reality, she felt that the entire lonely mountain had transformed in some way. Yet, there was no time for contemplation. She hastened towards the resplendent heart of the crimson golden star. The warmth radiating from it was enchanting. Truly, it was the heart of the stars. She had no doubt that the sword and armor forged from it would be unmatched in this world. The star-forged iron could create the finest sword and armor. The ancestral sword of House Dane from Dawn, was crafted from star-forged iron, wielding power rivaling that of Valyrian steel. This was achieved using only standard forging techniques. And Daenerys speculated that reforging Dawn using the methods of Valyrian steel would greatly enhance its capabilities. Though the heart of the stars had shrunk to the size of a basin, it remained exceedingly heavy, far too much for Daenerys to lift. Thus, she summoned Dreamfire to carry it, and together, they soared towards the Green Fork. Daenerys yearned to swiftly resolve the turmoil in the Seven Kingdoms and personally visit the ruins of Valyria. If she could locate the dragon named Rhaenyra, it would validate that everything she had witnessed in her dream was likely rooted in reality. With such a powerful ally at her side, she might no longer have to fear the deities lurking behind the scenes of this world. After consuming the flesh and blood of the Red Princess, Enthelos's injuries had finally begun to heal. Although her strength was not yet fully restored, it no longer impeded her ability to fly. At Daemon's urging, Viserys allowed his dragon, Vhagar, to consume a significant amount of the Red Princess's remains, hastening Vhagar's recovery as well. Once they transported the Red Princess's corpse to the banks of the Green Fork, the three dragons united to proceed to the location where the Black Dragon had fallen. Upon their arrival, they discovered that the Black Dragon had perished, its body now somewhat desiccated. Thus, the three dragons worked together to carry it to their stronghold by the Green Fork. Upon learning that Viserys and his companions had vanquished the three fearsome dragons, numerous nearby nobles hastened to extend invitations for them to rest in their castles. However, out of concern for the surviving white and violet colossal dragon, Viserys and his party hesitated to depart. They refrained from slaying the majestic beast. For each dragon is a treasure to the Targaryen lineage, especially one as formidable as a fully grown 100-meter dragon. As Daenerys journeyed southward, a wave of guilt washed over her upon witnessing the desolation of the city of Lazer. Had it not been for her involvement, the city might have avoided such calamity. Fortunately, her foresight had prompted the Frey family to relocate their assets and members, sparing them from potential annihilation or severe losses. Daenerys noticed movement within the Weeping Tower atop the stone archbridge in Lazer, prompting her to descend with Drogon. "It is Princess Daenerys and her dragon," exclaimed the onlookers. "By the Seven, at last, someone can confront those vile dragons." Upon recognizing Daenerys and Drogon, the individuals atop the Weeping Tower erupted in fervent cheers. "Daenerys? Cousin Lannel." Daenerys called out to the weary Lannel. "Boros and his dragon have fallen, and Aunt Rhaenys is at Green Fork. Come with me." "Daenerys, I am so sorry." Lannel's emotions were tumultuous, as they had previously conspired against Daenerys, only to have their plans thwarted by the foolish Boros. "It is over now, all is past." Considering Princess Rhaenys' esteemed reputation, Daenerys chose not to press Lannel, for Rhaenys had always been unwavering in her stance, and was among the few elders Daenerys genuinely respected. With Lannel's brother now deceased, the line of Rhaenys no longer held the standing to compete with Viserys. Currently, Viserys' most formidable rival was the entire Velaryon family. Rhaenys' position would significantly influence their competition moving forward. "Mother, Lannel, my child." The reunion of Princess Rhaenys and her daughter was filled with unspoken words. "Daenerys, let me see that you are unharmed." Viserys, relieved to see his daughter return unscathed, finally felt at ease. Meanwhile, Daemon, yearning to speak with Daenerys, hesitated, sensing her emotional distance, yet his gaze remained fixed upon her. In stark contrast to the joyful ambience surrounding Viserys and Daenerys, Princess Rhaenys erupted into inconsolable tears upon learning of her son's demise in Lazer. Viserys immediately embraced his cousin, offering solace in her sorrow. At this moment, the proud and formidable Princess Rhaenys resembled a mother who had tragically lost her beloved child, finding solace only in the embrace of her kin. Although Daemon, typically reticent, felt little sorrow for Rhaenyra's demise, the sight of his proud cousin weeping so heartbreakingly rendered his countenance grim. After Daenerys' arrival, both Meraxes and Enthelos affectionately gathered around her, with Meraxes persistently nuzzling against Daenerys. Following several days of recuperation, the magnificent white and purple dragon had awakened, albeit still unable to fly due to its grievous injuries. And movement remained a challenge. Daenerys had already marked her connection with him through the fishbone wood atop his head, struggling with the pervasive atmosphere of grief. Daenerys boldly approached the white and purple dragon. Upon observing her intention, Daemon immediately recognized her purpose and quickly interjected, "This is a wild dragon, unlike those you have raised." "Fear not, father. I have my methods." though Daenerys had established a bond with him through the Fishbone Wood. The Violet Prince became alert at the sight of the one who had inflicted his injuries approaching him once more. "Stay calm, my prince, stay calm," she murmured, as she chanted the ancient Valyrian hymn, resolutely advancing toward the Violet Prince. Meanwhile, Dreamfire and Meraxes, along with the other dragons, fixated their gaze upon the Violet Prince, ready to defend her should he exhibit any hostile behavior. Amidst the protective dragons and Daenerys' melodic voice, the Violet Prince ultimately bowed his proud and massive head. Chapter 342. The reconstruction of the ancient city. The Violet Prince's injuries were severe, particularly to his wings, nearly rendered useless by Dreamfire and her kin, leaving uncertainty about his complete recovery at such an age. Thus, even after he had submitted to Daenerys, he would remain unable to be ridden for the foreseeable future. Witnessing the successful taming of the Violet Prince, Princess Rhaenys took her tormented daughter, Lena, to lead her dragon, Maleys, away. In the aftermath of the civil strife, Rhaenys was acutely aware of her husband, the sea snake Corlys' influence behind the turmoil. The outcome had cost her son his life and subjected her daughter Lena to considerable suffering. Consequently, she had wholly abandoned her aspirations for the Iron Throne. The Red Queen, Maleys, was also gravely injured and would take a long time to heal. Thus, Rhaenys would remain out of the public eye for an extended period. Ultimately, Daemon could no longer contain his feelings and approached Daenerys, speaking earnestly. However, Daniela was abruptly interrupted. "Uncle, the injuries sustained by Prince Violet are quite severe. It appears he will not recover in the short term. The dense population near Green Fork is not conducive to his healing. I kindly ask you to escort him to the nearby ruins of Stonemount for proper care. I will dispatch personnel forthwith. And I intend to commence the excavation of a canal between Blue Fork and Iron Bay. Your assistance in overseeing this endeavor would be invaluable. During your leisure, you might also consider addressing the troubles posed by the Iron Islands, as I have yet to settle the score for their summoning of sea monsters to destroy Old Town. Ruins of Stonemount, a canal, oversight, Iron Islands." Daemon, already in a state of extreme tension, momentarily failed to grasp the meaning of Daniela's words. Nevertheless, under her urging, he clumsily guided Clark's chariot, transporting the prince, who could only crawl, towards the direction of Stonemount. Watching their retreating figures, Daniela couldn't help but let out a deep sigh. Stonemount, the remnants of the castle of the ancient River and Hills King, the Mud family, has long since lost its original name, now forgotten, with the local inhabitants bestowing upon it this new appellation. It is situated atop a hill at the source of the Blue Fork River. Aside from the robust foundations and the grave of King Trystane Mud IV, little remains of its former glory. The Mud family was the last ruling dynasty in the Trident to adhere to the old gods, reigning here for a millennium. They were the most powerful and extensive dynasty among the river kings of ancient origins, even claiming lands as far south as the mouth of the Blackwater. Trystane Mud IV was a revered king of the ancients, reputed to have won 99 of the 100 battles he fought. However, in the final confrontation against 7 Undul kings, including Aemister Devons, he met his demise. His son, Trystane Mud V, was of mediocre talent, and when the Undul invaders encroached upon the Riverlands, the reign of the Mud family came to an end. Subsequently, the victorious Unduls engaged in relentless bloodshed over the control of the Riverlands in the years that followed. The Blue Fork is one of the 3 major rivers of the Trident, originating from the mountains and dense forests between Stonemount and Seaguard. Its wide and turbulent waters are navigable by large vessels. Should a canal be excavated through the hilly terrain and jungles spanning the distance between Blue Fork and Iron Bay, it would establish a thoroughfare connecting the eastern and western coasts of Westeros, significantly enhancing the efficiency of waterborne transport. However, the undertaking of such an extensive canal would require a substantial investment of manpower and resources. Moreover, once the canal is completed, the pirates of the Iron Islands would be able to exploit it to raid the Riverlands, which is why such an endeavor has gone unattempted throughout history. Presently, the main fleet of the Iron Islands and the elite of their noble families have been decimated at Old Town, leaving them barely capable of self-defense, let alone engaging in plunder. Rhaenyra, possessing substantial resources and mastering the art of forging on Dragonstone, certainly had no concerns regarding the investment of manpower or material. As for the threat from the Iron Islands, it posed no danger to her. Once she had concluded her current affairs, her next target for obliteration would be the Iron Islands. With the assistance of Vhagar, Rhaenyra transported the corpse of the Black Dragon directly to the Stepstones using the ships of the Holy Flame Fleet. "Dany, why do you intend to transport the dragon's corpse to the Stepstones?" Viserys inquired, puzzled. "I had assumed you would sever its head to display in King's Landing or on Holy Flame Island." Rhaenyra smiled as she elucidated. Do you still recall the fishwood tree in the sacred grove of King's Landing? Of course, it is the one you acquired by slaying the sea dragon. There exists no other fishwood in the world that has grown alongside the skull of a sea dragon. Furthermore, I have heard that ever since that fishwood was transplanted to the sacred grove, the air in the Red Keep has significantly improved. Indeed, wasn't there also a fishwood growing atop the Black Dragon's head? Rhaenyra continued. Now that I have secured the stepstones, if I transplant this fishwood alongside the Black Dragon's skull, the environment of the stepstones will gradually enhance as well. However, this Black Dragon was defeated by you, Aunt Rhaenys, and Uncle Demon, and thus it is your spoils. I shall make amends for this. Viserys shook his head. They likely wouldn't care about such matters. After all, had you not subdued the other two dragons, the outcome could have been quite different. Rhaenyra understood their indifference. Nonetheless, as a beneficiary, she could not simply dismiss it. You may not care, but I cannot forget. However, the chaos has yet to cease, and once everything is conclusively resolved, I shall personally present you with gifts. After dealing with the corpse of the Dark God of Dragons, Rhaenyra returned to Old Town with the remaining dragon bones of the Red Princess and the Heart of the Stars, intending to reforge her Dawnblade. The affairs of the Riverlands were entrusted to Vhagar and Harald. Subsequently, Harald and Vhagar led their forces in a vigorous campaign to hunt down the rebellious nobles and impoverished assemblies still hidden in the Riverlands. The major nobles of the Riverlands began to respond in kind, and within a week, they had nearly eradicated the insurrection entirely. In the meantime, Daemon, accompanied by the Prince of Purple, had arrived at the ruins of stone. Medj also arrived shortly thereafter, bringing a multitude of hired craftsmen. With the assistance of Clarkshoe, they swiftly commenced the excavation of the desolate mountains to forge Dragonstone. The long-abandoned ancient city of ruins of stone finally began its reconstruction. In preparation for the forthcoming canal excavation, Daemon piloted Clarkshoe to scout the terrain with the artisans. This approach would allow them to excavate the stones along the canal route to forge Dragonstone, thereby efficiently advancing both projects simultaneously. Chapter 343. Dawn and Radiance. The vicinity of the Dragon's Lair near Old Town now brimmed with an abundance of magical energy, a phenomenon that even Daenerys found astonishing. Under the transformation of the fishleaf tree, the flourishing magical essence had coalesced within the Dragon's Lair into wisps of misty vapor. Upon returning to Old Town, Anthelos swiftly consumed dozens of plump sheep before retreating to her lair for slumber. The rich magical aura and ample sustenance greatly aided her in recuperating from her injuries. Dreamfire and Myricus also thrived in this environment. Were it not for Daenerys' constant summons for their assistance, they too might have succumbed to slumber like Anthelos. Under the governance of Jorg, Old Town not only regained its former prosperity, but the lives of its citizens became increasingly abundant, tranquil, and vibrant. The slums had vanished. Anyone not physically impaired or indolent could secure a well-paying job, thanks to the stringent enforcement of the Old Town Guard. The ruffians had mostly been exiled to the World-S Islands to serve as salt slaves. Those who were elderly, ill, or lacked able-bodied members in their households received essential aid after verification by the church and the guard, ensuring their basic living needs were met. Thus, in the broader context of the world, the lives of Old Town's residents seemed almost like a legendary paradise to ordinary folk. Recently, although tensions simmered across the Seven Kingdoms, Old Town, safeguarded by Daenerys and nestled in the southwestern part of Westeros, witnessed an influx of trading vessels. Moreover, the Dragonfire wine, new paper, porcelain, and the sunflower oil, essential oil soaps, and fruit wines from Sunhouse City were all immensely popular products, naturally attracting merchants from all corners of the world. The climate of Sunhouse City, warm and plentiful in rainfall, with its rolling hills and winding rivers, proved ideal for cultivating fruits and flowers. Daenerys transformed it into a thriving hub for the cultivation of such produce. The wines from Sunhouse City rivaled the renowned golden wines of the Green Pavilion, especially when paired with the various fruit wines brewed using Daenerys' methods, making them indispensable goods for foreign caravans arriving in Westeros. With the emergence of high-end skincare products like essential oil soaps and skincare items from Sunhouse City, which quickly garnered favor among women and the nobility, a surge of merchants flocked to the area. The docks of Sunhouse City flourished, with trading activities approaching the scale of Lannisport. The prosperity of Old Town and Sunhouse City invigorated trade in nearby noble territories, such as Black Crown City and Tower of Three, leading even the elders who reminisced about the Hightower family to gradually accept the reality of Old Town's new ownership. With the return of the dragons, the cremation ceremonies at Old Town's crematory tower could finally resume normalcy. Having grown accustomed to cremation, the residents of Old Town had, during the months without dragons, stored the bodies of the deceased in underground spaces, which had now accumulated a significant number of corpses. Upon Daniela's return, she led Dreamfire and Myricus in a solemn cremation ceremony that spanned 2 consecutive days, ensuring that every body was consigned to the flames. This concentrated undertaking intensified the magical essence within the dragon's lair. Subsequently, Daniela hurriedly collaborated with the craftsmen to reignite the forge, reconstructing Dawn and crafting the Sword of Stars. In recent months, the artisans of Old Town had secretly honed their skills in forging Valyrian equipment, amassing a wealth of experience in the process. Thus, with the aid of the 3 colossal dragons, Dawn, the Heart of Stars, and the new dragon bones were finally melted into the searing Valyrian steel. When the remolded Dawn emerged from the forge, it had transformed from its original ashen black to a lustrous silver gray, adorned with fiery crimson, cloud-like patterns, exuding a faint glow reminiscent of the morning sun. The other sword, forged primarily from the Heart of Stars and infused with Valyrian steel, gleamed in a striking shade of gold red, embellished with rippling wave motifs, radiating a brilliance akin to the zenith sun. The remaining Valyrian steel, imbued with the essence of the Heart of Stars, was perfectly crafted into a complete suit of female armor. After being treated with purple dye, the armor emanated a rich gold-red sheen, aligning beautifully with the color palette of House Targaryen. Daniela named the new sword and armor Pride of the Sun, a fitting tribute to her eternal moniker. Following the blood sacrifice of the death row inmates from the dungeons of Old Town and the captives from the Iron Islands, the 2 swords and the newly forged Valyrian armor were completed in splendid perfection. As Daniela grasped the Pride of the Sun, she felt the vibrant, volcanic-like magic coursing within the blade. With a mere flicker of her own magical essence, the sword erupted into a roaring inferno. The sight left the craftsman in awe, one elder blacksmith unable to contain his astonishment, exclaiming, "Is this not the legendary Sword of Dawn once forged by Azor Ahai? Indeed, it is a flaming sword. Behold that searing light, as radiant and fierce as the midday sun, truly worthy of the name Pride of the Sun. Indeed, the eternal sun of Old Town." After extinguishing the flames of the Pride of the Sun, Daniela eagerly seized the newly crafted Dawn. As she infused it with her magic, the sword ignited in a warm blaze. However, its flames were not as fierce as those of the Pride of the Sun. Rather, they resembled the gentle warmth of a sunrise. To better nurture the 2 swords, Daniela crafted 2 Valyrian sword sheaths, personally inscribing them with bronze runes. Combined with the magical gemstones from the Isle of Sacred Flames, these sheaths would continually nourish the blades. Additionally, during the ritual with living blood, Daniela discovered that the Pride of the Sun, upon absorbing blood, experienced a subtle enhancement of its magical properties. In pursuit of experimentation, Daniela, with a determined resolve, severed the wing of the dragon Myricus, thereby augmenting her magical prowess significantly. Furthermore, should Daniela invoke the blood sacrifice incantation, the increase in her magical energy would multiply several-fold. This prompted Daniela to inwardly muse, what a bloodthirsty sword indeed. With the sword and the forged armor of Valyrian steel complete, Daniela remained in the Old Town, skillfully navigating Myricus to survey the surroundings and verify the accounts of various enterprises, discovering that Yog and his associates had performed exceptionally well. Despite the mere year that had elapsed, Yog had already acquired a commendable estate in the Old Town. Daniela was not overly concerned, for to inspire her subordinates to work diligently, one must ensure their well-being. Daniela possessed a formidable intelligence network to monitor the actions of her subordinates. As long as they acted in accordance with her wishes and did not oppress the populace, she was indifferent to their pursuit of personal gain. Following the departure of the Hightower family, the towering structure had undergone significant renovation and restoration under Yog's stewardship. The servants and maidservants attending therein had been meticulously selected and trained anew. Although Daniela had seldom resided within, she found it to be impeccably managed. Chapter 344. A letter from the High Court. Your Highness, Princess. Scholar Gary, leading dozens of servants and maidens within the tower, bowed in greeting upon Daniela's return. The garish green embellishments of the Hightower family had vanished, replaced by the black and red of House Targaryen, adorned with the purple trinkets from the Isle of Sacred Flames. Even the formal attire of the maidens was rendered in dark tones, accented with deep crimson patterns. Currently, the management of the tower fell to Scholar Gary, recommended by Scholar Rouet, a specialist in economics and astronomy, who diligently oversaw the accounts of the Old Town. Over time, Daniela had come to trust him considerably. With the remnants of the academy now comprised predominantly of scholars aligned with Daniela, it had become markedly pure, allowing most scholars to focus intently on their academic pursuits. Those adept in management and political science had long been conscripted by Daniela to various estates and the Steppes Islands. Moreover, with Daniela's financial backing, the Academy had recruited numerous young scholars from the broader populace, significantly increasing the number of assistant scholars. Daniela firmly believed that knowledge is power, and she was determined to maintain a firm grip on this power. Scholars and master craftsmen from the Isle of Sacred Flames had frequently visited the Academy, engaging in mutual exchange with the scholars, which enabled many of Daniela's ideas and theories to be swiftly realized. It was precisely due to the influx of scholars skilled in territorial management that the Old Town and Sunhouse City had reached their current state. The Steppes Islands were also flourishing under their guidance and the craftsmen from the Isle of Sacred Flames. Your Highness, you truly ought to witness it for yourself. The 12 white raven eggs you brought back astonishingly hatched during the recent assault of the sea monster. Moreover, they have grown significantly sturdier and healthier than the previous white ravens. Within just a few months, their feathers have fully developed. I have recently commenced training them to convey messages. Upon hearing this, Scholar Gary became quite intrigued. White ravens are exceedingly rare, and it was unexpected that all 12 of my white raven eggs had successfully hatched. Is it not said that white raven eggs are notoriously difficult to incubate? How is it that this time they all hatched? When the sea monster attacked Old Town, Daniela was not present. Although she had gleaned a general understanding of the events from Brother Roe, she found it difficult to fathom the miraculous occurrences without witnessing them firsthand. In fact, not only did the 12 white raven eggs from the Tower of the Sky all hatch, but on the day of the sea monster's attack on Old Town, all nearby incubating raven eggs in the Tower of Ravens also hatched simultaneously. Currently, Scholar Rue and his colleagues possess no fewer than 50 white ravens. While the number of ordinary ravens is incalculable, Dr. Calvin, an expert in mysticism, suggested that this phenomenon might be related to the surge of magical energy. After the monsters were vanquished beneath Old Town, Dr. Calvin reported sensing a strong magical fluctuation. He also speculated that the hatching of Towerax and the 8 young dragons was likely a consequence of that magical tide. The Tower of the Sky is quite tall, thus, it took them several minutes of climbing to reach the Tower of Ravens, where Scholar Gary resided. As they approached, the cacophony of raven calls erupted from within the tower. Hearing that most of these ravens could articulate human speech, Daniela was filled with disbelief. Scholar Gary, however, explained with a smile that since the last surge of magical energy, the ravens of the academic city had become considerably more intelligent. Most of the trained ravens could now articulate simple vocabulary, while the white ravens displayed even greater intelligence. Some adult white ravens could engage in basic communication with their caretakers. Since the knowledge of composting spread throughout Daniela's domain, it seemed that sanitary conditions everywhere underwent a qualitative transformation. Previously, the Tower of Ravens in each castle was undoubtedly foul-smelling. However, now, Scholar Gary's Tower of Ravens was remarkably odorless. Yours is much cleaner than the other raven towers, Daniela remarked. Haha, the servants come here daily to collect droppings for composting. So naturally, there's little smell, Scholar Gary explained with a chuckle. The Tower of the Sky is abundant in flora, requiring ample fertilizer. The servants and maidens work diligently to gather enough fermenting materials. Gary, you've arrived. A red-eyed white raven, the size of a goose, greeted Scholar Gary joyfully upon his arrival, prompting its siblings to join in the chorus of calls. Having encountered the enlightened white ravens, Daniela spent a leisurely half-hour playing with them. With such an abundance of white ravens at her disposal, her forces could now rely on them for message delivery. She decided to request more white raven chicks and apprentices skilled in raven studies from Scholar Rue, especially since managing the accounts of Old Town consumed a considerable amount of her time. Yes, Your Highness. Your Highness, Scholar Gary has delivered a letter from Duke Tyrell. The following morning, while Daniela was diligently inscribing bronze runes onto her armor within the dragon's lair, she was abruptly interrupted by the sound of a knock from the blacksmith's apprentice. Dispelling the embers from her palms and taking a few deep breaths, she finally spoke. Enter. Upon opening the letter, she discovered that Duke Tyrell had completed the construction of the cremation tower and the dragon's lair, prompting him to urge Daniela to send the giant dragon over. Daniela had nearly forgotten about this matter, astonished that it was Duke Tyrell who was anxious first. However, reflecting on the presence of the Minister of Justice, Lady Felinqui, and her personal maid, Marjorie, it became clear that Duke Tyrell could have been informed about the resolution of the chaos in the Seven Kingdoms, thus his urgency. Since the Tyrell family had already dispatched the final payment to Sacred Flame Island, it was indeed time for her to fulfill her promise. Nevertheless, following the fall of Chamoros and Apollos, Her available giant dragons had become somewhat scarce. It appeared she would have to send Antelos first. After more than half a month of recuperation, Antelos had nearly healed from her injuries. Benefiting from the nurturing environment of the old town's dragon lair and ample food, she had grown considerably. Daily, she would hunt large sea fish and marine beasts alongside molasses in the summer sea. In contrast, Dreamfire had remained somewhat lethargic since her arrival in Old Town. She hardly moved unless called by Daniela. Thus, Dreamfire would be stationed in Old Town, which had become Daniela's strongest base. Having Dreamfire as a guardian was quite fitting, and the dragon lair's preservation properties would likely prolong the life of older dragons as well. So, 3 days later, after inscribing bronze runes onto her new armor and the sheaths of 2 swords, Daniela placed them in the dragon's lair to continue their nurturing. She then took her previously collected Valyrian steel sword, Nightfall, and, mounted on Antelos and Molasses, set off towards the High Court.